In the world of Naruto, within the confines of Konoha village, lies the gathering place of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, a boy named Hinata Miryuu from the branch family is being brutally beaten and insulted by a group of his peers. How dare you, a worthless wretch, aspire to be the fiancé of Lady Hinata? You can't even extract chakra. You are truly a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. Kill him! Kill him! Amidst the fury and insults, the group of branch family children relentlessly kicked and struck the fallen Hinata Miryuu. Among them, a boy named Hinata Miryuu displayed a glint of malice in his eyes. Seizing the moment of chaos, he delivered a vicious kick to Hinata Miryuu's temple. With that brutal strike, the already battered Hinata Miryuu was rendered lifeless in an instant. Gazing at the motionless figure of Hinata Miryuu sprawled on the ground, the initially furious children froze in shock. Could it be that he is truly dead? He shouldn't be so fragile. Who knows? After all, he is a useless child who cannot refine chakra. If someone struck him in the wrong spot, it could indeed kill him. Observing the hesitant expressions of the others, Hinata Miryuu nonchalantly spoke up. Upon hearing Miryuu's words, one of the boys named Hinata Miryuu bent down to check for any signs of life in Hinata Miryuu. As he did so, the color drained from Hyuga's face. He's really dead. What are we waiting for? Run! A flicker of concealed triumph crossed Hinata Miryuu's face as he hurriedly led the other mischief-makers away, leaving behind the lifeless Hinata Miryuu sprawled on the ground. However, shortly after the fleeing children departed, the boy presumed dead, Hinata Miryuu, slowly rose from the earth, his expression one of bewilderment. Rubbing his aching head, a bitter smile crept across Hinata Miryuu's face. Is this my fate? In my previous life, I was a son-in-law who toiled in the fields until I perished from exhaustion. How ironic that in this new life, I am still a son-in-law, still cultivating the land. Oh heavens! Is there nothing beyond farming for me? Just as he lamented his plight, Hinata Miryuu suddenly paused mid-complaint about farming. Moments later, snapping back to reality, he ceased his grievances. With a shift in thought, he entered a confined space of merely 1 cubic meter, beholding the tangible existence of a gardening realm. A surge of excitement illuminated Hinata Miryuu's face. According to the inexplicable information that had recently flooded his mind, this was a space for cultivating crops that could be upgraded. By planting seeds coated with the blood of powerful beings, one could reap unique fruits that enhanced the consumer's strength. Moreover, depending on the blood used to coat the seeds, the effects of the matured fruits would vary. Additionally, this gardening space bestowed upon Hinata Miryuu a beginner's gift pack, seeds for fruits that could mend bodily flaws, reflecting on the humiliations and oppressions endured by this body due to its inability to refine chakra. Hinata Miryuu felt a surge of emotion. Swiftly, he planted the seeds of the body defect repair fruit. As he watched the fruit thrive and mature after being nourished with spiritual water, the eager Hinata Miryuu wasted no time in plucking the ripe fruit and consuming it. He then sat cross-legged, attempting to extract chakra. The body defect repair fruit, produced in this space, did not disappoint Hinata Miryuu. After a mere attempt post-consumption, he successfully extracted a wisp of chakra. Feeling the surge of power within him, a wave of exhilaration washed over Hinata Miryuu, as he became enveloped in the thrilling sensation of rapidly increasing strength. It was not until the vegetable cultivation space trembled that he ceased his chakra refining. What is this? He exclaimed, gazing at the vegetable space that had expanded tenfold in all dimensions. Excitement flickered in his eyes once more. The transformation of the cultivation space signified one thing. Hinata Miryuu had successfully ascended to the ranks of a genin. The appearance of the upgrade package following the expansion of the cultivation space served as a fitting testament to this advancement. Planting the healing fruit seed from the package, Hinata Miryuu, feeling a pang of hunger, focused his thoughts and exited his cultivation space. He made his way toward the kitchen, appearing weary. However, his deliberate neglect of his injuries drew the astonished and mocking gazes of other clan members along his path. The entire Hinata family was well aware of the frequent insults and beatings directed at Hinata Miryuu by his peers. Yet, his inability to refine chakra rendered him unworthy of their regard. Consequently, despite their awareness, none intervened to halt such occurrences. As he passed by everyone, seemingly unperturbed, Hinata Miryuu's heart harbored a cold disdain. In such a callous family, if they did not learn to change their circumstances, they would inevitably fall apart. Just as Hinata Miryuu nonchalantly approached the kitchen for lunch, Hinata Miryuu, one of those who had participated in the morning's assault, spotted him. The astonishing scene left Hinata Miryuu momentarily speechless, before his features contorted with rage. He felt that he had been played for a fool by Hinata Miryuu. In his fury, Hinata Miryuu forgot the presence of the clan elders surrounding them. He charged directly in front of Hinata Miryuu, blocking his path. Hinata Miryuu, you worthless fool, how dare you toy with us? You are courting death, he shouted, raising his hand instinctively to strike Hinata Miryuu's face. Such reckless behavior from Hinata Miryuu immediately caused a shift in the expressions of the other members of the Hinata clan, although everyone is aware of the clandestine behaviors of these little rascals. Certain matters ought not to be brought into the open. After all, no matter how inept Hinata Miryuu may be, he remains the son-in-law of the esteemed Hinata clan. Therefore, when Hinata Miryuu brazenly took action in front of so many witnesses, several prominent members of the Hinata family immediately prepared to intervene. However, before they could enact their intentions, the unfolding scene left everyone in stunned silence. To their astonishment, the usually submissive Hinata Miryuu not only intercepted Hinata Miryuu's slap, but did so with remarkable defiance. This unprecedented behavior instantly signaled to many that something was amiss. It seemed the situation had taken an intriguing turn. As this realization dawned, all action ceased, and the onlookers turned their captivated gazes toward Hinata Miryuu. You, how dare you strike back, you worthless fool? Hinata Miryuu exclaimed, utterly incredulous at Hinata Miryuu's boldness. Such foolish remarks elicited scowls from several Hinata clan members with ties to Miryuu. What an imbecile! How could he utter such arrogant words in front of so many? Truly foolish. Meanwhile, Hinata Miryuu, who had intercepted the attack, merely smiled. Strike back? No. This is not striking back, not striking back. Indeed, this is not striking back. This is what striking back looks like. With a grin on his face, Hinata Miryuu delivered a resounding slap to the bewildered Hinata Miryuu. Smack! Caught off guard, Hinata Miryuu was sent reeling from the force of the blow. Witnessing this spectacle, even those who had anticipated a shift in events were rendered speechless. No one had expected the typically passive Hinata Miryuu to not only parry the assault, but to retaliate with such vigor. Most astonishingly, all present recognized that Hinata Miryuu had infused his attack with chakra. A supposed waste who had never been able to harness chakra suddenly unleashed an attack imbued with it. This affair had undeniably taken a captivating turn. With this thought, many indifferent members of the Hinata clan wore enigmatic smiles, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chapter 1. Rebirth as a son-in-law of the Hyuga clan, the awakening of a hidden power in the world of Naruto. Within the gathering place of the Hyuga clan in Konohagakure, a boy named Hyuga Yulong from the branch family was being mercilessly beaten and insulted by a group of peers. What right do you have to be the fiancé of Lady Hinata, you worthless waste? You can't even extract chakra. You are a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. Kill him. Finish him off. Amidst their furious shouts, the small assailants relentlessly kicked and struck the fallen Hyuga Yulong. In the midst of the chaos, a boy named Hyuga Takuma harbored a glint of malice in his eyes. Seizing the moment, he delivered a vicious kick to Hyuga Yulong's temple. Under the force of that strike, the already battered Hyuga Yulong lost consciousness in an instant. As he lay motionless on the ground, the previously furious boys were suddenly frozen in shock. Could it be that they truly killed him? Surely he wouldn't be so fragile. Yet, given that he was a waste incapable of extracting chakra, it was not entirely impossible. Observing the hesitance of the others, Hyuga Takuma feigned nonchalance and spoke up. Hearing his words, a boy named Hyuga Miryuu leaned down to check for Hyuga Yulong's breath. Upon doing so, his complexion drained of color. He is really dead. What are we waiting for? Run. With a flicker of barely concealed glee in his eyes, Hyuga Takuma quickly led the other boys away in a panic, leaving behind the lifeless body of Hyuga Yulong. However, shortly after their escape, the boy believed to be dead, Hyuga Yulong, slowly rose from the ground. A bewildered expression gracing his face. Rubbing his aching head, a bittersweet smile appeared on his lips. Was this truly my fate? In my previous life, I was a son-in-law, toiling in the fields until I was worked to death. To think that in this new life, I am still a son-in-law, still farming. Oh heavens! Is this all you have in store for me? In the midst of his lamentations, Hyuga Yulong suddenly halted, struck by a realization. Moments later, snapping out of his daze, he ceased his complaints. With a mere thought, he entered a small space of merely 1 cubic meter. gazing upon the tangible realm of his farming space. Excitement illuminated his countenance. According to the mysterious information that had just appeared in his mind, this was an upgradable farming space. By planting seeds imbued with the blood of powerful beings, he could reap special fruits that would enhance the strength of those who consumed them. Furthermore, the effects of the mature fruits varied depending on the blood of the powerful beings used on the seeds. Additionally, this farming space had gifted him with a novice starter pack, seeds for fruits that could repair bodily defects. Reflecting upon the humiliations and oppressions endured by this body due to its inability to extract chakra, Hinata Miryuu felt a surge of emotion. He swiftly planted the seeds of the body repair fruit. After nurturing them with spiritual water, he watched as the fruit rapidly grew and matured. Eagerly, Hinata Miryuu plucked the ripe fruit and consumed it, then settled into a meditative posture to attempt the extraction of chakra. Indeed, the body repair fruit produced by the spatial realm did not disappoint Hinata Miryuu. After only a brief effort post-consumption, he successfully extracted a wisp of chakra. Overwhelmed with exhilaration at the newfound power coursing within him, Hinata Miryuu reveled in the rapid enhancement of his strength. It was only when the farming space began to tremble that he paused his chakra extraction. What is this? Observing the farming space, which had expanded tenfold in all dimensions, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Hinata Miryuu's eyes. The transformation of the farming space signified a singular truth. Hinata Miryuu had successfully ascended to the rank of a genin. The appearance of an upgrade package following the expansion further corroborated this achievement. Planting the seeds of the healing fruit within the upgrade package and feeling a pang of hunger, Hinata Miryuu focused his thoughts and exited his farming space. With an expression of fatigue, he made his way towards the kitchen, intentionally neglecting his wounds. Hinata Miryuu attracted the astonished and mocking gazes of his fellow clan members along the way. The entire Hinata family was aware of the frequent insults and beatings he endured from his peers. However, due to his inability to extract chakra, Hinata Miryuu was hardly regarded favorably by anyone. Thus, despite the collective awareness of his plight, no one intervened to halt such occurrences. Passing by everyone with an outwardly calm demeanor, Hinata Miryuu's heart harbored a quiet scorn. In a family so indifferent, if they could not learn to alter their circumstances, they would inevitably fall into disarray. Just as he nonchalantly approached the kitchen for lunch, Hinata Miryuu, one of those who had participated in the morning's assault on Hinata Miryuu, noticed him. This astonishing sight left Hinata Miryuu momentarily speechless before his expression twisted into one of fury. He felt he had been mocked by Hinata Miryuu that very morning. In his rage, Hinata Miryuu completely disregarded the presence of elder family members surrounding them. He rushed forward, blocking Hinata Miryuu's path. Hinata Miryuu, you worthless wretch. How dare you toy with us? You are courting death, he shouted, simultaneously raising his hand to strike Hinata Miryuu's face. This reckless action by Hinata Miryuu immediately sent shockwaves of alarm through the other members of the Hinata clan. Although everyone is aware of the clandestine behaviors of these little rascals, certain matters must remain shrouded in secrecy. After all, no matter how inept Hinata Miryuu may be, he is still the son-in-law of the esteemed Hinata clan. Therefore, when Hinata Miryuu brazenly struck in front of so many witnesses, several prominent members of the Hinata family immediately readied themselves to intervene. However, before they could act, the unfolding scene left everyone in a state of astonishment. To everyone's surprise, Hinata Miryuu, who had always been passive and submissive, actually intercepted Hinata Miryuu's slap. Such an unprecedented reaction immediately alerted many to the unusual nature of the situation. It appeared that the events were taking a rather intriguing turn. With this thought, everyone ceased their movements and turned their curious gazes toward Hinata Miryuu. How dare you strike back, you worthless fool? Hinata Miryuu exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he faced Hinata Miryuu's unexpected resistance. Such foolish words drew immediate ire from several Hinata clan members connected to Miryuu, their expressions darkening. This imbecile. How could he utter such arrogant statements in front of so many witnesses? Truly foolish. As a few Hinata clansmen silently cursed Hinata Miryuu, Hinata Miryuu, having successfully blocked the attack, broke into a smile. Strike back? No. This is not striking back. Not striking back. Indeed, this is what striking back truly means. With a grin directed at the bewildered Hinata Miryuu, Hinata Miryuu swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The force of the blow sent Miryuu reeling backward. Witnessing this spectacle, even those who had anticipated a shift in events were momentarily stunned. No one could have imagined that the usually passive Hinata Yulong would not only block the slap, but also retaliate with one of his own. Most astonishingly, everyone realized that Hinata Yulong had infused his attack with chakra, a feat previously beyond his capabilities. This development certainly piqued interest. With this realization, many uninvolved members of the Hinata clan wore knowing smiles. Chapter 2. I fear you cannot even defeat a fool. You dare strike me? You worthless wretch, dare to strike me? I will surely kill you today. Hinata Miryuu's eyes blazed with fury, having never anticipated that Hinata Yulong would dare to retaliate. Overcome with rage, he completely disregarded the presence of others around him and drew a kunai, lunging fiercely at the smiling Hinata Yulong. Seeing this, the expressions of all the Hinata clan members transformed completely. If the two were allowed to inflict serious harm upon each other, everyone present would undoubtedly face consequences. After all, to witness clan members engage in mutual destruction without intervening is a grave taboo in any family. As the foremost members of the Hyuga clan prepared to intervene and halt the two individuals, a figure suddenly materialized before them, extending a hand to block their path. All the Hyuga present were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected appearance. In that fleeting moment of shock, the frenzied Hinata Miryuu surged forward, closing in on the ever-smiling Hinata Jiraiya. Die, you worthless wretch. With fury etched across his face, Miryuu brandished his kunai and lunged at Jiraiya, who still wore a cheerful expression. Just as the sharp kunai seemed poised to strike, the once jovial Jiraiya revealed a chilling smirk. Worthless? I doubt you could even best a mere waste. With a tone laced with disdain, Jiraiya deftly sidestepped Miryuu's thrust. A glint of resolve flickered in his eyes as he seized Miryuu's wrist, holding the kunai, and with a swift motion, twisted it violently. Crack! Ah! The sharp sound of shattering bone coupled with a scream reverberated through the surroundings, causing the color to drain from the faces of all present. No one anticipated that the seemingly composed Jiraiya would resort to such brutality before so many clan members. This blatant act of retribution sparked a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in the eyes of several onlookers. While these members may not have directly participated in the humiliation of Jiraiya, their younger kin had undoubtedly been involved. Now, witnessing Jiraiya's ruthless and vengeful demeanor, their concerns and discontent began to brew. After all, humanity is inherently selfish. Everyone wishes for their children to be the aggressors rather than the victims. Casting a casual glance over the assembly, Jiraiya, having broken Miryuu's wrist, lifted his leg and forcefully kicked the still screaming Miryuu away. After executing this decisive action, Jiraiya straightened his demeanor and respectfully bowed to Hinata Hisashi, who had intervened to stop the others. Good afternoon, Lord Hisashi. Have you begun to refine your chakra? Hisashi, maintaining a stoic expression, inquired of the reverent Jiraiya before him. Indeed, Lord Hisashi, Jiraiya affirmed. When did this occur? Hisashi pressed. This morning, after I was once again assaulted by Miryuu and his companions. Jiraiya replied clearly. Why did you break Miryuu's wrist? Hisashi asked, taken aback by Jiraiya's response. Lord Hisashi, you must be aware that I have endured broken arms and legs at their hands. More importantly, Miryuu just attempted to kill me. Jiraiya articulated his reasoning with clarity in the face of Hisashi's inquiry. Lord Hisashi, this wretch dared to break my wrist. You must stand up for me. The deranged Miryuu, realizing Hisashi's unexpected presence, lamented desperately. Moonlit night. Lord Hisashi, uncertain of how the clan leader Hyuga Hisashi would address the situation. Hyuga Tsukiyakari could not help but feel a shadow of despair cross her visage. Take Hyuga HD to receive treatment. The expenses for his healing will be charged to the clan's account. Yes, Lord Hisashi. Originally, Tsukiyakari thought that Hyuga Hisashi would show favoritism towards Hyuga. But after a momentary pause, she responded with a face full of delight. Subsequently, casting a disdainful glance at the visibly distressed Hyuga, she utilized the body flicker technique to whisk away the still wailing Hyuga HD. Observing the departing Tsukiyakari, Hyuga Hisashi's expression towards Hyuga once again turned frigid. Hyuga, regardless of your reasoning, injuring a clan member is inexcusable. Now that you have begun your training, from tomorrow onward, you shall commence missions. The costs for Hyuga HD's treatment will be deducted from your future mission commissions. Yes, Lord Hisashi. Faced with Hisashi's apparent favoritism towards outsiders, Hyuga lowered his head and replied in a dejected tone. Such cowardice naturally drew a wave of scornful gazes. Yet, Amidst the mockery from numerous members of the Hyuga clan, none perceived the complex emotions that flickered in Hyuga Ri's eyes at that moment of submission: shock, incredulity, bitterness, regret, and ultimately, a sense of liberation upon acceptance. Ignoring the derisive stares from those around him, Hyuga Ri lifted his head once more, his countenance devoid of expression as he followed Hyuga Hisashi away. He had believed that with the demise of his previous life, all ties to past grievances had been severed. Little did he anticipate that in this foreign realm, he would find himself inhabiting a body that bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his former father-in-law. Such an astonishing reality stirred a ripple of emotion within the seemingly impassive Hyuga Ri, even igniting a flicker of anticipation. Aiden, is that truly you? Could it really be you? With a heart laden with apprehension, Hyuga Ri entered the dining area alongside Hyuga Hisashi. Hyuga Ri, you are utterly filthy. Are you deliberately trying to disgust us? Do not assume that we will feel sympathy for you, you worthless wretch. Your incompetence has turned our Hyuga clan into a laughingstock. If you think you can elicit our pity this way, you are sorely mistaken. Spark, do not waste your breath on such a waste. Casting a look of disdain at the clearly dazed Hyuga Ri, Hyuga Hisashi's wife, Hyuga Kayuki, consoled her youngest daughter, Hyuga Ka, while coldly commanding Hyuga Ri, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and serve us our meal. Be mindful of the filth on you. If it falls into our bowls, you will go without food today." "Yes, Lady Kayuki, I shall be careful." Snapping back from his dazed state, Hyuga Ri, filled with excitement, cautiously approached the rice station to serve Hyuga Hisashi and the others. "It's her. It is truly her. Indeed, our fates are not yet concluded. Aiden, in this lifetime, I shall no longer allow you to endure such injustices." As Hinata Ri longingly cradled the rice, he silently vowed within his heart. Yet, while Ri made this quiet oath, Hinata beside him hesitated, opening her mouth before ultimately deciding to refrain from speaking. She yearned to utter a few kind words in support of Ri. However, upon reflecting on the timid individual before her, who was to become her future husband, an irritable flame ignited within her. Overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, Hinata lowered her head, choosing to ignore the pitiful demeanor of Hinata Ri. Amidst this turmoil, Hinata Hayashi, who had entered the room alongside Ri, remained silent throughout. He allowed his wife, Hinata Hanayuki, and their youngest daughter, Hinata Hikari, to cast aspersions upon Ri. His sole focus was on observing Ri's expression for any signs of discontent. Should Ri dare to reveal dissatisfaction, he would not hesitate to utilize the authority of the main family to impart a lesson on the distinctions between the main and branch families. However, much to Hayashi's satisfaction, Ri continued to exhibit no signs of discontent, remaining as composed as ever. Chapter 4. Promises and Tasks. After an oppressive lunch, the couple, Hayashi and his wife, departed without so much as a glance at Ri. Although Hinata Hikari also stood to leave, she acknowledged Ri, which only deepened his bitterness. "Clean the place thoroughly. I do not wish to see any untidiness. Otherwise, I shall make you use your tongue to tidy it up. Why are you silent? Are you deaf? Or do you have an objection?" Noting Ri's silence, Hikari, who had prepared to leave, abruptly halted and questioned him with a harsh tone. "I will clean it properly." Recognizing that further refusal could provoke Hikari into unpredictable actions, Ri responded, his voice tinged with despondency. "I said, if you do not clean it well, you must lick it clean. Do you comprehend?" It seemed that only by humiliating Ri could Hikari suppress her inner fury, as she callously reiterated her demand. "I understand." Not wishing to clash with his resentful sister-in-law, Ri reluctantly acquiesced, his tone still laced with bitterness. "Humph, useless." With a disdainful huff and eyes brimming with loathing, Hikari finally turned to leave. Meanwhile, Hinata remained silent, observing the entire scene without uttering a word. It was only as she was departing that she cast a glance at Ri, filled with a mix of anger and disappointment, before turning away. As if attuned to Hinata's feelings of disillusionment, Ri, while tidying up, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, murmuring softly, "Hinata, please give me a little more time. I will change soon." Seemingly hearing his murmured words, Hinata, who had already stepped out of the room, paused momentarily before continuing on her way. Yet, as she departed, a complex expression crossed her face. With a tinge of anticipation mingled with an ineffable sense of distrust, Hinata Miryuu meticulously tidied the dining area before departing towards his quarters. Tomorrow heralded the commencement of a mission. In this perilous realm rife with threats, survival demanded an unwavering commitment to strengthen oneself at every available moment. Only through personal fortitude could he navigate the treacherous landscape and alleviate the burdens borne by a Tion. Reflecting upon his past life's abject cowardice, Hinata Miryuu vowed that in this incarnation he would not succumb to weakness. A resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes as he commenced practicing the combat techniques etched in his mind. After toiling relentlessly through the afternoon and into the night, enduring 2 waves of derisive mockery, Hinata Miryuu at last found a temporary reprieve, embarking on his inaugural mission. As a member of a familial team, he faced deliberate ostracism from his companions throughout the journey. Yet, the rookie Hinata Miryuu remained unfazed by such treatment. Being met with mere indifference rather than scorn from the Hinata clan felt like a stroke of fortune, considering his unpopularity within the family. Thus, the neglect he experienced from others was of little concern to him. He held steadfast in his belief that, with time, he would earn the recognition he deserved from this clan. Chapter 5. Hinata Miryuu's desperate counterattack. This mission, being one of reconnaissance, comprised Hinata Miryuu, a J-nin, and 2 other genin, who, despite their rank, were distinguished solely by the trivial tasks they had completed prior. After a week of silent travel, the quartet finally arrived at their designated mission site, near the borders of the Fire Country adjacent to the Land of Thunder. Konoha had received intelligence regarding a covert team of Cloud Village ninjas attempting to infiltrate Fire Country. Consequently, the reconnaissance expert by Luo's team was dispatched to ascertain the veracity of this information. Their singular objective was to locate the Cloud ninjas and uncover their intentions for breaching Fire Country's borders. Little did they know whether this was merely a trap or a miscalculation in the mission's execution. Upon nearing the mission site, before Luo could activate his Byakugan for reconnaissance, they were swiftly encircled by hidden ninjas from the Cloud Village. The countenance of Luo and his companions darkened at the sight of 2 full teams of Cloud ninjas. A mere glance revealed a grim reality. The encircling forces consisted of 2 J-nin and 6 CH-nin. Such an unfavorable situation could only be described as a matter of life and death. Perhaps compelled by the looming specter of mortality, the 2 genin of the Hinata clan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly erupted in agitation. Damn it! How could this happen? Wasn't it stated that only 1 team of Cloud ninjas was present? Why are there 2? It must be the misfortune brought by this wretch. How else could this be happening? Silence. Do not engage in infighting at this moment. Otherwise, we shall perish even more swiftly. Observing the uncontrolled emotions of his 2 subordinates, Captain Hinata Miryuu immediately reprimanded them. The so-called United Ninjas of Konoha are nothing more than this. A glance swept over the evidently distrustful Hinata Miryuu and Hinata Miryuu, as one of the Yun Ninja J-nin across from them couldn't help but mock with an amused expression. Indeed, they are merely a bunch of cowards. Amidst the taunts, the 2 Yun J-nin, wearing expressions of amusement, led the charge towards Hinata Miryuu and his companions. As the Yun ninjas drew closer, Hinata Miryuu resolved to take a gamble, abandoning his gaze on the others and focusing intently on the approaching Yun J-nin. Clearly, Hinata Miryuu's gamble paid off. Watching as the Yun J-nin suddenly altered direction and charged towards him, Hinata Miryuu, already tense with anticipation, immediately enacted the movements he had envisioned in his mind. He raised his right hand, striking with all his might towards the arm of the Yun J-nin. Following this, he executed an unhesitating kick aimed low, culminating in a deadly thrust with his left-hand kunai. Although Hinata Miryuu suffered a significant blow from the opponent's counterattack, the overconfident Yun J-nin was ultimately defeated by this lower-ranked ninja. This incredible scene unfolded in an instant as the 2 sides clashed. Gazing at his fallen comrade, the other Yun J-nin's eyes turned crimson with rage. "Lame, damn Konoha brat. I will tear you apart." Under the glare of blood-red eyes, that Yun J-nin abandoned his original target, Hinata Miryuu. In an instant, he transformed into a flash of lightning, surging towards the now victorious Hinata Miryuu. Meanwhile, Hinata Miryuu was held back by 4 nearby Yun Ch-nin, working in unison. Watching as the other Yun J-nin distanced himself, Hinata Miryuu, drenched in cold sweat, formulated a new plan. His still-functioning left hand swung vigorously, launching multiple shuriken towards the advancing Yun J-nin. In response to Hinata Miryuu's shuriken assault, the furious Yun J-nin sneered coldly, nonchalantly wielding his kunai in an attempt to deflect the projectiles aimed at him. This erroneous decision would swiftly lead to his demise. As the kunai was about to strike the shuriken he had thrown, Hinata Miryuu, having anticipated this moment, detonated several explosive tags attached to the shuriken. The moment the flames ignited, the previously fearsome expression on the Yunjie Nin's face transformed into one of sheer terror. He had no time to utilize the body flicker technique to evade, as the sudden explosion completely engulfed him. Simultaneously, as the explosive tags were triggered, Hinata Miryuu launched multiple kunai forcefully towards the site of the explosion. In the next instant, the violent detonation that had just ceased erupted once more. Such an unforeseen scene instantly left all present in sheer astonishment. As they gazed upon the slowly collapsing Hinata Miryuu, those who regained their senses immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, the already dazed Hinata Miryuu, as he fell, revealed a bittersweet smile. Is this how it ends? I am sorry. Ation. It seems I must break my promise. Thud. With such thoughts flashing through his mind, the expression of Hinata Miryuu, tinged with bitterness, faded into unconsciousness. Chapter 6. Acknowledgement. Shadow Clone acquired awakening from his stupor to the sound of the howling wind. Hinata Miryuu found himself in a state of bewilderment. Am I still alive? Indeed. Thanks to your desperate counterattack, we all survived. Halting his rapid motion, Hinata Miryuu gently laid Hinata Miryuu on the ground. Thank you, Hinata Miryuu. Furthermore, I apologize for my previous ungracious demeanor. Observing that Hinata Miryuu was now fully aware, Hinata Miryuu immediately bowed in apology. Had it not been for Hinata Miryuu's sudden surge of power, the four of them would surely have met their demise. I too. If there is ever a time when my assistance is needed, I, Hinata Ningchuan, shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Facing the astonished Hinata Miryuu, Hinata Ningchuan solemnly made his vow. Count me in for this promise. Looking at Hinata Miryuu, who seemed poised to speak yet hesitated, Hinata Miryuu chuckled lightly as he made his own assurance. What are you doing? Isn't it only natural for teammates to assist one another? Moreover, isn't helping you also a form of aiding myself? The fact that you did not abandon me is already more than enough. Observing the trio filled with apologies and promises, Hinata Miryuu, seated on the ground, could not help but adopt a serious expression. Hinata Miryuu is right. We are comrades. And furthermore, we are kin. Such sentiments are too formal. Staring at the sincere Hinata Miryuu, Hinata Miryuu, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure and chuckled once more with a sense of nonchalance. Thus, after a harrowing encounter with death, Hinata Miryuu found himself with a group of companions with whom he could speak freely for the first time. Safely returning to Konoha, the quartet first visited the Hokage Tower, recounting the events they had faced. Subsequently, they departed the Hokage Tower under the praise of the third Hokage, returning to the gathering place of the Hinata clan. During this process, the valiant Hinata Miryuu was awarded a jutsu by the third Hokage, the Shadow Clone technique. This particular technique was precisely what Hinata Miryuu desperately needed at this juncture. After all, the land of the cultivation space required someone to tend to it. His own shadow clones were perfectly suited for the task. As he stepped back into the Hinata clan south gathering place, Hinata Miryuu noticed that the surrounding clansmen were whispering amongst themselves. Especially upon his arrival, the mocking glances directed at him exceeded anything he had experienced before, leaving Hinata Miryuu feeling particularly uneasy. For some reason, he felt an unsettling sensation that something unpleasant had transpired during his absence. With a sense of unease and apprehension, Hinata Miryuu quickened his pace, nearly colliding with Hinata Takuma, who had just emerged from around the corner. Hinata Miryuu, you pathetic waste. Haha, have you become a cripple? Upon noticing Goryu's visibly injured right arm, Hinata Takuma, who had initially been somewhat irate, immediately sneered. Even if I were truly a waste, I could still handle you. Without even sparing a glance at the taunting Takuma, Goryu sidestepped him and prepared to leave. Hinata Goryu, are you trying to sneak away, you useless fool? Observing Goryu's determined stride, Hinata Miryuu, whose injuries had already healed, felt a surge of rage. Without needing any signal from Takuma, Miryuu charged at Goryu's back, filled with vengeful intent. Today, I will avenge the grudge of my severed hand. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as Miryuu lunged at Goryu's unscathed left shoulder with a kunai, his malicious intent unmistakable. Unfortunately, from the moment Goryu acquired the space for cultivating crops, he had already sealed Miryuu's fate. I told you, you are even less than a waste. As he uttered these words with a calm demeanor, Goryu effortlessly evaded Hidamu's surprise attack. Witnessing the transformation of Hidamu's expression from ferocity to astonishment, then to disbelief, Goryu's eyes gleamed with a cold light. "It seems I must teach you a lesson once more." Observing the terror that dawned upon Hidamu's face due to his words, Goryu unhesitatingly chose to snap Hidamu's wrist again. The sharp crack of the broken wrist instantly left all members of the Hinata clan around them in stunned silence. The same calm demeanor, the same location. This eerily familiar scene caused all present to momentarily lose their senses. By the time they regained their composure, Goryu had already turned the corner and vanished from sight. Chapter 7. Hinata Goryu conceals himself. Shadow Clone delivers medicine, seizing the opportunity while others were momentarily paralyzed by his actions. Hinata Goryu swiftly rounded the corner. He immediately took advantage of a visual blind spot to conjure a solid Shadow Clone. Upon its successful creation, he promptly sent it into his crop cultivation space. Just before escaping from Takuma and his group, he had gleaned the details of the situation from their triumphant chatter. It turned out that during his mission, Hinata Hisashi, the patriarch of the Hinata clan, had been gravely injured by an unidentified ninja. Due to the peculiar nature of his injuries, even the Konoha hospital could only manage to keep Hisashi alive in a precarious state. Seizing this opportunity, a certain elder of the Hinata clan, Hinata Chisa, had threatened Hisashi with a special healing medicine, coercing him to marry his daughter, Hinata, to his grandson, Hinata Takuma. Just moments ago, the arrogant Hinata Takuma, accompanied by a throng of supporters, made his way to the residence of Hinata Hayashi to exert pressure. Recalling the slanderous words that had just escaped his lips, Hinata Ryulong, suppressing the fury that boiled within, could not help but reveal a smile laced with murderous intent. Once he healed his father-in-law, Hinata Hayashi, how audacious would those ruffians still be? With swift steps, Hinata Ryulong approached Hinata Hayashi's abode, a plan already forming in his mind. Gazing at the visibly angered faces of Hinata Haniwe and her daughter, Hinata, whose eyes were red from recent tears, a flicker of barely concealed malice and rage flashed in Hinata Ryulong's eyes. "You worthless fool! Even in your crippled state, what do you return for? Do you wish to further disgrace us?" Hinata Haniwe, unable to contain her wrath at the sight of Hinata Ryulong, lashed out with her words. Seeing her mother's outburst, Hinata Hikari, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with equal fervor. "It's all because of you, you harbinger of misfortune. Ever since you became my sister's fiancé, our family has become a laughingstock. You should leave immediately. We do not wish to lay eyes on you. You good-for-nothing harbinger of misfortune." In the midst of their furious accusations, Hinata Hikari stepped forward, launching a soft fist that sent Hinata Ryulong crashing to the ground. As he lay there, bleeding, the enraged Hinata Hikari was far from finished, advancing once more to continue her assault on the fallen Hinata Ryulong. Just as Hinata Bailuo, who had rushed over, was about to intervene, Hinata Ryulong, realizing he could no longer delay, summoned his shadow clone from the vegetable-growing space to stage a performance. Suddenly, the space beside Hinata Ryulong distorted, and a tall figure materialized from nothingness. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from this newcomer, Hinata Hikari, who had intended to attack, immediately displayed a look of caution and halted her advance. "Who are you? Why have you appeared in the heart of our Hinata clan?" she questioned, her voice laced with suspicion. In truth, the sudden appearance of Hinata Ryulong's shadow clone had also aroused a sense of wariness among the others present. After all, the manner of this stranger's arrival was exceedingly bizarre. To enhance the realism of this act, Hinata Ryulong, lying beneath the shadow clone, adopted a defensive posture. Seemingly aware of Hinata Ryulong's vigilance, the mysterious figure, disguised as the shadow clone, suddenly spoke, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Hell, why so tense? With my abilities, if I harbored any hostility, could you really defend against it?" His playful laughter conveyed an air of invincibility and contempt for everyone present. Although the onlookers simmered with rage, they found themselves compelled to remain silent, for the mysterious figure's demeanor suggested an unsettling truth. After all, the suddenness of his appearance had been utterly unforeseen. Had he not revealed himself, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a figure lurking in the shadows. As everyone fell silent, captivated by their words, the shadow clone, relieved, spoke again with a teasing tone. "I have recently developed a new product, healing peas. Once consumed, they can instantly mend any injury. At this point, The shadow clone, masquerading as a mysterious figure, revealed the healing peas in his hand, casting a playful glance at Hinata Miryuu, who lay beneath him. What do you think? Young man, you seem quite injured. Would you like to be my guinea pig? I would be willing to be your guinea pig, but I have one stipulation. After a moment of struggling hesitation, Hinata Miryuu finally voiced his request, having remained silent for a brief period. Oh, do tell. The mysterious figure, seemingly taken aback by Gyuren's demand, paused momentarily. I want 2 healing peas. Upon hearing Gyuren's request, the shadow clone, disguised as the mysterious figure, fell into silence, deliberately creating a tense atmosphere. What do you take me for? A benefactor? I merely need a guinea pig. Without you, I can find others for my healing pea experiment. Faced with the mocking words, Hinata Miryuu, resolute in his decision, stared defiantly at the figure, remaining silent. Just when everyone anticipated that the mysterious figure would be enraged and depart, his tone unexpectedly shifted, and he chuckled appreciatively. What an interesting little fellow. Since you insist on 2 healing peas, I shall grant your wish. After all, I am in a good mood today. With a wave of his hand, the single healing pea transformed into 2. Before Gyuren could express his joy, the mysterious figure suddenly let out a strange laugh and released his grip. The healing peas, once held in his hand, slipped from the air and plummeted toward the ground. Simultaneously, as all attention was drawn to the falling peas, the shadow clone, still in disguise, chuckled once more and vanished back into the gardening space. Hee, little one, what will you do now? Chapter 8. Hinata by Luo's reminder and speculation. Gazing at the rapidly descending healing peas, Hinata Miryuu disregarded the taunts embedded in the mysterious figure's words. Enduring the pain from his injuries, he unhesitatingly lunged for the peas that were about to hit the ground. With remarkable effort, he successfully caught the 2 healing peas. A smile of delight spread across his face as he disregarded the astonished gazes around him. Without hesitation, he popped one of the healing peas into his mouth. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The previously lethargic Hinata Miryuu transformed at a visible pace, radiating vitality. His right arm, once bound and immobile, was now free to stretch and move as he tore through the bandages with a kunai. Upon witnessing this scene, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with anticipation, fixated on the healing pea held by Hinata Miryuu, for they all understood that possessing this healing pea was tantamount to gaining a second life. Hikari, quickly, give it to Lord Hinatsuki. Under the scrutiny of all, Hinata Miryuu, without a moment's hesitation, extended the precious healing pea towards Hinata Hikari, who stood a short distance away. Stop. Do not give the healing pea to her. Hinata Miryuu, you worthless fool. Did you not hear my words? The sight of their almost captured prize slipping away drove Hinata Takuma, standing not far behind Miryuu, into a frenzy. Ignoring the protests of others, he drew a kunai and lunged it towards Miryuu's back. Alas, how could the ever-vigilant Hinata Miryuu be unprepared for such an assault? Anticipating the attack, he swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick that sent Takuma flying. You self-righteous imbecile. Even the utterly inept Hinata Hitaru is stronger than you. Bang. You. Takuma spat blood in a fit of rage, overwhelmed with fury and fainting in the process. Hinata Miryuu, how dare you injure the grandson of Elder Chisa? Do not seek justifications for your treacherous intentions. Without a glance towards the encroaching Hinata Tsukiyo, Miryuu pressed the healing pea into Hikari's hands. Quickly, have the clan leader consume this. The Chisa faction harbors ill intentions. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Noticing Hikari's conflicted expression, Miryuu lowered his voice to an almost inaudible whisper. Do not presume that your actions will alter my perception of you. His gaze swept over the restrained Hinata Tsukiyo. Hikari, clutching the healing pea, turned and made her way towards her father. True to its reputation, the healing pea from the spatial realm worked wonders. The previously gravely injured Hinata Hinatsuki soon regained his strength after consuming it. Observing Hinatsuki's rapid recovery, those with malicious intents found their expressions darkening. I am fine now. Yuro and Miryuu shall remain. The rest may depart. Hinata Hinatsuki's gaze swept across the assembly, issuing the dismissal with an emotionless demeanor. Yes, clan leader. The others, responding with respectful tones, promptly took their leave. Once the crowd had dispersed, Hinatsuki finally inquired about the details of Miryuu and his companion's recent mission. Upon learning of their ambush and near failure to return, he coldly admonished them before issuing another dismissal. Only after the two had turned to leave did a frigid expression emerge on Hinatsuki's face. Yuryu, what are your plans moving forward? After exiting Hinatsuki's residence, the usually silent Hinata Miryuu suddenly spoke before parting ways. Training and awaiting the next mission. In response to Hinata Miryuu's inquiry, Hinata Miryuu shrugged and provided his answer. Your performance in this mission was quite remarkable. I suspect that Lord Hokage will soon assign you to the Umbu. Why do you say that? Hinata Miryuu was taken aback by Hinata Miryuu's statement, arching an eyebrow in surprise. Just as within the Hinata clan, Konoha village also possesses its own factions. Every faction in Konoha seeks to recruit promising newcomers into its ranks. With that said, Hinata Miryuu chose to turn away and leave. Be cautious of Elder Danzo's route. They are a group that will go to any lengths to achieve their goals. Thank you. I will. After a moment of silence watching Hinata Miryuu's retreating figure, Hinata Miryuu quickly expressed his gratitude. In response to his thanks, Hinata Miryuu, now far off, waved his hand nonchalantly. Chapter 9. Unexpected Outcomes. Ascension to Chunin. Upon returning to his residence, Hinata Miryuu noticed that his room had evidently been tidied up. A delicate figure flashed through his mind, prompting a smile to grace his face. Ation, trust me. I will not let you suffer for long. With a tone of unwavering determination, Hinata Miryuu entered his gardening space. What is this? The moment he stepped into the gardening space, his gaze was immediately captivated by a few strawberry plants. The strawberry seeds are coated with the blood of that cloud ninja. I suspect consuming them will activate your lightning affinity. Observing Hinata Miryuu's astonishment, his shadow clone chuckled and explained. The blood of that cloud village Jonin? How is that possible? It has been several days. Wait, could it be? You might have already guessed. The blood on the kunai remains in an active state. As he beheld the astonishment on his original's face, the shadow clone handed over the kunai, stained with the blood of the cloud ninja, to Hinata Miryuu. To think that an accidental act that day would yield such a delightful surprise. Gazing at the bloodied kunai before him, a glimmer of joy flickered in Hinata Miryuu's eyes. Any thoughts can wait for later. The immediate priority is to continue enhancing your strength. As his gaze swept over the ripe strawberries, the shadow clone reminded his original. Then I shall begin. Nodding in understanding, Hinata Miryuu promptly settled into a meditative position and began to consume the strawberries before him. Eating strawberries to refine chakra, Hinata Miryuu's cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Witnessing this scene, the shadow clone smiled slightly, continuing to plant new strawberries with the blood. Only after the blood on the kunai was completely cleaned did the diligent shadow clone finally cease its activities. However, the efforts of the shadow clone were not in vain. After consuming all the strawberries, Hinata Miryuu's cultivation soared to the level of Chunin. As his strength increased, the gardening space began to expand once more. When the expansion finally ceased, the dimensions of the gardening space had expanded tenfold once more. Suppressing his excitement, Hinata Miryuu's gaze was immediately drawn to the upgraded gift pack before him. With a mere thought, he opened it, and once again, excitement shone in his eyes. The Bloodline Enhancement Seed. Consuming the mature fruit can elevate one's bloodline concentration. Faced with this extraordinary seed, Hinata Miryuu unhesitatingly buried it in the soil. After completing this task, he began to lavish it with a copious amount of spiritual water. His singular purpose was to hasten the seed's transformation into a genuine fruit. Hinata Miryuu's efforts were not in vain. Under the generous watering of spiritual water, the seed, recently buried, began to sprout immediately. Subsequently, it entered a frenzied growth phase. Remarkably, within a mere half hour, the seed before him completed its journey from planting to maturity. The fragrance of the fruit wafted through the air, and an intense longing surged from the depths of his bloodline into Hinata Miryuu's consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively consumed the freshly ripened fruit. In an instant, a powerful force coursed through Hinata Miryuu's entire being, ultimately converging in his eyes. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure erupted from his gaze, causing a slight distortion in the surrounding space. Although this formidable pressure lasted but a fleeting moment, it left Hinata Miryuu utterly astonished. If he could master that pressure, it would undoubtedly become his ultimate weapon. Regaining his composure, Hinata Miryuu began to reminisce about the sensation of that pressure surging forth. After considerable effort, he astonishingly succeeded in replicating the release of that pressure. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes, and feeling somewhat mentally fatigued, he summoned his thoughts and exited the gardening space. Upon emerging, He was taken aback to find that night had fallen outside. Rubbing his now empty stomach with a wry smile, Hinata Miryuu made his way toward the kitchen. Chapter 10. The anger and confusion of Hikari as he hurried to the kitchen. Hinata Miryuu was stunned to discover that Hikari and Hinata were already waiting there. Gazing at Hikari's furious expression, a bitter smile crossed his face. He knew that trouble was imminent. Sure enough, upon seeing Hinata Miryuu, Hikari, who had been seething with suppressed frustration, wasted no time in reprimanding him. Why are you only arriving now? Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? Do you think your performance today was commendable enough to forget who you are? I'm sorry, but there won't be a next time. What do you mean there won't be a next time? Hinata Miryuu, is that your attitude? It seems you truly, Hikari. Let's go? If we delay any longer, father and the others will become anxious. Gazing at the increasingly harsh words exchanged, I looked around to see more and more of my clan members gathering. Hinata beside me tugged at my sleeve, attempting to halt my escalating tirade. Humph. I shall settle this score with you later. Come here and fetch the food box. If you dare spill the broth, you will clean it up, bit by bit. Do you understand? Casting a glance at the food box on the ground, I, Hinata Hanabi, unable to contain my frustration, spoke again. Understood. Aware that uttering anything else would only provoke my ire, Hinata Miryuu chose to concede. This unwillingness to resist elicited laughter from the surrounding Hyuga clan members. Although, under my furious gaze, several who had laughed quickly stifled their amusement. Yet, once the three of us had walked away, those who had held back their laughter erupted into uncontrollable giggles. This outcome, inevitably, deepened my displeasure, as I was keenly aware of my pride. Hurriedly returning to the dining area, I could no longer restrain my anger. Slap. It is all your fault, you useless fool. How else could we have become a laughingstock to others? Turning swiftly, I delivered a stinging slap to Hinata Miryuu, my voice raised in fury. Seemingly unsatisfied with a single slap, I lifted my hand once more. Observing Hinata Miryuu's impassive demeanor as he endured my wrath, Hinata Hisashi furrowed his brow in concern. Hanabi. Enough. Father. I was taken aback by my father's intervention, disbelief etched across my face. I said enough. Without glancing at my astonished expression, Hisashi, kneeling, spoke again. Miryuu. Retrieve the dinner from the food box. Yes, Lord Hisashi. Respectfully responding, Hinata Miryuu, having endured my slap, bypassed me and approached the dining table not far away. With steady hands, he served all the dishes, and at Hisashi's signal, we all began to eat. Throughout this process, my simmering anger remained, and I occasionally shot glares at Hinata Miryuu. Had my father not intervened, I might have been unable to resist further humiliating him. After a subdued meal, I observed as Hinata Miryuu began clearing the table. Hisashi spoke once more. Miryuu. Yes, Lord Hisashi. Halting his cleaning, Hinata Miryuu stood respectfully at attention. The Hokage wishes for you to train in his direct umbu for a time. What are your thoughts? Gazing at the expressionless Hinata Miryuu, Hisashi inquired in a calm tone. I shall defer entirely to Lord Hisashi's arrangements. Without hesitation, Hinata Miryuu responded to Hisashi's inquiry. Excellent. In that case, you shall meet with the Hokage tomorrow. Pausing momentarily, Hisashi continued. Remember, before Lord Hokage, we must absolutely uphold the esteemed reputation of the Hyuga clan. Rest assured, Lord Hisashi, I shall strive tirelessly to preserve the honor of the Hyuga clan. Very well. Nodding in satisfaction, Hisashi Hyuga unexpectedly uttered words that took those present by surprise. You need not concern yourself with the meal. Rest early. We cannot delay our meeting with Lord Hokage. Yes, Lord Hisashi. After bowing respectfully once more, Hyuga exited the dining room, leaving behind the incredulous gaze of Hinata Hanabi, and made his way to his residence. The hour was still early. He planned to return and practice all that he had recently mastered. Chapter 11. The Umbu member, Kurayuki, upon arriving at the Hokage building once more, Hyuga displayed no semblance of subservience on his countenance. Ignoring the astonished glances from the side, he strode directly towards the Hokage's office. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, was already engrossed in work within his office. Just as furrowed his brow, uncertain whether to disturb the busy man, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked up. Come in. Upon hearing the invitation, promptly entered the Hokage's office and greeted the third Hokage. Good morning, Lord Hokage. Good morning. After carefully scrutinizing Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. I trust that clan leader Hisashi has informed you of my purpose in summoning you? Do you have any questions? None at all. I will adhere to your arrangements, Lord Hokage. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's routine inquiry, Ri answered decisively. Quite straightforward. Kuroyuki. Yes, Lord Hokage. At the call of Sarutobi Hiruzen, an Umbu ninja who had been concealed in the shadows instantly appeared beside Ri. Not a flicker of surprise crossed Ri's face at this sudden manifestation. Such composure elicited another nod of approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been observing Ri's demeanor. Kuroyuki, take Ri and escort him to the Umbu for reporting. Also, brief him on the matters concerning the Umbu. Understood, Lord Hokage. Ri, if you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with Kuroyuki. He will provide answers to any questions you may have. Casting a glance at the Umbu stepping forward with a hand sign, Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully advised Ri. Yes, Lord Hokage. As he acknowledged the Hokage while bowing, Ri followed the Umbu as they departed. Throughout their journey, the Umbu remained silent, his movements swift as he hastened onwards. In what seemed like a test of Ri's abilities, the leading Umbu accelerated further, seemingly indifferent to whether Ri could keep pace. Faced with such an unabashed trial, and unwilling to reveal his current prowess, Ri activated his Byakugan. Utilizing the abilities granted by his Byakugan, he continued to follow the path laid before him. After a brief moment, utilizing the formidable tracking abilities of the Byakugan, Hyuga Ri succeeded in catching up to the Umbu operative. However, it was evident that the adversary was dissatisfied with Ri's current performance. Upon being pursued, the opponent chose to retaliate immediately against him. Sensing the overwhelming aura of lethal intent approaching, Ri opted to employ the body replacement technique on the spot. Observing his substitute wooden figure severed in two, the real Hyuga Ri reappeared, swiftly drawing a kunai and thrusting it backward. With a resounding clash, the kunai collided with the enemy's ninja blade. The Umbu member, Kuroyuki, who had materialized behind Ri using the body flicker technique, was instantly forced to retreat. Noticing that the opponent had no intention of relenting, Ri sheathed his kunai and spoke in a calm tone. Isn't it time to end your test, senpai? Do not forget, I am merely a newcomer. Yet, this newcomer had single-handedly defeated 2 Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village. In response to Ri's reproach, Kuroyuki, concealed behind the mask of the Umbu, remarked on his achievements. You merely capitalized on their overconfidence. Should those 2 be revived for another bout, it would undoubtedly be I who perishes. Faced with Kuroyuki's insinuation, Ri maintained his composure and expressed his perspective. Perhaps, after a meaningful glance at Ri, Kuroyuki returned to his original position. Welcome to the Umbu. Remember the hand seals I used to open the barrier. Also, you should choose a code name for your identity in the Umbu. Without glancing at Ri, who was now approaching, Kuroyuki began forming seals to activate the hidden barrier while reminding him. Understood. Observing the changes in the hand seals keenly, Ri nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the 2 fell silent and proceeded through the now open barrier into the depths of the Umbu's base. Chapter 12. The Weeping Wood of Hyuga Firedo. Upon exiting the Umbu base once more, Hyuga Ri had completed the registration process for his Umbu identity. As a newcomer, he was directly assigned to Kuroyuki, who had guided him into the base. Thus, on his very first day as an Umbu member, Ri encountered a mission to protect the Hokage. After a composed day and night of guarding, he returned to the Hyuga clan's gathering place. He promptly visited the residence of Hyuga Hisashi to report on his experiences since joining the Umbu. After listening to Ri's account, Hisashi fell into a brief silence before gesturing for Ri to return and rest. After respectfully bowing, Ri exited the room and made his way back to his own quarters. Having gone without sleep for an entire day and night, he was utterly exhausted. Ignoring the derisive glances along the way, Ri collapsed into bed upon returning to his residence. When he awoke again, his stomach had begun to protest once more. With a wry smile, Ri rubbed his belly and ultimately decided against searching the kitchen for food. With a mere thought, he entered his personal gardening space. Immediately, Hinata Miryuu summoned a shadow clone to assist him in cultivating strawberries. The blood used during the planting process originated from Hinata Miryuu himself, as he possessed no other source of blood at that moment. Thus, in a rather unfortunate turn of events, he resorted to this self-harming method of cultivation. While this tactic may appear comical, it proved to be remarkably effective. By consuming a copious amount of strawberries, Hinata Miryuu not only satisfied his hunger, but also stabilized the enhancement of his bloodline concentration, solidifying his newfound strength. Not long ago, he had been incapable of even extracting chakra, yet he had now ascended to the ranks of elite Chunin. Noticing that dinner was still a considerable time away, Hinata Yulong decided to hone his combat skills. Although he had fortuitously defeated two Jounin, it was largely due to their carelessness and loss of composure. Should his adversaries cease to underestimate his abilities and confront him directly, or even attempt a covert ambush, his inherent weaknesses would be glaringly apparent. Thus, in a bid to extend his lifespan, Hinata Yulong devoted himself tirelessly to practice. As night fell, he finally ceased training and returned indoors for a brief shower before heading to the kitchen to collect his dinner. However, not everyone was pleased with his punctual arrival. Upon seeing Hinata Yulong on time, Hinata Dijian, who had been waiting nearby, promptly surrounded him with his companions. Hinata Yulong, ever since you learned to extract chakra, you seem rather full of yourself. You are no match for Hinata Hodamu, so step aside and avoid becoming a laughingstock. In response to Hinata Dijian's provocation, Hinata Yulong, who had been shaped by countless sharp tongues in his previous life, retorted with a subtle mockery. His sarcasm clearly struck a chord, as the previously smirking Hinata Dijian's expression darkened instantly. Equally affected was Hinata Hodamu, who stood beside Dijian. Hinata Hodamu felt on the verge of tears at Hinata Yulong's disdainful remarks. You can disdain Dijian all you want, but why must you always drag me into it? What am I supposed to say? That you are foolish? That Dijian is superior to me? He remained silent, allowing the petty Hinata Dijian to harbor resentment toward him. Faced with this inextricable situation, Hinata Hodamu struggled to hold back his tears, feeling utterly bullied. Chapter 13. The brilliance of Hinata Yulong. Hinata Hodamu was on the brink of tears. Hinata Dijian, who had been directly mocked by Hinata Yulong, was nearly beside himself with rage. This method of humiliation, akin to being ground into the dirt, was something Dijian had experienced before. For him, there could be no greater insult than this form of derision. With a cold glance at Hinata Hodamu, he simmered in frustration. Once again, Hinata Noriyuki glanced at Hinata Takuma and promptly decided to call for action. Attack. If I am harmed, I shall take responsibility. The venomous words had scarcely left his lips when Hinata Noriyuki, ever vigilant, swiftly lunged at his opponent. Seizing the fleeting moment of proximity, he executed two fundamental ninjutsu techniques in quick succession. By employing the body replacement technique, he swapped places with his adversary, simultaneously casting the transformation technique on both himself and Hinata Takuma. Thus, unbeknownst to anyone present, Hinata Noriyuki not only exchanged positions with Hinata Takuma, but also transformed into him, while he himself assumed the guise of his opponent. Without granting the others a moment to react, Hinata Noriyuki, mimicking Hinata Takuma's usual demeanor, retreated while vociferously inciting the others. Everyone join in. Let us bruise that insufferable face. Absolutely. I've longed to take action. Indeed, that face is utterly detestable. Enthusiastically agreeing. Several individuals disregarded the genuine Hinata Takuma's attempts at explanation and charged forward to engage in the fray. This scene, however, was fortuitously witnessed by the arriving Hinata sisters. This is outrageous. How can Hinata Takuma and the others behave this way? Are we not kin? Observing the unrelenting cries of agony ahead, the gentle Hinata Hanabi could not help but purse her lips. In stark contrast to her sister's concern and confusion, Hinata Hanabi's focus was decidedly different. That useless Hinata Noriyuki, even if he has begun to train, continues to bring shame upon our clan. Why does such a waste of space not perish in his missions? Hanabi, what do you mean by that? Sister, if I were you, I would have protested to father long ago. How can we entrust our future to such a failure? In response to her sister Hinata's attempts to intervene, the strong-willed Hanabi scolded her with visible dissatisfaction. Just as Hanabi reprimanded her sister with a displeased expression, Hinata Hikari, sensing something amiss in the cries, urgently called for a halt. Wait, that voice does not belong to Hinata Noriyuki. Everyone stop. Hinata Hikari, what do you mean by that? Do you question my orders? Or perhaps you truly believe yourself superior to me? As Hinata Hikari sought to unveil the truth, Hinata Noriyuki, standing nearby and stifling laughter, imitated Hinata Takuma's tone to confront him. His impeccable mimicry compelled those who had been prepared to cease their actions to intensify their efforts. After all, their previous hesitation could incite Hinata Takuma's ire. Consequently, to avert such a scenario, they unanimously increased their force. It was only when the anguished cries of Hinata Noriyuki grew increasingly distorted that the assailants finally recognized something was amiss. With faces paling rapidly, they came to an abrupt halt, their expressions reflecting the stark realization of their grave error. On the ground lay not Hinata Miryuu, but rather Hinata Takuma, the very person who had incited their attack. Turning to another Hinata Takuma nearby, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers instantly transformed into ones of bewilderment and uncertainty. In their eagerness to please Hinata Takuma, they had certainly put forth considerable effort. Alas, how unfortunate! Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Hinata Miryuu dispelled his transformation, while simultaneously taking the opportunity to mock those who had attacked, gazing at the furious and shocked faces of Hinata Doku and the others, and then at the barely conscious Hinata Takuma sprawled on the ground, alongside the coldly smiling Hinata Miryuu. The previously confused onlookers now wore expressions of utter astonishment. Such a plot twist was simply beyond belief. Chapter 14. Continue to toy with Hinata Miryuu. Do you think you can have the last laugh? Your actions will only lead to an even more severe beating for yourself. Observing the derisive expression of Hinata Miryuu, Hinata Doku, drenched in cold sweat, bellowed fiercely at him. This fierce reprimand instantly reminded the previously pale-faced individuals, igniting a flash of anger in their eyes as they realized they had been played by Hinata Miryuu. They immediately surged forward once more, attempting to pounce on the still mocking Hinata Miryuu. However, before they could lift their feet, they were frozen in place by Hinata Miryuu's words. Thinking of coming again? If you do, I cannot promise to take on any specific form. You, despicable Hinata Miryuu. You are a disgrace to the Hinata clan. Glaring at the smirking Hinata Miryuu, the halted individuals could not help but angrily denounce him. Yet, this shameless tirade only served to amuse the derisively smiling Hinata Miryuu. Despicable? A disgrace? Are you speaking of yourselves? Not only do you seek to bully me with your numbers, but you cannot even distinguish the most basic of transformation techniques. You are the true disgrace to our Hinata clan. Pausing momentarily in his furious speech, Hinata Miryuu chose to continue. A group that can only unite to bully their own. Are you all hyenas in the forest? Bastard. Everyone, attack. We must shatter that mouth of his today. Indeed. How dare he insult us like this? We cannot let him off so easily. Faced with Hinata Miryuu's unbridled mockery, the others, who had initially hesitated, now wore furious expressions, rushing irrationally towards Hinata Miryuu. Observing the rage on their faces, a cold smile reappeared on Hinata Miryuu's countenance. In the next moment, he employed the same trick once more, executing his substitution technique while simultaneously activating his transformation technique. Confronted by an additional Hinata Doku in the fray, one of the individuals, after a brief moment of astonishment, took the lead and charged at the two Hinata Dokus. Don't worry about which one is real. Just attack. Indeed, just attack. If there is blame, let it fall on that bastard Hinata Miryuu for not choosing someone else, but you. As someone took the lead, the others, regardless of any underlying issues, immediately followed suit and began to act. Although two members of the Hinata clan, Hinata Dumu, displayed expressions of shock and anger, longing to clarify the situation, the one who initiated the confrontation showed no inclination to grant them that chance. With swift and decisive strikes, he silenced both Hinata Dumu, effectively preventing them from speaking. In response to the fierce glares directed at him, a fleeting glimmer of derision flickered in the lead assailant's eyes. This momentary mockery, though brief, caught the attention of Hinata Tsukiyo, who had been observing from the sidelines. A look of suspicion crossed her face as she activated her Byakugan. Halt. Currently, Hinata Moku has been transformed by Hinata Gori. Realizing her suspicions were indeed correct, Hinata Tsukiyo swiftly intervened to stop the brawlers. As her gaze swept over to Hinata Tsukiyo, Hinata Gori, fully aware that his disguise had been penetrated, seized the opportunity while others were momentarily stunned and swiftly incapacitated the aggressors. Having executed his actions, Hinata Gori paid no heed to the groans of Hinata Dumu and the others sprawled on the ground. He simply stepped over them and proceeded toward the kitchen not far away. Chapter 15. Unveiling Brilliance, shedding the name of waste Hinata Gori. You are exceedingly arrogant. How could you injure so many of our clansmen? Do you not hold any regard for decorum? Observing Hinata Gori, who turned away without a glance, Hinata Tsukiyo's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. He believed that Hinata Gori's actions were a deliberate affront to him. Unfortunately, his attempt to voice his grievances was merely a self-inflicted wound. Decorum? The decorum dictates that they may strike me while I must passively endure the blows without retaliation. Stopping in his tracks toward the kitchen, Hinata Gori slightly turned his head and retorted with a mocking tone. You do not twist the facts, regardless of your reasons. The injuries sustained by so many are your fault. Surprised that Hinata Gori dared to counter him, Hinata Tsukiyo's voice rose in exasperation. However, this misguided outburst only led to further humiliation. As soon as Hinata Tsukiyo's voice faded, Hinata Gori, now facing him, burst into laughter. Oh, they inflicted injuries upon their own comrades, and yet you want to lay the blame at my feet? Or perhaps you believe that injuries only count against me. Hinata Gori, do not persist in your unreasonable arguments. In any instance of brawling, regardless of who is injured, I will step forth to reprimand the opposing side. Noticing the amused expressions of the other clansmen, the desperate Hinata Tsukiyo quickly attempted to defend himself. Unfortunately, such foolish justifications only resulted in even greater humiliation. Oh, is that so? Yet I distinctly recall you standing by, relishing the spectacle. Did I misjudge Hinata Gori? What I beheld moments ago was not you at all, but rather a mere dog. Hinata Gori, you seek death. The intention was to seize the opportunity to accuse Hinata Gori. Yet what was ultimately met was this profound humiliation. Overwhelmed by rage, Hinata Tsukiyo chose to confront Hinata Gori directly. This impulsive action caused the other members of the Hinata clan, who were initially prepared to remain spectators, to display sudden alarm on their faces. Cease this, Hinata Tsukiyo. Have you lost your mind? Hinata Tsukiyo, stop at once. Do not act recklessly. Faced with Hinata Tsukiyo, who had clearly lost all rationality, the others present were instantly anxious. Should they allow Hinata Tsukiyo to strike Hinata Gori, it was highly probable that in his frenzied state, he could inadvertently commit murder. Such an outcome would undoubtedly render the entire Hinata clan a laughingstock once more among the people of Konoha. Contemplating such a fate, those who rushed to impede Hinata Tsukiyo exhibited expressions of both fury and urgency. Regrettably, it was evident that it was too late to intervene. In his quest to vent his pent-up fury, Hinata Tsukiyo employed the body flicker technique. Using its power, he instantly appeared before Hinata Gori. Die, you worthless fool. Uttering these venomous words, Hinata Tsukiyo, now in proximity to Hinata Gori, channeled chakra into his palm and aimed a strike at Hinata Gori's forehead. Clearly, his singular aim was to eliminate Hinata Gori in one fell swoop, denying anyone the chance to rescue him. Unfortunately, Hinata Tsukiyo was rather naive in his assumptions. Before his malicious words could fully escape his lips, the calm and composed Hinata Gori effortlessly deflected the descending palm aimed at him. Humph, you incessantly call me worthless. Yet here you are, dancing to my tune. It is utterly ludicrous that you dare to utter such terms. As he mocked his opponent, Hinata Gori, having successfully deflected Hinata Tsukiyo's attack, made his move once more. With a decisive step forward, he closed the distance to Hinata Tsukiyo and unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at his chest. Although Hinata Gori concealed his true prowess by employing only the chakra level of a genin, he nonetheless inflicted grievous harm upon the unsuspecting Hinata Tsukiyo. As they witnessed the astonished and enraged Hinata Tsukiyo, who was now spewing blood and hurtling backward, the previously anxious onlookers were rendered speechless. How could this be? Tsukiyo is a special jonin. He has merely just begun to master chakra. How could he possibly achieve such a feat? A genius awakened? While such an occurrence might suggest that Tsukiyo had underestimated his opponent, Hinata Gori's performance was undeniably astonishing. The title of worthless seemed no longer fitting. Although the chakra he had just employed was merely at the level of a genin, through the tactic of concentrating all his strikes upon a single point, he had forcibly shattered Tsukiyo's chakra defenses. This individual, he is undoubtedly a genius. How could this be? Is this truly the useless Hinata Gori? How could he possibly be so formidable? Gazing at Hinata Gori, who wore a disdainful expression as he turned back towards the kitchen, Hinata Hikari stood frozen in place. Hikari, Brother Goryu has indeed grown stronger. Observing her elder sister Hinata's flushed cheeks and excitement, Hikari couldn't help but twitch her lips. Chapter 16, Urgent Mission. Departing the village when Hinata Goryu emerged from the kitchen once more, the once mocking gazes had transformed entirely. Some wore complex expressions, others were filled with emotion, while some openly displayed hostility and wariness. Yet, Hinata Goryu, oblivious to it all, strode directly towards the Hinata sisters, who still stood a short distance away. Ah, Hikari, little sister, let us depart. Lord Hinata and Lady Hanayuki must be waiting anxiously. Yes. As she beheld the seemingly familiar Hinata Miryuu, the sisters exhibited contrasting behavior. The typically timid Hinata lowered her head, her cheeks aflame as she softly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Hikari, known for her strong disposition, paused in silence for a moment before an unfamiliar feeling stirred within her. It seemed that this brother-in-law, who was carefree in front of others, remained timid before them. With this peculiar sensation, the trio traversed in silence to their usual dining area. No further mishaps occurred. The group quietly finished their meal, and Lord Hinata once more gestured for Hinata Miryuu to retire early for the night. He expressed that in the future, dedicated servants would retrieve the meal boxes from the kitchen. As for Hinata Miryuu, he was simply to dine in the designated area. Such a significant change naturally filled Hinata Miryuu with joy. After all, it signified that the most crucial matters were progressing favorably. After bidding farewell to Lord Hinata and the others, Hinata Miryuu returned to his quarters and resumed his training. Although the events of the evening were quite satisfying, they also indicated that a part of his strength had been exposed. His objective was to become even stronger before others could unveil all of his current capabilities. After practicing until he was drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, Hinata Miryuu lay on the ground for a considerable time to rest. Eventually, he rose to take a shower and returned to his usual sleeping quarters. Upon awakening again, the dawn had already begun to break outside. Recalling his current identity within the Umbu, Hinata Miryuu dared not delay. He promptly departed from the Hinata clan's gathering place, heading towards the Umbu's base. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Hinata Miryuu quickly discovered that he was the last to arrive. Under the gaze of the others, he nonchalantly approached them. "What are we doing today?" "An urgent mission. We'll discuss it on the way." In response to Hinata Miryuu's inquiry, the leader, Kurayuki, answered in an icy tone as he stepped outside. Without waiting for Hinata Miryuu's reaction, Kurayuki quickened his pace. With a swift exit from the Hidden Leaf Village, Hyuga remained silent about the nature of their mission. This situation immediately alerted Hinata Miryuu, who realized that this task was likely shrouded in secrecy. Subsequently, he ceased to ponder over the mission and focused intently on keeping pace with the others. Thus, the group hurried relentlessly throughout the morning until they finally paused at noon. Please scan the surroundings for any anomalies. The rest of you, take a moment to rest and replenish your energy." "Understood," came the synchronized response. The other two members of the team promptly settled down to hydrate and consume their rations. Meanwhile, Hinata Miryuu, who had been specifically called upon, activated his Byakugan to conduct a thorough inspection of the area. Only after confirming that there were no irregularities did he retract his Byakugan. He signaled to Hyuga that the vicinity was secure and then began to replenish his own energy, mimicking the actions of his teammates. Throughout this process, Hyuga, the team leader, quietly observed Miryuu. "I initially thought you might struggle. It seems my concerns were unfounded." Gazing at the seated Miryuu, Hyuga finally spoke up. "It would be quite disgraceful to become a burden before the mission has even commenced." In response to Hyuga's remark, Miryuu replied in a calm tone. "This mission involves a rescue operation. We are tasked with assisting a comrade whose identity has been compromised. Therefore, along our journey, we may encounter pursuers at any moment and engage in combat. Could you elaborate on who these pursuers might be? It would be beneficial to prepare ourselves mentally." In a tranquil voice, Miryuu revealed words that astonished the others. "They are likely from the Hidden Cloud Village's assassination unit." Although he stated likely, the certainty in Hyuga's tone instantly conveyed understanding to Miryuu. Does the captain have knowledge of them? They are adept in lightning-style ninjutsu and taijutsu, proficient in swordsmanship, and their movements are generally swift. In response to Miryuu's probing inquiry, Hyuga provided a definitive answer. "Is that so?" Upon hearing Hyuga's explanation, Miryuu, now seeming contemplative, lowered his head into deep thought. His demeanor once again sparked surprise among the other three members of the team. Chapter 17. Hinata Miryuu may be a trap specialist. After a brief respite, the quartet resumed their journey towards the Land of Lightning. As they neared their destination, Hyuga, as the leader, began to remind everyone to remain vigilant and signaled to Miryuu, who possessed the Byakugan, to constantly monitor the situation ahead. This was to prevent them from inadvertently falling into traps laid by their adversaries. Miryuu's combat aptitude soon became evident. As he noticed the sudden appearance of fleeing individuals and their pursuers within his reconnaissance range, he promptly called out to his companions, "Halt! A target has been detected. How far away are they?" Gazing at Hinata Miryuu, who had called for a halt, Black Snow, as the captain, immediately inquired. Judging by their current pace, they would reach our location in no more than a minute. As Black Snow posed his question, Hinata Miryuu did not pause. He began to set traps on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Black Snow and his companions, after a brief moment of astonishment, endeavored to join in the trap-setting efforts. Regrettably, after observing for a considerable time, they remained utterly perplexed about how to assist Hinata Miryuu in his intricate arrangements. This predicament left the trio, who prided themselves on their extensive experience, feeling quite embarrassed. Most importantly, as Hinata Miryuu's traps became increasingly sophisticated, the three onlookers began to feel a chill run down their spines, cold sweat trickling down their backs. How ruthless! I find myself worrying for those pursuers. I share your sentiment. Captain, please conceal yourselves. They shall arrive in 10 seconds. As he alerted Black Snow and his companions, Hinata Miryuu, having completed his trap setup, swiftly concealed himself. Observing this, Black Snow and his companions exchanged glances and promptly chose nearby spots to hide. The traps that induced such dread in them were indeed terrifying. As the fleeing individuals crossed the central area of the traps, Hinata Miryuu, concealed in the shadows, immediately activated his carefully laid snares. In an instant, a multitude of stones, interspersed with a considerable number of shurikens, were unleashed toward the pursuers who had been hot on the heels of the fleeing ones. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the relentless pursuers instinctively opted to evade the attack. After all, the barrage was overwhelming. Whether attempting to defend themselves or employing ninjutsu to intercept, neither option proved advantageous. To remain stationary would surely result in being riddled with projectiles, and utilizing ninjutsu to counter was simply too late. Thus, driven by their innate combat instincts, all pursuers chose to employ body flicker technique to vacate the area. However, this very action led them directly into the clutches of Hinata Miryuu's other traps. For when he set the initial traps, Hinata Miryuu had anticipated the landing points of any would-be evaders. Consequently, he had concealed explosive tags at all potential landing spots. This was precisely why Black Snow and his companions were drenched in cold sweat upon realizing the implications after considering their own positions. If they had been the ones to step into those traps, it would have undoubtedly spelled their doom. This notion swiftly manifested in the plight of the pursuers. As four of them executed the body flicker technique, Hinata Miryuu, still lurking in the shadows, triggered all the explosive tags he had set. The next moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Accompanying the cacophony of blasts were the anguished cries of the pursuers, followed by a renewed chorus of slicing sounds. Whoosh, 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 ah, ah, ah. With the activation of the third wave of traps, the previously stilled cries erupted once more. Subsequently, silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the sole survivor of the escape stood bewildered in place, mouth agape in sheer disbelief. Moments later, as the smoke from the explosive talisman dissipated, the lifeless bodies of four pursuers were revealed within the trap area. Emerging from the shadows with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Hyuga quickly reined in his emotions and approached the fleeing survivor. We shall traverse the path together from here on. We will part ways once we reach the outskirts of Konoha. I understand. I appreciate your assistance. This is our mission. After transferring the responsibility to the mission target, Hyuga then turned his gaze towards Hinata Miryuu, only to find that Yulong had already summoned a shadow clone to search the corpses. Hey, don't act recklessly. The bodies may still bear traps. Relax. At worst, I'll just lose a shadow clone. After expending so many explosive talismans and shurikens, I must recoup some of my losses. Without looking back, Hinata Miryuu dismissively waved his hand, uttering a statement that left the other four with twitching lips. Did he set up that trap? One of the fleeing survivors quietly inquired, gazing at Hinata Miryuu's turned back. Indeed, Hyuga replied, his lips twitching again, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Could this fellow truly be a trap expert? How terrifying. To think that four elite jonin were so easily dispatched. It is utterly astounding. Upon hearing Hyuga's affirmation, the survivor couldn't help but express his heartfelt astonishment. This sentiment, of course, only caused more twitching from Hyuga and his companions. They shared the same thoughts, yet such admissions were far too embarrassing to vocalize. Chapter 18. Shimura Danzo's entrance. Upon their successful return to Konoha, Hyuga and his companions promptly parted ways with the informant and entered the village ahead of schedule. They made their way directly to the Hokage's office to report on the circumstances and outcomes of the mission. Upon learning that the 4 elite jonin from the village hidden in the clouds had been completely annihilated by Hinata Yulong's traps, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment. Fortunately, his composure was sufficient to prevent any display of indiscretion. In a jubilant mood, he praised Hyuga and his companions. But just as he prepared to offer further commendation to Hinata Yulong, the sudden opening of the door interrupted his words. Danzo, what brings you here? Has something significant occurred? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave at the sight of the abrupt intruder, Shimura Danzo. Humph. The Jinchuriki has been so easily incited that he attempted to steal the sealing book from the Hokage's office. Is this not a matter of gravity? Hiruzen, you are far too lenient with the Jinchuriki. I believe you should heed my advice and hand him over to me, so that I may keep a watchful eye on him, lest he be further influenced by nefarious individuals and commit irreparable acts. Danzo concluded with a fierce stomp of his cane to reinforce his stance. Regrettably, such notions were nothing more than wishful thinking. Thus, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with an outright rejection from the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, this matter is non-negotiable. Furthermore, you are not to mention it again. Humph. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. With another cold huff, Shimura Danzo turned and departed. However, for some reason, Hyuga Yuryu felt as though Danzo had deliberately cast a glance at him before leaving. He did not believe this was merely an illusion. Consequently, he could not shake the sense of vigilance that arose towards this elder he had just encountered. His instincts would prove correct. No sooner had he bid farewell to the others and embarked on his solitary departure than he encountered a member of Root who had long been waiting. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. At this, the Root member turned on his heel and walked away, seemingly unconcerned that Yuryu might refuse the request. Alas, this confidence would soon be shattered by Yuryu's subsequent actions. Without so much as a glance at the other, Yuryu continued along his original path. This unexpected behavior left the Root member momentarily stunned, before his expression soured. You have quite the audacity to disregard Lord Danzo's orders. He stepped in front of Yuryu, drawing his kunai with a clear thread in the air. Unfortunately, Yuryu, intent on leaving, was unimpressed by such intimidation. Humph, trying to scare me? Do you really think I would be afraid? After casting a disdainful look at the other, Yuryu intended to pass by him. This provocative act ignited the already drawn Root member's fury. Since you dare defy Lord Danzo's command, you shall perish. Filled with murderous intent, the Root member swung at Yuryu as he attempted to pass. However, such an attack was clearly insufficient to harm the prepared Yuryu. Just as the kunai was about to strike him, Yuryu executed a swift kick, propelling himself forward and striking the assailant with greater speed. As he watched the Root member fly backward, narrowly missing him, a look of disdain returned to Yuryu's face. With such sluggish movements, do you truly believe you could harm me? How overconfident! He taunted, observing the shocked and infuriated Root member from a distance. Chapter 19. The Fury and Caution of Shimura Danzo. You arrogant fool. Do not get too pleased with yourself. I will make you aware of the consequences of your hubris. As he roared in anger, the Root member began to form hand seals to unleash a jutsu against Yuryu. Such reckless behavior sparked a glimmer of murderous intent in Yuryu's eyes. Noticing bystanders beginning to point and whisper about the escalating situation, Danzo revealed himself from his hiding place, determined to keep things from spiraling out of control. Stand down, Joma. Yes, Lord Danzo. Faced with the intervention of Shimura Danzo, the initially furious Nakama Murakami abruptly halted his actions. Observing the compliant and uncomplaining Murakami before him, Hinata Ri's eyes narrowed sharply. Hinata Ri, you seem to harbor a certain prejudice against me. Slowly approaching from behind, Shimura Danzo spoke with an emotionless tone. Prejudice is hardly the case. I merely wish to avoid any misunderstanding by Lord Hokage. Turning to face Danzo, Hinata Ri's voice resonated with an unwavering confidence. How about joining my route? I can assist you in escaping the confines of the Hinata clan. Aware that such unrealistic propositions bore no fruit, Danzo unveiled his bargaining chip directly. Regrettably, upon hearing this offer, Hinata Ri could not help but laugh. I must admit, Lord Danzo, the conditions you present are indeed quite tempting. Gazing at Danzo, who had now revealed a smile, Hinata Ri continued with words that darkened Danzo's expression. Alas, I have never contemplated escaping from the confines of a caged bird. The notion of a caged bird is a deep-seated anguish within every branch member of the Hinata clan. I do not believe you are an exception. As his expression turned icy, Danzo mockingly retorted with a palpable murderous intent. However, such derision merely served as a conduit for Danzo's own discontent. Whether others suffer or not is beyond my concern, for I have never contemplated betraying the Hinata clan or the main family. The notion of a caged bird is of no consequence to me. Humph. Then let me personally test whether you possess the right to be indifferent. With a cold snort, an irate Danzo resolved to confront Hinata directly. Unfortunately, before he could act on his intentions, a single phrase from Hinata abruptly halted his movements. To engage in battle with a master like Lord Danzo is an honor for Hinata. I shall give it my all. Living up to the name of the Hinata clan's Byakugan. As he spoke, Hinata began to activate his Byakugan, prompting a noticeable change in Danzo's countenance. For he understood all too well that if Hinata truly activated his Byakugan, the secrets he harbored would be at significant risk of exposure, a risk Danzo was utterly unwilling to face. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Danzo let out a cold snort and vanished using the body flicker technique. Humph. Hinata, I will remember you. If you change your mind, I shall welcome you to seek me out. Seek you out? Humph. How could that ever be? With a disdainful mutter to himself, Hinata returned and made his way towards the gathering place of the Hinata clan. With the theft of the scrolls having transpired, the invasion of Orochimaru into Konoha was surely not far off. He must seize every fleeting moment to grow stronger in preparation for the impending conflict. Furthermore, his captain, Kurayuki, or rather, Hatake Kakashi, would be departing from the Umbu. The future arrangements for the small team, to which one belongs, shall remain a mystery for the time being. In anticipation of the potential troubles that may arise, Hinata decided to further enhance his strength. Chapter 20. Hinata position upon returning to the gathering place of the Hinata clan. Hinata first visited the residence of Hinata Hayashi. After briefly mentioning Shimura Danzo's attempts to recruit him, he returned to his own abode. However, he refrained from disclosing the conditions under which Danzo sought his allegiance, for he understood that some matters carry a different weight when articulated by oneself rather than by others. Calmly returning to his quarters, unexpectedly encountered Hinata, who was tidying his room. Ah, Kun. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of Hinata, Hinata immediately dropped the broom, her expression betraying a mix of shyness and unease. Thank you. Gently taking Hinata's hand, expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a tender voice. It's nothing. The room was covered in dust while you were away. Though Hinata did not elaborate further, grasped her underlying sentiment. Recognizing that continuing this line of conversation held little significance, he promptly shifted to another topic. Congratulations on your graduation from the Ninja Academy. Thank you. At words of congratulations, Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, accentuating her delicate charm. Struggling to suppress the urge to kiss her, took hold of Hinata's hand and sat down in the room. With no one else to interrupt them, he had much to discuss with her. Forgetting everything aside from Hinata, held her hand and engaged in conversation for the entire morning, until the impatient Hanabi arrived to seek him out. The two, amidst Hanabi's peculiar gaze, then proceeded to their dining area for lunch. During the meal, it was evident that Hinata Hayashi was already aware of the entirety of Shimura Danzo's attempts to recruit Hinata. Thus, when made his appearance, a satisfied expression immediately graced Hayashi's face. After finishing their meal in a tranquil atmosphere, Hinata was drawn away by her sister Hanabi for practice. Who had yet to depart, was invited to sit nearby and observe. Watching Hinata, a graduate, struggle against her sister Hanabi, who was clearly her superior, a look of concern crossed Hayashi's face. What is your opinion on their practice? Observing the two sisters who had ceased their sparring, Hayashi inquired with a cold tone. Lord Hayashi, given that it is a sisterly practice, such an outcome was predetermined from the outset. Unfazed by Hayashi's changing demeanor, respectfully provided his answer. Oh, do elaborate. I am quite intrigued by your response. Though he claimed interest, Hayashi's indifferent tone indicated otherwise. My younger sister possesses an aggressive nature. In the eyes of the younger sister, all that exists is the offense. Yet, Ateon is different. Her disposition leans towards defense, and thus she harbors a disinclination for aggression, preferring instead to fortify her defenses. Coupled with her constant anxiety about potentially harming her sister, this only exacerbates her already precarious situation. The inevitability of defeat was apparent from the very beginning. Oh, while Hinata fears injuring Hikari, does Hikari not fear injuring Hinata in return? Although Hinata Yuryu's response was refreshing to Hinata Hayashi, it only fueled his desire to further challenge him. However, this challenge did not faze Hinata Yuryu in the slightest. With a smile directed at the visibly irked Hikari, Hinata Yuryu uttered another thought-provoking statement. Those with an offensive disposition will focus solely on their objectives until they are achieved. Minor injuries are trivial matters. Observing Hikari, who was puffing her cheeks in frustration, Hinata Yuryu smiled before continuing. If it were Aetion in this situation, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with guilt and tears after injuring her sister. Despite the inquisitive tone of his words, a profound certainty was etched across Hinata Yuryu's face. Do you believe Hinata's personality is still suitable for a ninja? Upon hearing such a question from his father, Hinata, who had previously lowered her head in embarrassment due to Yuryu's words, suddenly turned pale. This swift change in her demeanor struck a chord in Hinata Yuryu's heart, causing him a moment of pain. Of course, it is suitable. The duties of a ninja are not confined to mere offense. Reconnaissance, medical assistance, and protection are equally vital. Turning to his companion, Hinata Hayashi, Hinata Yuryu's expression grew serious. Throughout the history of the ninja world, intelligence has always been one of the most crucial elements in conflicts. Medical ninjas represent a key force capable of turning the tide when our fire country faces assaults from other great nations. Gazing at the trio, now rendered speechless by his words, Hinata Yuryu concluded with conviction, "It is not for any other reason, but because we possess medical ninjas. More of us survive on the battlefield. Yuryu, you have truly changed. You have become self-assured and remarkably assertive." Witnessing the eloquent Hinata Yuryu, Hinata Hayashi, who seemed to grasp something profound, couldn't help but exclaim. Regardless of how Yuryu evolves, he remains a member of the Hinata clan. He is your son-in-law. He is Aetion's fiancé. In response to Hinata Hayashi's sentiments, Hinata Yuryu unequivocally asserted his stance. Chapter 21. Hinata Tsukiyo's self-inflicted hardship finally gaining the approval of his father-in-law. Hinata Yuryu sighed in relief. Upon returning to his residence, he commenced the enhancement of his abilities. The blood of 4 elite ninjas from the Cloud Village not only propelled Hinata Yuryu's strength closer to that of a Jonin, but also led to the complete awakening of his lightning affinity. Although he had yet to master lightning techniques, he was certain that day would not be far off. Observing the twilight sky, Hinata Yuryu recalled the gathering he was to attend with Kakashi and the others later that evening. He swiftly took a refreshing shower, donned casual attire, and ventured towards the meeting place of the Hinata clan. "Stop. Where do you think you're going at this hour, Hinata Yuryu? What business is it of yours where I go?" he retorted, turning slightly to glance back at the speaker with an amused expression. "Humph. Sneaking out at such a late hour, I suspect you have nefarious intentions against the Hinata clan." Hinata Tsukiyo, having intercepted Yuryu, quickly rallied the others to encircle him. "Heh. If you seek revenge, just admit it. There's no one else around. Why pretend?" Yuryu teased, unfazed by the encirclement. "Humph. Do you think that by saying this, we will let you off? Everyone, seize this traitor and hand him over to Elder Chisaka for judgment." A glimmer of hatred flashed in Tsukiyo's eyes as he vehemently denied Yuryu's accusations and charged at him. As Yuryu found his movement space increasingly restricted, a smug smile crept across the faces of Tsukiyo and his companions. Alas, this smugness had not even a second to settle before it was abruptly frozen. With a powerful push from his feet, Yuryu barreled toward Hinata Rinkai, who was merely a chunin. Such an unorthodox approach stunned the assailants momentarily. In that fleeting instant of distraction, Yuryu collided forcefully with Rinkai, eliciting a pained scream from him. The once dazed Tsukiyo and his group quickly regained their composure, but by then, it was too late to re-establish their encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Yuryu sealed all of Rinkai's chakra points, rendering him incapacitated. Without granting Tsukiyo and the others a chance to retaliate, Yuryu wielded the immobilized Rinkai as a makeshift weapon, striking at the others with fervor. Caught off guard and hindered by their hesitation, they quickly succumbed, collapsing to the ground in agony. Having accomplished his task, Yuryu strolled leisurely towards his intended destination, humming a light tune. As he observed the distance growing between himself and the defeated group, coupled with the curious glances of passers-by, Tsukiyo and his companions bore expressions of despair. They had intended to exploit their numerical advantage to overwhelm him, yet had fallen victim to Yuryu's clever ploy, rendered foolish in front of so many witnesses. Realizing that their predicament stemmed from Tsukiyo's instigation, the remaining members cast resentful glances at him. Chapter 22. The first encounter with my guy in a cheerful mood. Miryuu arrived at the designated meeting place, where he quickly noticed. In the small team, Tianzong and Ming, who had arrived at the designated location ahead of time to meet with Rixiang Yulong. Hello. I trust you two seniors have not been kept waiting? As he waved to them, Rixiang Yulong casually inquired. If you truly feel guilty, you can take the initiative to treat everyone tonight. Ming, who, known for his humorous demeanor, promptly jested in response. Unfortunately, the teasing expression on his face barely lasted 10 seconds before it was shattered by Yulong's next statement, leaving him drenched in sweat. Senior Ming, whose suggestion is quite commendable. In that case, I shall find an unfortunate soul to rob. Rob. Hey, Yulong, don't be reckless. Robbing will land you in prison. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Ming, who inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding rising within him. Rest assured, Senior Ming, who, when I commit the robbery, I will take on your appearance. That way, I shall be safe. Safe? What nonsense is this? You may be safe, but I will be the unfortunate one. If you don't want to treat us, why concoct such a sinister plan to trap me? Realizing the absurdity of Yulong's earnestness, Ming, whose irritation flared up. Observing this exchange, Tianzong couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, the long-awaited Kakashi finally made his entrance. Oh, you three are already here. Did I arrive late? Not at all. As long as you, Captain, are treating, this matter is inconsequential. The trio harmoniously chimed upon Kakashi's arrival. However, Kakashi, not one to be easily swayed, promptly rejected their request without hesitation. I refuse your unreasonable demands. Tonight's gathering must be a treat from you. On what grounds? Precisely. On what grounds? Simply because I am your captain. Captain, please put away your shamelessness. I too refuse this unreasonable request from my senior. Amidst their playful banter, a man clad in a green jumpsuit with a peculiar hairstyle suddenly appeared. Hey Kakashi, since you're treating, why not include your eternal rival and friend? Guy, when did you return? Kakashi's face displayed surprise at the sudden appearance of Mike Guy. I just got back. Without hesitation, Mike Guy answered his friend's inquiry. However, this straightforward response left Rixiang Yulong and the others with a sense of disbelief. You just got back. How was I supposed to invite you to dinner before this? After a brief twitch of his lips, Kakashi asked with a languid tone. Regrettably, Mike Guy, oblivious to the peculiarity in Kakashi's tone, chose to disregard it entirely. Such matters are of no consequence. What matters is that you bring me along to eat now. On what grounds? Simply because our youth continues to burn bright. As he spoke, Mike Guy raised his thumb and displayed his radiant smile. A gesture so unconventional that it caused all present to twitch their lips in disbelief, except for the youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Chapter 23. A debate on destiny. Hey, Kakashi, why do you remain silent? Has your youth ceased to burn brightly? Noticing Kakashi's quiet demeanor and the twitch at the corner of his eye, Mike Guy promptly patted Kakashi on the shoulder and inquired. Burning youth? Why must it come at my expense? Kakashi replied in a languid tone after another twitch of his lips. That is not the crux of the matter. If you find your funds insufficient, I can share the expenses for tonight. Nara, Tenten, Lee, come forth and meet my dear friend and eternal rival, Hatake Kakashi. With this, Mike Guy shifted his attention towards Kakashi and began to introduce Neji, Hyuga, and the others. This is the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Neji Hyuga. This is Tenten, and this is my most cherished student, Lee. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Rock Lee. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing his name mentioned by his teacher, Lee immediately straightened his posture and bowed solemnly. Hello everyone. I am Tenten. My family runs a weapons shop not far from here. Should you require ninja tools, feel free to visit us. Just mention my name, and discounts will surely be offered. As Lee concluded his introduction, Tenten, ever the astute businesswoman, seized the opportunity to promote her family's shop. This display not only caught the attention of Tianzong and the others, but also prompted them to assure her of their patronage. Following the exchanges, their gazes shifted towards Neji Hyuga, as it was customary for him to introduce himself next, given that the other two had already done so. Regrettably, the proud prodigy seemed disinclined to offer any self-introduction. Instead, his gaze fell upon the ever-smiling and silent Yuru Hyuga among them. Yuru Hyuga, what is this? Are you surprised? Fully comprehending the sentiments of the moment, Yuru Hyuga couldn't help but respond with a hint of amusement. You seem transformed. Gone is the former timidity and helplessness. Now you even have a circle of jonin friends. Neji, oblivious to the nuances of polite discourse, bluntly expressed his thoughts. Such unvarnished candor immediately cast a pall over the other attendees. Neji, how can you speak so of your clan member? I find that utterly excessive. Neji, you must apologize to him. Your youth should not embody such sentiments. Apologize to a worthless individual? I cannot bring myself to do so. In response to his comrade's admonitions, Neji retorted with even harsher words. Such remarks further darkened the expressions of Might Guy and the others, while Kakashi and his companions wore bemused looks. Useless. Contemplating the remarkable skill of setting traps exhibited by Hinata Miryuu sent a chill down Kakashi and the others' spines. If such a Hinata Miryuu could be deemed a failure, then it would seem that very few in the entire ninja world could escape the label of ineptitude. As these thoughts crossed their minds, the gathered crowd turned their gazes toward Hinata Miryuu, eager to witness his reaction to such humiliation. Neji, do you know what is most crucial for a ninja? Gazing at Neji, whose demeanor was tinged with disdain, Hinata Miryuu's countenance remained devoid of anger. Humph. Naturally, it is talent. Just like you and I, a failure will never surpass a genius. Such is fate. This truth shall never change. In response to Hinata Miryuu's inquiry, a look of inexplicable mockery surfaced on Neji's face. Such disheartening rhetoric caused most of those present to furrow their brows. Neji, just as Might Guy, their teacher, was about to speak, Hinata Miryuu, who had shown no sign of anger, interjected. The thoughts one harbors give rise to differing answers. If I were the examiner and you were the candidate, your answer would be utterly unsatisfactory. Huh? What do you mean? Neji, realizing the implication, clenched his teeth and demanded clarification. What do you mean? In my view, the true answer is information. Information is paramount for a ninja. If the intelligence is flawed or the mission objective is entirely absent, it could prove perilous. One might even lose their life. Observing the fury igniting in Neji's eyes, Hinata Miryuu paused momentarily before continuing. The fate of the deceased is uniformly the same. They are all dead. Hence, I assert that information is of utmost importance. I shall make you understand that talent reigns supreme. Fate, too, is inescapable. As Neji roared at Hinata Miryuu, he activated his Byakugan and lunged at him. Witnessing this scene, Might Guy and the others were instantly alarmed. Just as they prepared to intervene, Kakashi and his companions restrained them. Just watch. Kakashi merely shook his head at the anxious and bewildered expressions of Might Guy and the others. Before his words could fully resonate, the clash had already concluded. Gazing at Neji, whose face was a portrait of disbelief, Hinata Miryuu effortlessly released Neji's chakra points and simultaneously pushed him away. You have lost. How is that possible? Neji's complexion drained of color, leaving him pallid at the outcome. Thus, I reiterate, information is paramount. If I were your adversary, you would have had no chance of survival just now. In death, there is no fate to discuss. Observing Neji, who now wore a dazed expression, Hinata Miryuu articulated words that invigorated the spirits of all present. The concept of fate encompasses both predetermined fate and the fate that lies ahead. Still in a stupor, Neji murmured, questioning, predetermined fate? The fate that lies ahead. Indeed, the predetermined fate and the fate that lies ahead. What, then, constitutes predetermined fate? And what is the fate that awaits us? Finally emerging from a state of stupor, Neji's gaze regained its sharpness. The so-called predetermined fate refers to events that have already transpired. Such a fate is immutable. Thus, I designate it as predetermined fate. The fate that lies ahead, however, encompasses events yet to unfold. These may be altered by our own choices or influenced by others. Destiny is unchangeable. In response to Hinata Miryuu's assertions, Neji obstinately countered, no, destiny can indeed be altered. It hinges upon your attitude, as well as your effort and strength. What does it matter how hard you strive? You are but a member of the branch family. Can you erase the caged bird upon your forehead? Witnessing Hinata Miryuu's firm belief in the malleability of fate, an agitated Neji removed the forehead protector, revealing the caged bird that had been concealed beneath it. Chapter 24. The verdict of freedom, a caged bird, you say? Observing the impassioned Neji, Hinata Miryuu, feeling somewhat reflective, also removed his forehead protector, unveiling his own caged bird. Do you understand, Neji? Ultimately, a person's happiness is a matter of personal choice. As a ninja, when faced with an insurmountable crisis, would you prefer to die outright? Or would you rather have your eyes gouged out before being slain? In the face of such probing from Hinata Miryuu, Neji, who had been fervently animated, fell into silence. Instead, Tenten, standing nearby, defended her teammate Neji. What kind of question is that? By posing such an inquiry to Neji, the answer will inevitably align with your desires. Is that so? Yet this question is one we, the Hyuga clan, must genuinely confront. Noting Tenten's disbelieving expression, Hinata Miryuu's tone grew stern. As bearers of the bloodline limit, should we of the Hyuga clan lack the restraint of the caged bird, we would be targets for all manner of nefarious individuals. For without the caged bird's constraint, our bloodline limit would be the easiest to seize in the entire ninja world. One could simply gouge out our eyes. Gazing at Tenten and Neji, whose faces had turned pale, Hinata redirected his scrutiny back to Neji. Why do you harbor such disdain for the caged bird? You know, I know, and the entire Hyuga clan understands. If the branch family is imprisoned by the caged bird upon their foreheads, then the main family is confined by their own Byakugan. With the caged bird, the branch family is shielded from ill intentions. However, the main family, devoid of the caged bird, becomes prey for all who harbor malice. A moment's carelessness could lead to the fate of being ambushed and having one's eyes plucked out. You have focused solely on the loss of your father while neglecting the audacity of those who would go to great lengths for the Byakugan. Does the branch family lack freedom, while the main family truly possesses it? As he regarded Neji, who instinctively recoiled under his gaze, Hinata Miryuu's tone grew cold. The notion of freedom is but an illusion. Everything is merely a decision made by our ancestors out of necessity to preserve the family lineage. If one is truly dissatisfied with the current state of affairs, one ought to strive for self-improvement and seek out more refined solutions that ensure the continuation of the family legacy. If one cannot achieve this, then a bird in a cage is the best alternative. I need not offer any further justifications. You are an astute individual, yet blinded by hatred. Release the animosity within your heart and reflect carefully. Was Lord Hizashi's demise truly orchestrated by the main family? The sharpness of that rebuke pierced through Neji's tumultuous thoughts, plunging him back into the memories of his childhood, the admiration his father held for the main family, the helplessness of not being a member of that esteemed lineage, the rage and murderous intent directed at those who cast envious glances. Yet, it seemed he had never expressed hatred toward the main family. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Neji was jolted back to the present. The truth shall not remain buried forever, but it requires one to seek it out. Do not overthink. Let us first enjoy our meal. It is a rare occasion when someone treats us, and I intend to indulge heartily. Having said this, Hyuga Miryuu abandoned his serious demeanor and humorously patted his belly. This sudden shift in tone left the others present in a state of bewilderment. What happened to the promised seriousness? What about the life mentor? This unexpected transformation was utterly confounding. As they observed Miryuu patting his belly while heading toward the barbecue restaurant, the others silently raged within. Chapter 25. Tomorrow will be better. The alteration of fate often arises from the most unanticipated moments. Gazing at Hyuga Miryuu, who was animatedly conversing at the dining table, Neji found himself silently observing. This very Miryuu, once subjected to the whims of his kin for his inability to harness chakra, now appeared utterly transformed. The previous meekness and self-deprecation had vanished, replaced by a charming, confident demeanor radiating brilliance. Watching him speak with such eloquence, Neji could not help but question within himself, is fate truly immutable? After finishing their meal, Neji observed Kakashi, disheartened by his empty wallet, and caught a glimmer of cunning in Yuryu's eyes, prompting a silent chuckle from him. As for whether fate could indeed be altered, it seemed he had begun to form an answer. Exiting the barbecue restaurant and bidding farewell to the others, Neji chose to walk alongside Miryuu. As they strolled down the gradually quieting street, Neji, having remained silent for some time, decided to speak up. Why has your transformation been so profound? In moments of powerlessness, one encounters a greater share of misfortune, leading to uncertainty and fear. Casting a light-hearted glance at Neji, Yuryu's eyes reflected a deeper sentiment. However, once one acquires strength, those afflictions swiftly recede from the once unfortunate individual. One might say this constitutes a metamorphosis. It can be said that this is indeed the true essence of who I am. The concept of one's genuine self? Hinata Miryuu's explanation elicited a contemplative expression on Neji's face. Certainly, unfortunate circumstances can suppress a person's inherent nature. The true you is far more exceptional than you are now. More exceptional. Miryuu's words left Neji, who was deep in thought, momentarily stunned. Indeed, while hatred may drive a person to strive harder, it can also lead one to neglect introspection. Observing Neji's bewildered expression, Mirai promptly offered an analogy. For instance, if there is a wall ahead, a rational person would choose to circumvent it. However, one who harbors hatred might impulsively attempt to break through the wall instead. If it were merely an ordinary wall, such an approach might be inconsequential. But what if it were an indestructible wall? Noticing the dawning realization on Neji's face, Mirai continued with a smile. Thus, rationality can resolve many issues, while hatred often obscures one's judgment. Thank you. It seems I have come to understand certain matters. Since the passing of his father, Neji had not uttered the word thank you until now. We're family, no need for formality. Just reach out to me if you need anything. As long as it's not something malevolent, it's all trivial. In response to Neji's gratitude, Mirai waved his hand nonchalantly, making a rather magnanimous promise. This promise brightened Neji's expression, prompting him to make a request. May I invite you to practice with me tomorrow? Certainly. Tomorrow is a day off for me. With a casual shrug, Mirai once again uttered words that illuminated Neji's face. After discussing the time and place for their meeting, they bid farewell at the crossroads, each heading towards their respective homes. Gazing up at the brilliant night sky, Mirai felt an intuitive sense that the weather would be even more splendid the following day. Chapter 26. The story of practice. As dawn broke once more, after enjoying breakfast, Mirai spoke to Hinata Hisashi about Neji's situation. Upon learning that Neji had unraveled his inner turmoil and wished to practice with Mirai, a look of joy instantly appeared on Hisashi's face. Had Hinata been free to join her companions in meeting the leading jonin, Hisashi might have insisted that Mirai bring her along to the practice. Nevertheless, filled with excitement, Hisashi chose to observe the practice between Mirai and Neji from a distance. In doing so, Hisashi was astonished to discover an astonishing fact. Mirai, who had only recently learned to refine chakra, was, in fact, more formidable than Neji, renowned for his prodigious talent. One could even say his strength surpassed Neji's by a considerable margin. Such an incredible revelation left Hisashi, watching from afar, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Mike Guy exhibited a restless eagerness on his face. Hey Mirai, watching you and Neji practice has reignited the fire of my youth. How about a spar with me? A practice session with you, senior guy? As he gazed at the exuberant Mike Guy, Risei Hinata couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Hey, trust me, Risei. If you spar with me, your youth will burn even brighter. Fearing that Risei might decline, Mike reiterated his catchphrase. Since senior guy had extended an invitation, Risei decided to humbly seek guidance. Observing the eager expressions of those around him, Risei shrugged in resignation and agreed. Soon, he personally experienced the disparity between himself and an elite jonin. Even without employing the 8 gates, Mike's attacks made defense exceedingly arduous for Risei. This sense of helplessness elicited a bittersweet smile upon his face. However, while Risei struggled to withstand Mike's relentless onslaught, Neji and the others nearby couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. They were acutely aware of their instructor Mike Guy's formidable prowess. Yet, the fact that Risei, a peer, could endure such sustained attacks from Mike was nothing short of terrifying. As they watched Risei valiantly hold his ground, Tintin turned to Neji with a bemused expression, whispering, Hey, Neji, was your relative really unable to refine chakra before? Are you two truly the same age? A mischievous glint flashed in Tintin's eyes as she posed a rather pointed question. Do you think you could defeat him? Unfortunately, faced with Tintin's probing, Neji unhesitatingly responded, No. Oh, so straightforward? There's nothing straightforward about it. The truth is the truth. I simply cannot win. Ignoring Tintin's taunts, Neji reiterated his answer with unwavering resolve. Such an indifferent demeanor left a peculiar expression on Tintin's face, as if she felt an inexplicable disappointment at her inability to stir up trouble. However, while some remained unperturbed, others acted impulsively. Upon witnessing Risei finally call for a halt, Lee, who had been watching from the sidelines, excitedly dashed toward him. Risei, can we spar? I want to know the gap between myself and others my age. Sure, but I need to catch my breath first. Taken aback by Lee's challenge, Risei readily agreed. This prompted Tintin to helplessly facepalm, realizing that even Neji, the top rookie, acknowledged he was no match for Risei. What business did Lee have in this? Nevertheless, despite Tintin's skepticism, Mike wholeheartedly supported Lee's endeavor. Moreover, he implored Risei to give his all during this spar, for only by doing so could Lee truly comprehend the disparity between him and his peers. Confronted with Mike's earnest gaze and the twitching of his lips, Risei ultimately acquiesced. After a brief respite, the valiant Yulong, under the attentive gaze of Mike Kai, commenced his duel with Shaoli. Initially, Yulong remained in a defensive posture, allowing Shaoli to launch his attacks. However, within less than a minute of practice, a single remark from Mike Kai altered the course of their sparring. Yulong, you promised me. You must make Lee aware of the disparity between him and his peers. Take the initiative. Show him your strength and fervor. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. Shaoli, are you ready? Sighing with a hint of resignation, Yulong, recognizing that he could no longer afford to be lenient, inquired seriously of his opponent. Yes, I am always prepared. Yulong, you may unleash your full strength. All right. Since that is the case, I will not be modest any longer. With a deep breath, Yulong's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening with intent. The spectators, sensing the change in Yulong's spirit, immediately felt a surge of excitement. In the next moment, Yulong surged forward, denying Shaoli any chance for counterattack. He approached Shaoli with determination, striking with relentless force, overwhelming him completely. Observing Shaoli's futile attempts to resist, Ning Xi and Tian, who stood nearby, could not help but break into a cold sweat. As for Mike Kai, who had been cheering for Shaoli, he found himself at a loss to assist his pupil, who was now thoroughly dominated. Witnessing Shaoli being mercilessly pummeled, Mike Kai could not bear to see his student suffer any longer, ultimately intervening to halt what had become an unilaterally brutal practice session. Chapter 27. The unexpected joy that caught Yulong off guard once the sparring concluded. The unfortunate Shaoli had yet to visit the hospital to assess his injuries when Yulong, with a few persuasive words, transformed him into the host for their midday meal. Observing Shaoli's grateful demeanor after being so easily sold out by Yulong, the onlookers were left with expressions of disbelief. Even Hinata Hisashi, who had approached, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth upon witnessing the scene. Hisashi-sama. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing Hisashi, the once smug Yulong felt a wave of embarrassment and scratched his head awkwardly. You indeed. With a resigned shake of his head, Hisashi nodded at Mike Kai and the others before directing his attention to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, I wish to speak with you privately. Yes, Hisashi-sama. Although Ning Xi was uncertain of what his clan leader and uncle wished to discuss, he had come to terms with his situation and did not show any disdain towards his elder. Instead, he responded with utmost respect. Afterward, Hisashi nodded at the others and departed with Ning Xi. Watching the two leave in silence, Tian could not help but reveal a worried expression. Being well aware of the tensions between Ning Xi and the main family, she immediately cast a pleading glance towards Mike Kai for support. Teacher Kai, rest assured, everything will be just fine. Indeed, there is nothing to worry about. I surmise that after this meeting, Ningji's heart will be completely unburdened. Without a glance at the side, where Tian seemed eager to interject, Yulong confidently proclaimed. Such confidence naturally piqued Tian's curiosity and prompted further inquiries. Unfortunately, Yulong chose to remain silent, smiling without offering any explanations to the others. Yet, his predictions proved accurate. As Tian and the others anxiously awaited, Ningji reappeared, his smile undeniably more genuine. This astonishing scene only intensified Tian's intrigue. Regrettably, when faced with Tian's questions, Ningji responded in the same manner as Yulong, smiling and saying nothing. Such a vexing response left Tian feeling quite exasperated. Nonetheless, regardless of how impatient Tian became, Ningji, now unburdened, had no intention of explaining himself to anyone else. After a lively lunch, the group took a brief respite before resuming their training. Having learned from the morning's lessons, Ningji and the others dared not challenge Yulong to a duel again. Instead, at Mike Kai's suggestion, they formed a 3-on-1 team, Ningji, Tian, and Shaoli against Yulong. Yet, even in this overwhelming 3-to-1 scenario, they could not breach Yulong's defenses nor inflict even the slightest injury. Such a daunting outcome left Ningji and his companions gazing at Yulong with expressions that were fraught with unspoken emotions. In turn, Yulong felt a sense of discomfort under their intense scrutiny. After all, anyone would feel uneasy being observed so keenly by multiple individuals. They practiced relentlessly until dusk, and afterward, indulged in a hearty meal at a barbecue restaurant before returning home. Throughout the journey, the usually taciturn Ningji chattered animatedly, seemingly shedding the oppressive persona he once bore. Observing this boy, so different from the character in the original tale, Yulong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He believed he had altered Ningji's fate, preventing him from meeting a tragic end. As he quietly listened to Ningji's stories, Yulong occasionally interjected, ensuring that Ningji knew he was engaged and attentive. He analyzed the meanings behind Ningji's words and offered suggestions, finally reaching the point of parting ways. Ningji waved goodbye with a hint of reluctance before running off. With a slight shake of his head, Yulong prepared to turn away but was suddenly taken aback. Hinata Hayashi. Yulong, thank you for everything you've done for Ningji. Hinata Hayashi expressed warmly, noticing Yulong's stunned reaction. This unexpected gratitude left Yulong somewhat flabbergasted. Hayashi, there is no need for thanks. It was my duty to assist. I am pleased that you feel this way. Yulong replied, still in a state of surprise. With a nod of acknowledgement towards the taken aback Yulong, Hinata Hayashi turned and departed. I have heard that you have a task tomorrow. While you are out, please remember to prioritize your safety. Indeed, Master Hinata. Watching the figure of Hinata gradually recede into the distance, the emotions within Yulong surged, compelling him to take a deep breath to calm his exhilaration. In his previous life, he never gained the approval of his father-in-law's family, even until his last breath. However, in this life, he has already achieved it. Suppressing his excitement, Yulong hastened back to his room, but found himself unable to sleep. Realizing his insomnia, he decided to engage in an intense training session, hoping to exhaust himself into slumber. Little did he anticipate that this decision would lead to an unforeseen event. Under the rigorous training, he unexpectedly broke through. Chapter 28. The turning fate. What initially began as a means to induce fatigue through strenuous training unexpectedly resulted in a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Amidst the mix of laughter and tears, Yulong, filled with excitement, disregarded the notion of sleep. With a mere thought, he entered his gardening space. Gazing at the expanding realm of his gardening space, a glimmer of anticipation crossed Yulong's face. He was eager to discover what gifts this newfound strength would bestow upon him. As the space completed its expansion, a reward package appeared before him. With renewed excitement, he immediately opened the upgrade package. In the next moment, as the package unfolded, the true nature of the seeds was revealed. Simultaneously, information about the seeds flooded Yulong's mind. Bloodline Advancement Seed, capable of producing a fruit that allows for bloodline advancement. Bloodline advancement. Planted. It must be planted. Immediately, seeing the words bloodline advancement, Yulong's heart raced, and without hesitation, he planted the seed. After planting, he fervently watered it with spiritual water, attempting to cultivate it rapidly, as he had done previously. Alas, in the face of the more advanced bloodline advancement seed, Yulong's supply of spiritual water was evidently insufficient. By the time he exhausted all his spiritual water, the bloodline advancement seed had merely managed to sprout. Gazing at the tender green shoot emerging from the soil, disappointment crossed Yulong's face. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was remarkable. After a brief moment of calm, he unraveled his inner turmoil. I was too greedy. How could a fruit capable of advancing a bloodline possibly be cultivated instantly? As long as the final fruit matures, I shall remain a true powerhouse within the ninja realm. With this realization, Yulong ceased to dwell on the outcome of the fruit and returned to his room to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, the young green shoot began to stealthily grow taller. Upon awakening from his slumber, Yulong, having had a simple breakfast, made his way to the base where the Dark Division was to gather. Upon hastily arriving at the designated gathering point, Yulong promptly received the news that Captain Hyuga had departed from the Umbu. Nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders, Yulong chuckled softly, expressing his thoughts. This is splendid. Living openly under the sun is a wonderful beginning. Tianzong and Minghu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Although Kakashi's departure had significantly diminished their team's combat strength, any task that was not overly daunting posed no challenge for their small squad. After succinctly outlining the mission, Tianzong, now the new captain, led Yulong and Minghu into action. This particular assignment was a guard duty. While the task itself was not exceedingly difficult, it demanded a considerable investment of time. Consequently, upon learning the details of the mission, Yulong felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. However, despite his inner turmoil, he refrained from displaying his displeasure. As a member of the Umbu, his paramount duty was to obey orders unconditionally. Setting aside these concerns, Yulong was more preoccupied with whether he could catch up to the unfolding story of Haku. After all, he harbored a deep sense of regret for the tragic fate of Zabuza and Haku, and if the opportunity arose, he would certainly not hesitate to rescue them. Chapter 29. The Power of the Reincarnation Eye. Altering the fate of Zabuza and Haku. If one desires to alter predetermined events, one must not hope for fate to be kind. The most effective approach is to strive earnestly for change. Therefore, upon realizing he might miss Haku's storyline, Yulong made a decisive choice. He created a shadow clone to journey alone to the Land of Waves and save the fated Haku and Zabuza. In a hurried yet determined manner, Yulong's clone finally arrived at the crucial moment on the grand bridge of the Land of Waves. Gazing upon Haku, who had been pierced through the chest by Raikiri, Yulong's eyes widened in alarm. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he acted swiftly, seizing Haku from the brink of death and immediately placing a healing pea into Haku's mouth. Faced with the unexpected theft of Haku, Zabuza, who had initially attempted to mask his emotions, erupted with fury. "You bastard! What do you intend to do with Haku? Huh? She is merely a tool to you. She's dying. She is of no importance to you now. Is it unreasonable for me to borrow her?" Observing Zabuza's inability to suppress his emotions, Yulong, disguised as a humble farmer, deliberately provoked him. "You bastard! I will kill you." With his eyes turning a blood-red hue, Zabuza disregarded his weary body and charged at the mysterious intruder with fervor. Simultaneously, the impulsive Naruto surged towards Yulong, convinced that anyone who uttered such vile words could not be a good person. Thus, driven by his impetuous nature, Naruto shouted and rushed towards Yulong without hesitation. As Kakashi, worried for Naruto's safety, contemplated rushing to assist him, Kato unexpectedly arrived with a multitude of his subordinates. Faced with this exacerbating predicament, Kakashi ultimately resolved to remain in place. An inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped him regarding the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared, leading him to believe that this individual would undoubtedly not harm Naruto, nor would he inflict harm upon Zabuza or Haku. At the moment Kakashi recognized Kato's presence, the others present also became aware of Kato and his entourage. As Zabuza relentlessly charged forward, disregarding the imminent danger, the Dragon of the Mist remained unhurried in his decision to incapacitate the exhausted Zabuza. Did Zabuza truly care about you? To ascertain this, do not move. Aware that Haku's injuries had healed, the Dragon of the Mist leaned closer to whisper a caution to Haku. "How dare you defile Haku? I, Zabuza the demon, shall slay you." Due to the angle of observation, what was merely a whispered conversation to Haku appeared to others as an inappropriate advance upon Haku's form. Just as Kakashi furrowed his brow, doubting his instincts, Kato's mocking voice erupted. "Haha, that scoundrel who injured my right hand, has he been eliminated? This is indeed a cause for celebration. Zabuza, are you not formidable? What now? Are you powerless to save your own subordinate? Kato, are you courting death?" Provoked by Kato's taunts, Zabuza, who had struggled to approach the Dragon of the Mist, was suddenly consumed by rage. He turned to glare fiercely at Kato, whose startled expression revealed his fear. Recovering from his shock, Kato's humiliation swiftly morphed into fury. "Get lost. All of you attack. Eliminate these wretched ninjas, and do away with Dazna, especially that brat named Haku. Even if he dies, I shall desecrate his corpse." With a sinister grin, Kato rallied his warriors, who, with eager expressions, surged toward the Dragon of the Mist and his companions. The sheer number of warriors caused Kakashi and the others to wear expressions of grave concern. Stung by Kato's provocations, Zabuza was fueled by a desire for vengeance. Charging at Kato with lethal intent. "Desecrate a corpse. Then I shall slay you first." Zabuza. As Zabuza, fatigued yet determined, prepared to confront Kato, Haku, who had been passively observing, suddenly grew alarmed. Upon hearing Haku's exclamation, everyone present, including Zabuza, froze in disbelief. With a glance at their incredulous expressions, the Dragon of the Mist recognized that this farce must come to an end. He released Haku, who had been desperately struggling in his grasp, and began forming seals. "What a bore. If that is the case, let us conclude this farce." Chakra mode. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a tangible green chakra enveloped the Dragon of the Mist. The overwhelming chakra pressure emanating from him left all present in a state of astonishment. However, while the others were immobilized by this power, as the source of all this chaos, Yulong remained unfazed. A profound and inscrutable smile emerged on his disguised visage. Once more, Yulong completed the hand seals, revealing his ferocity to those around him. "Ask the Jade. silver wheel, rebirth explosion. As his words echoed, an immensely terrifying chakra tornado materialized in Yulong's hands, which he swiftly hurled toward the densely positioned warriors, denying them any chance to react. The chakra tornado descended into the throng of people, soaring skyward in an explosive display. Following a brief cacophony of screams, Cardo and his subordinates, along with a segment of the bridge they stood upon, had completely vanished. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Naruto, who had initially prepared to charge at Yulong, instinctively recoiled and cautiously contemplated retreating. Little brat, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? In an instant, Yulong appeared beside the retreating Naruto, wrapping his arm around Naruto's neck and speaking with a sinister tone. This, big brother. You misunderstand. I wasn't speaking at all. You must have misheard. Feeling his body immobilized, Naruto's expression turned woeful. Oh, is that so? Just as Yulong teased the trapped Naruto, Sasuke, who had just regained consciousness, witnessed the scene. Assuming Naruto was in peril, Sasuke stealthily approached Yulong and decided to intervene. You scoundrel. Let Naruto go. Awakened, have you? Then it is only fitting that I share some intimacy with you two little ones. While uttering these words in jest, Yulong evaded Sasuke's attack and pulled him into his embrace as well. Faced with such a predicament, Sasuke immediately attempted to continue his assault and extricate himself from the grasp of the enigmatic figure. Unfortunately, despite the thought flitting through Sasuke's mind, he was unable to translate it into action. Realizing that his body had become completely immobile, a cold sweat broke out on Sasuke's back. Foolish Sasuke, you're far too impulsive. Observing Sasuke's evident terror, Naruto promptly voiced his complaint. Naturally, this outburst only served to enrage Sasuke further. You idiot. I got caught trying to save you, you fool. You are the fool. This genius requires no saving from you. Such two hot-headed little fellows. Allow me to help you both calm down. With a languid tone, Yulong waved his arms, casting the two into the sea. Casting a glance at the shrieking Sasuke and Naruto plummeting into the water, Yulong turned and approached the bewildered Zabuza. Isn't it better to be your true self? I do not comprehend your meaning. Zabuza's face displayed a wary expression as he regarded the mysterious figure who had halted before him. Given your current state, if I truly wished to kill you, do you believe you could resist? Confronted by Zabuza's wary demeanor, the dragon, having halted his advance, could not resist the urge to mock. What exactly do you desire? Recognizing the truth in the mysterious figure's words, Zabuza fell momentarily silent, only to inquire once more, what do you truly mean? I cannot comprehend. Faced with the enigmatic statements from the stranger before him, Zabuza's brow furrowed even more tightly. No, you understand. With that baffling assertion, the dragon turned on his heel and chose to depart. I have altered the fated demise that awaited you and Haku. I hope you cherish this opportunity. The ninja world is on the brink of chaos once more. Steer clear of these conflicts and seek a secluded refuge with Haku. With an air of inscrutable profundity, the dragon's words hung in the air before he vanished into his own gardening realm, leaving behind a flurry of anxious inquiries from Kakashi and the others. Wait, what do you mean by the ninja world descending into chaos again? Chapter 30. The Dragon of Shadow-level power successfully altering the destinies of Zabuza and Haku. The dragon left an impression of profound mystery on Kakashi and his companions. Retiring to his gardening realm, the dragon began to utilize the blood he had recently acquired to cultivate strawberries, blood imbued with the essence of Haku, Sasuke, and Naruto. This crimson essence had been surreptitiously collected during their encounters. For the dragon, possessing a gardening space meant that the blood of others became the wellspring of his own strength. With joyous enthusiasm, he sowed all the seeds, having already notified his original self. In seamless synchrony, they executed a clever swap. Unbeknownst to anyone, the original entered the gardening space while the clone ventured into the outside world to fulfill its mission. Having accomplished this deft maneuver, the dragon wore a triumphant grin as he indulged in a feast. He devoured all the strawberries in one go, initiating a new phase of power enhancement. Strengthening, further strengthening, elevating, further elevating. After consuming all the strawberries, the total amount of chakra within the dragon surged dramatically. It peaked at the pinnacle of J-Nin level chakra, at which point the sensation of frantic enhancement subsided. Realizing his chakra was now firmly locked at the apex of J-Nin status, the initially exhilarated dragon felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hey, is this how you play? Stopping like this is simply unbearable. Feeling the discomfort of being caught in such a limbo, the dragon could not help but voice his grievances. Alas, while the gardening space was indeed wondrous, it possessed no intelligence. Thus, it could offer no response to the dragon's lament. Awkwardly surveying his surroundings, the dragon pouted and returned to the outside world. After a lengthy mission of vigilance, he finally made his way back to Konoha village. After a brief appearance before the third Hokage, he hastily returned to the long-forgotten gathering place of the Hyuga clan. Reporting to Hinata about his recent activities, they enjoyed casual conversations over tea. At this moment, Ryulong was no longer the timid, submissive waste of the Hyuga clan, bullied by others. The prolonged duration of his station mission granted him a considerable amount of leave. Seizing the opportunity upon Hinata's return from her mission, Ryulong joyfully spent several days in her company. It was only when Hinata received another mission that Ryulong reluctantly bid her farewell. Subsequently, he wasted no time and accelerated his training regimen, aspiring to enhance his prowess to the level of an elite jonin before the Chunin exams. Evidently, Ryulong had underestimated his own talents. The bottleneck he believed would impede his progress for a long time was swiftly overcome. However, elite jonin still fell within the realm of jonin. Thus, Ryulong's space for cultivating vegetables did not expand, nor did he receive any new upgrade packages. Although this outcome left him somewhat disheartened, the contented Ryulong soon found peace. He recognized that possessing such formidable strength at his tender age was indeed remarkable, despite appearing to have just reached the elite jonin level. The activation of his Rinnegan had already bestowed him with shadow-level combat capabilities. One could assert that even against a fully awakened Itachi Uchiha wielding the Mangekyou Sharingan, Ryulong, with all his might, would stand a fair chance of victory. After all, the Rinnegan surpassed the Mangekyou Sharingan in rank, akin to its very essence. Chapter 31. Involvement in the Snow Country arc. Barely days after his smooth ascent to elite jonin, Ryulong received yet another mission notification. Upon learning that the mission would traverse the Snow Country, a spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes. If his memory served him correctly, the events of the Snow Country arc were about to unfold. The thought of encountering those capable of wielding ice release filled Ryulong with eager anticipation. Ever since he consumed the strawberries cultivated from the white bloodline, he had awakened an affinity for ice. However, it was somewhat embarrassing for Ryulong. Despite possessing ice attributes, he did not know any ice release techniques. Thus, upon discovering that their mission would lead them through the Snow Country, Ryulong promptly set his sights on those snow ninjas. Yet, he knew he could not pursue this endeavor openly. Therefore, while traversing the Snow Country, Ryulong discreetly left behind a clone when Tianzong and Minghu were not paying attention. Meanwhile, he followed Tianzong and Minghu, continuing towards their designated mission location. However, fate seemed to play a trick on Ryulong. Just as he and Tianzong departed, his clone encountered Kakashi and his team, who had just arrived in the Snow Country. The serendipitous meeting rendered Ryulong quite embarrassed. Fortunately, he had already donned a disguise and reacted swiftly. Thus, after a brief moment of surprise, he immediately donned a look of delight. "Miss Fujikaze, what an unexpected honor to encounter you here." As a look of delight graced his face, the disguised Yulong swiftly approached the stranger before him. "Who are you?" In response to the unfamiliar figure trying to draw closer, yet hindered by Kakashi and others, Fenghua Xiaoshue's expression morphed into one of confusion. My sincerest apologies. I forgot that Miss Fujifuyuki does not recognize me. I am your admirer. To encounter you here is truly unexpected. Are you filming a new movie? I am so looking forward to it." With an expression of sheer surprise, the disguised Yulong seemed to recall something important. He promptly tapped his forehead, revealing a hint of regret. In his eagerness to chat with Miss Fujifuyuki, he nearly overlooked a crucial matter. Crucial matter? Yulong's words not only puzzled Fenghua Xiaoxue, but also prompted a defensive stance from Kakashi and the others nearby. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. Could Miss Fujifuyuki possibly grant me an autograph? My wife is quite fond of you. Please, I implore you. At this juncture, Yulong surprisingly produced a poster adorned with an image of Fenghua Xiaoxue from his belongings. Witnessing this scene, the initially wary Kakashi and his companions were immediately overshadowed by a look of exasperation. A poster of Miss Fujifuyuki. He truly is a fan. But in such an odd place, what are the odds of encountering a fan? Observing the hopeful expression on Yulong's face, Naruto could not help but voice his bewilderment. Sensing Kakashi's skepticism, the disguised Yulong simply smiled and extended the poster towards Kakashi. Are you concerned about a transformation technique? If you're uneasy, perhaps I should be examined. The change in Kakashi's demeanor was palpable as he displayed renewed wariness. Rest assured, my true target is not Miss Fujifuyuki, but rather a few other individuals. With a playful expression, Yulong pivoted and hurled 3 shurikens toward the 3 distinct locations behind him. Chapter 32. The attraction and repulsion of Yulong as the 3 shurikens descended. The previously unremarkable snowfield erupted with the sound of crunching snow, revealing 3 snow ninjas clad in peculiar armor. Who on earth are you? How did you discover our presence? Facing Yulong, who stood confidently before them, the once self-assured Langya Bingshue's face darkened ominously. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that my arrival in the land of snow is precisely for you. Ignoring the growing pallor of their expressions, Yulong continued with a teasing tone, or rather, for your ninjutsu. For our ninjutsu. So you are an enemy? The expected revelation ignited a flash of murderous intent in Langya Bingshue's eyes. Bingo. That is indeed the correct interpretation. Completely unfazed by the hostility emanating from Langya Bingshue, Yulong leisurely snapped his fingers. Since they are enemies, let us eliminate you along with Kakashi and the others. Charge. Eliminate them. Then take the Snow Princess. With a furious command, Wolf Fong Bing Snow led the charge toward Yulong and his companions. The Snow Princess. Turning to glance at Fujike's Yuki behind him, Kakashi seemed to grasp something profound. However, while Kakashi was momentarily lost in thought, Wolf Fong Bing Snow, having closed the distance, unleashed a ninjutsu attack. Ice Release. One-horned white whale. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a massive whale, formed entirely of ice, suddenly materialized and came crashing down upon Yulong and his companions. An impressive ninjutsu. I am quite fond of it. As he expressed his delight, Yulong swiftly made a move of his own, utilizing the repulsive force inherent to his Rinnegan. Yulong remarkably sent the colossal whale rebounding back in its original trajectory. Witnessing this scene, both the previously grinning Wolf Fong Bing Snow and the solemn-faced Kakashi were momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, while others were stunned, Yulong, as the user of the repulsion, remained unfazed. A glint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he stood still, benevolently reminding his adversaries. You're about to be struck. Not good. Quickly evade. Boom. Before the words had fully dissipated, the thunderous roar from the whale's impact drowned out the surprised shouts of Wolf Fong Bing Snow, casually deflecting the remnants of snow that flew toward him. Yulong wore a playful expression once more. Quite dedicated, aren't we? Even in such a dire state, you're still focused on completing the mission. As he spoke with a teasing tone, Yulong promptly shifted his stance and unleashed a gravitational force toward a specific location behind him. With a startled cry, Kuriyuki Bing Snow, who had unknowingly crept up behind Fujike's Yuki, was forcibly drawn towards Yulong by the gravitational pull. Watching her ungovernable body, Kuriyuki Bing Snow desperately attempted to unfurl the mechanical wings behind her, hoping to leverage them to escape Yulong's grasp. Unfortunately for her, she was horrified to find that the mechanical wings, which she could usually deploy at will, refused to open this time. Faced with such a predicament, Kuriyuki Bing Snow genuinely began to panic. Just as it seemed that Kuriyuki Bing Snow was about to fall into Yulong's clutches, the lurking DKY Bing Snow revealed herself and charged toward the stationary Yulong, seemingly hoping to disrupt his rhythm of attack with her assault. Chapter 33. The best outcome, a commendable idea, but far too feeble. With a teasing tone, Yulong, still standing in place, casually waved his left hand, hurling Kuriyuki Bing Snow, who had been drawn toward him, directly at the oncoming DKY Bing Snow. Taken by surprise, DKY Bing Snow and Kuriyuki Bing Snow collided violently. Amidst a cascade of sparks, a fierce explosion ensued. Observing the two, now lifeless due to his chakra armor, Yulong's lips twitched in disbelief. They were obliterated? The flaws in this technique are rather exaggerated, aren't they? Flaws? Perhaps. The grudge I hold for the deaths of Bing Snow and her companions will one day be settled. As for the Snow Princess, I shall take her away. A hint of coldness permeated his tone as he successfully deceived Kakashi's Wolf Fong Avalanche with the art of snow clones. Retreating with the captured Windflower Snow, he resolutely left behind a chilling remark. Oh, quite clever, aren't you? You have the foresight to use the Fujike's Yukiheim to shield yourself. Gazing at the Wolf Fong Avalanche, which had placed Windflower Snow before him, Yulong revealed an expression of surprise. With Yulong's deliberate leniency, the Wolf Fong avalanche naturally succeeded in carrying away Windflower Snow. You scoundrel! You had the power to detain him. Why did you let him go deliberately? You claim to be a fan of Fujike's Yukiheim, but you are nothing but a fraud. Observing Yulong, who allowed his adversary to depart, Naruto, having recognized who Yulong was, shouted in fury, Hey, little one, refrain from such reckless words. Only when she is captured will you come to her rescue. Then you shall help her vanquish her foes and ultimately ensure her safe return home. Otherwise, you shall have your hands full. Having spoken these words with a mocking tone, the still disguised Yulong winked at Naruto and the others, then vanished in the blink of an eye. Staring at the suddenly vanished Yulong, Naruto, still in shock, erupted in exasperated shouts. In contrast, the more contemplative individuals among them displayed expressions of deep thought. A princess of the land of snow reluctant to confront her past, and an adversary who is already aware of her whereabouts, harboring malicious intent. In light of such circumstances, allowing Windflower Snow to be captured indeed seemed the wiser course of action. Reflecting on this outcome, Kakashi, who had felt an uncanny familiarity with the adversary, found himself increasingly intrigued by the disguised Yulong. He trusted his instincts. The mysterious figure reappearing before him must surely be someone he recognized. Yet, for reasons unknown, it appeared that this individual was reluctant to unveil their true identity. Recalling the words spoken during their first encounter, Kakashi's expression grew solemn. He sensed that the figure must possess knowledge of significant matters. Otherwise, they would not have uttered such statements. With this thought, Kakashi's urgency to unmask the individual intensified. Perhaps some truths could only be revealed once he had dismantled their disguise. With this in mind, Kakashi's gaze gradually shifted to the distant horizon as he began to strategize. He was convinced that the figure would appear once more. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to expose their true nature and inquire about all they knew. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Kakashi finally regained his composure and spoke with unwavering resolve. Let us devise a plan to rescue her. Although I do not know who he truly is, his words undeniably hold merit. The current outcome may indeed be the most favorable. Chapter 34. The decision of Sarutobi Hiruzen, having smoothly participated in the storyline of the Land of Snow and redirected it towards its original course. Yulong could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The Chunin exams are fast approaching. Yulong harbored no desire to alter the current trajectory of events due to his own actions. To prevent any unforeseen complications in the narrative, he chose not to reveal himself in the ensuing battle. This decision left Kakashi, who had been eagerly awaiting Yulong's return, nearly apoplectic with frustration. He could scarcely fathom that the enigmatic figure he found so familiar would resort to such tactics. With the incident in the Land of Snow resolved smoothly, Yulong, who had been observing from the shadows, departed with a sense of satisfaction. Although he had not succeeded in mastering the ice release technique, his direct involvement in the matter brought him great joy. He had successfully completed the task assigned by the Umbu. Upon returning to Konohagakure, Yulong was promptly summoned by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without pondering the reasons for the summons, Yulong swiftly appeared in the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, you summoned me? Indeed. There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. Whatever you require, I am at your service. Though internally skeptical, Yulong maintained a facade of politeness. Seeing you now reminds me of the prodigies of Konoha's past. You flatter me. In comparison to those predecessors, my strength and experience are still quite juvenile. Yulong humbly deflected Hiruzen's praise, as he remained uncertain of the Hokage's true intentions. It was prudent to exercise caution in his words and actions. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yulong's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Hiruzen's next words. Perhaps, but let us not dwell on that. The reason I summoned you is that I hope you will participate in this year's Chunin exams. Chunin exams. Indeed, the Chunin exams. Observing Yulong's incredulous demeanor, Hiruzen's expression grew serious. This year's exams were unlike any before, as they would feature a multinational assembly of allied nations from Konohagakure. While all participants belonged to allied countries, inter-alliance interests remained entangled. This Chunin exam presented a golden opportunity to carve up resources and assert dominance. Thus, I require a ninja of your age who is not yet registered to partake in this examination. As a member of Konoha, Yulong felt it was his duty to comply. Although this request surprised him, he was confident in his ability to navigate any challenges that might arise and ultimately agreed without hesitation. The subsequent proceedings were predictable. Pleased with Yulon's enthusiastic consent, Hiruzen quickly made a promise. Should Yulon secure victory for Konoha, he would be allowed to select a high-level ninjutsu from the Forbidden Scroll. While Yulon was not particularly invested in this promise, he outwardly displayed excitement in response to Hiruzen's offer. Subsequently, Ryulong bid farewell to Sarutobi Hizashi and returned to the gathering place of the Hyuga clan, where he reported the matter to Hyuga Hizashi, who was sipping tea. Naturally, Ryulong received a response filled with affirmation and encouragement from Hizashi, as he understood that with Ryulong's prowess, he had no reason to fear the Chunin exams. Chapter 35. The arrival of Gaara and his siblings' time passed swiftly, and before one knew it, the eve of the Chunin exams had arrived. The ordinarily quiet village of Konoha was suddenly bustling with unfamiliar faces. Gently holding Hinata's hand, Ryulong's spirits soared to new heights. Walking down the street amidst laughter and conversation, both of them relished this leisurely moment. As Ryulong succeeded in eliciting yet another smile from Hinata, he was about to speak further when his attention was suddenly drawn to a nearby surge of chakra. It appears a scuffle has broken out ahead. What do you think, Hinata? Shall we take a look? Sure. I'll follow your lead, Ryulong. Her cheeks flushed like ripened apples. Hinata responded softly to Ryulong's inquiry. Feeling her reliance on him, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within Ryulong. To him, Hinata's happiness was of utmost importance. Upon arriving at the source of the chakra disturbance, they found the situation nearing its conclusion. As Ryulong and Hinata approached, the onlookers displayed expressions of incredulity. Hinata, good heavens, what are you two doing here? HLO, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, and Sakura, faced with Naruto's astonished exclamations, Hinata instinctively shyly retreated behind Ryulong. Greetings, I am Ryulong Hyuga, Hinata's fiancé. Fiancé, my word, are you two planning to marry? Upon hearing Ryulong's introduction, the oblivious Naruto gasped in astonishment once more. Bang! Ouch! Why did you hit me, Sakura? In response to Sakura's sudden strike, Naruto clasped his head in pain. You fool. It means we will marry in the future. Not that we are getting married right now. You really are dense. If it's not now, then why hit me? And you still dare to complain? Seeing Naruto's audacity to protest, Sakura promptly raised her fist again, threateningly poised to strike. This intimidation caused Naruto to bolt away in fright. As this uproar came to an end, the already prepared to depart Kankuro suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. Fiancé? If you don't hurry and get married now, you might just remain a fiancé forever. Shut up. Kankuro, what nonsense are you spouting? We are here to participate in the Chunin exams, not to cause trouble. Noticing Kankuro's blatant provocation, Temari immediately chastised him in a stern tone. Seemingly aware that he had crossed a line, Kankuro scoffed once more and prepared to leave. Unfortunately, his words clearly unsettled the gentle Hinata. Thus, Hinata, who had been holding hands with Yulong, instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. This reaction naturally made Yulong realize that Hinata had been startled by the other person's words. As a devoted protector of his fiancée, how could Yulong possibly let this go unchallenged? Gently patting Hinata's hand, he signaled her not to worry about the other's remarks. Known for his swift retribution, Yulong smiled slightly and uttered words that left the opponent in shock. Despite being inherently timid, he spoke with an audacious bravado. If you truly have the courage, show me some intimate gesture with that friend carrying the gourd. What did you say? Who do you think you are? Just because you ask. Do I have to comply? Upon hearing Yulong's provocation, the previously disgruntled Kankuro turned pale. Meanwhile, Temari, who remained silent, also wore a ghostly expression. This astonishing shift did not escape the notice of Sasuke and Sakura, who exchanged thoughtful glances. As for the oblivious Naruto, he burst into hearty laughter, ridiculing Kankuro. Haha. It seems you really are a coward. Your face has turned white. Haha. This is too amusing. I will kill you. Witnessing Yulong joking at his own expense, Gaara, who had remained silent for a moment, suddenly spoke up while manipulating the sand from his gourd, directing it towards Yulong. Observing this scene, Temari, though gripped by fear, chose to intervene. Gaara, don't be impulsive. We are in Konoha, and you cannot kill recklessly. Are you trying to stop me? Looking up at the pale-faced Temari, Gaara asked coldly. I enjoy killing, but it is not a good habit. Rather than this, perhaps you should consider your sleep issues. What? You. When did you arrive? You. Bastard. Are you seeking death? Gazing at Yulong, who had appeared beside Gaara with a nonchalant demeanor, wrapping his arm around Gaara's neck, Temari and Kankuro were left speechless in their shock. Casting a sidelong glance at the duo's ashen faces, Yulong chuckled. His transformation is significantly influenced by your current attitudes. Wouldn't you agree? After a slight mockery towards Temari and Kankuro, Yulong turned his attention back to Gaara. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, attempting to calm his heart. Yes, just like that. Watching Gaara slowly calm down under Yulong's gentle tone, Temari and Kankuro, who were ready to flee at any moment, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Incredible. He actually quelled his murderous intent. How is this possible? What kind of person is he? Emerging from their state of shock, the siblings, Temari and Kankuro, couldn't help but murmur to themselves. Gaara, who typically quelled his murderous intent through violence, was surprisingly subdued by the words of a stranger for the very first time. Such an astonishing occurrence was understandably difficult for the siblings to accept. Chapter 36. The transformation of Gaara. How do you feel now? Is it much better? Ignoring the stunned expressions of Temari and Kankuro, Yulong, still embracing Gaara, ventured to inquire. Yes, it feels as if I have a motherly presence. What? Observing Gaara not only calm his murderous intent, but also express such sentiments left Temari and Kankuro in a state of disbelief once more. You are indeed correct. In this state, it truly evokes the feeling of a mother being near. Would you like to experience this feeling more often? Is that possible? Upon hearing Yulong's question, Gaara, who had been immersed in that unique state, instinctively displayed a yearning expression. Of course. However, it requires a tranquil environment. Let us meet at night. How does that sound? Agreed. But if you fail to show up, I will kill you. Seemingly anxious that Yulong might renege on the promise, Gaara reinforced his commitment in his own distinctive manner. Yulong, with a gentle smile still gracing his face, nodded in understanding of Gaara's deep longing. Rest assured, I am a person of my word. Waving goodbye to the hopeful Gaara, Yulong then acknowledged the flabbergasted Naruto and the others with a nod before departing hand in hand with Hinata. For Yulong, he truly cherished the moments spent alone with Hinata. Her shyness and reliance always enveloped him in warmth, instilling a profound sense of being needed. Yet, Yulong was also a person who valued promises deeply. Therefore, when night fell, he honored his commitment and arrived as promised. Without even glancing at the siblings who were secretly observing from a distance, Yulong approached Gaara with a natural demeanor and sat beside him. Much to the astonishment of Temari and Kankuro. Are you impatient? I only wish to kill. In response to Yulong's gentle inquiry, Gaara appeared like a wild beast on the verge of madness. Observing Gaara's fierce expression and his immediate aggression towards him, Yulong couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Shukaku has indeed gone too far. After casually expressing his frustration, Yulong once again draped his arm over Gaara's shoulder. Silence. Feeling his body suddenly immobilized, Gaara, who had been prepared to kill, was momentarily taken aback. How about I treat you to some salted beef tongue tomorrow morning? How did you know I like salted beef tongue? Gazing at Yulong's calm demeanor, Gaara's eyes trembled violently. You must not enjoy brushing your teeth, right? In our 2 encounters, your breath has consistently carried the scent of salted beef tongue. Confronted by the look of skepticism in Gaara's eyes, Yulong immediately made a gesture as if to whisper, then teasingly articulated his response. Is the flavor of salted beef tongue truly that pronounced? Gazing at Yulong, whose face was alight with mischief, Gaara momentarily fell silent, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. This astonishing transformation left Shikamaru and Temari, who were nearby, utterly dumbfounded once again. Who exactly is this person? How did he manage to achieve this? Uncertain, yet it seems he genuinely possesses the ability to soothe Gaara's emotions. Coming back to their senses from their state of astonishment, Shikamaru and Temari's faces remained etched with incredulity. For them, witnessing someone capable of calming Gaara, who was solely known for his lethal tendencies, could indeed be described as nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 37. Deceiving Shukaku. Of course. I even suspect you had salted beef tongue for breakfast this morning. Observing Gaara's adorably innocent expression, Yulong mischievously repeated his gesture of whispering. Indeed, I do have a fondness for salted beef tongue. Naturally, I also have a penchant for fresh sausage. However, sausage is not the easiest to store. It seemed no one had ever broached such topics with him before, and as Gaara discussed his favorite foods, he gradually became more animated. This heartwarming scene inexplicably caused Shikamaru and Temari to feel a pang of sorrow. Gaara, perhaps he yearns for someone with whom he can communicate? Alas, if only he were from Konoha, perhaps Gaara might truly change. Observing the harmonious scene from a distance, Kankuro couldn't help but express his sadness. Speaking of which, I still cannot comprehend why we should. Mind your words. Temari. Just as Temari was about to utter something she ought not, Maki, who had appeared behind them unbeknownst to them, promptly interjected in a hushed tone. Maki's arrival immediately captured Ryulong's attention, casually scanning the newcomer. Ryulong continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with Gaara, and this conversation stretched on for half the night. Watching as Gaara gradually succumbed to slumber, Ryulong gently patted his shoulder while delving into the depths of Gaara's inner consciousness. Noticing Shukaku, who was intent on causing mischief now that Gaara was asleep, Ryulong regarded him with a calm demeanor. If you can coexist peacefully with Master Fubuki, why can you not also coexist peacefully with Gaara? Who are you, little brat? How do you know about Master Fubuki? Upon hearing Ryulong mention his previous Jinchuriki, Shukaku's eyes widened in surprise. Not only do I know of Master Fubuki's existence, I am also aware that the nine-tailed beasts were separated from the 10 tails by the Sage of the Six Paths. Seated cross-legged before the sealed Shukaku, Ryulong chose to confront him directly. Who exactly are you? The gravity of the situation deepened on Shukaku's face as he processed the revelations from the human boy before him. There exist many wonders in this world. Do you believe in the power of time? What do you mean? I possess memories of the future. Future memories? Ah, future memories? Haha, humanity's little imp. Your talent for storytelling is indeed remarkable. However, such an ability is something even the Sage of Six Paths could not possess. How dare you? An ordinary human imp utter such audacious words? Who do you think you are? As the mocking tone reached its zenith, the furious Shoha lunged forward with great force, roaring defiantly. Do you truly believe I am ordinary? Sitting calmly, motionless, the dragon of the Imperial gazed at his opponent, revealing his Rinnegan. Simultaneously, he unleashed the oppressive aura carried by his Byakugan. You, gazing at the sudden transformation of the seemingly ordinary human, the once furious Shoha was momentarily stunned. Shoha, do you still consider me ordinary? Withdrawing his Rinnegan and the oppressive aura, the dragon of the Imperial once again addressed Shoha in a tranquil tone. Who are you really? And can you truly see the future? The anger within his mind dissipating, the now silent Shoha asked the same question once more. Just a rather unique human. Pausing momentarily, the dragon of the Imperial continued, uttering words that turned Shoha's expression pale. Indeed, the so-called Sage of Six Paths is, in my eyes, merely a somewhat unique individual as well. Chapter 38. Shoha is teased. Woe is me. Are you implying that you are akin to the Sage of Six Paths? Gazing at the still composed human before him, Shoha's expression grew solemn. Indeed, however, my current strength is still far from being comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Observing Shoha, the previously serene dragon of the Imperial finally revealed a smile. Yet, I believe that, given some time, I shall reach the heights of the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps even surpass him. Humph, what an arrogant little imp. Do you know how powerful the Sage of Six Paths is? You dare boast about surpassing him. In response to the dragon of the Imperial's lofty ambitions, Shoha, momentarily silent, could not help but retort with disdain. I do not know. Humph. Hearing the dragon of the Imperial's unabashed admission, the now calm Shoha let out a cold snort, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. However, before Shoha could maintain this expression for even 3 seconds, the dragon of the Imperial's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. I categorize the strength of ninjas into several ranks: Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Quasi-Kage, Kage level, Super Kage, Divine Kage, as well as Six Paths level and God level. Casting a glance at the dazed Shoha, the dragon of the Imperial smiled before continuing. I define the strength of the Sage of Six Paths as Six Paths level. Kagaya Otsutsuki is categorized as God level, and my goal is to attain God level. Do you intend to reunite the Ten Tails? Upon hearing this, the once composed Shoha instinctively displayed a hint of hostility. Observing the murderous intent on Shoha's face, the dragon of the Imperial could not help but roll his eyes. Please, do not be so self-absorbed. Who would relish the notion of another being residing within their own body, to engage in private matters while another individual is observing? If one were in pursuit of a female raccoon, would one wish for another to inhabit their very essence? After rolling his eyes, Yulong retorted with disdain towards the opposing Shoha. In response to Yulong's retort, Shoha, who had already grown agitated once more, was instantly adorned with lines of frustration upon his forehead. Silence. I, the esteemed Shoha, am a singular-tailed beast. Why would I seek out any female raccoon? After a furious outburst, Shoha finally grasped the situation and let out another roar of indignation. You scoundrel! Are you implying that I, the venerable Shoha, am akin to a raccoon? Do you dare to believe I would consume you? Yet, your very appearance is indeed derived from the image of a raccoon as depicted by the Sage of Six Paths. If you have any doubts, seek an explanation from the sage himself. What does this have to do with me? Gazing at the incensed Shoha, Yulong shrugged with an expression of exasperation. You talk nonsense. Do you dare to challenge me? With a resounding thud, upon witnessing Shoha's refusal to yield, Yulong transformed himself into a beautiful female raccoon. As Shoha beheld the enchanting creature before him, with long lashes and large, blinking eyes, his furious roars ceased, and he unexpectedly flushed with embarrassment. Hey, you rascal! Transform back. I believe your words now. Believe what? Observing the adorable visage of the tailed beast, Yulong's eyes glimmered with mischief. In truth, I am merely a raccoon. Instinctively uttering this, Shoha's face displayed a profound sense of existential despair. At this moment, he was filled with resentment towards the Sage of Six Paths who had brought him into existence. Why must I be a raccoon? I detest raccoons. Chapter 39. Shoha nearly wept in fear after having thoroughly teased Shoha. Yulong resumed his serious demeanor and began to delve into the matters of Shoha's psyche. Following their previous encounter, Shoha had set aside his proud facade, agreeing not to intentionally torment Gaara and even making attempts to engage with him. However, alongside his acquiescence to Yulong's requests, curiosity about his future enveloped Shoha. In the face of Shoha's anxious yet inquisitive expression, Yulong fell silent for a moment before revealing the truth. In approximately a decade or so, 3 individuals of pure Otsutsuki lineage will emerge. 2 of them will possess strength equivalent to that of the currently sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki. Unprepared for their sudden appearance, Gaara would be instantly subdued, and you will be transformed into energy, ultimately consumed. Huh, you must be jesting. Upon hearing such a response, Shoha, after a brief silence, feigned indifference. Yet, as the conversation progressed, even Shoha found himself grappling with a growing sense of insecurity. Gazing upon the downcast expression of Shoha, and realizing that the atmosphere had grown somewhat somber due to his own actions, Yulong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret as he slapped the back of his head. Do not overthink it. Before long, the ninja world will witness a great battle. I shall seize the opportunity to elevate my strength to match that of my adversaries, and then I shall rescue you. What a boastful little human. Despite the sarcastic quip, a profound sense of emotion stirred within Shoha. He could sense the earnestness emanating from the diminutive human before him. You must have faith in me. With my talents, I merely require suitable trials to hone my abilities. At this juncture, Yulong hesitated momentarily before asserting with renewed gravity. Once this ordeal passes, Gaara, the successor to the position of Kazekage, will encounter unforeseen circumstances. During this time, I shall refrain from intervening, allowing our foes to grow stronger. I shall then use their strength as a stepping stone to further enhance my own power, preparing for the formidable adversaries that lie ahead. Therefore, I must feign ignorance until then. Observing the serious demeanor of Yulong, Shoha immediately contemplated the implications. Not only that, you may even have to endure some hardships and experience a few frights. In response to Shoha's speculation, Yulong unapologetically added, enduring a few hardships is one thing. But what on earth do you mean by experiencing fright? Upon hearing Yulong's addition, Shoha's fur bristled in alarm. Do not inquire. You shall understand in due time. What do you mean by do not inquire? Do you realize how anxious that makes me feel? Looking at the seemingly unconcerned Yulong, Shoha, still with his fur standing on end, expressed his irritation. What is there to be anxious about? They are merely trivial encounters devoid of real danger. Merely trivial? Does that imply I will face more than one fright? Sensitive to Yulong's reassurances, Shoha quickly grasped the implications in his words. Observing Shoha's pitiful demeanor, Yulong could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Hey, we are, after all, a distinguished Shoha, a unique existence. Can't you show a bit of backbone? They are just minor frights. Your reaction is rather exaggerated. It is you who spoke of horrors too extreme, yet you blame me for lacking courage. How unreasonable. Faced with Yulong's disdainful expression, the exceedingly frightened Shoha nearly broke down in tears. Chapter 40. The returning Yulong after comforting the near-tearful Shoha for quite some time. Yulong, now drenched in sweat, finally withdrew from Gaara's innermost thoughts. Casting a glance at Maki, whose eyes occasionally flickered with murderous intent, a smile involuntarily graced Yulong's lips. Not wishing to disturb Gaara, who had fallen into a deep slumber, Yulong chose to gaze at the stars. It was not until the dawn broke that Gaara, having slept through the entire night, finally awakened from his dreams. Meeting Yulong's gaze as he turned to look, Gaara's cheeks flushed with realization. I volunteered. No need to thank me. Thank you. Did I not mention that there is no need for gratitude? Observing Gaara, who suddenly bowed his head in thanks, Rilong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of exasperation. However, this expression of exasperation was fleeting, quickly replaced by a recollection that Rilong tucked away. While you were asleep, I made arrangements with Shukaku. It will no longer impede your rest. From now on, you may peacefully enjoy each night that is rightfully yours. This shall remain our secret. Do not divulge it to anyone else. Upon seeing Gaara's attempt to speak, Rilong immediately gestured for silence and winked. Although I am uncertain as to why you are doing this. Gaara, momentarily silent, eventually regained his composure and nodded vigorously. Observing the absence of hostility in Gaara's demeanor, Rilong smiled gently and rose to his feet. As Rilong stood, Gaara promptly followed suit. It is dawn. I must take my leave. I will also participate in this CHNIN exam. Let us strive together. I am aware of more than you may presume. No need for reminders. Stopping Gaara from speaking further, Rilong patted him on the shoulder. With another gentle smile, he turned to depart. Watching Rilong's figure gradually recede, Gaara felt an involuntary urge to speak. However, sensing Gaara might reveal something, Maki, who had been observing from a distance, hastened to Gaara's side. Gaara, you are from Sunagakure. Do not engage in actions detrimental to our village. In response to Maki's scrutinizing gaze and warning, Gaara, after a brief moment of silence, let out a cold scoff and turned away. Tired of the indifferent stares, Gaara had long ceased to consider himself a part of Sunagakure. Even the fact that his father was the Kazekage could not alter Gaara's conviction. Striding down the stairs, his mind was filled solely with Rilong's gentle smile. Should Rilong beckon him, Gaara would unhesitatingly betray Sunagakure and join the ranks of Konohagakure. As Gaara departed, the siblings Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances and quickly followed. Though Gaara appeared to have changed considerably, the siblings still regarded him as a dangerous individual. However, their father Raza had commanded them to monitor Gaara's movements. Thus, despite their trepidation, they chose to follow Gaara with determination. As the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, a sudden appearance shattered the tension. I seem to have forgotten to invite you for some savory tongue. Reappearing before Gaara, Rilong spoke in a gentle tone, smiling. We can certainly eat another day. Though Rilong's presence brought a glimmer of joy to Gaara's eyes, he spoke words that lacked sincerity out of politeness. That won't do. The most important thing in life is to honor one's promises. If I cannot keep even such a trivial commitment, my life would be a profound failure. Come, I will take you to savor the most authentic salted tongue in Konohagakure. As the conversation unfolded, Yulong decisively grasped Gaara's hand, striding purposefully into the distance. Observing the unresisting Gaara, the siblings Temari and Kankuro stood by in astonishment. It was only when the two figures grew distant that they finally reacted, exclaiming in surprise and rushing to catch up. Chapter 41. The incredulity of Tintin and others after finishing a meal of salted beef tongue with Gaara. The group rose and made their way to the venue for the CHNIN exams. Upon their timely arrival, the synchronized presence of Yulong and his companions immediately attracted a multitude of curious glances. Unfazed, Yulong smiled and nodded towards Gaara before approaching Hinata, who stood a short distance away. Are you feeling nervous? He inquired gently. Just a little bit. Hinata replied softly, her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. Hey, how come you're walking with those Sand Village guys? Kiba interjected, his tone suggesting something dubious. Don't say anything reckless. Shino quickly intervened, sensing Kiba's impending foolish comment. Hello. I often hear Atten mention you. Yulong greeted warmly. Atten. Such an intimate way to refer to her. Kiba exclaimed, astonished by Yulong's familiarity with Hinata. Seemingly oblivious to Yulong's true identity, Naruto, who stood nearby, eagerly interjected, proudly explaining, you might not know this, but Hinata's fiancé is Hyuga Yulong. At Naruto's revelation, Kiba, momentarily caught off guard, mirrored Naruto's earlier reaction. Fiancé? Hinata, are you getting married? Idiot. Being a fiancé just means that Hyuga Yulong and Hinata will marry in the future. It doesn't imply that they are getting married right now. Naruto, seizing the rare opportunity to tease Kiba, responded with a gleeful tone. Bang. Ouch. Why did you hit me again, Sakura? Naruto cried out in pain. Foolish Naruto. Must you explain things to Kiba so smugly? Don't forget, you had the same reaction yesterday. Sakura scolded, shaking her fist in frustration after just having punched Naruto on the head. TCH. I thought you actually understood, Naruto. Turns out you were just pretending to know. How embarrassing. She added with disdain. You're the one who's embarrassing. Be quiet. Naruto retorted. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Humph. Idiot. After being struck again by Sakura, a pain Naruto was met with Sasuke's mocking laughter. Before Naruto could express his annoyance further, Neji and the others, who had just arrived, approached them. Yulong. Lady Hinata. Yulong. What brings you here? Without a doubt, Yulong must be here to participate in the CH9 exams. Lee remarked with certainty, contrasting Tintin's curiosity. However, Tintin immediately dismissed Lee's assertion, insisting, Hey, Lee, don't make wild assumptions. With Yulong's strength, how could he possibly be here to take the exam? I surmise that Yulong Ji's presence here must be due to his role as one of the examiners for this CH9 exam. An examiner? Is that true? Yulong Gu. Upon hearing Tian's speculation, a look of astonishment immediately spread across Xiao Li's face. Heh, Tian has guessed incorrectly. Xiao Li's deduction is the accurate one. With a glint of amusement in his eyes, Yulong shrugged and spoke in a teasing tone. What? How is that possible? Hearing Yulong admit he is also a candidate, Neji and the others, who were previously unaware, were taken aback. Once they regained their senses, disbelief was etched on their faces. Tian, struggling to accept this revelation, exclaimed in shock. How can this be? Isn't this unfair? With your strength, Yulong Gu, how could you possibly be a candidate? Chapter 42. I am weak and easily bullied. What is so strange about this? You must understand. I have never participated in a promotion exam before. In response to Tian's incredulity, Yulong shrugged once more, revealing a playful expression. Embrace reality, Tian. I am a completely qualified participant. Since Yulong Gu is indeed a candidate, who are his teammates? No longer fixated on whether Yulong is a candidate, Neji took a deep breath and promptly inquired. Upon hearing Neji's question, the others around him also displayed curious expressions. Even the surrounding ninjas from other villages perked up their ears. After all, judging by Tian and the others' reactions, Yulong's strength is extraordinary. It may even surpass that of a mere genin. Therefore, when Neji asked about his teammates, the other participants immediately leaned in, eager to learn the identity of those who would stand alongside this remarkable individual. However, in response to the curious gazes all around, Yulong merely smiled with amusement and uttered words that left everyone incredulous. I am a specially approved participant, hence I have no teammates. Once the competition begins, feel free to come and trouble me. I am weak and particularly easy to bully. Faced with Yulong's brazen declaration and shameless self-introduction, Neji and his companions instinctively recoiled, their lips twitching uncontrollably as they distanced themselves from Yulong. Yulong Gu is truly shameless. While they maintained their distance, this thought involuntarily flashed through their minds. Others, though not retreating, displayed peculiar expressions. After all, in their years of memory, they had never encountered anyone who introduced themselves in such a manner. As the atmosphere turned oddly tense, Mike Guy, the J-Nin leading Neji and his companions, suddenly appeared. In his characteristic tone, he continued to banter along with the nonsensical Yulong. Hey, this is youth. Let us ignite our passion and defeat this underprivileged group together. As he spoke absurdly, Mike Guy struck a peculiar pose, pointing at Yulong, who remained standing in place. Such unreliable behavior inevitably left everyone present with a furrowed brow. However, despite Mike's dubious actions, they inadvertently reinforced the impression others held of Long Yu. As the farce concluded, the Chunin of Konoha, responsible for maintaining order, began ushering everyone into the examination hall. Thanks to the prior arrangements made by the third Hokage, Ibiki did not create difficulties for Long Yu in entering the venue. Instead, true to the original narrative, he distributed examination papers while simultaneously employing psychological suggestions on all participants. Given that the true purpose of this examination was to assess the candidates' teamwork and intelligence-gathering abilities, Many participants quickly revealed their vulnerabilities under Ibiki's subtle influence, ultimately resulting in the elimination of their respective teams. Observing the dwindling number of candidates in the examination hall, Ibiki felt the atmosphere was ripe for his final intimidating proclamation. Before we proceed to the 10th question, I require you to make a choice. A choice? What does that mean? Upon hearing Ibiki's words, Naruto, who had yet to answer a single question, felt a surge of anxiety. The others in the room, though silent, also furrowed their brows. Clearly, this examiner from Konoha was a master of psychological manipulation. He was systematically eliminating participants through psychological suggestions. His sudden announcement suggested he was about to present a dilemma of considerable weight. As anticipated, when Ibiki articulated the choice, the remaining genin erupted in commotion. On one hand, choosing not to answer would result in their teammates being dragged down and subsequently eliminated. On the other hand, answering incorrectly would condemn them to perpetually remain as genin. This decision was evidently a test of their confidence and selflessness. Witnessing an increasing number of candidates succumb to the pressure and opt out, Ibiki could not resist displaying a malicious grin. As more participants began to waver, a sudden sound of snoring broke the tension. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, bang, bang, bang. Hey, what do you mean by this? Falling asleep at such a moment? Surely, you cannot be doing this intentionally? In response to this disruptive individual, Ibiki, with veins popping on his forehead, angrily questioned after forcefully banging on the table. Has the 10th question been revealed? Ignoring Ibiki's furious outburst, Long Yu leisurely stretched and asked with a contented expression, "Did you not hear my previous question? If so, allow me to reiterate." A cold glint flickered in his eyes as Ibiki repeated his ultimate query. "Before we proceed to the 10th question, I need you to make a choice." "What choice?" Long Yu casually inquired while digging at his ears. "The choice to answer or not answer the 10th question." The veins on Ebishi's forehead throbbed once more as he struggled to suppress his anger, enunciating each word with deliberation. "Oh, what if you answer? What if you don't?" With a smug expression, he casually flicked the earwax from his fingernail. As if playing the role of a straight man, Yulong seized the opportunity to inquire again. "It seems you have no teammates due to special approval, am I right?" Realizing that the detestable figure before him indeed had no allies, Ebishi's irritation flared as he acknowledged the truth of the matter. "Bingo. Correct," Yulong proclaimed, snapping his fingers in self-satisfaction. Ebishi, gazing at the loathsome visage before him, felt his lip twitch in frustration before he continued. "Very well. In that case, you shall make a choice. Should you choose not to answer, you are to leave immediately. However, if you choose to respond and your answer is incorrect, you shall resign yourself to a lifetime of being a lower ninja." As he finished speaking, a sinister smile crept across Ebishi's face, as if he believed his question posed a formidable dilemma for Yulong. Unfortunately for him, this notion was swiftly shattered as Yulong retorted without hesitation. "What is there to deliberate? Of course, I will participate." His seemingly difficult choice elicited a nonchalant response from Yulong, leaving Ebishi's previously menacing expression frozen in disbelief. "Are you certain? Once you answer incorrectly, you will be condemned to a lifetime as a lower ninja." Although he anticipated that his warning would be futile, Ebishi was nonetheless curious about how Yulong would respond next. Yulong's subsequent answer indeed did not disappoint Ebishi. Not only did it astonish the hopeful Ebishi, but it also captivated every onlooker present. Why hesitate over such a matter? It is merely a lifetime as a lower ninja. As long as my strength is sufficient, even with the title of a lower ninja, I will still instill fear in those of the highest caliber upon hearing my name. So, does it truly matter if I remain a lower ninja for life? What an unexpected answer. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? If there are no further responses, I shall assume that all of you have chosen to answer the 10th question. Following another moment of silence, Ebishi made one final attempt to intimidate the remaining candidates. The result, however, was that no one chose to withdraw. With Yulong's declaration resonating within them, every individual present solidified their resolve. Noticing that no one else had backed down, Ebishi nodded in confirmation with the other proctors and announced that the remaining candidates had qualified. This surprising declaration of qualification immediately stirred a commotion among those who had chosen to stay. Subsequently, in response to the multitude of inquiries from the examinees, Ebishi removed the forehead protector from his head and, seizing the opportunity to command the attention of the majority, expounded upon the significance of choice and his criteria for qualification. As the majority of those present exhibited expressions of enlightenment, Ibiki, who was poised to continue his discourse, was abruptly interrupted by the sudden emergence of a shattered window. Upon witnessing the entrance of Mitarashi Anko through the broken pane, a look of resignation crossed Ibiki's face. Subsequently, Anko, having successfully captivated everyone's attention, proclaimed herself the chief examiner for the next round of the examination. Observing the varied expressions of the genin before her, Anko, with a playful smile, directly announced her intent to reduce the number of participants to less than half. In the wake of the ensuing commotion, an elated Anko boldly declared that all would reconvene at the examination venue the following day. As for the location of the exam, it was understood that each participant would return to their respective homes to consult their leading jonin for details. Chapter 43, Stance. The first examination, which left a profound impression, had come to an end. As the newly emerged Girin stepped out of the testing grounds, he received a summons from the third Hokage. With a slight shrug, indicating that his peers need not worry, Girin followed the messenger ninja directly to the Hokage's office. Upon arriving calmly at the Hokage's office, an unwelcome figure caught Girin's eye. Indeed, Girin's disdain was not without justification. As he entered the office, Danzo Shimura, who had arrived earlier, wasted no time in confronting Girin. Hyuga Girin, can you explain your actions from yesterday? You, without any orders, not only engaged with a ninja from Sunagakure, but spent the entire night with them. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I believe it necessary to consider you a traitor to Konoha. Hokage-sama, I have crucial intelligence to report. However, I believe it inappropriate for the radical Danzo to be privy to this information, Girin boldly stated, meeting the questioning gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Brat, Hyuga Girin, do you even understand your position? How dare you utter such words? Danzo's murderous intent was palpable in response to Girin's defiance. Danzo, it is precisely because I understand my position that I must act thus. I am a subordinate of the Hokage, not merely a pawn of your hawkish faction. Undeterred by Danzo's menacing demeanor, Girin retorted with a sardonic smile and a resolute tone. You, Danzo, since Girin has spoken so, I suggest you withdraw. Seemingly pleased with Girin's declaration of loyalty, Hiruzen finally spoke up after a prolonged silence. Hiruzen, you. Danzo's expression was one of disbelief at Hiruzen's directive. Leave us. I trust Girin. He would never betray Konoha. Without affording Danzo a chance to retort, Hiruzen reaffirmed his stance from his seat. Very well, Hiruzen. I hope you do not come to regret your decision today. A flicker of anger flashed across the eyes of Shimura Danzo as he cast a harsh remark before storming out. However, as he departed with a face full of murderous intent, Yulong could not help but reveal a cold smile. Dissolve. With a disdainful huff, Yulong swiftly performed a series of hand seals, nullifying the secret jutsu left behind by Shimura Danzo. This decisive display not only caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also intensified the murderous intent simmering within the already departed Danzo. Hyuga Yulong, I, Shimura Danzo, will remember this grudge. Do not let me find your weakness, or you shall surely regret crossing me. Leaving this threat unmasked, Danzo, consumed by rage, stormed away. Yet, in the face of Danzo's blatant threat, Yulong remained utterly unperturbed. He chuckled, hee hee. Yulong, you have truly angered Danzo this time. Aren't you afraid of his retaliation? If everyone feared Lord Danzo's revenge, then no one would dare to support you as Hokage. Gazing at the smiling Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yulong straightened his expression and once again delivered words that would astonish the third Hokage. Very well, Yulong, my faith in you has proven to be well placed. Speak, what have you discovered? To the Hokage, Yulong revealed gravely. I have discovered that a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure has appeared in our Konoha. Witnessing Hiruzen's sudden shift in expression, Yulong's revelation indeed had the anticipated effect. Yulong, are you serious? The once smiling Hiruzen was instantly on his feet, taken aback by Yulong's words. Lord Hokage, this is not something Yulong would jest about. In response to Hiruzen's disbelief, Yulong reiterated his assurance while explaining the situation. Lord Hokage, you may not be aware, but my sensory abilities are particularly attuned to certain entities. Thus, upon encountering that Gaara, I immediately discerned his identity as a Jinchuriki. Moreover, his emotions were evidently volatile. One careless moment could lead to him losing control. So, you approached him deliberately and remained by his side for an entire night? Hiruzen, after a moment of silence, asked with a grave expression. Indeed, Lord Hokage. Meeting Hiruzen's gaze, Yulong paused before continuing. Of course, I do not deny that I harbored some personal motives. If he truly is a Jinchuriki, the first to perish in the event of his rampage would be you. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Hiruzen fixated intently on Yulong, stating, yet, aside from his identity as a Jinchuriki, he is merely a child isolated by others. What he truly needs is connection and trust. Seemingly oblivious to his own standing, Yulong stood firm under Hiruzen's intense gaze and spoke resolutely. What is your perspective on this matter? It seemed that the determination in Yulong's eyes was unmistakable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, well-versed in Yulong's past, promptly opted to change the subject. Naturally, he intended to conduct a discreet investigation without arousing suspicion from the Sunagakure faction. Should this merely be an unfortunate coincidence, it would be a false alarm. However, if it were a plot, we must at least be prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Do you believe that Sunagakure would betray Konohagakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen, now seated again, inquired. Eager to hear Yulong's thoughts, the alliance between Sunagakure and our Konohagakure was, after all, born out of necessity. If someone were to exploit self-interest to incite betrayal of the pact, it would hardly be surprising. In response to Hiruzen's query, Yulong revealed no intention of concealing his insight, providing a resolute answer that caused Hiruzen's eyes to widen in surprise. I understand. You have not yet disclosed this to anyone else, have you? After a brief moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Certainly not. However, upon my return, the clan leader will likely pose the same question to you. You may relay this to Hyuga Hayashi, but be sure to impress upon him that this matter must remain confidential. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Hiruzen's expression shifted once more, and he issued a gag order. I comprehend. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Very well. You may proceed. I permit you to act according to your judgment. But one stipulation remains. You must not jeopardize Konohagakure's interests. As he signaled Yulong to depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen articulated his acceptable boundaries. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Regardless of the circumstances, I am a member of Konohagakure. My home is in Konoha, and my family resides there. Under the intense scrutiny of Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Yulong solemnly pledged his commitment. Subsequently, Yulong refrained from further conversation and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Chapter 44. The second exam commences. Orochimaru makes his entrance having exited the Hokage building and returned to the gathering place of the Hyuga clan. Yulong was indeed met with the same inquiry from Hyuga Hisashi. Notably, the long-absent Hyuga Chisato faction, under the direct leadership of Hyuga Chisato, confronted Yulong at Hisashi's residence, boldly questioning him. Regrettably, such brazen inquiries were met with nothing more than a simple statement from Yulong. This matter has been placed under a gag order by the Hokage. If Elder Chisato has questions, perhaps he should direct them to the Hokage himself. What? Is Elder Chisato dissatisfied with my response? If so, I can inquire on behalf of Elder Chisato with the Hokage to ascertain whether the truth can be revealed to him. Very well, very well. Hyuga Yulong, you possess audacity. We shall take our leave. Acknowledging that this mobilization was ultimately futile, they departed in frustration. Consumed by an overwhelming fury, Hinata Chisa abruptly flung her sleeves and turned to leave. Observing her departure, the others who had accompanied her could only follow suit, retreating in dejection. It was not until Chisa's presence had completely vanished that Goryu, with a respectful demeanor, recounted the events that had transpired. Upon grasping the context, Hinata Hayashi's expression turned grave. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a realization. Regaining his composure, a gentle smile graced Hinata Hayashi's face. Remember to look after Hinata during tomorrow's examination. Her disposition is exceedingly fragile, as you well know. Rest assured, Lord Hayashi, once we enter the examination venue, I shall hasten to Hinata's side with utmost speed. Goryu solemnly vowed upon hearing Hayashi mention the second round of the examination. Sensing the determination reflected in Goryu's eyes, Hinata Hayashi's expression transformed into one of satisfaction. The two then shifted their conversation to light-hearted banter, leaving the earlier matters behind. Upon arriving at the Forest of Death alongside Hinata and the others, Goryu's gaze swept across the assembled participants. Though he did not linger too long, his glance caught the attention of someone within the crowd. Hinata Goryu, what remarkable abilities do you possess to earn the old man's regard? My lord, shall I go test him? In response to Orochimaru's musings, the sound ninja standing beside him could not help but inquire. No need. Once we are inside the forest of death, I shall confront him myself. After dismissing his subordinate's offer, Orochimaru redirected his focus entirely onto Sasuke. For Orochimaru, the orphan of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke represented his true objective. Unbeknownst to him, while he schemed against Konoha and Sasuke, Goryu was equally plotting against him. I wonder if consuming the fruit cultivated from Orochimaru's blood would yield adverse effects? Perhaps I should wait until I obtain his blood to consider that. As the proctor, Mitarashi Anko, made her appearance, Goryu promptly set aside his musings. Mitarashi Anko then began to announce the rules for the second round of the examination, instructing all participants to sign a death waiver. After confirming that everyone had duly signed, she urged all to collect their respective scrolls. Once all had retrieved their scrolls, she officially declared the start of the second round of the examination. Chapter 45. Taunting and provoking Orochimaru. As Goryu stepped into the forest of death, he immediately set off at his swiftest pace towards Hinata. Though in the original narrative, Hinata encountered no peril, his involvement rendered the outcome uncertain. For Goryu, he could afford to be careless in many matters, but when it came to Hinata's safety, he could not dare to relax even for a moment. There is only one Hinata. He would not allow any danger to befall her. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting Yulong to hasten his pace through the perilous death forest. Fortunately, the distance between him and Hinata was not overly vast. After a brief search, Yulong soon located Hinata and her companions. While he felt a sigh of relief, he chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he opted to silently watch over them from the shadows. After all, Hinata was, above all, a ninja. The trials and tribulations she faced were essential for her growth. Thus, no matter how much he wished to protect her, he had no right to deprive her of the opportunity to become stronger. His sole duty was to emerge and safeguard her when faced with insurmountable danger. As Yulong vigilantly guarded Hinata, his clone also found its target. Observing the already panicked Sasuke, the hidden Yulong revealed himself. Truly, the infamous Orochimaru. It is commendable how your mere aura can instill such panic in others, he thought, recognizing the skill that allowed Orochimaru to evade his detection and approach so closely without being noticed. Turning to face Yulong, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed sharply. The two subordinates who had only just parted from him now lay at his feet, a sight that shocked Orochimaru to his core. He was acutely aware of their capabilities, and it was not surprising that his adversary could subdue them. However, the presence of an unnoticed variable added a layer of intrigue to the encounter. Who are you? There should be no one of your caliber in the current Konoha. With the silence of his subordinate's capture weighing heavily, Orochimaru reevaluated Yulong's strength, and his tone shifted to one of gravity. Orochimaru, even after years away from Konoha, you still speak with an intimate knowledge of the village. While he offered praise, Yulong's tone dripped with sarcasm. Noticing Orochimaru's expression darkening at his words, Yulong's demeanor shifted unexpectedly, leading him to exclaim, "Yet this is to be expected. Although your deeds may be heinous, your charisma is undeniable. There will always be moths drawn to the flame, willingly sacrificing for you." I shall take that as your compliment. Following the signature laughter of the serpent, a peculiar glint sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes as he once again inquired about Yulong's identity. But are you not inclined to reveal your identity? I must admit, I am particularly curious about your motives. Chapter 46. Taunting Orochimaru. Curious, are we? Since your curiosity is so piqued, allow me to enlighten you. Yulong replied, a playful expression gracing his face as he regarded Orochimaru, whose serpentine smile seemed poised to reveal something at any moment. To me, your plan is quite an entertaining spectacle. Observing the now expressionless Orochimaru, the playful glint on Yulong's face became even more pronounced. Do give it your all. I am tremendously eager for your performance, this delightful monkey show. Forgive my impertinence. It should be referred to as a splendid performance. Gazing at Orochimaru, whose murderous intent was evident, Yulong's mocking expression was impossible to conceal. Such blatant provocation thoroughly incensed Orochimaru. Is that so? I fear you may not have the opportunity. As the menacing words left Yulong's lips, a sound of earth breaking emerged beneath his feet. Soon, a pair of elongated arms burst forth from the ground beneath Yulong, swiftly stretching and ensnaring the immobile figure. Lowering his gaze to the head of Orochimaru emerging from the earth, Yulong's expression displayed no hint of panic. Rather, the mockery on his face intensified. Lord Orochimaru, your sudden appearance does not concern you? What if I were to feel unwell and suffer an urgent need? Humph. Then do what you must. With a voice brimming with malice, even before the words fully escaped his mouth, a slender serpent leapt from Orochimaru's mouth, coiling directly around Yulong's neck. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, a taunting smile lingered on Yulong's face. Since Lord Orochimaru has spoken so, I shall not hold back. As Yulong's mocking tone rang out once more, a transformation occurred within the bound Yulong. The moment a slender serpent bit him, he contorted and morphed into a pool of liquid. The noxious stench that suddenly wafted through the air caused Orochimaru, now drenched, to erupt in fury. Do not let me catch you. Otherwise, you shall surely regret treating me in such a manner. The murderous intent of the heavens fully unleashed. An enraged Orochimaru resorted to extensive attack ninjutsu. The serpent's array, accompanied by Orochimaru's furious roar, countless serpents surged forth from his mouth, overwhelming the surroundings with an unstoppable force. Alas, this seemingly terrifying assault proved futile once more. Despite the throng of serpents having ravaged the vicinity, they failed to unearth the concealed Yulong. Watching Orochimaru, whose chest heaved and whose eyes burned crimson with rage, Yulong, hidden beyond the attack's reach, slowly revealed himself. As Yulong re-emerged, he could not resist uttering another insufferable remark. TSK, Lord Orochimaru, your current demeanor is indeed strikingly handsome. I am curious. What advantage do you gain by deliberately provoking me? With a sharp gaze fixed upon the reappearing Yulong, the now calmed Orochimaru coldly inquired. In response to Orochimaru's question, Yulong's previously jovial expression finally turned solemn. What benefit is there? Certainly, it brings me immense joy. You are akin to a stirring rod imbued with thought and vigor, perpetually scheming to instigate chaos. For someone like me, who relishes tranquility, you are nothing short of a cacophony. Utterly vexing. Chapter 47. The frustration of Orochimaru. Oh, is that so? However, to be loathed by someone of your caliber is indeed an honor for me, Orochimaru. Humph. In response to Yulong's renewed taunt, Orochimaru, now entirely composed, let out a neurotic chuckle. This serpentine laughter, characteristic of Orochimaru, prompted Yulong, who had just mocked him, to raise an eyebrow. Truly, Orochimaru is remarkable for regaining his composure so swiftly. Observing the smug expression that graced Orochimaru's face once more, Yulong, without warning, launched yet another barb. Yet, this does not alter the unpleasant reality that you exude a rather foul odor. I must concede, you possess a remarkable talent for inciting the emotions of others. Even though I am fully aware that you are deliberately provoking me, I find it impossible to suppress the fury brewing within me. As the words concluded, the previously placid Orochimaru reignited his murderous intent. Harnessing the power of a binding technique, he temporarily immobilized Yulong's movements and immediately opted to employ the body flicker technique. In the next instant, propelled by the technique's might, Orochimaru reappeared behind Yulong and launched another assault. He elongated his neck and aimed to sink his fangs into Yulong's throat. Crack! As Orochimaru's fangs sank deep into Yulong's neck, the sharp sound of breaking teeth echoed through the air. Gazing at the now altered Yulong, Orochimaru was engulfed in a blaze of fury. Since you are so intent on provoking me, I shall grant your wish. Wind release. Infinite breakthrough. Faced with yet another instance of being toyed with, Orochimaru, whose mind was consumed by wrath, chose to unleash an expansive, sustained attack. In an instant, the previously tranquil surroundings were enveloped by an unending torrent of wind blades. Only when the area within several miles had been utterly ravaged by the blades did Orochimaru finally cease his onslaught, panting heavily. Yet, a cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's brow as, just as his attack subsided, Yulong's voice re-emerged, having seemingly vanished. Haha, Orochimaru, this time, you truly find yourself in quite the predicament. You cur. If you possess the capability, why not engage in a straightforward battle? What sort of prowess is hiding and sneaking about? Suddenly turning to survey his surroundings, Orochimaru could not help but roar in anger. Alas, such a frenzied provocation could hardly compel Yulong to reveal himself. As Orochimaru's furious shout faded, Yulong's mocking voice rang out once more. TSK. The one who delights in schemes has finally suggested a direct confrontation? I must admit, this is quite a rarity. You scoundrel, do you genuinely believe I am powerless against you? Impure World Yo. Is this a prelude to employing the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation? Why not reserve such a move for your most esteemed teacher? Observing Orochimaru, who was on the verge of losing control and ready to unleash the technique, Yulong inquired with a tone of incredulous amusement. In response to this question, Orochimaru, having halted his actions, could not help but display a look of frustration. You, scoundrel! I, Orochimaru, have never encountered someone as shameless as you, he bellowed, succumbing to a fit of rage. This outburst, however, only served to elicit further mockery from Yulong, proving entirely ineffectual. Never encountered? How could that be? Are you not the very embodiment of shamelessness yourself? Chapter 48. Almost driving Orochimaru to desperation. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. Oh, you truly couldn't hold back, could you? Very well, I shall no longer indulge you. Farewell. As the infuriated Orochimaru could no longer restrain himself, he unleashed the impure world reincarnation. Recognizing that further engagement would alter the course of events, Yulong retreated with an irksome tone. This unexpected turn of events caused Orochimaru's chest to heave violently once more, as his fury teetered on the brink of explosion. Curious participants, unfortunate enough to draw near, were denied any opportunity for escape. With emotions tightly wound, Orochimaru unhesitatingly chose to vent his ire upon these hapless individuals. The chilling cries, laced with terror, echoed across the desolate ground, startling nearby birds into flight once again. Gazing upon the lifeless form of a subordinate shinobi who had succumbed to fear, Orochimaru finally found a release for his pent-up rage. With a disdainful snort, he turned to depart. Though he remained unaware of their identities, he vowed to remember this grievance. As Orochimaru exited, the ravaged ground was momentarily granted a fragile tranquility. Moments later, the sound of slicing air pierced the silence. The chief examiner of this trial, Mitashi Izuki, emerged onto this battleground that had been repeatedly torn apart by Orochimaru. Upon witnessing the familiar signs of attack, Mitashi's eyes narrowed in alarm. Orochimaru. A foreboding sensation gripped her heart, prompting her to scan the surroundings. Her search quickly revealed the unfortunate victims, whose faces bore the unmistakable marks of sheer terror upon their demise. A flicker of anger ignited within Mitashi's gaze as she beheld the fallen participants. Orochimaru, having forsaken Konoha, why have you returned? What are your intentions? Following the remnants of Orochimaru's presence, a complex expression flashed across Mitashi's anxious features. Her feelings towards Orochimaru's reappearance were a tumultuous blend of hatred, anticipation, and an indescribable resolve. As the plot once again returned to its original trajectory, Yulong, who had been toying with Orochimaru, could not help but reveal a look of regret in his farming space. Alas, in my amusement, I forgot my original intention, which was to obtain some snake blood. How careless of me to indulge so thoroughly. There's nothing to be done but to wait until he and the third Hokage engage in battle before I can proceed. With a frustrated pat on his forehead, Yulong, aware of his overindulgence, reluctantly abandoned the idea of collecting Orochimaru's blood. Since he no longer intended to gather blood, Yulong promptly shifted his focus to collecting scrolls. Thus, suppressing his feelings of regret, he immediately began strategizing about the missing scroll he sought. With a mindset geared towards swift resolution, Yulong exited his farming space and activated his Byakugan to begin his search for the target. Fortunately, luck was on his side as he soon discovered a group of unsuspecting participants, observing the traps that had already been set, waiting for prey to fall into their snares. A malicious smile crept across Yulong's face. Since they are mere extras, I shall not hold back. Uttering these ill-intentioned words, Yulong swiftly locked onto his targets. In a flash, he struck, rendering the three unsuspecting individuals unconscious. After completing this task, Yulong seized the scroll he found on them and departed with haste, leaving behind the trio to awaken and exchange glances, recalling a particular self-introduction. I am a special participant, hence I have no teammates. Once in the arena, everyone is welcome to come and trouble me. I am weak and easily bullied. Chapter 49. The farce. Having successfully obtained the scroll, Yulong found himself in a perplexing situation upon discovering that the scroll was identical to his own. This revelation left him both embarrassed and compelled to act once more, seeking additional scrolls. Unfortunately, it seemed as though fate was playing a cruel joke on him. No matter how he attempted to seize scrolls, each one he acquired was merely another Earth scroll. This astonishing outcome brought a bittersweet smile to Yulong's face. What is this? Am I meant to sell scrolls? Wait a moment. This could be a splendid idea. If I can sell them, it should yield a considerable profit. As thoughts of profit danced in his mind, Yulong's eyes sparkled with the symbols of wealth. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. With entrepreneurial spirit ignited, Yulong embarked on his scroll heist journey, robbing every participant he encountered along the way. It was only after he finally acquired a sky scroll that he decided to cease his antics. While he could continue his mischief, excess would inevitably compromise his semblance of composure. Therefore, in order to preserve the little image he had, Yulong resolved to stop once he had gathered the scrolls. Concurrently, through the collaboration of their trio, Hinata and her companions also successfully gathered the necessary scrolls. Considering the urgency of their situation, the trio resolved to hasten their pace, making their way directly to the central tower of the Death Forest. Without the intervention of the Dragon Lord, subsequent events reverted to their original course. Gaara, in a gruesomely brutal manner, eliminated the Rain Village genin who had dared to provoke him. Orochimaru successfully implanted the Curse Mark of Heaven onto Sasuke. The passive activation of the Curse Mark's powers astonished the onlookers. With Orochimaru's appearance, a multitude of Konoha's Umbu infiltrated the Death Forest. Simultaneously, unhindered by outside interference, Kabuto, leveraging his status as a senior, approached Sasuke and his companions once more. After a series of inconsequential skirmishes, all teams converged upon the tower at the heart of the Death Forest. As they beheld the Dragon Lord seated outside the tower, the arriving group could not help but wear expressions of incredulity. "You scoundrel! You claim to be weak and easily bullied, yet you swiftly snatched away all our scrolls. You are nothing but a fraud." The rallying cry resonated among them. "Let us unite. Retrieve the scrolls. Yes, together, let us reclaim what is ours." With one leading the charge, those who had also been robbed of their scrolls joined in vehemently. As the crowd surged towards him, the Dragon Lord rolled his eyes, his expression dripping with disdain. "Do you not possess any sense of reason? By sheer numbers, am I not the one who is weak? Do I not appear easily bullied?" Such earnest questioning momentarily stilled the advancing contenders. Witnessing their halted advance, the Dragon Lord's solemn demeanor transformed into one of smug satisfaction. "Clearly, you are the weak ones. Yet you choose to blame me for deceiving you. Do you have no shame? Do not listen to his nonsense. Everyone, together, reclaim the scrolls. Yes, let us unite and take back what is rightfully ours." Faced with the Dragon Lord's dual scorn, both verbal and expressive, the previously hesitant participants were ignited with fury. They wasted no time in charging at the still disdainful Dragon Lord. As the foremost challengers lunged towards him, the Dragon Lord's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly gathered all the scrolls from the ground. Yet, he was unable to evade the onslaught of those who pounced upon him. As his assailants successfully seized their prize, a gleam of triumph flashed across the faces of the foremost contenders, and they recklessly began their assault on the Dragon Lord. Observing the fallen Dragon Lord, who lay on the ground wailing in agony, the encircling participants grew increasingly fervent in their assault. This scene startled Hinata and her companions, who had just arrived, prompting them to prepare for rescue. However, before they could act, an unexpected figure intercepted them. "Brother Dragon, Shu, keep your voices down. Don't let them discover us." As he gazed upon the incredulous expressions of Hinata and her companions, Yulong swiftly gestured for silence, urging them not to reveal his whereabouts. Unfortunately, his meticulous calculations overlooked the presence of an unreliable individual nearby, who completely failed to notice Yulong's signal to hush. Upon realizing that the person being pummeled was not Yulong's Naruto, he erupted into laughter, mocking those who had taken action. Huh. You fools are truly amusing. You've been duped and remain oblivious. How infuriating. Everyone, cease at once. We've been played by that guy. He's behind us. What? How is that even possible? If we weren't hitting him, then who were we attacking? Upon hearing such remarks, the astonished crowd halted and turned their gaze towards the individual they had been mercilessly assaulting. "You imbeciles. It's me," the unfortunate ninja exclaimed, his face resembling a swollen mess. A closer look revealed that this was the very person who had instigated the mob against Yulong. Chapter 50. Yulong's rationale. "You are no true genin. I shall report you to the higher-ups of Konoha and have your examination qualifications revoked." The battered participant, his visage a grotesque sight, bellowed in frustration as he directed his ire towards Yulong, who had appeared behind them, observing the spectacle. Regrettably, his outburst did not elicit the panic he anticipated on Yulong's face. Instead, it earned him a disdainful glare. Are you truly this dim-witted? This is the Chunin promotion exam. To aspire to become a Chunin, one must possess the strength of a Chunin. If one lacks the requisite power and still participates in this examination, are you merely here to idle about? Yulong's tone, initially impatient, grew increasingly stern. As he was chastised by Yulong, the participant who had threatened to report him shrank back, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he slinked away into the crowd. Although others did not retreat as he did, they fell silent, for Yulong spoke a bitter truth. To become a Chunin, one must indeed have the strength befitting such a rank. The so-called Chunin promotion exam is merely a test for ninjas who have already attained Chunin-level prowess to demonstrate their capabilities to the authorities. Any participant lacking this strength is undoubtedly akin to a fish out of water, floundering aimlessly. As the crowd wrestled with this realization, many displayed expressions of discontent. Sensing the lingering dissatisfaction among the onlookers, Yulong, who had been observing their reactions, allowed a smile to grace his features. Ahem. Though your misfortune has led you to encounter someone slightly more formidable than yourselves, I am a reasonable individual. As long as you possess the scroll of the Book of Heaven, you may procure a copy of the scroll of the Book of Earth from me for the price of 100,000. Gazing at those who exchanged glances after hearing his words, the smiling Yulong promptly extended a finger, reiterating his point. Remember, this is exclusively for those who possess the Book of Heaven scroll. What? On what grounds? I refuse to accept this. Bang. What nonsense are you spouting? Without the Book of Heaven, do you intend to purchase the Book of Earth just to wipe yourself? Witnessing someone shout their defiance, Yulong immediately retaliated with a punch, swelling the opponent's head as a lesson. Ouch. I understand now. Please don't hit my head. It hurts. In the face of Yulong's onslaught, the previously defiant participant began to lament with a sorrowful expression. Yet, such powerless complaints were swiftly met with another blow from Yulong. I will hit your head. Bang. I will hit your head. Bang. How foolish. Do you still aspire to be a Chunin? In the future, when leading missions, do you wish for your subordinates to accompany you to your demise? Bang. 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 I was wrong. Woe is me. Confronted with Yulong's dual assault of spirit and body, the participant could not help but weep in dismay. Such a scene, while leaving others quite bewildered, also instilled a sense of awe regarding Yulong's prowess. Body flicker technique. As that thought swept through the minds of the crowd, their expressions towards Yulong shifted to one of reverence. It was evident that this individual before them possessed the qualifications of a Nin. Contemplating the sense of helplessness they felt in the presence of Yulong, the group swiftly reaffirmed this reality. Chapter 51. Yulong garnered sympathy upon confirming Yulong's strength. Those participants who had initially harbored ulterior motives promptly extinguished their thoughts, obediently opting to purchase the Book of Earth scrolls. Simultaneously, due to Yulong's declaration of purchase restrictions, some teams lacking the Book of Heaven scrolls immediately turned their attention to those who held them. In an instant, a chaotic melee erupted outside the central tower of the Death Forest. As the instigator of this turmoil, Yulong stood by, observing the commotion with a relaxed demeanor. Such provocative behavior left Sarutobi Hisashi and others within the tower both amused and exasperated. They had initially perceived Hinata Yulong as a composed individual, only to realize he was, in fact, quite the jester. However, considering Yulong's skills and his resolute stance, Sarutobi Hisashi could not help but wear a satisfied smile. Moments later, this intense brawl came to a close. Yulong, as he had hoped, amassed a substantial profit. As he counted his earnings while stepping into the tower, the others nearby could not help but twitch their lips. This avaricious demeanor was hardly befitting that of a ninja. Upon entering the tower, Yulong immediately spotted Kakashi and the others waiting nearby. Hey, Captain, Guy, it's been a while, he exclaimed. Am I allowed to say I don't recognize you? Kakashi, with his lips twitching, replied with an expression of resignation. In stark contrast to Kakashi's refusal to acknowledge their connection, Mike Kai displayed an entirely different demeanor. Long time no see, Yulong. I can see your youth ablaze, he exclaimed. Indeed, it has ignited in pursuit of wealth. Ever since I conceived a method to earn money, I believe a monthly income of 1 million is no longer a mere dream. With a flourish, Yulong raised the cash he had yet to stow away, prompting a playful shrug from him. Are you not concerned that Lord Hokage might take issue with your opportunistic gathering of wealth? Kakashi could no longer contain his disapproval and chose to voice his concerns. In response to Kakashi's admonition, Yulong shrugged once more. Can you truly blame me? Since I participated in the exam, I naturally must strive for my promotion to Chunin. And to achieve that, one must seize the scrolls. Yet do you not think you have acquired an excessive number of scrolls yourself? Kakashi pressed, prompting Yulong to bristle. Can you truly blame me? Every scroll I have seized has been akin to my own earth book. It has always been the case. If you were in my position, what would you have done? Would you have refrained from seizing the scrolls? Upon hearing Yulong's grievances, those around them could not help but feel a wave of sympathy. After all, anyone in such a predicament would likely share Yulong's frustration. Initially elated upon spotting a target, only to be disheartened upon realizing that the acquired scroll was merely a duplicate of what one already possessed, would inevitably lead to a profound sense of disappointment. If such a scenario recurs, the emotional turmoil could indeed drive a person to the brink of madness. Realizing that Yulong's offerings were solely earth books, the onlookers cast sympathetic glances in his direction, as he evidently endured this maddening ordeal. Chapter 52. Yulong is still a child. As all eyes turned towards him with expressions of sympathy, the recently disgruntled Yulong rolled his eyes. What is with those looks? As an exemplary ninja, one must learn to adapt to unfavorable circumstances. Just like me. Although I initially felt quite vexed, once the little money came into my possession, I felt exhilarated. At this juncture, Yulong adopted a rather provocative expression, once again flaunting the stack of money in his hand. Those who had previously sympathized with him suddenly recalled that they had just contributed a significant sum to this very individual. With this realization, their empathy vanished, replaced by disdainful gazes. Just as Yulong prepared to continue his boasting, a member of the Umbu, stationed beside the third Hokage, appeared to inform him that Lord Hokage wished to see him. With a rather apprehensive withdrawal and scratching the back of his head, Yulong promptly followed the Umbu away. As Yulong departed, the crowd, which had formed a circle around him, immediately dispersed, engaging in small groups of conversation. Kakashi, why does Hinata Yulong refer to you as captain? Could it be? Why Hai Kurenai, standing beside Kakashi, couldn't help but display an expression of astonishment as she gazed at Yulong's receding figure. Perhaps you've already surmised. During his time in the Umbu, he was considered my subordinate. Acknowledging Kurenai's realization, Kakashi chose not to conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. To my knowledge, one must possess the strength of an elite nin to enter the Umbu. Yet he is an exception, as Kurenai expressed disbelief. Kakashi's gaze drifted into reminiscence. When Yulong had just become a ninja, he encountered an ambush by the ninja of the Land of Lightning on his very first mission. Faced with an extremely unfavorable situation, the mere genin Yulong unexpectedly eliminated two of the enemy's nin. Without acknowledging Kurenai's astonished expression, Kakashi paused momentarily before continuing. Due to his extraordinary performance, upon returning to Konoha, he was promptly assigned to the Umbu by Lord Hokage. Subsequently, during our joint missions, in our first battle, he ingeniously set traps that took out 4 nin from the Land of Lightning, who fell into them. How is that possible? They are nin. How could they be defeated by mere traps? Kurenai exclaimed, unable to believe Kakashi's account. Kakashi, however, was not the slightest bit surprised by Kurenai's intense reaction. Indeed, in truth, had I not experienced it myself, I too would find it hard to believe. Alas, this is an undeniable fact. He is a genius, a true genius. Unaware of Kakashi's high regard for him, Yulong encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen once again and respectfully bowed before him. Lord Hokage, I never expected you, Yulong, to possess such an endearing side. Quite the surprise. In response to Yulong's bow, Hiruzen acknowledged him while casually referencing the earlier incident outside the tower. Yet, in response to Hiruzen's seemingly casual remark, Yulong sighed with a hint of sadness. Surely you have forgotten that I am still just a child? Indeed, I had forgotten. Hiruzen's expression momentarily froze upon hearing Yulong's slightly melancholic retort. Just as Yulong had stated, he had indeed overlooked the fact that Yulong was still a child. Chapter 53. The preliminary rounds conclude. You are truly remarkable. Remarkable to the extent that I often forget you are still a child. As he looked at Yulong, Hiruzen, finally coming to this realization, couldn't help but exclaim once more. Thank you for your kind words. To receive such praise from you is an honor for Yulong. Resuming his respectful demeanor, Yulong bowed once again to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I speak the truth. Your excellence is undeniable. Gazing at the respectfully poised Yulong, Hiruzen felt a moment of disorientation. At this moment, he felt that the figure of Yulong before him bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, who had departed from the village. As he emerged from that fleeting trance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned solemn, and he spoke once more. In the upcoming matches, I hope you can temper your strength. Do not exhibit overwhelming power. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yulong guarantees the task will be accomplished. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request, Yulong readily assured him. After a brief exchange on various matters, Yulong bowed once again and exited the room where Sarutobi Hiruzen resided. Upon returning to the first level of the tower, Yulong made his way directly to Kakashi and his companions. Introduced by Kakashi and Might Guy, he also became acquainted with Hyuga and others present. After some engaging conversation, Hyuga and her peers were swiftly captivated by Yulong's charm. Indeed, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had remarked, Yulong's brilliance often led one to forget that he was still merely a child. It was not until Yulong rejoined the ranks of the competitors, after conversing with Hyuga for a full half-hour, that they suddenly recalled the truth of his youth. With all qualified participants gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, promptly addressed everyone. Following him, as the examiner for the third round, Hyuga began to elucidate the details of the preliminary rounds. Soon, many participants began to voice their grievances, while the spy Kabuto chose to forfeit. Watching Kabuto turn away, a barely perceptible smirk flickered in Yulong's eyes. Once Orochimaru's plan unfolded, he would relish the opportunity to toy with Kabuto. As this thought crossed his mind, Yulong realized the preliminary rounds were finally commencing. Due to an odd number of participants, Yulong found himself granted a bye. Such fortuitous circumstances prompted many to exclaim about potential favoritism. Alas, regardless of the complaints from the disgruntled, the outcome remained unchanged. Thanks to Yulong's prior intervention, the two tragedies that were originally destined to unfold in the narrative did not occur. Lee's leg remained intact, and Neji refrained from injuring Hinata. This outcome brought Yulong, who had been observing intently, a sense of relief. As the preliminary rounds concluded, those who had successfully advanced were informed by Hyuga that the formal matches would take place in 1 month's time. Upon receiving this news, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the successful participants. For these young individuals, who were in a period of rapid growth, a month was ample time for their abilities to undergo significant transformation. Chapter 54, Rashi, Orochimaru. And the blood of Kimimaro. The conclusion of the preliminary rounds heralded the approach of the final stage of this Chunin exam, with the intention of further enhancing his strength before the grand battle officially commenced. As soon as the preliminary round concluded, Yulong seized the opportunity while everyone was distracted to once again manifest a clone. This particular clone had but one mission: to stealthily follow and masquerade as Orochimaru, the elite shinobi of the Sound Village. Thanks to the unique properties of the Rinnegan, Yulong's clone did not need to maintain a close proximity. Thus, even with Orochimaru's formidable prowess, he remained blissfully unaware of the presence shadowing him from afar. After quietly slipping out of Konoha, Orochimaru made a beeline for the Land of Wind, where he soon rendezvoused with the 5 members of the Sound Ninja. Upon sighting them, a chilling smile crept across Orochimaru's visage. Following a routine exchange of deceptive pleasantries, he set forth with the fervent Sound Ninja, heading towards their predetermined destination. What transpired next was an episode not chronicled in the original narrative: the ambush on the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Much like Orochimaru's confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the skirmish commenced with 4 members of the Sound Ninja forming the 4 Purple Flames formation, effectively encircling Raza and his companions as they arrived. Orochimaru personally engaged in battle with the Kazekage, while the leader of the Sound Ninja, Kimimaro, took on the other Sand Village shinobi serving as Raza's protectors. Faced with Kimimaro's singular determination to confront numerous guards, Raza wore a cold smirk, convinced that a mere child could not withstand his protectors for long. Once his guards eliminated the adversaries, the tide of battle would surely turn in his favor against Orochimaru. However, Raza could not have anticipated the subsequent turn of events, which unfolded completely contrary to his expectations. The seemingly youthful Kimimaro exhibited an astonishing swiftness, dispatching all his guards with remarkable efficiency. Ignoring Raza's shock, he plunged directly into the conflict between the 2 formidable shinobi. Confronted with Kimimaro's undeniable strength, Raza, who had previously entertained ulterior motives, quickly found himself on the back foot. As the situation deteriorated further, he ultimately met his demise, consumed by regret. Observing the battlefield, now stained with blood, Kimimaro stood, his condition deteriorating. While Orochimaru displayed no trace of sorrow. Hidden in the shadows, Yulong could not help but shake his head. Orochimaru had completely ensnared him in his web of manipulation. Despite witnessing the indifference in Orochimaru's eyes, Kimimaro remained fervently devoted. The allure of Orochimaru was indeed terrifying. Or perhaps, the twisted nature of this world was what truly instilled fear. With a sigh of resignation, Yulong noted the departure of Orochimaru and his entourage before stealthily approaching the site of the recent conflict. Like a diligent bee, he began to fervently collect the blood left behind. After a flurry of activity, having gathered every last drop, Yulong found himself before the lifeless body of Raza. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he regarded the fallen Kazekage, fully aware of Orochimaru's treachery, yet still willing to ally with him. To be bitten by a venomous snake was a fate he wholly deserved. As he spoke, Yulong unceremoniously began to collect the blood of Luosha. He continued until the blood congealed, ceasing to flow from the body, at which point Yulong halted his actions. For him, the blood he had just gathered was sufficient for his next endeavor. Thus, Yulong had no intention of further desecrating Luosha's corpse. Turning to survey his surroundings, Yulong promptly returned to his vegetable-growing space, swiftly commencing his planting. Chapter 55. The words of Maki displeased Yulong. Meanwhile, his clone had successfully achieved its objective. Yulong's true self was equally industrious. Apart from dedicating time to train with Hinata, he remained vigilant in monitoring Yakushi Kabuto. Yulong did not intend to thwart the destruction of Konoha, yet he sought to minimize casualties on their side during this process. After all, he merely wished for the narrative to unfold along its predetermined path, rather than obliterating Konoha. Therefore, hidden in the shadows, Yulong discreetly rescued certain individuals in a manner unnoticed by others. Since he always donned the attire of an umbu while saving people, those he rescued believed that their savior was merely a member of Konoha's umbu. As time passed, Yakushi Kabuto, who fancied himself in control of the situation, gradually sensed an ominous shift. Alarmed that Orochimaru's plans might falter, he resolved to eliminate the persistent follower. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Kabuto's mind as he proceeded to the prearranged meeting place to rendezvous with Maki, who awaited him there. Meanwhile, Tsukiyakari Shippu, having received a warning from the Hokage, also fixed his gaze upon the suspicious actions of Yakushi Kabuto. However, before he could truly set off in pursuit, Yulong appeared behind him and struck him on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. "Leave the rest to me. As for you, just rest easy for a while," Yulong said lightly, before swiftly following the already distant Yakushi Kabuto. For Yulong, Kabuto's strength was insufficient to shake off his pursuit. Thus, even as Kabuto ventured farther, Yulong easily caught up with him once more. Arriving at the meeting point, Kabuto, unable to suppress his rising murderous intent, revealed his sinister demeanor. "There's a troublesome tale following me. How about we prove our sincerity by eliminating him together?" He sneered. "Humph. Orochimaru's confidant is merely this. A lowly tale dares to suggest we act in unison." With disdainful words, Maki lunged towards Yulong, who made no effort to conceal himself. "A lowly tale? It seems I must engage you in earnest," Yulong thought, his eyes glinting with a cold light at the affront. As the formidable Maki approached, Yulong did not wait for his opponent to make a move. Instead, he boldly stepped forward. In an unexpected moment, he delivered a resounding slap to Maki's face. The sharp crack echoed, sending Maki careening through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, the apothecary Do, who had been stealthily preparing to ambush Yulong, was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, it seems you were a bit distracted," taunted a voice from behind him, causing a cold sweat to break out on Do's back. A glimmer of fierce determination flashed in Do's eyes as he swiftly swung his hand backward, attempting to utilize the chakra scalpel he had just conjured to repel the suddenly appeared Yulong. Unfortunately for Do, Yulong was all too familiar with his capabilities. Thus, despite the swiftness of Do's attack, Yulong effortlessly evaded it. More crucially, as Yulong dodged Do's strike, he unhesitatingly chose to retaliate once more. Slapping someone must be executed with perfect symmetry to convey fairness. Before Do could fully process his failed assault, he received another resounding slap from Yulong. "You!" Do exclaimed, turning to face Yulong, who stood a short distance away, his expression a mixture of shock and fury. "Who are you? Oh, haven't you always thought of yourself as a top-tier spy? Not being able to discern my identity is quite the blunder," Yulong quipped, his gaze sweeping over the now-recovered Maki, who had moved to stand behind him. "So, You are indeed one of Konoha's people? Upon observing Yulong, clad in the garb of the Umbu, Do's previously furious demeanor transformed as a glint of realization crossed his eyes, causing his anger to dissipate entirely. Noticing this shift, Yulong merely shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps, after all, I have saved numerous Konoha ninjas from your grasp. Enough chatter. Let us strike together and eliminate this arrogant fool. Maki, his face etched with impatience and anger, charged at Yulong once more. Seeing Maki's renewed attack, Do, who had intended to extract more information, had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and hurriedly advance to join Maki's assault. Regrettably, their efforts were rendered futile under Yulong's perceptive gaze. Before their attacks could bear fruit, Yulong took the initiative once more. A green orb of light materialized in his hand, and with a mere thought, it struck both of his approaching adversaries. Gazing upon their terrified expressions, Yulong couldn't suppress a playful smirk. A slap, after all, must maintain its symmetry. With a tongue laced with mockery, Yulong raised his right hand once more, spinning it in a complete circle. A resounding clap echoed. 2 consecutive slaps ringing out almost simultaneously, leaving fresh imprints on the faces of the two who were immobilized by Yulong. Casting a glance at the astonished and furious duo, Yulong arched an eyebrow in surprise. What? Do you seem a bit dissatisfied? Then allow me to provide a few more. Before his words could fully dissipate, Yulong disregarded their alarmed expressions and unleashed a flurry of slaps across their cheeks. In the wake of this reckless onslaught, their heads soon resembled that of battered swine. Observing their astonishment and ire, a glimmer of delight flashed in Yulong's eyes. For him, though he had no intention of killing them, he was more than willing to issue a stern warning. This method of striking them down, rendering them powerless to retaliate, was indeed the most effective form of admonition. After venting his frustrations with palpable pleasure, Yulong finally ceased his torment, allowing them to break free. Who on earth are you? The moment they escaped Yulong's grasp, their instinct was not to continue their assault against him, but rather to distance themselves at the utmost speed. After all, the scene they had just witnessed was far too harrowing. They could never have fathomed the sheer terror embodied in the enigmatic figure before them. In response to the renewed inquiries from Yakushi, Kabuto, and Maki, Yulong once again uttered words that piqued their interest. Heh, you may consider me one who has already discerned the threads of fate. Plan this farce well. I shall await in the shadows. Before the astonished words could fully escape his lips, Yulong's figure vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, the already bewildered duo suddenly wore expressions of sheer horror. A clone. Chapter 57. Orochimaru takes action after leaving the perplexed Maki and Yakushi Kabuto behind. Having successfully delivered his warning, Yulong resumed his quest for strength enhancement. With a bountiful harvest of mature fruits consumed, Yulong's power surged once more at an astonishing rate. Having only ingested a third of his bounty, he swiftly broke through to the threshold of a quasi-shadow. Exhaling in satisfaction, he continued his relentless feast, indulging until every last fruit had been devoured and transformed into his own strength. Only then did he cease. Contentedly patting his belly, Yulong closed his eyes and began to sense the power he now possessed. The formidable nature of the planting space proved to be utterly unreasonable. Initially devoid of any understanding of magnetic release, Yulong, after a simple exercise in perception, adeptly harnessed its power. Such an unreasonable acquisition of strength prompted him to exclaim, I relish this. After further experimentation and familiarization, Yulong emerged from the planting space, his spirits high. With all preparations in place, the only task that remained was to await the commencement of the plan to dismantle Konoha. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, an entire month has elapsed since the conclusion of the preliminary matches. Much like in the original narrative, the absence of Sasuke has caused the anticipated match between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara to be postponed until the very end. Reluctantly, the initially indifferent Yulong found himself compelled to step into the arena. Having promised the third Hokage to maintain a low profile, Yulong begrudgingly participated in the match. Despite showcasing his true prowess, he emerged victorious, yet the timorous nature of his performance left him feeling quite discontented. As he begrudgingly triumphed over his opponent, the spectators finally welcomed the tardy Sasuke. Shortly thereafter, the impatient Gaara made his entrance, and the final match commenced with a flurry of action, utilizing a newly acquired technique. Sasuke successfully inflicted significant damage upon his adversary, Gaara. In a fit of rage, the severely wounded Gaara revealed his identity as a Jinchuriki. Such a revelation was not something the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wished to witness. Stirred by concern, he rose from his seat, intent on personally intervening to halt Gaara's imminent eruption of power. However, as he stood, the fourth Kazekage, seated beside him, swiftly moved into action. In a flash, he appeared behind Hiruzen, and the ever-cunning Orochimaru, still disguised, brandished a kunai against Hiruzen's throat. This blatant maneuver incited both shock and fury among the Umbu present. Unfortunately, before they could act to rescue their leader, Hiruzen was forcibly taken to the rooftop by Orochimaru. The latter then ripped off his mask, revealing his true visage. Meanwhile, the prepared sound force swiftly formed the four purple flames formation. Caught off guard, two Umbu, desperate to protect the Hokage, collided with the barrier and were engulfed in flames, their screams echoing as they were reduced to ashes. Such a chilling scene instigated both shock and anger among the onlookers who had been a moment too slow. They were astonished by the overwhelming power of the four purple flames formation and enraged that their comrades had perished so inexplicably. Chapter 58. The Passing of the Third Hokage. Orochimaru's Desperate Escape. Regardless of the fury of the Umbu outside the formation or the complex emotions of Hiruzen within, nothing could alter Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha. A colossal serpent breached the walls, and a horde of sound and wind ninjas surged into the village. Faced with such a dire situation, Hiruzen cast aside his nostalgia and resolved to confront Orochimaru with utmost urgency, intending to swiftly dispatch him before directing the other ninjas in battle. From the very onset of the conflict, Hiruzen committed himself wholeheartedly. Alas, he was no longer the youthful Hokage of yesteryear, nor was Orochimaru the same desperate figure who had once fled Konoha in disgrace. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exerting his utmost effort, found himself unable to gain even the slightest advantage. Such an outcome was clearly anticipated by the aged Hokage. After all, he was grappling with the formidable Orochimaru, who was in the prime of his life, while his own strength had significantly waned. Under these circumstances, it was indeed a matter of pride that the elderly Hokage still held his ground. Alas, pride alone could not resolve any issues. Orochimaru was no pushover either. Realizing that his former mentor was not so easily vanquished, Orochimaru swiftly unleashed his trump card, the reanimation of the first and second Hokages through the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Had Sarutobi not reacted with remarkable speed, even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would have been summoned. Nevertheless, faced with the onslaught of three elite shinobi, Sarutobi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. As the situation grew increasingly dire, and knowing that his demise was inevitable, Sarutobi resolved to act decisively. He quickly performed hand seals and summoned an ethereal Shinigami, invisible to ordinary eyes. With the Shiki Fujin technique, he forcefully dispelled the seemingly insurmountable impure world reincarnation. Undeterred by Orochimaru's astonishment, Sarutobi attempted to seal him alongside the resurrected Hokages. Unfortunately, after enduring continuous high-intensity combat, his stamina had long been depleted. Thus, in the face of Orochimaru's desperate struggles, Sarutobi's efforts appeared somewhat futile. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, Sarutobi, nearing the brink of death, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to sever the hands from Orochimaru's soul. The loss of those hands elicited a wail of anguish from Orochimaru, who, even as he was being carried away by the sound for, raged in fury. Observing Orochimaru's attempt to flee, the gathered shinobi outside the Shiki Fujin formation swiftly divided their ranks. One group surged forward to intercept Orochimaru, while another rushed anxiously toward the now lifeless form of Sarutobi. Among those hurrying to Sarutobi's side was the seemingly fortuitous Ri, seizing the moment while others were distracted. Ri approached Sarutobi with a concerned expression and stealthily collected a few drops of his blood, though his intention was indeed to gather Sarutobi's blood. Witnessing the death of the Hokage stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Perhaps Sarutobi was not the ideal Hokage, yet he had undeniably dedicated his life to the welfare of Konoha. After a brief, somber silence, a glimmer of determination shone in Ri's eyes. This was not a time for mourning. They must immediately spread the word that the Wind Shadow had been slain by Orochimaru. This would hasten the disbandment of the Wind Ninja while minimizing their own losses. Agreed. Agreed. The assembled Jonin quickly voiced their support, affirming Ri's proposal. Subsequently, they exchanged glances and nodded subtly, beginning to disseminate the news of Orochimaru's victory over the Wind Shadow. The dissemination of such news proved remarkably effective. The already wavering Wind Ninja immediately succumbed to widespread panic and retreat. Chapter 59. A First Encounter with Jiraiya. The demise of the third Hokage plunged the village of Konoha into mourning, while simultaneously stirring the ambitions of other great nations. The appearance of Jiraiya, however, swiftly restored a sense of stability to the previously anxious Konoha. It also compelled the already plotting Dan Shimura to retreat once more. After all, in comparison to the revered Jiraiya, Dan's reputation was undeniably tarnished. Regrettably, the inhabitants of Konoha celebrated their relief too soon. When the two advisors from Konoha urged Jiraiya to assume the role of Hokage, he unhesitatingly declined. Fortunately, although Jiraiya was not inclined to take the position of Hokage, he pledged to locate Tsunade and bring her back to assume the role. With such a promise, the advisors found it difficult to pressure Jiraiya into accepting the position. They merely urged him to embark promptly on his journey to retrieve Princess Tsunade. Recognizing the precarious state of Konoha, Jiraiya, despite appearing nonchalant, prepared to depart immediately. Before setting off, having resolved on a certain decision, he determined to take Naruto along as well. However, upon learning of their impending departure from Konoha, Naruto insisted on having one last bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Reluctantly, Jiraiya acquiesced and took Naruto to the ramen shop. As they stepped inside, the once eager expression on Naruto's face was abruptly replaced by one of astonishment. Hinata, what did you say about a fiancé? Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiraiya, taken aback by Naruto's absurd outburst, could not help but scoff. Hey, if your memory is poor, keep your mouth shut. It's Hinata's fiancé. Not just any fiancé. Jiraiya corrected Naruto, who was oblivious to the gravity of his words. It's all the same. It's all the same. After all, they are all fiancés. Seemingly sensing the displeasure emanating from Jiraiya, Naruto awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Confronted with Naruto's flippancy, Jiraiya's expression darkened further. Realizing the icy aura radiating from Jiraiya, Naruto, alarmed, quickly sought refuge behind Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Hinata cautiously tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, signaling him not to be angry. Feeling Hinata's concern, Jiraiya sighed resignedly. Never mind. Call him whatever you wish. I cannot allow you to worry, my dear Hinata. Before Jiraiya's affectionate words could fade, he accepted the ramen that Ayam had handed over. Ayam, you eat first. Jiraiya and you eat first. I'm not hungry. Hinata protested softly, her cheeks flushing at his kindness. Her delicate demeanor only served to elicit both exasperation and fondness from Jiraiya. Thankfully, Ayam soon returned, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. No need to be modest. Another bowl is ready for you. Thank you so much. Upon learning that another bowl of ramen was prepared, Hinata expressed her gratitude to Ayam and finally ceased her reluctance. Subsequently, as Yulong and Hinata exchanged glances, they happily began to eat. This heartwarming scene elicited a gaze of envy from Jiraiya, who silently observed the unfolding moment. Unfortunately, just as the atmosphere was deemed cozy, Naruto immediately chose to disrupt it. Hey, perverted sage, aren't you ashamed for staring at Hinata with such infatuation? Bang! Ouch! You little brat. How many times must I tell you? Address me as frog sage, not perverted sage. Furthermore, that was an appreciative gaze, not one of infatuation. Faced with Naruto's absurd remarks, Jiraiya, filled with embarrassment, chose to retaliate by striking Naruto on the head, resulting in a noticeable bump. Regrettably, such an action did nothing to alter Yulong's scornful glare directed at Jiraiya. Hey, kid, what kind of expression is that? Do you want me to take you down too? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Yulong's scrutiny, Jiraiya couldn't help but shout in a fit of embarrassment. This unreasonable behavior immediately startled Hinata. How could you act like this, perverted old man? You frightened my fiancée. Glancing at the startled Hinata, Yulong couldn't help but respond with irritation. Perverted old man. Hey, you little brat, clarify your words, or you'll surely get a beating. Upon being called a perverted old man, Jiraiya's temper flared. He could accept any title, but he could not tolerate being called a perverted old man. Unfortunately, in the face of Jiraiya's threat of force, Yulong wore an expression of disdain. Isn't the perverted sage just an old lecher? If you have a problem, take it up with that guy next to you. Hearing Yulong's retort, Naruto, still rubbing his head, couldn't he help but protest loudly. Hey, why should I be the one to deal with this? You called him perverted sage first, if not you. Who else should I turn to? In response to Naruto's grievance, Yulong immediately shot him a scornful look. However, in the face of such disdain, Naruto defiantly retorted. I called him perverted sage, not old lecher. Why should I be implicated? Oh, perverted sage? How does this old man resemble a sage at all? Did the perverted sage claim that himself? Just because he says he is a sage, does that make him one? If one day he claims to be your grandfather, would you then call him grandfather? That's impossible. Upon hearing Yulong's analogy, Naruto promptly chose to deny it without hesitation. Observing Naruto's denial, the disdain on Yulong's face only deepened. Exactly. He asks you to call him grandfather, and you refuse. Yet when he asks you to call him sage, you do so with glee. Are you not foolish? It does seem that way, doesn't he? As Naruto found himself overwhelmed by the arguments presented by Yulong, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Jiraiya, SHBU. Hinata. In Chapter 60, A Desire to Cleanse the Heart, Jiraiya reflects on the most tragic aspect of life, being perceived as a lecher by others. However, if there were to be an even greater tragedy, it would be to be regarded as a pervert by a child he did not even know. After leaving the Ichiraku ramen shop, Jiraiya's mind was consumed by the earnest rebuttals of the young boy, shaking his head vigorously. He thought that if he continued to dwell on it, he might even come to believe himself a lecher. Although he was unaware of the boy's identity, Jiraiya was confident that he would uncover it upon his next return. With this determination, he departed from the Hidden Leaf Village alongside Naruto. Why would Yulong deliberately provoke that senior? This doesn't seem like his style, Hinata pondered aloud after much hesitation while strolling through the bustling streets of Konoha. Indeed, the clever and adorable Hinata has discerned my intention, Yulong exclaimed, showering her with exaggerated praise, causing Hinata to lower her gaze, her cheeks flushing anew. Seeing her like this, Yulong gently took Hinata's hand. Trust me, Hinata. My approach is flawless. Yes, I believe in you, Yulong. Hinata nodded vigorously, her trust in him unwavering. Overwhelmed by her faith, Yulong felt a rush of emotion and instinctively leaned down to kiss her forehead. This unexpected gesture caused Hinata's heart to race, and she fainted on the spot. Panicking, Yulong caught her as she began to fall, his face burning with embarrassment. He had never anticipated such a turn of events from a simple act of affection. Under the curious gazes of passers-by, Yulong, blushing profusely, chose to employ a body flicker technique to make his escape, which elicited a chorus of laughter from the onlookers. As the good-natured laughter reached his ears, Yulong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to mutter about the folly of impulsiveness as he hurriedly fled the scene. He vowed to himself that such impulsive actions would not occur again in front of so many witnesses. After hastily retreating from the street, Yulong found a quiet corner to pause. He cautiously lowered his gaze, his expression softening as he looked at Hinata, who remained unconscious. Her cheeks still flushed like ripe apples, an image that tempted him to take a bite. Shaking his head firmly, Yulong resolutely reminded himself that such an act during her unconsciousness would be the utmost sacrilege against Hinata. After delivering such a stern warning to himself, Yulong's previously restless heart immediately calmed. The inappropriate thoughts vanished, and his face returned to its usual calm and confidence. Looking once more at Hinata in his arms, although Yulong still found the unconscious Hinata quite alluring, any hint of temptation had dissipated entirely. Raising his gaze to the bright sky, Yulong successfully suppressed his desires. He felt his consciousness sharpen, and the chakra within him became more docile and fluid, as if with the elevation of his mental state, his strength had similarly increased. Chapter 61. Teasing Itachi and Kisame leisurely moments are always fleeting. To prevent the death of the third Hokage from drawing the attention and infiltration of neighboring countries, the higher-ups decided to reinforce the village's military presence at the borders. Yulong, who had always been valued by the third, became a member of the station forces. After reporting his deployment to the border to Hinata Hizashi, Yulong swiftly prepared to leave Konoha for the borders of the Land of Fire. However, shortly after he stepped out of the Hyuga clan's gathering place, he was alerted by a surge of chakra not far away. With quick reflexes, he activated his Byakugan, and the ensuing battle soon came into view. A subtle smile flickered across his face as the Yulong, who was originally prepared to depart from Konoha, immediately changed direction and rushed toward the site of the conflict. Arriving deftly at the scene of the skirmish, Yulong finally laid eyes on the long-absent Uchiha Itachi. Who are you? You look like a larger version of Sasuke. Yulong exclaimed playfully, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the expressionless Itachi. "Hey, Yulong, your eyes are impressive. This is Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's elder brother," explained my guy, who stood nearby. "Ah, I see. No wonder he resembles Sasuke so much." Yulong nodded knowingly, pausing momentarily before continuing. Tisk tisk, truly, they are brothers. Not only do they share looks, but their demeanor is strikingly similar. If someone were to say this is Sasuke grown up, I might actually believe it. "Mr. Itachi, it seems your brother is doing quite well in Konoha, as so many people recognize him," Yulong teased, his tone lighthearted as he regarded Itachi. Standing behind Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki couldn't help but respond meaningfully to Yulong's jest. It's a pity that he spoke. The moment he did, Yulong immediately turned his teasing towards him. What a handsome shark face. My friend.
That mask you wear to disguise your identity is quite impressive. Where did you purchase it? Do recommend." As Yulong's gaze swept over the twitching lips of the others.
The previously cheerful Kisame suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him. A mask? Ah, indeed. Isn't that a realistic shark mask on your face? A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as Yulong continued to tease the formidable Kisame, adopting a serious tone. "Of course. What do you think? Would you like me to craft one for you personally?" While uttering these menacing words, Kisame, who had already turned his back with the sword Samahata, once again grasped it firmly in his hand. "Perhaps it would be best to refrain. I merely find such things amusing when worn by others." Ignoring Kisame's murderous intent, Yulong shrugged and explained earnestly. "Is that so? Indeed. However, certain matters may not be left to your discretion." With renewed fury, Kisame could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward with vigor, swinging his massive sword Samahata towards Yulong. "Watch out." Noticing that Yulong seemed oblivious to the impending attack, the unacquainted Xianghong could not help but exclaim in alarm. Chapter 62. Yulong's mischievous assault boom. As Xianghong's cry echoed, the towering Samahata, raised high by Kisame, came crashing down upon the motionless Yulong. From a distance, it appeared as though Yulong's head had been obliterated, split in two. Yet, instead of delight, Kisame's face contorted with concern. "TSK, TSK. Mr. Sharkface, your temper is rather excessive. You've ruined my gel clone." The teasing tone emerged as Yulong, seemingly decapitated, morphed into a puddle of highly adhesive glue amidst a distorted transformation, gazing at the sword Samahata now ensconced in the potent adhesive. And then at Yulong resurfacing from the lake, Kisame nearly spat blood in frustration. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged peculiar expressions, for it was the first time they had ever heard of such a unique clone as a gel doppelganger. "You wretched leaf brat. How dare you treat my Samahata this way? I will slay you." Enraged at the sight of Yulong resurfacing, Kisame bellowed as he prepared to strike again. In response to Kisame's vengeful assault, Yulong retreated into the lake while unabashedly taunting, "TCH. As if you didn't intend to kill me before." Such childish words can only come from someone whose intellect has been entirely devoted to that shark face of yours. Ah, scoundrel, scoundrel. I will definitely kill you. I will certainly kill you." With each mocking remark from Yulong, Kisame's hatred towards him intensified. Water style, 5 sharks. Swiftly completing the hand seals, Kisame unleashed the 5 sharks technique, commanding 5 sharks to charge towards Yulong beneath the water. Sensing the imminent threat, Yulong swiftly changed direction, attempting to distance himself from Kisame. Alas, the shark's speed was evidently superior to Yulong's. As the dragon prepared to turn and flee, he had barely completed his rotation when he was viciously bitten by the shark pursuing him from behind. A chilling scream echoed from beneath the surface of the lake, and the successful attacker, Kisame Hoshigaki, revealed a menacing grin. "Humph, damn Konoha brat. I shall let my shark devour you slowly." A sense of foreboding arose. "This is bad. Quickly dodge." Just as Kisame reveled in his victory, Itachi, utilizing his Sharingan, discerned the perilous truth lurking beneath the water. His expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently warned Kisame to flee. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending Kisame soaring into the air, unable to evade the blast. The dragon's true intention was the blood of both Itachi and Kisame, and he struck with ruthless ferocity. Numerous explosive tags detonated, obliterating the lake's surface in a cataclysmic display. Even Kakashi and his companions, positioned not far away, nearly fell victim to the dragon's onslaught. As Kisame's body plummeted back into the water, motionless, the dragon, who had previously vanished, resurfaced once more. I hope I haven't gone too far and eliminated him, he mused, eyeing the still form of Kisame with a hint of regret. Eliminate me? You are truly naive. Damn Konoha brat. A voice brimming with murderous intent echoed from behind the dragon. Kisame had reappeared, swinging his sword once more. Unfortunately, this furious attack merely provoked another round of mockery from the dragon. Huh. Your intelligence is evidently devoted solely to your shark-like visage. How foolish. Before his derisive words could fully dissipate, the dragon willingly dispelled his disguise. Gazing at his form entirely composed of explosive tags, Kisame's eyes widened with terror. Amaterasu. The moment the tags were ignited, they were instantly consumed by a sudden surge of black flames. As these flames spread, Itachi's voice resonated again, commanding, "Retreat, Kisame." Understood. Although his tone was laced with reluctance, Kisame ultimately chose to withdraw obediently. You shall not escape. Do not act impulsively. That black flame is dangerous. Seeing Asuma Sarutobi attempt to intervene and halt Kisame's escape, the dragon immediately grasped him. I believe you have issues as well. Asuma, caught off guard by the dragon's sudden grip, remained silent for a moment before responding with a heavy tone. Hey, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for my intervention, you might have already been eliminated. Upon hearing Asuma's remarks, the dragon, who had previously appeared serious, exploded with frustration. Cough, cough. Dragon, do not misunderstand. Asuma did not mean it that way. He was merely taken aback. Observing the dragon's displeasure, Kakashi quickly cleared his throat and sought to smooth over the situation. This conversation ends here. I still have to rush to the border for duty. As Kakashi took on the role of mediator, Yulong, displaying visible impatience, waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. It was only after Yulong's silhouette had completely vanished that Asuma Sarutobi, startled by Yulong's explosive demeanor, let out a heavy sigh. Kakashi, is this fellow truly a member of the Hyuga clan? Indeed, a bona fide member of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, he is the son-in-law of the clan's leader. Upon mentioning Yulong's identity, Kakashi quickly revealed his gossipy side. A devoted husband, a master of traps. Most importantly, this individual can even create explosive tags. Such a perilous character. I believe assigning him to guard the borders is an astute decision. Upon hearing that Yulong could craft explosive tags, Asuma Sarutobi's lips twitched, and he could not help but exclaim. The others present, seemingly in agreement with Asuma's perspective, nodded in unison. Alas, Yulong was not there. Otherwise, he would surely celebrate Asuma's praise with a few stacks of explosive tags. Chapter 63. Chakra reaches shadow level. Farewell Itachi and Kisame. Having repelled the invading Itachi and Kisame, Yulong, unbeknownst to anyone, managed to collect Kisame's blood. He embarked on his journey to the borders of the Land of Fire in high spirits. Along the way, his shadow clone handled the travel, while he himself concealed within his farming space, continuing to enhance his strength. With the fruit cultivated from Kisame's blood, Yulong's power finally ascended to the level of a shadow. Accompanied by yet another expansion of the farming space, a long-awaited upgrade package reappeared. With eager anticipation, Yulong opened the upgrade package, revealing the seeds contained within. Origin clone seed. Upon the fruit's maturity, by dripping blood upon it, one can obtain an independent entity clone that synchronizes in strength. Synchronization. Such a unique explanation immediately captured Yulong's attention. Although the fruit had yet to be cultivated, Yulong's mind had already begun to form a vague understanding. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Yulong, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately commenced the planting process. Unexpectedly, the fruit, which he initially thought would take a long time to mature, grew and ripened at an astonishing speed. Cautiously, he dripped a drop of blood onto the fruit, and immediately, it underwent a remarkable transformation. First, it detached itself from the main body, then began to swell uncontrollably, until the inflated fruit matched Yulong's own size. It ceased its expansion and began to undergo further intricate changes. Watching as another version of himself gradually took shape, Yulong couldn't help but exhibit a peculiar expression. This fellow wouldn't attempt to steal my wife, would he? If he does, that could spell trouble. As such bizarre thoughts arose, Yulong gazed at his other self, lost in contemplation. My true self. Your thought process seems rather extravagant. After all, I am merely a special entity clone. I am you. How could there be any notion of stealing a wife? All right, you make a valid point. Although he acknowledged the words of his clone, Yulong still felt a peculiar sense of unease within. To dispel these errant thoughts, he decided to employ a strategy of separation, allowing the newly manifested clone to take his place at the borders of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, his true self redirected his course towards the location of Jiraiya, where two intriguing battles were destined to unfold. It would be a lamentable loss if he did not witness them firsthand. With such thoughts in mind, a smile gracing his lips, Yulong hastened his pace. In a quaint town far from Konoha, Jiraiya, having caught the eye of a passing beauty, abandoned Naruto with a look of unrestrained desire and pursued her. Such irresponsible behavior elicited a wave of complaints from Naruto, who could hardly contain his frustration. That lecherous sage is outrageous. How could he abandon his promise to teach me ninjutsu for a mere glance from a woman? It's utterly infuriating. Thud, thud, thud. Could it be that the lecherous sage has had a change of heart and returned after bidding farewell to the lady? Naruto chuckled to himself. Good for you, Jiraiya. In his prideful musings, Naruto carelessly flung open the door, only to find not Jiraiya, but Itachi and Kisame, who had been seeking him. Fortunately, Itachi had no intention of capturing Naruto, and after a brief standoff, he issued a retreat command to Kisame. As they hastily departed the town, Kisame, brimming with frustration, could not suppress his curiosity. Itachi, why are we retreating? With your prowess, you need not fear him. Indeed, Itachi's strength would render him untroubled by Jiraiya. Yet his physical frailty presented a significant limitation. Before Itachi could respond, a voice filled with profound insight interjected. Who? At this unexpected revelation, Kisame's countenance bore no trace of gratitude, only an unspoken wariness. It seems my impression on you was not profound enough, for you have forgotten me so swiftly. The teasing words emerged from Yulong, who had revealed himself from beneath the water's surface. Upon seeing Yulong once more, Kisame's eyes widened in alarm. It's you. Damn it. This time, I will surely eliminate you. With a glimmer of hatred igniting in his gaze, Kisame, now fully aware of Yulong's identity, resolved to strike without hesitation. Water style, great waterfall technique. With a voice charged with vengeance, a deluge of water, immense in scale, erupted from Kisame, crashing down upon the newly revealed Yulong with the force of a mountain. Impressive momentum. Alas, sometimes sheer force alone is insufficient. As Yulong praised the attack, he abruptly shifted his tone, launching into another round of mockery. What a slick-tongued scoundrel. Witness the wrath of the formidable Kisame as he unleashes a torrent upon Yulong, his voice resonating with fury. Observing the cascading deluge poised to strike him, Yulong's countenance breaks into a smile. How foolish. After enduring countless misfortunes, he remains blissfully oblivious. Unperturbed, Yulong stands his ground, allowing the overwhelming flood to crash upon him with unrelenting force. As Kisame watches Yulong dissipate into the water, a glint of malice flickers in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he swings his weapon backward with ferocity. Alas, such an assault only invites further ridicule from Yulong. Not only are you dull-witted, but your reflexes are also notably slower than Itachi's. Observing the frantic swing of Kisame, Yulong's tone betrays a hint of exasperation. What? Startled by the voice's direction, Kisame instinctively attempts to retreat, but his actions prove to be regrettably belated. As he feels the impact of Yulong's strike upon his chest, Kisame hastily retreats, only to be met with an explosive tag from Yulong. Despite his desperate attempt to shield himself with chakra, Kisame is grievously wounded by Yulong's blow. Gazing at the seemingly indifferent Yulong, Kisame, now coughing blood, is filled with a mix of shock and anger. Cursed be you, wretched scoundrel. TSK, TSK. It seems your choice of words has shifted, revealing a tempest of emotions within you. You. Speak. What purpose does your reappearance serve? Before Kisame can finish, Itachi, who had been observing in silence, finally decides to interject. Upon hearing Itachi's voice, Yulong discards his playful demeanor, adopting a grave expression. It is nothing. Merely a desire to admonish the arrogant and witness the so-called genius spoken of by the third Hokage. That is all. Cursed be you. The third Hokage? Has he mentioned me to you? At the mention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Itachi's expression tightens noticeably. Not quite a mention. He merely recalled the talents that once graced Konoha upon seeing me. Sensing the subtle shift in Itachi's demeanor, a smirk graces Yulong's lips. I believe the genius spoken of by the third Hokage must surely include you, Uchiha Itachi. Oh, since you assert this, I am inclined to assess whether you truly possess the qualities of a genius. As he speaks of assessment, Itachi, disregarding his injuries, once again employs Tsukuyami. In the face of Itachi's assault, Yulong displays no intention of evasion, a brazen act that incites a cold smile from the furious Kisame. He is certain that Yulong will pay dearly for his arrogance. Chapter 64. The shock of Itachi, just as Kisame anticipates Yulong's regret. The circumstances within the realm of Tsukuyami unfold in an utterly unforeseen manner. Faced with the sight of himself bound to the cross, Yulong's expression was one of genuine intrigue. Indeed, this realm, entirely constructed from mental energy, was suffused with a sense of illusion and unreality. You appear utterly unperturbed? Gazing at the loquacious Yulong, Itachi couldn't help but inquire once more. Observing Itachi's impassive demeanor, Yulong, with a smile, uttered words that sent a shockwave through Itachi's mind. Bearing the weight of everything alone, living perpetually in disguise, are you not weary? I fail to comprehend your meaning. Or rather, what has the third Hokage conveyed to you? Suppressing his rising irritation, Itachi's tone grew even colder. He even summoned a ninja blade, attempting to launch a psychological assault on Yulong. Disappointed, Yulong shook his head and effortlessly broke free from the cross's constraints. Witnessing this scene, Itachi, who had approached Yulong, was momentarily frozen in disbelief. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. How could a mere Manjiki Sharingan, which has not even attained the eternal stage, hope to suppress one who possesses the Rinnegan? Aware of the profound impact this revelation would have on Itachi, Yulong chose to speak the truth. The Rinnegan? Faced with Yulong's mention of the Rinnegan, Itachi, who knew nothing of it, displayed a look of confusion. Just as the Sharingan can evolve, so too can the Byakugan. Observing the astonishment on Itachi's face, Yulong paused before elaborating further. If the evolutionary path of the Sharingan is Sharingan, Manjiki Sharingan, eternal Manjiki Sharingan, culminating in the Rinnegan, then the evolution of the Byakugan leads to the Rinnegan. Are you implying that the Rinnegan is an evolution of the Sharingan? Contemplating the Rinnegan of the heavenly path, Itachi's voice betrayed a hint of shock. Seemingly understanding Itachi's sentiments, Yulong stepped closer and continued. When the Sharingan evolves to the level of eternal Manjiki Sharingan, it has the potential to evolve into the Rinnegan. Who exactly are you? A mere Konoha ninja cannot possess such knowledge. In the wake of Yulong's further explanation, Itachi, having regained his composure from the shock, once again posed a question. Yet this time, he was no longer the emotionless figure, perpetually wearing a mask of indifference. Gazing at Itachi, who finally revealed a semblance of humanity, Yulong sighed softly. If I told you that I know your fate, that I know Sasuke's fate, and even the fate of the ninja world, would you believe me? I do not know. Itachi appeared somewhat flustered in response to Yulong's explanation and inquiry, for Yulong's answer was simply beyond imagination. Never mind. Why should I burden you with this knowledge? You only need to understand that Sasuke will have children in the future. Is that not enough? With a tone tinged with melancholy, Yulong, feeling a wave of fatigue, waved his hand and voluntarily exited the moon reading space before him. Once again returning to the realm of reality, gazing at the coldly smirking Kisame Hoshigaki, a hint of derision crept across Yulong's face. You seem quite pleased, Kisame. Alas, your joy is premature. What? You? Observing the seemingly unscathed Yulong, and then glancing at Itachi, whose eyes were now stained with blood, Kisame was momentarily taken aback. Had Itachi been at his peak, he might have inflicted harm upon me with Tsukuyami. But the current Itachi? Huh? With a mocking shake of his head, Yulong appeared to have lost interest entirely, vanishing from sight. Only a disappointed remark echoed in Kisame's mind. Forget it. This is dull. Perhaps another time. I shall play with you. Chapter 65. Farewell. Orochimaru having successfully made contact with Itachi through the realm of Tsukuyami, Yulong departed in high spirits. In his previous life, he had always believed that only Itachi, burdened with everything alone, could resonate with him. In this life, upon discovering his ability to alter certain events, Yulong unhesitatingly chose to intervene. Although he could not yet change Itachi's fate, he was determined to alleviate the suffering of Itachi's heart. Knowing that his younger brother Sasuke would one day marry and have children, Itachi's heart should swell with happiness, right? Turning to glance behind him, Yulong mused quietly within himself. For Yulong, his goals were clear. Until his strength provided an overwhelming advantage, he would never forcibly interfere with the course of events. After all, Life is but a singular journey. Opportunities, too, are fleeting. Until he possesses absolute certainty, he is willing to shoulder everything alone, just as Itachi did. Even if it necessitates actions that others may find incomprehensible. Firmly reassuring himself, Yulong concealed his vulnerable side, his countenance betraying an unexplainable chill. As long as he could grow stronger and fulfill his duty to safeguard this world and Hinata, he would not hesitate to commit acts that might transgress his deepest principles. Resolute in his convictions, Yulong quickened his pace once more. Naruto and Jiraiya were fortunate. In a mere few days of blind searching, they successfully located Tsunade, who was once again attempting to abscond with funds. Yet, they were also unfortunate, for at the same moment they found Tsunade, Orochimaru and Kabuto had likewise tracked her down. After a tumultuous internal struggle, former comrades who once relied on one another chose to confront each other in battle. And Orochimaru, unable to utilize ninjutsu, faced off against a terrified Jiraiya and a drugged Naruto. This seemingly comical clash still hinted at the legendary prowess of the three Sannin. As Orochimaru faltered, Kabuto's blood was spilled, and Naruto was grievously injured while protecting Tsunade. This unfolding drama was undeniably tumultuous. Watching Tsunade gradually conquer her fear of blood from a hidden vantage point, Yulong silently observed the spectacle. Leaving behind a shadow clone to collect the blood, he chose to pursue the direction in which Orochimaru fled. It has been a while since I last jested about Orochimaru. I believe it is time for him to make an appearance, rekindling the memories of his existence. Stumbling through the forest with an air of disarray and a face shadowed by gloom, Orochimaru suddenly halted in his tracks. Beside him, Kabuto, still grappling with confusion, was taken aback when the figure of Yulong emerged perfectly from the corner of the path. Truly, Orochimaru is remarkable. Merely drawing near, he instantly sensed my presence. The title of the three legendary ninjas is indeed well-deserved. Gazing at the revealed figure of Yulong, Orochimaru's already somber expression darkened further. Kabuto, witnessing this, felt a jolt within, his body becoming rigid at once. The moment Yulong's voice resonated, Kabuto immediately recognized his identity, the very individual who had once toyed with him. Why the tension? If I truly wish to end your life, do you believe you could resist? As Yulong's comforting words evolved into outright mockery, Orochimaru's countenance grew even more dismal. Do not overestimate your control. I am not yet so weakened as to be incapable of resistance. Observing Yulong drawing nearer, a murderous intent welled up within Orochimaru's voice. Oh, is that so? In response to Orochimaru's rather feeble warning, Yulong, dripping with sarcasm, chose to take action. A green sphere of light appeared and vanished in an instant. Orochimaru, once vigilant, was horrified to discover that he could no longer move. As Yulong approached him slowly, Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. It seems you have indeed overestimated your current capabilities, Orochimaru. With a teasing smile, Yulong regarded the bound Orochimaru, who was desperately attempting to extricate himself from his restraints. What do you intend to do? Acknowledging his current inadequacy to break free, Orochimaru ceased his futile struggles, fixing his gaze intently upon Yulong. In response to Orochimaru's piercing stare, Yulong smiled slightly and uttered words that almost made Orochimaru choke with rage. Nothing much. I merely feared you might forget my existence, so I came to remind you. Observing the fury etched upon Orochimaru's face, Yulong smirked once more before vanishing into thin air. Remember, I have been silently observing you all along. Enjoy your performance, Orochimaru. Damn it, you wretched scoundrel. Do not grant me the opportunity. If you do, I will ensure you regret it. Orochimaru bellowed in furious exclamation, glaring at the direction in which Yulong had disappeared. Yet, unexpectedly, his outburst elicited another reply from Yulong. Is that so? Then I eagerly await the outcome. The mocking tone faded away, leaving Kabuto trembling with fear. The profound terror of this individual, who had so casually toyed with their lives on two separate occasions, had firmly taken root in Kabuto's heart. This fear runs profoundly deep, far more so than the terror instilled in Yakushi Kabuto by Orochimaru. Chapter 66. Tsunade assumes the role of Hokage, Kakashi's surprised gaze. After issuing yet another warning to Orochimaru in his unique manner, Yulong busied himself once more. He devoted his efforts to cultivating blood fruit, consuming it, and relentlessly enhancing his own strength. Seizing every opportunity, Yulong endeavored to maximize his power at every moment. Although the total amount of his chakra still fell short of the Super Shadow level, he firmly believed that the day he would achieve that status was not far off. With Tsunade's return to Konoha as the 5th Hokage, the previously tense atmosphere in the village finally began to settle. The combat forces dispatched to the borders of the Land of Fire were gradually recalled by Tsunade, now that she had assumed her role as Hokage. With her return, the village no longer felt the same panic as before. Additionally, the new Hokage naturally wished to familiarize herself with the present core strength of the village. Casually attending to Tsunade's summons, Yulon strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, observing the village that seemed to have forgotten its pain. He couldn't help but shake his head in melancholy. Even the venerable 3rd Hokage could not withstand the ravages of time upon suffering. With Hinata still on a mission, Yulon found himself pondering how to occupy his time during her absence. As he contemplated whether to practice his combat skills, a rather stealthy figure suddenly approached him. A flicker of cold light danced in his eyes, and without hesitation, Yulon sprang into action. His hand swiftly sliced toward the figure's neck, startling the sneaky individual. "Wait, it's me," the figure exclaimed, quickly blocking Yulon's attack. "Kakashi-sensei." Upon recognizing the astonished face before him, Yulon scrutinized the figure, his tone laced with uncertainty. "Phew. Your skills have truly become increasingly unfathomable." Kakashi, who had undergone a transformation in disguise, let out a breath of relief upon being recognized. "Rather than my matters, I am more curious about yours, Kakashi-sensei," Yulon noted, observing Kakashi's attire, which was a stark departure from his usual garb, and he was adorned with a simple disguise. "Pray tell, have you taken a fancy to someone?" After a mere 3 seconds of seriousness, the previously earnest Yulon quickly adopted a mischievous expression. Faced with Yulon's probing gaze, Kakashi revealed an embarrassed demeanor. "Hey, don't say such things. I merely found myself with some free time and wanted to tease Naruto and the others." Teasing Naruto and the others? What prompted such a trivial endeavor? Yulon's face bore a questioning expression in response to Kakashi's explanation. Sensing the skepticism in Yulon's eyes, Kakashi's cheeks flushed as he recounted the events that had transpired. "This is indeed an unavoidable situation. Recently, the 3 little rascals have suddenly taken an interest in my appearance. In their quest to glimpse my true visage, they have resorted to all manner of schemes. With some idle time on my hands, I thought it would be amusing to toy with these mischievous youngsters. So, you dressed up in this guise, hoping to lead them astray?" Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, a subtle twitch of disbelief appeared at the corner of Yulon's mouth. After all, such antics seemed utterly ridiculous to him. It appeared Kakashi understood Yulon's sentiments, as an awkward smile once again crept across his face. "Isn't this merely a pastime? Then why have you suddenly sought me out? Surely, you aren't intending to drag me into a plot against Naruto and the others, are you?" Gazing at Kakashi's sheepish grin, a sudden realization dawned upon Yulon, and he couldn't help but display an expression of astonishment. That was indeed my intention." Faced with Yulon's candid response, Kakashi chuckled, readily admitting to his scheme. "I refuse. With such trivial time at hand, I would rather hone my combat skills." In response to Kakashi's cheeky demeanor, Yulon resolutely chose to turn and leave. Unfortunately, against Kakashi's relentless persistence, the poor Yulon ultimately found himself unable to evade this request. With a reluctant expression, he begrudgingly joined the game. Chapter 67. Yulon's cold side. After the jovial times came to an end, Yulon found himself awaiting Hinata's return from her mission, only to be greeted by a new task. Observing Naruto's furious expression after being tormented by Marino Ibiki, Yulon couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, Yulon, how can you still laugh when we've been mocked?" Seeing his leader remain unfazed and amused, the enraged Naruto displayed a look of confusion. How could one without a tail harbor unwarranted animosity towards a ninja? Gazing at Naruto and Sakura's astonished faces and Sasuke's contemplative expression, Yulon merely smiled slightly before utilizing the body flicker technique to vanish. "The subsequent mission is now entrusted to you." Yulon, what do you mean by that? Didn't Granny Tsunade say you would lead this task?" Hearing Yulon's words as he departed, a stunned Naruto shouted in dismay. Alas, having already disappeared using the body flicker technique, Yulon offered no further response to Naruto's inquiries. Such an unreliable approach left Naruto and his companions speechless, yet it also ignited a spark of excitement within them. After all, with Yulon, their captain, absent, the outcome of the upcoming mission would rely solely on their own capabilities. With this thought in mind, the 3 of them, brimming with determination, disregarded the whereabouts of their captain. After a brief discussion, they set off towards their destination with fervor. Watching the trio hastily depart, Yulong, stepping out from the shadows, couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. For him, such tasks no longer served to sharpen his skills in the slightest. Thus, the sole purpose of my mission was to ensure that Naruto and his companions encountered no unforeseen mishaps. With a clear sense of purpose in my heart, I fully transitioned into an observer's role for the remainder of the task. Although Naruto and his friends faced numerous perilous situations, they adeptly overcame each challenge through their seamless teamwork. It was only after a rogue ninja from the Leaf Village was defeated by their combined efforts that I, who had been concealed in the shadows, revealed myself. Well done. Upon my return, I shall inform Lady Tsunade that this mission was accomplished solely by your efforts. As I materialized, a look of commendation graced my features. Regrettably, despite my assurances, I was met with a barrage of verbal reproach from Naruto and Sakura. How infuriating. Where were you, Brother Ri? Why didn't you come to our aid? Do you have any idea how close we came to being defeated? Indeed, your leadership leaves much to be desired. Upon finally showing myself, both Naruto and Sakura expressed their indignation with fervor. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had sustained the most injuries, began to piece together the truth. If I am not mistaken, you have been by our side all along. Truly, Sasuke was the most composed of the trio. You are correct. I have indeed been close to you throughout, I acknowledged, a look of admiration returning to my countenance as Sasuke unveiled my secret. However, this expression only further incensed the bewildered Naruto. What? You scoundrel! If you were right beside us, why did you not lend a hand? We were in grave danger. Exactly. This is outrageous. As Naruto launched another tirade against me, Sakura, filled with righteous indignation, echoed his sentiments. In stark contrast, Sasuke, having confirmed his suspicions, fell into contemplative silence once more. Gazing at the trio before me, I cast another appreciative glance at Sasuke. It seems you have surmised the truth. This was merely an opportunity to hone our skills through adversity. Such a notion is not difficult to deduce. What? Is that truly the case? As expected of Sasuke, foolish Naruto has no inkling of this. Observing my nod of approval, Sakura seized the moment to flatter Sasuke. Alas, such flattery was met with Sasuke's disdain and scorn. Do not boast of your intelligence. You are no different from Naruto, utterly oblivious. Sasuke, hey, what do you mean by that? Bang. Ouch. That hurts. The argument reached its conclusion. Since Naruto and Sakura failed to grasp my intentions, I felt compelled to elucidate. Delivering a punch to Naruto's head, I adopted a serious demeanor. For you at this stage, the most effective means of enhancing your abilities is to engage in perilous battles. The threat of death will unlock your latent potential, compelling you to advance. My sole responsibility is to ensure your survival. However, in that moment of despair, if you truly find yourselves powerless, I shall undoubtedly come to your aid at the very last instant. Unhesitatingly interrupting Sakura's inquiry, Yulon spoke with a tone laced with coldness. A true warrior contemplates only how to grow stronger. It is the weak who agonize over whether others will come to their rescue. Ignoring the tearful Sakura, Yulon completed his explanation and once again vanished into the shadows. From the moment you graduated from the Ninja Academy, you were destined to confront the specter of death. Missions are not games. In the face of danger, you cannot always depend on someone to save you. If you constantly rely on others for salvation, I suggest you reconsider your path as ninjas. Chapter 68. Sasuke's defection upon returning to Konoha after the mission in the Land of Tea. Yulon recounted the events of the assignment with impeccable accuracy. Learning that Naruto and his companions had undertaken the entire mission, Tsunade immediately expressed her admiration. Of course, she also acknowledged Yulon, who had been quietly safeguarding Naruto and the others from the shadows. Clearly, Yulon had been closely accompanying Sasuke and his companions throughout the mission. With Tsunade's praise, Naruto and Sakura were naturally elated. However, Sasuke, standing beside them, revealed a different emotion in his gaze. The enigmatic Yulon aside, even Naruto, who had previously seemed inferior, exhibited a strength surpassing Sasuke's during this mission. Contemplating the increasingly formidable Itachi, whom he yearned to vanquish, Sasuke's thirst for power intensified. This yearning grew even more fervent following his confrontation with Naruto. Restlessly perched atop a large tree, Sasuke soon encountered the Sound Four, subordinates of Orochimaru. After a brief skirmish, Sasuke, possessing only the strength of a Chunin, was no match for the Sound Four. Consequently, after enduring a brutal beating, the power-hungry Sasuke ultimately succumbed to his desires. He departed Konoha alongside his assailants, the Sound Four. As news of Sasuke's defection reached Tsunade, her heart surged with anger. She swiftly summoned Shikamaru and others, commanding them to retrieve Sasuke. Following a strategic skirmish, Naruto finally caught up with Sasuke, who had been taken by the Sound Four. Yet, upon hearing Naruto's desperate calls, Sasuke chose to accelerate his departure without so much as a glance back. Such resolute action left Naruto, who had finally caught up, feeling both astonished and incensed. Just as Naruto contemplated pursuing Sasuke, the imposing figure of Kimimaro obstructed his path. Faced with an adversary of superior strength, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. As Sasuke distanced himself further away, Naruto's anxiety mounted, and at that moment, Lee, who should have been bedridden, unexpectedly arrived. Gesturing for Naruto to continue his pursuit of the departing Sasuke. Before him stood the formidable Kimimaro, a challenge he must confront. Although concern for Lee's safety lingered in his mind, Naruto felt an overwhelming urgency to reclaim Sasuke, leaving little room for doubt. As he cautioned Lee to remain vigilant against their adversary, Naruto resolutely pressed onward in pursuit of Sasuke. This time, Kimimaro, who had consistently obstructed Naruto's path, found himself intercepted by Lee. Sensing that Naruto would not catch up to Sasuke, Kimimaro chose to disregard Naruto, focusing instead on the formidable Lee before him. After an intense exchange of blows, Lee, gradually being overwhelmed, resorted to consuming the alcohol he had hastily brought along. The lightweight Lee quickly succumbed to inebriation, and in front of a bewildered Kimimaro, began to exhibit the unpredictable techniques of drunken boxing. Unable to decipher the erratic style of Lee's drunken martial arts, Kimimaro, who had previously dominated the fight, found himself at a disadvantage as Lee pressed the attack. Frustrated by his predicament, Kimimaro unleashed his bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku. Bone spikes erupted from his body without warning, jolting the intoxicated Lee back to lucidity. Faced with this transformed opponent, a sober Lee soon found himself embroiled in a fierce battle once more. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Gaara, arriving as reinforcements, hurried to the scene. After a brief exchange of words, Gaara took Lee's place and engaged Kimimaro. Compared to his previous encounter with Lee, Kimimaro appeared markedly more serious in this renewed confrontation. Following another brutal clash, feeling drained and exhausted, Kimimaro resolved to unleash his full strength. Unfortunately, this intention was abruptly thwarted by the sudden appearance of Ri, who knocked him unconscious with ease. "Who are you?" Gaara's eyes filled with wariness as he regarded the unexpected Ri, whose arrival had been alarmingly abrupt. Despite Ri's lack of overt hostility, Gaara remained vigilant. Understanding Gaara's apprehension, the disguised Ri offered a slight smile before employing the body flicker technique to vanish. With Ri's departure, the unconscious Kimimaro was taken along as well. Chapter 69. Rescuing Kimimaro. A conversation with the departing Sasuke having saved Kimimaro, who was on the brink of exhaustion. Ri administered healing peas while simultaneously employing a memory sealing technique to shroud his memories. After all, if the goal was to reveal Orochimaru's true nature to Kimimaro, sealing his memories and allowing him to rediscover Orochimaru was the only effective means. Gazing at the exceptionally gifted Kimimaro, who met an untimely end in the original tale, a gentle smile crept across Ri's face. The potency of the healing peas remained formidable, temporarily restoring Kimimaro's health despite the debilitating effects of his blood-related illness. Alas, this restoration was but a fleeting reprieve. Upon contemplating this, the once smiling Yulong could not help but furrow his brow. It appeared that the resolution to Junmaru's blood disease would have to await his ascension to the super shadow level. The genesis of Yulong's thoughts stemmed from his discovery of a peculiar pattern regarding the gifts bestowed upon him. Each seed included in these gifts represented a manifestation of Yulong's most fervent desires. For instance, when Yulong found himself unable to cultivate, the gardening space generously provided him with seeds to mend his physical flaws. When he feared the consequences of severe injury, the gardening space presented him with healing peas. Subsequently, feeling that his ocular prowess was inadequate, the gardening space offered him seeds to enhance his bloodline concentration, followed by seeds to promote bloodline evolution. Recently, feeling overwhelmed and stretched thin, the gardening space promptly gifted him a source clone. Such occurrences indicated that whenever he yearned for something, The next elevation in his strength would surely align with his desires. The only caveat was that if his aspirations were disproportionate to his current capabilities, the gardening space would fulfill his wishes in increments, akin to the earlier gifts of bloodline enhancement and evolution seeds. The ambition to ascend to the super shadow level should suffice to resolve the blood disease conundrum. Thus, the only matter requiring immediate attention would be Sasuke's inner turmoil. Peering through the gardening space into the main world, Yulong's tone took on a grave demeanor. In the Valley of the End within the main world, facing Naruto's obstruction, Sasuke, who yearned for another confrontation with Naruto, chose to engage him in battle. One party craved combat, while the other sought to retrieve his wayward companion and bring him back to Konoha. Under the weight of their resolute determination, both combatants swiftly entered a state of full engagement. As he gazed upon the unconscious Naruto, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Sasuke's eyes. Even with his resolve to depart, he still grappled with conflicting feelings. Suddenly, an unanticipated voice echoed, instantly alerting Sasuke, who had been focused on Naruto, into a defensive stance. Observing Yulong, who had inexplicably appeared before him, Sasuke's wariness intensified. "Are you here to obstruct me as well?" he inquired. "Huh? Do you truly believe that if I intended to stop you, you could escape?" With an air of arrogance, Yulong, who had previously stood before Sasuke, was now inexplicably positioned behind him. Sensing Sasuke's body stiffening, Yulong casually draped an arm over his shoulder. "I bear good news. Thanks to Naruto and his comrade's delay, you have temporarily evaded a dire fate that would have seen you delivered to Orochimaru on schedule." "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Yulong's teasing remark, Sasuke, already tense, felt his eyes widen in alarm. Had it not been for Naruto and their united efforts to delay, you would have been promptly delivered to Orochimaru, who would have seized your body. Henceforth, there would have been no Uchiha Sasuke, only Orochimaru inhabiting his form. You think that by saying all this, I would obediently return with you? In response to Yulong's explanation, a tumult of confusion enveloped Sasuke, prompting him to shout out in a near-hysterical manner. The roar, however, did not incite the dragon behind him. Instead, it elicited a renewed laughter from the dragon. "Do not misunderstand. I have never claimed to hinder your pursuit of Orochimaru. I merely wish to inform you that the Sound Ninja who effortlessly defeated you was vanquished by CHG. Impossible. With that fellow's strength, it is inconceivable that he could overcome that Sound Ninja." Upon hearing such words from the dragon, Sasuke felt a shock within him that surpassed the disbelief he experienced upon learning he had narrowly escaped a grave fate. After all, the disparity in strength between CHG and that Sound Ninja was exceedingly clear to Sasuke. Thus, when he absorbed this astonishing revelation from the dragoness lips, the tumult within his heart was unimaginable. Gazing at the dragon, who stood before him with a grin while Sasuke's mouth opened and closed in speechless astonishment, Sasuke's emotions were palpable. If hatred could indeed empower one, then the fervent desire to protect would render one even stronger. Observing Sasuke's stunned expression, the dragon patted his shoulder before departing. "Orochimaru's forbidden resurrection can only be performed once every 3 years. Therefore, you are safe for now. Who are you? How do you know all this?" Sasuke clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, feeling a tumult of confusion within him as he posed a question that many had asked before. In response to Sasuke's inquiry, the dragon readily provided his answer. "I am one who knows the future and possesses the ability to alter the present. Nothing more." Chapter 70. The internal strife of the Mist Village. As Sasuke's gaze sharpened and he quickened his pace, the dragon's expression turned melancholic. He understood that Sasuke's hatred for his brother Itachi eclipsed his affection for Naruto and the others. With a resigned sigh and sensing Kakashi's approach, the dragon chose to depart first. His mission was to infiltrate the Land of Water and ascertain its current affairs. Thus, to avoid any tension with Kakashi, the dragon ultimately decided to evade him, no longer concerned with Naruto and the others. The dragon began to focus on dealing with Kimimaro and the matters concerning the Mist Village. "Where am I?" Upon awakening from unconsciousness, a look of bewilderment crossed Kimimaro's face. Seemingly pleased with Kimimaro's reaction, the dragon, who had been quietly observing from the side, spoke with a smile. "This is my private garden. You may refer to me as the agricultural sage." "Agricultural sage?" "Indeed, agricultural sage. And who might you be?" "You are Kimimaro." "Kimimaro? Why can I not remember anything about my past?" Kimimaro murmured his name, confusion etched upon his features. "Such matters are of little consequence. The dragon approached Kimimaro slowly, his expression earnest as he gazed intently at him. If those matters are insignificant, then what is truly important? Kimimaro frowned, perplexed by the dragon's words. Of course, it is the life that begins anew from this very moment. Understanding Junmaru's inner turmoil, Yulong gently patted his shoulder, offering encouragement with a warm expression. But what can I do? Junmaru's confusion regarding Yulong's intentions remained unshaken. For now, there is nothing else you need to do. Just observe someone discreetly. Observe someone? Yes, you simply need to watch someone. How do I do that? I will guide you on how. For now, just focus on your meal. Once again, Yulong patted Junmaru's shoulder before taking his hand and guiding him to sit aside. It was only then that Junmaru noticed the abundance of food beside him. Instinctively swallowing, the already famished Junmaru displayed a hesitant expression. Do not worry. If I truly intended to harm you, I wouldn't have gone through such lengths to rescue you. Now eat. To allay Junmaru's doubts, Yulong immediately began to eat in front of him. With Yulong leading the way, Junmaru, now free of concerns, eagerly joined in the feast before him. Meanwhile, as Yulong's clone successfully calmed the bewildered Junmaru, the real Yulong silently infiltrated the hidden mist village. Observing the scene of carnage within the village, Yulong raised an eyebrow at the sight of blood flowing like rivers. With a swift motion, he dispatched several bloodthirsty mist ninjas and concealed himself once more, beginning his tasks of documenting the current state of the village and secretly collecting the blood of high-ranking ninjas. Faced with such fruitful endeavors, Yulong was filled with vigor. However, as the saying goes, excessive joy leads to sorrow. Just as Yulong was excitedly plotting against the injured Gaara, he found that Gaara, under the control of Obito, had chosen to fully transform into his tailed beast form. In an instant, the transformation sent all nearby mist ninjas flying, including Yulong, who had disguised himself as one of them to blend in. Cursing inwardly, Yulong quickly adjusted his position, deftly evading the first wave of attacks from the Three Tails. His agile movements immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Noticing the bewilderment in the eyes of many mist ninjas, Yulong's earlier sense of pride turned to foreboding. However, at this point, faced with the renewed assault from the Three Tails, he could only continue to dodge. It seemed the Three Tails had deliberately targeted him. Enraged by this realization, Yulong thought, if that is the case, you shan't have it easy either. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as he utilized his Rinnegan to locate Obito. He then purposefully sprinted towards Obito's direction. Caught off guard, Obito, who was secretly manipulating the Three Tails, narrowly escaped being caught in the attack. As a cold sweat broke out over him, he used his space-time abilities to evade the Three Tails' assault. A look of astonishment crossed his face. He understood that the previous incident was certainly no mere coincidence. It is evident that his self-assumed secretive movements have been unveiled by the unexpected intrusion of the enigmatic figure. With this realization and understanding the gravity of the situation, Obito did not hesitate and chose to retreat immediately. Before departing, with a glint of cold light in his eyes, he issued one final command to the Three Tails. Exert your utmost effort to wreak havoc upon the hidden mist. Chapter 71, an extended chapter, Yulong and Terumi Mei. In a tumultuous struggle, the ferocious Three Tails was ultimately vanquished through the relentless efforts of the ninjas of the hidden mist. However, this victory came at a grievous cost to the village. Despite their grievous injuries, the beleaguered ninjas of the mist resolutely chose to encircle Yulong. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in infiltrating our hidden mist? With a steadfast gaze fixed upon the mysterious figure, Terumi Mei, soon to be the fifth Mizukage, boldly inquired about Yulong's identity and intentions, representing all those present from the hidden mist. Regrettably, confronted with such inquiries, Yulong, now an embodiment of Konoha's interests, had no intention of divulging the truth. Thus, faced with the scrutiny and vigilance of the mist ninjas, he simply shrugged in defiance. What is the purpose of such questions? If you wish to know, then come and seize me. How audacious. In light of this, allow me to personally engage with you. Mist technique. As these irate words escaped Terumi Mei's lips, she simultaneously unleashed a formidable mist technique. Instantly, the once clear line of sight was consumed by an impenetrable fog, rendering vision futile. This swift transformation prompted Yulong to raise an eyebrow, provoking him to jest once more. TSK. What a remarkable woman. Were it not for my existing wife, I might very well fall for you. You dare seek death. Boil release. Mist technique. Before her menacing words could fully echo, The furious Terumi May unleashed her ultimate move. This deadly technique instilled panic among those mist ninjas familiar with its ferocity, causing them to hastily retreat. Lady Terumi May, you must remain calm. Lady Terumi May, we are surrounded by allies. Do not act recklessly. In their panic, the ninjas of the mist shouted urgent reminders to the now incensed Terumi May. Alas, in the face of the provocation she loathed most, the enraged Terumi May found herself consumed by a singular desire to eliminate her adversary. Consequently, ignoring her comrade's frantic pleas, the furious Terumi May expanded the range of her mist technique. Fortunately, the nearby ninjas understood the terrifying nature of her jutsu. Thus, while attempting to calm Terumi May, they prudently continued their retreat, urging her to regain her composure as they fled. As it became apparent that her allies had vanished from sight, the mysterious figure she had targeted remained unmoved. Still controlling the expansion of her mist technique, Terumi May furrowed her brow in contemplation. Just as she pondered whether to dispel the mist technique, Yulong's voice suddenly resonated behind her. TSK, TSK. What a stunning beauty. What kind of scene would it be if I were to suddenly unleash the wind release technique? How infuriating. When did this happen? Facing the mocking voices behind her, a flash of indignation and fury crossed the eyes of Terumi May. While dispelling the mist technique, she wielded her kunai and thrust it backward. Unfortunately, such an attack was evidently incapable of harming the current Ryulong. Thus, Terumi May's backward strike met only empty air. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, she no longer hesitated. With a mere thought, she dissolved both the mist concealment technique and her ultimate technique, the mist of deception. Gazing at Terumi May, who had revealed herself once more, Ryulong, now returned to his original position, continued to jest. Oh dear, how adorably naive. You believe whatever you hear. I am a rock ninja. How could I possibly wield wind release techniques? You dare to toy with me? Listening to the jibes, Terumi May, feeling as if she might explode from anger, could not help but exude a palpable killing intent. Sensing her escalating danger, the mist ninjas, who had previously halted, swiftly retreated further away. This astonishing turn of events caused Ryulong to raise an eyebrow, once again teasing, TSK, TSK. Just look at the reactions of these mist ninjas. I can tell you will never find a husband. You can go to hell. Liquid release. Liquid monster technique. Feeling her rage reach a boiling point, Terumi May unhesitatingly resorted to another of her bloodline limits, liquid release. In an instant, terrifying magma erupted from her mouth, rushing directly towards Ryulong. Witnessing such a dreadful sight, Ryulong, the target of the assault, feigned a scream and took off running. In response, the furious Terumi May relentlessly pursued him, controlling her liquid release to chase the fleeing Ryulong without relent. However, one must remember that Terumi May, as the fifth Mizukage, was no fool. After a frenzied chase, she quickly discerned the truth. This rascal was merely pretending to toy with her. Realizing the situation, her anger flared, and she ceased her pursuit of Ryulong. If you have the skill, stop dodging and face me head-on. TSK, TSK. You are truly unreasonable. I was about to leave, yet you surrounded me, preventing my escape. Now, this is even worse. It's clear you cannot hit me, yet you expect me to fight you head-on. How unreasonable can you be? Do you still wish to find a man to marry? You are quite audacious. No one has ever dared to repeatedly mention marriage in my presence. Today, I shall surely end your life. In her furious roar, Terumi May, who had momentarily halted her assault, unleashed an even greater power. Watching the rampaging Terumi May, the mist ninjas who had retreated in fear trembled uncontrollably. As for the fervently attacked Yulong, he was darting about in a frenzy, all the while adopting a peculiar tone to exclaim, "Oh, your passion. It burns like a fire, consuming the lives of others. Mist ninja. The sun itself would hide from me. Ah, silence, silence, silence." It was truly unbearable for Ko Mei Ming to endure Yulong's bizarre intonations. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, she was on the brink of an explosive outburst. The ground, scorched by flowing lava, cracked open, completely enveloping the leaping Yulong gazing at him, who seemed unable to evade the impending doom. Ko Mei Ming felt a surge of satisfaction as her pent-up frustration finally found an outlet. Regrettably, she and her companions rejoiced far too soon. Before they could mock Yulong, the latter, who had feigned a dramatic wail, revealed himself once more. "Oh my, you are truly ruthless, woman. Just moments ago, I was nearly done for. With a look of lingering fear, Yulong patted his chest and reproached Ko Mei Ming in a complaining tone. What do you truly desire? Observing the seemingly unscathed, enigmatic figure before her, Ko Mei Ming, after a brief silence, spoke with a hint of despondency. Sensing her exasperation, Yulong, no longer in the mood to tease, shrugged nonchalantly. Your words are quite peculiar. From the very beginning, my sole intention was to depart from the hidden mist village. Yet you relentlessly pursued me, shouting and striking, with cries of violence. As he concluded, Yulong bore an expression of resigned annoyance, shrugging once more. Very well, I shall let you go, but I hope you refrain from returning. Lady Ko Mei Ming, what? That beautiful woman intends to let me go. Do you plan to oppose this? Before the mist ninja could finish speaking, Yulong, who had been facing Ko Mei Ming, instantly appeared beside the mist ninja, casually draping an arm around their neck. Upon witnessing this scene, the other mist ninjas, who had harbored grievances, fell into a startled silence. As for the mist ninja ensnared by Yulong's embrace, they trembled, their legs quaking in fear. I, observing the sudden transformation of the mist ninja into a coward, Yulong, who had previously maintained a casual demeanor, now adopted a menacing tone. Humph, remember this. If you lack strength, do not meddle in others' affairs. Otherwise, you may easily incur someone's wrath and meet your demise. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Please, spare me. The trembling mist ninja, sensing Yulong's lethal intent, pleaded in a voice rife with terror. Such a cowardly display incited both anger and embarrassment among the surrounding mist ninjas. After all, to behave thus in front of so many was utterly humiliating. And sensing the ire of his comrades, the mist ninja, who had fervently begged Yulong for mercy, found himself in a most precarious position. Unable to withstand the piercing gazes of his peers, he let out a roar and hurled a kunai towards the figure that had turned his back to him. How pitiful! Allowing his opponent to stab him with a kunai, the dragon, shielded by a repulsive force, could not help but mock with a tone of melancholic disdain. How did a wretch like you become a ninja? Did you resort to cheating? As the derisive words fell, the dragon, who had previously faced away, suddenly turned around. With a flick of his finger, he sent the terrified adversary flying through the air. Boom, boom, thud. After a series of collisions that obliterated numerous structures, the mist ninja finally came to a halt. Yet, such an event did not alter the sudden dread that had arisen in the hearts of the other mist ninjas. Instead, with the demise of their comrade, they instinctively began to retreat in haste. Do not continue to glare at me with those white eyes. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to pluck them out. With a weary shake of his head, the dragon issued yet another warning. He then soared into the sky and vanished in an instant. Gulp. Who is this person? He just flew away. Did he truly claim to be a rock ninja? Is that possible? After all, the Hidden Stone Village, no? He is not a rock ninja. Moreover, the technique he employed is not from the Hidden Stone Village's earth manipulation. Indeed, what he wielded was not earth release at all, but a terrifying repulsive force. As Terumi may denied the speculations of others, Ao, who had been warned by the dragon before his departure, solemnly spoke the truth. What? Repulsive force? How can that be? I have never heard of anyone wielding such power. Upon hearing Ao's explanation, the nearby mist ninja gasped in disbelief. Unfortunately, Ao, undeterred by their incredulity, continued with a grave demeanor to utter words that deepened their terror. Fortunately, that individual harbors no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, most of us would surely perish. Gazing at the incredulous faces surrounding him, Ao paused briefly before continuing. Even Lord Terumi Mei, who possesses 2 bloodline limits, would not be spared. Chapter 72. Intelligence and Guidance of the Dragon strolling away from the hidden mist village with a buoyant spirit. The dragon set his course towards the land of fire. Before departing, he cast a lingering, meaningful gaze at a particular spot for an extended period. Only after the dragon had completely vanished did a figure reveal itself from the position he had been observing. Who is he? How is it that he can entirely see through my movements? Watching the direction in which the dragon had disappeared, Obito could not help but mutter to himself. I do not know. However, if you are intrigued, I can investigate his background. Seemingly equally curious about the dragon's identity, Zetsu chimed in with a mischievous grin upon hearing Obito's musings. Our objective is to gather tailed beasts. It would be wise not to provoke such a dangerous individual for the time being. Faced with Zetsu's suggestion, Obito, who was solely focused on collecting tailed beasts, unhesitatingly dismissed the proposal. Very well. In light of this, I shall oblige you. Upon witnessing Zetsu's descent, Jay-bai responded with a cheerful affirmation before promptly burrowing back into the earth. Meanwhile, Zetsu, upon noticing Jay-bai's departure, swiftly activated his space-time abilities to vanish as well. However, unbeknownst to both, not long after their exit, the seemingly departed Ri-Long materialized without warning in the very spot they had occupied. Should Zetsu and Jay-bai have been present to witness such an inconceivable spectacle, they would undoubtedly have been taken aback. Alas, the two who had already vacated the premises were destined to remain oblivious to this occurrence. A thoughtful expression flickered across Ri-Long's visage, as if he had come to a realization before he ascended once more into the skies. Back in Konoha, within the confines of the Hokage's office, Ri-Long, having just returned, was presenting the findings of his recent mission to Tsunade, the Hokage. As she scrutinized the recorded footage, Tsunade's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Ri-Long, could you elaborate on the events that transpired in the Hidden Mist Village? The specifics eluded him. All he could ascertain was that the former Mizukage appeared to have been manipulated by an external force. Manipulated? How is that even conceivable? That is the Mizukage we are speaking of. Upon hearing Ri-Long's account, Tsunade, who had been seated, immediately rose to her feet. Such a revelation was utterly unfathomable for her, a fellow leader. Beside her, Shizen covered her mouth, her expression one of sheer astonishment, observing the disbelief etched on their faces. Ri-Long couldn't help but exhibit a hint of exasperation. Lady Tsunade, the truth remains elusive. Moreover, even a leader is subject to varying levels of strength. Regardless of their weakness, a village leader would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable individuals in their domain. How could such a person be so easily manipulated? While Ri-Long's words merely conveyed intelligence, Tsunade, as another leader, found the notion intolerable. Fully comprehending Tsunade's sentiments, Ri-Long allowed her to voice her rebuttals before reiterating his perspective. You are correct. To hold the title of a village leader, one must indeed be among the strongest. However, if this individual possesses a vulnerability to Jinjutsu, then the possibility of manipulation remains. You imply that it was Jinjutsu that controlled him. After gazing at Ri-Long for a prolonged moment, Tsunade, still incredulous, sought confirmation from him once more. Indeed, you may wish to examine the final moments of the footage again. The expression of the former Mizukage clearly reveals signs of distress. Upon hearing Ri-Long's suggestion, Tsunade reviewed the footage anew and, to her astonishment, discerned the irregularity in Yagura's demeanor. It is true, he was indeed under mental control. How can this be? As a strong individual, one should inherently possess the ability to resist such illusions. Even after acknowledging the reality of this situation, Tsunade's eyes remained filled with disbelief. Lady Tsunade, I contend that this occurrence should not be surprising. Ri-Long, what do you mean by that? Upon perceiving the matter-of-fact tone in Ri-Long's voice, Tsunade's expression grew stern. Confronted by Tsunade's imposing aura, Yulong exhibited no signs of distress, maintaining a demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. He continued to elucidate to Tsunade before him. Lady Tsunade, the vastness of the ninja world inevitably gives rise to individuals who deviate from the norm. Take, for instance, the founding lord of Konoha, the first Hokage, or even yourself in the present day. What do you imply? Tsunade inquired. It is precisely because you, Lady Tsunade, possess extraordinary qualities that you have ascended to such heights. Yet, can one dare to claim that they can rival the first Hokage? Naturally not. Although Yulong had not completed his thought, Tsunade grasped his meaning. So, you suggest that the individual covertly manipulating the former Mizukage possesses power far beyond that of a Kage? Whether his strength exceeds that of a Kage remains uncertain, yet his aptitude for Jinjutsu surely surpasses that of an ordinary person. Observing that Tsunade comprehended his intent, Yulong's expression turned serious as he spoke again. I understand. This mission has been arduous for you, Yulong. Please return and rest. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade raised her head and chose to issue a dismissal. Seemingly aware of Tsunade's current concerns, Yulong offered a slight bow before turning to depart. Chapter 73. Leisurely moments as Tsunade watched Yulong's retreating figure grow more distant after he exited the Hokage building. Her previously silent demeanor shifted back to one of gravity. Shizen, what is your assessment of this Hinata Yulong? Calm, self-assured, and perceptive. Most importantly, he can disregard your imposing presence, Lady Tsunade. His strength must be formidable. After a brief pause, Shizune articulated her opinion in response to Tsunade's grave inquiry. You are mistaken, Shizune. Turning to face her astonished companion. Tsunade's tone thickened with significance as she unveiled a revelation that left Shizune astounded. It is not merely strong, it is exceedingly strong. How can that be? He is barely 14 years old. Moreover, he previously, in the face of Shizune's disbelief, Tsunade, her expression grave, articulated her conclusion. To have documented the entirety of that chaotic battle from start to finish, without sufficient strength, he would have perished amidst the turmoil. How could he possibly have survived to return? But didn't he just say? The ninja world is so vast, there will always be individuals who are unlike others. Gazing at Yulong's figure, which was now scarcely discernible, Tsunade's aura intensified remarkably. Such an extraordinary individual hailing from the branch of the Hyuga clan is indeed a cause for lament. In high spirits after leaving the Hokage building, Yulong, eager to return, made his way back to the gathering place of the Hyuga clan. Paying no heed to the furtive glances of onlookers, he headed directly to the residence of Hinata Hayashi. Lord Hayashi, I have returned. Was the mission relatively smooth? Hayashi, sipping his tea, immediately greeted him with a smile upon noticing Yulong's weary appearance. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hayashi. The mission was quite successful. However, what? During this mission, I encountered a stray Byakugan. Is there any way to retrieve it? Upon hearing that the matter concerned the Byakugan, Hinata Hizashi's tone grew solemn. My apologies, Lord Hizashi. To avoid exposing my identity, I refrained from taking action. Understanding Hizashi's sentiments, Rilong expressed his regret in a somewhat apologetic tone. It's all right. Your safety is of greater importance. As for that Byakugan, we shall reclaim it when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing Rilong's apology, the previously subdued Hizashi chose to comfort him with kind words. Hizashi was fully aware of who possessed the lost Byakugan. Hence, even though Rilong opted to forego its retrieval, Hizashi found it entirely understandable. After all, in Hizashi's view, given Rilong's current age, he simply lacked the strength to reclaim the Byakugan. Suppressing his melancholic thoughts, Hizashi allowed a smile to return to his face. Let us go shopping with Hinata. I know you have been eagerly anticipating this. Thank you, Lord Hizashi. With a glimmer of joy in his eyes, Rilong respectfully bowed to Hizashi before hastily making his way towards the sparring Hinata sisters. Without regard for the furious Spark standing nearby, Rilong swiftly took Hinata's hand and dashed away, leaving Spark fuming in place, voicing his grievances against Rilong. Observing this heartwarming scene, Hizashi once again smiled. Perhaps this carefree banter is the essence of true living. On the bustling streets of Konoha, Rilong, who had not spent time alone with Hinata for quite a while, felt a surge of elation within. If it weren't for the looming crisis ahead, he wished to find a tranquil place with Hinata, to grow old together in peace. Holding Hinata's hand, whispering sweet nothings. In these tender moments, Rilong always yearned for them to last a bit longer. As he gazed at the sun climbing higher in the sky, he turned to Hinata, gently inquiring, Hinata, are you hungry? A little. Although feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hinata chose to acknowledge it with a slight blush. I heard the nearby dango shop is quite good. Shall we give it a try? I will follow whatever you suggest. Rilong. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata nodded in agreement to Rilong's proposal. Watching Hinata, who seemed perpetually bashful, warmed Rilong's heart. Grasping Hinata's hand, they made their way to the dango shop, where Rilong promptly ordered a large feast. In the face of the owner's incredulous gaze, the two transformed into gluttons, devouring every last dango that was served. Feeling quite satisfied, Rilong patted his belly and, after packing 3 portions to take home, finally paid and left. Having encountered such delicious dango, it was only natural to bring some back to his clan. Exiting the dango shop in high spirits, Rilong soon ran into Kakashi and the others approaching. Hey, Captain, what brings you here? Just returned from a mission. We were about to grab a bite to fill our stomachs. How curious of you to be out shopping with your fiancé, Kakashi remarked. A playful smirk gracing his features as he cast a glance at Hinata, who had discreetly positioned herself behind Yulong. Hey, Captain, instead of fixating on others, shouldn't you be addressing your own single status? Yulong retorted, a flicker of annoyance evident as he observed Hinata's timid retreat. You insolent brat. Such behavior is akin to rubbing salt in wounds. It's utterly disgraceful. Kakashi, who had initially intended to tease Yulong, found himself at a loss, his forehead creased with irritation. Alas, When it came to sharp tongues, Kakashi was no match for Yulong. Thus, as soon as Kakashi's words left his lips, Yulong struck back without hesitation. Aging single man. You scoundrel. You little brat. I challenge you to a duel. I wish to date. I have no time for the unmarried. You scoundrel. If you have the guts, don't run away. Kakashi, you must remain calm. I can accompany you in this duel. Mike Guy exclaimed, hastily embracing the infuriated Kakashi, his tone urgent with reassurance. This absurd spectacle elicited a series of bemused expressions from Asuma and the others, who could hardly fathom that the typically cunning Kakashi could find himself at the mercy of another. Dragging Kakashi into a dumpling shop, and after sharing an awkward meal, Asuma could no longer contain his laughter as he bid a hasty farewell to Kakashi. After enduring for so long, Asuma finally succumbed to his mirth. Chapter 74. Cognitive restructuring. In contrast to the individual relishing his private time, Yulong's clone was diligently working to transform Junro. Determined to guide the deeply poisoned Junro toward a renewed understanding of Orochimaru, Yulong sealed away Junro's memories and embarked on an extensive journey with him. From the seclusion of remote mountains to the bustling vibrancy of grand urban centers, Yulong, accompanied by the blank slate that was Junro, began to unveil the world anew. Transitioning from a state of moral ambiguity to discerning hidden conspiracies, the astute Junro swiftly underwent a cognitive restructuring under Yulong's guidance. Not hastening to unlock Junro's memories, Yulong set forth once more, embarking on a new leg of their adventure. If the first journey facilitated Junro's cognitive transformation, then the second journey unveiled the world's grim realities to him. Within Orochimaru's lair, gazing upon the disheveled and unrecognizable figure of Ran, Junro felt a surge of animosity towards the Orochimaru that Ran described. Sir, we must rescue him. Junro began, only to be interrupted by Yulong, who, with a mere thought, appeared before Ran. Who are you? Spare me your trivialities. Leave here with me at once. With a sharp reprimand, Yulong utilized gravitational force to bind the figure before him. Then, alongside Junro, they dashed from the collapsing lair of Orochimaru, glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the two puppet bodies emerging in their wake. Yulong furrowed his brow in discontent. Humph. Orochimaru, that despicable creature, is truly revolting. Cast me aside. I am beyond salvation. Those two puppet bodies will relentlessly pursue me, rendering my efforts futile. It seemed that Raijin, still bound by the control of Yulong, had anticipated this conclusion and spoke with a hint of despondency. Humph. They will follow you. I am rather curious to see how they intend to do so. Before the mocking words could settle, Yulong, brimming with murderous intent, transformed into his chakra mode. Subsequently, he unleashed the silver wheel rebirth explosion. In an instant, an awe-inspiring chakra tornado materialized, engulfing the two puppet bodies. The terrifying whirlwind spiraled incessantly, annihilating everything in its vicinity. Witnessing such a horrific spectacle, both Raijin and Junmaru, alongside Naruto and his companions who chanced upon this scene, instinctively swallowed hard. After all, the event unfolding before their eyes was utterly terrifying. Is it him? How could this fearsome individual appear here? As Naruto recalled the already halted Yulong, a shiver coursed through him. Naruto, do you know him? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya, with a grave expression, immediately inquired. However, before the visibly terrified Naruto could respond, Yulong, having approached, interjected. To be precise, I have encountered him once. Who might you be, if I may inquire? Are you also seeking Orochimaru? With a vigilant gaze, Jiraiya regarded Yulong, uncertain of his true intentions. I am known as En-san. As for the second question, my answer is no. With a smile, Yulong then turned to Raijin, urging him to bid farewell swiftly. Do not dawdle. Hurry and say your goodbyes to your friends. Once farewells are exchanged, we must take our leave. Raijin's brother, upon hearing Yulong's unceremonious urging, Junmoku, standing beside Jiraiya, instantly grew anxious. Yet, gazing at Junmoku's tearful expression, Raijin once again wore a gentle smile. Junmoku, take care. Raijin brother, you must also take care. Seemingly understanding Raijin's resolve, Junmoku, with tears flowing, reluctantly chose to part ways with Raijin. The tearful scene was profoundly touching. Yet, as long as Yulong harbored no intention of eliminating Orochimaru, taking Raijin away remained the most prudent choice. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Yulong's gaze as he smiled once more and opted to soar into the sky. The journey ahead is still long. He, too, must continue to strive for improvement. Chapter 75. The new upgrade package on the other hand. The clone continued its journey with Junmaru and the newly joined Raijin. Meanwhile, the real Yulong embraced a rare and leisurely existence, engaging in a game of chess with Hinata, strolling through the streets with her, and idly flattering his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Yulong's days were indeed filled with joy. However, despite the seemingly tranquil facade, Yulong did not halt his relentless pursuit of strength, diligently sowing seeds and fervently watering them with spiritual water. However, this seed, obtained from the upgrade package, is evidently of exceptional quality. Thus, despite fervently nourishing it with spiritual water, Yulong once again encountered the predicament of the seed's sluggish growth. Exhaling softly, Yulong, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. He conjured a shadow clone to continue the task of watering the seed while he, as the original, departed the cultivation space and returned to the primary world of the ninja realm. Gazing at the azure sky outside, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yulong's eyes. Just as he had surmised, the offerings from the cultivation space were intricately tied to his deepest desires. This time, the space had bestowed upon him a universal repair seed. Universal repair seed, Jujube tree. The fruit, once matured, has the capacity to rectify all bodily flaws and injuries. Though the description appears straightforward, it subtly conveys the immense power of this seed. Reflecting on the bloodline ailments of Kimimaro and Itachi, excitement and anticipation once again danced across Yulong's countenance. With a determined exhale, Yulong sought to calm his racing thoughts and began practicing the 8 trigrams palm. Well-versed in this Hyuga clan's fundamental technique, Yulong had even deduced the 80 Gods air strike of Kaguya Otsutsuki with his own abilities. As one of the ancestral attacks of chakra, Yulong, prior to his ascension to the super shadow level, could only execute it once when at full chakra capacity. The sheer power of this technique could only be described as terrifying. After tirelessly executing the technique 10 times without pause, Yulong finally sensed a hint of fatigue and ceased his practice. Stepping out of his courtyard, he decided to divert his attention by venturing into the bustling streets. As he surveyed the lively Konoha commercial district, thoughts of his fiancée, Hinata, surfaced. However, as a ninja, Hinata naturally could not remain at home with Yulong every day. Shortly after breakfast that day, her team had embarked on a collective training session. With a resigned sigh, Yulong's spirits dipped somewhat, prompting him to contemplate visiting Hinata and her teammates. Glancing at the sun now positioned overhead, he resolved to first procure some dango from the shop before heading to meet Hinata. Feeling invigorated by his decision, Yulong promptly made his way toward the dango shop from his previous visit. Yet, it was clear that today would not be a tranquil day. No sooner had Yulong exited the dango shop than he encountered Naruto rushing past him. Observing the little piglet scampering ahead of Naruto, a glint of cold light flashed in Yulong's eyes. Humph, it seems trouble is afoot. Though reluctant to get involved, given his current leisure, Yulong changed his mind and chose to follow. What has happened? Naruto. Yulong bro. This is fantastic. Yulong bro. That guy Mizuki has escaped. I was just about to chase after him. Upon seeing Yulong's sudden appearance, Naruto, who had initially worn a furious expression, instantly broke into a smile. Wasn't that fellow incarcerated? How did he manage to escape? With a slight furrow of his brow, Yulong could not help but display a peculiar expression. The specifics remain unclear. All that is known is that he seems to have incited all the prisoners to orchestrate a mass breakout. The thought of the fleeing Shuemu instantly reignited Naruto's fury. If Shuemu indeed has ties to Orochimaru, he must extract the truth from him. Chapter 76. Yulong's disdain for Shuemu with the guidance of Buten. Yulong swiftly employed his Byakugan to locate Shuemu's whereabouts. However, upon discovering Shuemu and his companions, Yulong also stumbled upon the unconscious form of Shizune and others. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he swiftly departed while advising Naruto. Naruto, continue following Buten. I will escort the injured Shizune back. Shizune, do not halt your steps. Once I ascertain Shizune's condition, I shall pursue you at once. After reiterating his instructions, Yulong vanished without a trace. Although Naruto harbored concerns for Shizune's state, he suppressed his worries, adhering to Yulong's counsel and continued his pursuit of the fleeing Shuemu. On the other side, having separated from the group, Yulong quickly arrived at Shizune's side. Observing the already unconscious Shizune and the others, he shook his head and began to tend to their injuries. To enhance efficiency, Yulong decisively utilized the shadow clone technique. He then employed the clones to heal the unconscious Shizune and her companions. Subsequently, Yulong's main body did not linger. After leaving several clones to attend to Shizune, he once again set off in pursuit of Naruto's direction. In a rapid chase, Yulong soon caught up with Naruto and the others. At this moment, Naruto had already reunited with the equally pursuing Iruka. Most importantly, within this advancing group, there was an unexpected addition. Shizune. With a glint of amusement in his eyes, Yulong, now aware of the identity of the individual, chose not to reveal himself but instead remained concealed, silently observing, allowing the other to lead Naruto into a trap. As Naruto and Iruka fell into the ambush, the imposter Shizune revealed her true self, exclaiming, "Long time no see." Iruka, little Ninetales. Gazing at the furious Naruto and the anxious Iruka, Shuemu could not help but chuckle with a hint of arrogance. However, alas, the moment Shuemu's somewhat smug voice resonated, it abruptly froze upon his face. "Looks like you are quite pleased with yourself. What? When did this happen?" Upon hearing the inquiry from behind, the previously proud Shuemu's expression shifted to one of horror. Indeed, while feigning terror, he seized the opportunity to utilize the substitution technique. "I must admit, your ninjutsu fundamentals are quite solid." Without acknowledging the Shuemu before him, Yulong, with an impassive expression, turned to face the rear. "Who are you? Why have I never heard of you before?" Gazing at the figure of Yulong, who had effortlessly pierced through his disguise, a sense of foreboding surged within Shuemu. "Are you a fool? Hasn't my gaze already conveyed it? I am of the Hyuga clan." His words dripped with scorn, seemingly devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yet they ignited a furious rage within Shuemu. "Damn it! Wind God! Thunder God! Engage! Eliminate this wretch!" In response to Yulong's incessant mockery, an enraged Shuemu could not help but scream in a fit of hysteria. Before the excited brothers of Wind and Thunder could respond, Yulong's voice echoed once more from behind Shuemu. "Your emotions seem to be spiraling out of control. What? I have no interest in dealing with such trivial pests. Naruto, this old acquaintance is yours to handle." With a resounding thud, an icy declaration fell, and as Shuemu attempted to flee, Yulong effortlessly sent him crashing towards Naruto. Chapter 77. Yulong takes on the child Shuemu. "Speak plainly about Orochimaru's whereabouts. Then return to the village with us." Upon seeing Shuemu sprawled before him, an expression of indignation immediately crossed Naruto's face. Alas, such dialogue proved futile. Seizing the opportunity presented by the enigmatic Hyuga clan, Shuemu coldly smirked and sprang to his feet to flee. "Humph! Damn Ninetales brat! Do you think I would heed the lectures of a mere fox? Once I obtain Orochimaru's power, you will all perish, including that accursed Hyuga clan. Damn it! Shuemu, don't run. Shuemu, stop clinging to your delusions." Observing Shuemu's retreat, both Naruto and Iruka's expressions shifted dramatically as they pursued him. As the trio swiftly vanished from sight, Yulong, having deftly evaded the attacks of the Wind and Thunder brothers, allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips, redirecting his attention to them. "You two oafs, you've made me miss my lunch. What do you propose we do about it?" Producing a pouch filled with dumplings, Yulong munched away while expressing his displeasure. However, the brothers, true to their gluttonous nature, were captivated by the tempting aroma of the dumplings. "How delightful! Brother, it smells heavenly. Thunder God, let us quickly seize it." "Excellent idea, brother. Hee hee." Following a series of foolish exchanges typical of the Wind and Thunder brothers, the excited duo lunged towards Yulong. Witnessing this scene, Yulong, still savoring his dumplings, raised an eyebrow, his expression turning displeased. "You two rascals. Not only are you delaying my lunch, but you also dare to covet my food. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't realize that I, Hyuga Yulong, have my limits." With these words, Yulong's demeanor shifted from casual to sharp as he deftly dodged the brothers' assaults while still clutching his dumplings. While continuing to chew on the morsel in his mouth, he swiftly launched a kick, sending the two brothers flying. Thunderous crashes echoed, accompanied by their cries of pain. "Oh, that hurts." Big brother, the younger brother, the Thunder God, lamented to his elder sibling, the Wind God, who, despite his own suffering, replied with equal fervor. "I feel your pain too, Thunder God. How dare he inflict such pain upon us? We shall tear him apart." With a synchronized roar, the two brothers rose once more and charged at the formidable Yulong. Yet, unfazed by their evident anger, Yulong's face wore a mocking smile. "How endearingly foolish you both are. He chuckled darkly, watching as the Wind and Thunder brothers lunged at him again. As he deftly evaded their strikes, he extended his index and middle fingers, channeling his chakra to execute a pressure point technique against the Wind and Thunder brothers. A chilling scream pierced the air as the once furious duo collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Observing the brothers who could no longer muster the strength to move, Yulong's expression morphed into one of wicked amusement. Since you two have fallen into my clutches, allow me to enlighten you. A devilish glint flickered in his eyes as he began to indulge in his meal, simultaneously toying with his helpless adversaries. The echoes of their despairing cries and pleas for mercy resonated throughout the valley, striking terror even into those who had already distanced themselves, like Naruto and his companions. Chapter 78. No limits to excess in the desolate valley. The haunting cries and pleas for mercy eventually subsided. The Wind and Thunder brothers lay motionless on the ground, their eyes brimming with tears of indignation. To them, the most outrageous injustice had always been witnessing others enjoy delectable treats while denying them any share. Yet, they now realized there existed an even greater cruelty, being mercilessly beaten while the tormentor savored delightful morsels. As they gazed upon the young man, who simultaneously inflicted pain and indulged in a feast, the brothers could not help but weep uncontrollably. This is too much, utterly excessive. Not only were they being assaulted, but he also relished every bite, praising the delicacies even as he struck them. The tantalizing aroma of the morsels wafted through the air, causing both brothers to salivate while tears streamed down their faces in despair. Exhausted from their lamentations, they found themselves helplessly fixated on Yulong, who was devouring his food with abandon, unable to suppress their tears. For the brothers, today's ordeal was one they would never forget, and the figure before them instilled a profound fear that penetrated to their very cores. They had encountered many who were excessive, but none compared to this individual's unparalleled audacity. Silently weeping, they inwardly grumbled, "Oh, how delightful! Just one morsel remains." After an extravagant display of praise, Yulong deliberately waved the last meatball above the noses of the Wind and Thunder brothers. As they watched, their noses quivered in frenzy, saliva dripping ever more rapidly. In a moment of sheer temptation, Yulong, before the yearning gaze of the two, popped the final meatball into his mouth. It was simply divine. Oh, how excessive. The brothers, witnessing the last morsel devoured, could not help but burst into another fit of lamentation. Such an exaggerated display drew the astonishment of the hastily arriving trio of Zhu, Lu, and Dai. "Yulong, brother?" The trio, taken aback at the sight of Yulong indulging in his meal, exchanged incredulous glances. So you three came to provide reinforcements? That is splendid. I shall leave these two rascals in your capable hands while I assess the situation with Naruto." With remnants of the meatball clinging to his hands, Yulong rose from the ground, opting to evade responsibility. This rather irresponsible behavior left the trio of Lu, Miryuu, and Ding perplexed. "Yulong, brother, this is rather excessive. We are the support team," exclaimed one. "Indeed, after recovering, we have yet to engage in any serious activity. How can we be relegated to mere logistical duties?" As they looked at the vanishing figure of Yulong, Lu Miryuu's companions, Ino and Choji, began to voice their complaints. "Forget it. Keeping an eye on the captives is far better than dealing with troublesome tasks. Let us just observe in peace." With a resigned furrow of his brow, Lu Miryuu sought to soothe his companions. Ino, seemingly discerning Lu Miryuu's sentiments, cast him a disdainful glance, while the indifferent Choji, feeling bored, began munching on potato chips. The tantalizing aroma of the chips, accompanied by the crisp sounds of crunching, reignited the longing expressions on the faces of the Wind and Thunder brothers, who lay on the ground. Unfortunately, under Yulong's powerful pressure point technique, they were utterly immobilized. The despair of their predicament prompted them to once again burst into tears, leaving Lu Miryuu and his companions bewildered as they watched the brothers wail inconsolably. Chapter 79. Suppressing Sumu, leaving the tear-streaked Wind and Thunder brothers behind, Yulong once again pursued Naruto and the others. Spotting the unexpectedly arrived Tsubaki and the transformed Sumu, Yulong raised an eyebrow. It appeared to be the power of a cursed seal, yet clearly a failed specimen. "Damn the Hyuga clan. How dare they call me, Suemu, a failure? I will slay you." As the saying goes, adversaries meet with heightened animosity. Upon seeing Yulong reappear, Sumu, who believed he had acquired the power of Orochimaru, charged at Yulong with a roar. In a sudden burst of speed, Sumu, now remarkable for his swiftness, appeared behind Yulong. A sinister grin spread across his face, convinced he was about to triumph, but his expression froze in an instant. Bang! Ah! Boom! A simultaneous scream and the sound of a body hitting the ground resonated, as the once aggressive Shuemu was unexpectedly sent flying. Witnessing such an astonishing outcome, the other three who had intended to caution Yulong were momentarily rendered speechless, instinctively swallowing hard. They became mere spectators to the unfolding drama. With fury etched on his face, Shuemu rose from the ground, lunging once more at Yulong, his expression a mask of savagery. Coincidence. It must be mere coincidence. Cursed Hinata clan. I will make you pay. Enough of your incessant chatter. You could live a while longer. With a swift kick, Yulong sent Shuemu hurtling back once again, his voice devoid of emotion as he spoke. Such condescending words only served to further provoke Shuemu, who, in a fit of rage, transformed into a fearsome figure, resembling a human tiger. Noticing Shuemu's noticeably slowed speed, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Yulong's eyes. He smirked, clearly amused. It seemed the time had come. With a mocking expression, he sidestepped Shuemu's assault and delivered another powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. As Shuemu lay sprawled on the earth, Yulong swiftly appeared at his side. With a heavy stomp, he ensured that Shuemu remained pinned to the ground. A surge of formidable energy coursed through Shuemu, forcing blood from his mouth and causing the surrounding earth to buckle beneath him. Observing Shuemu, who had aged in an instant after a bout of coughing blood, Yulong's face displayed a look of vindication. Humph. Indeed, a discarded failure. The true power of the cursed seal would never manifest such a predicament. You lie? I refuse to believe it. Shuemu, now powerless and aging, let out a frantic scream. Yet, no amount of his furious outcry could alter the reality of his depleted body. Casting a disdainful glance at Shuemu, Yulong turned away with a dismissive sneer. Mr. Irika, I leave the rest to you. I'm off. Before his casual words had fully settled in the air, Yulong's figure had already vanished swiftly. Watching Yulong disappear in an instant, Naruto displayed a look of disbelief. How utterly irresponsible. He simply walked away like that? Cough, cough. Perhaps he felt a bit fatigued and decided to leave early? Irika offered, trying to defend Yulong, glancing at Naruto, whose lips were pursed in a pout. Unfortunately, this justification was met with an immediate rebuttal from Naruto. That is not it, Irika-sensei. He just found it troublesome, so he bolted. This is truly excessive. I must inform Lady Tsunade about this. In response to Irika's attempts to defend Yulong, Naruto, filled with indignation, did not hesitate to voice his thoughts. Chapter 80, Tsunade's Gravitas. Yulong's ascension. As Naruto vocally lamented, on the other side, Shikamaru and his companions were met with an unexpected visitor. As they beheld the arrival of Tsunade, the initially helpless expressions of Shikamaru and his companions transformed into astonishment. Tsunade-sama. What is this? Shikamaru. Who has subdued the Wind and Thunder brothers? Tsunade's gaze sharpened upon noticing the evident incapacitation of the two brothers. It was Brother Yuryu. What happened, Tsunade-sama? Is there a problem? Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Ino promptly provided the answer. The moment Tsunade learned that it was Yuryu who had subdued the brothers, her eyes narrowed in surprise. So it was him. Tsunade-san, please save us. We can't move. Help. Tsunade-san. The Wind and Thunder brothers, who had previously resigned to despair, now called out in urgent tones as Tsunade approached them. Humph. How did you two end up here? Tsunade squatted before them, her tone laced with a hint of irritation. Clearly intimidated by Tsunade, the brothers wasted no time in confessing the truth. They revealed that they had been lured by Mizuki with food, intending to follow him to join Orochimaru. Tsunade's face momentarily displayed a mixture of exasperation and amusement, though this expression quickly shifted to one of gravity. Impressive. No wonder even the brute strength of the Wind and Thunder brothers couldn't break your bindings. Hinata Miryuu, your strength surpasses my expectations. You flatter me. It is merely a specialization in the acupuncture techniques of our Hinata clan. Yuryu, who had just arrived, humbly responded to Tsunade's observation. Perhaps, however, since it was you who subdued them, you shall be the one to free them. Tsunade rose and fixed her gaze on Yuryu, commanding him with authority. Understood, Tsunade-sama. With a snap of his fingers, Yuryu executed the command. Accompanied by the sharp sound of his fingers, the Wind and Thunder brothers, previously sealed, were instantly liberated. Realizing they could finally move, The brothers sprang up and hastily took refuge behind Tsunade, witnessing the terrified expressions of the Wind and Thunder brothers. Shikamaru and his companions were left speechless. Tsunade shot a meaningful glance at Yuryu before speaking again. Now, tell me about Mizuki. What is his current condition? After consuming the obviously tainted liquid, he rapidly deteriorated and aged significantly. Upon Tsunade's inquiry regarding Mizuki, Yuryu, who had been smiling, now bore a serious expression. Is that so? Even after leaving the village, Orochimaru continues to sow chaos. Tsunade sighed heavily, furrowing her brow in frustration as she expressed her exasperation. From the outcome of the situation, it is evident that Mizuki was merely regarded as a test subject by Orochimaru. A test subject? It seems that Mizuki doesn't even qualify as that. After uttering this mockery, Tsunade, feeling somewhat vexed, chose to turn and return to the village. Hinata, follow me. There are matters we must discuss thoroughly, Tsunade commanded. Hinata, if I recall correctly, you are still merely a nin of Konoha, yes? Back in her office, seated once again in her chair, Tsunade casually inquired. Indeed. Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing Tsunade mention the rank of ninja, a look of understanding immediately crossed Ri's face. He realized that since Tsunade had brought it up, a promotion was likely imminent. And indeed, upon seeing Ri nod affirmatively, Tsunade clasped her hands on the table and promptly promoted him to nin of Konoha on the spot. Thus, from this moment forward, you are now a nin of Konoha. Lady Tsunade, I actually do not feel an urgency to be promoted to nin. Ri attempted to decline the unexpected promotion before Tsunade. Unfortunately, such a refusal was evidently futile. Before he could finish his sentence, Tsunade, seated in her chair, firmly countered him. Not in a hurry. Hinata, while you may not be, I certainly am. Our village, having endured Orochimaru's disruption, desperately requires the reinforcement of high-level combatants to represent it. And you are the finest choice. With a sharp glint in her eyes, Tsunade fixed her gaze directly on Ri, speaking with undeniable authority. Aware that once such words were spoken, there would be no room for negotiation, Ri ceased to argue. He simply shrugged in acceptance of the promotion to nin. Subsequently, a silence enveloped the room, and with a lack of further conversation, Tsunade issued a dismissal. Very well. You may take your leave. nin Ri. In a few days, I will arrange new tasks for you. Yes, Lady Tsunade. I am at your command. Always prepared to depart. After reaffirming his stance, Ri bowed to Tsunade and turned to leave. For him, the promotion to nin felt entirely natural. Thus, his immediate task was to inform all his friends and family to share this joyous news. Chapter 81. Ri treats everyone in the most renowned barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Ri and his companions were enjoying delectable grilled meat while engaging in light conversation. As expected of Brother Ri, being nominated as a nin so swiftly, Neji remarked, glancing at Ri, who wore a composed expression. Sensing that they should share both triumphs and challenges as a team, Lee, who had been savoring his barbecue, immediately chimed in with his thoughts. I will fervently ignite my youth and strive to catch up to Brother Ri. Lee, teacher Guy, gazing at the master and disciple, who had momentarily plunged into a state of forgetfulness, the onlookers could not help but feel a sense of speechlessness. Fortunately, they were all acquaintances. Well aware of the quirky nature of this lively pair, thus no one expressed dissatisfaction. Instead, they exchanged glances and silently resumed their enjoyment of the roasted meat, seemingly oblivious to the awkward atmosphere their antics had created. Emerging from his whimsical reverie, Mike Kai's expression turned serious as he voiced his opinion. In truth, given Yulong's prowess, he could have been promoted to Chunin long ago. Indeed, even I possessed no confidence in defeating the current Yulong. Upon witnessing Mike Kai's newfound seriousness, Kakashi, who sat beside him, nodded in affirmation. Such astonishing praise instantly left all the Konoha youngsters in a state of shock. How could this be possible? Kakashi-sensei, are you serious? Is Yulong really that strong? As far as I know, Yulong was forcibly promoted to Chunin by Lady Tsunade, correct? Ignoring the exclamations of Sakura and Naruto, Kakashi once again spoke, unveiling words laden with meaning. Seemingly exposed, Yulong, who had maintained a calm demeanor, immediately displayed a look of resignation. Indeed, I had initially hoped to enjoy a life of leisure, but it appears that such aspirations are now futile. While everyone else is bustling with activity, you are contemplating how to be lazy. I shall ensure that this meal leaves you utterly impoverished. Agreed. Let us feast. Lee, give it your all. Yes, Kai-sensei. I promise to fulfill the task. Following a series of morally questionable exchanges, everyone promptly succumbed to a frenzy of meat consumption. Observing this group, who seemed entirely oblivious and solely focused on emptying their own wallets, Yulong found himself engulfed in a state of disarray. He could not shake the feeling that he had perhaps said something amiss. Outside the barbecue restaurant, witnessing Kakashi and the others who had eaten to the point of immobility, Yulong, having settled the bill, could not help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. You lot are being utterly ridiculous. Why go to such lengths? Ugh, you rascal, how can you have so much money? Shouldn't those in relationships be broke? Mike Kai, who was grappling with his own discomfort, could not help but shout in confusion at Yulong's still plump wallet. However, this incomprehensible outburst only served to deepen the lines of annoyance on Yulong's forehead. Brother Kai, it seems you have forgotten something. What is it? Staring at Yulong's somber expression, Mike Kai, who had been leaning against the wall complaining, suddenly fell silent. I can create explosive tags. They can be sold. With that hauntingly calm declaration, the previously astonished expressions of Mike Kai and the others solidified in the biting cold. Chapter 82, The Devious Side of Yulong. Tsunade's distraction, the leisurely days came to an end. Having attained the rank of Chunin, Yulong swiftly began to immerse himself in the busyness he had previously mentioned. Infiltrating foreign intelligence, pursuing traitorous ninjas who have betrayed their villages, and safeguarding the high-ranking officials of the Land of Fire. Gazing once more at Tsunade, who entrusted another task to him, Yulong's eyes were filled with a profound sense of lament. Lady Tsunade, shouldn't you consider the personal lives of the youth? I have not seen my fiancé for ages. Young people should strive while they are young, accumulate wealth, and lay a solid foundation for a bright future. In response to Yulong's sorrowful grievances, Tsunade, preoccupied with her duties, unhesitatingly retorted, It seems that work is everything to me. Is that so? Yulong thought, as he had originally intended to present her with a fine bottle of wine he procured from his travels. Since you insist, I shall bestow this exquisite wine upon my dear father-in-law. Raising an eyebrow at Tsunade, who remained engrossed in her work, Yulong shook the bottle of wine he had bought during his mission, his expression tinged with regret. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she caught sight of the wine he was brandishing. However, while striving is essential, one must also balance work and leisure. How about this? Once you complete this task, I will grant you a day off. And I will do my utmost to arrange for you and Hinata to be together on the next mission. What do you think? Shouldn't you express your gratitude? While uttering such serious words, Tsunade's gaze was unmistakably drawn to the bottle of fine wine in Yulong's hand. This blatant exchange caused Shizune, standing nearby, to twitch her lips in disbelief. Deal. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yulong's eyes as he tossed the bottle of wine across to Tsunade. That has settled then. This mission involves reinforcing Naruto and the others who have already headed to the Land of Rivers. As for the details, they are outlined in the mission scroll I provided. You can review it on your journey. Catching the bottle that Yulong had thrown, Tsunade maintained her serious demeanor as she explained. Understood. I shall await your good news. Lady Tsunade, with a renewed sparkle in his eyes and a mischievous expression now concealed, Yulong turned and set off. Watching him dart downstairs and swiftly disappear from sight, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. That fellow is truly a fusion of Kakashi and Might Guy. So despondent, so cunning, yet equally full of vigor. Nevertheless, Tsunade accepting such a gift seemed rather excessive. Unable to hold her tongue any longer, Shizune eventually voiced her complaints, believing Tsunade's actions were inappropriate. Regrettably, her protests proved utterly ineffective, prompting Tsunade to reveal her true self. Enough chatter. Work can wait a little longer. Right now, I need to enjoy a drink and take a proper rest. With that, Tsunade disregarded Shizune's attempts to stop her and leaped through the window with determination. Bang! As Shizune snapped back to reality, she gazed at the spot where Tsunade had just vanished. With hands clasped atop his head, a look of utter disbelief crossed his face as he exclaimed, Lady Tsunade, there are still so many matters unattended. This is simply outrageous. Chapter 83, The Dragon Thunder Fong He. It appears that this weather is rather unfavorable for you, Li. Upon arriving just in time, Yulong glanced at Li, who was fiercely battling Thunder Fong, and couldn't resist a teasing remark. Yulong, brother? Hearing this unexpected voice, Li, who had been desperately evading attacks, couldn't help but show a smile. Seizing the opportunity of Li's momentary distraction, Thunder Fong, who had also noticed Yulong, wasted no time in continuing his assault. Ninja technique. Thunderball. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Lee, lost in thought, fell victim to the attack. As he slowly collapsed, smoke billowing from above his head, Yulong's face, which had previously held a smile, twitched in embarrassment. Don't worry. I won't let you feel awkward for long. Oh. Yulong raised an eyebrow, observing Thunder Fong, who was reveling in the storm's natural lightning, momentarily relishing his power. Do you have a way to alleviate this awkwardness? Of course. Thunder Fong, feeling invincible in that moment, brazenly declared to Yulong, once I send you to meet the others, you won't feel embarrassed anymore. Ninja technique. Thunderball. Before the audacious words had fully escaped his lips, Thunder Fong's technique had already reached Yulong. As the lightning was about to strike him, and with Thunder Fong's menacing expression, Yulong couldn't help but chuckle. What an arrogant fellow. As the words left his lips, Yulong casually waved his hand, effortlessly blocking Thunder Fong's Thunderball attack. The incredulous outcome left Thunder Fong, who had worn a fierce expression, frozen in disbelief. How can this be? Impossible. In this weather, I should be invincible. I refuse to believe it. Die. Ninja technique. Fong of Thunder. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, Thunder Fong, unable to accept the reality, resorted to using the Fong of Thunder. Unfortunately, such an attack was inconsequential against the mightier Yulong. Once more, Yulong easily thwarted the opponent's assault and confidently advanced towards him. This unspoken pressure caused Thunder Fong's expression to turn even more menacing. It must be the weakness of the technique. This time, you shall not escape unscathed. Thunder Burial. Feast of Thunder. With a fierce roar, Thunder Fong unleashed a wide-ranging attack. However, even amidst the relentless barrage of lightning descending from above, Yulong continued to neutralize each strike. As Thunder Fong beheld Yulong's calm demeanor, fear began to grip his heart, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Weren't you just saying that in this weather, you were invincible? What? Are you afraid now? A smirk involuntarily crept across Yulong's face as he approached Thunder Fong without hesitation. You don't get too cocky. This isn't over yet. This time, I shall obliterate you. Die. Ninja technique. Tornado of Thunder Dragon. With an explosive roar, Thunder Fong unleashed his ultimate move, pouring every ounce of his strength into the attack. In an instant, the sky became a tempest of thunder and lightning. Countless bolts converged to form a magnificent dragon entirely composed of electric energy. Gazing at this tangible manifestation of the Thunder Dragon, Leia felt his fear dissipate, and he could not help but erupt into boisterous laughter. Ha! Ha! You wretched creature! Perish! This time, I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Amidst his hysterical laughter, the fearsome Leia seized control of the Thunder Dragon and charged toward the dragon rider before him. Leia! No! Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to strike the dragon rider below, a voice filled with urgency suddenly rang out. Chapter 84. The New Ally Lan Wan. As Leia beheld the resurrected Lan Wan, his expression froze in disbelief. Yet, despite Leia's momentary shock, the Thunder Dragon he commanded did not falter. With a thunderous explosion, an unexpected shockwave sent Leia hurtling through the air. Ignoring the injuries he had sustained, joy illuminated Leia's eyes as he scrambled to his feet and rushed toward Lan Wan. Lan Wan, you're alive. This is truly wonderful. Now we can continue our fusion and wreak havoc together. Indeed. Leia, they are all gone. Let us depart and seek new places. After a brief moment of silence, Lan Wan smiled and suggested with enthusiasm. All right, I shall follow your lead. Habitually hoisting Lan Wan onto his back, Leia prepared to stride forward. However, he was perplexed by the sudden, dense fog that enveloped the surroundings. Yet, trusting in Lan Wan, he pressed on, guided by his companion's directions. As they approached the precipice, Leia, oblivious to the danger, was about to plummet over the edge with Lan Wan. Just then, Xiao Li, who had indulged in a wine-infused curry, stumbled out in a drunken stupor. After a series of nonsensical shouts, Xiao Li dispersed the fog surrounding Leia. Gazing at the cliff behind him, Leia seemed to grasp something profound. A fleeting shadow of pain crossed his eyes as he bowed his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. Why, Leia, my days with you have been joyous. Yet, the wrongs we have committed are far too numerous. Understanding the turmoil within Leia, Lan Wan, who was nestled on his back, spoke with a calm demeanor. Feeling Lan Wan's reliance upon him and noticing the encroaching Leaf Village ninjas, Leia's heart forged a resolute decision. He feigned a misstep, allowing them to seize Lan Wan once more. determined to grant Lan Wan a new beginning. Leia chose to speak harshly to him. Without granting Lan Wan a chance to respond, he attacked again, embodying a fierce intent to eradicate him. After a fierce battle, sensing that the moment was ripe, Leia summoned the storm's wrath once more, inviting the lightning to strike his unguarded self. As he gazed upward at the descending bolts, a sense of relief washed over his face. Lan Wan, this way, you shall be free. Humph, what a cowardly display of evasion. What? Gazing at the mysterious figure who appeared abruptly and effortlessly intercepted the descending lightning, Leia, who had already resigned himself to death, was taken aback. Without granting Leia a moment to react, the already disguised Yulong abruptly pulled him into his gardening realm. Immediately thereafter, the blinding lightning struck fiercely, gradually dissipating into the void. Who are you? Why did you save me? Leia, bewildered and unaware of his surroundings within Yulong's gardening space, inquired with a perplexed expression. You may call me the farmer immortal. From this day forth, you shall remain by my side and serve me. Yulong, revealing his reincarnation eye, commanded with a tone of authority. Such domineering behavior naturally incited Leia's immediate discontent. On what grounds? Just because I can determine your fate. As Leia tightened his grip on his ninja blade, preparing to retaliate, Yulong activated his chakra mode. A luminous green orb flickered into existence, and Leia was horrified to discover that he had lost control over his own body. What have you done to me? I have warned you. I can dictate your life or death. Stepping closer to the terrified Leia, a hint of coldness emerged in Yulong's gaze. Make your choice. Will you submit or perish? After forcing Leia to submit, Yulong waved his hand, pulling the bewildered figure out of the gardening space. Observing the astonishment on Junma Lu's face, Yulong smiled slightly. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the still-grasped Leia toward his clone. This lad still has hope. Let us show him the world. Also, the fruits are nearly ripe. Remember to pick one for Junma Lu once they are ready. Rest assured, even if you don't remind me, I will not forget. Sensing Junma Lu's confusion, the clone replied with a smile, while gently patting Junma Lu's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. After exchanging a few casual words, Yulong's true self finally turned back to the gardening space. Are you a clone of that guy? As Leia regained control over his body, he stood and inquired. In response to Leia's peculiar question, the clone's face broke into a playful smile. To be precise, I am the split self. Split self. Noticing Leia's bewilderment, the playful expression on the clone's face deepened. In simple terms, we are one and the same. Yet we possess two bodies and two independent consciousnesses. What? The astonishing revelation left both Junma Lu and Leia momentarily speechless, utterly astonished by the incredibility of the truth. All right, now that you are enlightened, it is time to tuck away your little schemes. Once again, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Yulong's eyes as he uttered words that drained the color from Leia's face. Do not attempt to resist me. My strength will far exceed what you can imagine. The formidable chakra mode re-emerged, and the previously skeptical Rhea once again found himself devoid of control over his own body. Overwhelmed by an insurmountable sense of helplessness, Rhea's eyes ultimately betrayed a glance of submission. Chapter 85. The stirring intentions of Shimura Danzo upon completing his mission and returning to Konoha. Ryuryu encountered Shimura Danzo in the Hokage's office. As Ryuryu entered the room, a glint of cold light flashed across Danzo's face. Humph. Hinata Ryuryu, I have heard that you previously visited the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water? Isn't Lord Danzo overstepping his bounds? Ryuryu retorted without hesitation. I went to the Hidden Mist Village purely on a mission. Casting a glance at Tsunade, who nodded in acknowledgement, Ryuryu was puzzled by Danzo's intentions. It seemed that Danzo had been waiting for this very moment, as he immediately pressed on with his inquiry. Humph. Since you visited the Hidden Mist Village, you must have encountered the Byakugan that fell into their hands, correct? And what of it? Ryuryu's eyes sparked with a similar cold light as he grasped Danzo's ulterior motive. As anticipated, upon Ryuryu's response, Danzo pressed further. Humph. If you have seen it, why did you not take action to retrieve it? The treasures of Konoha must not be allowed to wander astray. With those words, a fierce intent to kill radiated from Danzo's eyes, as if he were poised to strike at Ryuryu for any unsatisfactory reply. However, in the face of such intimidation, Ryuryu's expression was one of disdain. If it is not permitted to remain outside, then Lord Danzo, why not send your subordinates to reclaim it? Humph. I received an intelligence mission. The task required me to gather information about the hidden mist village without disturbing them. While Lord Danzo indulges in idle threats, it would be more prudent to have your men recover the Byakugan. Seeing Danzo's furious demeanor, Ryuryu's expression grew even more contemptuous. Very well, Hinata Ryuryu. Do not forget that the Byakugan belongs to your clan. If you fail to retrieve the Byakugan, I wonder how you shall explain this to the Hinata clan upon your return. With a scheming glimmer in his eyes, Danzo emitted another cold snort and prepared to depart. Unfortunately for him, his premature elation was misplaced. As Danzo turned to leave, Ryuryu's gaze, now sharper than ever, broke into a mocking smile. Humph, Lord Danzo truly is a cunning strategist, attempting to leverage the Hinata clan against me. Yet, I fear your plans may not unfold as you expect. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Danzo retorted with another cold scoff, his murderous intent surging as he chose to exit. Do you need me to assist in discussing matters with the Hinata clan leader? Tsunade, who had remained silent until this moment, suddenly spoke up. Casting a glance towards the door, understanding Tsunade's intentions, Yulong, whose eyes glimmered with a cold light, immediately smiled. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. However, such trivial matters do not require your intervention. Oh, it appears you are not at all concerned about potential issues within your clan? Gazing at Yulong's unconcerned expression, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with interest. You seem quite intrigued by the impending farce. No, I am merely curious about how you will handle this situation. In that case, you must keep your eyes peeled. After bowing respectfully to Tsunade, Yulong, whose eyes shimmered with an unusual light, chose to turn and leave. Since Tsunade wished to witness the spectacle, he would ensure it was grander. He could only hope that she would not regret it later. With this thought crossing his mind, Yulong departed from the Hokage building and headed straight towards the Hyuga clan. He was confident that within the gathering place of the Hyuga clan, a splendid performance awaited his personal participation. Chapter 86. A battle of wits with the Hyuga Chisai clan stepping into the residence of his father-in-law, Hyuga Hizashi. A group of familiar faces, anticipated in advance, came into view for Yulong. Humph. Hyuga Yulong, I have received word that you discovered the stray Byakugan, yet remained completely indifferent. I require an explanation for all our clan members. With an impatient look, Hyuga Chisai directly interrogated Yulong as he entered the courtyard. Alongside Chisai's accusations, various skeptical gazes from the surrounding crowd were directed at Yulong. In the face of his clan's scrutinizing stares and Chisai's clamoring, a cold smile spread across Yulong's face. Humph. You received news? It must have been from Shimura Danzo, correct? You scoundrel. Hyuga Yulong, you are far too arrogant to dare call out the elder's name in the village. Everyone, seize this scoundrel, Hyuga Yulong, and hand him over to Lord Danzo for judgment. Seeing Yulong boldly utter Danzo's name before such a crowd, Hyuga Takuma, whose eyes shone with hatred, leaped forward in fury to shout. Unfortunately, his antics, akin to a buffoon's, garnered the support of only a few. Scanning the nearly silent scene and the peculiar gazes around him, Takuma could not help but feel a mix of shame and anger. What do you mean by this? You remain indifferent while he directly calls out Lord Danzo's name? Lord Danzo, such an affectionate address. It is akin to that of a servant. You, at Yulong's unexpected taunt, disbelief washed over Takuma's face. Humph, am I wrong? Your tone is rife with the sycophantic cadence of a servant. Hyuga Yulong, we are currently discussing why you did not reclaim the Byakugan, not the issue of Shimura Danzo. With a sharp glare at his grandson Takuma, Hyuga Chisai, sensing the dire situation, once again attempted to steer the conversation back on track. Regrettably, by this point, it was evidently too late for Hinata Chisa to salvage the situation. As he surveyed the surrounding atmosphere, which had taken on an eerie quality, the cold smirk on Rilong's face became increasingly pronounced. Oh, if you accuse me of changing the subject, how is Elder Chisa not also diverting attention on behalf of his grandson? Am I wrong, Lord Danzo? Huh, such a tone of flattery is rather amusing. The mocking tone abruptly halted, and when Rilong resumed speaking, his voice was laden with challenge. When did our Hyuga clan ever need to lower ourselves before a duplicitous scoundrel? You, Rilong. To address an elder of the village by name is one thing, but to tarnish his reputation is another. Guards, seize this individual who could drag the Hyuga clan into the abyss. Seemingly taken aback by Rilong's audacity, Hinata Chisa, who had previously worn an expression of rage, now revealed a barely perceptible glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Alas, his joy was premature. Before Chisa's faction could respond, Long, having prepared to sever ties, spoke once more. Humph, I tarnish his reputation? What honor can a man who colludes with Orochimaru possibly possess? Long, such words should not be uttered frivolously. Regardless, Shimura Danzo is an elder of the village. Upon hearing Long's audacious remarks, Hinata Hayashi, who had silently permitted Long to handle the matter, could no longer restrain himself and chose to intervene directly. Chapter 87, Revealing Talents and Stances. Rest assured, Lord Hayashi, if there were no evidence, Long would never speak so recklessly. Seemingly understanding Hayashi's concerns, Long respectfully bowed and offered his assurance. Such a guarantee, of course, plunged Chisa's faction into instant panic. After all, if Shimura Danzo truly had issues, those who had just shown their allegiance would likely not fare well. Observing his faction enveloped in terror, a ruthless glint flashed in Hinata Chisa's eyes. This is utter nonsense. All of you, seize this troublemaker and deliver him to Elder Danzo. Yes. Recognizing that the situation had reached a point of no return, Chisa's faction, with expressions of ferocity, lunged towards Long. Such desperate measures caused Hinata Hayashi to change countenance in an instant, just as Hayashi, with a glint of cold determination, prepared to command others to intervene. Long, having observed everyone's expressions, moved in an instant. A smile of unrestrained contentment graced his lips. Choosing to act, Long unleashed a technique he had never before displayed publicly. It appeared to be the initial stance of the 8 trigrams empty palm. Yet it was not the 8 trigrams empty palm at all, but rather a newly comprehended technique of his own. The air-pointing finger. Executing swiftly, he transformed the palm technique into a finger technique, catching everyone, including Hinata Chisa, completely off guard with his unexpected prowess. Gazing into the eyes filled with astonishment, anger, fear, or disbelief, Long could not help but smile with a pure expression. To prevent any casualties, it was best to halt everything in one breath. How on earth did you accomplish such a feat? Our Hyuga clan possesses none of these skills. As Long's smile graced his face, Hinata Chisa, whose chakra points had been sealed by Long, had never felt such panic as he did in this moment. Seemingly comprehending the bewilderment and anxiety of those around him, Long swept his gaze across the crowd, and a proud expression emerged on his face. If we lack this ability, then let us learn. If the Hyuga clan wishes to endure, we must continually evolve. Should we cease our progress while remaining blissfully ignorant and arrogant, then the obliterated Uchiha clan stands as a poignant example for us. As his words reached their conclusion, the once arrogant Ryulong's tone turned stern and admonitory. Yet, such seemingly heretical words elicited no rebuttal from anyone present, for they were all rendered speechless by Ryulong's actions. With sheer willpower, he had managed to subdue over a dozen fellow clan jounin in a remarkably brief span of time. Most astonishingly, Ryulong was merely 14 years old. Such tender age coupled with such terrifying strength inevitably drew comparisons to another individual, the Uchiha Itachi, who had annihilated his own clan. The same age, the same brilliance, conjured unsettling thoughts among all present. Allowing the minds of everyone in attendance to wander, Ryulong's gaze once again fell upon the equally doubtful Hinata Hizashi. Lord Hizashi, if I truly intended to betray the Hyuga clan, I would not have waited until now. During the times we spent alone together, I had countless opportunities. Observing the instant shock on Hizashi's face, Ryulong could not suppress a carefree smile. After all, I have never contemplated betraying the Hyuga clan, nor have I ever wished for my kin to turn against one another, becoming a mere laughingstock like the Uchiha, who have vanished. With fervor, Ryulong continued, his expression growing animated as he turned his gaze once more to the subdued Hinata Chisa. Wake up, Elder Chisa. If I truly wished to kill you all, you would not have survived to this moment. As he regarded the distrust etched on Chisa's face, Ryulong unleashed the latent pressure he had long concealed. Under the immense force of his Byakugan, the absolute suppression stemming from his bloodline rendered all members of the Hyuga clan present powerless over their own bodies. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, a primal instinct of submission arose within them. As Ryulong retracted his oppressive aura, his sincere demeanor brought forth astonishment on the faces of those who had regained their senses. It was evident that under such terrifying bloodline pressure, Ryulong could indeed extinguish the lives of everyone present with ease. Chapter 88. The impulsive actions of Ryulong. The long-standing animosity within the Hyuga clan has finally come to an end. In the face of Ryulong's heartfelt declaration, all members of the Hyuga clan present were profoundly shaken. As the clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi, regained his composure, a look of relief spread across his face. Just as Ryulong had stated, if he truly wished to betray the Hyuga clan, no one could have impeded him. Observing the dispersed clan members, Ryulong turned to Hyuga Hisashi and, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Lord Hisashi, you wouldn't, of course not. Hisashi interjected, gazing at Ryulong, whose eyes flickered with concern. A hint of appreciation surfaced on Hisashi's countenance. Thanks to you, our once adversarial kin have reconciled. I am overjoyed. How could I possibly blame you? Press on, Ryulong. I hope the Hyuga clan can continue its legacy under your guidance. You are the true head of the family. All you need to do is uphold my authority and will. Seemingly worried that Hisashi might overthink, Ryulong once again solemnly reassured him. Such earnestness elicited a helpless shake of the head from Hisashi. You, my child, since you wish for my trust, why can you not extend the same to me? Noticing Ryulong's sudden drop in demeanor, Hisashi stepped forward and patted Ryulong's shoulder. Let us end this topic here. Now let us discuss Shimura Danzo. Do you truly have evidence to prove his collusion with Orochimaru? As the conversation shifted to Danzo, Hisashi's previously content expression turned grave. Yes, Lord Hisashi. Moreover, due to Danzo's recent provocations, I have disseminated substantial evidence of his crimes throughout the streets. Upon hearing Hisashi mention Danzo, a glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Ryulong's eyes. Hisashi, taken aback by Ryulong's statement, wore an expression of disbelief. Recovering from his shock, Hisashi cast a resigned glance at Ryulong and sighed. Alas, Ryulong, you are too reckless. Danzo's situation is exceedingly complex. Such actions could very well incite internal strife in our recently pacified village. But Lord Hisashi, he is like a malignant tumor. If not excised, it will only continue to grow. The very reason Orochimaru's invasion was so seamless is directly tied to his facilitation. What? Ryulong, are you absolutely certain about this? Hisashi's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness upon hearing Ryulong's revelations. Indeed, to thoroughly eradicate his influence within the village, I have likewise exposed this matter. Come, Ryulong, we must see Lady Tsunade at once. Hisashi's already tense eyes narrowed further, fully realizing the gravity of the situation as he strode out of his courtyard. Just as Hisashi's words fell from his lips, the urgency of the moment weighed heavily upon them. The clandestine messenger appeared directly before the two individuals. Lord Hisashi, the Hokage requests your immediate presence in her office alongside Hyuga Miryuu. Understood. Let us proceed. Yes, Lord Hisashi. Following this succinct exchange, the trio swiftly took to the skies, racing towards the Hokage building. Chapter 89, Tsunade's Protection. Yuryu's promise having dashed through the cacophonous streets of Konoha, the three finally arrived at the Hokage's office. As Yuryu stepped into the room, Tsunade, who had been suppressing her mounting fury, could no longer contain herself. Hyuga Miryuu, is this what you call resolving matters on your own? Are you aware of the number of members within Shimura Danzo's rude organization? Do you comprehend the potential casualties your reckless actions could incur among the innocent? Lady Tsunade, Yuryu was referring solely to matters within the Hyuga clan, which he can manage. He never claimed to handle issues beyond our clan. Do not attempt to mislead me. If even one innocent soul is harmed due to this situation, I will hold you accountable. Tsunade's temper flared anew at Yuryu's audacity in this moment. Casting a reproachful glance towards Hisashi, Yuryu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, just give the word, Lady Tsunade. I shall take the lead and pave the way for you. Such facile words. Setting aside the veracity of the information you've disseminated, the strength of the root is not something a mere child like you can handle. Indeed, moreover, even if your claims are true, your unilateral distribution of this information without the consent of the higher-ups is an inexcusable error. Just as Tsunade's expression brightened with the prospect of agreement, Mito Gate and T-Rune Kamachi, both advisors to Konoha, abruptly entered, chastising Yuryu directly. Their unexpected arrival instantly cooled Tsunade's demeanor. Instead of seeking to reprimand, you would do better to consider how to resolve this predicament. Since this boy has stirred up trouble, let him bear the brunt of it. No matter what, we cannot afford chaos in Konoha at this juncture. Confronted by Tsunade's inquiries, T-Rune Kamachi uttered words that sent a chill through the air. Unfortunately, such an approach would never find favor with Tsunade. Without a moment's hesitation, She slammed her fist onto the table, causing it to shudder. T-Rune Kamachi, I think you may be losing your wits. Do you expect me to sacrifice my own strength to quell this matter? Let me make myself clear. As long as I, Tsunade, am here, I will not allow a repeat of the tragedy of Konoha's White Fang. You, Lady Tsunade, with your assurance, I can proceed with confidence. Leave Danzo and the route to me. I promise, no innocent lives will be lost. With a whispering voice, Yuryu, who had been present in the office, instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Damn it! That reckless Yulong is completely unaware of the myriad traps hidden within the root base. Gazing at the vanishing figure of Yulong, Tsunade's face betrayed her anxiety as she promptly chose to leap through the window, hoping to reach Yulong with utmost speed. Truly reckless. Alas, at this juncture, further words would be futile. It appears that this old bone of mine may very well have to take the stage today. Muttering complaints, the helpless Kurenai and Mito Menka swiftly followed Tsunade through the broken window. Behind them were the Umbu members whom Tsunade had summoned. Chapter 90. The hostility invoked by unveiled brilliance as Tsunade and her companions hurried with grave expressions toward the root base. Yulong had already arrived ahead of them. Ignoring the vigilance of the root members, Yulong unhesitatingly chose to charge in. Skillfully evading their attacks, he approached and swiftly incapacitated two opponents. Subsequently, he dispatched a clone to handle the aftermath, while he himself boldly invaded the heart of the root's stronghold. Yulong was well acquainted with this place, having infiltrated it multiple times before. Effortlessly sidestepping the sudden traps that emerged, he advanced rapidly while efficiently incapacitating anyone who dared to obstruct him. For Yulong now, aside from agile ninjas like Mike Kai, those below the shadow level were no match for him. Consequently, the root ninjas that continually emerged from the base fell victim to his effortless strikes. As he raced through, leaving a trail of fallen foes, Yulong finally reached the innermost sanctum of the root base. Facing the grim-faced Shimura Danzo, Yulong could not help but smile. I thought you would flee at once. I never anticipated you would have the audacity to remain. I also did not foresee that you had gathered so much information about me. It appears you have frequented this root stronghold quite a bit. Gazing at the smiling Yulong, Shimura Danzo, his cheeks twitching, could not refrain from responding. However, the source of his agitation was yet to come. Observing Danzo, who seemed to be suppressing his anger, Yulong, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, unabashedly chose to provoke him further. To be precise, I have not left this place since I entered. Before his teasing words could fully settle, an inconspicuous decoration nearby suddenly warped. The disguise was lifted, revealing Yulong's form. At this sight, all the members of Root present were filled with astonishment. No one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable ornament was, in fact, a disguise concealing Yulong's shadow clone. With a fierce glint in his eyes, and a certain thought brewing within, Shimura Danzo immediately attempted to dispel the seal upon himself. Yet, how could Yulong allow him to achieve his desires in such a scenario? Thus, at the moment when Shimura Danzo contemplated putting his thoughts into action, Hyuga Yuryu made his move. The technique of air pointing, what appeared to be the initial stance of Bagua was, in an instant, transformed into a myriad of air-infused strikes. The numerous root ninjas, who had already displayed signs of vigilance, were suddenly caught off guard. Only Shimura Danzo, relying on his own skill, narrowly evaded Yuryu's assault. A flicker of terror crossed Danzo's eyes as he discerned the magnitude of Yuryu's power. However, recalling his resolve and trump card, a fervent glint ignited within Danzo's gaze. Observing the peculiar expression on Danzo's face, Yuryu, having anticipated his intentions, couldn't he help but chuckle once more. Shimura Danzo, are you planning to unleash the power of the Manjiki Sharingan against me? What? An incredulous outcry erupted, directly reflecting the astonishment in the hearts of those who heard it. You bastard! What do you know? Danzo, what is the Manjiki Sharingan? How do you possess the abilities of the Uchiha clan? At that moment, as a furious and bewildered Shimura Danzo confronted Yuryu, the hastily arriving T-Rune Koharu overheard the exchange and immediately interrogated Danzo with a stern tone. Regrettably, in the face of Koharu's inquiries, Danzo was not in the mood to respond. Casting a deep glance at Yuryu, Danzo feigned an attack but instead retreated. Unfortunately, his self-proclaimed perfect disguise was swiftly unmasked by Yuryu. With a casual strike, Yuryu exposed Danzo's ruse and, wearing a cold smile, pursued Danzo in the direction of his escape. Witnessing Yuryu's evident intent to eliminate, both T-Rune Koharu and Mido Gatika displayed expressions of grave concern. They had not anticipated that Hinata Miryuu possessed such formidable strength. Hinata clan leader, your family has produced a figure comparable to the legendary Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, the power exhibited by Hinata Miryuu is undeniably on par with that of the former Uchiha Itachi. Most importantly, his character is unmistakably rebellious. Observing the flickering expression of Hinata Hayashi, Koharu's tone shifted as he uttered a warning. Hinata clan leader, I advise you to remain vigilant against this young man. Otherwise, your clan may face a tragedy akin to that of the Uchiha clan. Thank you for your concern, Elder T-Rune. I will certainly heed this matter. In response to Koharu's evidently ill-intentioned warning, Hinata Hayashi did not display a hint of dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the events transpiring within the Hinata clan today, he might have doubted Yuryu's character. However, at present, he was filled only with unspoken mockery and disdain. Hinata Hayashi clearly understood the thoughts of the two Konoha advisors. Ultimately, their concerns stemmed from Yuryu's recent defiance of them, leading them to perceive the powerful Yuryu as an uncontrollable force. And if he was indeed beyond control, then they would seek to eliminate him. Such narrow-minded thoughts elicited a deep-seated mockery within Hyuga Hizashi, accompanied by a tinge of sorrow. When did the once mighty Hyuga clan of Konohagakure descend to a state where they could be casually threatened? Reflecting on the words spoken by Rigon not long ago, Hizashi suddenly grasped their profound implications. With a stoic expression, he gazed in the direction of Rigon's departure, silently cheering him on. Go forth, Rigon. The resurgence of the Hyuga clan and its continued legacy rests upon your shoulders. Chapter 91. Hyuga Rigon vs. Shimura Danzo in the Death Forest. As he confronted the obstacle that was Hyuga Rigon, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Hyuga Rigon, you are fully aware of my Manjiki Sharingan.
Yet you dare to pursue me alone. Is that not a touch presumptuous? Ha! Not only do I know of your Manjiki Sharingan,
but I am also aware that it belongs to Shursui. A smile flickered across Rigon's face as he uttered words that sent a chill down Danzo's spine. You possess too much knowledge for your own good. Did Itachi share this with you? A flash of murderous intent crossed Danzo's gaze, as he had long been contemplating whether to strike. Huh, you think Itachi would be as disloyal as you? Observing Danzo's suddenly grim expression, Rigon continued to provoke him. Humph, if you wish to keep your misdeeds hidden, you must refrain from wrongdoing. Your transgressions are far too many to conceal. Is that so? Then perhaps it would be best to eliminate all those in the know. Wind release. Vacuum wave. With swift hand seals, Danzo unleashed a sharp blade of wind that darted toward Rigon like lightning. A cold smirk crossed Rigon's face, for he had anticipated Danzo's attack. He swiftly evaded the vacuum wave with a deft movement. Without pausing, Rigon countered with his own technique, the airborne pressure point strike. A piercing sound of air slicing filled the atmosphere as Danzo narrowly dodged the strike, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Realizing he could not continue like this, a fierce determination ignited in Danzo's eyes. While evading Rigon's assault, he tore away the bandage concealing his right eye. However, just as he completed this action, Rigon stealthily appeared behind him. Die, Shimura Danzo. What? No. A look of terror washed over Danzo as he desperately struggled, revealing his would-release right arm. Feeling the distinct blockage within his chakra pathways, terror filled Danzo's gaze. Ignoring the depletion of his chakra, he forcibly reopened his obstructed pathways. Alas, the blockage was a trap deliberately left by Rigon, as he unleashed his strength to break through the obstruction. The very spot he forcefully opened erupted in a violent explosion, as he gazed upon Hinata Miryuu, who wore a cold smirk while charging at him once more. Shimura Danzo could not help but feel a mix of shock and fury. He momentarily set aside the puzzling question of why Hinata Miryuu, fully aware of his possession of the Sharingan, dared to pursue him alone. Sensing imminent danger, Shimura Danzo swiftly unleashed the technique known as Kotoamatsukami against the advancing Hinata Miryuu. Just as the formidable power of Kotoamatsukami was about to erupt, Miryuu, who had been meticulously observing Danzo's chakra flow through his Byakugan, opted to utilize the body flicker technique. In an instant, the force of Kotoamatsukami missed its mark, and a nearly blood-curdling rage welled up within Shimura Danzo, who felt the presence of Hinata Miryuu re-emerging behind him. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Danzo's eyes flashed with a ruthless determination. If you wish to take my life, then let us perish together. Would release. Root burial. A powerful wave of chakra surged forth. In a heartbeat, Danzo's right arm transformed into a colossal tree, which promptly consumed its wielder, Shimura Danzo. Along with him, everything surrounding Danzo was engulfed. Chapter 92. Hinata Miryuu vs. Shimura Danzo. The domineering ninjutsu finally reached its conclusion. As Miryuu narrowly evaded the colossal tree that had consumed Danzo, he stood still, gazing ahead. In the next moment, the world around them twisted, and the seemingly deceased Shimura Danzo reappeared. The only evidence of his prior demise was the towering tree beside him, a stark testament to his fleeting mortality. Humph. Let us see if you can evade fate yet again. The cold, unyielding voice echoed as the cornered Danzo, now compelled to resort to his Anaji, was consumed by rage. Swiftly forming seals once more, an enraged Danzo unleashed an even more potent ninjutsu. Would release. Violent gun tree. Anticipating Ryulong's next move, the newly empowered Danzo swiftly turned to face the rear. A majestic tree sprang into existence, aiming directly at the unsuspecting Ryulong. Sensing the pride and murderous intent in Danzo's gaze, Ryulong, pierced by the tree, could not suppress a mocking smile. Bang! As a cloud of smoke billowed forth. The previously triumphant expression on Danzo's face froze in disbelief. Shadow clone. Correct. A taunting voice resounded from behind, and before Danzo could evade once more, Ryulong, with eyes glinting with cold resolve, struck decisively, severing Danzo's heart. In an instant, the familiar distortion of space returned, reverting everything to its prior state. The sole distinction was that a flourishing tree now stood beside Danzo. You insufferable Hinata Miryuu. You cannot kill me. Once I have drained your chakra, your demise shall follow. As everything reverted to the beginning, the furious Danzo formed seals while bellowing in rage. Regrettably, such fierce proclamations were met with yet another merciless taunt from Ryulong. If you are truly immortal, why the haste to flee from Konoha? Deceiving oneself will ultimately lead to awakening. Damn it, Hinata Miryuu. You shall not revel in your triumph for long. Summoning technique. After yet another furious roar, Shimura Danzo completed his hand seals and promptly summoned his summoning beast, the Dream Taper. This peculiar creature, upon its appearance, swiftly turned to launch an assault at Shimura Danzo's back. Unexpectedly, the figure that emerged behind him was neither the real Ri nor a shadow clone, but rather a unique gel clone of Ri. As the Dream Taper, utilizing its devouring power, set its eyes upon the now revealed gel clone, it attempted to halt its consuming actions, its eyes bulging in alarm. Alas, the creature's reaction was far too tardy. By the time it sought to close its mouth, a significant quantity of gel had already been drawn into its body. What followed was an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. The poor Dream Taper was tragically choked to death. Dream Taper? How infuriating. Heh, perhaps you should concern yourself more with your own fate than that of your summoning beast, Shimura Danzo. The mocking voice echoed once more, prompting the enraged Danzo to disregard his emotions and brace himself defensively. Unfortunately, in the face of the current Ri, Danzo's power appeared somewhat feeble and ineffective. In a flurry of frantic attempts to block, he was unable to withstand Ri's internal energy assault. The unmistakable sound of a heart's rupture resonated, and once again, the surroundings distorted. Observing Shimura Danzo, who remained shaken even after returning to his original position, Ri's expression turned coldly amused. Let me see if you possess the worthiness to exhaust my chakra. Chapter 93. Hyuga Ri vs. Shimura Danzo. Hyuga Ri. Do not revel in triumph. The true victor is the one who laughs last. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Realizing that his own skills were inadequate to lock on a Hyuga Ri, the cornered Danzo resorted to a controllable, sustained attack. In an instant, his mouth transformed into a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of air bullets with wild abandon. The whistling sounds erupted as a multitude of compressed air bullets surged toward Ri. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ri's eyes. He had no intention of taking this attack head-on and immediately commenced evasion. Witnessing Ri's choice to dodge, Danzo felt a flicker of hope and accelerated his offensive. With a barely perceptible smirk of derision, Ri, amused by the unfolding spectacle, decided to play along, dodging while gradually closing the distance. As time passed, Ri, who had been evading while advancing, drew closer to Danzo once again. An indescribable expression flickered in his eyes, and the murderous intent within him swirled anew as he prepared to counterattack. Air palm. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Boom. Bang. With Ri's air palm once more severing Danzo's heart, Ri himself braced to withstand Danzo's vacuum great sphere. It was evident that while Ri was scheming against Danzo, Danzo was simultaneously plotting against Ri as well. Subsequently, everything around began to distort, and once again, time returned to its origin. The only distinction was that the attire of Hyuga Ri, facing Shimura Danzo, appeared somewhat disheveled. Hyuga Ri, you have been so arrogant for quite some time. Yet it turns out you are nothing more than this. Observing the somewhat disheveled Hyuga Ri, Shimura Danzo breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a cold smirk as he taunted. Unfortunately, whether in combat or verbal sparring, the present Shimura Danzo was not a match for Ri. Thus, Danzo's mockery soon yielded bitter consequences. Gazing at the smug expression of Shimura Danzo, Ri, brushing off his attire, responded with a disdainful laugh. Regardless of the circumstances, you have contributed, albeit slightly, to Konoha. You are on the verge of death. I must allow you to smile once more before your demise, mustn't I? You silver-tongued scoundrel. I shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Wind release. Vacuum serial waves. The smugness on Danzo's face solidified, replaced once again by fury as he initiated a ninjutsu attack. A multitude of wind blades erupted from Danzo's mouth, arranged in a row, hurtling toward Ri, sensing Danzo's wrath. Ri, undeterred, chuckled again. Heh, you must possess only a few ninjutsu techniques, right? Are you preparing to use them all before your end? Damn Hyuga Ri, I will surely skin you alive. The fury within Danzo could no longer be contained. Feeling himself on the brink of madness, Shimura Danzo launched a suicidal assault. Wood release. Tree roots explosion. In an instant, Danzo's body swelled and twisted once more, transforming into a towering tree. Gazing at the surroundings that twisted and then returned to their original state, Ri couldn't help but laugh recklessly. Shimura Danzo, I am now quite curious. How much longer can you endure? Chapter 94. The Death of Danzo Hyuga Ri. You are indeed a genius. If only you would serve my purpose only to ultimately meet the same fate as Itachi? After a moment of silence, as Danzo attempted to entice him, Ri could not refrain from a sneer of disdain once more. Regarding Danzo's character, Ri had long since comprehended the depths of his unscrupulousness while collecting evidence against him. Deceptive words, intimidation, conspiracy. Danzo would stop at nothing to achieve his objectives, demonstrating the essence of unscrupulousness to its fullest. Should he truly be entrusted with a task, the inevitable outcome would be the destruction of the bridge once crossed. Contemplating this, Ri, still wearing a cold smile, spoke once more. Shimura Danzo, do you believe that, aside from those pitiful souls you have successfully brainwashed, anyone else would trust you? Observing the silent Danzo, a hint of melancholy crept into Ri's tone. Perhaps your original intention was indeed to protect Konoha. Yet, the purpose of Konoha's existence is to ensure that the people living here can experience stability and joy. This joy should encompass all, rather than sacrificing a minority for the happiness of the majority. Your notion is merely the naivety of children. Without the sacrifice of a few, how could the stability of the many be achieved? Do you truly believe that the predatory gaze of other nations does not exist? In his vehement discourse, the once persuasive Shimura Danzo, now devoid of hope, opted for a more aggressive approach, utilizing both wind release and wood release in a harmonious alternation. Even amidst adverse circumstances, he resolved to harness the power of his Anaji to alter his misfortunes. The battle returned to its inception, through relentless skirmishes. Even the formidable strength of Ri could not mask the signs of fatigue that began to manifest. After all, in order to avoid being dragged down to destruction by Danzo, Ri remained in a state of complete concentration from the very beginning. While this vigilance ensured Ri's safety, it simultaneously exacerbated his own exhaustion. At last, has fatigue begun to creep in? Then you must tread carefully. I could pull you down with me at any moment. In a fit of desperation, Danzo's weariness was overtaken by a trace of madness. Alas, this expression failed to intimidate Ri, instead eliciting an uncontrollable smile upon his face. How utterly pathetic, Danzo! Do you truly believe that your words will instill in me any hesitation, prompting me to let you go? Such a notion is utterly impossible. Let you escape? That thought never crossed my mind. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A look of nonchalance crossed Danzo's face, now resolved to take the initiative. With his fierce wind release ninjutsu paving the way, he charged towards Ri while secretly preparing another technique. Unfortunately, all of this had been completely discerned by Ri's Byakugan. While his expression remained unchanged, Ri's heart was on high alert. Driven by the desire to conclude this confrontation swiftly, Ri, having evaded, intentionally moved closer to his opponent. The power of his Anaji had dissipated. This time, there would be no room for regret. Coldly materializing behind Danzo, Ri's demeanor radiated a chilling intent to kill. Once more, he unleashed an air palm aimed at Danzo's heart. The sound of a severed pulse echoed once again, yet Danzo, though powerless to alter his fate, remained unfazed. Regret? That thought never crossed my mind. For me, it is only about perishing together. Come with me to another world. Hyuga Ri. For symbol seal. Allowing Ri to sever his pulse, Danzo seized Ri's wrist in a final desperate roar. With his cry, a torrent of blood erupted from his body, splattering in all directions. As Ri sensed the overwhelming sealing power surrounding him and the unyielding grip of Danzo, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. A commendable idea. However, I fear you shall not achieve your desired outcome. A chilling voice resonated, and at an unknown moment, the chakra scalpel known as Yulong was summoned. In an instant, the blade was drawn, severing the left hand of Shimura Danzo, who had tightly grasped Yulong's wrist. Without a moment's hesitation, Yulong harnessed the power of the body flicker technique to depart from Danzo's vicinity. Observing Danzo's sighing visage before he vanished, Yulong's expression turned contemplative. Perhaps Danzo truly resorted to any means necessary. Yet, if one were to reflect earnestly, how was he any different? In the grand scheme of things, all that transpires in this world is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. Chapter 95. The conclusion. At last Danzo has perished. Gazing at the hurriedly arriving Tsunade and her companions, Yulong's demeanor remained notably subdued. Yulong, what is the situation? Where is Shimura Danzo? Has he fled? Tsunade queried urgently, halting abruptly upon her arrival. The anxious expressions of the others, though silent, conveyed their concern clearly. No, he is dead. Dead. What of the body? Indeed. If he is deceased, then where is Danzo's corpse? Upon hearing Yulong's declaration of Danzo's demise, Tsunade and her companions exhaled a sigh of relief, but another pressing question emerged. Faced with the puzzled expressions of the group, Yulong, momentarily silent, directed his gaze toward a large pit not far away. In the final throes of battle, Danzo attempted to employ the sealing technique to perish alongside me. Alas, he failed, casting a glance at the pit and then at the severed hand still clenching his wrist. Yulong's tone turned slightly melancholy as he elaborated. The sealing technique. It is the four symbols sealing technique. Danzo had long since sealed this technique within himself during his youth. Who would have thought? Though Tsunade's words trailed off, the look she cast at Yulong spoke volumes. Originally intended as a last resort against enemies, it was ultimately wielded in a bout of internal strife. Such an outcome left both Tsunade and Mido Menyen with an indescribable sense of melancholy. However, given the multitude of nefarious deeds Danzo had committed behind the scenes, even though they had once been comrades, they chose to remain silent. Casting a profound glance at Yulong, the two advisors from Konoha exchanged a knowing look before turning to leave. Since Danzo's death has not resulted in unnecessary casualties, let Tsunade handle matters from here on. Farewell. Humph. Those two old geezers. Acting all high and mighty. I shall make them pay in due time. Tsunade grumbled, watching the two figures fade from sight, her frustration palpable. Yet, her complaints met with silence, leaving her to abandon the topic after a few exasperated remarks. Turning her focus to the still silent Yulong, Tsunade couldn't help but direct her ire toward him. Hey, what do you mean by this? Do you believe that by slaying Shimura Danzo, you can disregard me? Lady Tsunade, please refrain from such unfounded accusations. That is simply not the case. With a twitch at the corners of his mouth and a frenzied brow, Yulong promptly chose to retort without hesitation. Witnessing the emergence of an expression on Yulong's face, Tsunade immediately revealed a victorious smile. Since such matters did not exist, why do you wear such a grim countenance? I merely feel a pang of melancholy regarding the demise of Shimura Danzo. Melancholy? Why? Completely taken aback by Yulong's unexpected response, Tsunade, who had been savoring the moment, was momentarily rendered speechless. I pondered whether one day, a stronger individual might suddenly take my life. My actions remain utterly incomprehensible to my comrades. Not even my demise can elicit their sympathy. Humph. Do not indulge in such wild thoughts. Focus on your current tasks. As for the future, let it unfold in due course. Now, enough of this idle chatter. Since you have no pressing engagements, come to my office and lend a hand. What? Absolutely not. I refuse. You promised me a day of leave after completing my previous task. Upon hearing Tsunade's intention to enlist him, Yulong, who had initially been steeped in melancholy, instantly sprang to his feet. Regrettably, in the face of Tsunade's assertiveness, Yulong once again found himself bereft of personal freedom. Enough of the nonsense. You've created such a tumult. Do you expect to walk away unscathed? Do you believe I send you to guard the borders of the land of fire, leaving you unable to return for a year or more? Excessive. Excessive? Bang. Ah, that hurts. Why did you strike me? Why? Because I want you to understand that there are far more egregious matters in this world. Watching the two gradually drift away in their playful banter, Hinata Hizashi, who had remained silent, couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. He understood that this matter had reached its conclusion. Chapter 96. Revelry in the Hokage's office, gazing at Hinata and the others summoned by Tsunade. Yulong felt a sudden tightening in his brow. After a night spent attending to Tsunade's demands, an ominous feeling began to stir within him. As anticipated, with Tsunade's words, Yulong's ill premonition swiftly materialized into reality. There is a task to apprehend a thief, and Hinata and her companions are required to undertake it. What? Granny Tsunade, why must we engage in such trivial tasks again? I refuse. Silence. You insolent brat. There is no room for negotiation. It feels as though this statement was directed at me. Observing Tsunade reprimanding Naruto, Yulong couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his lips twitching. It seemed Tsunade caught wind of Yulong's grievances, as her expression shifted to one of amusement. You may indeed think of it that way, Yulong. Furthermore, it was you who initially requested to undertake missions alongside your fiancée, Hinata. What now? Are you planning to backtrack? Gazing at Yulong, who appeared utterly despondent, Tsunade's lips curled into a smile, her spirits soaring to new heights. Although Tsunade was elated, Yulong, the subject of her amusement, found no joy in the situation. Hearing Tsunade bring up the past, Yulong, feeling particularly discontent, chose to voice his complaints. However, Lady Tsunade, you never granted me the day off you promised. Bang. Boom. Enough of your chatter. I had indeed given it to you, but you insisted on causing trouble and squandered it. What? Now you wish to regret it? Not a chance. Hurry and take them on a mission. If the task remains unfulfilled, you can forget about any vacation for the next 6 months. Ignoring the complaints of Tsunade, with a fist that shattered the table, bellowed once more. Observing the furious Tsunade, the four promptly took the mission papers and hastily departed. Watching the four vanish in an instant, the initially furious Tsunade instantly broke into a smile. Lady Tsunade, if you keep replacing tables like this, people will start gossiping about you. Noticing the utterly ruined table before her, Shizen couldn't help but complain, her expression filled with exasperation. Unfortunately, such complaints immediately invited Tsunade's retort. What do you know? If I hadn't used this tactic to drive Ri away, would he willingly take on a mission? Shizen, just as Tsunade reveled in her success of sending Ri off, he was enduring the complaints of Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. Honestly, Ri, can't you be a bit braver? You just caved in like that. Indeed, I thought you were someone of substance, yet it turns out you're merely a coward. Naruto and Kiba, upon hearing their companions' grievances, prompted Hinata beside them to open her mouth in helplessness, her expression one of concern for her beloved fiancé, Ri, who was now furious. Bang. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Ah. So painful. Woof. Woof. Seeing his master being struck, Akamaru, cradled in Kiba's arms, immediately barked at Ri. However, this action naturally provoked Ri's displeasure and intimidation. What? Do you have a problem, pup? Do you believe I want to shave off all your fur? While uttering threats, Ri, visibly annoyed, waved his hand expressively. Witnessing this scene, Akamaru, who had initially sympathized with Kiba, promptly tucked his tail between his legs. As for Kiba, who had intended to continue complaining, he unhesitatingly chose to fall silent. Such a display of cowardice immediately drew the scornful laughter of Naruto nearby. Haha, Kiba, you coward. You just gave in like that. Haha, you're killing me with laughter. Amidst the relentless mockery, Naruto unabashedly burst into hearty laughter. Before Kiba could exhibit an expression of utter frustration, the amused Ri raised an eyebrow, and playfully draped an arm over Naruto's shoulders. "Oh, so if it were you, you would never back down, would you?" "Of course. Who do you think I am? I am Naruto, the man destined to become Hokage. How could I possibly be intimidated by mere threats?" Unaware of any underlying tension, Naruto boasted without hesitation. Unfortunately, within less than 10 seconds of his bravado, Naruto swiftly followed in Kiba's footsteps. "Oh, is that so? In light of this, allow me to first pluck 3 of my beard hairs, and then take a photograph for posterity." With a playful remark on his lips, Yulong's hand boldly reached towards Naruto's beard. Such a terrifying act naturally sent a wave of fear through Naruto, who was ensnared in Yulong's grasp. In a desperate bid to preserve his beard, a terrified Naruto began to struggle fervently. Alas, against the clearly superior strength of Yulong, Naruto's efforts proved utterly futile. As he realized his beard was on the verge of being lost, Naruto, unable to escape, ultimately chose to concede. Observing the disheartened expression on Naruto's face, Inuzuka Kiba could not contain his laughter. Even the shy Hinata, along with Akamaru, joined in the merriment without reservation. Chapter 97. Yulong abandons the mission again amid the playful chaos outside of Konoha. Yulong, noticing Naruto's dejected demeanor, could not resist the urge to flee once more. This time, not only did Yulong escape, but he also whisked away his fiancée, Hinata, along with him. "Aki and I shall take our leave. You two can handle the mission." "Hey, Yulong, that's rather excessive, don't you think? How can you do this?" "Indeed, quite excessive. Beware. We might deliberately fail the mission, leaving you to toil for the next 6 months. Such matters are entirely up to you." Watching Yulong and Hinata swiftly vanish from sight, Naruto and Kiba exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mournful expression. "How can we change this? Are we truly going to abandon the mission? Of course not. As a ninja, how could one utter such words?" Seeing Naruto still wearing a sorrowful visage, Kiba immediately scolded him. However, this reprimand left the thick-headed Naruto in confusion. "Hey, wasn't it you who just said you wanted to abandon the mission?" Naruto pouted as he regarded Kiba, who had just chastised him, utterly baffled. "Naruto, are you a fool?" Such words were intended for Yulong. Faced with Naruto's pouting and squinting eyes, Kiba's forehead twitched with irritation. Unfortunately, this irritation swiftly morphed into despondency upon Naruto's next inquiry. "Oh, do you think your threats hold any weight?" "Of course not." Gazing at Naruto with disdain, the previously irate Kiba became dejected. Subsequently, the two ceased their conversation and set forth towards their mission destination, the Land of Stone. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kiba, racing ahead, soon outpaced the two. Hidden in the shadows with Yulong, Hinata felt a sudden blush creeping to her cheeks. "Yulong, do you think our actions might come off as somewhat inappropriate?" "Not at all. If they truly find themselves in peril, I will certainly intervene." Seemingly understanding Hinata's concerns, Yulong gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and explained in a soothing tone. "And what about us? Naturally, we shall stealthily follow them and observe the spectacle from behind." With a mischievous grin playing on his lips, Yulong elaborated before taking Hinata's hand and continuing on their way. The 4 individuals, 2 in the front and 2 in the rear, hastily made their way to the destination of their mission, the desolate land known as the Stone Country. Gazing upon the barren expanse, Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba, after a brief exchange of murmurs, promptly entered the town. Shortly thereafter, they came across numerous posters depicting their target, the infamous 5-inch nail, plastered across the streets and alleys. Seeking to satiate their curiosity, the duo resolved to inquire about the situation at a nearby establishment. However, upon entering a tavern, they were met with the provocation of a bald wanted criminal. With the atmosphere growing tense, a samurai who had been seated within the tavern chose to rise and assist the two, deftly diffusing the impending conflict. This display of skill immediately captivated both Naruto and Kiba. Intrigued by the samurai, they decided to follow him out of the tavern. After a brief exchange, they learned that the samurai's name was Rian, and the technique he had just employed was known as the Iaedo draw. Eager to delve deeper into topics of interest, Naruto casually inquired about the 5-inch nail. It was then revealed that their adversary was no mere thief. And Rian soon realized that Naruto and Kiba were not ordinary youths either. Driven by his own ulterior motives, Rian deceitfully led the two outside the village and rendered them unconscious. Apologizing to himself, he then turned to leave. Throughout this ordeal, Ri Long, lurking in the shadows, refrained from intervening. In fact, He even thwarted Hinata's attempt to assist the two. Chapter 98. The Guidance of Ri-Long. Is it truly acceptable for us to stand by while Naruto and the others are incapacitated? Hinata inquired, hastening to the side of the unconscious duo, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why should it be a concern? Ri-Long replied, his expression turning serious as he offered a weighty explanation. You must understand, Hinata. It is only after experiencing loss that one learns to avoid repeating the same mistake. Ah, I see. Hinata nodded vigorously, her thoughts drifting back to the recent events, contemplating their significance. Having witnessed the scene unfold, she felt a profound realization dawning upon her. Should she encounter a similar situation in the future, she would undoubtedly remain vigilant. Reflecting on Ri-Long's earlier words, Hinata found herself increasingly in agreement, her large eyes sparkling with admiration for him. Truly, Ri-Long, if I face a similar circumstance again, I shall certainly be more alert. Woof, woof, ugh, huh, Akamaru, how infuriating. We were knocked out before Ri-Long could indulge in self-congratulation. The two unconscious individuals and the dog stirred back to consciousness, disrupting the moment. This unexpected turn of events left Ri-Long visibly displeased, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features as he retorted, "Oh, have the two of you finally awakened? Ugh, Ri-Long, how infuriating. Brother Yulong, are you once again lurking in the shadows to enjoy the spectacle? And Hinata, how have you stooped so low as to follow Brother Yulong and hide in the darkness to watch the commotion?" Having snapped back to reality from his daze, Naruto immediately voiced his grievances aloud. Such behavior naturally elicited an apology from Hinata and provoked Yulong's retaliatory strike. Naruto, bang. Ah, that hurts. Brother Yulong, you have gone too far. It was clearly your fault. What right do you have to hit me? After once again enduring Yulong's sharp blow, Naruto, clutching his head in discomfort, lamented. Unfortunately, given Naruto's limited intellect, he was no match for Yulong. Thus, no sooner had his complaints faded than Yulong chose to take action once more. As Naruto cried out in pain again, Yulong unceremoniously chastised him. Bang. Ugh, how painful. You hit me again. You fool. You haven't even encountered the main adversary. Yet you've been knocked out by a mere passerby? I initially thought your combined strength would suffice for this task, but it appears I overestimated you both. You should just head home. I shall handle this mission with a Tion. Stop looking down on us. I was merely careless. If we encounter that old man again, things will certainly end differently. Exactly. I was just careless. The outcome will definitely differ next time we meet that old man. Woof, woof. Hearing Naruto's rebuttal, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru immediately chimed in to defend him. Alas, such retorts only earned them further reprimand from Yulong. Kiba, Naruto may be a fool. But must you also be a fool? Just careless, you say? Do you not realize that if the opponent had truly intended to kill you, they could have struck 3 more times, and you would have been done for? Faced with Yulong's evident fury, Kiba, Naruto, and Akamaru instinctively shrank back. Observing that the two had finally come to their senses under his admonishment, Yulong continued his scolding with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. How dare you claim to have merely been careless? Do you have any idea how many ninjas are eliminated each year due to such so-called carelessness? No one will always be there to babysit you. If you cannot rid yourselves of this habit of using carelessness as an excuse, prepare to be eliminated. Yulong's stern reprimand jolted the previously indifferent duo into a state of alertness. Exchanging serious glances, they turned to Hinata and made their pledge. We were wrong, Brother Yulong. Please entrust us with the mission. We assure you we will complete it. Yes, Brother Yulong, please assign us the task. We guarantee we will not be careless again. Remember this. For the upcoming missions, I will only ensure your survival. Whether or not you succeed depends entirely on your own performance. Do you understand? Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, Yulong's expression became serious once more as he firmly stated his boundaries. Ation, in the ensuing task, you shall collaborate with those 2 individuals. Observing the astonished expressions of Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba, who seemed as if they wished to speak, Yulong once again imparted his admonition. Remember, only through teamwork, mutual support, and complementarity can one triumph over adversaries that would otherwise be insurmountable. If you wish to engage in solitary combat, wait until you possess the capability to defeat me. His stern words concluded, Yulong promptly utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Chapter 99. Tsunade's intentions. After receiving a thorough and enlightening rebuke from Yulong, the two awakened to their previous carelessness. they began to concentrate fully, devoting their utmost effort to the task at hand. Subsequently, the three individuals and one canine, now serious in demeanor, swiftly tracked down the samurai Run who had rendered them unconscious. Gazing at the incapacitated Run, as well as the enemies who had been startled into retreat, the trio exchanged glances and opted to prioritize the rescue of the fallen samurai. After all, Rin had never harbored malice towards them. In fact, he had even extended his assistance. Therefore, driven by their own sense of ethics, they unhesitatingly chose to save him first. Observing the resolute decision of the trio from his concealed vantage point, Ryulong could not help but nod in approval. However, while testing the trio's character, it was imperative to ensure that the enemies would not be allowed to perpetrate further harm. Thus, while continuing to shadow Hinata and the others, Ryulong dispatched a shadow clone to discreetly pursue the fleeing individuals, including the 5-inch nails, without disrupting the ongoing actions of his companions. Once he ensured that the 5-inch nails would not engage in further lethal actions, he allowed events to unfold freely. Only when the ordeal concluded did Ryulong reappear before Hinata and the others. As they beheld his sudden manifestation, the trio was reminded of their task's failure. Feeling somewhat awkward, Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba scratched their heads, preparing to apologize. However, Ryulong interjected before they could utter a word. Enough of the trivialities. Prepare to return to the village. But, Ryulong, we failed the mission. Such matters are of no consequence. As long as the situation is resolved, that is all that matters. In response to Naruto's concern, Ryulong shrugged nonchalantly while leading the way back. But Granny Tsunade has said, such matters are of no consequence. Glancing back at the still somewhat apologetic Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba, Ryulong couldn't help but smile gently. Do not dwell on it. Just remember to avoid carelessness on future missions. Understood. Ryulong, I promise I won't be careless again. Me too. With resolute tones, Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba felt a warmth emanating from Ryulong, who stood before them. Recognizing the transformation in their mindset, Ryulong took this opportunity on their return journey to guide their training. From inspiring them to analyze their shortcomings to advising them on how to improve, Ryulong truly exemplified the principle of teaching one to fish rather than simply providing fish. Gazing at the two individuals, one with a look of sudden enlightenment and the other adorned with admiration, a surge of indescribable accomplishment blossomed within Yulong's heart. Alas, this gratifying sentiment was swiftly shattered upon encountering Tsunade. Upon learning of the mission's failure, Tsunade wasted no time and presented a stack of mission papers, gesturing for Yulong to undertake them. Such a decisive action led Yulong to suspect that Tsunade had anticipated the outcome of this assignment all along. However, given the circumstances, further discussion was futile. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Hinata, Yulong embarked once more on his journey of tasks. He understood that Tsunade was employing this method to silence the baseless rumors surrounding him. After all, only by dutifully completing missions for the village without complaint could he demonstrate his unwavering loyalty to Konoha. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that someone capable of slaying a village elder would refrain from harming others. Thus, his willingness to toil and obey orders served as the most eloquent explanation for this predicament. Chapter 100. Yulong and Tsunade's eyes. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Upon his return to Konoha, Yulong exhaled softly, observing the still vibrant village. He was once again reminded of Shimura Danzo's words. Without the sacrifice of a few, how could the stability of the many be secured? Do you regard those predatory nations as mere figments of imagination? Ultimately, it is the excessive ambition and the perpetual imbalance of interests that ignite all conflicts. Awakened from such reflections, Yulong murmured to himself, "Oh, who would have thought that a month of busyness would lead to such profound realizations about this world?" Noticing Yulong's apparent distraction, Tsunade, who happened to be passing by, could not help but tease him with a hint of surprise. "Tsunade-sama, are you done for the day?" In response to her playful banter, Yulong, now alert, mirrored her astonishment. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Is it not permissible for the Hokage to leave work early?" Seemingly deciphering the implication in Yulong's gaze, Tsunade, who had been amused, instantly transformed into a state of fury. "Tsunade-sama, please do not misunderstand. I merely spoke without thinking." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Yulong hastily attempted to explain. However, such an explanation was clearly more detrimental than remaining silent. Consequently, Yulong, sensing Tsunade's impending wrath, swiftly turned to flee. "Little brat, Are you implying that the Hokage should not leave work early? Do not take it the wrong way, Tsunade-sama. I was just speaking casually. I have already completed the previous tasks. Let us discuss any matters tomorrow. Farewell. Without granting Tsunade an opportunity to continue her tirade, Yulong deftly vanished from sight. This unreliable behavior unexpectedly elicited a chuckle from Tsunade, who, despite her feigned anger, could not help but laugh at the antics of this mischievous lad. Were it not for his age and status being unsuitable, I would truly consider passing the mantle of Hokage-dam. Oh, who is this insufferable brat that you hold in such high regard? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Jiraiya's eyes as he inquired, having just returned himself. After all, he had a lingering impression of the boy who had recently fled. Therefore, upon hearing Tsunade's profound admiration, his interest was reignited. As Tsunade began to recount the tale, Jiraiya's intrigue gradually morphed into astonishment. Hyuga, the fiancée of Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan's leader, Hyuga Hisashi, at merely 14 years of age, possesses talent and strength that rival the prodigious Itachi Uchiha. At this juncture, Tsunade paused, disregarding Jiraiya's astonishment, and modified her assessment. No, perhaps his talent and prowess surpass even those of Itachi Uchiha, who slaughtered his own clan. Tsunade, such a statement seems rather exaggerated. I have encountered Itachi, and he is by no means a simple adversary. Even if I were to unleash my full power, I could not guarantee his capture. In response to Tsunade's evaluation of Jiraiya, who had recently crossed paths with Itachi, immediately countered. Yet, Tsunade remained unfazed by Jiraiya's rebuttal. Taking a deep breath, she revealed information Jiraiya was yet unaware of. Jiraiya, what do you think of Danzo Shimura and the strength of his root organization? The prowess of root is undeniable. Every competent member must endure exceedingly harsh training to survive. I am well aware of this. As for that old coot, Danzo, although he has not taken action in many years, his strength likely does not fall below that of a Kage. Though puzzled by Tsunade's sudden inquiry, Jiraiya offered a candid assessment. Upon hearing Jiraiya's evaluation, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed Tsunade's face. Danzo is dead. What? Danzo is dead? What happened? How could Danzo wait? You can't possibly mean to say. Stunned by this unexpected news, Jiraiya finally processed the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was that boy, Hyuga, who dispatched Danzo. Taking a moment to glance at the incredulous Jiraiya, Tsunade inhaled deeply and recounted the events leading up to this revelation. While he was alive, Danzo had attempted to recruit hoping to entice him into root. However, rejected him without hesitation. This led Danzo to harbor animosity towards often targeting him deliberately. So this boy developed a murderous intent towards Danzo? Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, Jiraiya, having calmed his initial shock, felt a spark of enlightenment in his eyes. Indeed, to justify eliminating Danzo, this lad began secretly gathering evidence of Danzo's crimes. Not long ago, without my consent, he cast all the incriminating evidence against Danzo into the streets of Konoha. There were no innocent casualties, were there? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a glint of cold light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, and a thought arose in his mind that Hinata Miryuu was reckless in his actions and unworthy of great responsibility. Accompanying this thought was another question that troubled Jiraiya. Why would Tsunade wish to entrust the position of Hokage to someone so heedless of consequences? Sensing Jiraiya's inner turmoil, Tsunade couldn't help but reveal a bittersweet smile as she spoke again. Do you think this young man acts without regard for the consequences? Observing Jiraiya's astonished expression, Tsunade's smile deepened with irony. At first, I thought the same. However, as I watched him take action, I realized that everything was meticulously calculated by him. Jiraiya, with a look of confusion, saw only bitterness on Tsunade's face. He was concerned that we might suppress the matter, so he chose this seemingly reckless approach. Then, when we were all consumed by anger, he struck like lightning. With his own strength, he subdued all members of the root base and killed Danzo. As Jiraiya stared in disbelief, Tsunade continued with another bitter smile. After killing Danzo, he bore no injuries, save for a slight weariness. I must admit, even I do not possess the confidence to defeat him now. To Jiraiya's astonishment, he exclaimed, I did not merely underestimate him. I grievously misjudged him. Let us not forget, he is only 14 this year. This implies that his potential has not yet reached its zenith. Indeed, I suspect that given time to grow, his strength could ascend to the heights of my grandfather. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya recognized that the most pressing issue was Ryuryu's character. If his heart was inclined towards righteousness, he could become another first Hokage. If malice resided within him, he could become another Uchiha Obito. With a renewed glimmer of determination in his eyes, Jiraiya arrived at a certain resolution. Chapter 101. The Revelation of the Prophecy in the Hokage Office. Ryuryu was reporting the completion of his previous mission with a serious demeanor. Observing Ryuryu's composed and articulate expression, Jiraiya, leaning against the window, felt a flicker of surprise. He noticed that this young man, who had appeared so carefree just the day before, now exuded calmness and poise. As he introduced the mission, he infused it with his own analysis and insights. At that moment, Jiraiya's mind was consumed by a singular thought. This young man before him was a born leader. Composed, wise, and exceptionally gifted, he was undoubtedly the best candidate to inherit the title of Hokage. In fact, even when compared to the legendary Minato, he was equally impressive. In terms of age alone, Hinata Ryuryu surpassed Minato in potential. Gazing at Yulong, who had just exited the Hokage's office, Jiraiya nodded towards Tsunade and then leaped gracefully down to the lower floor. "Shall we have a private conversation?" He directly approached Yulong, inviting him without preamble. Seemingly unfazed by such a proposition, Yulong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the invitation from the esteemed Jiraiya with the respect it deserved. "Then follow me." With a hint of intrigue in his smile, Jiraiya led the way, while Yulong, equally enigmatic, trailed closely behind. The two swiftly made their way towards the death forest of Konoha, eventually coming to a halt. "It seems this marks our second encounter." Turning to face Yulong, who had also paused, Jiraiya's demeanor took on a serious tone. "Indeed, you are correct," Yulong affirmed with a smile that concealed deeper meanings, intensifying Jiraiya's growing suspicions. "Was our first meeting a deliberate act on your part?" Jiraiya pondered aloud. Why would the esteemed Jiraiya express such a thought? Despite his rhetorical questioning, Yulong's expression clearly acknowledged the truth of the matter. "What prompted you to act in such a manner? What was your purpose in approaching me?" Jiraiya's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Yulong, who appeared to be veering off course once again. Is it possible that even someone with Jiraiya's temperament could become angered? With a playful expression now subdued, Yulong recognized the need for seriousness. Observing Yulong's newfound gravitas, Jiraiya's expression softened considerably. Even the most patient individual cannot endure being trifled with. "Speak. Why did you behave that way during our first encounter?" "Well," Yulong replied with a hint of mischief in his eyes, "if I claimed that I merely wished to leave an impression on the great Jiraiya, would you believe me?" His words elicited surprise from Jiraiya, who sought clarity on Yulong's intentions. "Leave an impression? Indeed. But why seek to meet me? What compelled you to create this impression?" Unable to fathom Yulong's motives, Jiraiya pressed for deeper answers. Yet, Yulong's subsequent revelation caused Jiraiya's eyes to widen in astonishment. "Because I wished to meet the man who devoted his life to finding the fabled child of destiny." "Who are you? And how do you know of this?" Jiraiya's previously serious expression sharpened into one of keen vigilance, as he became wary of Yulong's knowledge. As if comprehending Jiraiya's emotions, Yulong entirely retracted his playful demeanor. "The reason Lord Jiraiya believes in the existence of the child of destiny must be due to the prophecy of the great sage toad, Fukasaku, right?" Gazing at the vigilant Jiraiya, Yulong couldn't help but smile as he uttered words that caused Jiraiya's eyes to bulge. "Wait, what did you say? The great sage toad, Fukasaku?" "Indeed. The name of the great sage toad is none other than Fukasaku." Understanding Jiraiya's current state of mind, Yulong's smile grew even more pronounced. Don't be absurd. How could the great sage toad possibly have such a name?" Although he verbally expressed disbelief, his comical actions betrayed his true thoughts. Why is that impossible? One must remember that the great sage toad was once young too." Recognizing that Jiraiya had already begun to accept his words, Yulong teased him with a smile. "Very well. Even if the great sage toad is indeed called Fukasaku, what of it? How does that concern your knowledge of this matter?" After calming his somewhat tumultuous emotions, Jiraiya's expression once again turned serious. "The name of the great sage toad being Fukasaku truly has nothing to do with my knowledge of this." Observing Jiraiya's demeanor shift back to a dangerous state, Yulong's mouth twitched slightly. "Lord Jiraiya, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" "Misunderstood? What is there for me to misunderstand? Were you not the one who brought up the great sage toad's name? However, it seems that my previous statements encompassed more than just the name of the great sage toad, did they not?" Is it my fault that you misdirected your focus? As he faced the still accusatory Jiraiya, Yulong, unable to contain his frustration, erupted with a throbbing forehead. Yet, looking at Yulong's expression, which seemed on the verge of exploding, Jiraiya suddenly recalled Yulong's earlier words. The reason Lord Jiraiya believes in the existence of the Child of Destiny is indeed due to the prophecy of the great sage Toad. Fukasaku, right? Wait, you cannot be suggesting that you possess prophetic abilities as well. Finally grasping a certain realization, Jiraiya's eyes widened once more. Truly, it has not been easy. Lord Jiraiya, you have finally understood my intended meaning. Ahaha, is it not astonishing that you too possess such incredible power of prophecy? Observing Yulong's bulging veins, Jiraiya awkwardly chuckled. Regrettably, his explanation was swiftly dismantled by the furious Yulong. I believe it is not a matter of disbelief, but rather that the name of the great sage Toad piqued your interest even further, Lord Jiraiya. So, are you still contemplating a visit to Mount Myaboku to inquire directly with the great sage Toad? Ahaha, how could that be possible? How could I, Jiraiya, ever do such a thing? Faced with Yulong's scornful derision, Jiraiya found himself even more embarrassed as his thoughts were laid bare once again. Chapter 102 News of the Fourth Shinobi World War. What a man who appears perpetually unserious. Gazing at Jiraiya's awkward expression, Ryulong could not help but cross his arms and exhale a weary sigh. So, what have you, a seer of the future, foreseen? As Jiraiya's embarrassed demeanor faded, he immediately regained his serious composure. This transformation prompted Ryulong to adopt a more earnest expression as well. I have seen much. The death of the third Hokage, your demise, and the Fourth Shinobi World War. The revelation of the Fourth Shinobi World War elicited an instantaneous shift in Jiraiya's countenance. Hinata Ryulong, are you serious? Do you really think I would deceive you with such matters, Lord Jiraiya? Faced with Jiraiya's penetrating gaze, Ryulong stood his ground unwaveringly. Although he lacked prophetic powers, his information bore no difference from prophecy. Thus, even under Jiraiya's pressure, Ryulong remained unperturbed. When will the Fourth Shinobi World War occur? Who instigates it? What will be the eventual outcome? Seemingly convinced of Ryulong's claims, Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he urgently inquired again. Regrettably, in response to Jiraiya's questions, Ryulong uttered words that caused Jiraiya's complexion to pale. Rather than letting more people know of the future, I prefer to avoid altering it, to prevent events from spiraling into the unknown. So you did not intervene, even in the old man's death. Jiraiya's eyes betrayed a glimmer of murderous intent as he regarded Ryulong's indifferent tone. Your interpretation is not incorrect. Ryulong, unfazed by Jiraiya's hostility, candidly acknowledged the reality. His forthright admission rendered the once menacing Jiraiya momentarily speechless. What about Danzo's death? Was it also foretold in your prophecy? After a brief silence, Jiraiya shifted the topic towards Shimura Danzo, who had fallen at Ryulong's hands. This inquiry did not surprise Ryulong in the least. Indeed, it was within my prophecy. However, he was originally meant to perish before the Fourth Shinobi World War. I deemed that his early demise would not alter the grand scheme, hence I acted preemptively. Observing Jiraiya's renewed murderous intent, Ryulong paused momentarily, revealing a cold smile. After all, every additional day Danzo lived meant another day of his heinous deeds. Regardless, Danzo contributed to Konoha. To have slain him in such a manner is too much. Though aware of the truth in Ryulong's words, Jiraiya instinctively chose to counter. Contributions? Indeed, Shimura Danzo has indeed served Konoha. But merit is merit, and transgressions are transgressions. In contrast to his contributions to Konoha, the negative repercussions he has caused are far more terrifying. Gazing once more at the now silent Jiraiya, Yulong spoke words that once again caused Jiraiya's countenance to pale. Secretly dispatching assassins to eliminate the third Hokage and collaborating with Orochimaru on experiments involving the cells of the first Hokage. Even going so far as to exacerbate the Uchiha clan's rebellion in pursuit of the power of the Sharingan to suppress the first Hokage's strength. Such a person, does he deserve to continue living? Chapter 103. The provocation from Yulong. These words are merely your biased perspective. They hold no credibility. Although Jiraiya's heart had already begun to accept Yulong's assertions, for reasons of his own, he outwardly expressed skepticism. Seemingly able to anticipate Jiraiya's thoughts, Yulong, undeterred by Jiraiya's dismissal, smirked and chose to further provoke him. Oh, Does Lord Jiraiya wish for a future where he replaces the gravely injured Tsunade at the Five Kage Summit after Konoha is destroyed? What? Konoha will be destroyed in the future? You must tell me how this will come to pass. Shocked by this revelation, Jiraiya's expression turned volatile in an instant. Yulong, who appeared to have predicted this very outcome, revealed a playful smile after disclosing the news. You wished to test my abilities, did you not? Should you manage to defeat me, I shall divulge the truth. Confronted by Yulong's penetrating gaze, Jiraiya found himself momentarily paralyzed. Seeking to solidify Jiraiya's resolve, Yulong provocatively urged him on. I advise you to approach this with the determination to kill me. Otherwise, I fear you will suffer a devastating defeat. Feel free to unleash your full power. Even if you do manage to kill me, I shall still reveal the truth to you. Having successfully incited Jiraiya's fury, Yulong chose to make his move. Air palm. A sharp sound of slicing air resonated as Jiraiya, sensing a wave of danger, hurriedly dodged with a look of horror. Crack. Boom. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lion's barrage technique. Casting his gaze toward the fallen trees behind him, Jiraiya's eyes sharpened as he launched his counterattack. His already elongated white hair surged forth with lightning speed toward Yulong. Feeling the sudden onslaught from Jiraiya, a smile spread across Yulong's face. 8 trigrams air palm. With a formidable force, the palm strike sliced through the air. The white hair that had been racing toward Yulong was instantly reduced to mere strands. Yulong continued to unleash successive 8 trigrams air palms toward Jiraiya. However, having resolved to engage, Jiraiya was not one to hold back. Thus, upon realizing that his assault had been intercepted by Yulong, he swiftly devised a new course of action. Summoning a shadow clone, Jiraiya deftly evaded Yulong's assault. As he landed once more, he immediately launched a new offensive. Earth-style? Hell Swamp. The grave proclamation had barely escaped his lips when Yulong, who had just seized his 8 trigrams empty palm, found himself sinking into the ground. With no inclination to struggle, a smirk gracing his lips, Yulong boldly faced the challenge head-on. In a flawless display of heavenly return, he shattered the seemingly insurmountable Hell Swamp with sheer force. This audacious maneuver left Jiraiya momentarily aghast, prompting him to swiftly devise a new strategy. The Hyuga clan's heavenly return? I shall see if your technique can withstand this. Ninjutsu. Great Fireball. A copious amount of chakra was transformed into oil, spewing forth from Jiraiya's mouth as he deftly performed the hand seals for fire-style ninjutsu. In an instant, oil and flames surged forth, hurtling towards Yulong, who was still engaged in his heavenly return. Chapter 104. Jiraiya's regret. Although Yulong was confident he could deflect the attack, he chose to switch tactics to further demonstrate his prowess. The heavenly return he had been employing came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a single-handed seal that left Jiraiya in shock. Wind style? Great breakthrough. A ferocious gale erupted, forcefully redirecting the great fireball back towards its origin. With disbelief and horror flickering in his eyes, Jiraiya was compelled to utilize the body flicker technique. Gazing at the now intensified great fireball, empowered by the great breakthrough, his eyes widened in trepidation. How did you achieve this? Did Lord Jiraiya forget? I am a member of the Hyuga clan. I possess the power of the dojutsu, Byakugan. Understanding Jiraiya's astonishment and confusion, Yulong paused his assault to reveal his secret. This revelation caused Jiraiya's eyes to narrow once more. The Hyuga clan had never employed the 5 elements techniques, as they held steadfast to the traditional 8 trigrams techniques passed down through generations. With a grin that betrayed his elation, Yulong posed a rhetorical question. And you? Why do you not trust the techniques passed down from your ancestors? While seemingly inquiring of Yulong, Jiraiya had already initiated another attack. Unbeknownst to Yulong, who remained stationary, Jiraiya readied his counter. Progress in our era often reveals flaws in what once appeared flawless. To avoid obsolescence, one must learn to evolve. Let me see just how far you have progressed. Toad mouth binding technique. The sharp command resonated as Jiraiya unleashed the awaited technique. In an instant, the surroundings transformed, as the once empty space was enveloped by the sudden emergence of the toad's cavernous gullet. With an unstoppable momentum, he pressed forward towards the enveloped dragon. The stomach wall of the rock shelter toad? Since it claims to be unbreakable, I shall compel you to cancel it. A mocking voice rang out, causing Jiraiya to change color once more. You. Ignite. Explosive tag. Gee what? This is bad. Boom. The deafening explosion instantly drowned out Jiraiya's exclamation. Meanwhile, the stomach wall of the rock shelter toad, once deemed impregnable, began to tremble violently. Before Jiraiya could utter a curse in response to the sudden explosion, the malicious taunting voice echoed again. TSK, TSK. Impressive. Truly worthy of the title Unbreakable Rock Shelter, Toad Stomach Wall. In that case, shall we do it once more? This time, let us increase the dosage tenfold. Before the mocking voice could finish, the sound of burning explosive tags resounded once again. Such reckless behavior made Jiraiya, who had just witnessed the explosive assault from the dragon, nearly bulge his eyes in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, fearing that he might be caught in the blast, Jiraiya promptly canceled his toad mouth binding technique. As the stomach wall of the rock shelter toad vanished, an even more terrifying explosion of explosive tags erupted once more. Gazing at the chaos of smoke behind him, Jiraiya, who had narrowly escaped the attack, displayed a look of lingering shock. Chapter 105. Enlighten Jiraiya, you bastard. Don't explosive tags cost anything? How could you use them so liberally? After the smoke dissipated, revealing a massive crater, Jiraiya, having finally calmed his frantic breaths, shouted in ire. His furious outburst was met with a teasing retort from the dragon. You guessed it correctly, Lord Jiraiya. Explosive tags are something I can produce myself. Therefore, they truly cost nothing. I've never encountered a scoundrel like the dragon. Infuriated to the point of rolling his eyes, Jiraiya regretted his decision to have a private conversation with the dragon. Alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Even if Jiraiya felt remorse, he had to swallow this bitter fruit alone. Observing Jiraiya's rage escalating, the dragon, in a rather jovial mood, teased him once again. By the way, has Lord Jiraiya given up? That would indeed be a pity. You little brat, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Jiraiya, incensed by the dragon's provocations, angrily rebuked him while preparing to summon the two great sage toads to enter sage mode. This action immediately caught the attention of the dragon. Is he preparing to utilize sage mode? TSK, if it's sage mode, perhaps I will indeed be compelled to reveal the truth. His tone remained teasing, betraying no hint of tension and subtly hinting at an inexplicable sense of anticipation and excitement. Such an extraordinary display inevitably caused Jiraiya to halt his actions. This sudden pause elicited a mixture of astonishment and confusion from Rilong. He has stopped? What does this mean? Has Lord Jiraiya abandoned his original purpose? To relinquish his steadfastness so easily is not characteristic of the legendary Sannin. With a dismissive snort, Rilong thought, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Why should I delve deeper into this matter and create my own troubles? Wouldn't you agree? After a brief silence, as if having come to a realization, Jiraiya unwittingly revealed a carefree expression, just as Rilong had previously stated. Forcibly attempting to alter the course of inevitable events would only lead to unforeseen outcomes. Thus, remaining a silent observer without intervening could very well be the superior choice. With this understanding, the once anxious and irate Jiraiya suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. This unexpected transformation prompted a displeased grimace from Rilong, who then remarked, TCH. I thought you would only grasp this truth after entering sage mode. I never anticipated you would come to such an understanding in advance. How dull. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Jiraiya's state seemed to elevate Rilong's mood. I was just thinking the same thing, Rilong muttered, feeling vexed that Jiraiya had turned the tables on him. Such complaints only served to amuse Jiraiya further. In response to Jiraiya's hearty laughter, Rilong, feeling increasingly irked, leaped to stand before him. Hey, what if we played a little longer? Whenever we go on missions, those guys never stop playing. If you keep me company a bit longer, I might just tell you how you met your demise. Not interested. I have no desire to know how I perished. Upon hearing Rilong's tempting words, Jiraiya, who had just been in high spirits, nearly spat in frustration. In a fit of indignation, he resolved to turn away, opting for a out of sight, out of mind approach. Chapter 106. Jiraiya expresses his frustration, however. While Jiraiya sought to depart, Rilong was determined not to let him go. As Jiraiya took steps away, Rilong quickly followed suit. Hey, don't you truly want to know how you met your end? Who was it that killed you? Not at all. Impossible. Jiraiya accelerated his pace, refusing to look back, while Rilong hastily matched his speed, persistently prodding him. Such an infuriating manner of questioning nearly drove Jiraiya to the brink of madness. Having lived most of his life, he had never regretted provoking someone as much as he did today. If fate granted him another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to ignore the incessant chatter of Hyuga Long. Casting a glance at his incessantly chattering companion, Jiraiya barely restrained the urge to retaliate. Yet, considering Long's reckless style of attack, Jiraiya ultimately opted for a path of concession. Yes, concession was indeed the fitting term. Although outwardly Jiraiya appeared utterly expressionless at that moment. However, in truth, Jiraiya's heart was in complete turmoil at that moment. Had it not been for his lack of confidence, he would have certainly sent that insufferable brat to the hospital. Gazing at the incessantly chattering Hinata, who showed no signs of stopping, Jiraiya felt himself on the brink of madness. Could it be that he was driven to insanity by the unbearable truth of his own impending demise? Observing Jiraiya's sudden halt and loud exclamation, startled, displayed an expression of astonishment. Shadow clone technique. Paying no heed to Ri's ramblings, Jiraiya bellowed and immediately executed the shadow clone technique. To Ri's incredulous gaze, Jiraiya suddenly dispersed, running in different directions. Witnessing Jiraiya's attempt to elude him in such a manner, a glint of amusement flickered in Ri's eyes. He promptly conjured an equal number of shadow clones and pursued the fleeing Jiraiya. This ludicrous spectacle left the unsuspecting villagers of Konohagakure utterly bewildered. After a considerable time, when Ri's figure finally vanished, Jiraiya, convinced he had successfully deceived Ri, sprang forth from the ground. That wretched little brat finally tricked him. TSK indeed. Jiraiya-sama was hiding underground. Before Jiraiya could finish his sigh of relief, Ri's mocking voice echoed once more. Gazing at Ri, who had also emerged from beneath the earth, Jiraiya's lips twitched in frustration. How infuriating! He had completely forgotten that this fellow belonged to the Hyuga clan, possessing the Byakugan. Faced with Ri's mischievous grin, Jiraiya found himself spiraling into a state of utter exasperation. You little brat, how about we part ways here? Absolutely not. It is a rare opportunity to be close to Jiraiya-sama alone. I cannot let such a chance slip away. In response to Jiraiya's amicable suggestion, Ri resolutely shook his head in refusal. Such shameless behavior nearly pushed Jiraiya to act recklessly. Fortunately, at the last moment, Jiraiya finally deciphered the meaning behind Ri's words. His eyes brightened as he disregarded the persistent Hinata and dashed towards the Hokage building. Observing Jiraiya's swift departure, Ri paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly save you. Chapter 107. Jiraiya's speculation. As Ri silently made his promise, Jiraiya, finally free from Ri's clutches, let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the familiar Hokage building before him, he exhaled once more. With ease, he leaped to the window of the Hokage's office. Back already? Indeed. I have returned. In response to Tsunade's inquisitive greeting, Jiraiya displayed an expression of utter exhaustion. How could the usually carefree Jiraiya exhibit such a dispirited demeanor? Could it be that he had been unceremoniously humbled by the prowess of the younger generation? Noting Jiraiya's apparent melancholy, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly before she playfully teased him. Indeed, I find myself somewhat disheartened. What an exemplary young man he is. Reflecting on my encounter with Hyuga, I suddenly recalled an important detail. Apart from the final explosion of the explosive tag, Ryudo did not move an inch. Conversely, I, as his senior, was repeatedly compelled to evade his advances. Upon this realization, the previously casual demeanor of Jiraiya shifted to one of solemnity. Tsunade, what is it? I suspect that this Hyuga strength is nearing that of the first Hokage. What? Impossible. I am well aware of my grandfather's immense power. This young man, Ryudo, may indeed hold the potential to reach that height in the future, but for now, it is utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing Jiraiya's evaluation of Ryudo, Tsunade, who had maintained a calm expression, was instantly stirred with emotion. Understanding Tsunade's sentiments, Jiraiya could not help but let out a resigned sigh. I merely suggested that his strength might be approaching that of the first Hokage. It is a speculation, albeit uncertain. Why do you say that? Do you doubt your ability to defeat him? Hearing Jiraiya reiterate that it was merely a hypothesis, Tsunade's astonishment became evident. This matter remains unconfirmed. Gazing at Tsunade, who appeared to have visibly relaxed, Jiraiya adopted a grave expression. I must inform you of something. What is it? In the earlier exchange, he did not shift his position even once. Rather, I found myself in a state of utter disarray as I evaded his attacks. Could it be that you were forced into sage mode? No. Observing Tsunade relax once more, a bittersweet expression crossed Jiraiya's face. However, after such a lengthy confrontation, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. As Tsunade stood there, momentarily taken aback, Jiraiya's bitter demeanor deepened. I suspect that what transpired earlier was merely a warm-up for him. Are you certain? Upon hearing Jiraiya's conjecture, Tsunade's expression turned serious. I am certain. His demeanor was exuberant, clearly eager for a proper fight with me. Reflecting on Hyuga Ryudo's attempts to provoke him, Jiraiya's expression became somewhat awkward. Such a conspicuous reaction did not go unnoticed by Tsunade, who regarded him with a thoughtful gaze. Murmuring to herself, this led her to utter words that left Jiraiya in a state of vexation. If that is the case, we must ensure he remains occupied. Otherwise, if he has too much idle time, he may cause trouble in the village. Chapter 108. Jiraiya indeed went to inquire about the name at Miyaboka Mountain. After parting ways with Tsunade, Jiraiya found himself here. Faced with Jiraiya's sudden appearance, the myriad toads of Miyaboka Mountain were filled with curiosity. It is quite late. Young Jiraiya, do you have urgent business? Indeed. Sage Shima, I have pressing matters and must see the great Sage Toad. Upon facing the inquiry from Sage Jiraiya, the expression of Jiraiya turned grave as he nodded solemnly. However, before Sage Jiraiya could elaborate on the matter, the great Toad Sage interjected, allowing young Jiraiya to enter. Without waiting for an explanation, the great Toad Sage's voice resonated unexpectedly. Upon hearing the great Toad Sage speak, Sage Jiraiya and the other toads promptly fell silent. Subsequently, with permission granted, Jiraiya approached the abode of the great Toad Sage. Gazing at the still drowsy great Toad Sage, Jiraiya opened his mouth, uncertain of how to voice the questions that lingered in his heart. His indecisiveness, however, immediately incited the ire of Sage Jiraiya, who exclaimed, Young Jiraiya, ask your question without delay. Do not dally and disturb the great Toad Sage's rest. Indeed, ask swiftly. Before long, the great Toad Sage shall drift off again. Though Sage Shimizu's tone was less fierce than Sage Jiraiya's, it nonetheless conveyed a sense of urgency. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all present toads, Jiraiya felt an immense pressure at that moment. After all, the inquiries he wished to make were exceedingly difficult to articulate. Seemingly perceiving Jiraiya's predicament, Sage Shimizu and Sage Jiraiya exchanged glances and promptly gestured for the other toads to depart. All right, young Jiraiya, they have left. You may now pose your question. Observing that the other toads had vacated, Sage Shimizu once again urged him. May I inquire, great Toad Sage, is your name indeed Toadmaru? Nonsense. Young Jiraiya, have you lost your mind? To address our esteemed elders so directly? Do you not perceive the rudeness of your actions? As he rebuked Jiraiya, the irate Sage Jiraiya leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulder and began to furiously pat his head. Watching Jiraiya apologize while covering his head, Sage Shimizu could not help but feel exasperated. Good heavens, this is hardly the crux of the matter. If that is not the crux, then what is? To dare call the elder by name. I fear young Jiraiya has become rather presumptuous. Upon hearing his partner's retort, Sage Jiraiya, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, ceased his head patting and turned to shout at Sage Shimizu. Faced with the fierce reprimand from his partner, more lines of exasperation appeared on Sage Shimizu's forehead. Goodness, should not the real issue be why young Jiraiya knows the elder's name? That indeed seems pertinent. Prompted by Sage Shimizu's articulate reminder, Sage Jiraiya, who had been irate, finally grasped the situation. Indeed, young Jiraiya, how did you come to know the elder's name? We have never mentioned it to you. It was a young man from Konoha, merely 14 years of age, who informed me. Gazing at the now composed Shima Sage, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief and solemnly explained, Chapter 109. The unusual behavior of the great Toad Sage. A mere 14-year-old from Konoha? How can this be possible? The name of our forebear should be known to no human being at this point. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the sage perched upon his shoulder, Shima, immediately exclaimed in a sharp voice, Impossible. Meanwhile, the sage Fukasaku, although less dramatic than Shima, nodded in agreement. Indeed, since the passing of the Sage of Six Paths, our forebear has remained in seclusion. No human should still be aware of his name. As the gravity of the situation deepened for the trio, the usually silent great Toad Sage suddenly spoke up. Young Jiraiya, what is the name of this human? In response to the great Toad Sage's inquiry, Jiraiya, invigorated by the sage's direct question, respectfully replied, That individual who divulged the Great Toad Sage's name to me is called Hinata Miryuu. Upon hearing the name, the Great Toad Sage, who had appeared drowsy moments before, erupted with an unparalleled aura of authority. Hinata, is that the clan with the Byakugan? Yes, Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya, taken aback by the overwhelming response from the Great Toad Sage, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. While the sage's reaction filled Jiraiya with anticipation, it simultaneously instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. Initially, Jiraiya was merely aware that the Great Toad Sage possessed the ability to foresee the future. However, he now gained a more vivid understanding of the sage's true might. Observing the Great Toad Sage's expression shift from astonishment to contemplation, Jiraiya was enveloped by an indescribable shock, accompanied by an equally perplexing curiosity. What could possibly evoke such a reaction from a sage of such formidable strength? Who could it be that incited such astonishment? Regrettably, the Great Toad Sage would not provide answers to Jiraiya's unspoken questions. Concealing his astonishment and uncertainty, the Great Toad Sage once again addressed Jiraiya. Young Jiraiya, are you certain this Hinata Miryuu possesses the Byakugan? Of course. Every member of the Hyuga clan possesses the Byakugan. Why do you ask? It is nothing. I merely wish to confirm whether the individual you mentioned is the one I am familiar with, the Great Toad Sage replied. Exhaling a sigh of relief and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his demeanor noticeably easing. In light of the Great Toad Sage's exaggerated reaction, not only was Jiraiya taken aback, but the two other Toad Sages were equally astonished. What manner of being is our forebear that causes you such anxiety? They exclaimed. Indeed. Does such a powerful presence still exist within the ninja world? It is perhaps best that you remain unaware of his affairs. At my age, I can scarcely endure his antics any longer. Faced with the astonished inquiries of a certain individual and two frogs, the Great Toad Sage waved his webbed hand, signaling his reluctance to divulge any further details. Gazing at the Great Toad Sage, who had closed his eyes in apparent disinterest, Jiraiya found himself plagued by even more questions. Ultimately resigning himself to depart, he understood that he could extract no additional answers from the Great Toad Sage. Chapter 110. The poor Jiraiya is once again provoked by Yulong. The peculiar demeanor of the Great Toad Sage left Jiraiya's journey to Mount Maiboku not only unanswered, but also brimming with even more questions. Was the prophecy spoken by Hinata Yulong truly authentic? Who was this enigmatic being that even the Great Toad Sage regarded with trepidation? With a heart heavy with uncertainty yet devoid of solutions, Jiraiya's mind was in utter disarray. Casting his gaze into the distance, Jiraiya's countenance suddenly transformed into one of astonishment. Hinata Yulong? Following a brief, incredulous exclamation, Jiraiya regained his composure, his mind rapidly formulating a resolution. He leapt to Yulong's side and, upon meeting Yulong's gaze, spoke candidly. Shall we have a chat? Hey, Lord Jiraiya, that's a bit much. During the day, I was so proactive, yet you chose to remain silent. Now that the night has fallen, you suddenly appear and express a desire to converse. As a single man, can you not empathize with the feelings of someone like me who is married? You little rascal, this is quite excessive. Confronted with Yulong's sarcastic reproach, Jiraiya felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is this even a reasonable statement? What does it mean to say I am a single man? Shouldn't it be the single man who criticizes the one who is married? Why is it that in this instance, I find myself on the receiving end of such accusations? Jiraiya, feeling deeply aggrieved, was driven to the brink of exasperation. Unfortunately, against Yulong's verbal prowess, surpassing even that of Naruto, Jiraiya was merely courting futility. In response to Jiraiya's bewilderment and inquiries, Yulong rolled his eyes with palpable disdain. Excessive. That sentiment should be directed towards me. It is late, and I am on the verge of retiring for the evening, yet you unexpectedly materialize, proclaiming a desire to converse. What is there to discuss at this hour? Could we not postpone our dialogue until tomorrow? Must you encroach upon my rest? Excessive. You are the one being excessive. Jiraiya, after receiving an unceremonious reprimand, watched as Yulong took Hinata's hand and turned to depart. I'm leaving. Aki, staying up late is detrimental to a girl's complexion. You ought to return to your rest. I understand, Yulong. Jiraiya, standing there in a daze as Yulong turned away without a hint of regard, felt utterly bewildered. How infuriating. I am, after all, one of the legendary Sannin, the illustrious Jiraiya. Such treatment towards me seems rather excessive, doesn't it? If you are dissatisfied, I could certainly be even more unreasonable. Just express your wishes, and I shall comply immediately. In response to Jiraiya's loud outburst, the teasing voice of Yulong wafted in with the wind. This infuriating behavior left Jiraiya, still reeling from his previous anger, in a state of utter disarray. Throughout his long life, he had never encountered a child as insufferable as Yulong. Were it not for the uncertainty of the outcome, Jiraiya would have rushed forward to pin Hinata Yulong to the ground. Alas, such a gratifying act remained a mere thought in his mind. After all, if a brawl were to ensue, who would truly dominate the other was an uncertain matter. Chapter 111. The journey of Yulong's clones and the trail of Orochimaru. While the true Yulong indulged in a hard-earned vacation, his clone, accompanied by Kimimaro and Raiga, appeared on the mother island of the Land of Water. Observing the evident anxiety in the expressions of the islanders, questions arose in the minds of the trio. After a brief inquiry, they learned from the islanders about the sightings of a sea demon, with an intent to uncover the truth. Yulong directly summoned the power of the Rinnegan. In an instant, the might of the Rinnegan surged forth, revealing everything around them. Orochimaru truly is a source of constant worry. Were it not for his peculiar fate, I would eliminate him right now. Gaining knowledge of the truth through the Rinnegan. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Yulong's eyes. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Kimamaro's expression shifted to one of complexity. Lord Sage, is the so-called sea demon the handiwork of Orochimaru? Indeed. Furthermore, he is currently on a nearby island. Lord Sage, might I trouble you to take me to see him? Upon learning that Orochimaru was nearby, Kimimaro immediately requested Yulong, his eyes reflecting a tangled mix of emotions. This request, however, incited the ire of Raiga. Hey, Kimimaro, you aren't contemplating betraying Lord Sage and returning to Orochimaru, are you? Don't speak nonsense. How could I possibly betray Lord Sage and return to Orochimaru? In the face of Raiga's inquiry, Kimimaro promptly retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yet, this rebuttal only prompted further questioning from Raiga. If you have no intention of betraying Lord Sage, you should not make such an impudent request. Enough. Let us not ruin our camaraderie over trivial matters. I intend to visit Orochimaru, whether you mention it or not. Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two, a playful smile crept across Yulong's face. After a lengthy journey, it seemed a delightful choice to tease Orochimaru. Kimimaro, Raiga, with a tone laced with amusement. Yulong set forth with the two companions towards the nearby Ghost Island. The moment Yulong set foot on Ghost Island, he once again showcased the formidable power of his reincarnation eye, as if he had entered his own backyard. Accompanied by Kimimaro and Raiga, Yulong advanced directly towards the location of Orochimaru. Such an audacious intrusion did not go unnoticed, and soon, as they approached Orochimaru and his associates, they were spotted by the island's inhabitants. Confident in his abilities, a ninja named Kai, after a bout of taunts, charged at the trio. Observing the oblivious Kai, Yulong did not even glance in his direction and continued deeper into the passage. Kimimaro, be swift. Remember, do not kill him. He is meant for others to toy with. Understood, Lord Nosen. Bastard. What did you say? With Kai collapsing to the ground, his previously enraged voice abruptly ceased. As Yulong and his companions continued on without pause, the fallen Kai was left with nothing but fear in his eyes. Who are they? How did they appear here without warning? Overwhelmed by such questions, Kai succumbed to his terror and fainted. Chapter 112. Farewell to Orochimaru and Sasuke. It has been a while, Orochimaru. Oh, and the adorable little Sasuke. Stepping into the room where Orochimaru and his companions resided, Yulong greeted them with an air of curiosity. It's you, bastard. Who are you? How did you get in here? The sudden appearance of Yulong elicited varying reactions from Orochimaru and the others. As Kimimaro revealed himself, their astonishment escalated to an even more incredible level. Kimimaro, you're still alive. Indeed, I am alive, which seems to surprise you, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro's seemingly respectful response was laced with an unusual tone, unnoticed by the overly excited Orochimaru, who stood up in his exhilaration. Surprising. Indeed. Kimimaro, return to my side. I desperately need your assistance. However, I no longer require your help. What? Humph. Are you foolish? He clearly belongs to that Nosen now. Observing Orochimaru's incredulous expression, Sasuke could not help but exhibit signs of impatience. This impatience jolted Orochimaru back to reality. Kimimaro, are you betraying me? Have you forgotten your initial vow? That was merely a pledge made when I was swayed by your influence. It is now void. Without hesitation, Kimimaro responded to Orochimaru's cold inquiry. This declaration caused Orochimaru's slit-like eyes to narrow sharply. Kimimaro. Hey, there should be limits to being ignored, Orochimaru. Ryulong interjected, his tone pausing momentarily before he spoke again. Is it that my impression on you has become rather shallow? Surely, someone like you should recognize your limits, for this is my territory. With a palpable sense of neglect, Tianji bellowed indignantly. Junmaru, quiet him down. Yes, Lord N's son. What did you say? Do you dare to look down upon me? I shall make you, a thud. With Tianji collapsing into unconsciousness, the previously frantic outcry abruptly ceased, vanishing in an instant. Such swift action caused Sasuke's eyes to widen in astonishment. What remarkable agility. How about I become your opponent? Sasuke, do not act recklessly. With your current abilities, you are far from being Junmaru's match. Upon witnessing Sasuke's audacious attempt to confront Junmaru, Orochimaru promptly intervened. Regrettably, such intervention only sparked Sasuke's irritation and defiance. This matter does not require your oversight. Whether I can prevail will only be revealed in battle. With an arrogant retort, Sasuke unsheathed his sword. However, before he could commence his display, Yulong, who could no longer bear to watch, intervened swiftly. With a mere thought, he appeared before Sasuke, offering no chance for resistance and swiftly incapacitating him with a single strike. Observing Sasuke crumple to the ground, Yulong couldn't help but smirk in dissatisfaction. His own prowess had not significantly increased, yet his ability to show off had certainly surpassed expectations. How utterly ridiculous! It was one thing to be inferior to his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha. It was another to lack even the flair for theatrics. It was a complete rout. Chapter 113. The Duel with Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha. You have encountered him. Upon hearing Yulong mention Itachi, Orochimaru, momentarily pulled from his fury, revealed an unmistakable look of astonishment. Indeed, his strength and presence far exceed that of this little darling, Sasuke. As he observed the shifting expressions on Orochimaru's face, Yulong's amusement deepened. After all, Orochimaru should be quite familiar with this sentiment. What advantage do you gain by provoking me repeatedly? Gazing at the utterly detestable grin before him, Orochimaru felt his patience fraying. Seemingly intent on inciting Orochimaru's ire, Yulong leaned in closer, wearing a mocking expression. Oh, there are indeed benefits. Although I find it inconvenient to kill you, I derive great pleasure from toying with you. Damn you, do you truly believe you can slay me? The air filled with murderous intent as Orochimaru's furious roar echoed, and countless summoning snakes surged forth from his mouth, lunging relentlessly at Yulong's taunting visage. Yet, Yulong remained entirely unfazed by Orochimaru's assault. On the face adorned with a mocking expression, there was not a trace of panic. Instead, a playful demeanor was once again revealed. Rebirth's reprimand. Accompanied by Yulong's somewhat teasing voice, a formidable repulsive force not only sent the summoned serpents crashing away, but also propelled the colossal Orochimaru into the air. The ground rumbled ominously. It seems I've gone too far. Observing the impending collapse of the underground base, Yulong could not help but display a hint of embarrassment. Lord Agricultural Immortal. Let's get out first. With a mere thought, he summoned Junma Lu and the others to his side before decisively charging forth. Witnessing the debris, utterly obliterated by Yulong's repulsion, Sasuke, who was slowly regaining consciousness, could not suppress a surge of disbelief in his eyes. Ahaha, how awkward. I merely intended to have a bit of fun, and it seems I've caused a collapse. I hope the already frail Orochimaru doesn't get crushed. After forcefully breaking free from the underground base of Ghost World Island, the embarrassment on Yulong's face was undeniable. However, no sooner had his words faded than a sharp sword erupted from the earth with blinding speed. Aimed directly at Yulong, suspended in midair. Gazing at the swiftly approaching Kusanagi sword, Yulong, who had just been wearing an embarrassed expression, once again revealed a playful countenance. Hee, just teasing you. I am well aware of your condition. Concentrating the immense repulsive force before him, the Kusanagi sword, which was poised to strike Yulong, was abruptly halted in its tracks. As Orochimaru finally emerged from the earth, a smirk crept across Yulong's face as he snorted coldly, unleashing his mental prowess alongside an even more formidable repulsion. In an instant, a chilling scream echoed from Orochimaru below. Meanwhile, the Kusanagi sword, which had been at a standstill, suddenly pivoted and lunged toward its original master, Orochimaru. Chapter 114. The transformation of Yamada no Orochi. A faint sound of air being sliced echoed as Orochimaru, who had just endured Yulong's mental assault, was abruptly pierced through the body by his own Kusanagi sword. Just as his pitiful screams subsided, he could not bear the sudden onslaught of pain and cried out once more, "TSK, TSK." Orochimaru. Who would have thought that one who has relentlessly pursued the truth would scream so wretchedly? Again, before the mocking words could fully dissipate, Yulong, with a playful glint in his eye, waved his hand once more, summoning the Kusanagi sword, which had been embedded in the ground, back into the air. Caught off guard by the angle, Orochimaru was swiftly struck, losing an arm to the soaring sword. A heart-wrenching scream erupted once again. Driven to desperation by Yulong, Orochimaru resorted to his ultimate technique, the transformation of Yamada no Orochi. In an instant, a terrifying serpent's roar resounded. The humanoid form of Orochimaru, still somewhat discernible, underwent a bewildering expansion, transforming into a colossal 8-headed serpent. Gazing upon the utterly transformed figure of Orochimaru, now devoid of any human semblance and fully serpentine, Sasuke and his companions stood momentarily dumbfounded. "Hiss, you have forced me to this extreme. Agrarian sage, I, Orochimaru, shall not relent until our fates are intertwined." Roaring, as he beheld the floating dragon sovereign, now embodied as the 8-headed serpent, Orochimaru, after unleashing a venomous roar of resentment, chose to strike with his fangs. A terrifying sound of slicing air echoed as the massive serpentine head, which had not been far off, suddenly loomed before the dragon sovereign. Alas, this seemingly fearsome spectacle failed to intimidate the dragon sovereign, instead inciting further mockery from him. Relentless until the end. "Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Before the scornful words had fully escaped his lips, the dragon sovereign fortified the repulsive force before him, halting the advancing giant serpent's head in its tracks, rendering it unable to proceed further. As Orochimaru, now the 8-headed serpent, prepared to command additional serpent heads to assault him, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the dragon sovereign, prompting a swift response. Suddenly, the figure of the dragon sovereign blurred, and upon regaining clarity, he had transformed into a being with 8 arms. This astonishing metamorphosis rendered Sasuke and his companions, who had been tense with anxiety, utterly speechless. Even Orochimaru, who had been consumed by rage, found himself momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene. Nevertheless, Orochimaru's resolute will enabled him to recover quickly, and he launched another offensive. Regrettably, even this fleeting moment of distraction proved catastrophic for Orochimaru. "Allow me to help you regain your composure, Orochimaru. The world shall be reshaped, glacial dominion." The 8 ethereal arms simultaneously formed seals, and the once clear sky was swiftly engulfed by ominous clouds, accompanied by the chilling voice of the dragon sovereign. The very fabric of reality unleashed an unimaginable and terrifying blizzard. In a mere instant, the parched, snowless ground was transformed, giving rise to a monstrous iceberg. As the surrounding waters froze solid, all who bore witness were left in a state of utter astonishment. What kind of power is this? Such strength, can it truly belong to a mere mortal? Observing the 8-headed serpent, now completely concealed beneath the glacier, Sasuke could not help but murmur in fear. He had never conceived that such an appalling force could exist in this world. Chapter 115. Sasuke's Awakening, Orochimaru's Frustration. Are you truly astonished? If such power leaves you in disbelief, you might as well abandon hope of avenging Itachi. With a smirk gracing his lips, the dragon sovereign addressed the incredulous Sasuke, reiterating sentiments that left Sasuke in a stupor. For if such power were insufficient to vanquish Itachi, how could one possibly prevail? How could this be possible? The terrifying implication plunged the already bewildered Sasuke into a state of despair. He could scarcely fathom that if even this extraordinary power could not slay Itachi, what hope remained for him? Faced with Sasuke's momentary inability to accept this grim reality, the dragon sovereign's smile broadened even further. Strive onward, Sasuke. Orochimaru is an excellent teacher. He will impart a wealth of knowledge to you. Orochimaru, how is that possible? Upon hearing Yulong's words, Sasuke, who had just been roused from slumber by Yulong, fell into a state of stupor once more. I was counting on him to help you grow stronger. How could he truly kill him? Gazing at the incredulous Sasuke, Yulong, who had levitated him to the Mother Island, spoke again. Keep it up, little Sasuke. Once the affairs of the ninja world are resolved, I shall present you with a grand gift. Brother Yulong, as he observed the gradually fading figure of Yulong, Sasuke felt a slight dampness at the corner of his eyes. In that moment, he finally discerned the identity of this enigmatic figure who had frequently appeared before him. Perhaps his way of expressing concern was rather unique. Yet Sasuke still felt a profound warmth. Rest assured, Brother Yulong, to avoid disappointing you, I shall strive with all my might. Wiping away the tears from his eyes, Sasuke murmured resolutely to himself, Master and son, where shall we head next? Observing Sasuke, who had been safely returned to the ground by Yulong, Rhea, beside him, inquired. Of course, we shall continue our journey. After all, it is through travel that we can witness the truest facets of this world. His gaze sweeping over the icebergs that had begun to crack, Yulong's lips curled into a smile once more. Subsequently, Yulong turned his attention away from the collapsing icebergs, taking to the skies with Kimimaro and Rhea. As the silhouettes of the three vanished into the heavens, the completely collapsed iceberg revealed the lifeless body of Yamada no Orochi, devoid of any breath. However, Orochimaru was indeed no ordinary adversary. As the corpse of Yamada no Orochi emerged, the fortunate survivor, Orochimaru, burst forth from the remains. Surveying the icy landscape around him, Orochimaru displayed a look of deep resentment. Who is this wretched fellow? Why must they treat me this way every single time? Unconsciously rubbing his smooth form, feeling an itch in his nose, Orochimaru suddenly erupted into sneezes. Achoo! Achoo! That accursed scoundrel! Achoo! Achoo! How dare they! As he muttered his fragmented complaints while stepping out from the corpse of Yamada no Orochi, Orochimaru suddenly felt his footing slip, causing him to involuntarily tumble down the iceberg. A mournful scream echoed once more as the unfortunate Orochimaru rolled down to the very bottom of the iceberg. Gazing at the perpetually icy scenery before him, Orochimaru, completely drained of his last vestiges of chakra by Yulong, found himself driven to the brink of madness. That damned son, I, Orochimaru, shall seek vengeance for this humiliation, sooner or later. Chapter 116. Orochimaru's embarrassment, Naruto's astonishment in the desolate icy expanse. Sasuke hurriedly approached Orochimaru, only to find the sight rather hard on the eyes. Orochimaru, devoid of any covering, brazenly traversed the icy terrain. Thinking of his inherently mischievous brother Yulong, Sasuke's lips involuntarily twitched. Hurry and put something on. This is so embarrassing. That detestable son. How dare he humiliate me like this? Do not grant me an opportunity, lest I slice you into pieces. With a hint of irritation, Orochimaru caught the garments thrown at him by Sasuke, simultaneously donning them while vowing in anger. Regrettably, such proclamations only served to render Sasuke's expression even more peculiar. Given the current scenario, it seemed that capturing the elusive Yulong would prove to be an arduous task for Orochimaru. He appeared to comprehend that his words were, in part, an attempt to mask his own embarrassment. Once fully dressed, Orochimaru swiftly opted to change the subject. By the way, this farmer sage seems to know you. Could he possibly be from Konoha? I encountered him during a mission while I was still in Konoha. However, his true identity remains a mystery. Under the intense scrutiny of Orochimaru's gaze, Sasuke maintained a stoic demeanor as he provided his response. Although he was well aware of the farmer sage's identity, he was not foolish enough to divulge it. After all, if Yulong wished to conceal his true self, Sasuke would naturally refrain from betraying him. Ignoring Orochimaru's unwavering gaze, Sasuke resolutely turned to depart. Observing Sasuke's decisive retreat, a now composed Orochimaru's eyes flickered with intrigue, while he remained uncertain of the farmer sage's identity. One thing was clear. Sasuke undoubtedly knew the truth, and this individual was certainly not Itachi Uchiha. Given Sasuke's animosity towards Itachi, had they truly met, he would not have exhibited such calmness. However, if the enigmatic farmer sage was not Itachi, then who could he be? As he watched Sasuke's figure recede into the distance, Orochimaru was filled with perplexity. On the island of the Land of Water, the four companions of Mitarashi Anko gazed in astonishment at the unmelted iceberg before them. Having listened to the islanders' tales, an 8-headed white serpent, a colossal iceberg appearing in an instant. How could this be possible? Hey kid, if you don't believe me, that's your problem. I saw it with my own eyes. The islander, disgruntled by the yellow-haired boy's incredulous exclamations, was quickly placated by the swift intervention of the other three companions, averting a potential argument. Observing the irate islander depart, Naruto, held back by Ino and Shino, voiced his displeasure. That guy was just spouting nonsense. Why are you dragging me into this? What he said was the truth. As Naruto's face contorted with anger and confusion, Mitarashi Anko turned to the iceberg, her expression grave. How could this be? Is there truly an eight-headed serpent in this world? Moreover, the sudden appearance of an iceberg is simply too far-fetched. Witnessing Anko's incredulity, Naruto wore an expression of utter disbelief. However, this look was swiftly frozen as Anko spoke again. Nothing is impossible. The so-called eight-headed giant serpent is likely Orochimaru. Chapter 117. Speculations and concerns. What? Teacher, are you certain? Upon hearing Mitarashi Anko state that the eight-headed serpent is Orochimaru, Naruto's expression instantly transformed with excitement. It cannot be mistaken. The eight-headed serpent, the only one I know of, is Orochimaru's Yamata no Orochi. Understanding Naruto's emotions, Mitarashi Anko, equally stirred, felt compelled to elaborate. That iceberg imprisoning the giant serpent likely emerged from a battle between Orochimaru and a mysterious powerful entity, resulting in such a phenomenon. As Anko contemplated the iceberg before them, a grave expression etched itself across her face. After all, the enormity of the iceberg is simply astonishing. If it were indeed man-made, the individual responsible would be exceedingly terrifying. In contrast to Anko's serious demeanor, Naruto's anxiety manifested in a completely different manner. The notion that the glacier could be a consequence of Orochimaru's battle filled him with urgency. If Orochimaru is engaged in combat with someone, then what about Sasuke? Such a scale of ninjutsu. If Sasuke were truly within its vicinity, it would be nearly impossible for him to survive. Although aware that this statement was painful, Anko unhesitatingly voiced her speculation. Sasuke. Without waiting for Anko to finish her sentence, a worried Naruto dashed towards the distant iceberg. Witnessing this scene, Anko and her companions immediately wore expressions of concern and hurried after Naruto. Naruto, don't act impulsively. Even if something has happened to Sasuke, rushing to rescue him now would be futile. How can I know without trying? If Sasuke is indeed trapped, he must be in dire need of my assistance. In response to Anko's advice, Naruto retorted vehemently, his anxiety palpable. Aware that her counsel was ineffectual, Anko decided to abandon her attempts at persuasion and instead followed Naruto towards the heart of the iceberg. After a frantic sprint, the quartet finally arrived at the core of the glacier. Gazing upon the collapsed iceberg and the exposed Yamata no Orochi, they were momentarily taken aback. This is it truly is Yamata no Orochi. However, it seems Orochimaru has not perished, but rather managed to escape. Leaping onto the corpse of the eight-headed serpent for a closer inspection, Anko promptly shared her deductions, which immediately provoked Naruto's anxious inquiries. Teacher, where is Sasuke? Is he alright? This matter remains uncertain. However, Naruto, I advise you to brace yourself for the worst. Observing Naruto's anxious countenance, Anko's expression was heavy with gravity. Based on the situation at hand, it appears that Orochimaru likely departed on his own. What? Teacher, can you be certain? In response to Anko's warning, Naruto's already troubled heart sank once more. Aside from our footprints, there exists only a single trail of departing prints, presumably belonging to Orochimaru. Judging by the impressions left on the ground, it is apparent that Orochimaru left in quite a disheveled state. Nevertheless, the solitary fact of his departure weighs heavily on Mitarashi Anko's heart. I refuse to believe it. I must pursue that scoundrel Orochimaru and ascertain whether Sasuke is still alive. Although Naruto has already grasped certain truths under Anko's guidance, he is unable to accept this reality and, as always, opts for the most impulsive course of action. He charges ahead, following the trail left by Orochimaru. Chapter 118. A failed pursuit. Don't be reckless, Naruto. If we encounter Orochimaru, we will be no match for him. In a state of panic, Ino watches as Naruto recklessly pursues the trail without regard for the consequences. Unfortunately for Ino, whose sole desire is to find Sasuke, such warnings fall on deaf ears. Faced with this dire situation, an anxious Ino turns to Anko for assistance, hoping that as the leader, Anko will intervene to halt Naruto's impulsive actions. Regrettably, Ino's hopes are dashed, for Anko not only refrains from stopping Naruto, but also joins him in the pursuit. Such an unreliable course of action nearly causes Ino to choke on her frustration. However, lamenting the situation is futile, and despite her reluctance, Ino grits her teeth and chooses to follow Naruto and the others. Relentlessly they chase on, and the group of 4 eventually reaches a point where the footprints change. Someone has met with Orochimaru. The prints are small, not a woman, but likely someone of a similar age to them. Sasuke. In response to Anko's deduction, Naruto, who had been anxious, suddenly displays a glimmer of hope across his face. Don't rejoice too soon. Even if it is indeed Sasuke, we may not possess the strength to bring him back. Anko, observing Naruto's hopeful expression, does not hesitate to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. How can one discern the truth without attempting it? Gazing at the hesitant Anko, Naruto pauses momentarily but unexpectedly breaks into a smile. Moreover, even if we cannot bring him back this time, it matters not. As long as we can confirm his safety, that is more important than anything else. Humph. Well said. In that case, let us continue our pursuit. Witnessing Naruto's smile, Anko's face softens into a look of relief. She then refrains from further comment and strides forward, leading the other 3 in their chase. However, this pursuit is evidently in vain. Despite their efforts, the ultimate outcome is merely a futile exercise in futility. As they gaze upon the icy expanse that has reached its end, along with the placid surface of the sea, the 4 who have been relentlessly chasing suddenly fall silent. Without the guidance of footprints, attempting to locate their quarry amidst this boundless ocean is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Naruto, filled with resentment and gnashing his teeth in frustration, collapsed onto the icy surface, striking forcefully at the layer beneath him. Regrettably, the location he chose for his lamentation was evidently misguided. Consequently, as Naruto's fist crashed down upon the ice, the merging layer beneath him shattered in an instant. Observing the sudden fracturing of the ice and Ino's outcry, Naruto, who had initially harbored some regret, now bore an expression of embarrassment. Alas, no matter how awkward Naruto felt, it could not alter the fact that Ino, standing nearby, had been provoked to anger. Swiftly darting to Naruto's side with a furious countenance, Ino wasted no time in delivering a sharp headbutt. As Naruto clutched his head in pain and repeatedly apologized under Ino's reprimand, Akamichi Arka, who had felt a twinge of disappointment, couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was best not to find what they sought? This thought flickered through her mind, and feeling her spirits lift, Arka called out to signal everyone to return to their home island. After all, their true objective this time was to complete a mission. Now that their pursuit of Orochimaru had failed, it was time to attend to the tasks they were originally meant to undertake. Chapter 119. The task of caring for children. As Arka and her companions busied themselves with their mission, Wairi, who had enjoyed a brief respite of 2 days, was once again conscripted by Tsunade. Wairi, this is my dear friend, the distinguished jeweler Kunis, Tsunade announced as Wairi entered her office. And Kunis, this is the high GA Wairi I mentioned earlier, one of Konoha's pillars. Hello. Although unsure of Tsunade's intentions, Wairi greeted Kunis politely. Seemingly pleased with Wairi's composed demeanor, Kunis stepped forward and grasped his hands. Greetings. My son, KKY, is quite curious about ninjas and has been clamoring to witness them firsthand. Therefore, I kindly request that you spare a day to indulge his curiosity. I hadn't intended to trouble you, Tsunade interjected, concerned that Wairi might decline, but it seems everyone else is unavailable, so I must ask for your assistance. Not a problem. If there are any simple tasks in the village, feel free to assign them to me as well, Wairi replied, observing the small child who was incessantly sniffling and shouting about ninjas. Haha, just as I expected from you, Wairi. Please take care of these minor tasks as well, Tsunade exclaimed, her previous worries dissipating as she handed Wairi a stack of pre-prepared missions. Is this all? Wairi asked, a look of surprise crossing his face as he received the task list from Tsunade. Is it insufficient? Gazing at the faces of Yulong and others, who seemed to disdain the lack of tasks, I could not help but display a look of astonishment. Naturally, it was insufficient. Since we are to undertake missions, why not tackle a few more at once? Would there be too many to complete? Observing Yulong's attempt to request additional tasks, a flicker of hesitation crossed Tsunade's countenance. Understanding her uncertainty, Yulong, with a slight smile, uttered words that illuminated Tsunade's expression. Did Lady Tsunade forget that I possess the shadow clone technique? Indeed, given your assertion, Yulong, I shall entrust you with all these tasks. In response to Yulong's reminder, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she promptly handed over the entire stack of task lists from the table. No problem. Leave it all to me, Yulong replied casually while swiftly perusing all the task lists. I have a general understanding of all the missions. If all goes according to plan, I shall have them completed by today. As he spoke again, Yulong, with a speed that left others astounded, conjured a multitude of clones. So how about it, handsome? Would you like to accompany one of me to witness the life of a ninja? Observing the dazed expression of Bang Jiu, Yulong could not suppress a knowing smile. I will go with you. After a moment of hesitation in response to Yulong's suggestive inquiry, Bang Jiu hastily made what he believed to be the most prudent choice. Chapter 120, Tsunade's Assessment. The Pillar of Konoha, not an issue. Let us proceed. I will show you the daily life of a ninja. A glint of mischievousness flickered in Yulong's eyes as he led the way, selected by Bang Jiu. Seeing Yulong depart, Bang Jiu anxiously followed. Wait for me. Hee. What a curious young man regarding ninjas, remarked another Yulong, watching Bang Jiu rush out. Indeed, you are quite cunning, allowing your clone to accompany Bang Jiu. Tsunade, observing the speaking Yulong, could not help but display a somewhat helpless expression. Fear not, Lady Tsunade. I assure you that the young gentleman will gain a comprehensive understanding of ninjas. Looking at the hesitating jeweler Kunizero, Yulong made his promise with conviction. Moreover, most importantly, I will ensure the safety of this young man. With a tone that appeared casual, Yulong waved farewell to Tsunade and the others as he turned to leave. What a reliable ninja, Kunizero remarked, feeling somewhat disingenuous as he watched the departing group of Yulong. Indeed, Hinata Yulong is one of the pillars of our Konoha village. Ignoring Kunizero's insincere words, Tsunade sighed once more. Pillar. It seems you mentioned this during the introduction earlier. Gazing at the contemplative expression on Tsunade's face, Kanjiro's tone inadvertently revealed a hint of unspoken doubt. Hee. Do you think there was an element of exaggeration in my earlier introduction? He inquired. To be honest, that is indeed the case. Observing the playful glimmer in Tsunade's demeanor, Kanjiro, after a brief hesitation, opted for candor. Such occurrences are not uncommon. After all, despite Ryulong's seemingly mature appearance, it does not alter the fact that he is still quite young. Upon seeing Kanjiro nod in agreement, Tsunade, momentarily pausing, uttered words that left Kanjiro in disbelief. Nevertheless, even so, it does not change the truth that he is a pillar of Konoha. Just as Tsunade firmly evaluated Ryulong, he commenced his task for the day. Accompanied by the chatty Bankyu, he arrived at the marsh that required cleaning. While continuing their conversation, Ryulong began to clear the littered swamp. Water release. Water vortex. After a series of hand seals that others could not comprehend, Ryulong swiftly executed the jutsu, conjuring a water vortex. In an instant, the previously tranquil marsh transformed into a terrifying whirlpool. The scattered debris, once chaotic, was immediately drawn towards the center of the vortex at an alarming speed. This astounding spectacle left Bankyu and his bodyguards utterly stunned. After a considerable time, as all the refuse was directed ashore under Ryulong's control, the previously dazed Bankyu finally emerged from his stupor. Ninja. Ryulong is truly remarkable. Ninja. Hee. Isn't it impressive? Ryulong, having finished clearing the marsh, inquired with a grin, observing the excitement radiating from Bankyu's eyes. Yes, so impressive. Ninja. Chapter 121. The ninja's bridge-building speed. It is not merely impressive. Noticing Bankyu's puzzled expression, Ryulong's face lit up with a hint of playful mischief. If someone gets trapped in the vortex I control and cannot evacuate in time, their fate is sealed, he added, with a serious tone, before suddenly making a comical face, pretending to be lifeless with his tongue out. The unexpected gesture startled Bankyu, who had been focused, causing him to yelp and scurry behind his bodyguards. Ryulong couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us proceed to our next task. Next task? Where to? With curiosity piqued, Bankyu hurried back to Ryulong's side after witnessing his hearty laughter. The next location is the Mokuya Bridge. Mokuya Bridge. What are we going there for? Upon catching up to Ryulong, Bankyu inquired with intrigue. The bridge is somewhat dilapidated and requires repairs. Seemingly unfazed by Bankyu's question, Ryulong patiently explained. However, such an explanation evidently did not satisfy Bankyu. Consequently, the discontented Banjiu immediately donned an expression of utter boredom, beginning to grumble. Isn't repairing bridges an exceedingly dull task? I have no desire to participate. That may not necessarily be the case. What do you mean by that? Isn't bridge construction all the same? I've seen it before. Observing the enigmatic expression that once again graced Yulong's face, Banjiu couldn't help but pout. Although he verbally expressed his reluctance, his feet, in stark contrast, faithfully followed Yulong. Understanding Banjiu's insincerity, Yulong chose not to expose it, instead continuing to tempt him with a cheerful demeanor. How could it possibly be the same? The speed at which ninjas repair bridges far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Faster than ordinary people? How much swifter can it be? In response to Yulong's boastfulness, Banjiu displayed a hint of skepticism. Hee, you shall soon find out. Once again shrouded in mystery, Yulong deftly shifted the topic. Unperturbed by this change, the somewhat oblivious Banjiu seamlessly continued the conversation. Moments later, the two, engaged in their idle chatter, finally arrived at a notably dilapidated wooden bridge. Gazing at the wooden sign inscribed with the words Muya Bridge, the Na'vi Banjiu suddenly recalled something. Muya Bridge? Yulong, I remember you just mentioned that bridge is Muya Bridge. Indeed. With a casual glance towards the woods behind, Yulong shrugged nonchalantly. Then let me witness the speed of a ninja's bridge construction. One day? Or two? Banjiu's face lit up with anticipation as he beheld the worn and lengthy wooden bridge before him. No problem. You will see it shortly. With a smile playing on his lips, Yulong sprang into action. Extending his right hand, he swiftly conjured a chakra surgical knife. Without acknowledging Banjiu's astonished exclamations, Yulong sprang into motion. In the blink of an eye, the previously motionless Yulong manifested numerous illusions of himself. With astonishing speed, he felled the towering trees behind him. Chapter 122. I wish to enlighten you on a matter paying no heed to the astonished Banjiu and others. Yulong, with his right hand transformed into a flurry of illusions, wielded his razor-sharp skills to turn the felled trees into bridge planks. Observing Yulong's remarkable ability to convert the trees into new bridge boards at a visible pace, Banjiu and the others were left in a state of sheer amazement. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The once dilapidated and precarious Muya Bridge had been rejuvenated. Approaching the still-dazed Banjiu, Yulong couldn't help but jest. So, what do you think, Banjiu? Is a ninja's bridge-building speed not swifter than that of an ordinary person? Yes. Yes. Ninja. Yulong. Ninjas are truly magnificent. Faced with Yulong's inquisitive smile, Banjiu finally snapped back to reality and eagerly nodded his head. At that moment, Banjiu's admiration for ninjas soared to new heights. However, Yulong's intentions were clearly not merely to inspire Banjiu's admiration. He had ulterior motives. Observing Banjiu's excited demeanor, Yulong's expression grew serious as he continued speaking. While being a ninja may seem impressive, it is equally arduous. Arduous? Of course. The remarkable feats you witness require relentless training from the ninjas. Noting Banjiu's evident confusion, Yulong nodded and earnestly explained. Relentless training? Can money not suffice? Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Banjiu, who had always believed that wealth was omnipotent, could not help but inquire with curiosity. Absolutely not. Yulong, initially serious in demeanor, now wore a bemused expression upon hearing Banjiu's question. Why? If I encounter a problem, I can resolve it with money. As he spoke of resolving issues with money, Banjiu instinctively pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, intending to toss it into the air and have the bodyguards nearby do his bidding, thereby proving that money could indeed solve all problems. However, Banjiu's intentions did not escape Yulong's keen perception. Before he could even release the money into the air, Yulong swiftly snatched the bundle away. Banjiu, who had just begun to display a smug expression, was left momentarily stunned. Oh, do you want money, Yulong? No, I merely want you to comprehend one thing. Yulong's expression turned grave as he regarded the bewildered Banjiu. Comprehend one thing? What is it? Although unsure of Yulong's intentions, Banjiu, undeterred by the loss of his cash, quickly produced more bills from his pocket, all the while wearing a proud smile. While I do not know what you wish for me to understand, I still firmly believe that money can solve all problems. Witnessing Banjiu's obstinacy, Yulong's eyes gleamed with determination as he once again seized the freshly produced money from Banjiu's hands. Is that so? What if I ask, do you have even more money? What are you doing? If you desire money, I can provide it. Just tell me how much you need. With a perplexed expression, Banjiu's demeanor began to shift towards displeasure. Chapter 123, Yulong's Reasoning. I will answer that question later. For now, tell me, do you have more money? Yulong's expression turned serious as he regarded the baffled Banjiu. Certainly, I have more. Hand over the money. Yes, young master. Upon hearing Banjio's response, a nearby suited bodyguard swiftly retrieved a box of cash. Unfortunately, before Banjio could revel in his pride, Yulong once again intervened and seized the entire box of money. Gazing at the now visibly terrified Banjio, Yulong once again posed the same question. Is there anything else? Is there nothing left? Banjio, who had initially been brimming with confidence, could not help but succumb to panic, utterly perplexed by Yulong's intentions. Regrettably, in response to his inquiry, the bodyguard responsible for handling the money uttered words that dashed Banjio's hopes. Young master, there is nothing left. How can this be? Upon hearing such a response, Banjio, feeling utterly disheartened, struggled to accept the outcome. Yet, in the face of Banjio's desolation, Yulong once again exchanged all the money back to him. Observing Banjio's bewildered expression, Yulong's demeanor turned serious. Banjio, what does it feel like to suddenly find yourself without money? A sense of loss and panic, isn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Banjio expressed his feelings. Upon hearing Banjio articulate such emotions, the previously stern Yulong broke into a smile. Indeed, that is precisely the feeling. Addressing the astonished Banjio, Yulong imparted words that would linger in Banjio's memory. Remember this, Banjio, no matter how much money one possesses, there will always come a time when it runs out. Money is an external force. However, the strength gained through diligent training belongs solely to you. It will not vanish simply because you find yourself impoverished. Banjio, gazing at Yulong with a look of confusion, appeared somewhat lost. Yet, this expression did not fluster Yulong. Noticing Banjio's continued bewilderment, Yulong swiftly moved, grasping Banjio and sprinting away. Throughout their hurried escape, Yulong paid no heed to Banjio's terror and cries, focusing solely on propelling them forward. Within moments, he effortlessly evaded Banjio's bodyguards. Where are you taking me? Banjio, overwhelmed by the rushing wind and his own anxiety, shouted once more. In response to his cries, Yulong replied with a tone laced with mirth. To a place where you can gain clarity. Please, don't act recklessly. If you want money, I can give you some. Just tell me the amount. Huh, just give it to him, and see if he will accept your money. As they approached a colossal wild boar, Yulong, with a playful grin, tossed Banjio in front of the beast. He then swiftly concealed himself with lightning speed. Watching Banjio, who was now terrified, shouting and attempting to flee from the boar, Yulong couldn't help but wear a mischievous smile. Just as the enraged boar was about to charge at Banjio, Yulong intervened at the last possible second, whisking Banjio away. Without pause, Yulong struck again, bringing the massive boar, comparable to a small mountain, crashing to the ground. As he placed the still-shaken Banjio back on the ground, Yulong wore an amused expression. So, do you still believe that money is omnipotent? Chapter 124. Selfishness is instinct at the border of Konoha. As he gazed at the receding figures of Kunizuru and Kunihisa, a smile unconsciously spread across Yulong's face. It appears you have had quite the enjoyable time. Observing the upward curve of Yulong's lips, Tsunade couldn't help but tease him with a playful grin. To be precise, I take pleasure in correcting the misconceptions of the affluent. Frankly speaking, you hardly resemble a mere 14-year-old boy. You seem more akin to a weary elder. Tsunade marveled once again at Yulong's contented expression. Yet, in response to her astonishment, there was no hint of surprise on Yulong's face. What can I say? I am simply too exceptional. Is that your way of boasting? No, I merely speak the truth. Haha. Amidst their banter and laughter, the two turned and made their way into the depths of Konoha village. As Yulong beheld the still vibrant village, he too became introspective. To be honest, although I harbor no fondness for Shimura Danzo, I must admit that I resonate with some of his sentiments. Oh, what did he convey to you? A flicker of keen interest sparked in Tsunade's eyes as she inquired, maintaining her composure. Without the sacrifices of a few, how could the stability of the many be attained? Do you consider the other nations, who covet us, as non-existent? Observing the surprise etched on Tsunade's face, Yulong couldn't help but chuckle with ease. Though his methods were rather extreme, I still find merit in those two statements of his. Continuing to stride forward without pause, Yulong elaborated on his perspective. As the richest nation in the shinobi world, we were destined to be scrutinized from the very beginning. After all, humanity is inherently selfish. This includes our esteemed first Hokage. Your grandfather, Tsunade. Why do you assert that? In his time, grandfather sought to balance the power among the 5 great nations by equally distributing all tailed beasts. Though Tsunade was somewhat perplexed by Yulong's words, she bore no anger, for she knew he would provide a reasonable explanation. And indeed, Yulong did not disappoint her. Gazing at the unfazed Tsunade, Yulong's expression grew even more relaxed. The first Hokage's intentions were noble. He was indeed a kind-hearted man. However, this was merely a fade. In truth, the first Hokage harbored his own selfish desires. The choice of Konoha's location serves as evidence. Observing Tsunade's bewildered expression, Yulong sighed, continuing his explanation. Perhaps he harbored no selfish thoughts in his mind, but instinctively, he did. Instinct. Yes, instinct. The first Hokage aspired to establish a prosperous village where its inhabitants could thrive. Yet, such places are scarce. Everyone desires them. So what is to be done? Scrutinize. Seize. Engage in warfare. Though Yulong refrained from elaborating further, Tsunade had already grasped his meaning. Fully attuned to Tsunade's complex emotions, Yulong smiled with nonchalance once more. This is the instinct of life, devoid of right or wrong. Gazing at Tsunade, whose face once again exhibited a look of astonishment, Ryulong's countenance was awash with mirth. If the individual who founded the village years ago were you, you would undoubtedly choose a locale adorned with lush landscapes. After all, everyone yearns for a life of comfort. If you were to select a dwelling in the desert, it is quite likely that those who follow you would abandon you by the very next day. Huh, you are quite the jest. I am merely speaking the truth. Observing Tsunade's clouded expression dissipate, leading her to burst into laughter, Ryulong could not help but don a playful grin. Chapter 125. The Instinctual Choices of Life. Humph. You cheeky rascal. What audacity. If it were you, what would you do? After casting a fierce glare at Ryulong, Tsunade swiftly opted for a verbal retort. In response to her challenge, Ryulong's eyes twinkled with mischief. Since Lady Tsunade has posed such a question, I must first learn wood release, just like the first Hokage. You impudent child. What does being a leader have to do with mastering wood release? Tsunade, observing Ryulong's eyes darting about, could not help but feel both exasperated and amused as she chided him. Hee. Of course, it bears significance. The first Hokage, possessing wood release, squandered his innate talents. What do you mean by that? Tsunade, grappling with Ryulong's insistence, felt a pang of frustration. Hee. If the first Hokage had been willing to toil in planting trees, perhaps the ninja world would be devoid of deserts today. Have you lost your mind? Who would, without reason, endeavor to plant trees for the entirety of the ninja world? Tsunade bellowed, her lips twitching once more at Ryulong's nonchalance. Hee. Thus, I previously asserted that the first Hokage was, in fact, quite selfish. Gazing at the fuming Tsunade and the bewildered villagers of Konoha, Ryulong continued, his grin unfaltering. Yet, such an explanation instantaneously rendered Tsunade, who had been mildly irate, speechless once again. Hee. Does Lady Tsunade feel that the grand image of her esteemed grandfather has crumbled? Humph. What do you care? Although she uttered those words, the meaning behind Tsunade's tone was unmistakable. The grandfather who once established Konoha no longer appeared as grand in her imagination. In truth, he had somewhat transformed into an ordinary person, imbued with selfishness. Noticing Tsunade's evident disquiet from his words, Ryulong felt a twinge of awkwardness. In a bid to mend Tsunade's emotional wounds, he hesitated momentarily before choosing to speak again. In truth, the first Hokage was not as selfish as you perceive him to be. What are you trying to convey? Tsunade, now looking at Ryulong with a hint of expectation, exhibited a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes. Selfishness is an instinct of life. Each individual harbors a semblance of self-interest. Some possess the wisdom to suppress their selfish inclinations, while others, in their ignorance, act upon them without awareness. Thus, does my grandfather belong to the second category? Indeed, his intentions are noble. However, due to the limitations of his perspective, he is blind to his own shortcomings. Preventing Tsunade from interjecting, Yulong, whose expression had turned grave, continued, this perspective is neither linked to strength nor to wisdom. What is it related to, then? It pertains to one's position and the information accessible to them. Observing the perplexity on Tsunade's face, Yulong swiftly illustrated his point. Lady Tsunade, if you wish to behold the entirety of Konohagakure, where would you go? Naturally, to Hokage Rock. And if you wish to view Sunagakure in its entirety, or Kirigakure, or even the entirety of the shinobi world, I believe I am beginning to grasp your meaning. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as she regarded Yulong, whose demeanor was serious. Noticing her newfound understanding, Yulong resumed his explanation. Human beings are inherently selfish. One manifestation of this selfishness is laziness. Laziness. Indeed, laziness. Consider the first Hokage. He aspired to establish a village devoid of war and abundant in resources. Thus, he would never choose to build a village in a desert, as it is inherently barren. To transform a desert into a land of plenty would demand an insurmountable cost, one he could not bear. Chapter 126. Those who cry unfair never comprehend the essence of change. That is indeed the case. If one were to choose to establish a village in a desert, my grandfather would likely have to resign himself to a lifetime of toil. Tsunade, emerging from her reverie, felt a surge of clarity within her heart at Yulong's explanation. Having clarified this form of selfishness, let us discuss another kind. What kind? In response to Yulong's intriguing tone, Tsunade, now illuminated in her understanding, also felt a spark of curiosity. Jealousy and discontent. Jealousy and discontent? Precisely. It is indeed jealousy and discontent. With Tsunade's confusion rekindled, Yulong paused momentarily before continuing. To put it simply, the Land of Fire currently finds itself in a situation rife with jealousy. As Tsunade began to grasp this concept, a smile once again graced Yulong's face. We are all human. You reside in a place bathed in sunshine, unmarred by calamity, while I dwell in a region besieged by relentless sandstorms, gazing at a perpetually gray sky. Why is that? After a moment of stunned silence, Tsunade fell into contemplation. She had always believed that the aggressiveness of other nations was the root of their troubles and had never considered such a perspective. Thus, when Yulong posed his vivid inquiry, she was rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed, why should we, as humans, be permitted to inhabit sunlit realms while others languish in the grip of sandstorms? Faced with Yulong's probing question, Tsunade found herself engulfed in silence once more. Understanding Tsunade's turmoil, Yulong chuckled lightly. Why so sorrowful? Ultimately, this matter revolves around the themes of selfishness and jealousy. Such circumstances are inherently unjust. How has it come to be associated with selfishness and jealousy once more? A look of astonishment rose in Tsunade's eyes, leaving her feeling somewhat bewildered. Observing Tsunade, who was now ensnared in confusion, Yulong couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Is there truly fairness in this world? Why is it that despite your age, you possess the skin and appearance of a young maiden? At this age, shouldn't one exhibit signs of aging? Gazing at the flustered and indignant Tsunade, Yulong maintained an expression of utmost seriousness. Why? This pertains to the matter of talent. From this perspective, fairness has already been cast aside. As Tsunade fell silent once more, Yulong paused briefly before continuing. Beyond the issue of talent lies the realm of personal effort. In addition to your innate gifts, your dedication is undeniably commendable. Observing Tsunade's expression brighten as she fervently nodded in agreement, Yulong smiled again. So, if you can strive to maintain your beauty, why can't other nations endeavor to transform their own circumstances? Is it truly impossible to cultivate trees in the desert? Or can the ninjas, equipped with their jutsu, not gradually alter their surroundings? As Tsunade fell into contemplation again, Yulong's previously cheerful demeanor turned somber. None of it is insurmountable. They are merely too selfish. They covet the rewards without labor, seeking to seize the finest lands. Their jealousy fuels their discontent over the Fire Country occupying the prime territories. With Tsunade still in a daze, Yulong's expression remained equally frosty. When faced with peril, they instinctively flee. Yet when their living conditions are poor, they never contemplate change. They only bellow about injustice, then resort to violence to seize what rightfully belongs to others. The selfishness of humanity reveals itself in such an ugly manner. Chapter 127. Rumors cease with Tsunade's fury. I find myself somewhat concerned that one day you might transform into another Uchiha Madara. After a moment of silence, Tsunade could not help but voice her apprehensions to the indifferent Yulong. Perhaps. But what of it? Yulong replied with a carefree grin at Tsunade's puzzled expression. No matter how powerful one may be, a century hence, will they not simply become a pile of dust? The ninja world will remain as it always has. The only difference will be the emergence of a new batch of ambitious instigators. Are you truly just a 14-year-old child? I can't help but feel you are, in truth, an ancient being cloaked in the guise of youth. After an involuntary twitch at the corner of her mouth, Tsunade weakly retorted. In response to her sudden outburst, Yulong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. By your own reasoning, Lady Tsunade, you now resemble an unsophisticated child. Away with you. Are you trying to provoke me? Do you believe I won't obliterate your head? In the face of Long's unabashed teasing, an irate and flustered Tsunade waved her fist in frustration. However, this childish demeanor did not intimidate Long. Instead, it emboldened him further. It is truly unreasonable. I commend your youth, and yet you wish to strike my head. Is this not excessive? Silence, you little rascal. Bang. Ouch. Humph. Do not presume that your serious demeanor will spare you from my wrath. Gazing at Long, who cradled his head in distress, Tsunade, after delivering a heavy blow to his skull, once more brandished her fist in warning. TCH, what a violent woman. Faced with Tsunade's intent to use force against him, Long rubbed his head and could not help but scoff. However, such behavior only served to infuriate Tsunade even more. Her clenched fist swung once again towards Long, and in her furious state, she yelled at him, "You little brat. Are you seeking death? Just watch me smash your head and teach you a lesson. Don't be absurd. If my head truly gets smashed, I'll be dead. What memory would I have left?" Long shouted while dodging Tsunade's relentless punches as he sprinted ahead. This spectacle undoubtedly left onlookers in a state of astonishment. Many villagers of Konoha witnessed the duo's chaotic chase. Consequently, the incident quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of the village. Rumors began to circulate wildly. Some claimed that Hinata Miryuu had spoken out of turn, angering the Hokage. Others suggested that he provoked the Hokage, leading to his pursuit. There were even absurd tales of the Hokage flirting with Miryuu in the streets of Konoha. Such outrageous rumors inevitably provoked Tsunade, who, in an effort to quash the gossip and relieve her frustration, found the source of the rumors and promptly dealt a heavy blow, leaving the perpetrator severely injured. This violent action swiftly silenced all nonsensical chatter in Konoha. Of course, all of this is merely a prelude. Chapter 128, First Encounter with Deidara. As the saying goes, a woman is like a tiger. Faced with the wrath of Tsunade, Miryuu, wishing to preserve his own life, had no choice but to proactively take on a mission. Stowing away the mission scroll, he already had an inkling of the individual he was about to confront. Remembering the destructive maniac who incessantly proclaimed that explosions are art, a smirk crept across Miryuu's lips. He mused. It seems this fellow has defected from a Wagakure and is now wreaking havoc everywhere. In that case, I shall meet you ahead of time. With this thought, Miryuu quickened his pace, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, the mission location was exceedingly distant. Thus, even with Miryuu's speed, he found himself sprinting for an entire day. Gazing at the dilapidated temple ahead, having utilized his Byakugan to survey its interior, Miryuu smiled. It seemed fortune favored him. He would not need to waste time tracking anymore. Fortunate, indeed. Are you certain your judgment is not flawed? HM. As the unabashed Miryuu made his presence known, Deidara, sensing his arrival, sprang forth from the dilapidated temple upon hearing Miryuu's mutterings. In his characteristic manner, Deidara posed a question laced with menace, but regrettably, this overtly threatening inquiry did not intimidate the formidable Miryuu. Rather, it piqued his dark amusement. Gazing into Deidara's eyes, which shimmered with a dangerous glint, a mischievous expression danced across Miryuu's visage. "Ah, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you would be quite entertaining. You find me amusing? Then, I shall indulge you in this game." With the dangerous light in his eyes morphing into fury, Deidara, feeling he could tolerate no more, resolutely chose to strike. He hurled several spherical clay bombs towards Miryuu, and before they could draw near, Deidara detonated them with a decisive flourish. Instantly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings in the wake of the explosions. Seizing the opportunity provided by the smoke, Deidara continued to taunt Miryuu while preparing an even more formidable clay bomb. "Prepare to vanish in the elevation of my art, you arrogant little leaf brat. Behold, clay spider." Huh. With remarkable agility, the clay spider advanced toward the seemingly motionless Miryuu. As the spider, under Deidara's command, lunged at Miryuu, it exploded upon contact. Boom. In the wake of the violent detonation, Miryuu was engulfed in chaos. Observing this scene, Deidara, who had initially harbored some anger, could not suppress a gleam of pride. "How pathetic. You perished before you could witness the brilliance of my perfected art." However, alas, before Deidara's self-satisfied words could fully escape his lips, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. "Oh, you possess an even more perfect art? You must allow me to witness it." "What? When did this happen?" The moment he heard the taunting voice from behind, Deidara's previously triumphant demeanor was replaced with sheer shock. Abandoning his usual catchphrase in the face of this new threat, Deidara swiftly adopted a defensive stance, employing his signature explosive clay clone. Without hesitation, he detonated his clay clone as he distanced himself from his previous location. Chapter 129. Toying with Deidara, a thunderous explosion erupted once more. Having learned from his previous misstep, Deidara remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings while crafting additional clay bombs. His caution proved prescient. Just as he scanned the area, Yulong's infuriating voice echoed again, audaciously reappearing behind Deidara. What a delightful fellow you are. After suffering once, you've learned to guard against me. You bastard. Clay spider. Huh. Boom. Accompanied by Deidara's furious exclamation. The clay spider he had flung backward detonated once again. However, such an assault is evidently futile. Just as the cacophony of explosions diminishes, the sound that Deidara finds exceedingly irksome reverberates once more behind him. Huh. Quite perceptive. Yet your movements are a trifle sluggish. And the power is somewhat lacking as well. You scoundrel. How dare you critique my artistry? I shall ensure you regret this. Once again employing clay spiders to drive away the dragon behind him, Deidara, using both his mouth and hands, promptly spewed forth a colossal explosive clay bird. Alas, before the explosive clay bird could take flight, the dragon unexpectedly lunged forth, cleaving the bird in twain. TSK. Now that it has been severed, it seems it cannot ascend, does it? The flaws in your art are indeed grievous. You shall perish. Explosive clay dual-winged bird. Never before had Deidara encountered such a predicament. At this moment, he felt on the brink of madness. Not only was he being toyed with repeatedly, but even his artistry was subjected to incessant scrutiny. Such brazen audacity utterly stripped Deidara of his composure. Frantically manipulating the explosive clay dual-winged bird to pursue the dragon, he found himself continuously outmaneuvered. Each time he prepared to detonate the dual-winged bird, the dragon would deliberately evade to his rear, driving him to the precipice of insanity. If you dare, do not move. If I remain still, will you call me father? I slap. Before Deidara, seething with rage, could utter a profane retort, the dragon, with glinting eyes, swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap. The unfortunate Deidara, who had intended to unleash a torrent of invective, found his face swollen from the blow. I slap. Scoundrel. This is too much. If you possess any skill, do not strike my visage. Faced with the dragon's humiliating mode of attack, Deidara could no longer contain his indignation and was driven to tears. Regrettably, such childlike displays of frustration would only invite further retribution from the dragon. Hearing Deidara's frantic accusations, the dragon, eyes glinting with cunning, struck again. Once more, he delivered a sharp slap to the vociferous Deidara. Observing Deidara flying backward, the dragon remained rooted in place, mockingly remarking, TSK. There is something exceedingly gratifying about slapping someone. It has become quite addictive. I shall kill you. Seizing the opportunity presented by the dragon's momentary reflection, Deidara, in a fit of rage, unleashed another explosive clay bird from his mouth. Concerned that the explosive clay bird might again be cleaved in two, Deidara leapt onto its back, while commanding it to ascend swiftly into the sky. Chapter 130. Deidara weeps like a child glaring down at the dragon, whose expression was rife with mockery. Deidara, consumed by fury, bellowed in a cathartic outburst, arrogant fool. I shall soon elevate you within my artistry. Regrettably, Deidara's venting had barely begun to dissipate. The mocking voice of Yulong echoed once more from behind Deidara. Oh, sublimation? What manner of sublimation is this? Pray enlighten me. What? You? Faced with that infuriating tone of derision, Deidara abruptly turned around, only to find the very person he wished to avoid. You little brat, why won't you explain what sublimation means? Are you asking for a beating? No need to say more. I know you deserve a thrashing. Just accept your punishment. With a resounding slap, Yulong, in a fit of unreasonable mischief, sent the unfortunate Deidara tumbling off his explosive clay giant bird. Subsequently, Yulong ceased his chatter and dispelled his shadow clone, leaving Deidara, who had been poised to detonate the clay bird in anger, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yulong appeared to be enjoying himself immensely. Before the dazed Deidara could react, Yulong launched another offensive. A multitude of explosive tags were hurled into the air, and as they neared Deidara, they detonated with a ferocity that caught him completely off guard. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Deidara was swiftly injured. Observing the fallen Deidara, Yulong, while busily collecting his blood, continued to taunt him with a playful tone. TSK, how embarrassing it must be for one who plays with explosives to be injured by them. Ah, I will kill you. I will kill you. I must kill you. Driven to the brink of madness, Deidara immediately contemplated self-detonation. This drastic decision startled Yulong, but it also ignited a flicker of anger within him. In an instant, he executed a body flicker technique and appeared before Deidara, sealing all his chakra points before he could react. Glaring at the utterly bewildered Deidara, Yulong commenced a new round of humiliation. First, he bound Deidara without allowing him a chance to resist. Then, having succeeded, Yulong mounted Deidara and unleashed a flurry of slaps. Moments later, the pitiful cries gradually diminished. Noticing Deidara was on the brink of unconsciousness, Yulong reluctantly ceased his assault. Gazing at Deidara, who now resembled a swollen mess, Yulong scratched his head in contemplation. Perhaps I was a bit too rough. I wonder if this fellow will carry a psychological scar from this. As he mumbled to himself, Yulong's gaze wandered helplessly around the vicinity. It was then that he made another discovery. Itachi and Kisame. Faced with the approaching duo, Yulong's expression morphed from confusion to sudden realization. I see now. It seems this is when Deidara joined the Akatsuki. Having drawn this conclusion, and feeling it inappropriate to confront the two, Yulong promptly turned and departed. Only the unconscious Deidara was left behind, along with the puzzled Itachi and Kisame, who had just arrived. Chapter 131, The Trap of Rising Power. At the border of the Land of Fire, as he watched Deidara and his companions gradually recede into the distance, Yulong finally felt at ease and turned to leave. After all, his decision not to eliminate Deidara hinged on the condition that Deidara must vacate the territory of the Land of Fire. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to allow the Akatsuki organization to recruit another individual as their new member. With the demise of the fourth Mizukage, Gaara, the actions of the Akatsuki were destined to be postponed for another 3 years. With this 3-year buffer, he was confident that his strength would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Dividing a shadow clone to travel in his stead, Yulong focused his thoughts and entered his vegetable-growing space. Gazing at the towering, versatile jujube tree before him, Yulong fell into contemplation. He mused if it would suffice to stave off hunger by consuming this fruit directly. Perhaps he should wait until hunger struck. This matter, it seemed, held little significance. Thus, after a brief soliloquy, Yulong shook his head and began to cultivate new fruits. The medium for the fruits was the fresh blood he had recently procured from Deidara. Although Deidara's prowess was negligible in comparison to Yulong's current strength, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel, is it not? Adhering to a philosophy of frugality, Yulong promptly planted seeds infused with Deidara's blood. After a period of cultivation, he consumed them all. Patting his now satiated belly, Yulong focused his thoughts and utilized his gravitational abilities to pluck several translucent red dates from the nearby jujube tree. Gazing at the appetizing, multifaceted jujubes, Yulong wiped his mouth and immediately stuffed them into his mouth. After a delicate chewing session, he swallowed the date flesh with satisfaction. In that instant, Yulong felt a unique power swirling within him, which remarkably amplified several of his inherent strengths. Looking up at the countless dates above, excitement gleamed in Yulong's eyes. He chuckled. Not only were they delicious, but they also enhanced his strength. Truly a treasure. As he expressed genuine admiration, Yulong, who had initially intended to sample them casually, began to indulge wholeheartedly. At this moment, Yulong's previously sluggish chakra reserves surged once more with fervor. Feeling an exhilarating rise in power, the excitement in Yulong's eyes intensified. Eat more. Continue to feast. In this moment, Yulong felt that ascending to the divine shadow level was hardly a challenge. Regrettably, just as this thought flitted through his mind, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The chakra surge that had been escalating wildly suddenly came to an abrupt halt without warning. As he sensed his strength ceasing to rise, the exuberant Yulong was instantly enveloped by a wave of disappointment. Fortunately, Yulong's cultivation of inner peace had always been commendable. Only a moment later, the unsettling sense of loss dissipated. With a sigh, I nearly ascended to the level of divine shadow, only to be abruptly halted. Such a sensation is indeed quite distressing. Glancing at the jujube tree, now devoid of many fruits, the dragon of you suppressed his feelings of disappointment and could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Human nature is undeniably greedy. Even I am no exception. After mocking myself with a wry smile, the dragon of you, having come to a realization, immediately focused his thoughts and exited the vegetable garden space. If memory serves, the events in Star Ninja Village should soon unfold. The peculiar star has piqued the dragon of Yu's interest, prompting him to resolve to witness it firsthand. Consequently, he altered his course and set off towards Star Ninja Village. Simultaneously, Naruto and his companions were also en route to the village due to their mission. Chapter 132. Observing coldly, finally taking action in the land of bears. At Star Ninja Village. Upon arriving at the village, encircled by marshland, a smile crept across the dragon of Yu's face. I have arrived. Now, I shall simply await the unfolding of events and observe the so-called star. As he spoke these teasing words, he noticed that Naruto and the others had yet to arrive, prompting him to conceal himself. However, the dragon of Yu did not wait long before he successfully spotted Naruto and his companions. Observing Aang's attempt to prevent Naruto, the dragon of Yu, hidden in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Though he appears cold on the outside, he retains a kind nature within. Quite rare. Rest assured, I shall certainly save your mother. Watching Aang gradually retreat, the dragon of Yu made a promise from his concealed position. Following this, he ceased speaking and began to observe silently from the shadows, allowing events to unfold. It was not until Summer Star prepared to destroy the star and was ambushed by the 3 red stars that the dragon of Yu intervened. Witnessing Summer Star's desperate attempt to protect her son Aang with her last bit of strength, the dragon of Yu knew he could not delay any longer. He emerged from the shadows and blocked her path. You, do not speak now. Ensure your breath remains steady, and you still have a chance. With a gentle smile, the dragon of Yu immediately set about healing Summer Star. In his urgency, he even placed a universal restoration jujube into her mouth. The power of the jujube proved formidable. The moment it entered her mouth, it began to work its magic, forcefully expelling the star's power from Summer Star's body. With the interference of the star's power removed, the injuries within Summer Star began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Realizing the transformation occurring within her body, Summer Star, who had previously resigned herself to death, was momentarily stunned. Just then, Aang rushed in hastily. Who are you? Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that if you wish to save your mother, do not cause any further chaos. The dragon of Yu, still focused on treating Summer Star's wounds, spoke in a calm tone, his gaze sweeping over the wary and hostile Aang. Why should I? What he said is indeed true. Gazing at her son, who remained on guard, the initially excited Shiari Xing, upon regaining her composure, began to testify. Mother, how do you feel now? Hearing her mother confirm the situation, the previously wary Aang immediately displayed a look of urgency. With the assistance of this esteemed individual, I am feeling much better. Observing her son's anxious expression, Shiari Xing smiled in relief and nodded. Just as the mother and son appeared poised to exchange further words, the perceptive Yulong, sensing an anomaly outside, promptly ceased his healing actions. The matters of nostalgia could wait until the external threat of Chixing was resolved. A barely perceptible glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and Yulong swiftly led the two away from the training ground, moving with a speed that left them utterly unprepared. In the next moment, a deafening explosion reverberated. The once serene training ground had been reduced to ruins under the onslaught of numerous explosive talismans. Gazing at the devastation before him, Chixing, who believed he had eradicated his greatest threat, finally revealed his grotesque side. He audaciously confessed to his collusion with the village ninjas Shirzong and Yang in the assassination of the third Star Shadow. This confession was met with immediate betrayal from all members of the Star Ninja Village. Chapter 133. The 8 trigrams finger destroys Chixing. Faced with the accusations and assaults from his comrades, Chixing, whose mind had been clouded by power, chose an extreme course of action. He embedded a star directly into his heart. In an instant, immense power surged forth. It incapacitated all present Star Ninjas in an instant. Feeling the relentless flow of strength within him, Chixing could not contain his maniacal laughter. Ha ha, this is power. This is power. With this strength, even the so-called 5 great ninja villages could be effortlessly obliterated. Obliterate the 5 great ninja villages? Do you have a misconception of their strength? Observing the now insufferably arrogant Chixing, Yulong, who had finally emerged from the shadows, could not help but express his disdain. Brother Yulong, other Konoha ninjas? Since you say so, let me show you the might I possess now. Die. Believing himself invincible, Chixing unleashed a furious roar, commanding a chakra dragon manifested from his own chakra to charge at Yulong. Be careful, Brother Yulong. Brother Yulong. Quickly dodge. Trying to evade. It's too late. Die. Hearing the cries of alarm around him, Chixing, his face twisted in fury, bellowed once more. Simultaneously, the chakra dragon he controlled roared towards Yulong. Sensing the overwhelming force rushing towards him, Yulong, who had remained motionless, suddenly burst into laughter. You dare attempt to use this phantasmal dragon to assault me? You must not know my name. Name. I care not what you call yourself. Die, you foolish Konoha ninja. Humph. 8 trigrams finger. Once again, the initial stance of the Bagua palm transformed into the swifter and more ferocious Bagua finger strike. In an instant, a cacophony of sharp sounds erupted. The chakra dragon that had been lunging towards Yulong was instantly pierced by the Bagua finger strike unleashed by him. Following this, the force of those finger strikes surged forward, effortlessly penetrating the already stunned Chixing. In that fleeting moment, a profoundly sorrowful scream accompanied by an explosive sound resonated throughout the air. The once arrogant Chixing, along with the star embedded within his body, was obliterated into ash. Witnessing this scene, the previously anxious onlookers were rendered speechless in astonishment. How could this be? Who exactly is he? Such formidable power. Is this the might of the Leaf Ninja among the 5 great shinobi villages? Gazing at Yulong, who not only vanquished Chixing but also intercepted all the shockwaves from the explosion, the remaining star ninjas, still conscious, were left in utter disbelief. Ignoring their exclamations, Yulong approached the unconscious Jinshin and began his healing. Rest assured, he will be fine. Seeing the worried expression on Beidu's face, Yulong immediately offered a gentle smile. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Confronted with Yulong's calming assurance, Beidu, who had been somewhat apprehensive, suddenly burst into tears. Shortly thereafter, she unexpectedly fainted. Beidu. As she began to collapse, Naruto swiftly moved to support her. Brother Yulong. Beidu, do not worry. It is merely an overwhelming emotional response. She will regain consciousness after some rest. Upon observing Naruto's concerned demeanor, Yulong, having already rescued Jinshin, spoke with a soothing tone. Chapter 134, The Aftermath of Rumors Few. That's a relief. But Brother Yulong, what brings you here? With a sigh of relief, Naruto finally articulated his confusion. Meanwhile, others, including Neji, who had risen from the ground, hastened towards Yulong, evidently sharing the same concern. Brother Yulong. Are you all alright? Yulong beamed at the adoring faces of Neji and the others, his expression warm and reassuring. Thank you for your concern, Brother Yulong. We are all fine. It's just that you. Facing the inquisitive expressions of Neji and his companions, Yulong, well aware of their thoughts, responded with a beaming smile. I happened to encounter you all while returning from a mission. I wanted to observe your performance, so I decided to stay. Also, you have been here from the very beginning? Then you, unless absolutely necessary, it is best for you to complete your mission on your own. Seemingly understanding Tion's unspoken questions, Yulong explained once more with a cheerful demeanor. This explanation naturally elicited another wave of admiration from the 4. After patting Naruto's shoulder in affirmation, Yulong began to assess the injuries of all the star ninjas and tended to their wounds. This act instantly garnered the favor of all the star ninjas. After successfully curing all the star ninjas, Yulong chose not to linger in conversation and promptly departed with Neji and the others. Since the matter was resolved, it was only fitting that they return. In the Hokage office of Konoha, Tsunade's gaze fell upon Yulong, who had come back with Neji, and it brimmed with a perilous glint. Sensing the impending danger, an uneasy Yulong hastily recounted his mission to Tsunade. Subsequently, he swiftly fled the Hokage building with remarkable speed. As Neji and the others watched Yulong vanish in an instant, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Conversely, Tsunade and Shizune, present in the same room, displayed contrasting reactions, one with a vein throbbing in anger, the other stifling a laugh. It was evident that something amusing had transpired between the fleeing Yulong and the furious Hokage. Driven by curiosity, the 4 quickly fabricated implausible excuses and discreetly slipped away. This despicable behavior incited Tsunade, already at her wit's end, to erupt in fury. She smashed her fist onto the wooden table before her, shattering it in 2, and hurled the remnants out of the window. With a resounding crash, the splintered table fell upon Neji and the others, who had just escaped the Hokage building, eliciting their cries of dismay. Witnessing their plight, Tsunade felt a sense of satisfaction, her lips curling into a smirk. How dare they gossip about my affairs? Consider this a lesson for them. Shizun. Yes, Lady Tsunade. As Shizun trembled in fear at Tsunade's fearsome demeanor, Tsunade's expression grew even more menacing. Spread the word. If anyone dares to continue discussing the earlier matter, I shall have their tongue. Understood? Understood, Lady Tsunade. I will notify everyone immediately. Feeling the intensified aura of danger, Shizun scurried out of the Hokage office without hesitation. It was too perilous to remain any longer. Chapter 135. Yulong's oath. Having swiftly exited the Hokage building, Yulong made his way back to the Hyuga clan's gathering place without delay. Observing the peculiar expressions of his clansmen along the way left him bewildered. However, his confusion was soon resolved upon encountering the Hisashi family. As Yulong returned from his mission, Hikari's eyes gleamed with anger. Tell me, have you developed feelings for Lord Hokage behind my sister's back? What are you saying, little sister? Such a thing is impossible. You must know that only your sister, Aki, is the one I wish to protect. Startled by Hikari's furious demeanor, Yulong fervently swore his innocence. Humph. Then how come rumors are circulating in the village about you and Lord Hokage going on a date? Although the expression on Yulong's face conveyed everything, the fiery girl boldly questioned him. This inquiry seemingly illuminated Yulong, who had been utterly perplexed. Could the so-called date refer to my prior outing with Lady Tsunade to deliver jewels to the jeweler Kunizero? Kunizero? Observing Yulong's bewildered countenance, the others, including Nikiashi, exchanged glances of confusion. This look of uncertainty swiftly confirmed the truth behind the rumor for Yulong. With a resigned sigh, he softened his tone and recounted the tale of Kunizero's son, Kunihisa, who relied solely on wealth to resolve any issue. The others immediately displayed envious looks. Such an unreliable admiration caused Yulong, who had just finished explaining, to break into a cold sweat. He inwardly worried that the listeners might develop a misguided perspective on life. Fortunately, his concerns were unwarranted. After a moment of envy, the group quickly stowed away their inappropriate admiration and began to chastise Yulong instead. The essence of their admonishment was to urge him to dispel these unfounded rumors as much as possible. Adhering to the theory that the father-in-law, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law are always right, Yulong obediently knelt and nodded repeatedly, assuring the three of them. Seeing Yulong's compliant demeanor, Hinata, who had been quietly observing, couldn't he help but stifle a laugh. Glancing at the giggling Hinata and then back at the woeful Yulong, the trio of Nikiashi, who had initially been scolding him, soon erupted into hearty laughter themselves. This excessive behavior only served to deepen Yulong's sense of grievance. Unfortunately, rather than eliciting sympathy from Nikiashi's family, his pitiful expression only incited their laughter further. Radiant smiles adorned Hinata and her companions' faces. Witnessing this scene, Yulong couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. For him, the laughter of family was the best remedy for fatigue. If feigning ignorance could elicit such joy, Yulong was more than willing to oblige. Gazing up at the azure sky, a flicker of determination flashed in Yulong's eyes as he silently vowed to preserve the happiness of his family, even if it meant defying the natural order. Chapter 136. The intriguing Xuanyuan's in Yulong's eyes. Leisurely moments are always so fleeting. After savoring 2 days of tranquility at home, Yulong received a new mission from Tsunade. Upon learning that the target identified himself as Xuanyuan's, Yulong's eyes narrowed with intent. Although he was unsure if his actions had influenced events, he resolved to eliminate the adversary nonetheless. Certainly, due to the singularity of Xuanyuan's techniques, the Dragon Guardian, tasked with tracking Xianyuan, maintained an unwavering vigilance. He resorted to old tactics, sending a clone on the journey while his true self secluded in a space for cultivation. However, this caution on the Dragon Guardian's part was evidently superfluous. As the clone approached Xuanyuan's vicinity, an uncanny sensation surged within its consciousness, almost instinctively prompting it to activate its Byakugan and strike swiftly, eliminating the insects that dared to encroach upon its space. How devious! It nearly fell into a trap. The mere thought of narrowly escaping danger ignited a glint of cold light in the clone's eyes. It realized that if it had nearly suffered, the consequences for others could be unfathomable. This realization only solidified the Dragon Guardian's resolve to eliminate Xianyuan. Yet, as the Dragon Guardian sought to vanquish Xianyuan, The latter two harbored intentions of eliminating the suddenly approaching Dragon Guardian. Faced with this individual capable of detecting the explosive insects, Xianyuan, despite his astonishment, felt a rising intent to kill. Just as the Dragon Guardian perceived Xianyuan as a substantial threat, Xianyuan equally regarded the approaching Dragon Guardian as a perilous figure. What to do? That fellow closed in after dispatching the explosive insects. Humph. Then we shall eliminate him. A fierce glint flashed in Xianyuan's eyes as he declared with lethal intent. Subsequently, the 5 members of Xianyuan, without further ado, exchanged glances and nodded, scattering immediately. Unfortunately, this maneuver was nothing short of a farce in the eyes of the Dragon Guardian. After all, possessing Byakugan, the Dragon Guardian was not merely endowed with keen eyes. Observing the 5 Xianyuan members as they dispersed for their trickery, a cold smile emerged on the Dragon Guardian's face. Without affording them the chance to enact their ruse, he rapidly approached, while simultaneously eliminating every insect in his path. This exaggerated display left the 5 Xianyuan members, who had initially intended to deceive, momentarily dumbfounded. This guy. He eliminated them all. Humph. If not completely eradicated, would I leave any for you to deceive? With a swift body technique, the Dragon Guardian appeared behind them, taunting them while employing a distant palm strike, aiming to sever Xianyuan's vital points and eliminate him directly. Yet, Xianyuan, renowned as a hunting ninja, proved his mettle. Upon hearing the taunt behind him, Xianyuan swiftly executed a transformation technique, evading the deadly strike, while simultaneously hurling a multitude of explosive insects backward. Such a sharp reaction elicited a look of surprise on the Dragon Guardian's face, who had unexpectedly faltered. Transformation? Quite intriguing. As he uttered his astonishment, the Dragon Guardian retreated briskly, continuing his assault to eliminate all the explosive insects that Xianyuan had dispatched towards him. You despicable fiend. Everyone, attack together. Employ the Sea of Insects strategy. Eliminate him. Understood. Received. A glint of ruthless intent flashed in the eyes of the 4 fully positioned members of the Xianyuan clan. In unison with Xianyuan's command, they unleashed a torrent of insects upon the encircled Yulong. Chapter 137. The returning heavenly tyrant dragon. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of an overwhelming swarm of insects that had ensnared him, Yulong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How intriguing. To employ a tactic of encirclement with a sea of insects, interspersed with a multitude of explosive bugs. What a strategic maneuver. As he concluded his admiration, Yulong unexpectedly gave a thumbs up to Xianyuan. Humph. I graciously accept your praise. Yet, despite this, you shall still meet your demise. With menacing words, the 5 nodded once more and hastened the movement of all the insects. This relentless pursuit of annihilation, however, only provoked a smile from Yulong, who found their actions utterly nonsensical. Do you truly believe yourselves to be formidable just because I offered a compliment? Returning heaven. The taunt escaped his lips as he invoked the power of his clan, summoning a vortex of wind that obliterated all insects in proximity. The 5 members of the Xianyuan clan were instantly struck dumb by such a display of dominance. After a moment of stunned silence, Xianyuan regained his composure, his gaze now glinting with a fierce determination. Humph. Continue the assault. Let us see whether our insects outnumber your chakra. Indeed, if this is the game you wish to play, we shall indulge you. The other members of the Xianyuan clan, now in agreement with Xianyuan, began to release even more insects while joining in the taunting. Yet, as if sensing this was insufficient, Xianyuan Shui observed intently, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Hey, is it possible this fellow cannot move? Cannot move. Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as he beheld the swirling vortex remaining stationary. Everyone, control your insects to surround him without attacking. I am curious to see how long he can endure. Indeed, a splendid idea. Haha, do not cease. If you do, your fate is sealed. The 5 members of the Xianyuan clan, now fully animated, commanded their insects to encircle the vortex without aggression. After executing their plan, they erupted into sinister laughter. Alas, their jubilation was premature. Observing their ploy with disdain, Yulong's voice resonated once more. You have been quite observant. However, you are simply overthinking things. Returning heaven, tyrant dragon expansion. His derisive tone turned icy as the once stationary vortex, in response to Yulong's command, violently contracted inward before expanding outward with unstoppable force. The shrieks of despair were swiftly drowned out by the ferocious tempest unleashed. Once the chaos subsided, the once lush forest surrounding them lay completely desolate, ravaged by Yulong's assault. The insects that once swirled around the dragon of the imperial court could not escape their fate either. With a swift motion, he approached the ailing Xianyuanhua, who was on the brink of death. Who are you? The question seemed trivial in the face of mortality. Gazing at Xianyuanhua's face, filled with regret before he breathed his last, a chilling indifference and mockery flickered across the dragon's countenance. Humph! Even in death, do you wish to take me with you? Alas, you shall find that impossible. With resolute conviction, he proclaimed these words and, with another wave of his hand, eliminated the last batch of explosive insects. Chapter 138. The first encounter with the three evil ninjas as Xianyuanhua succumbed to his fate. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in the dragon's eyes. Although Xianyuanhua's strength was lacking, his fire transformation technique intrigued him. More importantly, it appeared that each of the 5 members of the Xianyuan clan possessed a unique transformative ability: fire, water, wind, earth, and thunder. Such extraordinary capabilities evoked thoughts of the legendary 5 elements escape technique. Driven by curiosity, the dragon swiftly extracted the blood of the 5 Xianyuan members. After completing this task, he obliterated their corpses. Despite their relatively weak powers, their methods were exceedingly peculiar. To prevent any nefarious individuals from exploiting their remains, the dragon deemed it prudent to eradicate the bodies of the Xianyuan clan entirely. He casually discarded their blood into the gardening space, allowing his true self to absorb it. Ensuring that none of his clones were left behind, he promptly changed direction and departed. Along the way, he had faintly heard rumors about the vegetable kingdom. If he acted swiftly enough, he might still have the opportunity to personally meet the 3 evil ninjas. With this thought flickering in his mind, excitement illuminated the dragon's face, and his pace quickened. After all, the powers of the 3 evil ninjas intrigued him greatly. Hence, if the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to encounter those 3 individuals. After a relentless journey, the dragon finally reached the vegetable kingdom 2 hours later. The moment he emerged from the gardening space, having just ingested the blood fruit of the Xianyuan clan, he instinctively dismissed the diligent clone he had been maintaining. Instantly, a wave of fatigue washed over him, nearly causing the once vibrant dragon to collapse to the ground. Rubbing his still dazed head, a faint smile of resignation appeared on his face. The ability of the shadow clone was far from perfect. If only he could selectively eliminate certain sensory perceptions. Though he voiced his complaints, his feet did not falter. After all, despite the grievances, his desire to meet the 3 evil ninjas remained unwavering. He pulled out a universal restoration pill and popped it into his mouth. Feeling his condition revitalizing, the dragon immediately perked up. Truly, the universal restoration pill lived up to its name, capable of alleviating even his exhaustion. With words of praise echoing in his ears, the spirit of Yulong ascended remarkably, prompting him to quicken his pace once more. As the weariness faded, the intriguing trio of sinister ninjas became his to confront. A thought flickered through his mind, and Yulong raced onward, finally reaching the capital of the Vegetable Nation. Beholding the treacherous trio preparing to assassinate the Lord of the Vegetable Nation, a glimmer of determination sparked in Yulong's eyes. He deftly hurled a few shurikens, forcing back the would-be assassins. Seizing the moment, Yulong swiftly rescued the Lord of the Vegetable Nation. However, to his surprise, the Lord displayed not a hint of gratitude. Instead, he wore a countenance of terror and reproach. Why did you save me? Your actions will incite their wrath. Countless citizens will suffer the consequences of their fury. Laughter erupted from the trio of sinister ninjas, led by Lianya, who had initially been irked but now found amusement in the Lord's complaints. Indeed, angering us will spell disaster for everyone in this nation. Faced with the raucous laughter of the sinister ninjas, Yulong felt his lips twitch in irritation. And without a moment's hesitation, he struck. Infuriated by the Lord's words, Yulong opted to knock the man unconscious. How foolishly kind you are. Do you think your demise will spare you from the consequences? Fools, capture him, Lianya shouted as he observed the mysterious figure retreating while mocking them. The once arrogant expression on his face froze in disbelief. Regrettably for Lianya, Yulong's intent had always been to lure the 3 out of the city, and he would not be hindered by mere minions. Confronted with the audacity of these insignificant pawns, Yulong unleashed his prowess, dispatching them with swift efficiency. Such decisive action left the trio, who had initially smirked, momentarily stunned. Who is this man? Why was I unaware of such a figure in the vegetable nation? Turning to the nearby minister, Lianya's face darkened with menace. The traitorous minister, seemingly intimidated by Lianya's glare, fell to his knees in terror. Spare me, Lord Lianya. I know nothing of this man. Others present hastily joined in, pleading for mercy as Lianya's gaze bore down upon them. Their ignorance only intensified the murderous intent in the heart of Zia, who urged, "Brother, let us spill some blood. I am certain they will confess once they see it." "No, please. We truly know nothing," came the desperate cries, mingled with fear. The chilling scene filled the onlookers with dread. In that moment, those who had betrayed the lord of the vegetable nation were engulfed in regret. They could never have anticipated that the once promised trio of rogue ninjas would so casually eliminate their own supporters. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. As they witnessed the magnetic Fang's intent to kill, a glint of cold light emerged in the eyes of the adjacent Lianya. It was evident that they were oblivious to their impending doom. Were they truly going to exterminate them and then take control of the land of vegetables? My brother has a point. Prompted by Lianya's reminder, the magnetic Fang's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. However, there are always those who stubbornly refuse to repent. Observing the cessation of the magnetic Fang's bloodshed, one of the traitors sprang up from the ground, wearing an excessively obsequious expression, and divulged the whereabouts of the daughter of the daimyo of the land of vegetables, Haruna. Watching the traitor bask in Lianya's praise, hidden in the shadows, Yulong could not suppress his murderous intent. Yet, Yulong's objectives extended beyond mere rescue. He also yearned to witness the power of the trio of rogue ninjas. Thus, in the absence of an opportunity for swift execution, waiting for them to exit the city became the most prudent choice. With this resolve in mind, Yulong chose not to speak further, allowing the events within the castle to unfold naturally. However, the subsequent developments took Yulong by surprise. Gazing at the triumphant traitor, who had confirmed the location of the princess of the land of vegetables, Lianya unexpectedly turned the tables and suddenly struck, eliminating all present supporters. As he observed the setting sun and Lianya's intent to pursue Xiangcai and the others alone, Yulong could not help but chuckle. Can Lianya utilize water release techniques? While it may not resolve the situation in one fell swoop, it is still quite impressive. After muttering to himself, Yulong stealthily followed the unfolding events. Chapter 140. Teasing Lianya having followed the others out of the city, Yulong felt the moment was right and intercepted Lianya in the forest. "It's you, hand over the daimyo of the land of vegetables, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Lianya's expression shifted momentarily upon the sudden appearance of the mysterious figure, but soon transformed into a sinister grin. Unfortunately, such a smile failed to intimidate Yulong, who had transitioned from mere amusement to uncontrollable excitement. What a thrilling provocation. I must admit, I'm rather exhilarated. Come, let me witness your strength. In response to the mysterious figure's inexplicable excitement, Lianya, feeling increasingly irked, wasted no time in launching an attack. Since you are so eager to court death, allow me to oblige. Water release. Water dragon technique. Accompanied by Lianya's murderous words, countless water droplets of various sizes surged forth from the ground, rising into the air with unwavering determination. As the multitude of droplets began to converge, attempting to envelop him, Yulong, who had initially been filled with excitement, suddenly furrowed his brow without warning. "So slow? Are you performing tricks? Damn it, don't be too arrogant. I will make you weep soon enough." Faced with the merciless mockery of Yulong, Leia, already driven to the brink of fury with veins bulging, hastened his assault. He urged the previously sluggish droplets of water to accelerate towards the scornful Yulong. Yet, Yulong, his brow furrowed in disappointment, shook his head at Leia's evident exertion. "Too slow. If I truly wished to escape, you would stand no chance of capturing me. Is that so? The problem is, you're not evading at all." Observing Yulong, who stood unmoving and allowed himself to be enveloped, Leia felt his teeth clench. Though he had successfully ensnared his opponent, Yulong's arrogance continued to irk him. This irritation, however, was far from its conclusion. In response to Leia's remarks, Yulong revealed a disdainful expression once more. "Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that I am intentionally not dodging? Scoundrel, I shall see just how long you can maintain that arrogance." Spirit summoning technique. Piranhas, go forth. Devour this arrogant fool until naught remains. Unable to endure Yulong's taunts, the furious Leia unleashed the spirit summoning technique, commanding the piranhas to attack. The ravenous creatures, without awaiting instruction, swiftly swam towards Yulong. Upon witnessing this, the formerly enraged Leia broke into a sinister grin. Cocky fool, go repent in hell. Hell, a place like that likely holds no interest in receiving me at present, Yulong replied, gazing at the menacing Leia and the approaching swarm of piranhas, his smile unwavering. With a movement deeply ingrained within him, he employed an aerial palm strike, instantly obliterating the once arrogant piranhas. Without pausing, Yulong acted again, harnessing the power of reversal to forcibly shatter the watery cocoon that encased him. No, it's impossible. Leia, staring in disbelief at the smiling Yulong, was momentarily frozen. Such a short-sighted individual, with such meager abilities, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Yulong, slowly approaching the dazed Leia, displayed a hint of pity. Allow me to send you to your next life. In your next incarnation, remember to be a good person. Dream on. The one destined for hell is you. Water escape. Water cocoon. Observing Yulong, who appeared defenseless, Leia, resolved to fight with all his might, once again invoked the water escape technique. With a prepared and desperate surge of power, the previously sluggish water cocoon was completed in a mere instant. Seeing the astonished expression on Yulong's face, Leia, convinced of his imminent success, unleashed a fierce grin. Die. Spirit summoning technique. Shark. Before his fervent roar could fade, Leia, anxious that Yulong might again break free, executed his new spirit summoning technique with utmost speed. Subsequently, the fearsome Leia wasted no time and commanded the summoned shark to attack, intending to devour the dragon lord before him. Yet, the cruelest twists of fate arise when one offers a glimmer of hope, only to plunge the recipient into despair. As the ethereal shark lunged towards him, the previously astonished dragon lord revealed a smirk of intrigue. Ah, since you wish to conclude this game, I shall indulge you. Farewell. Foolish Leia. The mocking voice echoed once more. With a resolve to eliminate his adversary, the dragon lord did not hold back this time. Instead, he unleashed a thunderous force, severing Leia's lifeline. As he gazed upon Leia's terrified visage in death, the dragon lord's playful demeanor abruptly turned cold. So, you too fear death? If you dread it, why then do you harm the innocent? Do you not realize that those who commit wicked deeds will inevitably face retribution? A fool deserving of death. Humph. Truly remarkable. You have inadvertently aided me in slaying Leia. Pray tell, how should I express my gratitude? Upon hearing the dragon lord's musings, the arriving Jiraiya could not suppress his excitement. In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, the dragon lord, having already discerned his intentions, greeted him with a warm smile. You wish to thank me? A simple request. Allow me to personally dispatch you. You intend to eliminate me? Do you think I am as feeble as Leia? The initial excitement vanished in an instant. Enraged, Jiraiya wasted no time in hurling his spiked mace towards the dragon lord's head, accompanied by a fierce whistle. The corners of the dragon lord's mouth involuntarily curled upward, reigniting his interest as he effortlessly executed a palm strike, sending the approaching mace flying away. As he watched the mace soar off, a smile graced the dragon lord's face, causing Jiraiya's expression to shift to one of grave concern. Such an extraordinary being. Is this the technique you employed to slay Leia? Indeed, since you are brethren, I shall use the same method to send you to the depths of hell. Observing Jiraiya, who was covertly plotting mischief, the dragon lord slowly approached, chuckling softly. Chapter 142, The Death of Jiraiya. Send me to hell. I fear the one who perishes first will be you. Magnetic ninja technique. Infinite meteorites. The premeditated assault erupted suddenly, unleashing a torrent of shattered stones that hurtled towards the dragon lord. It seemed Jiraiya had already envisioned the dragon lord's fate. As he continued his relentless barrage, Jiraiya laughed maniacally, maintaining his assault. Ha! Ha! You foolish and arrogant wretch. Let us see if you can withstand this onslaught. Alas, Jiraiya's joy was premature. Hearing the echoes of his reckless laughter, the dragon lord, now positioned behind him, erupted in laughter. Why waste energy to withstand such an attack? Simply evade it. What? Upon hearing the sudden laughter behind him, the once proud Magya was taken aback with astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively chose to swing his chain hammer behind him, attempting to repel the unexpectedly appearing Longyu. Alas, such a hasty attack could hardly deter the effortlessly composed Longyu. With a mere casual palm strike, he easily deflected the chain hammer that was hurled towards him. Observing Magyar's swift retreat after realizing the precariousness of his situation, Long Yu, with a playful glint in his eye, decided to follow suit, employing the technique of instant movement as well. "Ah, you seem quite flustered," he remarked, amusement lacing his tone as he mirrored Magyar's movements. "Curse you. Do not be so arrogant. The outcome of this encounter is yet to be determined." With renewed fervor, Magyar hurled his chain hammer once more, roaring as he retreated while rapidly forming seals, attempting to unleash other magnetic ninjutsu to eliminate the one who had toyed with him. Seemingly unfazed by Magyar's assault, Long Yu casually dispatched the chain hammer flying towards him, patiently awaiting Magyar to complete his ninjutsu. As he beheld Long Yu standing motionless, allowing him to execute his technique, a sinister smile spread across Magyar's face. "Arrogant fool, you dare to underestimate me? You shall soon pay the price for your hubris." Magnetic ninjutsu. Magnetic powder electric mist. With a roar, countless glimmering magnetic particles enveloped the still figure of Long Yu. Seeing Long Yu caught off guard and rendered dazed by the magnetic powder electric mist, Magyar, feeling victorious, erupted into maniacal laughter. "Huh, you absolute fool. You had the chance to defeat me, but chose to grant me an opportunity. You have brought this upon yourself. Now, descend into the depths of despair." Reclaiming the chain hammer that lay on the ground, Magyar laughed wildly and prepared to strike. With a sharp whistle, the chain hammer, imbued by the magnetic ninjutsu, struck Long Yu, who was immobilized. In an instant, smoke billowed forth, leaving the once jubilant Magyar engulfed in disbelief. How could this be? Why, indeed, is it not possible? Long Yu's mocking voice echoed once more from behind him, laced with a growing coldness. "Am I not generous? Even as you face death, I grant you a moment of joy." With a renewed attack, Long Yu uttered words that sent tremors of terror through Magyar. "Do you not cherish magnetism? I have sealed your chakra overload point. You shall fully transform into a magnet." No. In the midst of a tragic wail, Magyar, forcibly immobilized by Long Yu, ultimately transformed into a true magnet, losing all semblance of his former self. As he gazed upon the now unrecognizable figure of Magyar, Long Yu turned away, his expression as cold as ice. The remaining task is to await the dawn. Once the sun rises, I shall indulge in some delightful play. Chapter 143. The performance A tranquil night has thus passed. Gazing at the sun now ascended high in the sky, and the long-awaited departure of Lienya from the city, the concealed Yulong could not help but smile with an air of amusement. At last, the stage is set. The dramatic tale of fraternal betrayal is about to unfold. Within the dense forest, Yulong's doppelgangers, masquerading as Jiraiya and Leia, are hastily making their way. Meanwhile, a series of interconnected ice mirrors silently observe from the shadows, appearing utterly unscathed. If that is the case, I shall take matters into my own hands. Observing the two brothers, blissfully unaware of the impending peril, Lienya, with a smile, casually remarked. Subsequently, he ceased his concealment and positioned his ice mirrors along their inevitable path. Lienya, what brings you here, brother?" The two Yulong doppelgangers, disguised as Leia and Jiraiya, feigned surprise, their expressions perfectly crafted to deceive. This impeccable display left Lienya, who harbored intentions of eliminating his own brothers, entirely oblivious to any anomaly. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to ascertain whether you have successfully dealt with that little girl." "Of course we have. There was no need for Jiraiya to intervene. I had everyone feed my spirit beast." The doppelganger posing as Leia, upon hearing Lienya's inquiry about the princess of the vegetable kingdom, proudly conjured a sphere of water. "Splendid work. In that case, you two are of no further use." "Lienya, what do you mean by that?" "Indeed. Clarify your words, Lienya." The two doppelgangers, committed to their role, immediately questioned with feigned outrage. Their inquiries elicited a fit of maniacal laughter from Lienya. "Haha, what do I mean? It means I shall eliminate you both and relish the title of the sole leader. After all, the vegetable kingdom does not require 3 leaders. Prepare for your demise." With a triumphant laugh, Lienya took action without further ado. Utilizing the ice mirrors to refract sunlight, he launched an attack on his two brothers. In an instant, a concentrated beam of searing light descended from above, aimed directly at the two below. Feeling the encroaching threat, the doppelgangers, disguised as Leia and Jiraiya, swiftly turned to evade. While dodging, they desperately charged towards Lienya, roaring in defiance. "Lienya, do not celebrate too soon. When we reach you, it will be your end." Indeed, when we approach, It shall be your demise. Prepare to regret it, Lienya. As Leia began to summon the subterranean waters, Jiraiya, in tandem, collected magnetic forces along their path, adhering to rocks to shield against the assault, while unleashing a murderous roar. Faced with the terrifying visages of his brothers, Lienya, who had been laughing maniacally, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon regaining his composure, he dared not hesitate, rapidly conjuring additional ice mirrors to bolster his offensive. With such worthless fools as you two, do you truly believe I would regret my actions? Begone! In a furious roar, Lienya summoned an abundance of ice lenses, immediately overlapping them to amplify his assault. This method proved to be remarkably effective. The intensified beam of scorching light effortlessly shattered the rocky defenses erected by Jiraiya. Chapter 144. The performance. Gazing upon the two once again exposed to the sunlight, Lienya could not suppress another fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha, ha ha, you shall witness my true self. Yet, it shall be in the form of corpses. Perish. Jiraiya, Magnetya. In his frenzied laughter, the deranged Lienya once more commanded the ice lenses to continue attacking the two who were desperately evading him. The relentless barrage of light beams left them utterly incapable of mounting a defense. With a singular focus on closing the distance to Lienya, the two exchanged determined glances and recklessly charged forward, disregarding everything else. Observing their disheveled, yet resolute approach, Lienya's countenance transformed from one of mirth to one of ferocity in an instant. Would it not be easier to simply perish? Why resist me? You are merely inviting your own suffering. Lienya, do not be so arrogant. Once we track you down, you shall regret your actions. After barely evading another beam of light overhead, an enraged Magnetya shouted defiantly. This defiance, however, attracted Lienya's focused ire. Seeing Magnetya's increasingly desperate attempts to evade, Lienya, through the shifting ice mirrors, erupted into another bout of laughter. Ha ha, ha ha, Magnetya, I shall see whether your evasion speed surpasses that of my ice lens attacks. You wretched scoundrel, laugh while you can. With another furious roar, the nearby Jiraiya seized the opportunity while Lienya was distracted to shatter the moving ice mirror. This sudden turn of events left Lienya momentarily stunned, quickly replaced by a surge of rage. You fools, do you think this will allow you to evade my assault? Dream on. Perish. With the moving ice mirror destroyed, a furious Lienya resorted to reckless attacks. However, such indiscriminate strikes failed to harm the two avatars of Yulong in the slightest. Seizing the chance while Lienya was blind to their presence, the two avatars exchanged mischievous smiles. Without further ado, they hastened toward Lienya with utmost speed. Meanwhile, the enraged Lienya, after a fit of wild attacks, chose to reform the moving ice mirror, using it to search for the two who had vanished from sight. Upon glimpsing this, Lienya, who had only just managed to temper his fury, was incensed once more. You scoundrels! How is it possible for you to move so swiftly? Humph, nothing is impossible. Prepare to meet your demise. Lienya, water escape, water heaven illusion. Humph, allow me to break the shell first. Magnet ninja technique. Infinite meteorites. Seizing the opportunity as Jiraiya began to cast water heaven illusion, Magnetya, arriving simultaneously, wasted no time in launching his attack. In an instant, countless fragments of stone soared into the air, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Lienya. With time running perilously short, Lienya had no choice but to brace himself for a direct confrontation. Alas, despite his relentless efforts to reinforce his ice shield, he could not evade the merciless onslaught of magnetic teeth ninjutsu. A fierce glimmer flashed in his eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lienya hurriedly dodged while desperately gathering more ice lenses. When he felt he had amassed enough power, he unleashed a furious counterattack, roaring as he did so. In that moment, beams of searing light cascaded from the heavens, mercilessly transforming the unprepared Lienya and the magnetic teeth into mere husks. Chapter 145. The performance. Observing the reluctant expressions of Lienya and the magnetic teeth in their final moments, Lienya erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha! Ha! The wretched Lienya, the despicable magnetic teeth. How does it feel? In the end, I am the victor, without you two stumbling blocks. The kingdom of vegetables shall belong solely to me, Lienya. Ho ho! Lord Lienya, are you not celebrating a tad prematurely? As Lienya cackled with abandon, those minions who had kept their distance suddenly approached with swift movements. What? You scoundrels! Do you dare to betray me? The once laughing Lien Ye's expression darkened at the sight of his subordinates, whose eyes shimmered with malice. Just as he prepared to unleash a secret technique to eliminate these traitors, a shuriken suddenly pierced through his hand as he attempted to form the seals. Truly, the treacherous Lord Lien Ye seeks to eliminate us in secret, sneered one of the minions who had struck him, relishing in Lien Ye's plight. As if that were not enough, another minion joined in with mocking laughter. Of course, if Lien Ye would betray his own kin, how could he spare us, his betrayers? Since he shows no mercy, let us strike first and finish him off. Agreed. Let's do it. Seeing the fear etched on Lien Ye's face, several minions exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with malice as they closed in on him. No, spare me. If you let me go, I will willingly cede the kingdom of vegetables to you, Lien Ye pleaded, terror evident in his eyes as he faced the minions brandishing their kunai. Unfortunately, his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, unable to sway their resolve. In a heartbeat, multiple kunai descended upon him, eliciting a cry of terror from Lien Ye. However, the situation was far from resolved. Just as Lien Ye appeared poised to meet his end at the hands of these minions, a figure concealed in the shadows sprang into action. With a swift and fierce 8 trigrams palm, the assailant sent the minions surrounding Lien Ye flying away. As the anguished screams suddenly echoed in his ears, Lien Ye, who was already on the verge of losing control, froze momentarily. The so-called ups and downs of fate. Just when one believes they are on the brink of death, they discover they have been rescued. Stepping before the still-dazed Lien Ye, Yulong couldn't help but utter a teasing remark. Who are you? Why did you save me? The unexpected appearance of Yulong elicited a look of suspicion on Lien Ye's face. He felt an unsettling intuition that the enigmatic figure before him did not genuinely wish to save him. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed Lien Ye's mind, Yulong, with a playful smile, uttered words that left Lien Ye utterly astounded. Who am I? I am, of course, the one who killed Leia and Siaya. As for why I saved you, naturally, it is to allow you to experience what it truly means to face the extremes of fortune. What? Leia? Siaya? Lien Ye's countenance changed drastically as he instinctively glanced toward the place where he had supposedly slain Leia and Siaya, only to be gripped by terror upon realizing that there were no corpses in sight. Such an astonishing revelation sent a chill down Lien Ye's spine as he began to piece together the truth. Chapter 146. The Terror Beneath the Truth. Hee. Have you figured it out? Indeed. The two individuals you battled earlier were not Leia and Siaya at all, but rather my two avatars. Observing Lien Ye's terror-stricken expression, a hint of unspeakable malice flickered across Yulong's face. What do you think? Surprised? Why? Why would you do this? Unable to comprehend the rationale behind it, Lien Ye, fully aware of his imminent demise, questioned anxiously. In response to Lien Ye's inquiry, Yulong, who could no longer contain his excitement, eagerly revealed the answer. Why? Of course, it is to bring you a moment of joy before your death. How does it feel? The instant you struck down your own brothers, did you not feel a rush of elation? And when I saved you moments ago, was there not a flicker of happiness? You are nothing short of a devil. Lien Ye, now fully aware of the grim reality, screamed in terror at the twisted grin of Yulong. A devil? Perhaps. When dealing with reckless individuals like you, I have never hesitated to adopt such measures. With a distorted smile that turned cold, Yulong decided it was time to end the game and swiftly moved to take lethal action. As Lien Ye, his face reflecting the same horror, succumbed to his fate, Yulong turned away, knowing that with the demise of the 3 wicked ninjas, it was time for him to return to Konoha. The remaining matters could be entrusted to the reinforcements arriving from the village. With this thought in mind, Yulong picked up the daimyo of the land of vegetables, hidden in the shadows, and made his way toward the approaching Konoha forces. After a swift and unrestrained dash, Yulong approached the reinforcements and promptly set down the daimyo of the land of vegetables, redirecting his speed to depart. With the reinforcements having arrived, he felt assured that the ensuing events would no longer require his concern. Seizing the opportunity of this idle moment, I decided it would be delightful to visit my dear Aishin. With a spark of anticipation, Yulong quickened his pace once more. After a concerted effort, he successfully caught up with the still astonished Hinata and her companions. Hello, my beloved Aishin. Have you missed me? Yulong bro? Yulong big brother? Upon seeing Yulong suddenly approach, the initially bewildered Hinata and her friends instantly displayed expressions of joy. Are you certain he is someone you know? Be cautious. He could be an enemy in disguise. Observing the suddenly closed Yulong and the smiling Hinata, the ever-wary Kunkana abruptly voiced her concerns. However, before the three could exhibit any doubt, Yulong's displeasure swiftly erupted. Hey, are you a fool? How could someone attacking your land of vegetables possibly know individuals from Konoha? Can't you think before speaking? What do you mean by that? Can you just be quiet? I'm here to find my fiancée, not to engage with you. Without hesitation, Yulong interrupted Kunkana's accusations and made a beeline for Hinata. So how are you, Asian? Have you missed me? Why yes, I have. But, how did you end up here, Yulong bro? Hinata, blushing at Yulong's cheerful inquiry, found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 147. Yulong's mischievous whims naturally. After completing my own tasks, I discovered a coup in the land of vegetables during my return journey. Casting a glance at the visibly anxious Kunkana and her companions, Yulong couldn't help but smirk with derision. That lord of the land of vegetables is quite foolish. They are plotting to kill him, and he still begs for mercy for the citizens. What has happened to my father? Hearing Yulong's mocking tone, Kunkana, filled with concern for her father's safety, rushed forward, disregarding her need to conceal her identity. Faced with her inquiry, Yulong felt a familiar urge for mischief arise within him. Suddenly turning to her with a fearsome expression, he exclaimed, "What? Are you not afraid that I might be the one who intends to kill your father, Princess Kunkana?" "Ah, Princess, you scoundrel! Who are you?" Witnessing Yulong frighten Princess Kunkana to the ground, the furious Kikuzu drew his ninja blade, aiming it at Yulong. Meanwhile, Hiruzu, though not drawing a weapon, displayed an equally vigilant demeanor. Observing the clearly terrified Princess Kunkana, and having recognized Yulong's identity, Hinata cautiously tugged at Yulong's sleeve. "Yulong bro, please don't scare them. Indeed, Yulong big brother, your behavior is simply too dreadful. Yes, you should clarify the situation regarding that lord of the land of vegetables." Watching Yulong, who now appeared somewhat embarrassed under Hinata's insistence, Naruto and Choji exchanged glances, their foreheads lined with sweat. Ahem. Although the feudal lord of the land of vegetables may be excessively benevolent, it is nonetheless a vassal of Konohagakure, and thus I took it upon myself to rescue him. Observing the palpable sigh of relief from everyone around, I shrugged and continued speaking. Naturally, after saving the feudal lord, I also took care of those troublesome individuals who sought to create discord. No need to thank me. Ah, you eliminated them. Brother Yulong, you have gone too far. How can you usurp our responsibilities? Upon hearing that Yulong had dealt with the adversaries, Naruto, unable to accept it, clasped his hands over his head and complained. In response to Naruto's grievances, Yulong playfully wrapped an arm around his neck and inquired with mock severity, "What? Do you have an issue with my helping you resolve your troubles? If you do, feel free to voice it. Ah, with you in this state, how could I possibly dare to express any dissent?" Faced with Yulong's unabashed threat, Naruto wore a frustrated expression and continued to lament. Such overt complaints naturally incited Yulong's playful retaliation. "You little rascal. So, you do have an issue with my assistance. Just watch how I deal with you. Ah, spare me. Brother Yulong, I realize my folly. Where did you go wrong?" I giggling. Watching the two in a raucous exchange, Hinata, who had been initially concerned, could not help but laugh. The others nearby joined in the merriment as well. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and once the playful banter subsided, Yulong promptly recounted the current situation in the land of vegetables. Upon learning that the enemies had been vanquished, and that even the reinforcements from Konoha had joined forces with the feudal lord, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. They swiftly decided to return to the land of vegetables. Eager to spend more time with Hinata, Yulong resolved to accompany her and the others back. With Yulong's presence, the journey, once dreary, was now filled with laughter and joy. Yulong, brimming with mischievous ideas, constantly devised ways to tease Naruto and Choji. While the others reveled in the amusement, Naruto and Choji, the targets of his antics, could hardly share in the joy. For the two, who felt thoroughly tormented, all they wished for was the swift conclusion of their mission. Chapter 148. Rising Prestige. The matter concerning the land of vegetables has finally reached its conclusion. Upon their successful return to Konoha, Naruto and Choji hastily sought to escape the clutches of a certain individual. Observing their hasty retreat, the remaining companions paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. Without further ado, the group proceeded directly to the Hokage Tower to report their mission results to Tsunade. Upon learning that the so-called three evil ninjas had been effortlessly dispatched by Yulong during their return journey, Tsunade's gaze shifted to him, her inquiry unmistakable. Aware that evasion was futile, Yulong shrugged and began to narrate the events as they unfolded, albeit in a version of his own creative embellishment. The narrative primarily delves into the so-called three evil ninjas and the protagonist's fortuitous journey. Upon attentively listening to Yulong's earnest recounting of Tsunade's exploits, a profound expression graced her features. How fortuitous, indeed, she mused. Yet, is it truly mere coincidence? As Yulong observed Tsunade's eyes narrowing, his earlier amusement faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. In truth, during my recent mission near the land of vegetables, I had caught wind of certain rumors. However, my obligations to other tasks precluded any investigation at that time. Speaking of which, what was the nature of your original mission? Surely it was not a failure? Tsunade's expression grew solemn at Yulong's inquiry regarding his initial undertaking. Of course, it was accomplished. Ignoring the puzzled looks from others nearby, Yulong's countenance turned icy. Those individuals are exceedingly perilous. Should they be employed by adversarial nations, the safety of our village would be gravely compromised. Indeed, it stands to reason. Given that they dare to refer to themselves as hunting ninjas, they must be extraordinarily dangerous. Otherwise, I would not have dispatched you to confront them directly. Nodding in agreement, Tsunade, seated comfortably, acknowledged Yulong's chilling demeanor. Tsunade, what manner of individuals are they to inspire such trepidation in you? Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued by Tsunade's grave expression. The others present also displayed eager intrigue. Tsunade, who had initially appeared grave, suddenly broke into a smile. Since everyone is so curious, let Yulong, who has dealt with them, share the tale. Of course, aware that Tsunade was providing him with an opportunity to establish his credibility, Yulong took a deep breath and commenced his serious narrative. Through his account, the assembly quickly grasped the terror of the hunting ninjas, simultaneously deepening their admiration for Yulong, who had vanquished them. After all, the Xianyuan clan, known for their formidable abilities, was already fearsome. The fact that Yulong could defeat them signified his own strength was even greater. With this realization, an unspoken reverence began to blossom among the group towards Yulong, who was still but a youth. The future Yulong would undoubtedly be even more formidable. As she observed her companion's awe, Hinata could not help but feel an indescribable admiration welling within her. After all, the man who commanded such respect was her fiancé, her future husband. Chapter 149. A rare reunion. Moments of gathering are always so precious. Learning that Tenkai and Meihua, who were part of the Umbu, had not been dispatched on a mission, Yulong, filled with excitement, promptly enlisted Kakashi, who happened to be present, to join him in seeking out the two for a meal. They chose the familiar barbecue restaurant where they often convened. Observing his companions' faces, devoid of any hint of estrangement, Yulong's joy was unmistakably reflected upon his countenance. It has indeed been quite some time since we gathered together. To be honest, I find myself missing all of you. Hey, can we refrain from uttering such sentimental words among men? Exactly. It sends shivers down my spine. Gazing at the nostalgic expression on Yulong's face, Kakashi and the others couldn't help but tease him playfully with similar sentiments. Hee. Indeed, such sentimental remarks are better reserved for our dear Ateon. Seemingly relishing this harmless banter, Yulong quickly replied with a jest. This light-hearted teasing immediately drew the collective rebuttal of Kakashi and his companions. Amidst their laughter and merriment, the four of them silently savored this rare moment of leisure. Ever since the passing of the third Hokage, all the elite shinobi have been incessantly busy for the stability and prosperity of the village. Their aim is to demonstrate to other nations that even without the third Hokage, the Hidden Leaf Village remains formidable. However, despite this, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, which have long coveted the Land of Fire, continue to stir restlessly. You all appear quite fatigued. Have you not been able to rest properly lately? Observing the fatigue that could not be concealed on the faces of the three, Yulong, after some playful banter, adopted a serious demeanor and inquired. Yes, the time for rest has been far too brief. It hardly allows us to recover from the weariness incurred during our missions. Unable to contain his grievances upon Yulong's inquiry about their well-being, Minghu lamented. Sensing that Minghu's complaints might invite trouble, Tenzu quickly chimed in. It's unavoidable. The death of the third Hokage has inevitably piqued the interest of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, as elite shinobi of the village. If we can ensure the continued stability of our home through our efforts, then we must persist, no matter how arduous the task. Hee. Such resolve. Just so happens that I have already rested. Tomorrow, I shall proactively request a mission to help lighten your burdens. Observing the mixture of agreement and resignation on the faces of his companions, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yulong's eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing Yulong's words, the previously resigned expressions of the three instantly transformed into smiles of delight. Truly, Yulong, you are indeed resolute. Humph. Such resolve cannot be monopolized by you lot. After all, I too am an elite shinobi of the village. As Yulong playfully taunted his companions, who were now visibly brightened, he felt warmth within his heart. He understood that this unmasked joy was rooted in trust. They believed that with his involvement, the weight upon their shoulders would be significantly alleviated. This is trust, a bond of trust among comrades. Watching his companions, now engaged in playful banter once more and evidently relieved of their burdens, Yulong smiled knowingly. He vowed that during the upcoming period, he would surely give the land of lightning and the land of earth a good lesson. He would cool their restless hearts. Chapter 150, Persuading Tsunade. What? You wish to undertake tasks related to the hidden cloud village of the land of lightning? Indeed. Gazing at the astonished Tsunade before him, Yulong spoke again with unwavering certainty, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Such an overt expression had laid bare the true thoughts concealed within his heart. Do you intend to strike at the land of lightning? Observing Yulong's unabashed admission of his intentions, Tsunade's countenance darkened after a brief moment of silence. Indeed, that is precisely what I am contemplating. Bang. Hinata Yulong, do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the license to act so recklessly. Are you aware that your actions will only heighten the wariness of other ninja villages towards us? As she regarded Yulong, who had directly confessed, Tsunade rose abruptly from her seat. Seemingly having anticipated her response, Yulong retracted the cold light from his gaze and executed a transformation jutsu, rendering the infuriated Tsunade momentarily speechless. You, what say you? With this, Lady Tsunade, might you acquiesce? Observing Tsunade as she regained her composure from her stupor, Yulong's lips curled into a smirk as he posed the question once more. Humph. This is merely a transformation jutsu. Do you think that altering your appearance can deceive the Cloud Ninja? Despite her words, the tone of Tsunade's voice betrayed a hint of concession. Seemingly assured of her stance, Yulong, with a smirk, uttered another statement that left Tsunade astonished. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I am not merely a Hyuga of the clan who knows only their secret techniques. Humph. While you say that, are you truly certain that this approach poses no risk? You must understand one thing. Once your identity is revealed, not only the land of lightning but also the land of earth, which is equally covetous of us, will likely send assassins after you. To underscore the gravity of the situation, Tsunade fixed her gaze on Yulong and unreservedly questioned him once more. In response to Tsunade's renewed inquiry, Yulong produced a chakra testing paper and, amidst her puzzled gaze, infused it with his chakra. In the next moment, the infused testing paper exhibited 5 distinctly different reactions, stunning both Tsunade and Shizune into silence. What do you think? Lady Tsunade, can you now feel completely reassured? Observing Tsunade once again lost in thought, Yulong's grin widened even further. Very well. If that is the case, I shall indulge you this once. However, remember this. Under no circumstances must you reveal your identity. Fear not, Lady Tsunade. I will leave no trace behind. Accepting the mission scroll handed to him by Tsunade, Yulong canceled the transformation jutsu and reiterated his assurance. As he turned to depart, swiftly exiting the Hokage building, Tsunade gazed out the window, her eyes flickering with an array of complex emotions. Is Lady Tsunade truly worried about him? Observing her intricate expression, Shizune hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to inquire. In response to the silent inquiry, the complexity in Tsunade's eyes deepened. It was not his safety that concerned her, but rather the fear that he might take excessive advantage of the situation. Too excessive. Faced with Tsunade's perplexing answer, Shizune found herself engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend her thoughts. Chapter 151. Team Samui. After persuading Tsunade through the use of transformation techniques, Rilong set off without delay. The objective of this mission was to strike a blow against the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning, rather than to unleash a massacre. Thus, Rilong had already formulated a clear operational strategy to achieve this aim. With a mindset to swiftly cut through the chaos, he hastened to the mission location post-haste. Then, with a thunderous assault, he incapacitated all the hidden cloud ninjas who had stealthily infiltrated the land of fire. Once this was accomplished, he transported the captured cloud ninjas back to the Land of Lightning. Such audacious actions undoubtedly provoked the ire of the entire Hidden Cloud village. Determined to rescue their comrades and eliminate Long, the fourth Raikage, swiftly mobilized his elite team, Team Samui, alongside his right-hand man, Darui. Additionally, to prevent the unidentified Long from escaping the Land of Lightning, they dispatched other elite Cloud Ninja squads to encircle him. The objective was to ensure that the provocative and enigmatic Long would not escape. Unfortunately, they underestimated Long's strength. In the face of the mass mobilization of Cloud Ninjas, Long audaciously took the initiative. Striking first, he nearly captured the entire encircling Cloud Ninja team in one fell swoop. As Long appeared before the astonished members of Team Samui, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hello there, handsome and beautiful folks from the Hidden Cloud Village. This guy seems rather dangerous. Captain, what should we do if we can't defeat him? The ever-pessimistic Mo murmured anxiously upon witnessing Long's sudden appearance. Bang! Ouch! Kaji, why did you hit me? Mo complained, having just voiced his concerns when Kaji suddenly attacked him. Such grievances immediately provoked a fresh wave of assault from Kaji. Bang! Ouch! You fool! Are you an idiot? Must you utter such disheartening words before we even engage? He is not entirely wrong to feel disheartened. After all, you are the last group of pursuers. Long remarked, amusement evident in his tone as he observed Mo and the others still in a light-hearted mood. This jest, however, instantly put the four adversaries on high alert. What have you done to our comrades? Kaji, filled with a mix of anger and suspicion, could not restrain herself from questioning Long, who wore a mocking expression. The other three, though silent, shared a similar look of concern, seemingly aiming to provoke him further. Gazing at the four individuals whose expressions were filled with rage, the disguised Yulong merely shrugged and uttered words that ignited their murderous intent. Was there any need for inquiry? Since you all have come to kill me, I shall not spare you either. You scoundrel, I shall slay you, for the vengeance of my comrades. Yinlu. Faced with such a thunderous revelation, the furious Kaju chose to strike without hesitation. In an instant, a fierce blade of light surged toward the nearby Yulong, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, it seemed evident that such an attack could not possibly harm the mysterious figure before them. Locking gazes for a fleeting moment, the others swiftly dispersed, encircling Yulong. Chapter 152. The overwhelming mockery observing the four who had entered a state of readiness. Yulong, harboring playful intentions, could not suppress a mischievous grin. He chuckled. Oh, do not be too sorrowful. It shan't be long before I send you to meet your comrades. Cease your arrogance. The one who shall perish is you. Yinlu. Crescent Moon Slash. As Yulong not only evaded Kaju's attack, but also taunted them, Omoy immediately silenced his previous mutterings and unleashed his own assault, brimming with murderous intent. However, to Yulong, the attacks from both seemed rather indistinguishable. Thus, facing Omoy's ferocious onslaught, Yulong evaded with an air of unruffled calmness, a demeanor that caused the other two present to instinctively narrow their eyes. Once again, their gazes met. Taking advantage of the moment Yulong dodged Omoy's strike, Samui, who had been waiting in the wings, seized the opportunity. Yinlu. Flying Blade. With Samui's sharp command, a lethal blade of light flickered before Yulong's eyes. Maintaining an expression of effortless ease, Yulong once again employed his instant movement technique, choosing to teleport directly behind Samui. Observing the panicked Omoy and Kaju, as well as the fierce expression of Darui, who summoned the Gale technique, Yulong could not help but smile once more. Remember, the one who has slain your comrades is you. What? This is bad. Brother Darui, stop. Witnessing Yulong's wicked grin as he used Samui as a human shield, both Omoy and Kaju immediately displayed expressions of utter panic. This trepidation, of course, was equally mirrored on the face of the unfortunate Samui. Fortunately, Darui's mastery of ninjutsu was exceptional, allowing him to alter the attack's trajectory at the very last moment. However, the four evidently rejoiced too soon. As they exhaled in relief, the mischievous grin on Yulong's face grew even more pronounced. Heh, have you celebrated prematurely? What? No. Samui. Uft. Samui. Scoundrel. I shall kill you. As Sam, who had opened his mouth in a futile gasp, collapsed helplessly to the ground. The trio of Darui erupted in a fierce response. Their relentless assault surged once more towards the grinning Yulong, only to fall victim once again to his cunning ploy. Observing the slowly descending Kaju and the enigmatic figure wearing a playful smirk, the trembling body of Omoi could not help but redden with fury. I will kill you, Yinlu. Li Xia slash. An even more potent blade of light cleaved towards the still smirking Yulong, prompting a comical reaction from him. Oh, such a beautiful lady. Can you truly be so ruthless? Even to a corpse, you are being overly cruel. As he deftly evaded Omoi's strike, Yulong nonchalantly dragged Kaju away, continuing his taunts. However, such mocking words were immediately met with Darui's furious retort. Your arrogance must come to an end. Lightning release. Black spot slash. Accompanied by Darui's murderous intent. A leopard-shaped bolt of black lightning instantly struck Yulong, who had his back turned. Alas, before the two conscious figures could even manage a smile, Yulong, frozen in place, was enveloped in smoke and transformed into a mere wooden substitute. Chapter 153. Complete suppression. As Darui's expression revealed disbelief, Yulong re-emerged, once again donning an evil grin. Omoi, look out behind you. Hee. Too late. With that chilling taunt, Omoi, realizing the impending danger too late, was plunged into darkness, losing all consciousness. Witnessing Omoi fall, Darui was consumed by sheer rage. Drawing his ninja blade with determination, he resolved to eliminate the mysterious figure before him, charging towards Yulong. In response to Darui's advance, Yulong, with a mischievous glint, kicked the unconscious Omoi aside and met Darui head-on. TSK, it's just you left. I wonder how long you can withstand my power? Your arrogance has reached its end. Die, you cursed fiend. Watching Omoi being carelessly kicked aside by Yulong, Darui's fury was unmistakably etched across his face. With his ninja blade slicing through the air, Darui demonstrated his exceptional swordsmanship. Interspersed with his ninjutsu attacks, he showcased a prowess far surpassing that of the other three. Yet, despite such formidable skill, he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the enigmatic figure before him. As the mysterious man laughed uproariously beneath Darui's relentless onslaught, the anger in Darui's heart morphed into despair. He realized that the man was merely toying with him. Yet, driven by a minuscule chance, he felt compelled to continue his assault. As he beheld the unscathed figure, panting heavily, Darui finally ceased his attacks. Huff, huff. Hee. Are you fatigued? Since you are weary, it is now my turn to strike. Gazing at the panting druid across from him, Yulong could not help but display a knowing expression. He stepped forward, approaching the opponent, yet refrained from making any offensive moves, persistently closing the distance to the druid. This unexpected behavior not only puzzled the druid, but also ignited within him a fierce determination to fight back. The sharp glint of his blade once again forced the enigmatic figure before him to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the druid swiftly executed two ninjutsu techniques, the shadow clone technique and, in conjunction with it, the lightning release, double black spot. Regrettably, such maneuvers had long been deciphered by Yulong. Thus, what appeared to be a formidable assault ultimately fell short once more. As the druid, on the verge of losing consciousness, gazed at the smirking figure before him, he silently apologized to his comrades. I'm sorry, Samui, Kaju, Omoi, I couldn't avenge you. The ups and downs of a person's life are epitomized by the moments one believes they are doomed, only to discover they are still alive. Just as he began to rejoice in his survival, he realized he remained a captive. Observing the cloud of ninjas that had filled the valley, the newly awakened druid felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Omoi, standing nearby, had already begun his lamentations of despair. Why have they brought us here? Are they planning to slaughter us in this valley? Good heavens! The thought of such an ending is truly terrifying. Shut up, you fool. Bang. Kaju, alarmed by Omoi's increasingly exaggerated speech, immediately berated him while opting to headbutt Omoi in retaliation. Chapter 154. Silence. It's my turn now, Yulong. Intent on frightening Omoi and the others, emerged from his hiding spot upon hearing Omoi's complaints. What a splendid idea. If your Lord Rakage does not rescue you within 2 days, I shall collapse this valley and bury you alive. Noticing Omoi's eyes bulging in fright, Yulong leaned closer, feigning a cheerful demeanor to instill terror. As a gesture of my gratitude, I shall begin the burial from your position. Swish. Upon hearing Yulong's jovial threat, the others, who had been glaring at Omoi, immediately fled from his side with utmost speed. Such a decisive action caused the already terrified Omoi to hang his head in dismay. How could this be? Have I been abandoned by my comrades? Heh. At a time like this, Abandoning a troublesome person like you is undoubtedly the right choice. Yulong taunted, inching closer to the dejected Omoy, a smirk plastered on his face. This behavior instantly provoked the ire of the druid. Bastard, if you have the guts, come at me. Not a problem. Since you've said so, I shall come for you. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as Yulong instantly moved before the druid, ready to strike. After a chaotic flurry of punches and kicks, the audacious Dalui was left battered and bruised, resembling nothing short of a pig's head. Gazing at his swollen face, it was impossible to recognize the once proud Dalui. The others, who had initially been indignant, promptly chose silence, fearing the mysterious figure before them, an individual clearly indifferent to the consequences of their actions. The prospect of provoking such a formidable opponent left them wary of suffering a similar fate. Thus, for the sake of their own safety, those who should have defended Dalui opted for a cowardly silence. This lack of backbone did not escape the notice of Yulong, who, initially filled with anticipation, now wore a displeased expression. Humph, what a bunch of cowards. Grumbling under his breath, Yulong, with nothing else to occupy his time, began to savor the lollipop he had pilfered from Omoe. The audacity of his actions brought tears to Omoe's eyes. Wah, that is my candy. Silence. It now belongs to me, Yulong retorted disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at the weeping Omoe. This rebuke only intensified Omoe's sobs. In all his years, he had never encountered someone as outrageous as this person before him, one who not only captured him, but also unreasonably snatched away his candy. Alas, despite Omoe's pitiable cries, Yulong showed no inclination to return the confection. In a display of sheer malice, he stood deliberately in front of Omoe, extolling the lollipop's exquisite taste. Such despicable behavior even drew the ire of Karuei, who had initially been angered by Omoe's complaints. Hey, you scoundrel, how can you behave this way? Have you no shame? Little girl, are you preparing to stand up for your companion? Do you dare to challenge me? Believe it or not, I'll shave your head. As Karuei attempted to intervene, Yulong raised an eyebrow in mockery, threatening her while brandishing Sam Yi's small knife. This outrageous display silenced Karuei and left the other cloud ninjas twitching at the corners of their mouths. It became evident that this rogue was a mischievous troublemaker with an insatiable appetite for chaos. Chapter 155. The Arrival of the Raikage nonetheless. Regardless of the villainous nature of the individual before them, his strength was beyond doubt. As they surveyed the fallen comrades scattered across the terrain, the cloud ninjas felt a mixture of horror and despondency. After all, should this news spread, their village would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the ninja world. Contemplating this, an internal conflict arose within them, a desire for the Raikage to come to their rescue, yet a fear of his arrival. Given that their adversary had clearly aimed to lure the Raikage here, none could be certain whether traps had been laid to ensnare him. While they believed in the Raikage's prowess, they were acutely aware that their opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. If traps had truly been set, the eventual outcome remained uncertain. Thus, with a heart laden with contradictions, 2 whole days swiftly elapsed, gazing at the surrounding scene, bathed in gentle sunlight and a soothing breeze. The formidable Yulong surveyed the area. After a moment of shaking his head and sighing, disappointment etched itself upon his features. Is this truly the so-called Raikage? It is utterly disheartening. How dare you speak ill of Lord Raikage? Upon hearing the mysterious figure's disparaging remarks about Raikage, the still swollen-cheeked Kaji could not help but glare in indignation. However, such a fierce glare was swiftly met with Yulong's retaliatory response. Oh, you are indeed a loyal one. In that case, let us deal with you and that little brat first. A glimmer of playful malice flickered in Yulong's eyes as he strode boldly towards his opponent. This intimidating approach immediately triggered a chain reaction among the surrounding cloud ninjas, who all rose to encircle Kaji, the target of Yulong's gaze. Witnessing the unity displayed by the cloud ninjas, even at such a dire moment, a fleeting expression of appreciation crossed Yulong's face. Quite the solidarity in crucial times. Very well, I shall send you all on your way. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he leaped to the summit of the valley. Observing the cloud ninjas below, who were filled with trepidation yet still gazed defiantly at him, Yulong could not suppress a chuckle. Since your Raikage refuses to come to your aid, I shall send you on your way instead. The one who truly ought to depart is you. Lightning Annihilation, Chio Dance. As Yulong prepared to unleash his devastating attack upon the valley, the Raikage, who had arrived unbeknownst to anyone, chose that moment to intervene. Lord Raikage. The previously despondent Cloud Ninjas suddenly brightened with astonishment at the sight of the fourth Raikage. However, it was evident that Raikage's attack had been anticipated by Yulong. Thus, when Raikage made his entrance, his strike not only failed to land but was met with a premeditated kick from Yulong, sending him hurtling away with tremendous force. Boom. Caught off guard by the overwhelming impact, the fourth Raikage crashed down at the foot of the mountain. Observing the panicked Cloud Ninjas fleeing in disarray, Yulong erupted into laughter from his vantage point above the valley. Ha! Fourth Raikage, how does it feel? Surprised, are we? Ugh, you scoundrel. You knew I was here all along. The fourth Raikage, who had clambered back to his feet, glared furiously at Yulong, his anger palpable. Chapter 156. The Appearance of Killer Bee, a roller coaster of emotions. In response to the fourth Raikage's inquiry, Yulong shrugged nonchalantly and offered a candid affirmation. Of course. Had I not known of your arrival, how could I possibly create an opportunity for you to attack me? Ugh, you scoundrel. Who are you? And why are you doing this? The fourth Raikage, faced with the mocking countenance of the enigmatic figure, felt his temper flare, veins bulging in his forehead. However, such a display of fury was unlikely to intimidate Yulong, who had deliberately sought out confrontation. Confronted by the inquiries of the fourth Raikage, the Dragon Lord simply shrugged and chose to leap away. Want to know the answer? Then follow me, he declared. Lord Raikage, don't go. They may have set a trap for you. The Cloud Ninja in the valley urgently cautioned, watching the fourth Raikage follow the mysterious figure without hesitation. Regrettably, the irked Raikage paid no heed to his subordinates' warnings. As he and his companions swiftly vanished from sight, the Cloud Ninja's expression shifted to one of despair. How could this happen? Don't worry. Lord Raikage will undoubtedly defeat them and return to rescue us. Encouraged by the lamentations of his comrades, the now swollen-cheeked Darui rallied their spirits. Let us not forget, in terms of speed, no one can rival Lord Raikage. Even if they have indeed set a trap, it will only bring them misfortune. Let us await good news. Darui's encouragement reinvigorated the previously despondent Cloud Ninja. Indeed, in speed, none can match Lord Raikage. If they truly attempt to ensnare him, it will surely backfire. Hey, my dear companions, your faith will empower my brother to vanquish them. Fools, imbeciles, Killer Bee. The Cloud Ninja, initially merely comforting themselves, instantly brightened at the sudden appearance of Killer Bee, who greeted them with his characteristic rapping. Hey, fools, imbeciles, I'll be there to save you soon. That may not be possible. The Dragon Lord's shadow clone, left behind, began to tease all the Cloud Ninja as it revealed itself. More importantly, it aimed to clarify why such a rescue was infeasible. Numerous other clones of the Dragon Lord emerged from previously hidden corners, deftly setting up a series of interconnected traps that surrounded the entire valley in an instant. As the valley was suddenly encircled by explosive tags, both Killer Bee and the other Cloud Ninja were rendered speechless. They had never witnessed anyone capable of laying such intricate traps single-handedly. Faced with the evident peril of a trap that would spring into action at the slightest provocation, despair washed over all the Cloud Ninja. It was evident that against such a complex array of traps, even Killer Bee's prowess could not save all the Cloud Ninja in the valley. After all, since being captured by this mysterious figure, they had been rendered immobile by a peculiar ninjutsu that sealed their chakra points. Forcing the use of chakra would not only prevent them from executing any ninjutsu, but would also result in immediate paralysis as punishment for their defiance. It was clear that should the explosive tags surrounding the valley detonate, the majority of the Cloud Ninja trapped within would meet an inescapable demise. Chapter 157. The Frustrated Fourth Raikage. What will you do, fools, imbeciles? There is nothing to be done. All I desire is to eliminate the fourth Raikage in peace. Observing the sudden change in Karabi's expression, Yulong and all his clones burst into laughter. Is it to save your comrades in the village, or will you abandon them to rescue your elder brother? You must choose. Remember, if you dare to attack me, I shall detonate the trap immediately. So, do refrain from acting recklessly. Facing the increasingly grim expressions of all the Cloud Ninjas, Yulong could not resist uttering another taunt. Lord Karabi, don't mind us. Please hurry to assist Lord Raikage. Indeed, do not concern yourselves with us. You must have faith in your brother's strength. He is not someone that this current opponent can defeat. You fools, you imbeciles. Upon witnessing the attempts of the Cloud Ninjas to persuade him to abandon them, Karabi could not help but rebuke them fiercely. Such a rebuke instantly moved the cloud ninjas in the valley. His gaze swept over the scene, where he scolded his comrades while leaving a clone to take his place, stealthily heading to support Reikage. Yulong, who had seen through it all, could not help but smirk. Claiming to trust Reikage, yet his true self slipped away. How utterly ridiculous. Even if you go to his aid, it will alter nothing. Gazing at the astonished and furious Karabi, Yulong ceased his words. He even chose to sit down calmly, awaiting the outcome on the other side. Such an audacious act infuriated Karabi and the others, yet they fell silent. After all, their opponent indeed possessed the audacity to back it up. Damn it, how long do you intend to flee? Flee, is that what you think? Hearing the enraged shout from the other side, Yulong, who had been calculating the distance, halted his steps. Humph, have you finally stopped? Speak, what do you want with me? Gazing at the mysterious figure who finally ceased his movement, the fourth Reikage, clenched his fists and glared at him. Humph, it seems you are not as reckless as you appear. Looking at the fourth Reikage, who had deduced the truth, Yulong's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight. Let us cut to the chase. Otherwise, once I make my move to eliminate you, you shall have no chance left. In response to the mysterious figure's jest, the fourth Reikage, suppressing his inner fury, urged with palpable murderous intent. Such provocation naturally enraged Yulong, who had initially intended to tease a bit longer. Oh, since you say so, let us engage in battle. Very well. If you seek death, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. The sparks of challenge ignited between their gazes. With both unable to endure any longer, they immediately engaged in combat without hesitation. In an instant, the surrounding ground was ravaged as if by a tempest, leaving it unrecognizable. After an intense struggle where neither side yielded, the two separated, revealing entirely different expressions. You scoundrel! How do you possess the ninjutsu of our hidden cloud village? Speak honestly, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Oh, how generous of you! I fear that you may be generous for a while yet fail to uphold your promises. Gazing at the enraged fourth Reikage, whose body shimmered with the same lightning aura, the formidable Yulong could not help but provoke him with a disdainful smirk. Chapter 158. The Provoked Killer Beam. I shall tear you apart. Lightning release. Lightning plow hot blade. In response to Yulong's unabashed taunts, the furious fourth Reikage, unleashed the lightning plow hot blade. As the formidable lightning chakra erupted, the enraged fourth Reikage vowed to sever the head of the individual before him. Unfortunately, no matter how furious he became, he could not harm Yulong, who had already anticipated his moves. With a deft body flicker technique, Yulong deftly evaded the fourth Reikage's attack. Observing the furious figure turning away, Yulong chose to ascend into the air. Enough. Using the same techniques as you would merely squander my time. I shall employ a different method of attack to make you truly aware of this world. What an arrogant fool. Do you believe that just because you are airborne, I cannot handle you? You are merely digging your own grave. Lightning release. Lightning dragon bullet technique. With an enraged roar, the fourth Reikage, looking skyward, executed the lightning dragon bullet technique. He sought to harness the controllable lightning dragon bullet to bring Yulong crashing down from the sky. Alas, this approach not only failed to bring Yulong down, but, instead, the taunting Yulong turned the tables. Allow me to show you what despair truly is. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. As the lightning dragon bullet approached, Yulong swiftly completed the hand seals for his own technique. He summoned a water dragon that surged forth to collide with the massive lightning dragon. As water and lightning converged, the once menacing fourth Reikage's countenance transformed into one of sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Realizing he had lost control over the lightning dragon bullet, the fourth Reikage was engulfed by shock. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his dismay. The uncontrollable lightning dragon bullet collided with the water dragon bullet, merging into a colossal storm dragon. The storm dragon let out a resounding roar before diving downwards, directly towards the fourth Reikage. Sensing the imminent threat posed by the storm dragon, the terrified fourth Reikage dared not hesitate. He immediately turned and fled. Behind him loomed the massive storm dragon, which periodically descended, creating deep craters upon impact. Witnessing the fourth Reikage's increasingly desperate flight, the hastily arriving killer bee could only stare in disbelief. Brother, idiot, quickly get out of the way. Seeing Killer Bee dazed, the fourth Reikage, in a fit of rage, struck him with a punch, sending him flying. Subsequently, the halted fourth Raikage could not evade the impending attack as the storm dragon descended upon him. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, hurling the unsuspecting Killer Bee to an even greater distance. The fourth Raikage, A, was unable to evade the strike and took the blow head-on. As he felt the devastating force unleashed by the raging dragon, Killer Bee's eyes instantly turned crimson. "Brother, you bastard, I shall slay you." Fueled by concern for his brother A's safety, a furious Killer Bee hastily transformed into his tailed beast form. In an instant, the colossal eight tails, Gyuki, revealed its true form and raised its tentacles, aiming a fierce blow toward the airborne Yulon. "How dare you harm my brother? I will ensure you are reduced to ashes today." Chapter 159. Defeat and Departure. As the immense tentacles of the octopus surged forward, Yulon, who had been floating in midair, quickly activated his body flicker technique and appeared atop the head of the eight tails. "Let me give you a wake-up call." A glint of mischief flashed in his eyes as he unleashed Tsunade's heavenly foot. In an instant, the terrifying force radiated from the forehead of the eight tails, coursing through its entire body. Overwhelmed by intense pain, the eight tails' tentacles immediately slackened, and its massive body crashed to the ground. This astonishing scene did not go unnoticed by the Cloud Ninja in the valley. Amidst the shocked and incredulous expressions of the Cloud Ninja, Yulon's clone, seated calmly on the ground, broke into laughter. "It seems we can finally get to the main topic." With a satisfied chuckle, he snapped his fingers, producing a crisp sound that resonated throughout the valley. Watching as the clone of Yulon swiftly retracted all traps and vanished, the Cloud Ninja stood in stunned silence. What just happened? It was because the opponent felt there was no longer a need to trap us. Observing the hasty departure of Killer Bee's clone, the understanding Darui spoke with a hint of bitterness. "Brother Darui, what do you mean by that?" Though she had an inkling of the truth, Kaju could not fully accept the reality. "Didn't you already suspect?" Looking toward the valley's exit, Darui's expression was filled with concern. "I hope that person truly harbors no ill intentions." On the desolate ground, he gazed at Killer Bee, who had been carelessly tossed beside him. The once furious fourth Raikage fell silent in an instant. The opponent's strength far surpassed the expectations of both him and Killer Bee. Coupled with their arrogance and complacency, they had been easily defeated. I could not accept such an outcome, yet in that moment, he felt utterly powerless. "Who are you? What do you seek from me?" he asked, his voice laced with restraint as he regarded the mysterious figure before him. Upon witnessing A's newfound composure, Yulon retracted his playful demeanor. "It seems you have come to terms with the situation." "Humph. Had I not been so careless, the outcome may have been quite different." Upon hearing such words from the enigmatic figure before him, the fourth Raikage, A, could not help but display a renewed expression of anger. Observing the defiance in his opponent's demeanor, Yulon's countenance swiftly turned frosty. "Dare I say, why not acknowledge that had it not been for my reluctance to end the lives of you two brothers, you would already be dead?" Gazing at the suddenly silent fourth Raikage, Yulon, recognizing that his counterpart had finally conceded, chose not to dwell on the matter further. After a brief pause, he transitioned into the main topic. In 3 years' time, a pivotal event will unfold within the shinobi world, one that will determine its future. At that juncture, the current 5 great nations will unite against a common adversary. "How do you know this? What grounds do I have to trust you?" The fourth Raikage, momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorted. In response to this challenge, Yulon merely smiled faintly before turning to depart. "Belief is your prerogative. Should you falter then, prepare to become a mere puppet." "Puppet? What do you mean? Clarify this before you leave." As the mysterious figure soared into the sky, the fourth Raikage, snapping back to reality, shouted urgently. Regrettably, Yulon offered no further explanation, for some truths, if divulged excessively, could yield unforeseen consequences that he, at present, wished to avoid. Chapter 160. The capriciousness of the human heart. In the Hokage's office at Konohagakure, Yulon had just returned to recount the outcome of his recent mission to Tsunade. Upon learning that he had not only captured a multitude of Cloud Shinobi, but had also severely injured their Raikage, both Tsunade and Shizune, who sat nearby, were left speechless. "Hey, you reckless brat, aren't you concerned about the potential backlash from your actions?" Tsunade, recovering from her stupor, inquired with a hint of exasperation. "Indeed, this is rather excessive." Although the present Yulon was undeniably charming and handsome, Shizune felt an unsettling impression of him as a lurking predator. more fearsome than the Nine Tails. After all, this individual had returned from the Land of Lightning not only with a host of captured Cloud Shinobi, but also having grievously injured their Raikage. Such reckless behavior left Shizune both amused and horrified. It was essential to note that Yulan was still not yet 15 years old, with his power in a phase of rapid ascension. Shizune found it difficult to fathom just how formidable he would become in the future. In contrast to Shizune's incredulity, Tsunade, still seated, reflected on her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. While uncertain of her grandfather's strength in his youth, she was confident that even at the same age, he would not have been a match for the Yulan before her. With that thought, Tsunade sighed wearily, recalling her earlier concerns. Forget it, let's not dwell on this. You have just returned. Surely you long to go home. Hurry along. With a gentle nod, Yulong, having discerned Tsunade's thoughts, refrained from speaking further. He placed down the carefully prepared gift he had brought from the Land of Lightning and turned to leave. This is a local specialty I brought back. I must take my leave. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him. Kushina, should I not extend a bit more trust towards Yulong? Tsunade, gazing at the closed door, found herself engulfed in a moment of melancholy. Lady Tsunade, I believe Yulong would never betray Konoha. After a brief hesitation, Kushina cautiously expressed her thoughts, observing Tsunade's troubled demeanor. Indeed, given Yulong's character, he would not betray Konoha. Yet, it is precisely due to his nature that I fear he might one day replicate Uchiha Madara's actions. Tsunade slowly articulated her concerns as she studied Kushina, who had fallen into a state of contemplation. For the sake of what they term peace in the ninja world, he might pursue unification. As Yulong returned to the Hyuga clan's gathering place, he was met with friendly expressions from his clansmen. The once despised waste of a son-in-law had vanished, replaced by a respected genius of the Hyuga clan. Witnessing the pride and warmth emanating from his kin, Yulong's previously troubled heart lightened considerably. He recognized that, based on his current demeanor, Tsunade's concerns were not unfounded. Indeed, had he remained oblivious to the impending events in the ninja world, he might have pursued the unification of the ninja realm himself. After all, in Yulong's past perspective, only through unification could peace be attained in the ninja world. Unfortunately, circumstances evolve, and thoughts shift according to one's experiences. The current Yulong had long since abandoned the impractical notion of unifying the ninja world, for he understood that human hearts are fickle and power breeds arrogance. Chapter 161. The fate that has already changed. There exists no fairness in this world. Many individuals, in their pursuit of an elusive sense of fairness, gradually stray from the right path. Even if Yulong possessed the power to unify the ninja world, he could not alter the hearts of all mankind. If he were to impose such changes, how would he differ from the legendary Kaguya Otsutsuki? To transform everyone into mere puppets, what meaning would peace hold then? Gazing at the bright sunlight, a smile graced Yulong's lips as he resolved not to dwell on past matters. He gathered his thoughts and proceeded towards his father-in-law Hyuga Hisashi's residence. Conversations, gifts. What once was a relationship marked by a significant hierarchy had evolved into a bond akin to that of the closest friends. Yulong continued to hold great respect for his father-in-law, while Hisashi reciprocated that respect with equal measure. They chatted, enjoyed lunch, and then bid farewell. As Hinata was absent from the village, Yulong, with time to spare, leisurely wandered through the village. During this meandering, he stumbled upon an intriguing sight, a modest dojo constructed by none other than Lee himself. As thoughts of the individual resolutely striving to prove himself crossed his mind, the corners of Yulong's mouth involuntarily curled upward. The path to strength is paved with perseverance and the willingness to endure hardship. Uttering words that would send shivers down the spines of passers-by, Yulong soon arrived at Xiao Li's dojo. Observing Xiao Li, who was practicing alone without challengers, Yulong, in disguise, stepped into the dojo. Ah, hello? Are you a challenger? Thank you for coming. I am always prepared. Noticing someone entering, Xiao Li immediately ceased his training, expressing gratitude while assuming a stance ready for battle. Gazing at the spirited Xiao Li before him, the smile that had previously settled on Yulong's face returned with renewed vigor. You appear to be in less than optimal condition. Do you not require a moment to rest? I can wait. Absolutely not. It is my honor to face your challenge. How could I waste your time waiting for me? Please, make your move. Even in defeat, I shall harbor no complaints. In response to Yulong's inquiry, Xiao Li promptly urged him with utmost respect. Witnessing Xiao Li's eagerness, the smile on Yulong's face deepened. Then I shall not hold back. You must be cautious. A fleeting glimmer of mischief flashed in his eyes as Yulong, fully prepared, struck with swiftness. His seemingly ordinary gaze had already perceived all of Xiao Li's movements. With the intention of facilitating Xiao Li's gradual improvement through combat, Yulong expertly adjusted his speed to be only slightly faster than Xiao Li's. It was this minuscule advantage in speed that imposed a profound pressure upon Xiao Li amidst their battle. Yet, as the saying goes, pressure breeds motivation. In the face of Yulong's deliberate exertion, Xiao Li, wholly immersed in the fight, began to break through his own limits. This gratifying outcome prompted Yulong, who had been steadily enhancing his abilities, to nod in satisfaction. In the original narrative's latter stages, Xiao Li faced a significant setback during the Chunin exams, resulting in a bottleneck in his strength, a lament shared by many Naruto enthusiasts. However, the present circumstances were different. Due to Yulong's forceful intervention, Xiao Li did not suffer grievous injuries during the Chunin exams, but rather continued to progress relentlessly, much like Yulong. If one were to identify a distinction, it would be that Yulong's rate of advancement surpassed that of others. Chapter 162. Anomaly in the village. However, the duel between the two did not endure for long, as it was abruptly interrupted by the hurried arrival of Naruto and his companions. Xiao Li, come quickly, there's trouble in the village. Huh, trouble? What has happened? At Naruto's frantic shout, both combatants froze momentarily. Someone has stolen the blueprints from the village. We need your help to find them. Although Yulong's disguised identity was unknown to Naruto in this urgent situation, he had no time to ponder the identity of the mysterious figure before him. Stealing blueprints. How could anyone commit such an act? Upon hearing Naruto's exclamation, Xiao Li, who had previously displayed a look of astonishment, now wore an expression of utter shock. This is truly outrageous. Desiring to savor a moment of freedom, chaos ensued as complaints erupted from the crowd. In that instant, Yulong shed his disguise. Yulong, is that you? The group, previously marked by anxiety, was suddenly struck dumb by the revelation of his true identity. A sharp call echoed. Is that the signal for the gathering of the elite shinobi? The lost blueprints would be entrusted to them. I must convene with Lady Tsunade. With his gaze fixed on the hawk that had just soared overhead, Yulong's demeanor shifted from resigned to resolute. Without waiting for Naruto and the others to respond, he dashed towards the Hokage building. As Yulong observed the elite shinobi rushing towards the Hokage's office, a thought struck him, recalling Naruto's earlier words. Why at this moment would Tsunade issue a call for the elite shinobi? Could it be mere coincidence? The loss of the blueprints, coupled with the timing of Tsunade's summons, rendered his expression grave. Not daring to hesitate, Yulong hastened towards the Hokage building while simultaneously creating a shadow clone. You head to Tsunade and gather information. I will check for any anomalies in the village. He gestured for the newly formed clone to proceed to the Hokage building as he leapt to a higher vantage point, channeling the full power of his Byakugan to survey the entirety of Konoha. After a meticulous scan, Yulong, fully harnessing the Byakugan's capabilities, immediately detected an unusual presence within the village. His eyes widened in alarm at the sight of an alarming number of explosive tags, even within the depths of the Hokage rock. What? So many explosive tags, even inside the Hokage rock. Just as he was reeling from the shocking discovery, the situation within the Hokage rock caught his attention. So it's you stirring up trouble again. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he confirmed the identity of the perpetrator. With a sardonic smile, he stealthily advanced towards the Hokage rock. The sheer number of explosive tags placed by the enemy was sufficient to annihilate all of Konoha in an instant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yulong proceeded with utmost caution, acutely aware that a single misstep could grant the enemy an opportunity to detonate all the explosive tags. Meanwhile, the assembled elite shinobi of Konoha received a shocking revelation from Tsunade. A formidable number of Takigakure ninjas had appeared at the borders of the Land of Fire. To thwart any ill intentions, Tsunade resolved to dispatch all available elite shinobi to confront the overwhelming presence of Takigakure at the border. Chapter 163. The Elder Jin and his trap. Although Yulong's clone sensed something amiss regarding the situation, the large assembly of Takigakure ninjas at the borders of the Land of Fire was undeniably significant. Thus, despite harboring doubts, the clone chose to obey orders and hurriedly joined the other elite shinobi en route to the borders of the Land of Fire. As all the elder shinobi departed in haste, it cast a heavy pall over Yulong, who had already infiltrated the area outside Hokage Rock. Although he remained unaware of the unfolding events, he was convinced that they were intimately linked to the individual within Hokage Rock. Or perhaps, that very person harbored the truth of the matter. With such thoughts in mind, Yulong, having stealthily entered the heart of Hokage Rock, found himself standing before the enigmatic figure. What grievance do you bear against our Leaf Village that compels you to exhaust yourself in orchestrating such an elaborate trap? He inquired. An impressive young man. How did you discover my presence? The elderly figure, Xian Yuan, who had been preoccupied with setting explosive tags, momentarily froze at the sight of the youth who had unexpectedly appeared before him. Having heard from his comrades about a theft of the village's internal blueprints, the sudden summons of the elder shinobi felt far too coincidental. Observing the old man, who, despite his apparent calmness, seemed momentarily taken aback, Yulong candidly expressed his thoughts. Oh, so you suspect that someone aims to wreak havoc within the village, using your Byakugan to scrutinize our domain? Xian Yuan mused, his eyes widening with realization as he considered the youth's piercing gaze. Indeed, you would do well to surrender peacefully. I have no desire to harm an elder, especially one who is already on the brink of exhaustion, Yulong remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at the elderly figure, whose visage wore a smile despite the evident toll on his body. This complexity in Yulong's expression ignited a hearty laugh from Xian Yuan. Haha, such a confident young man. However, I trust you understand that I shall not yield easily. In light of this, do not blame me for resorting to force. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Yulong's eyes as he declared this, promptly deciding to strike. After delivering 2 precise strikes from a distance, Xian Yuan, who had mistakenly believed he evaded the assault through the use of a substitution technique, fell to the ground. Truly remarkable, young man, Xian Yuan exclaimed, gazing up at the expressionless youth who approached him with measured steps. It is no wonder that the Leaf is regarded as the strongest in the ninja world. With your potential, given sufficient time, you could undoubtedly rise to the stature of the first Hokage himself. However, if you only reach the level of the first Hokage, I fear I may lack the means to address future crises. As Yulong knelt before the fallen Xian Yuan, he fixed his gaze upon the elder. At your age, surely any grievances should have been long set aside. What compels you to act in such a manner? Ah, how naive you are, young one. How could one simply relinquish hatred? Xian Yuan replied with a light chuckle, dismissing Yulong's assertion. Yet, this lightheartedness was abruptly silenced by Yulong's next words. Perhaps the burden of hatred is not so easily relinquished, yet I fail to perceive the murderous intent that resides within your heart, venerable elder. Chapter 164. Can one truly foresee the future? Young man, can you ascertain this? Are you indeed confident that my heart harbors no murderous intent? Gazing at the exceptionally talented youth before him, the elder, momentarily silent, could not help but inquire with a stoic expression. I am certain. Maintaining his gaze upon the elder's eyes, Yulong provided an unequivocal response. In light of such an answer, the elder was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter once more. Haha. How amusing, this young man. If that is the case, why do you not release me? Seemingly seeking to mock Yulong, the elder let out another boisterous laugh and jested. What the elder could never have anticipated was that the youth before him actually did set him free. You, staring at the expressionless young man, the newly liberated elder could hardly believe his eyes. Are you not afraid of miscalculating? If I were to truly destroy Konoha, would you not regret it? Unable to comprehend Yulong's mindset, the elder's emotions surged as he watched Yulong turn away. I trust my judgment. You will absolutely not bring ruin to Konoha. What is your name? Hinata Yulong. Hinata Yulong, you say? I shall remember that name. As he murmured to himself, observing the figure of Yulong fade into the distance. The elder's expression turned complex. Since you claim to believe in me, I am curious to see just how far your faith extends. Uttering such words, the freed elder continued to set traps. Meanwhile, Yulong, who witnessed everything, displayed a complicated expression. Is this the final treasure hunt with my son? It appears I truly can glimpse the future. Speaking cryptic words, Yulong, having tempered his complex emotions, turned to leave. Since this entire affair is merely a prank orchestrated by the elder, why not indulge in a moment of whimsy, allowing the elder some joy? With this thought, Yulong once again adopted the stance of an observer. He allowed the elder to toy with the crowd, permitted them to fret and hustle, and even engage in combat with the elder. As he beheld the elder, now on the brink of collapse, yet wearing a smile, Yulong, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally revealed himself. Thank you, Yulong. I never expected you to fully trust me. The elder, barely clinging to life, wore an even brighter expression upon seeing Yulong's sudden appearance. What? Grandfather, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing the elder's words, Naruto, standing nearby, displayed a look of utter confusion. In contrast, the more astute Shikamaru and others instantly comprehended the implications. Why? As a seasoned shinobi of the village, you surely recognized the danger. Yet why did you allow it to persist? The question remains, was it truly perilous? Gazing at the expression of rage and bewilderment on Shikamaru and the others, Yulong turned to face them, replying with an impassive retort. This unexpected response momentarily left the furious Shikamaru and his companions in stunned silence. Is it truly dangerous? Shouldn't the future be immutable? Yet, for matters that do not impact the larger picture, I am willing to instigate change. Ignoring Shikamaru and his companions, Yulong bent down once more and inserted a healing pea into the mouth of the elderly Jinwang. In the next moment, the elderly man, who had been on the brink of death, visibly regained his health at an astonishing pace. You, Tian, is a prodigy in ninja tools. As a condition for reuniting you with your son, how about taking Tian as your apprentice? Observing Jinwang's incredulous expression, Yulong, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, could not help but reveal a smile at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 165. The Hokage building struck by lightning. What? You want to take me as your apprentice? Hearing Yulong's sudden and unexpected proposal, Tian was left utterly dumbfounded. In truth, it wasn't just Tian who was taken aback. Even the others present, including Jinwang, were equally astonished. No one anticipated that Yulong not only revived the man who was destined to perish, but also made such an extraordinary request. Are you certain? I am an enemy intent on destroying Konoha. Looking at Yulong, who wore a smile, Jinwang, recovering from his stupor, expressed his disbelief, seemingly understanding Jinwang's current feelings. Yulong chuckled and jested, rest assured, Our Lady Tsunade is indeed a remarkably enlightened Hokage. Knowing I have arrived, you dare to provoke me. Hinata Yulong, your audacity grows bolder by the day. As she shouted furiously, Tsunade, who had been at a distance, swiftly approached with determined strides. Lady Tsunade, I must say, you truly are an enlightened Hokage, aren't you? On one side lies the execution or imprisonment of the frail elder, while on the other, there is the chance to have him mentor a master of traps. Surely, you understand better than a mere youth like me what to do. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. You little brat. Do I need your reminders for such matters? Naturally, I choose the latter, Tsunade declared with resolute conviction, hands on her hips. As she regarded the wincing Yulong, such an unexpected outcome prompted Naruto and the others, who had been momentarily stunned, to erupt into hearty laughter. After all, having known Yulong for so long, they rarely witnessed him facing misfortune. As if fully aware of what Naruto and the others were thinking, Yulong, still clutching his head, shot them a fierce glare. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Yulong, Shikamaru and the others, who had been laughing heartily, immediately fell silent in fear. This warm, yet comical scene evoked a sense of relief on Jinwang's face, who had initially been somewhat dazed. Perhaps remaining in Konoha like this would indeed be a splendid choice. This thought flickered through his mind, and a gentle smile graced Jinwang's face once more. Thus, the once fated elder, who should have departed with a smile, was spared by the intervention of Yulong. This tragic narrative, originally destined for sorrow, has been rewritten. However, as a consequence of his unilateral actions, Yulong faced the repercussions of Tsunade's judgment, resulting in an increased burden of tasks for him. Such an anticipated outcome did not catch Yulong off guard, as he had mentally prepared himself for it. With a resigned shrug, the beleaguered Yulong embarked once more on his arduous journey, a venture that would last a full month. It was not until he returned to Konoha that he encountered an extraordinary event, which temporarily alleviated the weight of his extensive responsibilities. This remarkable incident began when Yulong completed yet another mission and entered the Hokage's office in Konoha. On this day, having just recounted the entirety of his recent undertaking, he noticed the sky outside suddenly darken with ominous clouds, appearing without warning. Before he could investigate the cause of this anomaly, a bolt of lightning struck the Hokage building with startling suddenness. Chapter 166. The method to unravel the control of the five senses. As Yulong gazed upon the Hokage building, now ablaze from the lightning strike, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Water style? Sudden rainstorm? Before the chilling command had fully escaped his lips, the previously clear sky was once again shrouded in dark clouds. Subsequently, a torrential downpour descended rapidly, extinguishing the flames that had ignited atop the Hokage building. Having executed this feat, Yulong wasted no time and rushed towards the source of the disturbance he had detected. As he departed, his menacing aura startled Tsunade, prompting her to urgently caution him. Hey, just knock her out. Do not harm her. Understood. Though he was yet to grasp the full truth of the situation, Yulong sensed that there was more to this event than met the eye. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, but when he finally confronted the perpetrator of the mischief, he was momentarily taken aback. What is this? A look of astonishment crossed his face as he resolved to delve deeper. He activated his Byakugan to its utmost potential, and in an instant, the surroundings distorted, allowing his consciousness to penetrate the innermost depths of the girl before him. As he surveyed her shattered inner world, marred by a monstrous entity gnawing at her psyche, Yulong's previously softened expression turned icy. It seems you are the true culprit behind this incident. The mysterious creature, having been consumed by its own insatiable hunger, halted its devouring upon noticing Yulong's imposing presence. Who are you? How dare you intrude here without my permission? The creature's demeanor shifted to one of wariness, as it perceived an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the enigmatic figure before it. Such a sensation is nothing short of astonishing for a mysterious creature. In contrast to the creature's incredulity, the dragon, having discerned the truth, similarly exhibited an expression of disbelief. A monster spawned from the bloodline limit? It appears you possess remarkable vision. Since that is the case, I shall have no choice but to retain you. Before the murderous intent could fully manifest, the enigmatic creature launched an attack on the dragon before it. The act was utterly unforeseen. The surroundings, which had seemed devoid of any anomaly, were suddenly engulfed by terrifying magma, trapped within the molten embrace. The dragon was immediately subjected to the corrosive onslaught of the surrounding magma. Feeling the horrifying reality of the situation, even the dragon, despite its formidable prowess, could not suppress a grave expression. Such extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, I am utterly unperturbed by the magma's ravages. Uttering these emotionless words, the dragon boldly stepped forth from the molten landscape, much to the astonishment of the mysterious creature. What? How is this possible? How could anyone be impervious to the magma's erosion? Witnessing this incredible scene, the creature's astonishment was palpable. As the dragon approached the bewildered creature, it could not help but speak once more. The ability to manipulate the sensory perceptions of others is indeed remarkable. However, there exists a prerequisite. Prerequisite? What prerequisite? Eager to uncover the answer, the mysterious creature immediately inquired. In response to the inquiry, the dragon, now standing before it, provided an answer. The prerequisite is that your mental power must surpass mine. Chapter 167. The Dragon's Forceful Annihilation. Mental power must exceed yours. Impossible. No one can surpass me in this regard. Attempting to deceive me. Not a chance. Perishing with rage at this answer, the creature lunged at the dragon before it. Unfazed by the creature's vengeful assault, the dragon, with a stoic expression, retaliated. Its hand, which had appeared ordinary, suddenly expanded as if empowered by some extraordinary technique. It grasped the creature within its palm. Ignoring the creature's desperate struggles, the dragon crushed it with brutal force. Although this violent approach did not obliterate the creature outright, it severely weakened the reformed entity. Observing the creature as it desperately attempted to coalesce while retreating, the dragon's lips curled into a cold smirk. You wish to flee? Do you truly believe you can escape? Even before the taunting words had fully escaped its lips, the dragon's hand, having just returned to its normal size, elongated once more, capturing the fleeing creature yet again. Ignoring its pleas for mercy, the dragon crushed the creature's newly formed body once more. After several repeated encounters, the consciousness of the enigmatic creature was forcefully eradicated by the mighty Yulong. Casting a glance at the utterly disintegrated being, Yulong turned away, a flicker of enlightenment evident in his eyes. He had come to understand the truth behind the creature that resided within the girl, especially in light of its final, anguished cries before its disappearance. Consequently, as Yulong's consciousness withdrew from the girl's mind, he simultaneously lifted the original memory seal that bound her awareness. Observing the girl, who had fainted upon discovering the truth, Yulong couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Yulong, why are you shaking your head? Does this mean something about this sister? Enough with the nonsense. I am merely lamenting her past experiences. It has no bearing on her current predicament. As Yulong met the sorrowful gaze of Naruto, who had just been reflecting on the earlier lamentation, he felt a surge of irritation rising within him. However, the oblivious Naruto remained unperturbed, continuing to foolishly voice his accusations. But why did this sister faint with such a sorrowful expression just after Yulong arrived? Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Of course it hurts. If it didn't, would I have exerted effort to strike you? Yulong mocked Naruto, who was cradling his head in pain. In response to Yulong's taunts, Naruto, still shielding his head, protested with tears welling in his eyes. Why me? Why are you hitting me again? What gives? Simply because you are as foolish as a pig. Seeing Naruto daring to protest against him only fueled Yulong's displeasure. He resumed striking Naruto's head while angrily scolding him. As the scene unfolded, with one person fleeing and the other in pursuit and striking, the hurriedly arriving Tsunade couldn't help but exhibit a look of resigned exasperation. Can you two knuckleheads spare a moment to worry about the unconscious Yakumo lying on the ground? Realizing that the two had completely disregarded her presence and continued their antics, Tsunade, unable to tolerate their behavior any longer, utilized her instantaneous technique to teleport beside them, delivering a powerful blow that sent both unprepared individuals tumbling into the earth. Glaring at the dazed Yulong and Naruto, Tsunade let out a cold huff before turning away, taking Yakumo with her. Chapter 168. Tsunade's Unraveled Heartstrings. Hey, Tsunade, wait for me. Seeing Tsunade depart with Yakumo, Yulong, having risen from the ground, abandoned Naruto and hurried after her. Hey, Tsunade, I kindly helped you resolve a significant problem, and you retaliate by hitting me? That's utterly ridiculous. As he caught up to Tsunade, a look of frustration on his face, Yulong could not help but voice his grievances. There should be limits to your antics. You must understand that Yakumo's condition is considerably more fragile than that of an ordinary person. Allowing her to faint on the ground is a perilous situation. Tsunade shot a disapproving glance at Yulong as he continued to complain, her irritation palpable. As the conversation reached this point, Tsunade discerned something from Yulong's previous complaints. What did you say? You resolved a significant dilemma for me. Could it be the entity within her body has been dealt with by me? Observing Tsunade's incredulous expression, Yulong shrugged and continued. However, her autonomy is quite feeble. It is imperative that someone suitable guides her. Otherwise, the entity within her will inevitably resurface. Gazing at the still doubtful Tsunade, Yulong's eyes shifted toward Akuma Yakumo, and he couldn't help but express a sense of lamentation. After all, that monster was originally birthed from her own bloodline's power. Seemingly able to comprehend Tsunade's current thoughts, Yulong turned to leave, a gentle smile gracing his face. She had already grasped the truth. What followed was the necessity of proper guidance. If she were to give rise to an even more formidable monster, then even I might not be able to handle it. Hinata Yulong, to what extent has your power ascended? Watching Yulong gradually recede into the distance, Tsunade, momentarily silent, murmured to herself with a complex expression. She was somewhat aware of the truth regarding Akuma Yakumo's situation. That being, composed of spiritual energy, would pose a significant threat even if she confronted it recklessly. Yet, Yulong had obliterated it without preparation. Such strength far surpassed Tsunade's predictions regarding Yulong's capabilities. However, recalling the undeniable weariness that had shadowed Yulong's departure, Tsunade, who had initially held a complex demeanor, inexplicably thought of Yulong's earlier antics. She reflected on Naruto's reckless behavior and Yulong's ever-perceptive nature. Coming to an understanding, Tsunade couldn't help but display a relieved smile. You truly surpass my expectations. Letting go of her long-held concerns, she turned back to the Hokage's office and promptly summoned the recently departed Yuhi Kurenai. Observing Kurenai's worried expression, Tsunade reiterated Yulong's words verbatim. Seemingly comprehending the disbelief in Kurenai's eyes, Tsunade, with a smile, pivoted her chair to gaze out the window. Kurenai, I entrust Akuma Yakumo to you. Only you can genuinely become her support. Also, find a time to take Yakumo to express gratitude to Hinata Yulong. This matter was successfully resolved, thanks to his intervention. Chapter 169. This kid is full of it. A full half-month has elapsed since the last incident involving the bloodline monster. At that time, in order to prevent the monster from harming its host, Yulong had no choice but to employ a strategy that endangered himself while annihilating the enemy. Fortunately, due to Yulong's robust foundation, He has finally made a complete recovery after enduring a lengthy period of recuperation. Most importantly, following this incident, the formidable bottleneck that had long troubled Yulong began to show signs of loosening. Such a development prompted Yulong to reflect inwardly, affirming that good deeds indeed reap rewards. After all, had he not acted as he did at that moment, the obstruction posed by the strength bottleneck might have persisted even longer. With the integrity of a sincere young gentleman, the now-recovered Yulong promptly made his way to the Hokage building to report his complete recovery to the frowning Tsunade. His timely appearance instantly brightened Tsunade's expression, which had been clouded with concern. Excellent. Yulong, your recovery could not have come at a better time. We've received a distress signal from Sunagakure. You must immediately catch up with Naruto and assist them. What? Just as I've recovered? Can I? Enough with the excuses. Depart at once. Tsunade, who had been seated, abruptly stood up and bellowed. Faced with her fierce admonition, Yulong, who had contemplated further evasion, swiftly exited the Hokage building. Watching him flee in haste, Tsunade, who had initially been filled with ire, could not suppress a smile. That rascal. He only complies when I raise my voice. Truly outrageous. Lady Tsunade, it's only natural for him to wish to avoid missions right after recovering. Not comprehending Tsunade's true sentiments, Shizun cautiously defended Yulong. This only deepened the smile on Tsunade's face. Shizun, you can't possibly think this is mere coincidence, can you? I receive an urgent signal from Sunagakure, and he shows up just in time to inform me. Lady Tsunade, are you suggesting him? Perhaps he truly has just recovered. Yet his timely arrival indicates he was aware of Sunagakure's plea for help. Observing Shizun's incredulous expression, Tsunade's smile widened. That mischievous boy. He is simply being playful. Once outside Konohagakure, Yulong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Having barely passed half a year since the Three Tails incident, it was unlikely that the Akatsuki were responsible for this trouble. However, should anyone dare to provoke him, they would not find him merciful. A glint of fierce determination flashed in his eyes, and his pace quickened. Yet, Yulong's departure was regrettably delayed. Consequently, when he finally arrived, the situation had already escalated to a critical juncture. Witnessing the white-haired man surrounded by weapons and the trapped Gaara, Yulong was instantly filled with rage. You seek death. With a chilling shout, he charged at the white-haired man, unleashing his power. In an instant, the previously arrogant founder of the artisan village, Kiyomi, was sent flying by Yulong's forceful strike. Without hesitation, Yulong continued his onslaught. With the same technique, he forcefully shattered the special prison that originally confined Gaara. Chapter 170. Ryulong is angered. Gazing at the suddenly appearing Ryulong, who resolved the issue in the blink of an eye, Naruto, who had been anxious, could not help but display a look of utter astonishment. Ryulong, big brother? Humph. This is infuriating. At a time like this, shouldn't it be the shadow clone technique combined with the Rasengan? It's one thing to act foolishly at ordinary times, but to do so at a critical moment. When will you ever mature a little? While reprimanding Naruto, Ryulong cradled Gaara out of the prison. He gently inquired as he tended to Gaara's injuries. How are you feeling, Gaara? Are you feeling any better now? Thank you, Ryulong, big brother. I feel much better already. Gaara, who had been in agony for so long, immediately revealed a smile upon seeing Ryulong, though this smile could not conceal the pain he still felt. Just as Ryulong, feeling a pang of sympathy for Gaara, was about to offer more words of comfort, the previously sent flying Qingming unexpectedly returned. Despicable and shameless leaf ninja, not only did you ambush me, but you also thwarted my plans. I shall tear you apart. Qingming roared in anger, transforming his ninja tools and immediately targeting Ryulong. Observing the cross-shaped attack of the ninja tools, Gaara, aware of their power, attempted to warn Ryulong. However, he was promptly silenced by Ryulong's gesture. Staring at Ryulong's icy demeanor, Gaara, momentarily stunned, soon wore an expression of disbelief. The seemingly indestructible ninja tools were effortlessly severed by Ryulong's attack. Such domineering force left not only Gaara dumbfounded, but also astonished everyone present. Impossible. How could the ultimate ninja tools I forged be shattered by a mere human? Qingming, regaining his composure while gazing at the shattered Longianya and the dark blade, could not contain his fury as he shouted. Following his outburst, he launched a new assault. If close combat won't work, then I shall incinerate you. Fueled by rage, Qingming manipulated two other ninja tools, unleashing wind release and fire release in an attempt to obliterate the Ryulong who had destroyed his tools. Unfortunately, Even the hardest ninja tools could not withstand Ryulong's might. How could the ninjutsu relying solely on these tools possibly inflict even a scratch on Ryulong? With no intention of evasion, Ryulong unleashed a powerful counterattack, forcibly dismantling the incoming ninjutsu. Such a tyrannical display truly left everyone in complete shock. How is this possible? How could someone like you exist in the ninja world? Qingming, momentarily dazed, was left speechless by the outcome. As he stood there in disbelief, Ryulong's face twisted into an indescribable smirk of mockery. What a ridiculous frog at the bottom of a well. Take your ninja tools and descend into the depths of hell. With a chilling sneer, Yulong unleashed his unique ninjutsu, reducing both the clear-minded individual and their tools to mere ashes. Such a terrifying display left the others, who had just regained their senses, swallowing hard in fear. The wrathful Yulong was indeed formidable. Observing Yulong's continuing fury, the onlookers instinctively nodded in agreement, as it was the first time they had witnessed such a side of him. Chapter 171. Farewell to Shoha. What are you whispering about over there? Are you itching for a fight? Casting a glance at those who were sneaking peeks at him, Yulong, busy tending to Gaara's wounds, shot a meaningful look at everyone. That single glance sent the others into a cold sweat, prompting them to smile nervously, aware that he had successfully intimidated them. Yulong resumed healing Gaara while guiding his consciousness deep into Gaara's mind. Where's this? Of course, it is the depths of your consciousness. You should be aware of that. Observing Gaara's astonished expression, Yulong couldn't help but tease him while cheerfully addressing Shoha, who stood beside him. Hello, long time no see. How have you been, my friend Shoha? Humph, who is your friend? You little rascal. Don't try to get cozy with me, Shoha the Great. Upon hearing Yulong refer to him as a friend, Shoha, visibly irritated, shouted back furiously. Such an outburst left the initially skeptical Gaara utterly dumbfounded. After all, it was the first time Gaara had seen such a reaction from Shoha. Yulong, my brother? You and Shoha. I have known this fellow Shoha for quite some time now. With a smug expression, Yulong explained to the incredulous Gaara. However, this explanation was swiftly countered by Shoha's ruthless rebuttal. Stop being shameless. We only met when this little brat visited your Konoha village last time. Gaara, show some respect. Will you, little Shoha? In response to Shoha's merciless exposure of the truth, Yulong, his lips twitching, could only complain helplessly. Yet, this method of complaint only served to further provoke Shoha's displeasure. You rascal, do not dare add little before my name. What is wrong with that? Don't you think it sounds adorable when a little word precedes your name? As he observed the furious Shoha, Yulong couldn't help but display a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. You little brat, are you doing this on purpose? Do you believe Shoha the Great will devour you? Hey, can we refrain from greeting each other with such words every time we meet? Can't you say something else? Looking at Shoha, who was already baring his teeth, Yulong scratched his cheek, revealing an enlightened expression. Goodness, have you lived all these years without ever attending school? You rascal, I will definitely devour you. Unable to endure the mockery of Yulong, the enraged Shoha could not help but prepare to forcefully break through the seal. However, Yulong, who dared to provoke Shoha, was naturally well prepared. As the furious Shoha attempted to shatter the seal, Yulong swiftly acted first, imbuing the seal with his own reincarnation power. In the next moment, the furious Shoha lunged forward, completely unguarded. Bang! Boom! Gaara, witnessing Shoha crashing against the seal and suddenly convulsing to the ground, could not help but be rendered speechless. In contrast to Gaara's bewilderment, Yulong, who had set the trap for Shoha, laughed heartily. Ha ha, you are absolutely hilarious. Can you be any cuter? You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? As Shoha, now powerless and sprawled on the ground, glanced at the laughing Yulong outside the seal, an expression of exasperation crossed his face. Chapter 172. The Mark of Reincarnation. Hee. Just a joke. Why so serious? Looking at Shoha, whose eyes were turning red with anger, Yulong, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, formed another hand seal. The next moment, Shoha, still on its back, was horrified to discover that its body was shrinking. Just as it was struck with panic and confusion, the shrinking finally ceased. Gazing at its diminutive form, now only the size of a human fist, Shoha was nearly brought to tears. Scoundrel, what have you done to me? Why can I no longer feel my power? Hee. This is the mark of reincarnation. It is a technique I developed based on my own powers. What do you think? Isn't it fascinating? Observing Shoha, on the verge of tears, Yulong could not help but feel a sense of pride. However, while Yulong reveled in his triumph, Shoha, now shrunken, could not share in the joy, seeing Gaara, who was utterly dumbfounded, and then glancing at the smug Yulong. Shoha, filled with indignation, suddenly sprang from the seal and lunged at Yulong. Damn brat, I'll take you on. You actually emerged from the seal. Gaara, witnessing Shoha break free, was instantly rendered speechless. The silence from Gaara also jolted the furious Shoha back to reality. Huh, how did I break the seal? Looking back at the seal and then at Yulong, who caught him, Shoha's eyes brimmed with confusion. It was my mark of reincarnation that altered your essence, causing the seal's binding to lose its effectiveness. Seeing Shoha's puzzled expression and Gaara's shocked demeanor, Yulong grinned as he revealed the answer. But what about my original power? Seemingly calming down from the astonishment, the once raging Shoha fixed its gaze on Yulong, inquiring. Your original power has, of course, been sealed within you by the mark of reincarnation. Otherwise, how could you possibly deceive the seal before you? Observing Gaara, who had finally settled down, Yulong could not help but utter words that left both Gaara and Shoha in shock. The reincarnation seal is still not sufficiently mature. Otherwise, I would be able to permanently reincarnate you as a human. What? Reincarnate as a human? You scoundrel, who desires to become human. Before you take actions, could you at least seek the consent of others? Do not be angry. I merely believe that if you all were to become humans, you would no longer be subject to prying eyes. Observing the furious Shukaku, who was stomping in frustration, Rilong spoke sincerely. Such an explanation left both Gaara and the agitated Shukaku momentarily speechless. Little brat. You, exclaimed Shukaku. Rilong, big brother. Gaara interjected. Noticing the astonishment on their faces, Rilong continued to explain gently. Life is invariably governed by desire. The most effective means of satisfying desire is through the possession of power. As long as sentient beings endure, those who covet your strength will always emerge. Gazing at the bewildered Shukaku, Rilong's tone revealed a blend of helplessness and camaraderie. The only way to alter this circumstance is to eradicate the source of the scrutiny. If you two were to become humans, blending into the vast sea of humanity, your safety would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 173. A New Commitment. Why? Why assist us tailed beasts? Are you not human? Gazing into Rilong's earnest eyes, Shukaku, momentarily silent, could not help but inquire in confusion. In response to Shukaku's question, Rilong promptly provided an irrefutable answer. ISNT, the Sage of Six Paths, also human? What he can accomplish, others can achieve as well. In fact, they may even surpass him. What an arrogant fellow. Not only does he wish to stand alongside the Sage of Six Paths, but he also aims to surpass him. After a brief silence, Shukaku, who was perched in Rilong's hands, spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Is it not entirely natural to climb higher while standing on the shoulders of giants? As he observed Shukaku's stirred emotions, Rilong gently placed him in Gaara's hands. Do you remember our promise? Promise. Looking up at Rilong, Shukaku, just regaining his composure, was once again rendered momentarily dazed. Yes, the promise. To get along well with Gaara. Once I perfect the reincarnation seal, that will be the moment you regain your freedom. With a tone imbued with determination, Rilong then patted Gaara on the shoulder. In response to Gaara's astonished expression, he spoke words that warmed Gaara's heart. Rest assured, I will not allow you, the Jinchuriki, to face peril for the sake of separating the tailed beasts. Yes, I believe you, Rilong, big brother. Touched by Rilong's assurance, Gaara promptly nodded vigorously. Subsequently, the trio ceased their playful antics and began a tranquil conversation. It was not until the others outside grew anxious that Rilong bid farewell to Shukaku and departed with Gaara's consciousness. Gazing at the vanishing figures of the two individuals, Shoha, who remained seated outside the seal, could not help but turn back into the seal itself. As its form re-entered the confines of the seal, the once absent power surged back into its being. Observing its body, now restored to normalcy, a gentle expression graced Shoha's countenance. Must we wait another 3 years? To be honest, I find myself rather looking forward to it. As Shoha lay down again, contemplating the scene surrounding Gaara, it propped its chin upon its forelimbs, allowing its consciousness to return to the external world. Upon opening his eyes, Yulong could not help but glare fiercely at Naruto, Shikamaru, and others who had cautiously approached. What do you want? Are you unaware that curiosity can be perilous? Getting this close, do you wish to be struck down? Hee. It's just that we were worried about you too, seeing you both so still for so long. Exactly. We are merely concerned for your well-being. Faced with Yulong's fierce glare, the group, caught in their pretense, awkwardly attempted to justify themselves. However, such justifications were evidently inadequate against Yulong's astute perception. Is that so? Yet how do your eyes convey that your intentions are purely curiosity? How could that be? Absolutely not. We are just genuinely worried about you. Yes. Just sincere concern. I can't be bothered to argue about this. Injured ones, line up properly. I shall tend to your wounds. With a swift glance towards a certain area above the valley, Yulong promptly urged. Chapter 174. Yulong analyzes humanity, watching the departing figures in the valley. The two individuals positioned above could not help but express their astonishment. Yulong is indeed becoming increasingly formidable. I wonder to what heights he will ultimately ascend. I do not know. Yet, it is certain that his current strength is approaching that of the first Hokage. As they observed Yulong and the others gradually receding below, Jiraiya, who had been silently watching, spoke with a tone of gravity. Is this not a cause for concern? Why does Jiraiya-sama's tone seem to convey displeasure? It is because Jiraiya-sama harbors fears that I may become another Uchiha Obito. In response to Kakashi's query, Yulong, who had approached the duo unnoticed, elucidated. Yulong, you have indeed grown increasingly formidable. I was completely oblivious to your approach. Kakashi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he turned to face him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, though silent, exhibited an even more pronounced expression of concern. In an apparent effort to alleviate Jiraiya's doubts, Yulong stepped closer to the two and articulated words that left them momentarily stunned. Conflicts between individuals often stem from mutual distrust. If Jiraiya-sama continues to withhold trust from me, does he not fear that one day I might truly become another Uchiha Obito? You speak the truth. Conflicts between people indeed arise from a lack of mutual trust. Yet the foundation of mutual trust lies in fully understanding one another's backgrounds. Gazing at the impassive visage of Yulong, Jiraiya resolutely articulated his understanding of trust, yet such insight was met with Yulong's merciless derision. The notion of mutual awareness of each other's secrets? How do you explain Orochimaru's experiments in the village years ago? Observing the momentary bewilderment on Jiraiya's face, Yulong unabashedly continued his mockery. How would you like to address this? Is it knowledge or ignorance? Jiraiya. Yulong. Captain, please refrain from interceding on his behalf. Unceremoniously interrupting Kakashi's interjection, Yulong fixed his gaze upon Jiraiya and once again posed a question. Lord Jiraiya, can you genuinely claim to understand Orochimaru as one of the legendary Sannin? While I cannot provide an answer, it does not serve as a basis for my trust in you. Confronted by Yulong's verbal pressure, Jiraiya, after a brief silence, offered a response that rendered Kakashi beside him momentarily speechless once more. He waved a hand, signaling Kakashi to remain silent. Yulong, resuming his discourse, articulated a sentiment that left both men aghast. This is the selfishness of human nature. When a stranger errs, one can swiftly eliminate them without hesitation. Yet, when the same transgression involves someone close, the heart that once acted decisively becomes suddenly indecisive. What do you wish to convey? Meeting Yulong's seemingly penetrating gaze, Jiraiya's emotions surged with agitation, which was promptly met with Yulong's scornful ridicule. Ruthless derision. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongful actions. Once certain events transpire, they cannot be altered. For instance, the third Hokage deliberately allowed Orochimaru to escape. What? Are you implying that Lord Jiraiya accuses the third of wrongdoing? Observing the fury etched upon Jiraiya's features, Yulong did not disguise the scorn upon his own face. Chapter 175. The Double Standard of Affection and Disregard. Yulong. The third Hokage has already sacrificed himself for the village. It would be prudent to cease discussing this matter. As tensions escalated, Kakashi anxiously interjected in an attempt to mediate. Regrettably, such entreaties did little to sway Yulong's resolve. Ignoring Kakashi's presence, Yulong retorted, Jiraiya, you must be aware of the countless lives lost in the pursuit of Orochimaru, yes? So tell me, how many lives have been sacrificed over the years in this relentless chase? Jiraiya. Kakashi. Observing Jiraiya's renewed silence, Yulong's eyes brimmed with derision. Lord Jiraiya is unaware. I shall enlighten you. The number exceeds. Yulong, is it truly necessary for you and Lord Jiraiya to remain at such an impasse? Witnessing Yulong's scornful demeanor and Jiraiya's somber silence, Kakashi could no longer restrain himself from voicing this sentiment. However, such an inquiry, although it interrupted the words that Yulong wished to convey, did not hinder the essence of his expression. Captain, I am merely reminding Lord Jiraiya, in my own manner, of the perceptions created by intimacy and distance. There are many who contribute silently. It is best not to make unfounded assumptions in ignorance. With profound significance, Yulong uttered these words and, without further ado, dispelled his shadow clone. As Jiraiya watched Yulong dissipate into smoke, he was left with silence, a mere echo of his thoughts. Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi, you need not comfort me. Hinata Yulong speaks the truth. The closeness of relationships indeed can lead to biases in judgment and decision-making. Perhaps he is right. If I continue to harbor these doubts, I may unwittingly drive him to become another Uchiha Obito. Turning his gaze towards the fading figures, a hint of melancholy crossed Jiraiya's face. Had the third Hokage not deliberately allowed Orochimaru to escape, so many innocent lives in the village would have been spared. Orochimaru would not have had the opportunity to execute his plan for the destruction of Konoha. In the end, all of this is the consequence of the third's own misjudgments. A shadow of sorrow flickered across his visage, and without uttering another word, Jiraiya hastened towards the village. Enough, Kakashi. Next, I will take Naruto to train. Before I go, I wish to personally apologize to Hinata Yulong. He is indeed correct. Gazing at the swiftly departing Jiraiya, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, revealing a trace of sadness on his face. Taking a deep breath to suppress his unusual emotions, Kakashi refrained from further contemplation and promptly leaped forward to pursue Jiraiya, who had set off ahead. Although Yulong's actions had caught Kakashi somewhat off guard, he firmly believed that Yulong's astuteness would not lead him to act without reason. As for the underlying motives, they would likely only be revealed upon their return to Konoha. With such complex feelings, Kakashi swiftly caught up to Jiraiya, walking alongside him as they headed back to the village. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya indeed kept his promise. As he stepped into the village, he immediately quickened his pace to catch up with Yulong and the others who had entered first. Hinata Yulong, may we converse further? How is Lady Tsunade? Certainly. Upon observing Yulong's composed demeanor, Jiraiya readily nodded in agreement without hesitation. Chapter 176. Revelations of Future Matters within the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya's brow furrowed sharply as he gazed at the closing door. Lady Tsunade, if anyone eavesdrops on our conversation, I implore you to allow me to throw them into the latrine. Ahem. Though this may be somewhat excessive, I consent. Seemingly grasping Yulong's intent, Tsunade, seated in her chair, cleared her throat and granted permission. Upon hearing their exchange, Shikamaru and the others, who had been eavesdropping outside, promptly fled in haste. Yet, there are always those who, in their cleverness, remain behind, taking advantage of the distraction caused by others' retreat. Such actions inevitably led to the door being flung open by the imposing Yulong, who swiftly apprehended the situation. Gazing at Yulong, whose temples throbbed with tension, the once self-satisfied Naruto immediately cried out in alarm and fled. This rather helpless course of action prompted Yulong, who had just closed the door again, to exhale heavily. An acoustic barrier. Yulong, is such exaggeration truly necessary? Must you establish a barrier to shield against prying eyes? Observing Yulong as he deftly set up the soundproofing barrier, Tsunade, seated nearby, couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. The fewer individuals privy to what I am about to disclose, the better. Noticing Tsunade's resigned expression, Yulong uncharacteristically donned a serious demeanor. The fewer who know, the better. What matter demands such caution? Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Tsunade, who had previously maintained a casual demeanor, suddenly adopted a grave expression. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, though silent, mirrored her seriousness. Lord Jiraiya has presumably been investigating the Akatsuki organization's intelligence lately, hasn't he? Yulong, this is a matter that should only concern Jiraiya and myself. How did you come to know? At Yulong's revelation, Tsunade's already serious expression intensified, seemingly attuned to her sentiments. Yulong proceeded to utter words that astonished both Tsunade and Jiraiya. I not only possess knowledge of this matter, but I am also aware of information unknown to you. For instance, the current leader of the Akatsuki is Nagato, who wields the Rinnegan. He refers to himself as Pain. What? Nagato? How could you possibly know such details? Gazing at the composed Yulong before them, Tsunade and Jiraiya could only describe their reactions as sheer shock. I initially wished to keep this matter concealed. After all, revealing such information could propel events toward an unpredictable trajectory. An unpredictable trajectory? What do you mean by that? Observing Yulong's grave countenance, both Tsunade and Jiraiya suddenly felt an inexplicable acceleration of their heartbeats. This sensation resembled the notion that the unfolding events were intrinsically linked to their own fates. And indeed, their intuition was not misplaced. As Yulong continued his narrative, Tsunade and Jiraiya found themselves utterly entranced. From Jiraiya's intention to train Naruto to his return 2.5 years later. From the capture of the Jinchuriki across the villages to Jiraiya's solitary infiltration of Amigakure, culminating in his demise. And then the assault by Nagato, obliterating Konoha. All of these revelations sent chills down the spines of Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were now acutely aware of the impending calamity. Gazing at the still composed Yulong, Tsunade inhaled deeply and posed a question that Jiraiya was equally eager to ask. Yulong, how did you come by all this information? Chapter 177, revealing the ability to foresee the future. Tsunade-sama. Did you not already surmise the answer? Why seek further confirmation from me? Observing Tsunade's incredulous expression, the perpetually calm Yulong finally divulged his response. I possess the ability to foresee certain aspects of the future. Does the ability to foresee the future truly exist? Why can we only foresee a fragment of the future? Gazing at the dragon who held the answer, Tsunade inhaled deeply and pressed on. The more detailed the knowledge of the future, the greater the price one must pay. Such a cost is beyond my means. It seemed that the dragon had anticipated Tsunade's inquiry, as he answered without hesitation. Indeed, regarding that matter with Jin, when my Byakugan reaches its zenith, the outcome is already known to me. Observing Tsunade's look of realization, the dragon calmly nodded and provided clarity. And what of now? Have you also arrived at an answer? Jiraiya, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, gazing at the dragon, whose demeanor was serene. This is precisely why I have been reluctant to divulge matters of the future to you. In the face of such a query, the dragon met Jiraiya's gaze and uttered words that left him astonished. The future is malleable. The foreseen future becomes even more enigmatic. The so-called foresight of the future relies on current circumstances to predict the most likely outcomes. Observing the puzzled expressions of both individuals, the dragon continued his explanation after a brief pause. To illustrate simply, if you do not warn others of a trap ahead, they will proceed along their original path. However, if you do alert them, the final outcome becomes uncertain. Indeed, those who believe will choose to take a detour, while skeptics will persist along the original route. In response to the dragon's elucidation, Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly grasped the implications. Thus, it seems the conclusion of the future should be favorable. Therefore, you do not wish to alter such a future, lest unforeseen circumstances lead the outcome astray? Precisely. Witnessing Tsunade's deduction, the dragon nodded vigorously, acknowledging his intent. If that is the case, why reveal it today? Although her words expressed confusion, Tsunade's glance at Jiraiya conveyed everything. As she observed Jiraiya's awkward expression, the dragon finally smiled. Haven't you already surmised the reason? It stems from Lord Jiraiya. This cannot all be attributed to me, can it? Your methods are far too reminiscent of Uchiha Madara. Noticing Tsunade's rising ire, Jiraiya, sensing the peril of the moment, hastily attempted to divert the conversation. However, it was clearly not a time for levity. Thus, the typically unyielding dragon refrained from further argument and, after a brief pause, uttered words that astonished both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya speaks of Danzo Shimura, does he not? There are even suspicions surrounding the death of the third Hokage. Observing Jiraiya nod in acknowledgement, the dragon unreservedly articulated his conclusion. The third's demise is a predetermined future. Only with his passing will Tsunade return, and the village will undergo transformation. No longer shall innocent comrades perish under the third's indecisiveness. Gazing at the suddenly silent Tsunade and Jiraiya, Yulong paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, Shimura Danzo. This scoundrel seized the opportunity while Lady Tsunade lay unconscious due to Pain's destruction of Konoha, audaciously usurping the position of Hokage. He nearly jeopardized the alliance of the 5 great nations. If I do not eliminate him, will he not continue to wreak havoc? Chapter 178. The gradual unveiling of the truth. Pain will destroy Konoha? Upon hearing Yulong mention the devastation of Konoha, Tsunade, who had been seated, instantly rose to her feet. Observing Tsunade's anxious expression and Jiraiya's solemn demeanor, Yulong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, according to the original timeline, after Lord Jiraiya's demise, the 6 paths of Pain invaded Konoha. Their objective was to capture Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As the gravity of the situation dawned on the two, Yulong shrugged and continued, since Pain could not locate Naruto, who was training in sage arts at Myaboka Mountain. He resorted to unleashing a catastrophic attack that obliterated the entire Konoha, by his own might. And with but a single strike, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were utterly astonished by Yulong's revelation. After all, although Konoha regarded itself as a village, it was, in reality, merely the scale of a small town. They found it difficult to fathom the immense strength required for a single individual to annihilate Konoha with one blow. Seeing their incredulity, Yulong confirmed, indeed, it took but one strike to reduce our beloved Konoha to ruins. And where were you at that time? Why did you not intervene to prevent this catastrophe? Recovering from her shock, Tsunade glared fiercely at Yulong. Jiraiya, similarly prompted by Tsunade's inquiry, wore an equally intense expression. Under the scrutinizing glares of the two, Yulong felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. I have no idea. I simply wasn't in Konoha at the time. I must have been dispatched on a mission by Lady Tsunade. Tsunade, Jiraiya. Hey, why are you both staring at me in silence? I can only glimpse pivotal fragments of the future. I cannot see anything too detailed. Feeling the weight of their unwavering gazes, Yulong protested. As if convinced of Yulong's sincerity, the two exchanged glances before speaking again. So, based on your predictions, do you believe you can defeat Nagato's 6 paths of pain? Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance. If you have confidence, we can strike preemptively. Impossible. My current strength is slightly inferior to his. I cannot defeat him. As Yulong spoke, his words astonished both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Moreover, Nagato is fundamentally a victim. He has merely been manipulated by the hidden puppeteer. I intend to find an opportunity to reveal the truth to him. What? There is indeed a hidden hand orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Tsunade, whose emotions were already in turmoil, let out a gasp of astonishment. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, though not as dramatic, wore a similarly somber expression. Who could be the mastermind behind this? Is it possible to identify them and eliminate them directly? No. The true puppet master is exceedingly cunning. Given our current strength, it would be challenging to even confine them, let alone eliminate them. Gazing at the bloodthirsty Jiraiya, Yulong shook his head and uttered words that left both Jiraiya and Tsunade utterly astonished. The adversary is an ancient being, thousands of years old. They have existed since the inception of the ninja profession. One could say that the bloodshed throughout the ninja world has been subtly manipulated by this entity. Chapter 179. Revealing the mastermind. Hey, are you trying to deceive us with your words? The more you speak, the more ludicrous it becomes. Indeed, how could anyone possibly live for thousands of years? It's simply preposterous. Faced with Yulong's explosive revelations, Jiraiya and Tsunade openly expressed their disbelief. In response to their skepticism, Yulong directed his gaze towards Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, have you forgotten about the existence of the Great Toad Sage? What are you implying? Upon hearing Yulong mention the Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya's expression transformed into one of sheer shock. Realizing Jiraiya had misunderstood something, Yulong could only shake his head in exasperation. Do not misconstrue my words. I merely wish to convey that the true mastermind cannot be classified as human. Then who, pray tell, is this true mastermind? Yulong, why do you describe it as something that cannot be considered human? Gazing at Yulong's grave demeanor, Tsunade seized the moment to inquire about the crux of the matter. Upon hearing her question, Jiraiya also displayed a look of curiosity. Indeed, if that is the case, who precisely is the true mastermind? Black Zetsu, the will manifest of Kaguya Otsutsuki, secretly separated before being sealed by the Sage of 6 Paths. Its purpose is to resurrect the already sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki. What? Kaguya Otsutsuki truly exists? Of course, if the Great Toad Sage is a reality, then Kaguya Otsutsuki is undoubtedly real as well. Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Yulong couldn't help but display yet another look of exasperation. Moreover, Kaguya Otsutsuki is a true deity. She is immortal. Therefore, as her will manifest, Black Zetsu has not aged or weakened in these millennia. How can this be? Are we to face an actual deity as our adversary in the future? Gazing at Yulong's visibly exasperated expression, Tsunade could not help but reveal a glimmer of disbelief in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, though silent, mirrored her sentiment. After all, such a revelation is utterly terrifying. No one can fathom the immense power of an immortal deity. Observing the distinctly despondent expressions of the two, Yulong, who had initially appeared resigned, was now overwhelmed with frustration. Hey, is it really necessary to react this way? In the end, humanity emerged victorious. Kaguya Otsutsuki has been sealed away once more. Sealed away? Who did it? Was it you? Gazing at the disdainful expression on Ryulong's face, Tsunade momentarily froze, unable to suppress her urge to press for answers. Jiraiya, though silent, displayed a similar glimmer of anticipation. Sensing their eagerness, Ryulong merely scoffed and uttered words that sent both into a furious rage. If I continue to speak, the future may very well change. For the sake of humanity's future, I refuse to answer your question. What? You insolent brat, what do you mean by that? Why should you know about this when we cannot? Exactly. Are you asking for a beating? As they glared at Ryulong with disdain, Tsunade and Jiraiya could hardly contain their anger. Chapter 180. Departure of Naruto. I understand it's unavoidable. After all, I am the prophet of all this. Watching the two who still wished to speak, Ryulong waved his hand, preventing them from continuing. Even in the absence of a hidden mastermind, the ninja world would still clash for its own interests. Every situation has two sides. Do not always perceive matters so pessimistically. You are right. If the enemy truly is a deity, the entire ninja world should unite like never before, right? Realizing something profound, Tsunade, who had been somewhat conflicted, suddenly broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, though silent, mirrored her expression. Indeed, some things they had been overly fixated on. With this newfound understanding, the two ceased to dwell on who had sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki and began to shift the conversation towards lighter, more amusing anecdotes. This shift brought an unmistakable smile to Ryulong's face. With the soundproof barrier lifted, a cheerful Ryulong joined in on their lighthearted banter, quickly making Tsunade and Jiraiya burst into laughter. Hearing the joyous sounds emanating from the room, Kakashi, who had been worried about a potential dispute among the three, let out a sigh of relief. Noticing Kakashi's presence, Ryulong, sensing the pleasant atmosphere, opened the window to invite Kakashi inside, allowing the typically cunning Kakashi to partake in the merriment. However, such revelry is always fleeting. Confirming that no significant events would transpire in the next 2.5 years, Jiraiya promptly decided to take Naruto out for training. Observing Naruto's reluctant yet resolute demeanor, Ryulong couldn't help but smile gently. Give it your all, Naruto. If you slack off during your training, you won't be able to save Sasuke. Don't worry, Ryulong and I will work hard and bring Sasuke back in one piece. In response to Ryulong's challenge, the earnest Naruto immediately made a firm promise. Meanwhile, the others nearby picked up on the underlying implications in Ryulong's words. As Sakura gazed at Naruto's receding figure, her heart brimmed with questions, prompting her to urgently inquire. Brother Yulong, do you know anything about Sasuke's situation? How is he now? Yulong, understanding Sakura's worries, sought to comfort her with reassurances. Fear not. Trust in me. Sasuke possesses the strength to free himself from Orochimaru. However, such words of comfort evidently failed to alleviate the concerns festering within Sakura's heart. Brother Yulong, please do not placate me. You should understand better than I the peril posed by Orochimaru. Faced with Yulong's helpless expression, Sakura, filled with urgency, was compelled to ask further. Yet, this time, Yulong denied her the opportunity to speak. If you truly worry for Sasuke, then you must endeavor to train diligently. Tears will resolve nothing. With a calm tone, he concluded his words and departed using the body flicker technique, leaving behind a stunned Sakura and others who were equally taken aback. To Yulong, Sakura, who could not see beyond her own tears, was far from endearing. Thus, when confronted with her inquiries, he chose a cold method of response, even if it bewildered those around them. Chapter 181. Journey to the Parallel Realm. Witnessing the final battle, Naruto's departure stirred no ripples. However, Yulong, experiencing a breakthrough in his cultivation, soon ascended to the shadow god level. His heart had longed to battle formidable warriors from different eras. With this renewed strength, Yulong unexpectedly acquired a seed of great significance. The seed of the parallel space link tree, once matured, would enable its host to traverse to alternate realms, with events in those realms having no bearing on this one. Upon learning of the seed's capabilities, Yulong's anticipation surged, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he decided to plant the seed and fervently nurtured it with spiritual water. As he watched the parallel space link tree grow wildly under the abundant watering, a thrill of excitement and expectation danced across Yulong's visage. In that moment, all he needed to do was wait. When his vision returned to normal, what greeted Yulong was the visage of the Hokage rock, adorned only with the face of the first Hokage. As two figures brushed past him, a glimmer of insight flickered in Yulong's eyes. Though the hurried pair sensed something unusual about this passerby, they suppressed their curiosity, preoccupied with their own thoughts. Despite their reluctance to engage with him, Yulong, having identified them, resolved to make an effort to converse with them. Yet, recognizing that he was significantly weaker than the two, he opted for a more strategic approach. Seizing the moment while the two were caught up in their chase and argument, he deftly maneuvered towards the Valley of the End. Certainly, the Valley of the End did not yet exist at this moment. The dragon, taking a detour, merely arrived at the location where the two would soon engage in their fateful battle. To avoid the repercussions of their impending clash, he quickly assessed the surroundings and concealed himself. Although the Valley of the End had yet to form, the dragon was well acquainted with the topography surrounding it. After a thorough examination, he promptly identified a spot that would remain intact in the future. Finding a suitable hiding place, he settled in with an air of satisfaction, ready to await the arrival of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This wait, as it turned out, would not be prolonged. Just as the dragon had found his perfect refuge, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara arrived in swift succession. Observing the two engage in a fierce dispute that quickly escalated into combat, the dragon came to a decisive realization. He was no match for the peak prowess of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Watching the devastation wrought upon the forest and the earth by their conflict, he finally comprehended how the Valley of the End came to be. With a sense of astonishment, he found himself increasingly eager for his forthcoming objectives. After an enthralling observation, the battle, later known as the Fourth Great Ninja War, eventually reached its conclusion. Witnessing Uchiha Madara, even in a state of near defeat, attempting to take a bite out of Senju Hashirama, the concealed dragon nearly burst into laughter. After all, this act seemed, in every conceivable way, a manifestation of petulance after being bested. In fact, Senju Hashirama, having been bitten by Madara, indeed shared this sentiment. Regrettably, he could never fathom that the entirety of this scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by Uchiha Madara in advance. Chapter 182. Madara stunned after a fierce battle and cunning scheming. Uchiha Madara, having successfully achieved his aims, relied upon his premeditated Izanagi to resurrect himself. Gazing at his gravely injured and unconscious ally, a complex expression crossed Madara's face. He discarded a prearranged corpse and turned to depart, marking an eternal farewell. No one would ever know that the true victor was Uchiha Madara. At least, in this moment, Madara believed this to be the case. Alas, the vagaries of fate are unpredictable. Unbeknownst to Madara, shortly after his departure, the dragon, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged before Senju Hashirama. He refrained from intervening to assist, and, with an ulterior motive, began to collect the blood scattered around the area. After successfully gathering the fluid, he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, those who arrived hastily afterward, including Senju Tobarama and others, remained entirely oblivious to these occurrences. Everyone believed that the victor of this battle was Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Even Senju Hashirama himself was no exception. Unfortunately, the truth is often known only to a select few. Having successfully collected the blood of both combatants, the dragon promptly followed the departing Uchiha Madara while instructing his shadow clones to plant the blood fruits. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara truly embody the essence of superlative power, approaching the pinnacle of divine shadows. In the past, the blood fruit matured instantaneously, yet this time, its growth unfolded with unexpected sluggishness. Just as Yulong endeavored to steady his mindset, Uchiha Madara, ever relentless in his advance, detected Yulong's presence. "Who are you? How dare you stealthily trail me? Are you not afraid of my wrath?" Turning to face Yulong's position, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Madara's eyes. Though aware that his concealment had failed, Yulong emerged without the slightest hint of modesty. "Humph, had I not momentarily drifted into distraction, would you have even noticed me? You ought to recognize the gravity of your situation. Whether you possess the strength to contend with me remains an enigma." "Oh, how audacious. Never before has anyone dared to speak such words to me, Uchiha Madara." As another flash of murderous intent crossed his gaze, Madara resolved to take lethal action against Yulong. However, Yulong, renowned as the audacious young lord who infuriated without consequence, was not one to remain silent. Before Madara could strike, Yulong's mouth unleashed a torrent of provocative words. Dare I say no one? Nonsense. When you were but a child, I wager your elders uttered such phrases daily. If you doubt my words, resurrect your father with the impure world reincarnation technique, and let us face each other directly. You insolent wretch. You court death. Never before had Madara endured such humiliation. Enraged beyond measure, he instantly performed a body flicker technique, appearing before Yulong in an instant. Without granting Yulong the opportunity to speak, he lunged forward, aiming to crush Yulong's neck. Regrettably, Madara was still ensnared in a state of weakness. Thus, what appeared as a swift maneuver to ordinary ninjas seemed to Yulong like molasses in winter. Easily evading Madara's grasp, Yulong retaliated with a resounding slap. The once dominant Madara was momentarily dazed by Yulong's audacious strike. Chapter 183. Never have I encountered such unabashed audacity. What is the matter? Do you find a single slap unjust? Fear not, for I shall deliver another. Observing Madara's bewildered expression, Yulong taunted and launched another attack. Nonetheless, Madara was no ordinary foe. In the face of Yulong's humiliating onslaught, he finally regained his bearings at the last moment, intercepting Yulong's second slap with remarkable speed. You dare to insult me, Uchiha Madara? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. As he hastily blocked Yulong's strike, Madara, now fully aware, roared and retaliated. Alas, the fatigue weighing upon his body could not be compensated for by his fury. Thus, despite his bellowing rage, Madara soon found himself once again at Yulong's mercy, his cheeks stinging from the fiery blows. Tears began to well in his eyes as he felt the intensity of the humiliation. Having lived for so many years, he had never before experienced such humiliation. This indignity ignited the fury within Uchiha Madara, who, regaining his composure, declared, I shall annihilate you. I refuse to believe this. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the fire release, dust concealment technique. In an instant, the air surrounding them was thickened with scorching dust. Cloaked by this veil, Uchiha Madara, confident in his Sharingan, charged fiercely towards the disdainful figure of Ryulong. Unfortunately, the disparity between aspiration and reality often proves starkly disillusioning. As Uchiha Madara lunged forward, relying on his Sharingan, he was met with a sly smile from Ryulong, who had activated the Rebirth Eye. With confidence, Ryulong advanced to meet him. The ensuing events unfolded swiftly. Weakened and vulnerable, Uchiha Madara soon found himself humiliated, pinned to the ground by Ryulong's relentless assault. As the dust settled, revealing the scene of his defeat, Uchiha Madara, now battered and bruised, felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to cough up blood. Witnessing this, Ryulong, still pressing him down, was taken aback. Hey, just how fragile are you? I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already bleeding? Who the hell are you? Is your purpose to follow me simply to humiliate me? Struggling with all his might, Uchiha Madara found himself utterly unable to break free, his frustration boiling over into an angry inquiry. Unfazed by Madara's indignation, Ryulong retorted with a scornful expression, Humiliate you? Do I look like I have the leisure to waste on you? A self-proclaimed genius fool? How dare you call me a fool? Madara exclaimed, fury igniting within him. Not only do I dare to call you a fool, but I also dare to strike you. Have any objections? Come at me. Ryulong provocatively slapped Madara's face once more, showing no restraint. You, Madara began, his anger palpable. What about me? Are you asking for a beating? Ryulong taunted, raising his hand in a deliberately provocative gesture. Such audacity incensed Uchiha Madara, a figure known for his formidable presence. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone as shameless as the one standing before him. Chapter 184. Proving Uchiha Madara to be a fool, you scoundrel. I, Uchiha Madara, have lived for so long and have never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Madara shouted, his heart ablaze with indignation as he glared at the dismissive Ryulong. In response to Madara's accusations, Ryulong promptly countered, showcasing his talent for sophistry. Never seen anyone like me? That simply indicates your limited experience. Today, you've had the privilege of learning from me, so be sure to express your gratitude. As Uchiha Madara gazed at the serious expression of the man before him, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, Madara concluded that he must have overlooked the auspicious signs before stepping out today. Otherwise, how could one encounter such a person? No, wait. Is this even a human being? This is nothing but a scoundrel. Despite the overwhelming rage and despair within, Uchiha Madara found himself momentarily ensnared by the bindings of the dragon. All he could do was open his mouth to continue berating the dragon, attempting to divert his attention and create an opportunity for his escape. You scoundrel! On what grounds do you declare that I, Uchiha Madara, am a fool? When judging others, at the very least, one should possess evidence, no? Evidence. You Navi child believe that your family's weathered stone tablet constitutes proof. Upon hearing Madara demand evidence, the dragon, who had initially regarded him with disdain, was instantly enraged. Can such a thing be trusted? Is your intellect lacking calcium? Or has it been fed to the dogs? Anyone with a semblance of rationality should recognize this as a trap. You wretch! Who do you think you are? On what basis do you claim that our ancestral tablet is flawed? Bang! Your ancestors? What nonsense! That is simply you. Ancestors, what rubbish! With a furious slap to the back of Madara's head, the dragon revealed the truth with indignation. What? My ancestor is myself? What do you mean by that? Stunned by the dragon's words, Madara momentarily forgot about the slap. At this moment, a voice within him seemed to affirm that the dragon spoke the truth. However, if this were indeed the case, what could it possibly entail? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and Madara suddenly realized that his emotions were in disarray. In stark contrast to Madara's chaotic thoughts, the lurking Kagaya Black felt a sense of foreboding. At this moment, he perceived that events were unfolding in a manner beyond his control. Such a turn of events ignited a murderous intent within him. He resolved to find an opportune moment to eliminate the unidentified dragon before him. Yet, as Kagaya Black contemplated how to discreetly dispose of the dragon, while scolding Madara, was concocting insults for Kagaya Black in his mind. Indeed, for the dragon, his purpose in entering this parallel realm, aside from collecting the blood of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, was to confront Kagaya Black. Thus, his singular aim was to provoke Kagaya Black into revealing himself for annihilation. After all, he had already gathered the blood of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind as he gazed at the anxious expression of Uchiha Madara, prompting the dragon to speak once more. To put it simply, the so-called ancestors of the Uchiha are none other than your previous life. What? Upon hearing such an unfathomable revelation, Uchiha Madara, already in turmoil, was rendered utterly astonished. Chapter 185, The Tale of the Otsutsuki Era. Meanwhile, as Madara was momentarily stunned, Kagaya Black, hidden in the shadows, felt an even greater sense of unease. Clenching his fists, Kagaya Black yearned to leap forth and eliminate the enigmatic dragon immediately. After all, logically, these matters should have been known only to him. Why does the enigmatic figure before me, the dragon of the Imperial, possess knowledge of all these matters? Countless questions flickered through my mind, intensifying my desire to eliminate the dragon. However, considering the plan I have meticulously orchestrated over millennia, I hesitated, clinging to a sliver of hope that this unidentified dragon remained oblivious to my true intentions. Unfortunately, such naive optimism was soon shattered. The roots of this situation trace back to the reign of Kagaya Otsutsuki over this world. Just as I entertained my fleeting hopes, I beheld the bewildered expression of Uchiha Madara, prompting the dragon to commence his narrative. He recounted the tale of how Kagaya exploited humanity to forge the White Zetsu army, the fierce battle between the brothers of the feathered robe and my mother, and the eventual sealing of Kagaya. He detailed the brothers' separation, each embarking on their own familial journeys, succinctly encapsulating the entirety of the Otsutsuki era. Observing the utterly captivated Uchiha Madara, the dragon, who had initially spoken with gravitas, reverted to a more whimsical demeanor. Ideally, this should herald a promising beginning. Alas, fate is often unpredictable. The brothers who sealed their mother remained entirely unaware that Kagaya had clandestinely left behind a contingency plan, a nefarious offspring known as Black Zetsu. What does it mean to be the nefarious child, Black Zetsu? While Black Zetsu seethed with barely contained rage, Uchiha Madara's interest was piqued. He sensed that the dragon's forthcoming revelations would unveil the truth behind the events. The dragon resumed, revealing that Black Zetsu was a fragment of Kagaya's will, separated before her sealing, with a singular purpose, to resurrect the sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. As I beheld the astonishment etched upon Uchiha Madara's face, the dragon, with a slight smirk, articulated an even more shocking revelation. As an embodiment of Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu lacked her complete bloodline. Thus, to resurrect Kaguya, he could only rely on the more complete lineage of the feathered robe or, alternatively, on the progenitor of the Uchiha clan, who later identified himself as Indra Uchiha. Prior to his encounter with Black Zetsu, Indra was a character of remarkable purity and kindness. However, after meeting Black Zetsu, he was indoctrinated with the belief in the superiority of the Otsutsuki clan. Gazing at the now entranced Uchiha Madara, the dragon continued, suggesting that the once kind Indra had transformed into a figure aspiring to dominate the world, utterly unaware that he was being manipulated by a malevolent force. Why should I place my trust in you? Uchiha Madara retorted coldly, momentarily breaking the silence as the dragon paused in his narration. This question inadvertently brought a wave of relief to the now anxious Black Zetsu, causing him to suspend his imminent actions. Yet, unbeknownst to the relieved Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara's resolve was already beginning to waver. Chapter 186. Sealing the Black Zetsu in the parallel space to make you believe me is truly a simple task. Gazing at the momentarily stunned Uchiha Madara, the Dragon King smiled slightly and suddenly began forming seals. Rebirth Sealing Technique. The resolute and powerful voice had scarcely faded when a colossal barrier of confinement materialized instantly. Observing Uchiha Madara's expression of wariness and confusion, the Dragon King taunted while constricting the barrier. Come forth, Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. Did you think you could continue this puppet show? Who are you? How could you possibly know such things? Faced with the pressure of the rebirth sealing technique, Black Zetsu was compelled to reveal itself, its expression one of furious inquiry. The Dragon King, noting Black Zetsu's anger and Madara's uncertainty, uttered a statement that astonished them both. Who am I? Huh, you could say I hail from the future. From the future? Do you take me for a fool? Would I believe such an unreliable tale? After a moment of surprise, Black Zetsu scoffed at the Dragon King's claim. Even Uchiha Madara beside him displayed a countenance of utter disbelief. Seeing their skepticism, the Dragon King shrugged while continuing to constrict the rebirth sealing technique. Believe it or not, it's of no consequence to me. Even if I do not seal you today, you will ultimately remain a failure. Gazing at the incredulous Black Zetsu, the Dragon King's expression was laden with an inexplicable malevolence. Let me reveal your original future. This fool was deceived by you and activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. Then you ambushed him, leading to Kaguya's resurrection. Alas, the Otsutsuki Kaguya, unable to bear it any longer, intervened once more to seal you away. Isn't it rather tragic? You think your words will compel me to believe you? Dream on. Black Zetsu, in a frantic attempt to fight back, lunged toward the dazed Uchiha Madara. Yet, how could the Dragon King, standing beside Madara, allow Black Zetsu to succeed? With a swift kick, he launched the still-stunned Madara out of the rebirth sealing technique. You think you can resurrect Kaguya? Dream on, you deluded fool. As he expelled Madara from the rebirth sealing technique, the Dragon King immediately withdrew, exiting the barrier himself. You despicable scoundrel. If you possess the courage, let me out. Let us face each other in a fair fight. Desperately striking against the confines of the rebirth sealing technique, Black Zetsu let out a frenzied scream. Yet, such cries would not alter Black Zetsu's fate. Having fully completed the rebirth sealing technique, the Dragon King made a vigorous gesture toward the sky. He hurled Black Zetsu high into the air, where it merged with the moon under a peculiar force. Did you not just say that I, who activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, became Otsutsuki Kaguya only after being ambushed by Black Zetsu? Gazing at the relaxed figure of Yulong, I silently observed as he sealed the embodiment of Uchiha Madara within the grasp of Kaguya's dark influence. After a moment of contemplation, I couldn't help but voice my incredulity. Hey, are you a fool? Black Zetsu's ambush merely hastened Kaguya's resurrection. Even without his interference, the infinite Tsukuyomi would have gradually led you to lose your sense of self, culminating in Kaguya's revival. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's profound inquiry, Yulong, who had initially sighed in relief, nearly coughed up blood in frustration. It dawned upon him that Madara's susceptibility to deception by Black Zetsu held a logical basis. Chapter 187. Uchiha Madara in Yulong's Parallel Realm of. Do you think I would believe you? Observing Yulong's furious demeanor, a smirk of derision crossed Uchiha Madara's face. You, who have fallen prey to Black Zetsu's trickery, naturally have a reason for it. Perhaps. But before that, I must first avenge the recent humiliation. Never had anyone dared to disgrace Uchiha Madara as he had just been. With a fierce glint in his eye and his body fully recovered, Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort and charged toward Yulong. TCH, so you want to take a hit? Not only did I slap your face earlier, but now I shall do so again. In response to the menacing Uchiha Madara rushing towards him, Yulong, who continued to hurl provocations, also lunged forward to meet him head-on. In an instant, the two combatants, nearly evenly matched in martial prowess, engaged fiercely in combat. Realizing he could not overpower Yulong through physical combat, Uchiha Madara seized the opportunity as they momentarily separated to unleash his fire technique. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. In a flash, an enormous and terrifying fireball surged toward Yulong, who, with a glint of determination in his eyes, opted for a countermeasure against Madara's ninjutsu. He executed an equally potent water technique, Water Style, Exploding Water Colliding Wave. As fire clashed with water, the surroundings were enveloped in a steamy haze. Amidst the swirling mist, both battle-hardened warriors prepared for their next moves. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Ice Style, One-Horned White Whale. As they chanted their incantations and formed their seals, for colossal fire dragons and an even larger icy white whale simultaneously materialized, crashing into one another with tremendous force. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted, followed by a shower of sparks and shattered ice, the shockwaves from their collision radiating outward. This spectacle was akin to being engulfed by an uncountable number of kunai and shuriken. The most terrifying aspect being that this barrage felt as if it were in close proximity. Even with their formidable skills, neither combatant could hope to evade the impending danger. Just as it appeared they would perish beneath the onslaught of this attack, both warriors, who had thus far refrained from unleashing their full might, were compelled by the dire circumstances to reveal their ultimate techniques. Susanoo. Chakra Mode. The chilling declarations resonated simultaneously. The fragments of ice and embers that had surged towards them were immediately repelled by an overwhelming force. Humph. It appears you are but a pitiful Jinchuriki. Gazing at the dragon in its chakra mode, Uchiha Madara, who had activated his Susanoo, could not help but taunt. However, such derision was met with immediate rebuttal from the dragon. A Jinchuriki, what a pitiful ancient being, utterly oblivious to the truth. Dare you call me, Uchiha Madara, pitiful? I shall shatter your insolent mouth. With a fierce roar, Madara propelled his Susanoo into its second stage and swung his sword with ferocity. Yet, having entered a serious phase of battle, the dragon would not show any courtesy to Madara. Utilizing a powerful repulsion, he sent the Susanoo flying. Subsequently, the dragon lunged forward and delivered a kick squarely to Madara's face. This humiliating act ignited a rage within Madara. You seek death. Once again unleashing a furious roar, Madara commanded his Susanoo to enter its complete form. Chapter 188. Uchiha Madara in the Dragon's Parallel Space Humph. You brought this upon yourself. Had you done so earlier, you would not have endured that kick to your face. As Madara finally unleashed the full form of his Susanoo, the dragon, suspended in the air at eye level with him, could not resist another taunt. That cursed bastard. I shall not be called Uchiha Madara until I crush you. Faced with the dragon's mockery and provocation, Madara's brow twitched uncontrollably as he roared and swung his sword toward the dragon. Sensing the immense pressure of the impending strike, a cold smile spread across the dragon's face. If you are not Uchiha Madara, what shall you be called? Uchiha Freckle? With the sound of his derision still echoing, the dragon, utilizing the power of the body flicker technique, positioned himself above the complete Susanoo of Madara. Boil Release. Great Mist Technique. As the dragon's voice resonated once more, a terrifyingly hot mist was unleashed downward. In an instant, the highly defensive complete Susanoo was eroded, leaving a gaping hole. Most crucially, Uchiha Madara, hidden within the Susanoo's head, was caught off guard and subsequently suffered the consequences. A piercing scream erupted as Madara, in agony, swiftly escaped from the Susanoo. However, his reaction had long been anticipated by the dragon. Therefore, just as Madara escaped the mist's range and exhaled in relief, the dragon's malicious voice echoed once again from behind him. Uchiha Freckle, have you celebrated too soon? Curse you. With a fierce glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Madara executed a swift kick in response. Unfortunately, this maneuver fell into the dragon's trap once more. Utilizing the body flicker technique, the dragon repositioned himself behind Madara and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash, The unfortunate Uchiha Madara slammed hard against the ground. Heh, you certainly look quite disheveled, Uchiha Freckle. As he descended before Uchiha Madara, Yulong continued his mockery without restraint. Who are you bastard? Why does your ninjutsu seem to counter my abilities so effectively? Gazing up at Yulong, Madara's face was a portrait of disbelief. After their intense confrontation, he had come to a singular realization. The individual before him had meticulously calculated every one of his abilities in advance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to suppress him to such an extent. This level of counteraction was born from a profound understanding of his own capabilities. Observing Madara's incredulity, Yulong, who had initially worn a mocking expression, suddenly grew serious and uttered words that would astonish and infuriate Madara in equal measure. Are you an idiot? Did I not already tell you? I come from the future. With a sigh of exasperation at Madara's continued disbelief, Yulong pressed on. In the future, you are swayed by Kagaya's influence, attempting to ensnare everyone in a dream world with infinite Tsukuyomi. Naturally, such actions are met with universal opposition, leading to a great war. As Madara began to grasp the implications, Yulong paused momentarily before continuing his explanation. A ninja must possess not only formidable strength, but also the acumen to gather intelligence and devise countermeasures. Surely, you understand this, do you not? Chapter 189. The collapsing worldview. What has become of the future you speak of? Madara inquired, his playful demeanor replaced by solemnity. In response to Madara's question, Yulong smiled slightly and revealed shocking information. What has become of it? Clearly, times have progressed. Ninjas have faded into history, much like the samurai of yore. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Madara, unable to accept such a notion, began to lose his composure. What is there to doubt? Just as ninjas supplanted the samurai, when a more potent force emerges, the old power will inevitably be discarded. Seemingly empathizing with Madara's turmoil, Yulong, now devoid of any mockery, patiently elaborated. Humph. Do not attempt to deceive me. I have uncovered contradictions in your words. Madara, having regained his composure, stated coldly as he regarded Yulong's patient demeanor. Oh, pray tell. What contradictions? Yulong's lips curled into a knowing smile, anticipating Madara's next words. You claim to hail from the future, yet assert that future ninjas have been rendered obsolete by a stronger force. How do you explain the chakra flowing through you? How do you account for your ability to utilize ninjutsu? Although puzzled by Yulong's laughter, Madara's voice remained icy as he posed his questions. In response to this inquiry, Yulong's smile only grew brighter. Such matters are hardly surprising. Just as there existed samurais in the era of flourishing ninjas, so too do remnants of ninjas persist amidst the explosion of technology. This bears a striking resemblance to the enduring presence of samurais in the present day. Gazing at Uchiha Obito, who was enveloped in disbelief, Ryulong shrugged as he sought to clarify. Technology? What power does that entail? Upon hearing Ryulong finally broach the subject of this new system of power, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Obito's eyes. Sensing Obito's curiosity, Ryulong eagerly began to elaborate, a discourse that would irrevocably upend Obito's previously held worldview and values. Imagine a weapon that requires no training, one that can unleash ninjutsu simply by being carried. A vehicle capable of traversing the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation in mere hours, all with astonishing speed. A laser cannon, when charged, that can effortlessly obliterate a nation or even the entire ninja realm. Additionally, there are flying devices that allow ordinary individuals to soar through the skies at will. As Obito absorbed this information, the foundations of his beliefs and values crumbled entirely. How could this be? How could this happen? Overwhelmed and unable to accept this reality, a tormented Obito collapsed to the ground, cradling his head in despair. Ryulong, seemingly empathetic to Obito's plight, approached and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Yet, as Ryulong attempted to comfort him, the anguished Obito suddenly struck, piercing Ryulong's heart with a swift blow. In the face of Obito's ferocity, Ryulong remained eerily calm, swallowing a healing pea. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Obito's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Ryulong's heart, once pierced, was wholly restored. Staring in disbelief at the unscathed Ryulong, Obito, who had previously worn a mask of rage, was left utterly stunned. Chapter 190. Return, 2.5 years. New power. How could this be? How could this happen? Gazing at Ryulong, whose attire was tattered yet whose body remained intact, Obito was completely at a loss. Ryulong, unfazed by Obito's turmoil, offered yet another explanation. When a more potent force emerges, the old powers inevitably become obsolete. The distinction merely lies in the duration of this transition. Is the power of technology truly so formidable? Fixating on the placid Ryulong, Obito found himself compelled to inquire once more. In response to Obito's question, Ryulong provided his final answer. Indeed, in truth, this is merely the nascent stage of technological power. When the strength of technology reaches its zenith, it will be beyond your wildest imagination. Do you not wish to witness it? Observing Obito fall once more into a state of shock, Ryulong smiled faintly as his form began to blur. Time is of the essence. I must return to my own era. Until we meet again, Uchiha Obito. Perhaps I shall re-emerge in this world 80 years hence. Gazing at the perplexed Uchiha Madara, the departing Yulong uttered once more a statement that left Madara in sheer astonishment. In approximately 80 years, 3 members of the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the realms will emerge in the ninja world. Among them, 2 possess strength rivaling that of the sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki. Their objective, it seems, is to harvest the fruits of the divine tree. As Yulong revealed this earth-shattering enigma, his figure vanished completely, leaving behind a bewildered Uchiha Madara and the equally astonished sage of 6 paths lurking in the shadows. Upon successfully returning to his own world, the once confident Yulong could not help but exhale deeply. To successfully maintain an air of superiority before someone like Uchiha Madara is truly a daunting task. A minor misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. In order for my path of grandeur to continue flourishing, I shall patiently await the ripening of the blood fruit. Observing the seedling that may take an indeterminate time to bear fruit, Yulong sighed in lament. Time slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. During this period, Yulong successfully awaited the maturation of the blood fruit and subsequently consumed it with resolve. Indeed, the space for growing crops proved to be formidable. As the fruit, cultivated from the blood of Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, entered his belly, Yulong, the consumer, not only awakened the wood release techniques, but also the Rinnegan. Furthermore, he managed to gain insight into the sage techniques that had long perplexed him. Naturally, given that he had successfully acquired these abilities, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan uniquely belonging to Uchiha Madara was also within Yulong's reach. However, it remained uncertain whether the fusion of the opponent's blood with his own led to an anomalous reaction. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan Yulong obtained differed from Madara's. Indeed, even the bloodline powers manifesting within the Manjiki Sharingan were distinct from others. After a series of attempts, Yulong finally discerned his 3 primary bloodline abilities. They were the manipulation of time with his left eye, the manipulation of space with his right eye, and the divine might of the Tenkmai gene. Evolved from the Susanoo. Chapter 191. Yulong's determination, perhaps due to the overwhelming nature of Yulong's bloodline powers, even with his current strength. He could only exert a slight influence on time. Nevertheless, even so, his abilities were still nothing short of extraordinary. The reason being that he could not only pause time, but also reverse events that had already transpired. The chakra expenditure, however, depended on the scale of influence and the duration of manipulation. It could be said that as long as Yulong's chakra was sufficient, this constituted a power of infinite regret. Though this ability thrilled Yulong, he did not believe that with his current prowess, he would find it necessary to utilize such power. After all, having consumed all the blood fruit, Yulong's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the God Shadow level. It can be said that as long as he so desires, he could now forcibly subdue Nagato and Obito, sealing away the ever-mischievous Kurizetsu. However, the formidable Yulong, who is capable of effortlessly achieving all this, chooses not to do so. After all, for Yulong, who possesses foresight into the future, his true adversaries lie ahead, specifically, the likes of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Compared to the relatively straightforward Kaguya, the cunning Otsutsuki Urashiki poses a far greater threat. For the sake of stability within the ninja world, he must ensure the successful resurrection of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Only by defeating Kaguya through his own prowess can he confidently crush Kinshiki and Urashiki in the future, denying them any opportunity to wreak havoc. With this thought in mind, Yulong resolutely reaffirmed his determination at that moment and ferociously consumed a dumpling. Yulong, did someone offend you just now? Asked Tian, glancing at Yulong, who radiated an air of menace. Not at all. I was merely pondering some matters, Yulong responded, realizing the cautious demeanor of Neji and the others, and quickly offered an explanation. However, after his clarification, Yulong seemed to detect the curiosity flickering in their eyes. Consequently, his expression darkened, and he promptly threatened them without hesitation. But if you inquire about what I was thinking, then you would indeed have provoked me. In light of Yulong's warning, Tian and the others exchanged glances and could not help but express their exasperation. What kind of reason for anger is that? Could it possibly be any more peculiar? Indeed, it's utterly outrageous. Hey, are you lot attempting to challenge the authority of Hinata Yulong? Seeing their audacity to ridicule him, Yulong rolled his eyes and issued a threat. Faced with Yulong's merciless intimidation, Tian and the others, who had initially appeared defiant, instantly adopted a crestfallen expression. Naturally, while they feigned submission outwardly, they continued to grumble internally about him. How infuriating! Yulong always resorts to such tactics. It's excessively unfair. He forces us to back down through threats. It's truly appalling. I wish I could turn him into a pig's head. Goodness, not again. Yulong, when will your personality mature to match your strength? Amidst Yulong's oppressive demeanor, the trio, though outwardly dejected, could not help but mentally vent their frustrations. Although Yulong could not directly perceive their grievances, he could certainly infer them through their expressions. Consequently, he once again donned a fierce countenance in response to the downcast Neji and others. Hey, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Remember to close them if you're going to speak ill of me in your thoughts next time. Neji, Tian, and Shaoli. Chapter 192. Naruto's return. Gazing at the thoroughly dispirited trio, Yulong finally allowed a gentle smile to grace his face. All right, enough of that. Are you three full? If so, let us go and fetch someone. Fetch someone. Who are we going to pick up? Where are we going? Upon hearing Yulong's words, the previously despondent Tian immediately launched into a flurry of questions. Though Neji and Lee remained silent, their expressions of curiosity mirrored her sentiments. In response to the inquisitive trio, Yulong, who was about to depart, uttered a perplexing remark. A fellow who has been away from home for 2.5 years. 2.5 years away. Naruto. Tian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Could it be that Naruto is returning? She swiftly pursued Yulong, eager to confirm her realization. Correct, but there is no reward. Yulong replied, teasingly acknowledging Tian's understanding. Hehe, I reckon confirming Naruto's return is reward enough. Oh, Tian, your awareness has certainly progressed. Humph. Who are you calling a little girl? I am a young lady now. Tian pouted at Yulong's teasing, her earlier joy quickly dissipating. Yet, her reaction only elicited laughter from Yulong and the others. Such a vexing situation naturally provoked Tian's playful retaliation, leading to a lively scuffle among the four as they approached the entrance of Konoha village. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, they halted. Is Lord Yulong embarking on a mission? Inquired Gongzi Tai, who was stationed at the gate. Impossible. I'm merely here to greet a couple of old friends. Yulong explained with a shrug, noting the curious expressions of Kamizuki Izumo and Gongzi Tai. Old friends? Indeed. Look, aren't they already here? As he concluded his sentence, Yulong gestured with a smile. Is that Lord Jiraiya and Naruto? The initially puzzled duo's faces lit up with surprise as they followed Yulong's indication to the entrance. Wow, as expected of Yulong. You even knew when we would return. Naruto exclaimed as he stepped into the village, hurrying towards Yulong and the others. Indeed, it's been 2.5 years. You seem to have matured considerably, Yulong noted, scrutinizing Naruto's excited demeanor and nodding in approval. Oh really? Thank you for the compliment, Yulong. Naruto responded, his previously composed facade crumbling as he revealed his true, exuberant self. His unreliable display prompted bemusement among the others. Yulong, I believe you may have overestimated Naruto. He appears unchanged since we last met. What? Tian, we haven't seen each other in 2.5 years. How can you say that about me? Faced with daily ridicule, Naruto, who had been filled with joy, suddenly displayed a countenance of despair. Chapter 193. Yulong spreads love. It seemed that Tian's words held truth. Indeed, you have not changed. I had just praised you in vain. Observing Naruto's woeful expression, Yulong couldn't help but remark again after twitching his lips. This assessment nearly drove the already despondent Naruto to the brink of collapse. Ah, how can this be? Yulong, are you retracting your earlier praise? Retract. In response to Naruto's query, Yulong, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded earnestly. Such a decisive action only deepened Naruto's gloom. This amusing expression elicited uncontrollable laughter from Yulong and the others nearby. How infuriating. We haven't seen each other in 2.5 years. Is it really fair to greet me this way? Observing the group of laughing friends, Naruto sighed in exasperation, beads of sweat forming on the back of his head. I think this is wonderful. Yulong, halting the merriment, spoke words that touched everyone's hearts. This proves that our inner selves remain unchanged. We are still that group of friends eager to tease one another. Is it not so? Yes, I understand. Yulong. Gazing at Yulong's sincere face, Naruto, momentarily dazed, solemnly nodded. The others, though silent, mirrored the same sentiment. Watching this new generation of Konoha, Jiraiya, who had been quietly observing, wore a look of contentment. Jiraiya's expression did not go unnoticed by Yulong. I hear that Lord Jiraiya has completed his new book. He even had Naruto bring a copy to Captain Kakashi. Yulong, how do you know about this? Hearing Yulong mention Jiraiya's new book, Naruto's face registered surprise. After all, this was supposed to be a secret. Naruto could hardly fathom how Yulong, who had been absent for 2.5 years, acquired this knowledge. Considering a possibility, still startled, Naruto stuttered, Yulong. You wouldn't don't jump to conclusions. I'm not that bored. Yulong interjected, slightly exasperated, as he observed Naruto's shocked demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, unlike the confused others, grasped the implication of Yulong's words. Indeed. What do you think? Would you like a copy? Rapidly approaching Yulong, Jiraiya leaned in with an enticing expression. You see, my new book hasn't been released yet. It remains an ultra-rare item. Thank you. I believe nothing could be more captivating than our Hinata. After a brief twitch of his lips, Yulong unhesitatingly chose to spread love among his companions. In this amusing encounter, the bystanders couldn't help but roll their eyes at the display of affection. Brother Yulong, Hinata is not even here. Can we refrain from flaunting our romance? Indeed, it is utterly excessive. This is a ruthless blow to us single individuals. Absolutely. Let us commence our campaign against the exhibition of romance. Agreed. Seconded. Chapter 194, Warmth. Haha. Did you see that? Youngsters should temper their exuberance and not scatter affection indiscriminately. Otherwise, it might incite public outrage. Observing the flustered Yulong, Jiraiya couldn't contain his laughter. Just as his mirth began to resonate, it was abruptly interrupted by the timely arrival of Sakura. Naruto, is that you? Naruto. Sakura? What brings you here? Did you know I was returning and came to meet me? Just as Sakura beamed upon spotting Naruto, he mirrored her delight. However, the multitude of companions surrounding them clearly deprived the two of an opportunity to reminisce privately, especially after Konohamaru employed his alluring technique. Their nostalgic exchange was hastily curtailed by Sakura's iron fist. Watching Konohamaru and his companions flee in fright, Yulong, who had silently observed the entire spectacle, couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Naruto remains the same Naruto, and Sakura is still the same Sakura. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been by Orochimaru's side, had become even more arrogant with the passage of time. Contemplating the eternally proud Sasuke, a smile involuntarily crept upon Yulong's lips. This subtle uplift of his mouth was noticed by Jiraiya, who had been quietly watching Yulong. What's the matter? Have you recalled something amusing? Gazing at the suddenly smiling Yulong, Jiraiya teased him. Nothing. Just reminiscing about our playful memories from the past. Under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, Yulong promptly shifted the topic. All right, let us move. Lady Tsunade is already aware of your return. We shouldn't keep her waiting too long. What a cunning little imp. Although it was clear that Yulong was not speaking the truth, Jiraiya, understanding Yulong's reluctance to divulge, chose not to press him. After all, their conversation 2.5 years prior had enlightened Jiraiya to certain thoughts Yulong harbored. As they chatted amiably, they arrived at the Hokage's office. After a long separation, Tsunade finally came into Naruto's view. Following a brief exchange, Tsunade informed Naruto that she had arranged a special opponent for him, intending to assess the fruits of his training over the past 2.5 years. Just then, Shikamaru and Temari arrived, nearly leading Naruto to mistakenly believe that Shikamaru was his opponent. Fortunately, Tsunade lacked the penchant for teasing, quickly revealing that the true opponent awaited outside the window. This revelation prompted Naruto, who was typically impatient, to hastily fling open the window of the Hokage's office. Gazing outside at Kakashi, who was engaging in an affectionate moment with his partner, Naruto's face lit up with excitement. After an absence of 2.5 years, Kakashi was indeed the person Naruto yearned for the most. Recalling Kakashi's fondness for the Ika Ika series, Naruto promptly retrieved the latest installment, hailed by Jiraiya as the most exquisite work in the series. Alas, this course of action proved to be a grave miscalculation. Upon receiving the new book, Kakashi concocted a dubious excuse and hastily made his exit. Such irresponsible behavior left Naruto and Sakura in a state of exasperation while Long, observing from the sidelines, could hardly contain his amusement, having anticipated the scene that had just unfolded. Chapter 195. News from Long. Though Kakashi's retreat was highly irresponsible, reflecting on Kakashi's past actions led Naruto and Sakura to realize that this behavior was, in fact, quite typical. Setting aside their frustration, the duo resolved to confront Kakashi and bid farewell to Tsunade, preparing to venture to the third training ground Kakashi had mentioned. As the others witnessed Naruto and Sakura's departure, they too chose to say their farewells. However, Long remained distinctly uninterested in leaving, feeling that with everyone else gone, there was much to discuss. Gazing at the now closed door, Tsunade paused in silence before finally speaking. The Akatsuki had commenced their operations, targeting Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. If her assumptions were correct, they were likely nearing the village as they spoke. Meeting Tsunade's intense gaze, Long boldly revealed this startling news, catching her off guard. Bang! The table shook as Tsunade slammed her fist down, rising to unleash a torrent of fury upon Long. You fool! Why didn't you inform us sooner? Knowing they were about to strike? What if something were to happen to the Kazekage? Despite Tsunade's wrath, Long remained composed. Gaara will only earn the true recognition of Sunagakure after experiencing this ordeal. What do you mean by that? Tsunade, momentarily pacified, regarded Long with a puzzled expression. Witnessing her calm, a smile finally broke through Long's otherwise stoic demeanor. Gaara has long been shunned by the villagers due to his past experiences. However, after this event, he will gain their acceptance. As Tsunade stared at him in disbelief, Long's smile blossomed even brighter. He will ultimately sacrifice himself to protect the villagers of Sunagakure. Are you suggesting that the Kazekage will be captured by the Akatsuki in Sunagakure? That is inconceivable. Sunagakure is one of the 5 strongest ninja villages. Even if it has weakened over the years, such a calamity should not occur. Upon hearing Long's explanation, Tsunade's emotions surged once more. For as one of the 5 Kage, she found such an outcome utterly unacceptable. Understanding Tsunade's feelings, a somewhat helpless Long felt compelled to offer yet another explanation. There was no choice. Within the higher echelons of Sunagakure, there lurked a spy from the Akatsuki organization, the Scorpion. Furthermore, the unique methods of attack employed by another Akatsuki member, Deidara, posed a significant threat. To safeguard the village, Gaara was ultimately worn down by the enemy. You must have a close relationship with Gaara, right? How could you bear to watch him come to harm? Gazing at the composed Long before her, disappointment flickered in Tsunade's eyes. If such occurrences are deemed necessary, then tell me, what events can truly be avoided? Lord Tsunade, do you believe my actions would lead to Gaara's demise? Noticing Tsunade's apparent misunderstanding, a hint of amusement crossed Yulong's face. Yulong, what do you mean by that? Did you not say that the Kazekage sacrificed himself for the village? Indeed, he was captured by members of the Akatsuki. Observing Tsunade's renewed anger, Yulong chuckled before continuing. Yet, despite the tumultuous journey, even Shukaku, the one-tail, was taken by the Akatsuki. Ultimately, however, the result was that Kazekage Gaara returned safely. Chapter 196. The plea for help from Sunagakure, the support team departs. How is that possible? Once the tailed beast is extracted from the Jinchuriki, their fate is sealed. Trust me, Lord Tsunade, there is nothing in this world that is truly impossible. Facing the furious Tsunade, Yulong's expression turned serious. Lord Tsunade, you must believe me. My actions are all for the future of the ninja world, but your silence makes it incredibly difficult for me to trust your methods. Meeting the sincere gaze of Yulong, Tsunade unhesitatingly voiced her concerns, and Yulong was acutely aware of her apprehensions. Unyielding in his gaze, Yulong attempted to explain once more before turning to leave. The burden of seeing the future weighs heavily upon me. Trust me, I know exactly what I am doing. Bang! What could unfold in the future that necessitates such cunning on your part? Watching Yulong close the door behind him, Tsunade's expression betrayed a hint of bewilderment. Although Yulong had said nothing further, Tsunade comprehended the underlying meaning in his words. She could scarcely fathom the nature of the enemies that awaited them in the future, compelling Yulong to view this incident as a trial for what lay ahead. The dynamics of human relationships are often fraught with misunderstandings, arising from an imbalance of information. Such miscommunications are further perpetuated by unspoken burdens. Leaving the Hokage's office in a melancholic state, Yulong took a deep breath and headed straight for the third training ground. Regardless of whether Tsunade could comprehend his motives, he felt it imperative that certain events continue to unfold. Only through facing certain trials would the ninja world learn to cherish the hard-won peace. Only through sufficient honing of oneself can one possess the confidence to tackle the challenges of the future. With this thought flashing through his mind once more, Yulong resolutely made his way to the third training ground. The gears of fate continued to turn. As Naruto and Sakura faced Kakashi's test, Deidara had already engaged in battle with Gaara. Just as Yulong had indicated, the villagers of Sunagakure remained reluctant to acknowledge Gaara. However, following this confrontation, they fully embraced their new Kazekage Gaara. Observing the Kazekage being captured by enemies while striving to protect the villagers of Sunagakure grew frantic. Despite the desperate pursuit by numerous sand shinobi, they were ultimately outmaneuvered by Sasori's cunning. Meanwhile, Kankuro, who managed to catch up to Sasori, nearly lost his life due to Sasori's superior strength. With the failure of the pursuit, Sasori's whereabouts vanished. The powerless higher-ups of Sunagakure were left with no choice but to send out a distress signal to their ally, Konoha. Upon receiving the urgent plea for help, Tsunade, unable to contain her anxiety, promptly ordered a rescue mission. Fully aware of the situation, Yulong was assigned to the rescue team. Hyuga Yulong, if you fail to bring the Kazekage back safely to Sunagakure, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I pledge to fulfill this mission. With this assurance directed at the cold-faced Tsunade, Yulong promptly led the way. Although Tsunade's demeanor was frigid, even hinting at a resolute tone, Yulong understood that beneath her icy exterior, she ultimately approved of his approach. His current task was to provide a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 197. The man who instills fear in Kisame. After racing along the path, Yulong and his companions soon encountered Temari, who was traveling alone. Following a brief halt and exchange of information, the previously swift team welcomed a new member. The five of them pressed on, eventually arriving at Sunagakure in the Land of Wind 3 days later. Upon learning that Kankuro had been poisoned, Sakura immediately sprang into action, saving the barely conscious Kankuro. From him, they gathered vital intelligence regarding Deidara and Sasori. Given the need to track the enemy's movements, the group decided to rest for the night before setting out again. Though Yulong possessed the capability to locate Gaara's current position, he chose to remain silent to ensure the Akatsuki organization successfully acquired Shukaku. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior, however, lay a heart brimming with murderous intent. While he spoke of resting for another night, the truth was that Yulong had not slept a wink. With the return of Pakin, Yulong, filled with impatience, set out ahead of the group. With relentless speed, he soon attracted the attention of Black and White Zetsu. Realizing that Yulong, whose aura radiated a fierce intent, had detected their concealed presence, a startled Black Zetsu hastily burrowed underground to hide while warning the others. The situation was dire. An exceedingly troublesome individual approaches us. An exceedingly troublesome individual? Who is it? Noticing the altered tone of Hei and Baiju, Pain, the leader, promptly inquired. It is Hinata Yulong from Konoha. He has already detected my presence. Hinata Yulong? Hinata Yulong? With the utterance of the name by Hei and Baiju, a chorus of gasps echoed among those engaged in the illusory dragon's 9 seals, each imbued with distinct connotations. Kisame, I recall you harbor some grievances with this person. Thus, I shall entrust this task to you. Upon hearing Pain assigned the obstruction mission to Kisame, who had similarly gasped, Deidara, striving to maintain the illusory dragon's 9 seals, immediately voiced his discontent. Hey, what nonsense is this? I have a genuine vendetta against this guy. Do not be tedious. Your chakra reserves are insufficient to divert your focus any further. This matter shall be handled by Kisame, without dissent. Pain, as the leader, reprimanded Deidara coldly. However, scarcely had Pain's admonition subsided when Kisame's somewhat awkward voice followed suit. Could we possibly substitute for someone else? Or perhaps grant me an extra companion or two? Hearing Kisame, who was typically fearless, express such sentiments astounded the others unacquainted with Yulong. Kisame, did I mishear something? Are you truly afraid? Indeed, you cannot be the real Kisame, can you? If you do not understand, refrain from speaking. That fellow is a lunatic. I do not wish to confront him alone. Kisame, feeling flustered by his companion's teasing, could not help but grumble in irritation. Such an unexpected response left the others present in astonishment. Just as Hyden was about to further mock Kisame, Itachi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Leader, please assign 2 additional allies. The difficulty of that individual is beyond your imagination. Chapter 198. The terrifying rage of Yulong, since even you, Itachi, have said this. Then I shall add you and Kakuzu as well. Upon hearing Itachi's input, Pain, momentarily taken aback, promptly made new arrangements. However, this allocation once again provoked Deidara's protests. Hey, is there a mistake? Why am I not included among the added personnel? I have a grudge against that guy. Maintain the seal diligently. The 3 individuals designated by the leader are capable of cooperating effectively. If you were included, it would only disrupt the synergy among the others. Witnessing Deidara's continued outbursts, the ever-observant Sasori could no longer remain silent and quickly explained. TCH. Fine, you have a point, Sasori. Recognizing the truth in Sasori's words, Deidara ceased his ruckus and focused on maintaining the illusory dragon's 9 seals. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals named by Pain immediately coordinated with him to prepare for the impending confrontation with Yulong. Subsequently, as Pain successfully executed his technique, the 3 individuals, now embodying the technique of the transfiguration, involuntarily gazed ahead. The opponent approaches. Be vigilant. Do not allow the enemy to strike at your weaknesses. As the menacing figure of Yulong approached, now merely 3 individuals away, Itachi, who had taken on a supportive role, promptly cautioned his companions. Is this little rascal truly as formidable as you claim? Kakuzu inquired, observing Yulong closing the distance, now less than 100 meters away. Do not underestimate him, old man. If you are swiftly defeated, you will have a difficult time explaining it to the leader. As Yulong drew within 10 meters, Kisame, feeling the urgency, broke into a cold sweat. I shall take the lead. Water style, great exploding water wave. I have no time to play with you today. Ice style, 1 breath of wind. Before the chilling words had settled, the massive torrent of water expelled by Kisame was abruptly frozen solid by Yulong's ice technique. The trio, who had initially prepared for their next offensive, were now rendered aghast at the sight of Yulong gliding over the ice as if it were solid ground. What? It turned to ice instantly. How could this happen? Does this mean my water technique is rendered useless? Enough chatter. Shatter the ice nearby. Our feet are frozen. Kakuzu, equally perspiring, shouted at the now panicked Kisame. Understood. Break it. Awakened by Kakuzu's fierce command, Kisame hefted his sword with fervor, striking down upon the ice. With a deafening crack, the trio regained their freedom and swiftly moved into action. Wind style, pressure damage. As Kakuzu shouted, a compressed tornado surged towards Yulong. The confident expression on Kakuzu's face was met with a mocking look from Yulong, who had now closed in on them. Foolish old man, do you think me just an ordinary ninja? 8 trigrams heart-piercing strike. Accompanied by Yulong's icy derision, a flurry of incomprehensible strikes transformed Kakuzu into a mere rag doll. As Kakuzu collapsed lifelessly to the ground, Kisame, who had been advancing, recoiled in terror. Be buffoon. He was truly annihilated in an instant. Chapter 199. Yin-Yang Release. Illusory Void Realm. Kakuzu. What transpired? In the cave, Hyden, noticing Kakuzu's evident emotional turmoil, promptly inquired. Kakuzu. Hey, Hyden. Kakuzu. Explain the situation. As Kakuzu remained silent, Pain, the wielder of the transmutation technique, spoke up. Upon hearing Pain's words, the others in attendance began to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, before the defeated Kakuzu could respond, the observing Zetsu interjected with an explanation. What an intimidating foe. If Itachi's illusions fail, then both he and Kisame are in peril. What? Upon hearing Zetsu's assessment, Deidara and the others gasped in astonishment. As if this revelation were not enough to shock the assembly, Pain, who had previously fallen silent, suddenly spoke again. The situation appears dire. The formidable Itachi and Kisame, tasked with obstruction, are likely to encounter significant trouble. Is that a special possession ninjutsu? However, even so, I can still eliminate you. Yin-Yang Release. illusory void realm, gazing at the transformed Kaku, who lay on the ground. Ryu understood the gravity of the situation. Immediately, he began to taunt while swiftly forming seals. In the next moment, an invisible wave radiated from Ryu, expanding outward in all directions. Not even the sky and earth surrounding them were spared, as that intangible wave swept over Kisame and the others present. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within them. What is this feeling? The illusory void realm will sever your awareness of this place. Await your demise in compliance. Accompanied by Ryu's chilling voice, Kisame's hair stood on end as he grasped the truth. The Samahata, which had been in Kisame's possession, suddenly rebelled and fled at an astonishing speed. Witnessing the swift disappearance of the Samahata, Kisame, already on edge, froze momentarily before angrily directing his ire toward the fleeing blade. Hey, Samahata, you bastard! Are you trying to abandon me? Its decision to abandon you seems entirely justified. After all, you are about to perish. The icy words rang out before Kisame, causing him to be struck with shock after just reprimanding the Samahata. As Kisame faced imminent death, Itachi stepped forward, driving back the advancing Ryu. Having successfully repelled Ryu, he launched another attack. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Accompanied by Itachi's calm voice, a dragon of flames surged toward the retreating Ryu. Yet, as the fire dragon charged toward him, a cold smile spread across Ryu's face. 8 trigrams, empty strike. A voice laced with cold mockery echoed once more as Ryu's hands moved in a blurred flurry. In an instant, a cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted, forcefully extinguishing the once mighty Great Dragon Fire Technique. Subsequently, with unstoppable momentum, the piercing sound continued its assault toward Itachi and Kisame. Realizing the dire situation, Itachi could no longer afford to be courteous. He leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the still-dazed Kisame. With Kisame's pain scream, the two narrowly evaded Ryu's onslaught. Chapter 200, Celestial Level Ninjutsu, truly commendable, Itachi. Flawless in every regard. However, this will not alter your inevitable fate of death. As Ryu's words of praise trailed off, his tone shifted back to one of murderous intent. Water release. Raging rainstorm. Wind release. Arctic gale. With 2 rapid seals executed in succession, the surrounding world underwent an astonishing transformation. The previously clear sky was suddenly cloaked by an endless expanse of dark clouds. Accompanying the clouds was an equally boundless ferocity of wind. As Kakashi and his companions, who had been fervently pursuing the dragon, suddenly halted in their tracks. They gazed upon the tempestuous winds and ominous clouds that had unexpectedly materialized. What is this? Gramachio. This is the dragon's ninjutsu. Yet, I never anticipated such an extensive range. Observing the unfolding scene, Kakashi could not help but express his astonishment. What? This is the ninjutsu of Brother Dragon. Could the extent and power be a tad exaggerated? As he looked at the seemingly endless storm and darkness, Naruto, who had been weighed down by a heavy heart, now wore a look of sheer fright. In truth, even the usually composed Itachi could not help but change his expression in the face of such a dramatic alteration in the weather. You could it be that your true identity is that of a tailed beast? Itachi remarked, his lips twitching as he regarded the impassive dragon before him. In response to Itachi's comment, the expressionless dragon uttered words that were chilling to the core. A tailed beast. Humph. I am far more terrifying than the tailed beast you speak of. Become an ice sculpture. With those frigid words, the previously tranquil clouds suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. The deluge, augmented by the surrounding gales, caused the rain to freeze upon impact. The once calm sandy ground transformed into a frozen expanse in the blink of an eye. Even Itachi, who was typically unflappable, was taken aback. Kisame, prepare to break the ice and dive underground. Understood. With Kisame acknowledging his intent, Itachi, now visibly shaken, swiftly made his move. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Shatter for me. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed as Kisame seized the opportunity presented by Itachi's fire technique to break through the ice layer. Without hesitation, the two swiftly utilized the earth release technique to burrow underground. As they frantically fled, the dragon maintained his ninjutsu while pursuing them. Trying to escape? Do you think I would allow that? Earth release. Tremors of the earth. The chilling voice rang out once more. The ground, already frozen, began to quake violently, cracking and rising into the air. As the earth split, Itachi and Kisame, who had been hidden below, were forcibly propelled upward. We've been forced out. Mr. Itachi, think of something. Seeing the dragon, filled with murderous intent, charging towards them, Kisame, suspended in midair, couldn't he help but cry out in alarm. Observing Kisame's evident fear, Itachi's eyes flickered with a hint of resignation. Stop shouting. Conserve your strength to escape. As long as we get out of the range of that yin-yang release, we will be safe. Chapter 201. The man most admired by the dragon, Itachi. Understood. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame, whose heart had been racing, immediately regained his composure. With Kisame finally calm and ready, Itachi swiftly took action once more. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As the intricate seals of Itachi concluded, an enormous fireball, far exceeding conventional dimensions, immediately positioned itself before Ryulong. Yet, even this formidable technique could not withstand the wrathful strike infused with Ryulong's vengeance. The oncoming Ryulong extinguished the fireball with a single blow. Although Itachi's fireball technique was obliterated, its destruction unleashed a powerful shockwave simultaneously. Utilizing this forceful wave, both Itachi and Kisame regained control of their bodies. Subsequently, they hastened away from Ryulong, who was similarly affected by the shockwave. Gazing at the swiftly retreating figures of Itachi and Kisame, an inexplicable expression flickered across Ryulong's eyes. Truly remarkable, Itachi. Despite the apparent leniency on my part, you managed to escape my grasp even while severely restrained. Indeed, you are the man I admire most. Murmuring these thoughts, Ryulong halted his pursuit and retracted his jutsu. In an instant, the ominous clouds dispersed and the fierce winds ceased. The once tumultuous scene vanished in the blink of an eye, were it not for the shattered ground surrounding them. The hastily arriving Kakashi and others might have believed that everything was merely an illusion conjured by Ryulong. Ryulong, where are the enemies? Have you defeated them all? Naruto, with his impulsive nature, rushed to Ryulong's side, his voice tinged with urgency. Although the others remained silent, their eyes conveyed similar sentiments. Meeting the curious gazes of his companions, Ryulong pointed towards a distant location. Then, amidst their astonishment, he chose to explain. There were 3 adversaries, employing a special possession technique. One was eliminated, while 2 fled. What? Is that truly the case? With such a commotion, only one was taken down. Upon hearing Ryulong's words, Naruto, who had initially worn an expectant expression, was momentarily stunned before revealing a look of disappointment. However, this fleeting disappointment was swiftly interrupted by Sakura. Bang. Ah, that hurts. Sakura, why did you hit me? Are you an idiot, Naruto? Do you think those who could escape such a powerful attack are mere trifles? Sakura, having struck Naruto on the head, brandished her fists and exclaimed. Reminded by Sakura, Kakashi, equally incredulous, quickly grasped the situation. Ryulong, do you know who those 3 foes were? One was an unnamed old man.
And the other 2 were Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha. What? Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's older brother, managed to escape Ryulong? Naruto exclaimed, his previous head-rubbing momentarily forgotten in shock. Humph, aren't you the one who lamented my letting 2 escape? Ryulong, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, regarded the astonished Naruto. What? Did I say that? I don't recall such a thing. Sensing the disdain emanating from Ryulong and realizing that he had misjudged Naruto, he promptly feigned ignorance. This whimsical display elicited laughter from the others. In Chapter 202, the near mutiny of the Akatsuki, while Ryulong and his companions were preoccupied with their playful antics, Itachi and Kisame, who had successfully escaped, halted in their tracks. That was close. I owe my life to you, Itachi-san. Otherwise, I would have been doomed. Kisame expressed his gratitude as he glanced back. Not at all. It was merely a matter of mutual cooperation among comrades. Without you, I too would have been unable to escape. Itachi replied modestly. Rather than exchanging pleasantries, I believe it would be prudent for you to dispel the transformation technique. Indeed, that last opponent was exceedingly dangerous. If he were to pursue us again, we would be in grave peril. Noticing that the 2 had begun to chat, the hidden black and white Zetsu emerged to remind them. Upon this reminder, the 2, who had intended to speak further, swiftly dispelled the transformation technique. Observing their rapid action, Black Zetsu found himself momentarily stunned. Such an expeditious dispelling, could it be a tad too efficient? Rather than discussing this matter, we should promptly handle the bodies. I do not wish to be targeted by that sort of individual,
relentlessly pursuing me. Black Zetsu insisted. Quite right. That person certainly feels more perilous than Pain. White Zetsu concurred. As they spoke, the fused black and white Zetsu hastily dealt with the corpses and then swiftly departed from the vicinity. It appeared that the crisis had been averted. As Itachi and Kisame returned, Pain, the leader, immediately chose to greet them. Fortune smiled upon us. We narrowly escaped from their grasp. Itachi stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he noticed the gaze of the others upon him. Hey, was that guy really that formidable? It feels as though you might have been holding back. Deidara provocatively interjected. Before Itachi, the target of the provocation, could respond, Kisame, equally displeased, retorted, shut your mouth. Who was it that got their face pummeled into a pulp back in the day? Hey, Kisame, do you want to fight? Enough. Everyone silence. Focus on the sealing technique. After all this effort, do you want to squander it all? Pain intervened, as the escalating tension threatened to erupt. Upon hearing Pain's authoritative voice, the previously quarrelsome duo fell silent, as they recognized the necessity of respecting their leader's authority. Meanwhile, as Pain and the others busied themselves with maintaining the seal, Granny Chiyo revealed a look of disbelief. What is this? Granny Chiyo, do you recognize this individual? Sakura cautiously inquired, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground. Yura, one of the esteemed jonin of Sunigakure. How could this be? Upon hearing Granny Chiyo's explanation, Kakashi and his companions were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. In contrast to the shocked Kakashi and the others, Granny Chiyo was consumed by deeper thoughts. Silently, she retrieved a scroll and, with remarkable speed, conveyed the information regarding Yagura's treachery back to Sunigakure. Subsequently, she proactively suggested resuming their journey. Chapter 203. The caution of Ri-Long. The relentless pace set by Ri-Long and his companions seemed to alert the enigmatic duo of black and white Zetsu to the brewing peril. In a bid to buy time for the ongoing sealing process, Black Zetsu resolved to intervene personally. However, this intervention did not imply a direct confrontation with Ri-Long and his companions. Rather, it entailed setting traps to impede their progress. As an ancient being who had lived for millennia, Black Zetsu possessed a plethora of cunning strategies. From explosive tag traps to puppet-linked formations, he orchestrated an elaborate array of obstacles. Through these efforts, Black Zetsu successfully delayed Ri-Long and his group, prompting the exhausted Kakashi and others to express their need for a night's rest. Observing the menacing aura emanating from Ri-Long, Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief as he discreetly slipped away. After all, should Ri-Long discover his presence, it would likely lead to his exposure. An outcome Black Zetsu had resolved to prevent at all costs. After all the hard work, the thought of being revealed due to a moment's carelessness would surely plunge even Black Zetsu into despair. Regrettably, Black Zetsu would never ascertain that the helplessness he perceived was merely a ruse orchestrated by Ri-Long. For Ri-Long, to ensure events unfolded according to his predetermined plan, he had to allow for certain concessions. Simultaneously, he needed to execute a flawless performance, ensuring the continuity of the narrative. As he gazed towards the direction in which Black Zetsu had vanished, Ri-Long's eyes glinted with cold resolve. The night passed once more, giving way to the dawn. Before the sealed cave, Ri-Long's eyes were ablaze with murderous intent. Granny Chiyo, would you like to confront the scorpion of the red sand personally? Or shall I eliminate him for you? Perhaps I should handle it myself, for it has been many years since I last laid eyes on my grandson. Sensing the lethal aura radiating from Ri-Long, Granny Chiyo immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Ri-Long, what about Gaara? She inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. As Naruto, bewildered by Ri-Long's words, hastily sought clarification. Unfortunately, the menacing Ri-Long was not inclined to offer a response. The cave is sealed with 5 barriers. If we wish to avoid harming Gaara, we must identify the 5 sealing points. Indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Kakashi beside him nodded in agreement. However, before the anxious Naruto could interject, Yulong resumed speaking. Judging by the enemy's consistent tactics, the 5 sealing barriers before them would likely not be easily overcome. What do you suggest we do? Kakashi, momentarily taken aback by Yulong's icy demeanor, inquired. I have brought along a few radios. In a moment, you, as the captain, will summon Pakin and the others, allowing them to wear the radios to activate the sealing barriers. Truly, Yulong is exceptional. Such a clever method. Summoning technique. As he praised, Kakashi promptly summoned Pakin and the other ninja dogs, conveying Yulong's plan to them. Subsequently, Yulong produced the radios, and together they equipped the 5 ninja dogs with the devices. Chapter 204. Individual performances. While Yulong and the others busied themselves with the radios for Pakin, within the cave, Pain's lips twitched. What a cautious fellow. It seems my alternative strategy has been rendered futile. Leader, what is happening? Scorpion, who had been monitoring the situation outside the cave, could not help but ask. In response to Scorpion's query, Pain provided a rather grim answer. My contingency plan has been thwarted by the opposition. Thus, you and Deidara will likely have to confront that troublesome individual personally. I advise you to find an opportunity to escape. After delivering this dispassionate warning, Pain promptly canceled the body flicker technique, departing with a decisive finality that left Scorpion and Deidara feeling abandoned. Brother Scorpion, are we truly being forsaken by the leader? Some things should not be spoken lightly. Taking that individual along may still serve as a protective talisman. Observing the lifeless Gaara below, Scorpion solemnly reminded. This prompted Deidara, who had been somewhat disgruntled, to snap back to attention. He then leaped to Gaara's corpse, sporting a playful expression as he kicked Gaara's lifeless body. TCH. I never imagined this fellow could serve such a purpose. How intriguing. Enough chatter. The enemy approaches. Scorpion. Deidara. With Deidara's astonished exclamation, the cave, previously sealed by massive boulders, was suddenly breached. As Deidara stood with his foot planted on Gaara's face, Yulong's murderous intent surged dramatically. You seek death. 8 trigrams air palm. With Yulong's furious roar, Deidara, who had been stepping on Gaara's face, was instantly reduced to a mere sieve. However, despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, Deidara was, in fact, quite composed. Do not be fooled by his boisterousness in front of others. Upon confirming Yulong's identity, he had immediately entered a state of full alertness. Even the act of trampling on Gaara's face was a deliberate ploy by Deidara, intended to provoke the adversary, into attacking his substitute. Seizing this opportunity, he deftly escaped from the cave that lay before him. Indeed, Deidara's strategy proved successful. As his substitute was mercilessly obliterated, Deidara skillfully diverted and his companion's attention. He promptly utilized the Earth Release, Earth Dragon hidden technique to flee the confines of the cave. However, to Deidara's surprise, Scorpion, who had previously agreed to escape, chose not to make his departure. Although perplexed, Deidara, considering Ri's formidable nature, shook his head and opted to leap away. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, he summoned his explosive clay, the winged bird, to accelerate his escape. If Scorpion preferred to remain, then so be it. As he gazed back at the cave, Deidara leapt onto the explosive clay, pondering this thought. Yet, the successful escape he believed he had achieved was, unbeknownst to him, merely a concession from Ri. Turning to the already fleeing Deidara, Ri swiftly uttered a phrase before pursuing him. Chio-senpai, I will chase after the escaping Deidara. Please handle the Scorpion over here. Chapter 205. Deidara's inescapable fate. It appears luck is on my side. The most troublesome fellow has chosen to leave on his own accord. Observing the swiftly retreating Scorpion, who had remained motionless throughout, could not help but express his sentiments. 20 years have passed, my dear grandson. Have you missed your grandmother? In response to her grandson's finally vocalized words, Chio, who had been fixated on him, also decided to engage in conversation. As Chio busied herself with heartfelt dialogue, opting to leave the cave, dashed toward the escaping Deidara. Although Deidara was still of use, that did not hinder Ri from unleashing a furious assault upon him for catharsis. Glaring at the already distant Deidara, Ri's eyes shimmered with a cold light. Humph, you think yourself clever. I shall soon make you weep. Water release, torrential rain, wind release, Arctic gale. The same techniques, the same atmospheric transformations. As Deidara witnessed the ominous clouds gathering overhead and the sudden onset of fierce winds, his previously triumphant expression morphed into one of panic. Damn it, is this what Kisame referred to with those 2 ninjutsu? Isn't it a tad exaggerated? Just as his flustered complaints escaped his lips, the scene, once merely beset by fierce winds, was now compounded by an unrelenting downpour. Feeling his body succumbing to numbness, Deidara's expression changed drastically. This is absurd. Is this person truly human? As his disheartened lamentations echoed, Deidara plummeted toward the ground with a scream. Fortunately, sensing the impending doom, he had already lowered the altitude of the explosive clay, the winged bird. As the dual-winged bird plummeted to the ground, it suffered no further injuries. Nevertheless, the relentless tempest surrounding Deidara precipitated a rapid decline in his condition. Observing the deteriorating situation, Deidara could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly utilized his explosive clay to forcibly blast a patch of soft earth from the frozen ground. With all his speed, he burrowed underground, employing his earth release, earth dragon hidden technique to make his escape. Unfortunately, Ri's Byakugan was as formidable as that of the purest Tsutsuki lineage. Thus, while the earth release technique proved effective against others, it was utterly futile before Ri. During this brief moment when Ri was compelled to pursue, he quickly closed the distance between them. Observing Deidara's desperate attempt to flee through the earth release technique, Ri's face betrayed an indescribable smirk of mockery. Attempting to escape? Do you truly believe you can evade a thorough beating? With a voice laced with menace, Ri, having pinpointed Deidara's location, surged forward. After an unrelenting chase, Ri finally caught sight of Deidara emerging. Phew, would this be enough to shake off that fellow? Certainly not. What? Bang. As Ri initiated conversation, he leapt from the treetops and sent Deidara flying with a resounding slap. We meet again, Deidara. As he approached the terrified Deidara, Ri's countenance revealed an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Chapter 206. Ri's tooth for a tooth, hey? You scoundrel. Do you not know that one shouldn't strike the face? As Ri drew nearer, Deidara instinctively shielded his face, gripped by fear. Regrettably, his warning did nothing to deter Ri's intentions. Instead, it only served to enrage him further. Not permitted to strike the face? Then what do you call your earlier act of stepping on Gaara's face? Aye, Deidara, spare us the explanations. Since you chose to tread upon Gaara's face, I shall return the favor. As these words escaped his lips, Ri suddenly lunged forward, opting to strike with his foot, directing his soul straight toward Deidara's face. Such a humiliating manner of attack startled Deidara, evoking a mixture of shame and urgency. If humiliation were to be graded, then trampling on someone else's face would undoubtedly rank higher than a mere slap. Faced with Ri's demeaning assault, Deidara, overwhelmed by embarrassment and urgency, instinctively crossed his arms to block Ri's foot. Alas, this decision proved to be a grievous error. With a sharp crack resounding through the air, Deidara's arms shattered under the force of Ri's strike. Crack. Scream all you like. Perhaps this will bring you a semblance of comfort. With a fierce expression, the dragon of the imperial court continued his assault, mercilessly shattering Deidara's legs underfoot. As Deidara's cries of agony echoed louder, the dragon displayed no semblance of compassion in his gaze. Does it hurt? Do you have any inkling of the pain I felt when you severed Gaara from his tailed beast? Accompanied by the dragon's chilling interrogation, Deidara, initially only aware of the pain in his limbs, suddenly recognized the sharp agony radiating from his fractured chest. The excruciating torment, a sensation he had never encountered before, caused Deidara to lose consciousness. Regrettably, the dragon showed no intention of relenting. He continued to stomp mercilessly upon Deidara's face. Even as Deidara regained consciousness only to succumb to pain once more, the dragon remained undeterred, intent on trampling him until life itself was extinguished. As Deidara's breath grew increasingly faint, the long-awaited arrival of Obito prompted immediate action. A flurry of shurikens was launched towards the dragon, aiming to halt his relentless assault on Deidara. Yet, the dragon, still preoccupied with his brutal onslaught, effortlessly deflected the attack without turning around. What a tenacious adversary. Tenacious? Rest assured, I will prove to be far more formidable than you can imagine. The dragon's icy retort was barely uttered before he utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind Obito. Gazing at Obito's unsuspecting back, the dragon's frigid demeanor compelled him to utter words that sent shivers down Obito's spine. What pitiful souls you all are. Each of you believes you hold dominion over everything. In the end, you merely discover that you are but puppets in another's scheme. Nagato is so, you are so, and the self-righteous Uchiha Madara is no different. Who are you? Though the true Obito had already entered the dimensional space, the dragon's words still caused him to break into a cold sweat. He could not fathom why this young man from Konoha would utter such statements. Chapter 207. A lesson for Obito. Who am I? This is a question many have posed to me. Do you wish to know? Stepping closer to Obito, the dragon's eyes betrayed an inexplicable mockery as he answered without addressing the question. Just wait. We shall converse further once you become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. What? You, gazing at the meaningful visage before him, Obito was engulfed by a mixture of shock and dismay. There was no way to avoid such astonishment in the face of this unexpected turn of events. After all, everything displayed by the individual before him clearly indicated that all of Obito's schemes lay within the dragon's grasp. To the dragon, this situation seemed almost like a game, a diversion to pass the time. Who are you really? Gritting his teeth and meeting the dragon's gaze, Obito forced himself to suppress the turmoil within, pressing for answers once more. Faced with Obito's penetrating gaze, Yulong's expression revealed no trace of unease. Did I not mention? Once you become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, I shall divulge the truth. You, Obito. Oh, and do remember to keep my affairs confidential. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to take drastic measures. Uttering such inexplicable words once more, Yulong unabashedly revealed his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Under Obito's astonished gaze, he activated his spatial manipulation abilities. Do not disclose this to anyone. If you do, I will have no choice but to intervene. Harnessing the power of spatial manipulation, he forcibly expelled Obito from the realm of time and space. As he spoke again, Yulong meaningfully patted Obito on the shoulder, and amidst the latter's stunned silence, he departed. Remember this well. How infuriating. Who is he? How does he know about the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails? Why does he possess the Manjiki Sharingan? Overwhelmed by confusion and uncertainty, Obito, who had prided himself on being in control, found himself lost for the first time. It was not until the unconscious Deidara let out a pained groan that Obito snapped back to reality. Observing the signs of awakening in Deidara, Obito took a deep breath to assume his role once more. Ugh, everything hurts. Hey, Deidara-senpai, do not move recklessly. I will summon Zetsu to assist you at once. Just as Obito composed himself, resuming his act, Yulong successfully returned to the cave after parting ways with him. Gazing at the now exposed Sasori, who had been forced out of the third Kazekage, Yulong paused in silence before approaching the group. Yulongage, Naruto exclaimed. Back so soon. Could it be Kakashi? My apologies. Although I severely injured the opponent, an unexpected new enemy intervened and whisked him away. Though Yulong did not speak the entire truth, the remorse on his face was genuine, stemming largely from his own concealment from his comrades. Observing his companions attempting to comfort him, as well as the visibly perturbed Sasori across from him, Yulong inhaled deeply, his demeanor turning cold once more. Rest assured, I shall not repeat the same error. Yin-Yang release. Void Realm. The chilling declaration echoed as the rare Yin-Yang release. Void Realm manifested once again. Chapter 208. Suppression of the Red Sand Sasori accompanied by the power of Yin-Yang release. Void Realm. A sense of inexplicable dread enveloped all present. Hey, Yulongage, what is this jutsu? Why do I feel an unshakable anxiety in my heart? Overwhelmed by such a terrifying sensation, Naruto inquired. In response to Naruto's question, Yulong, slowly advancing towards Sasori, coldly articulated the answer. Yin-Yang release. Containing the 5 elements, governing Yin and Yang, and the Void Realm is responsible for securing the boundaries of the 2 realms of Yin and Yang. As soon as one enters the realm of my ethereal domain, there shall be no escape for anyone. What a formidable proclamation. However, can this ninjutsu truly guarantee your survival? Iron Sand Rain. The words of praise swiftly turned cold. The Scorpion, having summoned the 3rd Kazekage puppet, immediately unleashed the unique ninjutsu of the 3rd Kazekage, Iron Sand Rain. In an instant, countless shards of chakra-transformed iron sand emerged, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Ri. Aware of the formidable nature of this technique, Chio hurriedly warned, be cautious. Do not confront it head-on. It may be too late for such warnings. Observing the anxious expression on Chio's face, Scorpion, believing victory was within reach, smugly declared, alas. It is a pity that this look of triumph will soon be frozen upon your face. Dodge. There is no need. Dragon of Heaven's return. The words, cold and measured, flowed forth. The tiny iron sand particles that were once aimed at Ri were instantly repelled. The onlookers were left astounded by the chakra dragon. A magnificent display of ninjutsu. In that case, let us see how this technique fares. Iron Sand Assault. Accompanied by Scorpion's inquisitive tone, the previously scattered iron sand swiftly coalesced into several colossal weapons of varying shapes. As Scorpion attempted to overwhelm Ri with sheer force, the usually stoic Ri suddenly broke into a smile, a mocking grin. So, you wish to play the game of oppression? I shall demonstrate who truly dominates. Without even glancing at the descending massive iron sand weapons, Ri unleashed his suppressed power. The chakra dragon enveloping him surged forth, not only shattering Scorpion's iron sand assault, but also charging unimpeded towards Scorpion himself. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the rapidly approaching chakra dragon, Scorpion's eyes widened in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to retreat, attempting to evade the oncoming chakra dragon. Unfortunately, compared to the speed of the chakra dragon, Scorpion's escape was painfully inadequate. Thus, despite his attempt to evade, he was ultimately struck forcefully by Ri's chakra dragon. As Scorpion's shattered form lay before her, Chiyo was momentarily stunned. Scorpion, what a terrifying creature. I never expected to meet my end in such a manner. Observing Chiyo's evident sorrow, the not yet deceased Scorpion could not help but exclaim, Scorpion? Hearing Scorpion's voice once more, Chiyo's previously somber expression transformed into one of surprise. Chapter 209, Ri's decision to intervene. Huh, Chiyo, were you lamenting the loss of your grandson just now? Turning to the weary Chiyo, the fading Scorpion mockingly jested. Humph, after all, he is your grandson. Even amidst all the errors, once departed from this world, the old woman would inevitably be heartbroken. Completely unfazed by her grandson Scorpion's mocking remarks, Chiyo, with a tone of self-deprecation, spoke up. Is that so? If that is the case, then I shall engage in a futile endeavor before my demise. Gazing at the astonished expressions of those around her, and then at the still expressionless Ri, Scorpion continued, uttering words that sent a wave of exhilaration through Naruto and Sakura. In 10 days, the spies under my command will rendezvous with me at the bridge of heaven and earth. After delivering this proclamation, Scorpion took his last breath. Chiyo, witnessing this, couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful countenance once more. After all, he was still her grandson. To see him perish like this truly tugged at her heartstrings. After a moment of self-reflection, she promptly made her way towards the lifeless Gaara. Chiyo, as she approached Gaara, Naruto, who had been elated by Scorpion's news, suddenly remembered Gaara's presence. Gaara, do not grieve. I possess a unique ninjutsu capable of reviving Gaara. Without turning to acknowledge Naruto's fervent declaration, Chiyo had reached Gaara's side and spoke with her back turned to him. Upon hearing her words, Kakashi and the others were momentarily taken aback. A technique to resurrect the deceased? Does such a ninjutsu truly exist in this world? Indeed it does. Moreover, it is a jutsu unique to me. I call it self-rebirth. Seemingly nostalgic, before executing the technique, Chiyo suddenly turned to strike a playful pose. Observing her attempt to conceal her sorrow, the previously silent Ri finally spoke up. I too possess a technique to revive the dead. What? In response to Ri's unexpected declaration, Kakashi and the others, already astonished, were left in disbelief once more. Even Chiyo, who had been prepared to sacrifice herself, was momentarily stunned by Ri's words. Young man, surely you jest. If you truly possess such a technique, you must be aware of the associated risks. I am well aware. Seemingly understanding Chiyo's concerns, Ri wore a carefree smile. However, given the disparity in strength between Gaara and myself, I can easily mitigate those so-called risks. Leave it to me. His smile blossomed fully as Ri concluded his statement and immediately began forming seals to save Gaara. Inyang release. Rebirth of the world. As Ri completed the hand seals, countless luminous particles, akin to glowing fireflies, floated from his being towards the breathless Gaara. As those shimmering lights enveloped Gaara, he, who had once been lifeless, opened his eyes anew. Gaara, exclaimed Naruto. What is this? In contrast to Naruto's unrestrained excitement, Kakashi and the others noticed a different development. Is that Scorpion? If they were to save one, they might as well save another. Gazing at the incredulous expression on Granny Chiyo's face, Yulong gently offered an explanation. Chapter 210, a unique outcome. But fret not, Scorpion. I shall directly reincarnate him in an infant state. In this manner, even if he wishes to cause trouble, he will have to wait a few years. As Yulong elaborated, a baby Scorpion materialized before everyone. Observing the bewildered expressions of Kakashi and the others, the resurrected Scorpion mirrored their astonishment. Oh dear. Oh dear. As an infant, you may need to relearn how to speak. Yulong remarked upon seeing the infant Scorpion attempting to articulate words. Has Yulong truly grown this powerful? He can even resurrect the dead. What else is beyond his capabilities? Kakashi pondered, contemplating whether another member of the Akatsuki had indeed been inadvertently saved. As Yulong turned to Gaara, Kakashi's thoughts briefly flickered. Seemingly attuned to Kakashi's inner musings, Yulong, who had been conversing with Gaara, suddenly cast a glance at Kakashi. That single look assuaged Kakashi's earlier unease, for Yulong nodded resolutely at him, signaling that he must trust in him. Trust that Hinata Yulong would never undertake actions detrimental to Konoha. With doubts dissipated, what was once a sorrowful outcome transformed into something splendid under Yulong's intervention. As they encountered the arriving sand shinobi, the group returned with uplifted spirits. Only the infant Scorpion, pouting all the way, appeared quite displeased. Yet, in this form, he exuded an undeniable charm. On the rooftop of the Kazakage's office in Sunagakure, Yulong and Gaara gazed calmly into the distance. Yulong, will Shukaku be in danger? After a moment of silence, Gaara turned to Yulong, voicing his concern. Rest assured, Shukaku will be just fine. Yulong reassured Gaara, who wore a worried expression. That's a relief. Without the noisy Shukaku within me, I feel quite out of sorts. Understanding Gaara's sentiments, Yulong playfully responded, Indeed. I always knew you would be targeted, yet I allowed it to unfold. Observing Gaara's despondent demeanor, Yulong's voice carried an unspoken regret. Will you hold it against me, Gaara? Of course not. Gaara replied, meeting Yulong's astonished gaze with a smile. I trust that you have your reasons for doing this. After all, you have always been a kind-hearted person. Turning to gaze upon Chiyo's current residence, Gaara felt a profound, indescribable emotion swell within him. Perhaps, it is uncertain whether my benevolence is right or wrong. It seemed as if he could perceive the scene within the walls. Suddenly, Yulong, eyes shut, revealed a faint expression of resignation. One must not neglect their own training. Although I believe I can handle the future alone, having one or two allies would undoubtedly be advantageous. Uttering such inexplicable words with a smile, Yulong leaped gracefully from the rooftop of the Wind Shadow office to the ground below. Without looking back, he waved his hand and departed with decisive ease. Watching Yulong leave, Gaara could not help but display a contemplative expression. The future, huh? I have come to understand. Chapter 211. Scorpion and Chiyo. After Yulong and his companions took their leave, Chiyo and her grandson, Scorpion, began anew. Observing her grandson transition from displeasure to embarrassment, and then from embarrassment to bashfulness, Chiyo felt immense joy. That insufferable Hyuga, Yulong, treated me so. Once I grow up, I shall seek revenge. But before that, perhaps you should resolve your little accident first. Hee hee. Glancing at her rosy-cheeked grandson, Chiyo could not help but chuckle mischievously. Do not laugh, Scorpion. Hee hee. Chiyo. Wow. Scorpion. All right. No more laughing. I am an adult after all. Why do you cry so easily? As she observed Scorpion's sudden tears, the previously teasing Chiyo hurriedly began to comfort him in a fluster. This chaotic attempt at consolation elicited a barely perceptible smile from Scorpion, who had been on the verge of tears. Perhaps that fellow was right. One often sees the other side of the world only after having faced death once. Thus, what kind of past have you endured to utter such words? With this thought flashing through his mind, Scorpion ceased his weeping and chose to meet Chiyo's gaze directly. Chiyo. Oh, what is it, Scorpion? Faced with the serious expression on her grandson's small face, Chiyo, who had initially appeared helpless, suddenly froze in surprise. I wish to learn puppet techniques from you. Will you teach me? Puppet techniques? What nonsense are you speaking? Your skills have long surpassed this old woman. Completely misunderstanding Scorpion's intent, Chiyo instinctively responded. However, as she spoke, a realization began to dawn upon her. I had forgotten. I want to learn again. Upon witnessing Chiyo's awakening, a childlike innocence spread across Scorpion's face. Since that person has transformed him into a child, let him commence a new life in the guise of a child. With this determination, Scorpion truly began anew, learning the art of puppetry afresh. This endeavor opened his eyes to new possibilities within the realm of puppet techniques. Programmed puppets. Utilizing pre-programmed instructions within the puppets enables them to autonomously respond to unexpected situations without the need for a puppeteer's manipulation. Such a development fundamentally resolves the issue of puppets relying on their masters for control. Most importantly, Scorpion has discovered that these programmed puppets can undertake perilous tasks, significantly reducing unnecessary casualties. With this newfound direction in puppetry, Scorpion became fervently engrossed in research and creation, to the point of neglecting rest and nourishment, evoking a blend of pride and sorrow in Granny Chiyo. This sorrow did not escape the perceptive scorpion, who, upon noticing the melancholy in her eyes, was reminded of Wai Long's words. Some things, while important, can never surpass the significance of familial bonds. After all, the greatest failure in life is to render oneself solitary. Granny Chiyo? What is it? Scorpion, is it that you lack materials for puppet making? Of course not. Creating puppets all day is rather dull. I wish to go out for a stroll. Will you accompany me? Certainly. As Scorpion's innocent demeanor brought forth tears to Granny Chiyo's eyes. We transition to Chapter 212, Wai Long's Candor. In the Hokage's office, Wai Long was recounting the details of his recent mission to Tsunade, who sat across from him. Upon learning that Gaara had been resurrected by Wai Long, Tsunade and the others present were taken aback. You never cease to astonish me, Tsunade remarked, her tone reflecting a mix of admiration and disbelief as she observed Wai Long's calm demeanor. Yet, Wai Long did not display a hint of pride in response to her sentiments. The future is daunting. If I do not strive diligently, I may find myself bereft of even the opportunity to weep. The future, you say? It seems the burden upon you is heavier than we had imagined. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of seriousness, sensing the weight of Wai Long's words. Hey, Wai Long. Granny Tsunade, what are you discussing? I can't quite grasp it. Naruto interjected, perplexed by their cryptic conversation. Unfortunately, Wai Long showed no inclination to clarify, opting instead to divert attention to the matter of the Tenchi Bridge. As a result, Naruto, initially curious about Wai Long's discussion, was effectively distracted and promptly approached Tsunade, insisting on being assigned to the upcoming mission to apprehend the spy. Observing Naruto's eager anticipation, Tsunade paused momentarily before readily acquiescing to his request. As Naruto left, brimming with enthusiasm, she then turned her gaze to the others present. Sakura, you should also take some time to rest. You will need to join the mission to the Tenchi Bridge. Yes, master. Although Sakura's expression was not as exaggerated as Naruto's, upon learning that she would also partake in this mission, she immediately left with joy. Yulong, I am eager to discover how this journey to the bridge of heaven and earth will unfold. Gazing at Yulong before her, Tsunade took a deep breath and unabashedly inquired. This question, however, left Kakashi and Shizune astounded. Observing the bewilderment on their faces, Yulong couldn't help but display a look of exasperation. Lady Tsunade, while both the captain and Shizune are entirely trustworthy individuals, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to expand the scope of this discussion so casually? What could be wrong with that? Did you not just say that the future will be even more terrifying than we can imagine? Tsunade's expression, heavy with concern, reflected the gravity of her words as she regarded Yulong. Why must you bear all the burdens alone? Would it not be better to voice your concerns and tackle them together? Yulong, you must learn to trust your comrades. Your rapid progress and strength cannot possibly match the foes we will face in the future. Revealing the answers to you will only crush your spirits. Upon witnessing the incredulous expressions of Tsunade and the others, Yulong's face betrayed a weariness. Trust me, you need only to follow your instincts and act accordingly. Then you ought to disclose the extent of your current strength. I am already infinitely close to the power of the first Hokage. As Yulong spoke, the astonishment on Tsunade and the others' faces deepened as he revealed an even more shocking statement. Yet, even so, I remain ill-prepared for the events that are to come. Chapter 213. The Dreadful Future. What will truly transpire in the future? Do share. Indeed, now that we have reached this point in our conversation, your silence will only breed more anxiety among us. As Tsunade's gaze swept over her companions, Jiraiya, who had remained silent until now, quickly voiced his agreement. Seemingly determined to solidify Yulong's resolve, Kakashi, standing beside him, also chose to speak. Yulong, please reveal the circumstances that await us in the future. By doing so, we can better prepare ourselves to grow stronger. In a little over a decade, 3 members of the Otsutsuki clan, whose power rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths, will emerge. Among them, 2 possessed strength comparable to Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. As Tsunade and the others stood momentarily frozen in shock, Yulong took a deep breath and turned to leave. Allow me to remind you, the strength of the first Hokage is negligible compared to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Furthermore, Naruto will undergo tailed beast transformation when he reaches the bridge of heaven and earth. Hey, Yulong, Kakashi, Lady Tsunade, Kakashi, let him go. Tsunade, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to contain herself, trembled as she spoke, her heart stirred by the uncertainty they faced. Just as Yulong had previously stated, the weight of the truth could easily overwhelm them, and now they were struggling against this pressure to ensure they remained uncrushed by the reality that lay ahead. Jiraiya, do you think Yulong's words hold any truth? Uncertain of how much time had passed, Tsunade finally managed to calm her tumultuous emotions and could not help but inquire. In response to Tsunade's question, Jiraiya, who had also quelled his earlier tumult, smiled. It should not be a falsehood. After all, given his current prowess, there is no need for him to frighten us. Indeed, I never expected him to reach the level of my grandfather so swiftly. Recalling Yulong's candid admission of his strength, which was nearing that of the first Hokage, Tsunade, taking another deep breath, couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I believe Yulong is correct. If such a thing were to truly occur, we might not be of much assistance. Therefore, rather than dwell on that matter, let us concern ourselves with the situation at the Tenchi Bridge. Observing the now composed duo, Kakashi, equally calm, scratched his head and suggested, Kakashi, are you implying the transformation into a tailed beast? Lifting his gaze to Kakashi across the room, Jiraiya couldn't restrain his curiosity. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya, during his training with you, has Naruto undergone the tailed beast transformation? Upon realizing Kakashi understood his intent, Jiraiya nodded in affirmation. As the conversation turned to Naruto's transformation, Tsunade immediately turned her attention to Jiraiya, and even Shizune, who had been standing quietly, was no exception. As all three focused on him, Jiraiya, after a moment of contemplation, revealed a significant detail. That is, when Naruto is provoked, there exists the possibility of his transformation into a tailed beast. Furthermore, to illustrate the terrifying aftermath of Naruto's transformation, Jiraiya removed his clothing, exposing the scar on his chest for Tsunade and the others to see. As the three expressed their shock, he recounted the events that had transpired. Upon learning that Jiraiya's chest injury was inflicted by Naruto in his tailed beast form, Tsunade and the others were once again engulfed in astonishment. Chapter 214. The meeting at the Tenchi Bridge. Having grasped the horror of Naruto's transformation and reflecting on Yulong's earlier words, Tsunade and the others unanimously decided that Yulong's presence was essential for this mission. With such a resolution in mind, Tsunade, as Hokage, wasted no time. She promptly instructed Kakashi to convey a message to Yulong, urging him to prepare for the mission. Naturally, this outcome did not surprise Yulong in the least. Gazing up at the radiant sky, Yulong readily agreed. Very well then, let us meet at the front gate tomorrow morning. Before that, I must go spend time with the Tian. How inconsiderate. Leaving, he even had to flaunt his happiness to someone like me, who is single. Watching Yulong swiftly depart, Kakashi couldn't help but lament, feeling a touch exasperated. For a ninja, personal time is always so fleeting. After a brief reunion with the long-absent Tenzo, the five of them promptly chose to set off. Of course, the Tenzo they encountered again was no longer known by that name, but had adopted the name Yamato. Although for ninjas, a name is merely a designation. Yet within the heart of Yulong, an inexplicable and marvelous sensation arose. He could not help but ponder whether a name truly served merely as a code for a ninja. No, it was not so. This merely reflected the distorted perspectives within the ninja world. As myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, Yulong's resolve to fundamentally transform the essence of the ninja realm strengthened. Observing Yahiko, who was gathering intelligence from Sakura and preparing to disguise himself as Sasori for a rendezvous with a certain spy, Yulong felt that wondrous sensation swell within him once again. In just a few days, they would meet. Orochimaru, surely you must be elated? At that very moment, while Yulong mused about Orochimaru, the latter, hidden in his lair, inexplicably shuddered. Lord Orochimaru, are you feeling unwell? Asked Kabuto, noticing the sudden tremor. Not at all. I am uncertain why, but I felt a strange shiver. Though he did not elaborate, Kabuto, attuned to his thoughts, quickly grasped the implication. Might it be that the meeting at the Heaven and Earth Bridge will bring us trouble? Perhaps. Nonetheless, we must investigate. After all, it would be ill-fated to keep Sasori waiting unnecessarily. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he seemed to peer through walls toward the distant bridge. Witnessing Orochimaru's apparent delight, Kabuto mirrored his expression. However, it remained uncertain whether they would continue to smile with such joy upon encountering their visitors. When one is buoyed by the belief of impending victory, the heavens often deliver a sudden blow. And at this moment, Orochimaru felt just that. Initially pleased to discover that their visitor was not Sasori but a member of Konoha, Orochimaru's mood took a nosedive when Yulong abruptly interrupted. "Hey, Mr. Orochimaru. You seem in fine spirits. How about I join you for some fun?" Chapter 215. The dangerous revelry of Yulong. This irksome sense of familiarity was truly vexing. As he cast a glance at Yulong, who had appeared behind him unannounced, a fierce killing intent blazed in Orochimaru's eyes. Seemingly aware of Orochimaru's thoughts, Yulong leaned closer. "So, are you itching to strike me down and vent your frustrations?" Indeed, it was so. After all, you are my most detested foe. The pace of Orochimaru's words hastened abruptly. His previously restrained demeanor exploded forth. He could not afford to toy with Naruto any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru launched an attack on Yulong, who was swiftly transformed into a puddle of goo beneath the onslaught. Originally filled with anger, Naruto could not help but display a look of astonishment. In truth, even those who were somewhat prepared, like Kakashi and his companions, found themselves equally entranced by the sudden shift in atmosphere. As for Kabuto, who had initially wished to observe the unfolding drama, he promptly resorted to the substitution technique, fleeing at his swiftest pace from Kakashi's encirclement. It was no jest. Faced with a character like Sasori, he might have dared to flaunt a bit, but against this perverse individual before him, he deemed it wise to retreat. Gazing at Orochimaru, who had been compelled to utilize the Great Serpent's substitution technique, Kabuto could not help but silently pray for him. "Orochimaru-sama, I hope this time you won't suffer too greatly at the hands of that aberration." Regrettably, the enraged Orochimaru was oblivious to Kabuto's fervent prayers. After feeling disgusted, the re-emerging Rijin elicited a mixture of shock and fury on Orochimaru's face. "Damn it, so it was you all along, the one who has been toying with me. Oh, you truly were unaware? I must say, I have overestimated you." Rijin, approaching Orochimaru once more, could not suppress a look of disdain. "You couldn't even fathom this. Did you feed your intellect to the village fools? Go to hell. Serpent's domain." Unable to endure Rijin's taunts any longer, the furious Orochimaru immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. In an instant, countless summoned serpents surged forth from Orochimaru's mouth, rushing toward Rijin. Yet, in response to Orochimaru's assault, Rijin remained undeterred, unabashedly mocking. "Such a cliché attack, Orochimaru. Your mind truly seems addled. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Fire style. Great fire annihilation." The intricate hand seals were completed in the blink of an eye, and the vast swarm of summoned serpents that had been directed at Rijin was instantly incinerated into a cloud of ash by the great fire annihilation. Even Orochimaru, who had once again employed the Great Serpent's substitution technique, barely escaped being charred to a crisp, watching the bridge, along with the serpents, reduced to ash. Kakashi and the others, who had evaded the attack's radius, were drenched in cold sweat. They concluded that they could no longer undertake missions alongside this individual. Once he became overly enthusiastic, he would not hesitate to strike his own comrades. Kakashi, casting a glance at the exuberant Rijin, who was busy wiping his cold sweat,
could not help but voice his complaint. The others, including Yamato, who seemed to wholeheartedly agree with Kakashi's sentiment, nodded in tacit understanding. Chapter 216. Orochimaru's resentment indeed.
As Kakashi had remarked, Rijin was thoroughly reveling in the chaos. In comparison to the others, who were less resilient, Orochimaru stood as the most suitable punching bag in the ninja world. His modified body not only possessed remarkable damage reduction, but also boasted exceptional self-preservation abilities. For Rijin, who was in dire need of relief, this was the perfect outlet for his pent-up frustration. Observing Orochimaru, whose exterior had transformed into charred remnants, Rijin approached him with a gleeful expression. Sensing Rijin's proximity, Orochimaru, who had already resorted to the Great Serpent's substitution technique, prepared himself. Neglecting the final shedding step, he opted for an immediate assault. The sharp Kusanagi sword abruptly emerged, lunging directly towards Yulon, who was fortuitously close to Orochimaru. Just as Yulon was about to be struck, a wicked smile graced his face. "Orochimaru, you truly haven't changed at all." Accompanied by a hint of sardonic nostalgia, Yulon allowed the Kusanagi sword to pierce through him, once again transforming into a sticky puddle of goo. This viscous substance began to flow along the Kusanagi sword towards Orochimaru himself. Left with no choice, Orochimaru had to once again resort to the snake technique to extricate himself from Yulon's peculiar entanglement. With a heavy splash, Orochimaru, who had just been toyed with by Yulon, plummeted into the water, forcefully swept away by the relentless current. Observing the resentful Orochimaru being carried away, Yulon couldn't resist waving goodbye. Hey, Orochimaru, when you're done with your bath, let us continue our game. Kakashi-sensei, was that guy swept away by the water really Orochimaru? Looking at the seemingly amiable Yulon, and then at the now absent Orochimaru, Naruto, who stood beside Kakashi, couldn't help but express his bewilderment. It should be, right? Kakashi replied, his face clouded with uncertainty as he gazed at the spot where Orochimaru had vanished. Even with the Sharingan, Kakashi was equally perplexed by the fleeting confrontation. After all, it seemed evident that Orochimaru had not performed well at all, appearing to be completely toyed with by Yulon throughout. As he watched the grinning Yulon approach them, Kakashi suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. Hey, Captain, Orochimaru was swept away by the water. We should go find him. You go ahead. It's too dangerous for me to accompany you in searching for Orochimaru. I'm afraid if a fight breaks out, it will be us spectators who perish first, Kakashi remarked, feeling a sense of resignation as he sensed the mischievous glint in Yulon's eyes. Hearing Kakashi's words, Yamato and the others nodded in agreement. Brother Yulon, you should handle finding Orochimaru yourself. Remember to bring Sasuke back for me. Naruto chimed in, looking at Yulon as he turned to face him. This unexpected response left the previously enthusiastic Yulon with a head full of black lines. Naruto, is that really something a promising young man should say? Be a good boy and accompany me in searching for Orochimaru, Yulon encouraged, pulling Naruto's shoulder in an attempt to change his mind. However, having narrowly escaped being charred by Yulon moments ago, even Naruto, with his carefree disposition, showed no intention of being deceived. Thus, no matter how much Yulon coaxed, Naruto stubbornly held his ground. I have always believed that finding Orochimaru requires only Ri-Long. Faced with such a timid Naruto, Ri-Long, after considerable effort, still found himself without results. He could not help but shift his gaze towards the fleeing Kabuto Yakushi. Very well, since you all are unwilling to seek Orochimaru, let us return to Konoha. Return to Konoha. Watching Ri-Long depart without hesitation, Kakashi and the others, who had been contemplating how to refuse Ri-Long's request, were momentarily taken aback. They had never anticipated that the once eager Ri-Long would leave so abruptly, exhibiting no sense of nostalgia whatsoever. In contrast to the confusion of Kakashi and his companions, Kabuto, who caught Ri-Long's glance, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Although Ri-Long said nothing further, Kabuto grasped the underlying message. If it were not for Ri-Long's lack of intent to capture him, escaping would be nearly impossible. However, this notion was something Kabuto, hidden in the shadows, could never comprehend. Why would Hyuga Ri-Long, a Konoha ninja, repeatedly spare him? Did he truly perceive everything as a mere game? Or was there a profound significance behind it all that he remained utterly unaware of? As he watched Ri-Long and his companions gradually distance themselves, Kabuto halted his escape, his mind swirling with questions and confusion. Alas, the true answers were evidently beyond Kabuto's reach at this moment. Hey, Ri-Long, brother, this is utterly unreliable, isn't it? Were we not here to rescue Sasuke? How can you simply declare a return to Konoha? Sprinting to catch up with the departing Ri-Long, Naruto could not help but exclaim. Such outbursts undoubtedly attracted Ri-Long's disdainful gaze. How dare you say that? I asked you to join me in pursuing Orochimaru. Yet you obstinately refused. What now? Do you wish to blame me? I just thought that with your strength, Ri-Long, you truly do not require my assistance. Hearing Ri-Long's retort, Naruto, who had been fervently agitated, instantly diminished in spirit. Although it felt amiss, Naruto had to concede that he had indeed faltered just moments ago. In contrast to Naruto's dejection, the more astute Kakashi and his companions wore expressions of contemplation. They sensed that everything that had transpired was orchestrated by Ri-Long himself. The intention was to ensure that their group ultimately returned empty-handed. Contemplating this, Kakashi finally chose to voice the questions lingering in his mind. Ri-Long, from your conversation with Orochimaru, it seems you have had numerous encounters with him? Indeed, that is certainly the case. Just look at the hatred in his eyes when he regards me. Turning to Kakashi beside him, Ri-Long nodded in affirmation, not forgetting to display a sense of pride. Such an unexpected response left Kakashi and the others momentarily speechless. When others mention Orochimaru, they are often filled with hatred or grave reverence. Yet here was Ri-Long, seemingly exhilarated beyond measure. As they watched Yulong animatedly explain while gesticulating, Kakashi and the others could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. They realized that the formidable Orochimaru, whom others regarded with trepidation, was merely the most satisfying target for Yulong. Reflecting on the charred remains of Orochimaru, who had just been reduced to ashes, Kakashi and his companions subtly distanced themselves from Yulong. Just a little. If they moved too far away, they risked drawing the attention of someone currently in a euphoric state. Chapter 218. Uttering cowardly words with utter arrogance, such is the nature of the world. Where there is joy for some, there is inevitably sorrow for others. In stark contrast to Kakashi and the others, who attempted to evade Yulong, Orochimaru appeared exceedingly grim. He could not fathom that the person he so intensely despised and feared would turn out to be Hinata Yulong. That wretched scoundrel. Time and again. You toy with me. Do not afford me an opportunity. If you do, I shall undoubtedly bring you to my laboratory. As he gazed toward the direction of the bridge, Orochimaru, having regained some strength, could not help but growl softly. Yet, what he could never have anticipated was that, with the sound of his growl, a figure emerged from the previously tranquil river, causing his hair to stand on end. Oh, Orochimaru, are you serious? You. As he beheld Yulong materialize from the water, Orochimaru was struck with profound astonishment. He never envisioned that Yulong, whom he thought had not pursued him, would be right beside him. The realization that his companion had stealthily followed him all along sent a fresh wave of cold sweat cascading down Orochimaru's brow. Noticing Orochimaru's tension, Yulong's previously cold demeanor softened once more. Humph. You were quite defiant just moments ago. Showing fear so soon is rather unbecoming, don't you think? What do you truly intend to do? Despite Yulong's now gentle expression, Orochimaru remained on high alert. After all, he was well aware of Yulong's unpredictable temperament. Thus, even in the absence of overt hostility on Yulong's face, Orochimaru dared not lower his guard. Just moments prior, he had uttered words that could incite murderous intent. However, this time, Orochimaru was indeed overthinking. Yulong, re-emerging, had no intention of striking. Observing Orochimaru's continued vigilance, a hint of exasperation crossed Yulong's features. Is it really all right to be this cowardly? Humph. Encountering a freak like you. What harm is there in being a little timid? Hearing Yulong's remarks, Orochimaru, who was fixated on him, clenched his teeth in indignation. Such a furious reproach caused Yulong, who had initially felt somewhat helpless, to burst into laughter. You, my friend, speaking the most cowardly words with the most ostentatious tone. Seemingly understanding Orochimaru's thoughts, Yulong paused momentarily before continuing. Rest assured, if I truly wished to kill you, I would have done so countless times by now. Gazing at Orochimaru, who attempted to refute him, Yulong let out a cold snort and uttered words that turned Orochimaru's complexion pale. Humph. Do not utter such foolishness as claiming that your curse seal allows you to resurrect through those who bear it. Under the assault of Yin-Yang release, even a life resurrected through impure world reincarnation can be reduced to mere ash. As if sensing Orochimaru's disbelief, Yulong directly conjured a Tao orb, slowly pushing it towards the opposing figure. Feeling the impending lethal threat inching closer, Orochimaru instinctively recoiled in alarm. Watching the phenomena that unfolded in the wake of the Tao orb, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. What is this? The Tao orb, a product of the fusion of Yin-Yang release. It can obliterate all matter within the 5 elements. Observing Orochimaru's incredulous expression, Yulong continued with words that left Orochimaru momentarily stunned. Including the soul. Chapter 219. Return to Konoha, sword pointing at the specter. Who are you? Why have you been deliberately targeting me? As the Tao orb gradually dissipated, the unsettling sensation within Orochimaru finally subsided, prompting him to once again pose a question he had asked many times before. In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Yulong fell silent for a moment before uttering words that made Orochimaru feel quite awkward. You already know my identity, do you not? I am Yulong of the Hyuga clan. As for targeting you, given all the transgressions you have committed, it is a miracle that I have not eliminated you. How dare you accuse me of targeting you? If you are so dissatisfied with my actions, why not simply eliminate me? Observing the displeasure on Yulong's face, Orochimaru, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, could not help but ask this question that had long puzzled him. In this encounter, Yulong appeared unusually accommodating. He fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru and provided an answer that took Orochimaru by surprise. If I wish to successfully execute my plan, you are an indispensable component. In other words, if I were to eliminate you, then the responsibilities that rightfully belong to you would fall upon me. I am rather lazy. So it is in your best interest to remain alive. What an unexpected answer indeed. Yulong of the Hyuga clan. I hope that one day you shall not regret your actions. Upon hearing Yulong's explanation, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, only to find himself even more perplexed. For with Yulong's elucidation, the confusion swirling in his mind did not dissipate. Rather, they multiplied, giving rise to even more questions. Who exactly is this Yulong of the Hyuga clan? What grand design does he harbor? And what role does Orochimaru himself play within it? Is it true that he possesses a certain significance as he claims, yet is not irreplaceable? Can the so-called Tao orb truly extinguish even the soul? As he watched Yulong dissolve into water, Orochimaru remained submerged in contemplation, grappling with these thoughts. In stark contrast to Orochimaru's erratic musings, Yulong departed with an uplifting demeanor. After all, his presence here served two distinct purposes. One was to manage Tsunade, and the others while ensuring Naruto did not succumb to tailed beast transformation. The other was to unleash a thorough beating on Orochimaru to vent his inner turmoil and deliver a subtle reprimand. With both objectives successfully accomplished, he felt a sense of satisfaction. As he turned to gaze at Kabuto, who had reunited with Orochimaru, a smile involuntarily graced Yulong's lips. With his goals fulfilled, he could now return to Konoha with peace of mind. The narrative of the Land of Ghosts was about to unfold, and he was eager to confront the sealed wraith. For Yulong, who aspired to further ascend to the Six Paths level, seeking out those who could inspire him was also a commendable choice. The soon-to-be-released wraith presented a promising opportunity. It wasn't that the wraith was a worthy opponent for Yulong, but rather its undead nature piqued his curiosity. He was keen to discover the essence of this so-called immortality. Was it an unquenchable spirit or a shared fate of life and death? Chapter 220. Farewell. Sasuke as Yulong and his companions made their way back to Konoha, Orochimaru and Kabuto, after a period of tense silence, returned to their nearby lair. Upon the arrival of the two, Sasuke, who had been awaiting Orochimaru's return, spoke with a chilling tone. Why so late? Sasuke, must you address Lord Orochimaru in such a manner? Kabuto, noticing the blatant lack of courtesy in Sasuke's tone, reprimanded him with visible discontent. However, this admonishment was met with Sasuke's indifference. Observing Kabuto's anger and his desire to retort, Orochimaru chuckled, interjecting, Kabuto, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Humph. Now that you're back, let us hasten to practice my new technique, Sasuke declared, his gaze sweeping over the possessive Orochimaru, rising without a flicker of emotion. Before Orochimaru could respond, a teasing voice followed Sasuke's declaration. Orochimaru seems weary. Allow me to accompany you in your practice of the new technique. As a pool of water began to rise from Orochimaru, morphing into Yulong's likeness amidst their astonished expressions, Yulong, with a grin directed at Sasuke, continued, after all, it has been quite some time since I last saw you, and I am most curious about your recent endeavors. This guy? You never left. Orochimaru exclaimed, suddenly drenched in cold sweat at the unexpected embodiment of Yulong. As he registered the shock on Orochimaru's face, Sasuke seemed to grasp the situation. Long time no see. Brother Yulong, it seems you have done something rather unfriendly to Orochimaru? Sasuke questioned, while Kabuto added, it's not as exaggerated as you say. I merely greeted Orochimaru in a manner he prefers. Observing Kabuto's furious glare directed at Sasuke, Yulong couldn't help but chuckle and shrug. Such is human nature. When one holds the upper hand in a conflict, they become elated. When at a disadvantage, they appear disheartened. Hinata Yulong, what exactly brings you here? To take Sasuke away? Although Yulong appeared amiable, Orochimaru's eyes were still filled with a wary expression. He had suffered at the hands of this unpredictable individual before. Most concerning was his fear that Hinata Yulong might forcefully take Sasuke away. After all, given Yulong's strength, he was entirely capable of doing so. Witnessing Sasuke's complexion shift dramatically under Orochimaru's scrutiny, Yulong couldn't help but laugh again. Take Sasuke away? Huh. Whether Sasuke leaves is entirely his choice. If he wishes to depart, I shall naturally assist him. If he does not wish to leave, I shall not impose. Sasuke, what do you say? Orochimaru, anxious that Sasuke might express a desire to leave, quickly inquired. This emotional fluctuation amused Yulong, who stood nearby. Orochimaru, it seems you have yet to realize the reason for your stagnation in strength. Stagnation in strength? What do you mean, Hinata Yulong? Abruptly turning to Yulong, Orochimaru, caught between hope and fear, became somewhat hysterical. Chapter 221. Orochimaru's trump card. Regarding Orochimaru's emotional outburst, Yulong appeared to have anticipated it. Thus, instead of displaying any anger, he smiled and offered further elucidation. Have you not noticed that since you began your research, you have been relying on external factors? As Orochimaru momentarily froze, Yulong's face revealed a mocking expression. Gaining strength through external means is tantamount to denying oneself. Orochimaru, you are insinuating that you are worthless. Hinata Yulong. My patience has its limits. Serpent's Array. Driven by the fear of losing Sasuke, who was within reach, Orochimaru recklessly launched another attack at Yulong. In an instant, countless summoned snakes surged towards Yulong, attempting to engulf him beneath their writhing mass. Alas, such an assault would hardly prove effective. Before the serpents could make contact with Yulong, he retaliated with a smirk. Humph. Repulsion. As Yulong's voice resonated, a formidable force of repulsion erupted, sending everything in proximity to him hurtling away. Astonishingly, this display of power did not mar the ground beneath him in the slightest. Such terrifying control over his strength jolted Orochimaru, who had also been flung back, into a state of realization. Who on earth are you? I can hardly believe that a mere teenager could achieve such feats. Humph. Who do you think you are? The embodiment of truth? Even if truth exists, it must surely reside within me. Observing the widening pupils of Orochimaru, Yulong did not conceal the smirk that graced his face. Truth necessitates one's own strength to be perceived. You, who rely on external means, will never behold it. Is that so? Then I shall see what truth truly resembles. Edo Tensei. Perhaps to validate certain matters, or perhaps out of sheer exasperation, Orochimaru chose to unleash the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. As several coffins gradually emerged under Orochimaru's hand seals, Yulong could not help but chuckle once more. The third Kazekage, the fourth Kazekage, the second Tsuchikage, the second Mizukage, and the third Raikage? What a splendid lineup. After sweeping his gaze across the coffins before him, Yulong turned his attention back to Orochimaru and uttered words that caused Orochimaru's expression to darken. Such power could indeed offer a glimpse of truth's visage. Humph. Is that so? Then I shall witness what truth truly looks like. Having successfully summoned his trump card, Orochimaru regained his confidence, and his tone grew assertive once more. I hope, by that time, you won't regret it. Bang, bang, bang. As Orochimaru's words echoed, the hidden trump cards he had kept concealed finally revealed their true form. Gazing at the 5 shadow-level powerhouses emerging from the coffins, Sasuke, who had been unaware of Orochimaru's hidden cards, felt his eyes widen in shock, seemingly desiring this very reaction. Yulong, who had been observing Sasuke's expression, chuckled again. Orochimaru, which is faster, your control seals or my movements? You. Upon hearing Yulong's unabashed threat, Orochimaru, who had just regained his smile, felt his expression freeze once more. Chapter 222. Yulong's further instruction. Do you understand now? You have been rather presumptuous. If I do not grant you the chance to cast your seal, you shall face a beating. Gazing at the cold sweat now adorning Orochimaru's brow, Yulong, with a frosty demeanor, continued with words that left Orochimaru dumbfounded. However, since you wish to witness truth, I shall grant you an opportunity to behold it. With a nonchalant tone, Yulong turned and strode towards Sasuke. As he walked towards Sasuke, praising his growth, Orochimaru hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately opted to activate the 5 shadow-level powerhouses. Do you see now, Sasuke? This is the trump card Orochimaru has relied upon all along. Observing the astonishment on Sasuke's face, Yulong felt compelled to pat Sasuke's shoulder as he sensed the unusual atmosphere behind him. Remember, to truly see through a person, having the Sharingan alone is insufficient. Paying attention to an individual's nuances, their words, and actions is of utmost importance. After another reassuring pat on Sasuke's shoulder, Yulong instantly utilized the body flicker technique and appeared behind Kabuto, swiftly knocking him unconscious before he could react. Gazing intently, the adept practitioner of the body flicker technique hurled the medic Nin towards Sasuke's dragon, while Orochimaru, utterly perplexed, found himself drenched in cold sweat once more. Observing the vigilant expression on Orochimaru's face, the dragon wore a cryptic smile, as if to say, do you comprehend, Orochimaru? Even if I grant you the chance to fully activate the impure world reincarnation technique, should I desire your demise, you shall still meet your end. Such audacity. Although I am displeased by being manipulated, your conduct is even more irksome. Despite his ignorance of the unfolding events, the loquacious second Mizukage chose to voice his opinion. Upon hearing his nemesis chime in, the second Tsuchikage swiftly followed suit. This speed, surpassing that of ordinary men, reminds me of the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju. What do you wish to convey, old man? Naturally, he aimed to imply that the opponent indeed possessed the audacity to be so arrogant. In response to the pointed inquiries laced with sarcasm, the second Tsuchikage maintained an impassive demeanor, which, devoid of emotional fluctuation, provoked an outburst of ire from the second Mizukage. Is that so, a motionless face? How can I possibly believe you? Do you wish to fight, water manipulator? Hey, is it truly acceptable for you to disregard my presence like this? Witnessing the escalating quarrel between the two, Orochimaru could not help but twitch his lips in exasperation, inquiring helplessly, is it really fine for you both to ignore me like this? However, such a query immediately incited a combined rebuke from the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage. Whelp, silence. Are you lot being excessively unreasonable? I am the master of impure world reincarnation. Should you persist in this manner, do you believe I won't obliterate your consciousness? Faced with their unified admonishment, the already exasperated Orochimaru threatened vehemently. This intimidation swiftly sharpened the gazes of the 5 individuals summoned through impure world reincarnation. Whelp, do you not fear retribution for desecrating the deceased, second Mizukage? You dare attempt to manipulate us for your own ends. Your ambition is considerable, young one, remarked the second Tsuchikage. Not only did you slay me, but you have also transformed me into this. Orochimaru, you are the most malevolent individual I have ever encountered. The 4th Kazekage, initially a mere observer, could not suppress his displeasure as memories of his demise resurfaced. Chapter 223. The truth in the dragon's words. How lamentable it is for a caster to be so vehemently opposed by their summoned allies. Observing the now menacing Orochimaru, the dragon provocatively remarked, inciting the simmering fury within him. With a glance towards the onlookers, and as his murderous intent surged, Orochimaru decided to eradicate the consciousness of the 5. Upon completing this grim act, he issued commands to attack the dragon. In an instant, the surrounding power surged. The strength that had been suppressed within the 5 was fully unleashed. Feeling the pressure emanating from the 5, Sasuke, who had previously regained his composure, once again exhibited a look of astonishment, though he had long recognized the formidable nature of the 5. The power they displayed at that moment still instilled a sense of pressure and astonishment within Sasuke. As he silently worried for Yulong, the latter laughed unabashedly. Indeed, Orochimaru, this is becoming quite interesting. Ha, ha ha, humph. Hinata Yulong, I shall see just how long you can maintain that smile. Attack. Eliminate him. The murderous intent that had been suppressed surged forth as Orochimaru, having erased the consciousness of the 5, commanded them to encircle Yulong. Upon nearing him, they opted for the most direct method of assault. Sand Iron Domain Technique. Water Release. Water Iron Cannon Technique. In an instant, 2 powerful ninjutsu struck forth, enveloping Yulong from all sides with lethal force. Despite Orochimaru's triumphant and sinister expression, Yulong displayed no hint of panic. Even before retaliating, he took the liberty to mock Orochimaru from a distance. Are you ready, Orochimaru? Behold the true visage of reality. The voice, laced with light derision, echoed once more as the 2 ninjutsu aimed at Yulong inexplicably vanished the moment they approached him. Gazing at the black substance that suddenly enveloped Yulong, Orochimaru's previously fierce expression faltered, his mind momentarily stunned. Observing the black matter that seemed to have devoured the 2 attacks, a look of curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Hinata Yulong, is this what you deem reality? I shall see just how genuine this so-called truth is. As he muttered these frenzied words, Orochimaru swiftly commanded the second Tsuchikage beside him to employ the dust release, known for its ability to separate all. However, even this formidable technique could not escape the fate of vanishing entirely. Witnessing such an inconceivable scene, Orochimaru, who had once harbored anticipation, was left momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be? Dust release is a technique more advanced than bloodline limits. Hearing Orochimaru's murmurs, Sasuke, who had been observing from a distance, exhibited a look of confusion. Although he had never encountered the term bloodline elimination, Orochimaru's words had made everything clear. The so-called bloodline elimination is indeed a force stronger than the bloodline limits he was familiar with. seemingly intent on enlightening Sasuke and further unsettling Orochimaru. Yulong smiled slightly and revealed a shocking truth that left both Sasuke and Orochimaru in astonishment. The so-called bloodline elimination is merely a product of the fusion of 3 elemental attributes, and the Taoist jade that completely envelopes me is composed of 7 attributes. Chapter 224. The Precious Gift from Yulong. Observing the utterly dazed Orochimaru, Yulong, with a smile on his face, decided to take action. Orochimaru, allow me to introduce you once more to the true essence of reality. A voice laced with light mockery resounded once more as the proactive Yulong casually cast 5 Tao-seeking orbs. This act stirred not a single ripple. The 5 Tao-seeking orbs thrown by Yulong struck true against the reanimated bodies of the second Mizukage and his companions, utterly obliterating the locations they had hit under the incredulous gaze of Orochimaru. Observing the reanimated bodies that showed no signs of repair, Orochimaru found cold sweat once again beating on his forehead. Could it truly be possible to completely destroy a reanimated body? Of course it is. Did you think I would deceive you regarding such matters? Fixing his gaze on the visibly terrified Orochimaru, Yulong could not suppress another smirk of derision. What do you think? The visage of truth must stir new impulses within you, no? As Orochimaru opened his mouth, rendered speechless, Yulong laughed once more, unrestrainedly. Do you wish to pursue the truth, Orochimaru? To chase after truth, one must first attain the level of strength that I possess. Currently, you fall woefully short. Ha ha. The raucous laughter echoed in Orochimaru's mind, reverberating endlessly. This overwhelming reality was too much for Orochimaru, who promptly fainted. Witnessing Orochimaru collapse on the ground, Sasuke's eyes revealed a flicker of unusual emotion. Sensing Sasuke's thoughts, Yulong, while sealing Orochimaru's memories, spoke again. If you wish to defeat Itachi, you must rely solely on your own strength to vanquish Orochimaru. If you cannot even accomplish that, I advise you to abandon your quest for vengeance against Itachi. Yulong, brother, you seem to know many things that others are unaware of. Looking at Yulong, who appeared to possess the ability to see into one's heart, Sasuke hesitated for a moment before voicing his question. Anticipating Sasuke's inquiry, Yulong, having successfully completed the memory seal, turned to address him. You wish to know what kind of person Itachi truly is, do you not? Indeed, that is precisely my question. Though Yulong's response left Sasuke feeling somewhat exposed, his eagerness for the answer compelled him to suppress the discomfort. Regrettably, Sasuke's anticipation yielded a disappointing reply. You shall receive the answer to that question once you have defeated Itachi. So strive hard. Can't you just tell me the answer directly? Answers that come too easily are neither cherished nor believed. Observing Sasuke's fervent expression, Yulong stepped closer and uttered words that left Sasuke taken aback. Do you remember what I told you the last time we parted? Once the affairs of the ninja world are resolved, I shall present you with a gift. I remember. Though puzzled as to why Yulong had suddenly brought this up, Sasuke, after a brief silence, chose to answer earnestly. That is well. For the sake of that gift, you must put in the effort. After all, my gift is quite precious. As Sasuke gazed at the seemingly poised Orochimaru, a playful glimmer flickered in Yulong's eyes, prompting him to dissipate like water. This unforeseen spectacle momentarily rendered the previously flustered Sasuke utterly speechless. Chapter 225. The Sealed Memory. What could this precious gift possibly be? It truly piques one's anticipation. Observing the now awakening Orochimaru, Sasuke found himself murmuring to himself. It appeared that Sasuke's whispered musings hastened Orochimaru's return to consciousness. Hence, as soon as Sasuke's words fell, Orochimaru, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, abruptly sprang up from the ground. What about Hinata Yulong? Questioned Orochimaru, rising and noticing Sasuke's troubled expression. It seemed he had already surmised what had transpired with Orochimaru. Thus, upon being queried, Sasuke's countenance turned cold as he uttered words that left Orochimaru astonished. He's gone. Damn it. What did that rascal do to me? Why do I feel as though my memories have been sealed away? Upon reaching this point in his soliloquy, the previously agitated Orochimaru abruptly lifted his gaze to Sasuke. Sasuke, tell me, what on earth happened here just now? Hinata Yulong had utilized, Faced with Orochimaru's intense scrutiny, Sasuke, who had just begun to describe the situation, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that he too could not recall what had just occurred. The only detail that lingered in his memory was Yulong's promise to bestow upon him a valuable gift. Seeing Orochimaru's growing impatience, Sasuke's expression hardened once more. Humph. I don't remember. I had an impression, but just as I was about to tell you, it slipped away. A trigger-type seal? Damn that Hinata Miryuu. No one has ever dared to seal me. Without needing further clarification from Sasuke, Orochimaru quickly grasped the implications of his words. However, the more he comprehended, the more agitated he became. He realized that regardless of what had transpired earlier, one thing was certain. After employing his trump card, the impure world reincarnation, he had still faced overwhelming pressure from Hinata Miryuu. Contemplating that his very life now lay in the hands of another sent Orochimaru into a state of sheer panic. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru descended into this turmoil, Miryuu, who was on his way, suddenly broke into an unexpected smile. This unforeseen grin startled Kakashi and the others nearby. As he watched Kakashi and company retreating at an alarming speed, Miryuu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What do you mean by that? Am I truly that terrifying? Does a mere smile send you fleeing so far? Ahem. Your sudden, unprovoked smile is indeed rather unsettling. Exactly. If you wish to jest, then jest. We thought you had lost your mind, Miryuu. As I witnessed Kakashi take the lead in speaking, Naruto immediately chimed in with his playful banter. However, such teasing quickly irked the much-despised Miryuu. In an instant, Miryuu's form blurred, and he reappeared beside Naruto, swiftly wrapping his arm around Naruto's neck with a speed that left him no chance to react. Hey there, little buddy. What was it you just said? Why not repeat that for me? Miryuu, I was wrong, Naruto exclaimed, visibly intimidated, causing Kakashi and the others nearby to exchange bemused glances. Chapter 226. Sasuke and Miryuu's words. Joyful moments are always delightful. Observing the laughter shared among Kakashi and the others, and contrasting it with Naruto's despondent demeanor, Miryuu suddenly realized that happiness can be quite simple. He understood that both Naruto and Sakura must be deeply concerned about Sasuke. After a moment's hesitation, Miryuu decided to reveal some information regarding Sasuke to ease their worries. Ahem. The reason I was laughing just now is that my clone, which was sent to track Orochimaru, has returned. Your clone was tracking Orochimaru. Did it see Sasuke? How is he? Sakura and Naruto, momentarily taken aback by this news, eagerly pressed for answers. In response to their urgent inquiries, a glint of mischief flickered in Miryuu's eyes. Of course it saw him. TSK Sasuke has grown taller and more handsome. And the most important thing is what? Naruto, impatient by nature, interrupted as Miryuu paused at a critical moment. The most important thing is that Sasuke is now several times more handsome than you, Naruto. What kind of significant revelation is that? Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yamato, though silent, nodded in agreement, for it was clear to anyone with a shred of sense. At this moment, Miryuu was evidently enjoying teasing the impatient Naruto. Rather than showing any sign of anger, Naruto found himself lost in nostalgia. Is that so? Sasuke has always been more handsome than me. That's hardly surprising. Rather than this, Miryuu, please tell us about Sasuke's current situation. Naruto. Sakura. Humph. You've grown a little, haven't you? Remarkably, you didn't get angry enough to jump up. Miryuu observed Sakura's stunned expression and Naruto's composed demeanor, and he couldn't help but suppress his playful demeanor. Let us talk about strength first. Sasuke's power has now nearly reached the weakened Orochimaru. With a pause to gauge the attentive reactions of the others, Miryuu continued. Moreover, driven by vengeance, Sasuke's personality has gradually turned cold. If you genuinely wish to assist him, you must possess strength even greater than his. Otherwise, you will find yourselves in grave danger. What do you mean by that, Miryuu? Upon hearing Long's words, Sakura immediately questioned him with an anxious tone. In response to her inquiry, Long met her gaze and offered a response that rendered Sakura weak at the knees. He implied that if they attempted to forcibly bring him back to Konoha, he would regard them as impediments to his quest for vengeance and would eliminate them himself. Observing the fallen Sakura and the stunned Naruto, Long continued, stating that if they truly wished to assist him, they should focus on their training. It was not a matter of lacking affection for them, but rather that his hatred had eclipsed all else. Long, Kakashi. Captain, I comprehend your sentiment. However, there are times when one must learn to confront reality. Kakashi interjected. But Long, with a hint of coldness, articulated his thoughts. Chapter 227. Empathy and Understanding. Long, you possess the strength to bring Sasuke back, don't you? Why do you not do so? Sakura, having regained her footing, pressed him once more. In response to her relentless questioning, a smile flickered across Long's face. Because I am more mature. I understand Sasuke far better than you do, he remarked, addressing Sakura's fury with an unexpected revelation. The fervor with which you wish to bring Sasuke back is matched only by Sasuke's desire for revenge. Glancing at Naruto and Sakura, who were poised to respond, Long opted for a metaphor. Consider this. If I were to kill Kakashi and Sakura, Naruto, would you refrain from seeking vengeance? Me, Naruto. Sakura. If I were to kill your parents and Sasuke, would you abandon your quest for revenge? As silence enveloped the two, Long sighed and continued, thus, one must cultivate the ability to empathize, rather than relentlessly trying to bring him back, even with the best of intentions to protect him. Once he returns to Konoha, we can unite to aid him in avenging his wrongs. Yet, unable to reconcile with Long's perspective, Naruto's agitation resurfaced, prompting him to shout defiantly. Observing Naruto's reaction, a previously stunned Sakura promptly aligned herself with him. Indeed, if Sasuke returns to Konoha, we can collectively assist him in his vengeance. Long, feeling a sense of helplessness at their obstinacy, reiterated his earlier metaphor. Naruto, if I were to suddenly betray you and kill Sakura and Captain Kakashi, would you merely wait for Konoha's reinforcements to seek retribution? Me, Naruto. Sakura, once again confronted with silence, Long sighed in exasperation. Do you understand now? When driven by hatred, one is unwilling to wait. This was merely a metaphor, not a reflection of real events. Had such a situation truly occurred, your reactions would be magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Gazing at the two individuals who had finally come to their senses, Yulong let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He stepped forward and gently patted their shoulders, offering them comfort while revealing a piece of news that left them somewhat skeptical. Sasuke's Sharingan inherently counters Orochimaru's fragmented soul. Rest assured, Sasuke will be fine. Yulong, is this truly the case? Upon hearing Yulong's words, Naruto, who had been feeling rather despondent, instinctively grasped Yulong's shoulder and sought confirmation once more. Indeed, this is also the true reason why Orochimaru was defeated by Itachi. With his incomplete soul, he is unable to withstand Itachi's Genjutsu, and the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, are natural prodigies in the art of illusion. Sasuke will be safe. Understanding Naruto's desperate need for hope, Yulong patiently elaborated further. Naruto, trust me. If he were truly in danger, I would certainly intervene to rescue him. Yet, compared to this matter, your priority should be to continue striving to become stronger. Do you understand? Yes. Faced with Yulong's serious demeanor, Naruto nodded vigorously. He was well aware that the seemingly omnipotent Yulong would never deceive him. Chapter 228, A New Mission. What it means to be Hokage. Returning to Konoha with a heavy heart, the group promptly made their way to the Hokage's office, recounting the entire sequence of events to Tsunade. Upon learning that Orochimaru had been driven away by Yulong, Tsunade's brow furrowed with intensity. As one of the legendary Sannin, she could hardly suppress the peculiar emotions stirred within her upon hearing that the once mighty Orochimaru had been thoroughly beaten by Yulong. Taking a deep breath to quell her unease, Tsunade fell silent for a moment before issuing new orders to the team. Kakashi, Yamato, you two must prepare to head to the borders and join up with the others. Yulong, take Naruto, Sakura, Lee, and Neji to the land of demons to protect an important figure. What is going on, Granny Tsunade? We just returned. Can't we assign this mission to someone else and take a break? Seeing that Tsunade had not only refrained from dismissing them, but had also directly assigned a new task, Naruto could not help but express his displeasure. Meanwhile, Sakura, enraged by Naruto's complaints, was already clenching her fists. Observing this scene, Yulong couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. If this mission were to rescue Sasuke, would you still be complaining, Naruto? Of course not. But, I remember your dream, Naruto, is to become the Hokage of the village, right? Of course. But Yulong, what does that have to do with the mission? Yulong's sudden mention of his dream left Naruto with a puzzled expression. The simplicity of Naruto's demeanor both amused and exasperated Yulong, who continued. To become the Hokage of the village, one must possess formidable strength. One must possess ample wisdom, the acknowledgement of companions, and a spirit of impartiality. Impartiality? Brother Yulong, I comprehend the rest, but what does a spirit of impartiality signify? Upon hearing Yulong mention the prerequisites for becoming Hokage, Naruto, with a puzzled expression, could not help but voice his inquiry. In response to Naruto's question, Yulong unhesitatingly provided an answer. The essence of a spirit of impartiality is to treat everyone with the same regard as you do Sasuke. Observing Naruto momentarily rendered speechless, Yulong's tone grew increasingly solemn. To aspire to be Hokage, one must safeguard every individual in the village just as one would protect Sasuke. It is unacceptable to grumble when the mission pertains to Sasuke while lamenting when it does not. Looking at Naruto's face, now filled with shame, Yulong gently patted his shoulder and inquired, "Do you understand?" "Yes, Brother Yulong. I grasp it. Granny Tsunade, please tell us what we ought to do." In light of Yulong's earnest guidance, Naruto, now enlightened, eagerly volunteered to take action. Such a transformative change elicited silent admiration from Tsunade and others, who gave Yulong a thumbs up. Subsequently, Tsunade succinctly recounted the origins of the situation and reiterated the tasks assigned to everyone present. Kakashi and Yamato were to support the border, resisting the invading ghost army from the land of demons. Yulong would lead Neji and others to the land of demons to protect the priestess Zihuan, ensuring her successful sealing of the malevolent spirits. Chapter 229. Yulong explains Zihuan's prophecy. With the mission requirements clearly delineated, the eager group wasted no time and promptly set off. Watching Yulong and the others swiftly depart, Tsunade gazed out the window, murmuring to herself, unfazed, "Are you? Do you not even regard the otherworldly malevolent spirits?" In the land of demons, at the residence of the priestess Zihuan, the 4 members of Kasuna, having received orders from Yomi, unhesitatingly chose to launch an attack. Faced with the scene of countless casualties, a furious Naruto arrived hastily. Without a moment's pause for contemplation, the impulsive Naruto immediately opted for direct confrontation. Yet, under the enemy's cunning strategy, he fell victim to their ninjutsu and became ensnared. Witnessing Naruto's unfortunate predicament, Neji, who had been observing the situation, was instantly filled with anger. Naruto is always like this. He has no understanding of teamwork. Complaints can wait. Neji, you go rescue Priestess Zihuan. Sakura and Lee, assist Naruto. Understood. At the command of their leader Yulong, the trio promptly sprang into action. The enemy, the 4 members of Kasuna, clearly did not anticipate that reinforcements would prove so formidable. Thus, after a brief confrontation, they decided to signal for a retreat. Gazing at the still frightened Aho, Neji, who had successfully repelled Kasuna, introduced himself. Upon learning that Neji was a ninja from Konoha, Aho breathed a sigh of relief and immediately led Zihuan back to her residence. In the reception room of Zihuan's residence, the group led by Yulong was warmly welcomed as reinforcements. After a brief exchange, Zihuan's dismissive remarks regarding the value of life provoked Naruto's ire. It was only at this moment that Zihuan's attention was drawn to Naruto's appearance. Upon a meticulous examination, Zihuan's made a foreboding prophecy, predicting that he would perish from a fatal chest wound. Such a prophecy, of course, failed to garner any concern from Naruto and his companions, as they held little belief in such matters. However, when Uzui revealed that Zihuan's predictions had thus far proven to be infallible, the nonchalant Naruto was suddenly gripped by fear, his cries echoing through the room. His adorable demeanor elicited a chuckle from Yulong, who had been observing the commotion. Naturally, this laughter prompted Naruto's complaints. "Hey, Brother Yulong, I'm about to be killed, and you can still laugh? How could I not laugh at such cuteness?" "What? Cuteness? Brother Yulong, I'm facing death, and you still have the audacity to call me cute. This is outrageous." Witnessing Yulong's playful banter, Naruto, overwhelmed by fear, felt a sense of despair creeping in. His exaggerated expressions not only amused the others, but also sparked a flicker of concern for his safety. "Brother Yulong, Neji, rest assured. The so-called infallibility merely indicates that the visions seen by the priestess Zihuan are consistently accurate. It does not imply that Naruto is destined to perish. Have you forgotten I'm right beside you? Just relax." Understanding the worries in Neji and the others' hearts, Yulong provided reassurance. With Yulong's promise, Naruto, who had been in a state of panic, quickly regained his composure. This astonishing turn of events left Uzui in disbelief, as he could not fathom how the young man had managed to soothe a heart once filled with terror with just a few simple words. Chapter 230. The trial from Yulong. Yet, unable to comprehend this phenomenon, Uzui chose to set aside his thoughts and instead took on a serious demeanor, beginning discussions with Yulong and the others on how to protect the priestess Zihuan. Their goal was to ensure she could safely reach the shrine of the marsh country and reseal the otherworldly creature, the Wraith. However, in the face of the group's solemnity, Yulong uttered words that left everyone astonished. Naruto split off a shadow clone to impersonate Zaiwan's. Neji, Lee, and Sakura will be responsible for her protection. Oh, what about the real Zaiwan's? The still bewildered Naruto immediately inquired. Such a question, of course, was met with an immediate reprimand from Sakura. Bang! Ouch! Why did you hit me again, Sakura? Because you're hopelessly foolish. Since Brother Yulong didn't mention himself, it's obvious that the real priestess Zaiwan's must be under his personal protection. Witnessing Naruto's audacity to question her, Sakura continued to pummel him while simultaneously explaining Yulong's intentions. Such an exaggerated manner of explanation not only sent cold sweat trickling down the brow of the anxious Tsukushi, but also elicited a slight nod of acknowledgement from Yulong, who felt compelled to elaborate further. The so-called otherworldly fiends, the Wraiths, are of no consequence to me. In my eyes, this mission is merely a splendid opportunity for you to hone your skills. Gazing at the astonished Tsukushi and the affirming nods of Neji and his companions, Yulong offered encouragement while rising to signal the others to prepare for departure. Stay vigilant and perform admirably. Should anything happen to the Zhuang you are charged with protecting, I shall train you all individually once this ordeal has passed. Gulp. Individual training? Naruto exclaimed. Gulp. I believe it is best if such training does not come to pass. Sensing the malice emanating from Yulong, the usually aloof Neji could not help but swallow hard. As for the silent Sakura and Lee, they exchanged knowing glances, silently endorsing Neji's sentiment. Such a dramatic display left Tsukushi once again in a state of shock. He could not fathom what manner of person could orchestrate such an atmosphere. With just a few words, he calmed a panicked heart. With another few, he transformed the previously indifferent into the alert. Countless thoughts flitted through his mind as he gazed at Yulong for a long while before finally nodding and turning away. Since the plan for their protection had been established, his next task was to inform the priestess Zhuang. Upon learning of the reinforcements from Konoha, Zhuang prepared to split their forces. With a furrowed brow, Zhuang ultimately acquiesced to the group's arrangement. After all, her singular mission was to seal the otherworldly fiends, the Wraiths. As for how many would be sacrificed in the process, she could no longer afford to dwell on such matters, even though her heart ached profoundly. With the priestess Zhuang's tacit approval of the plan, the group promptly began their preparations after a round of nods. Naruto took on the responsibility of carrying the doppelganger of Zhuang, while the others safeguarded the transformed figure. The real Zhuang was personally carried by Yulong, following closely behind Neji and his companions. Should the enemy engage with Neji and his group, Yulong would choose to take a detour and depart ahead of them. This approach was designed both to test the collaborative capabilities of Neji and the others and to ensure the successful completion of their mission. With all arrangements in place, the group nodded once more and officially set forth. Their destination, of course, was the Shrine of the Land of Marsh. Chapter 231. Zhuang's fragility. As the group set off on their journey, the hidden Kasuna quartet could no longer contain themselves. Not long after Neji and his companions had departed, they opted to launch another assault. Upon witnessing Neji successfully entangle the enemy, Yulong promptly chose to take a detour and hasten his departure. Observing the silent, despondent Zhuang as he carried her with haste, Yulong could not help but speak up. Do you believe I am sacrificing them to save myself and you? Is it not so? Seemingly appalled by Yulong's actions, a trace of coldness seeped into Zhuang's voice. Yet this frigid chill, reminiscent of the depths of winter, could not endure for long. With the utterance of Hisashi's resolute words, it swiftly thawed. The enduring strength of Konohagakure lies in its unity, not in abandonment. Upon hearing Hisashi's steadfast declaration, the originally hostile Zhuang felt a tremor within her heart. What do you wish to convey? I merely want to implore you not to misconstrue my intentions. It seemed she sought a definitive answer from Hisashi. Zhuang, emboldened, boldly posed a question that rendered Hisashi unable to evade the truth any longer. Yet your current actions leave me no choice but to think otherwise. Turning to the visibly distraught Zhuang, Hisashi, after a moment of silence, ultimately chose to reveal his thoughts. Those few who conspired to assassinate you could be dispatched by me in an instant, if I so desired. But you, Zhuang, must understand that the survival of Konoha cannot rely solely on one ninja. If suitable opportunities arise, we, the pioneers, must forge paths for them to strengthen further. Are you not concerned about their potential failure and the unnecessary sacrifices that may ensue? Hearing Hisashi's words, Zihuan, still unconvinced, could not help but voice her disapproval once more. Yet, in response to her accusations, Hisashi chuckled. He laughed with genuine joy. Do you not believe that others sacrificing for you is merely taken for granted? Taken for granted? How could it ever be so? Everything is but a facade. Upon hearing Hisashi's retort, Zihuan, who had been valiantly suppressing her tears, could no longer hold back and wept profusely. In that moment, she felt utterly wronged. In that moment, she felt profound anguish. Sensing her turmoil, Hisashi, carrying her burden, gently offered words of comfort. Let it out. Crying will bring you solace. In the face of Hisashi's consolation, Zihuan, already on the brink of tears, collapsed into even deeper sorrow, ultimately fainting upon Hisashi's back. Turning to the now unconscious Zihuan and glancing at the four pursuers closing in, Hisashi, having gleaned the situation from his shadow clone, felt a surge of anger. When will Naruto ever be reliable? He has recklessly exposed our position. How exasperating. Thus, it seems I must handle this personally. As he regarded the approaching quartet, Hisashi, previously lost in murmurs, sprang into action. Water release. Heavenly rainstorm. Wind release. Frigid gale. As Hisashi's words echoed, the once clear skies were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, and a tempest roared forth. This terrifying shift in the atmosphere not only startled Neji and the others, who were collectively pursuing Naruto, but it also instilled fear in the four from Kasuna, who were caught within the range of attack. Chapter 232. Hisashi takes matters into his own hands. Annihilation. What is happening, big brother? Why has the weather changed so abruptly? Gulp. It seems to be a jutsu employed by the enemy. Faced with the inquiry from the third elder, Wei Tianjing, Kusuna swallowed hard and could not help but voice his conjecture. Such speculation naturally left the expressions of the other three in a state of astonishment. What? The opponent's ninjutsu? Then, what are we even waiting for? Run. Accompanied by the fourth elder's momentary scream of terror, the panicked quartet immediately endeavored to flee the attack range. Alas, since they had forced Yulong to take action personally, how could Yulong possibly let them escape? In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in a tempest, transforming the fleeing four into mere ice sculptures. Once assured that their demise was secured, Yulong promptly ceased his ninjutsu and continued on his journey, leaving behind the arriving Neji and others, who were drenched in cold sweat from fear. It's over. Brother Yulong seems to be enraged. What should we do? Observing the terrified faces of the four before their end, Naruto, feeling a sense of foreboding, turned to his companions for counsel. Such inquiries, of course, once again incited a collective backlash from Neji and the others. How can you still speak? If it weren't for the sudden intervention of your shadow clone, the opponent would never have retreated. Seeing Naruto daring to ask, Sakura immediately swung her fist in indignation. Though Neji and Lee did not react as dramatically, they too did not hold back their opinions following Sakura's words. Naruto, when will you ever be reliable in your actions? Naruto, this blunder of yours is unforgivable. Even by me. Wait. There's no need for such harshness. Actually, having Brother Yulong as our sparring partner isn't a bad idea. As the three glared at him with expressions of anger, Naruto, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to placate them. Though such reassurances only drew forth a unified roar from his companions. Since you like it so much, you can be the one to bear the burden of the sparring. And no, how can I bear this alone? We should share both fortune and misfortune, right? Watching Neji and the others turn away, Naruto, positioned behind them, found himself in a state of panic. Such unreliability made even Yulong's hidden clone shake his head in resignation. Approaching the four now encased in ice, Yulong's expression turned frigid. Before departing, he callously waved his hand, shattering the four frozen figures. The clear sky was caressed by a gentle breeze. No one would ever know that this place had become the final resting ground for some, nor would anyone realize that they had once instilled a modicum of fear into this world. How tragically pitiful are those nameless souls. The defeat of the specters bore no relation to them. Likewise, the victory of the specters was equally irrelevant. When the fainted Ziwang regained consciousness, she and Yulong had already approached the shrine in the land of marsh. Gazing at the still, tranquil shrine, Ziwang heaved a sigh of relief while urging Yulong onward. Before us lies the shrine that seals the corporeal form of the malevolent spirits. Let us hasten there. No need to rush. With a gentle gaze toward Ziwang, Yulong inadvertently uttered words that left Ziwang momentarily stunned. There is still ample time. While our adversaries have yet to arrive, let us first replenish our strength with some sustenance. As he spoke these bewildering words, Yulong produced an impressive array of delicacies. Chapter 233, an inescapable solo practice, gazing at the vast spread of food before her, and feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at her belly. Ziwang ultimately succumbed to the demands of her body, hastily seating herself to indulge in a feast. Observing Ziwang devouring her meal with reckless abandon, entirely disregarding her image, a bemused expression crept onto Yulong's face. While urging her to eat at a more measured pace, he handed her water as she continued her ravenous consumption. Though Ziwang nodded in acknowledgement, her eating habits showed no signs of slowing down. It was only when she sensed the arrival of Neji and the others that Ziwang began to temper her appetite. Having nearly finished her meal, she attempted to compose herself. But alas, the remnants of the food lay in disarray, betraying her. As Neji and the others rushed in, they were met with a sight that left them utterly dumbfounded. This scene, it appears as though a fierce battle for food has just transpired. They glanced at the scattered remnants on the ground, and then at Ziwang, whose lips bore the remnants of her feast. Neji, still grappling with shock, muttered to himself in disbelief. The others, though silent, mirrored his astonished expression, nodding in unison. In light of this situation, Ziwang, who had painstakingly attempted to maintain an air of composure, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Ahem, what nonsense is this? Quickly, let us consume our food and regain our strength. After we finish this task, I intend to conduct solo training with you all. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Yulong, sensing the tension, cleared his throat and interjected with a reminder. This prompted the previously dazed Neji and the others to once again be struck with a sense of dread. Yulong, could we perhaps forget about the solo training? Or you could simply practice with Naruto. Yes, brother Yulong. The reason we were able to evade your pursuit is entirely Naruto's fault. If there is to be solo training, let it be with Naruto. Neji, Sakura, you are being utterly unreasonable. Witnessing the two unreservedly betray him, Naruto immediately donned a pitiful expression, attempting to elicit sympathy from Yulong through his feigned sorrow. Unfortunately, such tactics proved completely ineffective against Yulong, who had seen through their ruse. Do you think that by acting this way, I will absolve you of your responsibilities? A failed mission is not an excuse for shirking accountability or casting blame upon one another. None of you shall escape. Brother Yulong, I said nothing at all. Then you shall obediently accept your punishment. Yulong's icy gaze fell upon the hapless Li, who was attempting to evade the solo training, delivering words that deflated him. The comical scene elicited a laugh from Ziwang, who had initially felt the weight of embarrassment, as she burst into laughter. As Ziwang, unable to suppress her laughter upon realizing that all eyes were upon her, shyly lowered her head, the clouds in the sky seemed to drift by, attempting to conceal the blush that adorned her cheeks. Observing the similarly astonished expressions of Ningxi and others, Yulong finally wore a satisfied smile. Not bad. At the crucial moment, you did not disappoint me. Brother Yulong, does this mean we won't have to practice alone anymore? Naruto, initially wary, could not help but ask in surprise upon hearing Yulong's praise. However, as he gazed at the expectant looks of the others, Yulong's previously content demeanor suddenly turned cold. No more solitary practice? Dream on. Chapter 234. Yulong's words, Ziwang's heart with a decisive dismissal of the four's hopes. Yulong swiftly approached Ziwang, lifting her effortlessly and leaping off the sheer cliff before them. As gasps filled the air, Yulong spoke again, uttering words that invigorated the four. If I can stop those stone puppets, I will reconsider my decision regarding solitary practice with you. Brother Yulong, are you serious? Naruto queried eagerly, his surprise palpable as the promise wafted in with the wind. I never go back on my word, not even for the smallest matter. With an air of pride, Yulong dashed into the shrine, still cradling Ziwang. As they watched Yulong's figure vanish, Ningxi and the others' expressions grew resolute. Since brother Yulong has entrusted the outside to us, we cannot let him down. Indeed, if we fail this time, I would feel ashamed to even consider the matter of solitary practice again. Ningxi, who had jumped to the shrine's entrance alongside Naruto, spoke with determination. With Sakura and Lee nodding in agreement, Naruto emphatically affirmed, then let us strive together. Shadow clone technique. I will not be outdone by you. Shatter for me. As Naruto unleashed his shadow clone technique, Sakura immediately followed suit with her immense strength. The formidable force crashed into the ground, completely collapsing the once even surface before them. Exchanging determined glances, Ningxi and Li promptly nodded, choosing to join the fray. While they busied themselves with thwarting the army of stone puppets, Yulong successfully entered the shrine's interior, still holding Ziwang. Surveying the surrounding pools of molten lava and the narrow paths between them, Yulong deftly maneuvered to the location where the corporeal form of the wraith was sealed. As two stone puppets attempted to approach him, he set Ziwang down and, with a casual wave of his hand, shattered the puppets into rubble. Truly remarkable. But do you know? The wraith is the priestess, and the priestess is the wraith. They are, in essence, one and the same. The gaze swept over the calm expression of Yulong, who was still seated in the wooden palanquin, as Huangquan suddenly spoke. Observing the panic etched on Ziwen's face, Yulong gently patted her shoulder and offered words of comfort. Do you believe everything he says? Are you foolish? He questioned. Ziwens, understand that those so-called otherworldly fiends, the wraiths, are merely manifestations of the malevolent thoughts of mankind. And the priestesses are the practitioners tasked with suppressing these accumulations of evil thoughts. Seeing the dazed expression on Ziwen's and the grim demeanor of Huangquan, Yulong smiled once more and continued. Do not regard the adversary too seriously. Do not underestimate yourself. Yulong, Ziwen said, looking at him with a touched expression. Yulong then spoke words that fortified her resolve. Go forth. Perhaps evil will always breed. But our hearts to eradicate it must not waver. Indeed, I understand. Ziwen's nodded vigorously, her heart now free of doubt as she began to recite incantations, attempting to seal Huangquan and the wraith within him. Yet, Huangquan showed no intention to intervene, allowing Ziwen's to complete her lengthy spell. Chapter 235. The combined lethal strike of Yulong and Ziwen's. The lengthy incantation finally concluded, but instead of being sealed, Huangquan was freed from the binding meant for the wraith's corporeal form. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Ziwen stood frozen in shock as Huangquan's body lunged toward her, only to be swiftly cast into the magma. With a calm demeanor, Yulong approached Ziwen's and gently patted her shoulder. Do not be perplexed. This is merely the design of fate. Gazing blankly at Yulong, a flicker of unspoken doubt appeared in Ziwen's eyes. The design of fate. To her bewilderment, Yulong revealed an incredulous truth that incited the wraith's wrath. Indeed, it is the arrangement of fate. After all, only by completely unraveling the seal can we utterly eradicate the foe. Utterly eradicate me. Foolish humans. Who do you think you are? Without the protection of a priestess, you will soon be torn to shreds. Following a furious and arrogant roar, the wraith, now fully merged, maneuvered its tendrils toward Yulong, who stood beside Ziwen's. A sharp sound sliced through the air, and Ziwen's, regaining her senses, displayed a look of alarm. Quick! Take it away. No need. The wraith is not as fearsome as you imagine. Yulong reassured her while effortlessly waving his arm. In an instant, an almost imperceptible sound echoed. The tendril that had been aimed at Yulong disintegrated into fragments under his casual strike. As the wraith let out a scream, Ziwen stood utterly astonished beside Yulong. As Ziwang stood in a daze, the wails of the wraith echoed around her, yet Yulong seized the moment, utilizing his own gravitational force to draw the fragmented remnants of the wraith's tentacles to his hand. Before Ziwang's astonished gaze, he summoned the full extent of his Byakugan power. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted forth. The previously anguished cries of the wraith ceased abruptly, and its very essence was successfully deciphered by Yulong. Who are you? How can you possess such terrifying power? The wraith, submerged in the magma, recoiled in fear at the sight of Yulong, who had retracted his Byakugan. Humph! You are destined to be eliminated by me. Eliminate me. I shall eliminate you first. With the wraith's furious roar, the narrow paths around them collapsed entirely. The wraith's wildly thrashing tentacles sent magma soaring into the sky. Sensing Ziwang's panic and confusion, Yulong swiftly embraced her and soared upward, revealing his Rinnegan. As a torrent of molten rock chased after him, Yulong unleashed his full power. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot alter your predetermined fate. Prepare to meet your demise, Wraith. Ultimate annihilation. Rebirth of the Overlord Dragon's roar. Spiraling upward, Yulong summoned a colossal tornado composed entirely of chakra. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the tornado pierced through the entire shrine, transforming into a fearsome chakra dragon radiating overwhelming pressure. What is this? Observing the trembling wraith below and the embrace of Yulong, Zhuang seemed to grasp the situation. Shall we combine our strength to eliminate that oblivious creature below? Yulong, cradling her, inquired with a gentle smile as he noticed her dawning understanding. Yes. With a deep gaze at Yulong, Zhuang nodded vigorously, seeing her agreement. Yulong smiled and removed the talisman from her. In that instant, a sacred power emanated from Zhuang, enveloping the already formidable chakra dragon in a divine aura. Witnessing Zhuang's realization, Yulong's smile broadened. Are you ready? Once we begin, we shall take him down in one fell swoop. Yes, as their determined voices resonated. The already fearsome chakra dragon expanded exponentially under their combined might. No, I was wrong. Spare me. The wraith, feeling an ever-increasing sense of oppression and gazing at the colossal divine dragon above, uttered a pitiful plea. Alas, as Yulong had stated, the wraith's demise was already fated. In response to the wraith's desperate wails, Yulong and Zhuang exchanged a knowing smile and commanded the divine dragon's claws to strike down upon the wraith. A cry of despair erupted, and the once mighty wraith was reduced to nothing but remnants. As for the once reviving stone puppet, it had transformed into a true stone figure the moment the sacred dragon appeared. Chapter 236. The dragon was forcibly kissed. Sakura, I feel a bit frightened, Naruto exclaimed, swallowing hard as he gazed at the dragon's head that had turned to face him and his companions. Fool, clearly, the one controlling this is brother Yulong and Zhuan. Sakura retorted, delivering a punch to Naruto's head with an exasperated tone. However, her irritation swiftly morphed into cold sweat as Naruto continued. I know. I was referring to the practice session. If brother Yulong suddenly loses his temper during training, I fear we might not even be left with bones. Looking at the mountain peak that had now become a hollowed-out crater, Naruto lamented. At his words, the previously furious Neji and his companions began to break into a cold sweat uncontrollably. Is that how it ends? Zhuan murmured, gazing at the now completely vanished specter below, her mind drifting. Of course, this guy is nothing but a paper tiger. He's just big and intimidating. Observing Zhuan's disbelief, Yulong, who had dispersed his power, could not help but scoff. Only someone like you would call the specter a paper tiger. Glancing at the disdainful Yulong, a peculiar light flickered in Zhuan's eyes. Hey, your gaze is dangerous. I am a man with a fiancée, so don't get any ideas, Yulong warned, his face drenched in cold sweat as he finally sensed something amiss from Zhuan's expression. However, such a warning did little to deter some of Zhuan's thoughts. Instead, it ignited her temper. With a firm grip on Yulong's head, she stood on tiptoe and fiercely kissed him. Witnessing Yulong's desperate struggle, Neji and the others could only stare in astonishment. I think I might have a way to escape brother Yulong's practice, Naruto murmured, glancing at Yulong's now flushed face. His quiet musings immediately attracted the odd gazes of the other three. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, Naruto was startled. Hey, what do you mean by that? Why are you all looking at me like that? Brother Yulong, we don't share Naruto's thoughts. No, we should say we saw nothing at all. Yes. If brother Yulong is unhappy, feel free to vent your frustrations on Naruto. No need to be polite with us. In response to Naruto's grievances, Neji and Sakura, sensing a certain murderous intent, quickly distanced themselves from the bewildered Naruto. Is that so? But why do I feel the safest course of action is to seal away this memory of yours? With gritted teeth, the frustrated Yulong uttered these words, tightening his grip around Naruto's neck. Ugh. Yulong, please stop. You're going to choke Naruto. Yulong, let go. Naruto is really about to pass out. As Naruto's eyes rolled back in his head, and Neji and others rushed to help pull Yulong away, a melodious laughter akin to silver bells emanated from Zhuan's lips nearby. Chapter 237. The return journey on the road back to Konoha. Yulong tirelessly warned his companions, fearing that one among them might divulge the incident of Zhuan's forcibly kissing him. After all, as a grown man, it was utterly humiliating to be kissed against his will by a girl. Moreover, Yulong was acutely aware that had he wished to evade the kiss, Zhuan's would have never had the opportunity to reach him. He did not want to betray a Tian, nor did he wish to hurt Zhuan's, whose heart had already begun to flutter with affection. Avoiding Zhuan's bold kiss would only lead to her heartbreak, while succumbing to it would leave Yulong feeling he had wronged a Tian. Zhuan's was indeed beautiful and exceptional, yet he had to remain true to a Tian. This was not merely a matter of courage or daring. As a man, He had to honor his feelings from beginning to end. If he could not guarantee his love for a Tion, how could he assure himself that he would not one day unleash devastation upon the world due to his power? To Yulong, a Tion was not only his beloved but also the chain he bound himself with. If he ever abandoned the love in his heart, he would undoubtedly become a slave to power. Even if he were to live forever, what would it matter? With this thought flashing through his mind, Yulong, who had been entangled in his worries, suddenly found clarity. Why should I be troubled by this? I shall boldly confess to a Tion. Abruptly casting aside his previous turmoil, Yulong accelerated towards Konoha village. As they watched Yulong swiftly disappear into the distance, the previously cautious Neji and the others were momentarily stunned. What just happened? Naruto, is this a do-or-die situation? Sakura pondered aloud. Perhaps honesty will lead to leniency, while resistance will be met with severity. Neji, contemplating Yulong's swift departure, voiced his speculation. What about the training session? Observing Naruto and Sakura nodding in agreement, the usually silent Lee suddenly interjected with a question. This unexpected inquiry caused the trio, who had just relaxed, to tense up once more. Hey, Lee, why bring that up now? Can we not mention it? Sakura, her heart racing, brandished her fists at the still bewildered Lee. Meanwhile, Naruto and Neji, though not as dramatic, shared a knowing glance filled with reproach. Such expressions made the typically serious Lee realize he had misspoken. The sky was a brilliant blue. However, the ordinarily straightforward Xiao Li suddenly realized that even the bluest sky could not erase the complexities of the human heart. It could not alleviate the worries nestled within Ning Si and the others, nor could it diminish the slightest possibility of being singled out by Brother Yulong for practice. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Li, who had initially come to a halt, swiftly emulated Yulong's pace and accelerated away. I must seek out Brother Yulong. Tell him to focus solely on training me. Hey, don't act recklessly, Xiao Li. What if Brother Yulong never intended to train us individually? If you do this, he might just end up training us all. Indeed, please, don't be rash. Upon hearing Xiao Li's resolute tone, the three, who had previously worried about him, were suddenly engulfed by a sense of dread. Initially, they feared that their stern words might upset Xiao Li. But now they were solely concerned that he might impulsively approach Brother Yulong regarding individual training. Watching Xiao Li dash away, Ning Si and the others exchanged glances and hastened to pursue him. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to prevent Xiao Li from engaging in reckless behavior. Chapter 238. The mandatory assessment from Tsunade. As they raced back to Konoha, Ning Si and his companions successfully intercepted Xiao Li before he could act foolishly. Upon realizing that his supposed willingness to take on individual training might inadvertently involve Ning Si and the others, Xiao Li, who had been resolute, felt a wave of disheartenment wash over him. This display of despondency rendered Ning Si and the others, who had only just breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat awkward. After a brief exchange of glances, the trio quickly began to console Xiao Li, assuring him that his intentions were understood and appreciated. Following a heartfelt dialogue, they managed to soothe Xiao Li's spirits. After sharing another knowing look, the three hastened toward the Hokage's office. Naturally, as they sped off, they were mindful of Xiao Li's improved mood. After all, if their failure to include him in their pursuit of Yulong led him back into a state of gloom, it would indeed be awkward. With relentless haste, the four finally caught up with Yulong just before reaching the Hokage's office, following him inside. What is the situation? Tsunade inquired, pausing her work as she noticed the group entering the room. It went smoothly. We have effectively dealt with that apparition, Yulong replied with a slight smile. Meeting Tsunade's serious gaze, he promptly conveyed the results of their mission. With Tsunade's keen interest, he detailed the events that transpired. Upon learning that the power of the priestess Ziwang had been suppressed, even Tsunade was taken aback. Naturally, aside from discussing Ziwang, Yulong also mentioned the performance of Ning Si and the others. Upon discovering that Naruto had once again caused their teamwork to falter, Tsunade could not contain her fury. Without allowing Ning Si and his companions to defend themselves, she promptly assigned them a new task. Proceed to the third training ground, where you will engage in battle against Hinata Miryuu, the captain, and earn his recognition. Such a daunting task involuntarily elicited cries of despair from the four, whose hearts were already racing. Alas, no matter how much they lamented, they could not alter the command issued by Tsunade. With a forlorn glance at Miryuu, the four reluctantly accompanied him, who wore a cheerful smile, to the third training ground. Considering the high stakes of this impending duel, Tsunade, as the Hokage, naturally chose to accompany them as an observer. Thus, under the curious gazes of others, the group made their way to the third training ground in Konohagakure. Due to the sudden emergence of the Moryo causing chaos, the village had previously mustered a considerable force to counter the invasion. Now, witnessing Goryu's unexpected entourage, numerous J-nin who happened to be in the village immediately gathered around. Faced with the swelling crowd and the intrigued J-nin, the four felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. After all, with the increase in spectators, the significance of this battle grew ever more pronounced. A commendable performance would undoubtedly earn them the acknowledgement of their comrades, while failure could lead to disappointment or even disapproval. Fortunately, the four were not inexperienced ninjas. After a moment of tension, their expressions regained a sense of calm. This noticeable shift in demeanor drew approving nods from the onlookers. Chapter 239, The Bell Snatching. Firstly, I am personally quite pleased with your mental state. In the third training ground of Konohagakure, Goryu remarked without reservation as he gazed at the four standing opposite him. Seeing their eyes light up with joy, a malicious glint immediately flickered in Goryu's gaze. Therefore, I have decided to take this a bit more seriously. I shall increase the difficulty of your assessment. Gulp. Watching Goryu's mischievous grin, the four, who had just displayed their delight, could not help but swallow hard. Such a wicked approach left Tsunade and the others observing from the sidelines both amused and exasperated. His personality is truly quite troublesome. Indeed, however, it must be said that Goryu will undoubtedly make a splendid teacher. This psychological tactic is played rather ruthlessly. Hearing Tsunade chuckle, Kakashi, standing beside her, could not help but voice his admiration. Kakashi's explanation seemed to earn the approval of Ibiki, who stood nearby. Consequently, Ibiki, who had initially refrained from speaking, promptly chimed in. This fellow effortlessly dismantled the psychological terror I crafted during the Ch-nin exams years ago. If I were to retire, I would recommend him as my successor. That simply won't do. A talent of his caliber is best utilized as a laborer. I cannot allow him to grow too comfortable. Upon hearing Ibiki's suggestion, Tsunade, encircled by her peers, couldn't help but chuckle lightly. This light-hearted laughter caused the surrounding J-nin to exchange glances with one another, while Tsunade playfully mocked Goryu. He was busy explaining the rules of this assessment to the four. In the Hidden Leaf Village, there exists a time-honored method of assessment, the team-based bell snatching. Today, your task is no different. As he articulated the nature of the challenge, Ryulong secured the bells borrowed from Kakashi around his waist. Given your quartet's capabilities, effective collaboration is paramount if you wish to seize the bells from me. If your cooperation is sufficiently close-knit, I shall grant you the opportunity to obtain the bells. Otherwise, although Ryulong did not elaborate further, Neji and the others grasped the underlying message. Gazing at the bells dangling from Ryulong's waist, and then at his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, the four exchanged glances and swiftly arranged themselves, charging towards Ryulong. Observing Naruto, who led the charge, along with Sakura and Lee flanking him, a look of profound satisfaction blossomed on Ryulong's face. After all, this was undeniably the most effective strategy for a team of four. Seeing Ryulong remain stationary, Naruto at the forefront promptly unleashed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, the previously empty surroundings were inundated with a multitude of Naruto clones. As the throng of clones surged forward, Ryulong could not suppress a bemused smile. You, my friend, have you no new tricks up your sleeve? Shaking his head in mild exasperation, Ryulong employed the body flicker technique and transformation technique, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Such a brazen response momentarily rendered the once triumphant Naruto dumbfounded. How could this be? Ryulong, you are being utterly shameless. Witnessing Ryulong resort to this tactic, the previously triumphant Naruto could not help but voice his grievance. Meanwhile, amidst the throng of Narutos, Sakura and her companions observed the initial reactions of the clones. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. Ryulong, having transformed into Naruto, had evidently anticipated the very reaction Naruto would exhibit. Thus, he mimicked the grievance to perfection, timing it impeccably. This astonishing disguise not only heightened Sakura and the others' vigilance, but also left them feeling somewhat disheartened. As for Tsunade and the others watching from the sidelines, they exchanged knowing glances of admiration. After all, Ryulong's performance at that moment could only be described as exemplary. Just as Sakura and her companions found themselves at a loss, Neji promptly showcased his advantage. Activating his Byakugan, he scrutinized the multitude of Narutos, discerning which one was Ryulong in disguise. Since Ryulong did not obstruct this examination, Neji swiftly identified the true Ryulong hidden among the sea of clones. As Ryulong transformed into Naruto, prepared to speak to Neji, he preempted him. It is entirely natural for you, with your Byakugan, to locate me. However, you must comprehend one crucial fact. Just because you have found me does not mean I am obliged to relinquish this transformation. Ryulong, dear brother, with Neji's pinpointing. Even if you persist in masquerading as me, it will prove futile. Upon hearing Yulong's declaration, Naruto signaled for all his shadow clones to converge around him, his tone grave as he issued a warning. Unfortunately, such a caution was met with an immediate retort from Yulong. It's futile. Only through combat will we discern the truth. If that is the case, we shall not hold back. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and with a shared glance among the numerous Naruto clones, they charged forth en masse. In response to the assault from Naruto's clones, Yulong chose to retaliate on the spot. In mere moments of skirmishing, he showcased his formidable close combat prowess to all present. Not only did Yulong effortlessly dismantle a multitude of clones, but he remained steadfast, not budging an inch. Such a display of dominance rendered the expressions of everyone in attendance grave. It was clear to all that Yulong was not immobile. Rather, he was intentionally remaining still. As Naruto's clones struggled to gain the upper hand, the other three, now emboldened, sprang into action. First was Lee, engaging in close-quarters combat, followed swiftly by Sakura, who unleashed a thunderous strike inherited from Tsunade's monstrous strength. Just when the onlookers believed that Yulong would surely be forced back, he revealed his overwhelming might. With a single kick, he sent the entangled Lee flying, and then effortlessly seized a Naruto clone that had ventured too close, hurling it directly onto an unsuspecting Sakura. As Neji, believing he had found an opportune moment, prepared to execute the 8 trigrams air palm, Yulong ensured that he learned the true meaning of having no chance whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, Neji, who was poised to strike Yulong, abruptly redirected his attack toward the multitude of Naruto clones. Witnessing this chaotic turn of events, the clone that had been questioning Neji why he was attacking his own suddenly fell silent. The expressions of Sakura, Lee, and even Tsunade, who was spectating from the sidelines, turned pale. Jinjutsu. Naruto, stop shouting. Neji has fallen under a Jinjutsu. We must devise a way to free him. As Naruto remained oblivious, Sakura, with urgency in her voice, admonished him. Yet, amidst her reprimands, a tempest of confusion surged within her. She could not fathom how Yulong had managed to ensnare Neji, who possessed the Byakugan, in a Jinjutsu. Chapter 241. Yulong's guidance to Neji. The astonishment within Sakura's heart mirrored the questions swirling in the minds of others present. All recognized that Jinjutsu is a unique application of chakra. Given Neji's activation of the Byakugan, he should have been able to see through it entirely. So, why had the one who should have perceived everything ultimately succumbed to Yulong's Jinjutsu? Gazing at Yulong, whose face bore a smile, deep-seated doubts arose within everyone's hearts. As the situation escalated, Naruto, known for his inquisitive nature, was the first to voice his concerns. How could this be? Yulong, what exactly have you done to Neji? Why did Neji, who should have been the least likely to fall under a Jinjutsu, end up ensnared before us? To conquer an adversary, one must not only possess strength, but also master the art of information gathering and its strategic application. The notion that those with the Byakugan are immune to Jinjutsu is a mere fallacy. Gazing at the incredulous expressions of Sakura and her companions, Ryulong unveiled the profound truth. To ensnare someone within a Jinjutsu, one need not rely solely on chakra-based illusions. Psychological suggestion can subtly lead an individual into the depths of illusion without their awareness. Psychological suggestion? Upon hearing Ryulong's explanation, both Sakura and her friends in the arena, as well as Tsunade and others outside, were momentarily stunned. No one anticipated that inducing a Jinjutsu could transcend the mere application of illusion techniques. This revelation left everyone, including Tsunade, in a state of profound astonishment. Seemingly attuned to the collective bewilderment that enveloped the crowd, Ryulong continued. Psychological suggestion involves guiding the psyche of the recipient through verbal communication, physical gestures, and even through specific imagery. By executing these guiding principles, one can ensnare their opponent without the need for chakra. Gulp. Sakura, Ryulong is truly formidable. Can we really seize the bell? Though Long remained silent, Naruto's heart raced with trepidation. He felt that, given their current abilities, snatching the bell from Long would be exceedingly challenging. Such disheartening thoughts sparked immediate discontent from Sakura and Lee. Naruto, do you intend to give up? Our master is watching us. Do you wish for everyone to perceive us as those who surrender easily? Indeed, since Neji has fallen under a genjutsu, we shall assist him in breaking free. Observing Neji, who had begun to sense something amiss, Lee declared this and charged towards the now inactive opponent. Upon nearing, he channeled his chakra into Neji's body. With Lee's assistance, Neji, who had been trapped in the illusion, finally regained his senses. Long is remarkable. He even ensnared someone of my clan in a genjutsu. It appears that the Byakugan is not infallible against such illusions. The Byakugan, indeed, is not omnipotent. You should have realized this when confronting Lanmaru. Gazing at the astonished expressions of Neji and the others, Long's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Remember this, Neji. While we, the Byakugan bearers, need not belittle ourselves, we must not underestimate the vast multitude of beings. Confidence is essential, but so is caution. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Long. Neji nodded earnestly, feeling the weight of Long's reminder. In that moment, he recognized the significance of this battle for his own growth. Chapter 242, The Preaching Demon, Hyuga Long. Seeing that Neji had comprehended his message, Long turned his gaze back to Naruto and finally dispelled his transformation technique. Gazing at Naruto's astonished expression, Long began to expound upon Naruto's shortcomings. Now that Neji's issues had been resolved, it was time to address your problems, Naruto. My problems? Long and I. What problems could I possibly have? Upon hearing Long's assertion, a hint of exasperation manifested on Naruto's face. This frantic rebuttal immediately provoked an attack from Sakura, who, with a resounding thud, sent the boisterous Naruto crashing into the ground with a punch fueled by her rising anger. Idiot Naruto, Long and I has taken the time to guide us. And you come up with such nonsense. I understand. Can you please refrain from treating me like this every time? Facing the furious Sakura, who had just sent him sprawling, Naruto could only complain weakly. Such grievances naturally incited Sakura to raise her fists once more. Startled by her impending strike, Naruto swiftly leaped away from the irate Sakura. Observing the utterly unreliable duo, Long could only shake his head in resignation. Sakura, if someone were to disguise themselves as you and attack Naruto, do you think he would manage to evade them? Sakura, Naruto, if the enemy transformed into Sakura to assault you, do you believe they would hesitate to eliminate you? As silence enveloped the two, Long seized the moment to impart a serious admonition. Remember, such frivolity should not occur again, especially during missions, for you can never predict the methods your enemies might employ against you. I understand, Long and I promise this will not happen again. Me too. Realizing Long was imparting wisdom, the two hastily vowed to amend their ways. Witnessing their newfound seriousness, Long nodded in satisfaction and continued to address the issues he had observed in both of them. He pointed out Naruto's excessive reliance on shadow clone jutsu and his overall impulsiveness, along with a plethora of similar critiques that followed. As he beheld Naruto's crestfallen demeanor, Long finally shifted his focus to Sakura, successfully enlisting her as another member of the disheartened cohort within a few minutes. With a lingering expression of dissatisfaction, he turned his gaze towards Lee. Meanwhile, Neji and Tsunade, observing from the sidelines, could not help but feel a cold sweat trickle down their necks. After all, it was evident that Long was currently in a fervent lecturing mode. As Lee quickly succumbed to Long's criticisms and joined the ranks of the disheartened, Tsunade and the others instinctively took a few steps back. Such an exaggerated reaction prompted Long to roll his eyes in disbelief. Hey, what is that gesture? I point out their flaws for their own good. What do you mean by stepping back? Do you disagree with my methods? We agree. We simply experienced some numbness in our legs and needed to stretch. Do not overthink it, Yulong. It is indeed true. Yulong, please continue to guide them. The sooner you finish, the sooner we can return home for dinner. Observing Yulong's unfriendly gaze, Tsunade and the others outside the ring hurriedly clarified with awkward expressions. Such explanations only prompted Yulong, who understood the situation all too well, to roll his eyes in exasperation once more. Chapter 243. Just how powerful is Yulong? Such is the nature of the world. At times, One must learn to feign ignorance while fully aware of the truth. After all, the little boat of friendship must continue to sail. There is no need to delve too deeply into the truth of the matter. After casting a disgruntled glance at Tsunade and the others, Yulong once again turned his attention to Neji and the others in the arena. With the four now back to their senses under his watchful eye, he spoke again. Enough of the pleasantries. If you cannot retrieve the bell from me within 1 hour, do not blame me for sending you all to the Konoha Hospital for a vacation. What? A vacation at Konoha Hospital? Yulong, what do you mean by that? Idiot. What Yulong means is that he intends to seriously injure us all. Unable to tolerate Naruto's foolishness, Sakura could not help but shake her fist in reprimand. Gazing at Yulong, whose expression was laden with significance, Sakura's cheeks flushed as she realized she had drawn his attention. Yulong, I did not hit Naruto. I saw it. Looking at Sakura, who transformed from shy to fierce in an instant, Yulong, who had just shown a smile, retreated in admiration. As he stepped back, the ground around him shattered under Sakura's relentless assault. Watching Sakura strike the ground, prompting Yulong's retreat, Tsunade finally exhibited a satisfied expression. Indeed, it seems they have grasped what to do. This is a promising start. After all, Yulong, who had remained stationary, has finally been forced back. As Neji and his companions seized the opportunity to launch a renewed offensive, Kakashi, who nodded in agreement, praised them as well. Although both understood that Yulong was likely holding back, his willingness to retreat indicated his acknowledgement of their attacking strategy. Observing the four being repeatedly pushed back and then charging forward against Yulong's counterattacks, the onlookers outside the ring exchanged knowing glances. While Yulong demonstrated an overwhelming dominance that astonished everyone, the increasingly harmonious cooperation among the four still garnered recognition from the spectators. For the young quartet, cohesive teamwork often proved more crucial than raw strength. Given enough time, they would undoubtedly grow stronger. Naturally, Yulong, who was currently engaged in battle with the four, was conveniently overlooked by the crowd. After all, as contemporaries of Neji and his companions, the prowess of Ryulong can only be described as monstrous. They had never encountered a young individual whose strength could be exaggerated to such an extent as Ryulong's. It can even be said that it would be exceedingly difficult to find several characters within the entire ninja world who could rival Ryulong. Observing Ryulong, who remained composed despite the relentless pressure from Neji and his trio, the spectators could not help but share a common thought. Just how formidable is Ryulong at present? This notion flickered through the minds of those watching from the sidelines, prompting them to exchange glances, filled with a restless anticipation. Cough. I advise you not to court disaster. With so many rushing in to attack him, beware lest he sends you all to the hospital. Seemingly sensing the thoughts of Kakashi and others, Tsunade, who was surrounded by the crowd, immediately cleared her throat and cautioned them. Chapter 244, The Mischievous Child's Arrival, Striking Anyone in Sight. Cough. Indeed, that fellow Ryulong is a true live wire. If we were to charge at him, he would most likely revel in the opportunity to engage in a brawl. At that point, everyone present might find themselves spending some time in the Konoha Hospital. Upon Tsunade's reminder, Kakashi, familiar with Ryulong's temperament, was reminded of certain mischievous habits of Ryulong. However, seemingly in disbelief, Might Guy immediately interjected. How could that be? Ryulong has always been calm and wise. How could he possibly injure everyone? Calm and wise. You must have been unaware of how exhilarated he became when fighting Orochimaru, right? Hearing Might Guy extol Ryulong's calmness and wisdom, Kakashi could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Calm. Wise. When he isn't fighting, this guy indeed qualifies as calm and wise. But once the brawl begins, he transforms into a mischievous child, striking anyone in his path. To call him calm depends on the timing. Observing Might Guy praise Ryulong's calmness and wisdom, Kakashi internally scoffed. It seemed to validate Kakashi's assertion as Ryulong, who had been passively defending against the attacks of the four, suddenly displayed an expression of excitement. Your coordination among the four of you has reached a commendable level. However, it is merely commendable. To help you become even better, I have decided to apply some pressure. Ryulong, what do you mean by that? Hearing Ryulong's sudden declaration, Naruto, sensing impending doom, stammered. The other three, though silent, mirrored his tension. Having witnessed Ryulong's fierce side, they all felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing his words. As Neji and his companions exhibited wary expressions, Ryulong's excitement intensified. Are you ready? I am about to make my move. Before the exuberant words had fully escaped his lips, Ryulong had already flashed to stand before Naruto. Allow me to remind you, the longer this drags on, the lower your chances of obtaining the bells. With a smile radiating warmth, Ryulong approached Naruto and swiftly launched an attack. Although Naruto attempted to fend off Yulong's onslaught, the insurmountable disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. Consequently, after a fruitless struggle, Naruto found himself immobilized as Yulong sealed his chakra points in mere seconds. This astonishing display of speed left those who had contemplated testing Yulong's prowess utterly astounded. Observing the trio of Neji and the others collapsing one after another, the onlookers outside the training grounds were drenched in cold sweat. While it was common knowledge that Yulong's strength was formidable, witnessing it firsthand left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. The sheer magnitude of Yulong's power had completely surpassed their expectations. I believe our decision to refrain from rushing in was indeed prudent, one remarked in agreement, gazing at Yulong, who was playfully teasing Neji and his companions within the training arena. The spectators could not help but grimace, their brows twitching with disbelief. Even Tsunade, the Hokage, remained silent, her lips twitching and brow furrowing in response. In that moment, she recalled Yulong's earlier words, "I am already infinitely close to the first Hokage. This fellow, it seems, is not merely approaching that status," she murmured to herself, watching as Yulong deftly released the chakra points of the four individuals. Chapter 245, A Farce. Hearing you mention a meal has suddenly made me realize that I'm hungry. So, Yulong, scratching the back of his head with an awkward grin, glanced at the dejected Neji and his companions behind him. The observers, including Tsunade, could only twitch their lips in silent exasperation. While his reasoning was not without merit, one could not help but think how cavalier he was being. Have you even considered the feelings of those four behind you? You dispatched your opponent in a heartbeat, yet you seem unfazed by the potential psychological impact on them. Though the spectators refrained from voicing their thoughts aloud, they could not suppress their inner critiques of Yulong. Why not express their concerns directly? The answer was obvious. To confront him could result in becoming the next target of his spontaneous enthusiasm. The mere memory of his earlier excitement sent shivers down the spines of those who silently criticized him. Perhaps it's best to keep our thoughts to ourselves, they concluded. If we were to speak openly, who knows what antics he might unleash. Adhering to a principle of preserving face, the onlookers shared a mutual understanding in their silent thoughts. Despite not articulating their sentiments, their expressions betrayed their true feelings. However, as previously stated, such is the nature of life. Sometimes one must learn to feign ignorance while being fully aware. Thus, even amidst the knowledge that those around him were critiquing him internally, Yulong remained blissfully unaware. As long as the other party remains silent, he will tacitly pretend to be unaware. However, this is often the case. Some individuals are drawn to danger, even when they are fully aware of the lurking perils. Witnessing the silence of the crowd, Tsunade, as the Hokage, had no choice but to intervene personally. What is your reasoning? I have asked you to guide them, not to intimidate them. Look at how you've demoralized them. If they become disheartened because of your actions, I will hold you accountable. Demoralized? Such a matter is easily rectified. Just wait, Lady Tsunade. I shall give them another lesson. By the end of his playful words, Yulong's tone had turned decidedly menacing. Sensing the malice emanating from him, the previously despondent Neji and his companions instantly snapped to attention, their gloomy expressions vanishing in an instant. No need. No need. I suspect you must be quite hungry, Brother Yulong. You should return for a meal. By the way, I am also hungry. I shall take my leave. Neji, wait for me. I will treat you to ramen. Realizing Yulong's murderous intent, the group quickly exchanged jovial farewells while hastily making their escape. The unexpected turn of events left the onlookers utterly astonished. Did you see that? They were never in distress. They were merely feigning helplessness to elicit your sympathy. With a glance at the rapidly retreating Neji and his companions, and then at the astonished Tsunade and others, Yulong shrugged, a look of exasperation on his face as he explained, "These little rascals are simply outrageous. I was genuinely worried about them. Don't give me an opportunity, otherwise I shall make them regret it." Observing how the situation unfolded, Tsunade, after a moment of twitching her lips, could not help but exclaim, "What Lady Tsunade said is true. Given the chance, they must regret their actions." Looking at the obviously fidgeting Tsunade, Yulong immediately nodded in solemn agreement. Chapter 246, Acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to the bewildered Tsunade and others, Yulong returned to the Hyuga clan his spirits uplifted. He visited his father-in-law's family and seized the opportunity to share a meal with them. Feeling liberated from previous constraints, Yulong savored the rare tranquility. After a quiet dinner, the families swiftly worked together to clean up the remnants of their meal. Observing the smiles on his in-laws' faces, Yulong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Once everything was tidied up, they settled down again to continue their light-hearted conversation. As someone frequently engaged in missions, Yulong recounted the intriguing tales he encountered along his journeys. The youngest, Huahua, shared amusing anecdotes from within the clan. As for his in-laws, the Hinata couple occasionally chimed in, but more often, they silently smiled as they watched Yulong and Huahua converse. Meanwhile, the typically shy and introverted Hinata spoke so little that if others did not initiate conversation with her, she remained silent, although her reticence often left the others feeling helpless. However, it also stirred an inexplicable sense of compassion within Yulong. Gently taking Hinata's hand, Yulong cast her an encouraging glance. Feeling the warmth of Yulong's support, Hinata's heart surged with emotion, and she mustered her courage to engage in the family's casual conversation. This tender scene did not escape the notice of the three individuals nearby. With a shared understanding, they exchanged knowing glances and continued to contribute to the lively chatter as if nothing had transpired. Sensing the camaraderie from his father-in-law's family, Yulong's heart swelled with warmth. As their conversation flowed into the late hours, Yulong noticed the fatigue etched on the faces of the four others. He bowed slightly and took his leave. Lord Hisashi, Lord Hanayuki, it has grown quite late. I must bid you farewell. Indeed, it is late. Be sure to rest well when you return, Lord Hisashi replied, recognizing the sincerity in Yulong's words and not insisting he stay longer. Thank you for your concern, Lord Hisashi. I appreciate it. Yulong responded respectfully. Pausing momentarily, he then produced a scroll and continued, Lord Hisashi, this contains some insights I've gained over the years regarding the extension of the 8 trigrams techniques. If there are capable members within the clan, please allow them to experiment with it. Absolutely. Since you, the master of these techniques, have no objections, I will begin selecting individuals for training tomorrow, Lord Hisashi said with a serious demeanor as he accepted the scroll. Upon seeing his father-in-law make such a commitment, Yulong bowed once more before taking his leave, fully aware that a promise made face-to-face would surely be honored. Although there was no obligation for such a pledge, it was precisely this seemingly unnecessary assurance that brought comfort to Yulong's heart. A promise signifies an attitude and an unmistakable acknowledgement of Yulong's worth. After all, without sufficient qualifications, one would not receive such commitments from others, a truth Yulong understood all too well. As he watched Hinata, who had bid farewell to her parents and rushed out to see him off, warmth enveloped Yulong's heart once again. Chapter 247, Mutual Warmthation. Yes, I'm listening, Hinata replied softly. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Yulong, who had paused in his steps. During this recent mission, I was unexpectedly kissed by a priestess from the land of demons. Though the admission was awkward, Yulong chose to be forthright after a brief moment of hesitation. He wished to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings with Hinata, true to her nature as a compassionate and understanding companion. Hinata offered words of comfort upon learning that her fiancé had been kissed by another. Yulong-kun, don't let it bother you. It's only natural for someone as remarkable as you to be admired. I'm not surprised at all, as long as your heart still holds me dear. Asian, Yulong-kun. After a moment of profound connection through shared glances and calls, two emotionally charged young individuals embraced one another with fervor. Immersed in the warmth they provided each other, they found themselves reluctant to part ways. It was only when a hidden observer, concealed within the room, inadvertently made a noise that the startled Hinata hastily pushed away the unwilling Ri-Long. Gazing into Ri-Long's eyes, which reflected a hint of remorse, Hinata bit her lip and mustered her courage. She took a step forward, rose onto her toes, and gently kissed his cheek. Observing the momentary surprise etched on Ri-Long's face, Hinata, feeling a rush of shyness, softly encouraged him. Ri-Long, if I am not by your side, remember to think of me often. As these tender words slipped from her lips, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she attempted to turn away. However, as Hinata turned, Ri-Long, regaining his senses, swiftly grasped her wrist, preventing her departure. Ri-Long, she questioned, her voice tinged with confusion, suddenly interrupted. Hinata's eyes widened in astonishment as Ri-Long silenced her with a kiss. Feeling the warmth of his breath so close, her cheeks reddened even further. The two, tightly entwined, long for the moment to endure forever. Alas, like fish out of water, humans cannot exist without breath. Sensing Hinata's struggle for air, a reluctant Long ultimately released her. Hinata, I am listening. Once the turmoil in the ninja world subsides, shall we marry? He proposed. I will heed your wishes, Long. Hinata, momentarily breathless at the mention of marriage, quickly regained her composure and agreed. Without lingering, she dashed back into her room. As Long beheld Hinata's still rosy profile, a surge of determination filled him. In that instant, he realized the urgency of resolving the conflicts within the ninja realm had intensified, for he found himself eagerly anticipating his wedding with Hinata and the life they would share thereafter. With a goofy grin, he clenched his fist in encouragement and departed, blissfully unaware of the astonished expression on the hidden observer's face. Ahem. Spark, how long do you intend to eavesdrop? Your brother-in-law has already left. I know. It's just that when father left, he seemed a bit foolish. Cough. Cough. Such matters are none of your concern. Off to bed with you. In response to Spark's curiosity, the usually stern Hinata Hayashi firmly set his countenance. Oh, very well. Watching her pouting daughter leave, Hinata Hayashi couldn't help but sigh. It seems I must prepare a dowry for Hinata. Isn't it only a matter of time? Observing her husband's despondent demeanor, Hinata Hanabi stifled a chuckle. Chapter 248, Ruthlessly Striking Back. Defeating the approaching sky ninjas. After the matters concerning the malevolent spirits concluded, Yulong was granted a rare 2-day respite by Tsunade. Seizing this opportunity, Yulong relished in the intimate moments spent with Hinata, cherishing their shared world. Simultaneously, he dispatched a shadow clone to instruct the members of his clan on the cultivation of their unique Bagua extension techniques. With the guidance of their creator, the learning pace of all practitioners accelerated remarkably. As Yulong observed the adoring gazes of his clan members, a look of satisfaction inevitably graced the face of Hyuga Hisashi, who had been silently watching from the side. However, an unexpected question began to stir within him, one he had never contemplated before. Yet, due to the ancestral teachings of the Hyuga clan, even as its leader, he could only proceed with caution. Meanwhile, while the residents of Konohagakure indulged in their tranquil lives, a group of malevolent individuals swiftly approached the village. Unbeknownst to anyone in Konoha, this impending threat loomed closer. Even Yulong, engrossed in his rendezvous with Hinata, failed to notice until a large contingent of intruders invaded the skies above the village. The remnants of the Sky Nation? A truly reckless bunch. Realizing the gravity of the situation as he gazed at the rapidly approaching sky ninjas, Yulong let out a cold snort and took decisive action. Wind style? Gale Dragon's Wrath. With Yulong's icy incantation, the previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed by a tempestuous wind. The sky ninjas, who had just released a barrage of projectiles, found themselves ensnared within this chaotic gale, along with their attacks. Amidst the fierce and disordered collisions, the activated projectiles erupted in a series of violent explosions. In an instant, the air was filled with screams and thunderous blasts. The once triumphant sky ninjas were reduced to mere fragments of flesh amidst the chaos of destruction. Witnessing the blood mist that enveloped the skies of Konoha, both the villagers and the remaining sky ninjas who had yet to enter the fray stood in stunned silence. While others might be astonished, Yulong, the assailant, remained unfazed. Seizing the moment of confusion among the sky ninjas, he completed his first wave of attacks and immediately formed new seals for another round of wind-style ninjutsu. Meet your demise, oblivious sky ninjas. Wind style? Tempest Dragon's Howl. The chilling incantation pierced the heavens, and the winds that had begun to subside surged back to life, gathering fiercely at Yulong's command. As the grotesque wind dragon, entwined with shards of iron and remnants of flesh, bore down upon them, the sky ninjas, finally regaining their senses, let out a terrified scream and turned to flee. Regrettably, given the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, those who attempted to escape were barely half in number. The majority of the sky ninjas met their end in the skies, swallowed by Yulong's second wave of assault. As he gazed at the crimson-stained sky over the Hidden Leaf village, Shinnong, who had initially intended to play the benevolent role, found himself momentarily paralyzed. He had never anticipated that what he believed to be a flawless plan would falter at the very first hurdle. Recalling that chilling voice, the scheming Shinnong could not help but shudder violently. In that instant, he realized that his decision to provoke the Hidden Leaf was profoundly misguided. Chapter 249. The Dragon's daily antics and taunts at Tsunade. However, some actions, once taken, leave no room for regret. Aware of this, Shin-non gritted his teeth and chose to remain in the hidden leaf, for his purpose in coming had yet to be fulfilled. Thus, he resolved to continue his perilous stay in the village to achieve his objectives. Meanwhile, as Shin-non persisted in his resolve, Yulong, accompanied by Hinata for a leisurely outing, arrived at the Hokage's office. Hey, you don't mean to say that you're aware of those ruffians from the Sky Nation planning to attack the leaf, do you? Tsunade, who had been gazing out the window, asked with irritation upon seeing Yulong enter the room. Indeed, but I got so caught up with my date with the Tion that I completely forgot. Yulong responded candidly, shrugging in the face of Tsunade's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Tsunade, who had merely been suspicious, felt her anger boil over, veins visibly throbbing. You fool, when will you ever be reliable enough to spare us such fright? Isn't it true that nothing has gone awry yet? Can't you just let it slide? Bang. Boom. No. You need to explain what dangers the leaf might face soon. Don't keep us in the dark while you're the only one in the know, leaving us in fear. Seeing Yulong still sporting a cheeky grin, an infuriated Tsunade smashed the desk in front of her. Casting a glance at the startled Hinata, Yulong's playful demeanor faltered slightly, revealing a hint of exasperation. All right. I'll compile a list of the troubles that the leaf will encounter soon. Honestly, at your age, can't you manage to temper that fiery temper? Poor Shizen must have it tough. While making this promise, Yulong couldn't resist the temptation to jest, further inciting Tsunade's ire once again. Without a moment's hesitation, the furious Tsunade lunged towards Yulong, delivering a powerful punch. Fortunately, Yulong's agility now far surpassed that of Tsunade, the Hokage. Hence, as she unleashed her furious strike, he opted for a deft maneuver, redirecting her forceful blow with subtlety and grace. Come on, must you always adopt a menacing stance? YNG, gazing at Yulong, who feigned helplessness while still maintaining his cheeky grin, Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her fury. Fortunately, Ryulong had sensed the impending trouble and promptly redirected the conversation. Regarding the matters of the Sky Nation, Lady Tsunade, how do you intend to address this? Are you considering allowing me to take action and obliterate them entirely? Or would you prefer that others in the village hone their skills? If you choose not to intervene, what might the outcome be? Observing Ryulong's perceptiveness, Tsunade, having suppressed her inner fury, could not help but inquire. In response to Tsunade's question, Ryulong, after a brief shrug, divulged the anticipated results. He revealed that without his interference, Konoha would suffer significant casualties during the impending assault. Tsunade, who had initially appeared disgruntled, noticeably softened her expression. After all, despite Ryulong's irksome nature, he proved to be quite dependable in critical moments. Chapter 250. The mystery of time and space. Are you implying that the so-called Shin-non is actually the leader of the remnants of the Sky Nation? After listening to Ryulong elucidate the matter's background, Tsunade fell silent for a moment before seeking confirmation. Indeed. So, how do you plan to handle this situation, Lady Tsunade? While affirming the matter, Ryulong also inquired about Tsunade's intended course of action. I recall you mentioning that Orochimaru would send Sasuke to find this Shin-non. That is indeed the case. However, regarding Sasuke, I advise against your interference. Ryulong raised an eyebrow at Tsunade's mention of Sasuke and immediately offered his counsel. Such advice, naturally, displeased Tsunade, the Hokage. What do you mean by that? If anything were to happen to me, Sasuke would be one of Konoha's future pillars. Therefore, I do not recommend your involvement in his growth. Under Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze, Ryulong resolutely articulated his stance. His words caused the three women present to change their expressions dramatically. What do you mean by that? Ryulong, regardless of what happens along the way, we can resolve the recent events. It is only the matter from over a decade later that I have no confidence in. Gazing at the three astonished women, Ryulong took a moment before continuing with his explanation. In order to confront the enemy from over a decade in the future, I intend to embark on a journey through time and space once the current issues are resolved. I aim to explore other dimensions in search of opportunities for breakthroughs. Other dimensions? What nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade, her expression reflecting shock, could not help but exclaim. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Ryulong revealed for the first time the concept of parallel dimensions. To put it simply, the ninja world consists of numerous realms. They are largely similar yet possess distinct differences. Largely similar, yet distinct. What does that mean? Tsunade, faced with Ryulong's explanation, found herself more bewildered than before. To clarify for Tsunade and her companions, Ryulong immediately provided a straightforward analogy. In simple terms, there exists a character named Hinata Ryulong in some realms of the ninja world, while in others, he does not. Why is that? Although the answer is evident, Tsunade instinctively posed the question. Different choices lead to varying outcomes. Life or death often hangs by a thread. Ryulong, gazing at the melancholic expression of Ryulong, felt a sudden grip on his arm from Hinata, who feared that a single misstep might cost her the presence of her beloved Ryulong. Tsunade, who was directly looking at Ryulong, remained silent, yet was profoundly shaken within. She had never anticipated that the truth of the world was far more intricate than she had ever known. As she observed Hinata Ryulong before her, Tsunade, regaining her composure, could not help but display a look of bewilderment. If you are capable of uttering such words, it indicates you have traversed other dimensions, does it not? Indeed. The dimension I visited was during the nascent days of the first Hokage's establishment of Konoha. Noticing that Tsunade had pieced together the puzzle, Ryulong was forthright in revealing the truth. Chapter 251, a shortcut to the unknown, the early days of Konoha's founding. Could it be that different dimensions also experience time differently? Upon hearing Ryulong's assertion, Tsunade, already astonished, was taken aback once more. It seemed Ryulong had anticipated her reaction, as he nodded affirmatively, confirming this notion. Indeed, the ninja worlds of different dimensions exhibit certain temporal discrepancies. Of course, it is also possible for some ninja worlds to share similar or identical timelines. So, what did you do in that other ninja realm? Looking at the solemn expression on Ryulong's face, Tsunade suddenly realized how unfamiliar he appeared to her. Or rather, she had never truly understood who this person before her was. Sensing Tsunade's inner turmoil, Ryulong suddenly broke into a carefree smile. What else is there to say? Naturally, I had a bout with that world's Uchiha Madara. Witnessing Tsunade's astonishment, Ryulong felt a tinge of embarrassment and scratched his face. He then recounted an incident that left the trio present in a state of bemusement. However, when I went there, I was far from a match for their Uchiha Madara. Thus, I seized the opportunity to confront him while he was weakened. Uft, you little rascal. You certainly have some nerve. Tsunade, taken aback by Ryulong's unexpected actions, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him in a mix of exasperation and amusement. Meanwhile, Shizune and Hinata, though silent, stood nearby, stifling their laughter. After all, none had anticipated that the seemingly invincible Ryulong would engage in such antics. It was inevitable. I ventured into the past to cultivate and grow, not to meet my demise. If I wished to develop and survive, I naturally had to tread carefully. Observing the three women with smiles upon their faces, Ryulong shrugged and remarked with a hint of resignation. Humph, given your audacity, do you truly fear unforeseen circumstances? It seems that Tsunade was eager to hear how Ryulong would respond, as she deliberately adopted a stern expression and pressed him with another question. However, this inquiry yielded a rather poignant answer. No matter how cunning I may be, I cannot outsmart fate. Traversing through time and space is inherently perilous. Should fortune not favor me, I fear I may become lost in the vastness of the temporal journey. Observing the three women who were momentarily taken aback, Ryulong's face once again bore a carefree expression. To ensure that the ninja world has a future even in my absence, I must leave behind ample contingencies. Ryulong, must you embark on this temporal journey? Is there truly no alternative? Hinata, gripping Ryulong's arm tighter, seemed genuinely concerned that he might vanish entirely. Why are you so anxious? You speak as if my demise is inevitable. Relax. Must you really undertake this time travel? Is it not possible to find another way to break through? Tsunade, standing before Ryulong with a bemused smile, furrowed her brow in contemplation. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Ryulong provided an unequivocal answer. Indeed, it is imperative, for the path ahead lies within the realm of the unknown. If I wish to proceed, I must seek out someone who has traversed this road and discreetly follow in their footsteps. I understand. In that case, let Naruto and Shikamaru handle this matter. And you, write down everything that is likely to occur in the near future on a scroll. Tsunade, having grasped the gravity of the situation, commanded in a low voice. All right, I shall write it at once. Ryulong, realizing he could not evade this responsibility, met Tsunade's gaze for a brief moment before conceding. He then bent down to busy himself, while Tsunade, with a somber expression, began to assign tasks. Upon witnessing Shikamaru and his team swiftly depart after receiving their assignments, Yulong halted his actions. These are events that will transpire soon. As for how you wish to arrange them, that is for you to decide. As Tsunade turned to face him, Yulong handed her the scroll, letting out a soft sigh. Humph. If you were aware of so much, why did you not inform me sooner? Tsunade's forehead pulsed with tension as she scrutinized the contents of the scroll. However, her expression quickly shifted from frustration to astonishment under Yulong's sigh. To foresee is to calculate the most probable outcome. Yet, the most probable does not equate to certainty. As she gazed at him in disbelief, Yulong continued, delivering a revelation that would cause her countenance to pale. Furthermore, once the predicted future is altered, the future becomes shrouded in uncertainty. After all, as the future is changed, a new future simultaneously emerges. Which events are subject to change? Which are immutable? Although Yulong ceased his explanation there, Tsunade had comprehended his underlying message. Noticing her understanding, Yulong then solemnly resumed his elaboration. The best course of action is to change nothing at all. Yet, if change is inevitable, then let it be. Gazing at the momentarily stunned Tsunade, Yulong boldly uttered words that left her in a daze. The alterations made today will inevitably return to you, in some form, in the future. Perhaps you will bear the consequences yourself. Or perhaps it will be left to future generations. Humph. Is that so? Then let the future bear the burden. If one cannot navigate the present, who would concern themselves with the fate of the future? Observing Yulong's serious demeanor, Tsunade, after a brief silence, articulated words that invigorated Yulong's spirit. You are indeed correct. However, regardless of circumstances, certain events must transpire. For humanity possesses both nobility and baseness. Without a common enemy to oppress them, they relish in chaos. Humph. I am not a mere child. Some matters are self-evident, and I comprehend them without your prompting. Rest assured, understanding Yulong's unspoken thoughts, Tsunade haughtily lifted her chin with a scoff. This demeanor of hers elicited a hint of amusement from Yulong, who had initially appeared grave. Since you, Lady Tsunade, have expressed it thus, I shall feel free to indulge in a leisurely outing. Humph. You wish it were so. Quickly go keep watch. If an unforeseen circumstance arises, I will rely on you to rectify the situation. Observing Yulong's intent to shirk responsibility, Tsunade, standing before him, couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Such brazen behavior naturally provoked Yulong's protest. On what grounds? The one who promised me a 2-day reprieve was you. Do you intend to go back on your word? Is it necessary to ask? Any person of reasonable intellect would understand that I am indeed inclined to retract my promise. Spare me the nonsense. Hurry and act as my caretaker. Gazing at Yulong's face filled with protest, Tsunade, as Hokage, unhesitatingly chose to be mischievous. Such an unreliable stance prompted Yulong, the very subject of this predicament, to roll his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 253. The Butterfly Effect Caused by Yulong in the Hokage Office. Watching Yulong storm out in a fury, Tsunade couldn't help but smirk. It wasn't until she noticed Hinata's presence nearby that she awkwardly suppressed her triumphant expression. Ahem. The matter of the empty ninjas is quite delicate. Within the entirety of Konoha, only Yulong possesses the strength to suppress all. Therefore, your rendezvous must be postponed for another day. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I will not jeopardize Konoha for personal affairs. Observing the earnestness in Tsunade's words, Hinata, after a moment of silence, solemnly nodded in agreement. Such a obedient and understanding Hinata evoked a sense of compassion even in the typically strong Tsunade, who sighed deeply upon returning to her seat. This gentle and demure girl stirred feelings of tenderness even in Tsunade's resolute heart. However, contemplating the contents of the scroll, Tsunade's expression could not lighten, for the number of those who harbor hostility towards Konoha is alarmingly vast. Likewise, many seek opportunities to bring ruin upon Konoha. Thus, even though Tsunade's heart is filled with compassion, she must bury such thoughts deep within her soul. After all, for the Hokage, the survival of the entire Konoha is evidently far more significant than personal sentiments. Meanwhile, as Tsunade was engulfed in her own melancholy, Yulong, having departed from the Hokage's office, swiftly caught up with Naruto and his companions. However, for Yulong, this mission was merely a precaution against unforeseen events. Provided that the situation unfolded without any complications, he had no intention of intervening. He preferred to observe from the sidelines, quietly enjoying the spectacle. Concealed in the shadows, he found himself intrigued by the self-styled Shinnon. It was only when the so-called Zero Tail made its appearance that Yulong realized he had underestimated his opponent. Although the adversary's strength was not particularly formidable, their method of perception was quite unique. As he felt the gaze directed towards him, Yulong promptly chose to withdraw. For him, the objective of this mission was solely to ensure that no unexpected occurrences transpired, rather than to personally eliminate the Zero Tail before him. Unfortunately, once certain elements shifted, the subsequent developments of the situation were bound to change as well. In contrast to the originally successful assault on Konoha, which would have wrought considerable destruction, the current Shinnong exhibited none of that previous arrogance. Especially upon sensing Yulong's arrival through the Zero Tail, his sense of vigilance escalated to an extraordinary level. After all, the power Yulong displayed had exceeded Shinnong's imagination. Consequently, the ambitious Shinnong, who sought to restore the land of empty and dominate the entire shinobi world, underwent a fundamental shift in mindset. Upon encountering Naruto once more, he abandoned any pretense of toying with him and instead resolved to strike with full force. Observing the noticeably different demeanor of Shinnong from his memories, Yulong's expression grew grave. Although he was unaware of the underlying issues, he was acutely aware that the current Shinnong diverged somewhat from his previous impressions. Just as Yulong was furrowing his brow in contemplation, a new unforeseen event transpired, causing his demeanor to shift dramatically. This incident involved Sasuke, who was supposed to deliver a crushing blow to Shinnong, unexpectedly faltering. As Shinnong's gaze suddenly turned towards him after sending Sasuke flying, Yulong's expression transformed entirely. In that moment, he finally discerned where the problem lay. Chapter 254. The Eight Gates of the Duinjia Formation. Seemingly sensing Yulong's change in expression, Shinnong regarded him with a cold smile. Come out, Hyuga Yulong. Hiding in the shadows to watch the spectacle is not a commendable habit. Yulong, big brother. Upon hearing Shinnong's words, Naruto and Sasuke, who had previously displayed wariness, were momentarily taken aback. It appears that my presence has diminished your arrogance. Realizing that remaining hidden served no purpose, Yulong let out a cold snort and stepped out from his hiding place. Upon seeing Yulong emerge, Shinnong's face contorted into a sinister grin. Do you intend to eliminate me in one fell swoop? Indeed, that is my intention, but you shall not succeed. Eight Gates of the Duinjia Formation. Feeling the suffocating aura of impending death enveloping him, Shinnong, with a face contorted in ferocity, chose to activate the Eight Gates of Duinjia Formation. In an instant, a terrifying power surged forth, shaking the very foundations of the fortress of the Sky Nation. Observing the fortress beginning to tremble and the adversary completely enveloped in crimson chakra steam, Yulong, who had been poised to strike, abruptly halted his movements. He slightly turned his head to Naruto and Sasuke, who were also adopting offensive stances, and cautioned them to avoid the opponent's attacks, lest they risk leaving behind a complete corpse. Haha, Yuhina Yulong. It seems you possess a profound understanding of the might of the Eight Gates of Duinjia. Are you prepared? I am about to launch my assault. Seeing Yulong's cautious warning to the other two, Shinnong erupted in laughter. Such brazen arrogance immediately provoked Naruto into a preemptive strike. You bastard! How dare you act so arrogantly before my brother Yulong? Watch as I bring you down. With a furious shout, Naruto, who had been positioned behind Yulong, charged directly past the vigilant Yulong toward Shinnong. This impulsive act caused Yulong's expression to shift dramatically. At that very moment, while Yulong's demeanor changed, Shinnong, targeted by Naruto's attack, laughed even more maniacally. Without the need to move an inch, Shinnong, in the state of the Eight Gates of Duinjia, simply waved his hand, delivering a devastating punch that left Naruto gravely injured and on the brink of death. The horrifying spectacle caused Sasuke, who had initially intended to assist Naruto, to change his expression instantly. Boom. Sasuke, take Naruto and the others away. This fiend is mine to deal with. As he effortlessly shattered the fortress's barriers, Yulong issued his command to Sasuke. Understood, brother Yulong. Aware that the battle had escalated beyond his capacity to manage, the ever-composed Sasuke did not hesitate, swiftly lifting Naruto and Yuru from the ground and turning to depart. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed invincible Shinnong showed no inclination to obstruct Sasuke, allowing him to carry away the incapacitated duo. How generous am I, allowing Uchiha Sasuke to take that useless one away? With a derisive glance at Sasuke's retreating figure, Shinnong, now utterly audacious, provocatively inquired of Yulong, who stood opposite him. In response to Shinnong's taunt, Yulong, who was accustomed to dominating others, instantly broke into a smile. Can you be even more generous? Stand there and let me strike you for a while. Chapter 255. Yulong's splendor reemerges, let you strike me for a while? Humph. I am generous, not foolish. Shinong, brimming with rage, bellowed this declaration before immediately launching an attack on Yulong. Empowered by the 8 gates of Duanjia, Shinong's speed was nothing short of superhuman. Even though Yulong had anticipated this, he was still forcefully sent flying by the relentless assault of Shinong. Gazing at the dragon that had pierced through the barrier and fallen outside the fortress, Shinong, filled with triumph, let out a hearty laugh before dashing out. However, seizing the opportunity was not as effortless as it seemed. As Shinong emerged, brimming with pride, he was sent flying by a single punch from the dragon. The dragon then summoned a clone to return to the fortress while swiftly pursuing Shinong, launching a new wave of attacks. In the midst of the 8 gates Duanjia formation, Shinong proved to possess extraordinary combat prowess. In his normal state, the dragon found itself utterly powerless against Shinong's inhuman speed. Yet, the dragon's aim was not to vanquish his opponent, but rather to temporarily entangle him. Thus, despite being outmatched, the dragon withstood all of Shinong's assaults, relying on his formidable physique. Meanwhile, while the dragon's main body was preoccupied with entangling Shinong, the dragon's clone, having traversed the ninja world, arrived at the fortress of the Sky Country through the planting space. Aware of the urgency of the situation, the dragon's clone wasted no time and immediately set to work. First, it sealed the Zero Tail, followed by the use of the Seeking Dao Pearl, which directly obliterated the Zero Tail into nothingness. Remarkably, this entire process took less than 3 seconds. Yet, those fleeting moments dramatically altered the battle outside the fortress. Upon sensing the disappearance of his source of power, the once arrogant Shinong was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Damn it! What have you done to the Zero Tail within the fortress, Hyuga? He exclaimed, bewildered by the absence of its presence. Humph! Did you not already surmise the truth? If you have guessed it, why then do you question me? The dragon, enduring Shinong's relentless attacks, could not help but smile with amusement at the evident realization dawning on Shinong. Come now, continue your assault. The moment your strength is depleted will mark your demise. The taunting words reached Shinong's ears, igniting a furious response from him. You wish for my death? Then I shall eliminate you first. Recognizing the necessity of desperate measures, Shinong unleashed all his might in an attempt to strike down the dragon before him. The power of the 8 gates Duanjia formation proved formidable. In the face of Shinong's full-force assault, the dragon, already at the pinnacle of its shadow form, was genuinely taken down. As Shinong beheld the dragon's half-submerged body in the water, he erupted into triumphant laughter. Huh, how does it feel? Cursed Hyuga. You boasted endlessly, yet in the end, I have emerged victorious. Given time, I can cultivate another Zero Tail, while you are dead. Dead? Humph. Are you certain? What? You? The chilling tone of mockery echoed, and the once triumphant Shinong was immediately struck dumb with fear. Chapter 256. The warmth in Sasuke's heart as Shinong beheld the dragon reappear before him. His astonishment morphed into sheer terror. Why you? Do not come any closer. Do you think someone like me would simply stand by and not retaliate when provoked? The chilling voice had barely faded when the formidable dragon prince charged towards the opposing Shinong. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed, jolting the previously dazed Sasuke back to reality. How could this be? Why were there 2 dragon brothers? As he observed the dragon prince mercilessly assaulting Shinong, and then glanced at the dragon's lifeless body submerged in the water, Sasuke, utilizing his Sharingan to spectate, revealed a look of bewilderment. He was utterly perplexed as to why there were 2 dragon brothers. The dragon prince, fully aware of Sasuke's confusion, continued his onslaught on Shinong. After delivering a decisive blow that eliminated Shinong, he promptly began to execute the rebirth technique, reviving the fallen dragon. Subsequently, the prince and his original self exchanged knowing smiles, merging into one before Sasuke's astonished eyes. Curious about my circumstances, are we? The dragon approached Sasuke, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Indeed, Sasuke was intrigued, but he presumed this matter was a secret of the dragon brother, and thus refrained from probing further. Although he longed to uncover the truth, Sasuke recognized that sometimes it was prudent to refrain from inquiry. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, the smile on the dragon's face brightened further. In this regard, you are always far more composed than that brash Naruto. Noticing a glimmer of joy in Sasuke's eyes, the dragon continued, "It's nothing extraordinary, merely a rather unique clone." Sasuke, contemplating this revelation, remained silent. The dragon, sensing the moment, resumed, "You must be here to procure the rebirth technique for that snake, Orochimaru, correct? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Dragon brother," Sasuke admitted with a tone of admiration, acknowledging the dragon's insight. This admiration elicited an indescribable joy in the dragon's eyes. "You little rascal, spare me the flattery. The only redeeming quality of that guy is his rebirth technique. Given Orochimaru's nature, it's the only thing that would pique his interest. Anyone with half a brain could deduce that. Well then, dragon brother, could you assist me in locating that rebirth technique?" Sasuke, feeling playful banter from the dragon, displayed an uncharacteristic shyness, scratching the back of his head. Amused by Sasuke's bashfulness, the dragon shook his head with a smile. "Here, take it." "Thank you, dragon brother," Sasuke exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the rebirth technique scroll tossed his way. Although he was indifferent about acquiring the scroll itself, the dragon's considerate demeanor instilled a warmth within him. This newfound feeling illuminated Sasuke's once dark heart with a glimmer of hope. Though the warmth in Sasuke's eyes was fleeting, it did not escape the keen observation of Yulong, who stood opposite him. Gazing at the youth enveloped in hatred, Yulong instinctively placed a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder. In response to Sasuke's puzzled expression, he presented him with a special scroll. "Keep this scroll with you at all times. If you find yourself in irreparable danger, I shall be there at the first opportunity to assist you. Yulong, my brother, do not feign weakness. A true man must learn to be resilient, composed, courageous, and discerning. Do you understand?" As tears glistened in Sasuke's eyes, Yulong spoke firmly yet gently. "Yes, I understand, Yulong my brother." Sasuke wiped away his tears and nodded vigorously, recognizing that Yulong was guiding him. Observing Sasuke's affirmation, Yulong patted his shoulder once more, signaling him to depart. "All right, I know you have your own intentions. Remember to return to Konoha after fulfilling your aspirations. Go now?" "Yes, I shall take my leave, Yulong my brother." Upon Yulong's urging, Sasuke nodded and turned away. Chapter 257. The sharpening stone in Yulong's words. As he watched Sasuke gradually distance himself, a complex expression flickered in Yulong's eyes. As an observer, he understood Sasuke's inner turmoil all too well. He merely hoped that once Sasuke learned the truth, he would not succumb entirely to despair and hatred. With a resigned sigh, Yulong tucked away his intricate feelings and redirected his path towards Naruto and the others nearby. With the affairs of the Sky Nation resolved, it was time for their group to return to Konoha. The issues surrounding the Sky Nation had finally been resolved successfully. Furthermore, due to Yulong's intervention, Konoha had acquired an additional sky fortress. Such an outcome brought immense joy to Tsunade, the Hokage. After all, a sky fortress would significantly propel the technological advancement of Konoha village. Such a development was certainly cause for celebration. However, Tsunade's elation was short-lived as new troubles soon emerged to dampen her spirits. The Temple of Fire has indeed sent a plea for help regarding the tomb raiding incident," she exclaimed, slamming down the letter from the Temple of Fire in frustration. "Yulong, I demand that you personally lead a team to deal with those ruffians. Cough. Should we eliminate them outright, or seize the opportunity for Naruto and the others to hone their skills?" Yulong inquired, standing before the fuming Tsunade. "What nonsense. Of course, we eliminate them directly. I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to Konoha's destruction." Tsunade's anger nearly caused her to overturn the table. Yulong, noticing her escalating fury, could not suppress a wry smile. Upon Yulong's request for confirmation, Tsunade finally calmed down and shifted her stance. Since you insist, let us allow Naruto and the others to practice their skills first. However, you must remember not to give them the opportunity to approach the Hidden Leaf Village. Rest assured, I guarantee the completion of the task." As Tsunade finally calmed down, Yulong smiled faintly and made his promise. Subsequently, without further ado, Yulong took the lead and departed from Konoha, embarking on a quest to track down the whereabouts of Hama and his companions. As for Kakashi and the others mentioned by Yulong, they soon hastily left the village as well. For Yulong, endowed with the ultimate Byakugan, locating Hama and his group was a trivial pursuit. Thus, shortly after arriving near the Temple of Fire, Yulong successfully spotted them. Observing the smug expressions of Hama and his companions, a mocking smile crept upon Yulong's face. Regarding these oblivious fools, Yulong harbored no qualms about unleashing a massacre. However, considering their slight usefulness, he decided to let them live a while longer. With such thoughts in mind, Yulong embarked on his journey of stealthy observation. Watching them repeatedly plunder tombs only intensified the murderous intent in Yulong's gaze. Acknowledging their role in honing Naruto's skills, he ultimately restrained his bloodlust. Concealing himself in the shadows, he silently watched the spectacle unfold until the night faded and daylight returned. After witnessing the commotion for most of the night, Yulong finally rose to his feet. Enduring the excitement for so long was quite a trial for a battle enthusiast like me. After murmuring this to himself, Yulong swiftly leaped in the direction Hama and his party had taken. Chapter 258. Toying with Hama and his associates on the quiet mountain path, Hama and his companions, who had been silently advancing, suddenly halted their steps. I never expected someone to foolishly pursue us alone. Just when I thought I hadn't had enough fun. Since someone has come to their own demise, I might as well indulge in some playtime. Hold on. Don't rush to kill. First, ascertain the nature of the opponent. If they possess wind attributes, be sure to leave them to me. As a sinister expression surfaced on Fufeng's face, eager to collect ninjutsu, he immediately cautioned his companion. Rest assured, if it turns out to be the ninjutsu you seek, I shall leave them a chance at life. In response to Fufeng's warning, the sinister expression on Fudong's face grew even more pronounced. However, this expression soon morphed into one of fury, prompted by Yulong's taunts. Oh, you little clowns seem rather confident, don't you? I wonder how long this confidence can endure before me. Clowns. Fufeng, I've changed my mind. I want to kill him directly. Provoked by Yulong's challenge, the hot-tempered Fudong was instantly ignited into a rage. Completely disregarding his earlier promise, he unleashed the earth-style ninjutsu known as hardening technique. Then, he forcefully stomped the ground and charged towards Yulong, who still bore a mocking expression. Damn Konoha brat, I'll smash your head to bits with a single punch. Oh, is that so? Then come and smash away. Gazing at the enraged figure charging towards him, Yulong resolutely chose to provoke once more. This act of defiance immediately drew forth the full force of the opponent's retaliatory strike. As the fist of the opponent, reinforced by a hardening technique, was poised to collide with Yulong's cheek, he unexpectedly broke into a sudden, inscrutable smile. Haha, asking for the jade. Stasis. W what? As Yulong's mocking words echoed, the opponent, who was about to land a blow, was struck by a sudden realization that he had completely lost control over his body and was rendered immobile. What happened? Budong. Noticing the abnormality in their companion, those who had initially intended to observe, including Hima, immediately inquired urgently while attempting to form seals to repel the seemingly taunting Yulong earth release. Rock thief stick. Wind release. Flower dance. Haha. Asking for the jade. Seize. What? The sounds of mockery and astonishment resonated almost simultaneously as the already formed seals of Bu Yuan and Bu Feng were abruptly disrupted by Yulong, who forcibly siphoned the chakra from within them. Deprived of chakra, the ninjutsu they intended to unleash faltered into failure in an instant. Such a terrifying spectacle caused the previously hesitant Hima to pale in fear. Without a moment's delay, comprehending the dire situation, Hima utilized the power of body flicker technique, teleporting behind Yulong. At the very moment of his arrival, he swung his staff toward the unknowing Yulong. Sensing the rush of air from behind him, Yulong casually waved his hand in a nonchalant manner. Bang! Crack! Ugwow! Thud! Lord Bully. Witnessing Hima's failure to land a blow and the instant injury inflicted upon him by Yulong, the panic among the trio of Budong escalated dramatically. Chapter 259. The Death of Bu Yuanhei. Where has your confidence gone? Surely you're not frightened so soon. If that's the case, I won't hesitate to strike. Before the mocking tone fully dissipated, Yulong turned to face Bu Yuan and continued, to give you some motivation. I think I shall eliminate the weakest among you first. What? Bu Yuan, be careful. No. A piercing scream erupted as Yulong, having moved behind Bu Yuan unbeknownst to him, slowly retracted his hand. I am the kind of person who believes in an eye for an eye. Therefore, I chose to eliminate this fellow using body flicker technique. What do you think? Do you like this method? As he watched Bu Yuan slowly collapse to the ground, Yulong turned his gaze back to Hima and the others, grinning mischievously. Such an inquiry left Hima and the others both astonished and furious. You bastard. You are insufferably arrogant. Feeling the weight of Yulong's taunt, Budong, now filled with rage and determination, charged once more toward Yulongbu phone. Attack. Knowing that Budong alone stood no chance of victory. Beside them, Kazama subtly gestured for Nofeng to refrain from acting, while simultaneously forming seals in secret. As Kazama's subordinate, Nofeng understood the unspoken command. With a swift thought, he unleashed the binding technique upon the distant Yulong. Unfortunately, being a form of illusion, the binding technique could not possibly restrain Yulong. Consequently, Nofeng, who had cast the spell, quickly faced the repercussions of his actions. The illusion rebounded. A chilling voice resonated, accompanied by an invisible shockwave. The binding technique, which was meant to ensnare Yulong, instead rebounded onto Nofeng, the caster. What? How could this be? As he felt his body beginning to petrify, a wave of terror washed over Nofeng's eyes. This fear was soon met with Yulong's close confrontation. I have stated before, I am a firm believer in tit for tat. So are you ready? With a mocking expression, Yulong gazed at his opponent, slowly reaching for Nofeng's hair. This scene only deepened Nofeng's dread, as he realized that his secrets had been completely unveiled. Lord Noido, no movement. Save me. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the person before him, Nofeng, trapped within the binding technique, exclaimed in a terrified tone, Earth escape, and hell. At the critical moment, he finally broke free from the immobilizing spell and, in the nick of time, executed Earth escape, and hell, transforming the ground beneath Yulong's feet into quicksand. Oh, do you really believe this will prevent me from ending this woman's life? Such naivety. With a tone laced with scorn, Yulong, ensnared in quicksand, completely disregarded his sinking body and aimed a lethal technique at Nofeng. Phoenix Fire Technique. Just as it appeared Nofeng was destined to perish at Yulong's hands, Kazama swiftly utilized water escape. Evil Mouth. A powerful torrent surged forth. Nofeng, who was on the brink of death, managed to salvage half of his life. Yet, just as Nofeng let out a sigh of relief, a frosty voice plunged her into despair. Woman, have you celebrated your fortune too soon? Chapter 260. Kazama's desperate resolve, Lord Noido. No movement. Save me. TSK, what a troublesome woman. A persistent nuisance. Earth escape. Rock thief staff. Gazing at Nofeng, who was once again crying for help, and then at Yulong standing before her, Kazama couldn't help but grumble while forming seals. However, the speed at which Kazama performed her seals could not possibly match the proximity of Yulong. Thus, before Kazama could complete her jutsu, Yulong swiftly yanked out all of Nofeng's hair. Observing the whistling stone spear, Yulong glanced back, and with a mental shift, he harnessed the power of the instantaneous technique to free himself from the quicksand and water restraints. You vile scoundrel, do you intend to thwart my noble cause? Frustration surged within Kazama as she glared at Yulong, who had easily extricated himself from her bindings, and could not help but roar in fury. Most importantly, he felt a twinge of regret for his earlier indecision. In his view, had he not attempted to rescue the unwary but instead unleashed the Thunder Dream Thunderman directly, the Leaf Ninja before him might have already met their demise. As this thought flickered through his mind, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Do not move. Capture this scoundrel. Understood. I shall act immediately. An equally fierce light flashed in his eyes as he discerned his intentions. He swiftly approached the lifeless body of the unfortunate and discovered a completed architectural blueprint upon it. Without hesitation, he unfurled the blueprint scroll before him and began to weave the seals anew. Earth release. Transformative change. As his words fell, the surrounding terrain underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Gazing at the rapidly ascending stone pillars, Long could not suppress a bemused expression. Great righteousness. How could someone with such a misguided mind speak of righteousness to me? Once I send you to the depths of hell, you may share your grand ideals with your companions there. His voice, imbued with a chilling intent, grew ever colder. Casually discarding his long hair, Long commenced forming seals. Fire release. Great fire extinguishment. With his icy declaration, an endless torrent of flames erupted from his mouth. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air. The unwary, who had just been reveling in his triumph, was instantaneously engulfed by the surging flames, reduced to mere ash. Although Hema and the others escaped death, they were forced to flee in the face of Long's overwhelming assault. Observing Hema's frantic escape, Long, now filled with murderous intent, swiftly pursued him. Humph. Where do you think you're going? What? My escape route should have been sealed. How did you catch up to me? Hema. In the midst of his desperate flight, displayed an expression of disbelief upon encountering Ri Long's sudden arrival. Who knows? Perhaps the heavens disapprove of your righteousness. Hence I am tasked with your demise. You wish to kill me? Then let us die together. Thunder release. Thunder dream, Thunderman. Realizing he had no chance of escape, an enraged Hama opted for a mutual destruction approach. He commanded the four of Beijing, already in position, to unleash Thunder release. Thunder dream Thunderman towards his own location. In an instant, daylight illuminated the world. Just moments ago, the transformative change had remained unscathed under the great fire extinguishment. But now it was consumed by the Thunder dream Thunderman's attack, dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 261. Awkward Conversation. Teacher Kakashi. What is that? At the gates of the Temple of Fire, Naruto, preparing to return to the Leaf Village, exclaimed in astonishment at the source of the bright light. Before Kakashi could respond, the attendant who had come to bid farewell to the group displayed a grave expression. This is Thunder Dream Thunderman. There should be no one in that vicinity. Why would they unleash Thunder Dream Thunderman there? Regardless of their intentions. Since the opponent has made an appearance, it is prudent to take a closer look. Upon hearing Di Lu mention Lei Ming and Lei Ren, a grave expression immediately crossed Kakashi's face. Observing Kakashi's reaction, Di Lu nodded in agreement with his sentiment. Without further ado, the group hastened towards the location where the lightning had manifested. Just as Kakashi and the others raced towards the direction of Yulong, the latter, having eluded Lei Ming and Lei Ren by utilizing his spatial abilities, re-emerged once more. Oh, indeed, a remarkable ability. In light of this, it is essential to take additional precautions. A knowing glint flashed in Yulong's eyes as he extolled the impressive prowess, and he swiftly advanced towards one of the individuals present. However, how could Bei Jin and his companions, standing alone against Yulong, possibly contend with him? Before they could even react, Bei Jin, the first to catch Yulong's attention, was swiftly subdued. As for the other three, although they managed to regroup by taking advantage of Yulong's focus on Bei Jin, they too ultimately fell victim to Yulong's overwhelming strength. Gazing at the evidently youthful Yulong, who had forcibly ensnared the four with his ninjutsu, they could not help but express their astonishment. Young man, are you a ninja of the Hyuga clan? Such a question seems unnecessary, does it not? Is my Byakugan not sufficiently indicative? In response to Bei Jin's inquiry, Yulong casually glanced back and replied with nonchalance. Upon hearing Yulong's reply, an awkward expression flickered across Bei Jin's eyes. Ahem. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is often coveted by others. Thus, possessing a Byakugan does not necessarily imply one is from the Hyuga clan. Although aware that he was grasping at straws, Bei Jin chose to articulate this in order to prolong the conversation. This desperate attempt at dialogue prompted Yulong, who was leading the way, to roll his eyes in exasperation. That may be true. However, the Hyuga clan has not yet been reduced to the point of allowing their Byakugan to be taken by someone from the same ninja village without recourse. Ahem. Indeed. Realizing that further debate would be futile, Bei Jin quickly cleared his throat and acquiesced to Yulong's assertion. Just as Bei Jin pondered how to continue the conversation, Kakashi and his group, having set out from the Temple of Fire, approached at a rapid pace. Yulong, brother Yulong, Bei Jin, Nenwu, Dongmao, Shidu. What is happening here? Kakashi and his companions, who had rushed to the scene, were met with a mixture of astonishment and confusion upon seeing Yulong and the others. Ahem, we have been manipulated by that fellow, Hima. This leaf ninja has ensnared us. Looking at Di Lu, who wore a face of uncertainty, Bei Jin felt compelled to explain. Upon hearing Bei Jin's clarification, Naruto, standing nearby, immediately exhibited a look of exhilaration. Truly, brother Yulong is formidable. Chapter 262, The Pain of the Heart in the Sky. Wait. What did you just say? Could you please repeat that? In stark contrast to Naruto's exuberance, Kong, who also heard Bei Jin's words, became exceedingly agitated. The excitement in the air naturally elicited a look of confusion from Naruto and Sakura. Kong, why are you so agitated? Do you know who Hama is? Hama is Kong's father. Observing Naruto's bewildered expression and then glancing at the still excited Kong, Delu, after a moment of silence, revealed an answer that astonished everyone present. This revelation not only left Kakashi and the others dumbfounded, but also left the four from Bei Jin in shock. You are Hama's son? That Hama is indeed Kong's father? Delu, what on earth is going on? The eyes of Bei Jin, scanning the agitated Kong, turned to Delu, who was met with a serious inquiry. I don't think it's necessary to involve Kong in this matter. After a moment of contemplation in response to Bagan's question, Delu solemnly replied. This response caused the previously excited Kong to feel a sudden panic rise within him. Master Delu, is it true what the monks in the temple have said? My father. Humph. Why is it so hard to accept? He would use even his own son as a tool to destroy Konoha. Do you really need to be this upset? Observing Kong's distressed demeanor, Yulong, who had been silent all along, spoke with a tone of disdain. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it. Faced with Yulong's derision, Kong, who could hardly accept the situation, exploded with fury. Without considering whether he could defeat Yulong, Kong lunged at him in anger. In response to Kong's impulsive attack, Yulong merely snorted and executed the 8 trigrams air palm. In an instant, a terrifying force surged into Kong's body, causing him to collapse to the ground. Kong. Seeing Kong fall to the ground in an instant, Delu and the others exclaimed in shock. Understanding the concern etched on their faces, Yulong glanced around before choosing to explain. Rest assured, I was careful with my strength. He merely fell into a state of weakness. I didn't expect you to reach such a level at such a young age. Truly impressive. This matter is of little importance. We should discuss how to handle the Nine-Tails chakra within Kong. In response to Delu's praise, Yulong waved his hand dismissively while uttering a shocking revelation. What? The Nine-Tails chakra? What? Kong possesses Nine-Tails chakra within him. Yulong's sudden disclosure plunged everyone present into a state of astonishment. After a moment of shock, Delu regained his composure, revealing a look of realization. So that's it. The power within Kong is indeed the chakra of the Nine-Tails. If that is the case, then the one who sealed the Nine-Tails chakra within Kong must be Hama. Indeed, he secretly collected the Nine-Tails chakra, sealed it within Kong, and then faked his own death. All of this was orchestrated to instill hatred in Kong towards Konoha, and then to utilize Kong's power to destroy Konoha. Gazing at the incredulous expression on Kong's face, Yulong unhesitatingly revealed the truth. Chapter 263, Kong's Destination. How could this be? How could this be? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me. You must be deceiving me. You must be deceiving me. Woe is me. In the face of such a thunderbolt from a clear sky, the ever-lonely Kong felt his heart shatter in an instant. For Kong, the notion of his father being a hero had always been the sole pillar of his emotional support. Yet now, Yulong cruelly informed him that his father was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. How could such a revelation be accepted by someone as emotionally fragile as Kong? Alas, this is the nature of the world. The more one fears, the harsher the outcome becomes. Observing Kong, who wept like a child, and the equally dejected Naruto beside him, Yulong suddenly realized that the entire ninja world was composed of countless tragedies. With a melancholic sigh, Yulong bent down and patted Kong's shoulder. Is it not embarrassing? Such a grown man, crying like a child. Aren't you ashamed? In response to Yulong's helpless inquiry, the previously sobbing Kong found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. This astonishing change in expression left his companions, who had been worried about him, utterly astounded. None of those present had anticipated that the young Yulong would possess such remarkable charm. Ignoring the astonished gazes of others, Yulong continued to address Kong. Only children indulge in dreams all day. You are an adult now. It is time for you to awaken from this dream. A dream, you say? Indeed. Not merely a dream, but an unbearable nightmare. As he looked at the dazed Kong, a warm smile unconsciously spread across Yulong's face. The nightmare is now behind you. It is time for you to embark on a new journey, young man. But where can I go? In response to Yulong's encouragement, Kong felt a flicker of hope in his heart, yet he could not help but ask in confusion. This inquiry naturally received an immediate reply from Yulong. How about traveling the ninja world? If you wish, I can send my clone to escort you. Traveling the ninja world? A clone. While Kong focused on these points, the others nearby noticed the peculiar phrasing of Yulong. However, Yulong showed no inclination to explain himself in light of their astonished expressions. He simply continued to gaze at Kong, awaiting his response. So what do you think? Have you made up your mind? Yes, I have decided. But when will your clone come to fetch me? In response to Yulong's follow-up question, Kong, after a moment of silence, immediately turned the inquiry back at him. This question elicited a knowing smile from Yulong. As long as you are willing, my clone can come for you at any time. What empty boasts. If you have the ability, summon him to come for me right now. In the face of Yulong's promise, Kong, seemingly no longer sorrowful, boldly issued a challenge. In the face of the empty provocation, Yulong suddenly wore a contemplative smile, allowing the clone to traverse the gardening space and materialize before everyone present. Gazing at the Yulong clone, who had evidently arrived here through the power of space, all those in attendance were utterly astonished. "What do you say, young man? Would you care to accompany me on a tour of the shinobi world?" The clone, noticing the dazed expression on Kong's face, raised an eyebrow in temptation. "Absolutely. I desire to go right now." Awakening from his stupor, the exhilarated Kong nodded vigorously. In response to Kong's affirmation, the clone nodded at all present before taking Kong's hand and once again traversing the gardening space. Chapter 264. Kakuzu and Haiden. Although the matters concerning Ma and his companions were successfully resolved, the crisis at the Fire Temple was far from alleviated. To safeguard the life of the monk Di Lu, Yulong unhesitatingly chose to temporarily reside at the Fire Temple. Naturally, the reason for his stay was not to offer protection in a straightforward manner, but rather a rather amusing rationale. He wished to experience the life of a monk for a few days. Despite not fully comprehending Yulong's intentions, Di Lu, as the administrator of the Fire Temple, could not refuse the request of this Leaf Village prodigy and thus welcomed him with open arms. Thus, under the pretext of experiencing life, Yulong stayed at the Fire Temple for a full 10 days. One day, as was his routine, Yulong finished breakfast and insisted on playing chess with Monk Di Lu. Faced with Yulong's relentless insistence, the typically stern and serious Di Lu began to regret allowing Yulong to stay at the Fire Temple. After all, anyone would find it unbearable to have a chess novice persistently dragging them into matches. Initially, Monk Di Lu relished the thrill of defeating Yulong, yet such exhilaration quickly faded, leaving only a sense of frustration. Watching Yulong once again tugging him into a game, Monk Di Lu opened his mouth, preparing to decline once more. However, just as he was about to speak, Yulong abruptly halted his actions. "Humph, you've kept me waiting quite a while." Boom. As Yulong's words echoed, the previously closed gates of the Fire Temple suddenly exploded open. Splintered wood shot outward, threatening to pierce the unsuspecting monks of the Fire Temple. Observing Di Lu's wide-eyed horror, Yulong, who had been keenly observing his expression, broke into a grin. With a casual wave of his hand, the splintered debris that had been shooting outward instantly reversed direction. This unforeseen spectacle caught one of the intruders off guard, resulting in a piercing scream that shattered the stupor of the many monks at the Fire Temple. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Fire Temple without cause?" They were not intruding without reason. Hearing one of the monks' inquiries, Yulong felt a sense of helplessness as his lips twitched. However, in stark contrast to the helplessness of Kirigakure, the current state of Kakuzu could only be described as one of sheer trepidation. He could never have anticipated that within the Temple of Fire, not only was he to find the monk Di Lu, but also the terrifying presence of Hinata Miryuu. Gazing at the resigned expression on Yuruko's face, and then at the finally silenced Haiden, Kakuzu's mind was already racing, concocting plans on how to escape from Yuruko's grasp alive. Yet, while Kakuzu trembled at the thought of Yuruko, Haiden, on the other hand, felt no such fear. "That wretched scoundrel. I will surely offer you as a sacrifice to the malevolent deity of the Akatsuki." With a furious roar, Haiden brandished his scythe and charged towards Yuruko. Seeing Haiden's reckless advance, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Kakuzu's eyes. After all, compared to the mortal peril faced by others, Haiden could be deemed a true embodiment of immortality. If they could seize Haiden's blood while Yuruko was taken by surprise, they would have a chance to eliminate him. Contemplating such an opportunity, Kakuzu, originally poised to flee, revealed a glint of intent in his gaze. This expression did not escape the notice of Yuruko. Chapter 265. The stubborn Kakuzu. "You wish to sacrifice me? Huh. Truly an overconfident fool." Seeking the Dao Jade, retracting his gaze from Kakuzu, Yuruko let out a cold chuckle as he summoned a Dao Jade. Upon successfully materializing it, he hurled it towards the oncoming Haiden. In an instant, the Dao Jade, released by Yuruko, soared toward Haiden with a fierce rush, closing in rapidly. "Go meet your vile deity, fool." As the mocking words echoed, the initially spherical Dao Jade suddenly expanded and transformed, impaling the unsuspecting Haiden and turning him into a human pincushion. In that moment, a wretched scream pierced the air once more. The so-called immortal Haiden was gruesomely dismembered by the transformed Dao Jade. Observing the gruesome remains of Haiden, who continued to wail despite his shattered state, the monks of the Temple of Fire could not conceal their astonishment. How is this possible? Even in such a state, he does not perish. Could he be a monster? Surely he must be. A normal person would have succumbed to death long ago in such a condition. Allah, it hurts so much. Kakuzu, you must save me. Kakuzu. Amidst the monk's bewildered murmurs, Haiden, still occupied with his cries of agony, desperately called out for Kakuzu's assistance. This plea immediately redirected everyone's attention back to Kakuzu. As Kakuzu, who was attempting to stealthily escape, caught Yuruko's gaze once more, he felt a surge of frustration rising within him. Fool! How am I supposed to save you when you are shouting like that? Despite being seething with anger, Kakuzu realized that he had no opportunity left to flee. With a grim resolve, he steeled himself to confront the challenge head-on. Casting aside any concerns about appearances, Kaku, determined to fight with all his might, tore his outer garment, revealing his true form. As the sight of Kakuzu, adorned with 5-stitched masks, met the eyes of the onlookers, gasps of astonishment erupted once again. This individual is certainly no ordinary person. Good heavens! Is this Akatsuki truly comprised of a horde of monsters? How terrifying! Had it not been for that esteemed figure, the Temple of Fire would have likely faced countless casualties today. Hinata, is this the reason you deliberately allowed this to unfold? Were you aware that these two would arrive? As his gaze swept over the murmuring monks and then to the vigilant Kakuzu, the usually silent Jur suddenly posed a question. This situation is unavoidable. Without any comprehension of their abilities, a mere misstep could lead to the temple's ruin and the demise of its people. Having made their acquaintance, we cannot simply stand by and watch you face disaster. Surveying everyone present, Ri immediately elucidated in a tone of resignation. Thank you. Having received the answer he sought, Jur promptly expressed his gratitude to Ri. No need for thanks. After all, you've been mooching off me for a full 10 days. Some form of recompense is warranted. Wouldn't you agree? As he observed Jur's astonishment, Ri took strides towards Kakuzu, asking, Are you ready? If so, it is time to send you on your way. Send me on my way? Even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would not dare utter such words. Kakuzu retorted, feeling a sense of panic yet determined to maintain his facade of bravado. Chapter 266. Do you wish to inherit my legacy? Unfortunately, such bravado would only invite Ri's more merciless mockery. The First Lord? Kakuzu, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death so you can claim my inheritance? You've gone too far, Junior. Kakuzu exclaimed, unable to tolerate Ri's ridicule and humiliation any longer, and immediately chose to launch an offensive. As the saying goes, the wind fuels the fire. With the enhancement of wind release, pressure damage, Kakuzu's fire release engulfed the courtyard of the Temple of Fire. Noticing Kakuzu's aggressive approach, Ri raised an eyebrow and began to retaliate. Humph, I shall crush you. Water release, exploding water wave. Before the taunting words had fully escaped his lips, the previously blazing courtyard of the Temple of Fire transformed into a deluge under Ri's water release assault. This terrifying transformation left many monks in stunned silence, while others caught in the chaos cried out in distress. This is bad. Fall back, Jur shouted, swiftly invoking the technique, Thousand Hands Kill. Utilizing the power of Thousand Hands Kill, he momentarily halted the encroaching flood. As the water surged higher, unable to withstand it any longer, Jur chose to retreat. Observing the completely obliterated outer wall of the Temple of Fire, the monks, regaining their senses, exchanged bewildered glances. Meanwhile, amidst their silent exchanges, Kakuzu had already seized the opportunity to escape the temple grounds, even taking the shattered remnants of Haiden with him as he departed. Gazing at the still wailing Phaeton, the exasperated Kakuzu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Shut up! Are you such a fool as to attract that twisted individual back here? Kakuzu, having overheard the disparaging remarks made behind his back, was further provoked by the sudden appearance of Yulong, who stood behind him with a tone of annoyance. In response to this provocation, Kakuzu, who had just been seething with rage, snapped. He completely disregarded the task of stitching Phaeton's body and chose to retaliate. Tentacle Fist. He shouted defiantly. Tentacle Fist? Then I shall sever your tentacles. In the face of Kakuzu's fierce counterattack, Yulong, with a glint of coldness in his eyes, disdainfully retorted and swiftly severed the arm Kakuzu had aimed at him. However, Kakuzu had never anticipated that his strike would succeed. Therefore, as he completed his punch, he had already decided to withdraw. Seizing the opportunity to retreat, he continued to assist Phaeton in stitching his body together. Observing Kakuzu's focused intent, Yulong, despite his disdainful words, acknowledged Kakuzu's prowess in his heart. It was not merely Kakuzu's strength that rivaled his own, but rather Kakuzu's battle experience that equipped him with the wisdom to discern when to act and when to hold back. Upon witnessing Kakuzu, now vigilant after completing the stitching, Yulong couldn't help but chuckle. Do you truly believe that your actions will grant you a chance to escape from my grasp? Dream on. Submit, and take your own life. It will spare you both some suffering. Shut your mouth. Don't act recklessly. If you get torn apart again, I cannot guarantee I will save you a second time. Kakuzu admonished Phaeton, who was intent on charging at Yulong once more. Chapter 267. The Blazing Flame Extinguishing Array. Hey, what are you saying? Do you think that if I refrain from attacking, he will let us go? Phaeton, irked by Kakuzu's rebuke, shouted loudly. This outburst drew Yulong's mocking laughter. If you were to kneel and declare that the evil god is nothing but a pile of dog excrement, I might consider sparing you. You bastard. Go to hell. In the face of Yulong's ruthless mockery, the already impulsive and irritable Phaeton could hardly withstand such provocation. He roared in anger and charged towards Yulong. Seeing Phaeton's reckless advance, Kakuzu bellowed in fury, "Damn it! Can't you allow me a moment's respite?" Though he voiced his anger, Kakuzu understood that only through cooperation could they hope to survive. Thus, he shouted at Phaeton while simultaneously aiding him in their assault. Fire release. Head hardening. In an instant, a raging inferno enveloped the area, obscuring Phaeton's presence. Observing the seamless collaboration between the two, a knowing expression crossed Yulong's face. This is intriguing. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity. Water release. Exploding water wave. Humph. I have been waiting for this move. Lightning release. Earth walk. As the voice of Kakuzu resonated once more, countless bolts of lightning surged across the surface of the water, lunging towards the opposing Ryulong. Regrettably, such a premeditated assault failed to elicit any semblance of panic upon Ryulong's visage. Instead, the enigmatic expression adorning his face deepened in intensity. Lightning release. Huh, I had foreseen this. The tone of mockery abruptly morphed into one of icy resolve. In an instant, Ryulong completed his hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu that Kakuzu could never have anticipated. Would release. The divine tree emerges. The frigid words pierced Kakuzu's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Accompanying the chilling pronouncement was the sudden emergence of a vast forest, rising from the ground with astonishing speed. Gazing at the all-encompassing woodland, Kakuzu, who had once harbored hopes that his attack might bear fruit, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. Would release? How is this possible? Hey, Kakuzu, come rescue me. I am ensnared by these suddenly sprouted trees. Are you an idiot? Rescue you? I am ensnared as well. How can I possibly save you? In response to Haiden's frantic cries, Kakuzu, equally bound, could not help but unleash a torrent of exasperation. This outburst left Haiden, who had initially been indifferent, momentarily stunned. You two are trapped? How could this happen? Humph. There is no need to fret. I shall soon organize a grand funeral for both of you. A voice, laced with frosty derision, rang out. As Ryulong ascended into the air, he formed his seals once more. Farewell, old man Kakuzu. Cultist Haiden. Fire release. Great Flame Extinguishing Array. With Ryulong's cold declaration, the Great Flame Extinguishing Array, tenfold more powerful than the Great Fire Extinguishing Technique, descended with ferocious intensity. Fire serves as the offense, while trees act as fuel. The already formidable Great Flame Extinguishing Array blazed even more fiercely under the forest's enhancement. Witnessing the water release, water curtain jutsu, being instantaneously evaporated, Kakuzu wore an eerie smile as he faced his imminent demise. To perish at the hands of such a formidable opponent, could it truly be considered a disgrace? Chapter 268. Mission accomplished. Returning home within the Temple of Fire, the monks stood agape, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the towering inferno erupting outside the temple grounds. For the monks of the entire fire temple, they had never witnessed such a terrifying blaze. The flames soared skyward, radiating an oppressive heat. From a distance, it appeared as though it might consume the very heavens. In the face of such a fearsome conflagration, no one dared to question its might. Indeed, all were convinced that even those who were not directly engulfed in the flames would be reduced to mere ashes by proximity to the roaring fire. With a sense of reverence, one monk, having emerged from his stupor, turned his gaze towards the esteemed Master Dilu beside him. Master Dilu, who do you suppose ignited this inferno? I do not know, but I hope that the young man from Konohagakure remains unharmed. Otherwise, what might transpire? Upon hearing Master Dilu mention him, Ryulong, who had just returned, could not resist responding with a teasing tone. You have returned. As he gazed upon the dragon leaping into the temple, the monk Delu, initially filled with trepidation, was suddenly graced with a radiant expression of joy. This transformation of emotion stirred a flicker of warmth within the heart of the dragon. Indeed, he has returned. Yet he must depart once more. What does this signify? Upon hearing the dragon's words, the previously jubilant monk was momentarily struck dumb. With the two adversaries vanquished, there was no longer any necessity for him to linger. I shall take my leave. May we meet again under fortunate circumstances. Observing the monk's dawning comprehension, the dragon waved his hand with nonchalance before turning to depart. Since the immortal duo of the Akatsuki had been dealt with, it was time for him to return to Konoha. After all, Konoha was, in essence, his true home. Having been away for so many days, a pang of homesickness tugged at his heart. With a sense of melancholy, he contemplated this as he returned to the battlefield, promptly forming a series of hand seals. Water style, deluge of endless rain. As the dragon's incantation echoed, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous dark clouds. There was no need for a gradual buildup. The moment the inky clouds enveloped the heavens, torrents of rain began to pour down, resembling a veritable deluge from the sky. This terrifying spectacle rendered the monk Delu, who had been grappling with his own sorrow, utterly speechless. What a fearsome individual! Emerging from his moment of stunned disbelief, the monk, now enlightened, smiled faintly and murmured in reflection, recalling the dragon's presence in the Temple of Fire over the past 10 days. He realized that the seemingly foul-smelling chess skills of his opponent might not be as lacking as he had initially presumed. Was he deliberately trying to vex me? Truly, a character of exceedingly vile disposition. As he gazed upward at the dispersing clouds, a flicker of realization dawned upon the monk. Just as he began to grasp certain truths, the dragon, having concluded his ninjutsu, approached the two charred remains. Observing the completely carbonized figures of Kakazu and Haiden, the dragon narrowed his eyes and executed the heavenly guard technique. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the charred bodies of Kakazu and Haiden were swiftly entombed beneath the earth. With a sigh as he surveyed the scorched landscape, the dragon took his leave. As he set forth towards Konoha, the Akatsuki, in another location, convened using their shadow clone technique. Upon seeing the assembled members, the usually silent Pain spoke up, delivering unsettling news. Kakuzu and Haiden have been eliminated by that Hyuga Yulong from Konoha. Consequently, this sealing mission will require even greater effort from everyone. It's him again? Is he deliberately plotting against us? Realizing that Kakuzu and Haiden had also fallen to the dragon, the nearby Kisame exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Leader, I suggest you take matters into your own hands and eliminate him. Although Tobi, a newcomer to the Akatsuki organization, displayed no signs of shock or anger, his eyes did momentarily narrow before he chose to bewitch Pain, the leader. Meanwhile, Deidara, who remained silent, wore an expression identical to that of Kisame Hoshigaki, one of surprise and fury. For the typically proud Deidara, Hinata Miryuu represented a nightmare, embodying ominousness and dread. While he could muster the courage for vengeance against Itachi Uchiha, the mere thought of Hinata Miryuu made Deidara contemplate escape. The recollection of that devilish man caused an involuntary tremor to seize his body. Sensing the despondency among his subordinates, Pain promptly made a promise. I will personally eliminate Hinata Miryuu. For now, let us concentrate on the sealing at hand. Understood. In light of their leader's assurance and urging, the others quickly reined in their emotions and refocused on the task of sealing. At that moment, as the Akatsuki was preoccupied with sealing the two tails, Miryuu was making his way back to Konoha village. Observing the village still filled with laughter and joy, a smile crept across Yuryu's face. Truly, they are a carefree bunch. With a strong protector like him safeguarding the village, it is no wonder they live without worry. Upon hearing Yuryu's sudden reflection, Kakashi, who had been waiting nearby, immediately chuckled and teased him. This light-hearted banter elicited an awkward expression from Miryuu, who had been feeling somewhat sentimental. I must truly be honored then. Whether he felt honored or not, Kakashi remarked, but I know Lady Tsunade has been waiting for you in the Hokage's office. Sensing Yuryu's discomfort, Kakashi's amusement only intensified, making Miryuu feel even more awkward. Casting an annoyed glance at Kakashi, Miryuu hastened his pace towards the Hokage building. This unexpected behavior caught Kakashi off guard, as he had always viewed Miryuu as someone who never admitted defeat. Today's demeanor was indeed surprising. Reflecting on his earlier words, a knowing expression crossed Kakashi's face. Who would have thought that this fellow could not withstand flattery? Quite adorable indeed. With a playful glint in his eye, Kakashi chased after the swiftly moving Miryuu. Hey, Miryuu, wait for me. I finally wanted to praise you. Don't run away. Your behavior is disgusting. Keep your distance. I do not know you. Don't. I finally wanted to compliment you. If you leave this place, I'll wait for you at the next. Stay away from me, you fake Kakashi. As the two playfully distanced themselves, the villagers of Konoha, who understood the situation, couldn't help but share a knowing smile. The sky remains as blue as ever, and Konoha continues to resonate with laughter and joy. Chapter 270. Banter. The leisurely moments are always fleeting. Upon returning to Konoha, Yulong finally managed to enjoy 2 days of tranquility. However, with Bailu's sudden interference, he found himself compelled to become busy once more. As he thought of the troublesome Bailu, Yulong made his way to the Hokage's office, shaking his head with a sigh. Truly, what a pitiful fellow. Ah, is that you, Yulong? What is with that look of compassionate despair you wear? Is it for someone? For you? Gazing at Kakashi, who had suddenly appeared beside him, Yulong hastily concealed his expression of pity and retorted with irritation. For me? Don't be ridiculous. I've been doing splendidly lately. Noticing Yulong's skepticism, Kakashi immediately boasted with delight. Let me tell you, Naruto's new technique, wind release, spiraling shuriken, has been successfully developed. With this new ace up his sleeve, Naruto's strength has significantly increased. Oh, so, with this new technique, does Naruto stand a chance against me? With a sidelong glance filled with disdain towards the smug Kakashi, Yulong could not help but express his scorn. Such a question and derision instantly froze Kakashi's previously exuberant demeanor. Hey, can we not have a pleasant conversation? Why compare Naruto with you, of all people? That should be my question to you. We both possess 2 arms and 2 legs. What gives you the right to label me a monster? In response to Kakashi's frustrated inquiry, Yulong shot back with equal fervor. Their light-hearted banter was met with incredulous stares from onlookers. No one expected that Hyuga Yulong, the village's guardian, could exhibit such a comical side. Unfazed by the peculiar gazes, the two continued their playful exchanges until they arrived at the Hokage's office. Are you two so bored that you find amusement in bickering? Cough cough. Well, it's not that we are idle. We simply wanted to find a topic to lighten the mood. Upon observing Tsunade's stern expression, Yulong quickly glanced around, attempting to explain. Unfortunately, such an explanation was evidently insufficient to appease Tsunade, the Hokage. You two need to look for a topic. I happen to have one that I wish to discuss with you. Noticing the twitching corners of their mouths, Tsunade's demeanor sharpened. Yulong, you must be aware of what I wish to discuss, right? Of course. It concerns Bailu. Bailu. Seeing Yulong mention Bailu, Kakashi, who had initially appeared nonchalant, suddenly changed his expression. Yulong, why do you bring up Bailu? You should have never encountered this individual. With Tsunade's gaze growing more penetrating, a look of uncertainty crossed Kakashi's face. Though I have not met this person, it does not imply that I am unaware of their existence. With words tumbling from his mouth like a tongue twister, Yulong fixed his gaze upon Kakashi and could not help but continue. Recently, the 4 great nations, wind, thunder, water, and earth, each lost a wielder of a bloodline limit. And the mastermind behind these calamities is none other than the despicable Miryuu I just mentioned. Observing Kakashi's incredulous expression, Yulong uttered the shocking revelation that left Kakashi momentarily stunned. His next target is none other than you, Captain Kakashi, who has inherited the Sharingan of Uchiha Obito. Chapter 271. The Provocation of Miryuu. How did you come to know of this? Kakashi inquired gravely, momentarily silenced by Yulong's serious demeanor. Did you forget? I possess the gift of prophecy. What is the ultimate outcome of your prophecy? Upon hearing Yulong mention the prophecy, Kakashi, who had initially appeared grave, cautiously probed further. You allowed Tsunade-sama to place a triggering technique upon you and perished alongside your adversary. Surely, it cannot be that dire. Faced with Yulong's teasing shrug, Kakashi was overtaken by a cold sweat. Such a cowardly display prompted Tsunade, who was standing nearby, to roll her eyes in disbelief. Yulong, are you certain that this cowardly Kakashi would willingly propose such a self-sacrificial course of action? Of course. Tsunade-sama, You must have faith in Captain Kakashi's courage. If you doubt it, let Kakashi himself assure you of his capabilities. Looking at Kakashi, who was drenched in sweat from fear, Yulong's eyes sparkled with mischief. Cursed Yulong. You scoundrel, this must be intentional, right? With an invincible being like you around, why should I be sent to my demise so easily? Uft. Cough cough. Kakashi. I never imagined you would utter such words to preserve your life. Your cunning nature has once again reshaped my worldview. Upon hearing Kakashi's unexpected statement, Tsunade, who was about to sip some water to soothe her throat, promptly spat out the hot water she had just taken. As Yulong evaded with a body flicker technique and Kakashi was caught off guard by the spray, Tsunade, who had just evaluated Kakashi, could not help but burst into laughter. Though Shizune next to her did not react as dramatically, she too could not resist stifling a laugh. Such a blatant disregard for Kakashi's dignity caused him to wear a dejected expression. Truly, this is a blow to my pride. That is indeed somewhat excessive. In that case, let Yulong assist you in altering your fate. With a playful expression swiftly turning serious, Tsunade turned to Yulong and issued her command. Yulong, I command you to embark immediately to Mount Sumeru and eliminate the scheming Biryu. Gazing at the equally serious Yulong, Tsunade provided further instructions. Remember, your actions must be decisive and efficient. Understood. As Yulong prepared to respond affirmatively, the sudden appearance of a colossal image from the outside world compelled him to temporarily silence himself. What is happening? The solemn oath of Beilu, who has commenced. With a grave expression, Yulong gazed beyond the imposing figure of Tsunade towards the window. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Tsunade, who had previously turned her back to the window, swiftly redirected her gaze outward. What is this? As she beheld the colossal image materializing outside, the uncertainty in her eyes intensified. This must be an image transmission technique. Though it inflicts no actual harm, it serves as a splendid means of provoking the enemy. Approaching Tsunade's side, and also gazing skyward, Yulong could not help but explain in a somewhat teasing tone. Provoking the enemy. This is likely a diversion. This fellow is using such a method to declare himself a ninja of Konoha. If we do not eliminate him swiftly, we may invite an assault from the four great nations. Observing Beilu who was openly challenging the entire ninja world, Tsunade's expression turned furious. Chapter 272. The color change of Beilu, who seemingly sensing Tsunade's concerns, Yulong, standing beside her, immediately sought to reassure her. Fear not, Lady Tsunade. I assure you I will act swiftly to eliminate him. In that case, I entrust the matter of Beilu entirely to you. Remember, you must be prompt. In response to Yulong's promise, Tsunade turned to him and reiterated, rest assured, I will ensure he becomes a lifeless corpse at the fastest speed. As Yulong's tone turned icy, he made yet another vow and promptly stepped into the farming space. Using the coordinate of his split form, he reached the other side of Mount Sumeru in a heartbeat. Isn't it better to leave such matters to me? Why come in person? Glancing at the suddenly materialized Yulong, now at Mount Sumeru, the split form chuckled playfully. That would not do. When it comes to combat, it is best for my true self to handle it personally. Brother Yulong, how exactly did you arrive here? There was no sign at all. Observing Yulong's cheerful demeanor, the once-dazed Kwang could not help but inquire curiously. Oh, did the split form not inform you? In that case, I shall keep it a secret. What? That is simply unfair. Upon hearing Yulong's response, Kwang, who had initially appeared eager, could not help but protest loudly. Unfortunately, such protests only elicited laughter from the others, serving no further purpose. Observing Kwang's now crestfallen expression, Yulong, after a hearty laugh, patted Kwang on the shoulder and promised, train diligently and sharpen your mind. Once your mental state is sufficient, I will share the knowledge with you. When my mental state is sufficient. Good heavens. The other brother Yulong said the same thing. Oh, truly, the other me resonates with my thoughts. After a round of unabashed self-praise, Yulong waved goodbye to the four and swiftly departed. Such a spontaneous course of action inevitably left the ever-complaining Kong momentarily speechless. After bidding farewell to the four esteemed individuals, the now resolute Yulong darted towards the direction of Mount Shumi. However, after only a brief sprint, he suddenly realized an important fact. Having already unveiled his spatial abilities, was there truly any need to conceal his flying prowess? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Yulong furrowed his brow and arrived at a decisive conclusion. At this juncture, there was no longer any need for subterfuge. He would simply soar forth. With an air of arrogance, he uttered these words, shedding his concealment as he ascended into the sky, heading straight for Mount Shumi. Due to Yulong's unabashed display, Bailu, who was deeply entrenched within the heart of Mount Shumi, immediately sensed the rapid approach of Yulong. Someone's coming. You three, go and ensure a warm welcome. Yes, Lord Bailu. In response to Bailu's command, his three subordinates promptly affirmed and made their way outside the grand hall. As they beheld the swiftly approaching Yulong, the expressions of the trio transformed dramatically the moment they stepped out of the hall. Do not allow him to pass. Spirit summoning technique. Humph. I have no time to play with you. Perish. Before the contemptuous words had fully escaped his lips, Yulong, brushing past the three, swiftly wielded his hands, cleaving the would-be summoners in twain. Such a decisive and efficient act caused Bailu, who had previously maintained an air of tranquility, to undergo a stark transformation in demeanor. Chapter 273. The instantaneous defeat of the arrogant Bailu. Who are you? Oh, whatever happened to that calm demeanor from just moments ago? I would love to see it once more. Gazing at Bailu's transformed visage, Yulong, descending from the heavens, could not resist the temptation to provoke. Faced with Yulong's taunt, Bailu, who considered himself invincible, could scarcely contain his wrath. You seek death. With an enraged roar, Bailu unleashed his swift movement technique, instantly appearing behind Yulong. He aimed to utilize close combat to deliver a brutal thrashing to the figure before him. Unfortunately, such a notion was grossly misguided. Before Bailu could initiate his attack from behind, Yulong, standing firmly in place, unleashed a formidable repulsive force. In an instant, the powerful force radiated outward from Yulong, sending Bailu, who sought to assault him, hurtling away. Boom! With a resounding crash, Bailu was sent flying through the grand hall, breaking through its structure. What the hell? What kind of ability are you using? Bailu, finally emerging from the rubble, glared at Yulong, who had stepped out of the hall. Repulsion. It can send everything flying, including ninjutsu and physical attacks. Paying little heed to Bailu's inquiries into his capabilities, Yulong, now standing before him, candidly revealed the answer. Upon hearing Yulong's leisurely explanation, Bailu, whose emotions had stabilized, erupted once more with a furious howl. Send everything flying. Is that true? I want to test it. Storm release. Thundercloud resonance wave. Accompanied by the piercing roar of Bailu who, the tempest unleashed. The thundercloud wave shot directly towards Yulong. Humph. I am not merely a wielder of repulsive force. As the storm technique surged towards him, a flicker of disdain crossed Yulong's eyes. He swiftly executed the body flicker technique, positioning himself behind Bailu who. I do not have time to indulge you. Die. The chilling voice resonated instantly. Yulong struck again, using the power of the void palm to shatter Bailu who's heart. As Bailu who turned slowly to face him in his dying moments, a cold glimmer appeared in Yulong's eyes. It seemed that Bailu who could hardly accept his fate. In his final gasps, he questioned, why? I should be invincible. Invincible? Are you jesting? Even I, in my current state, would never dare to claim such a title. You, who merely seized for bloodline limits, presume to call yourself invincible? What a farce. Gazing into Bailu whose bewildered expression, Yulong mercilessly mocked him. Is that so? It seems you are quite unwilling to accept this outcome. Staring at the clear blue sky, Bailu who murmured, already on the brink of death. Before Yulong could continue his taunting, Bailu who uttered his last words of defiance and then succumbed. Observing the lifeless figure of Bailu who, Yulong glanced at him for a moment before turning away. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him trembled, collapsing horrifically. His gaze swept over the buried corpses, and with a cold snort, Yulong soared into the air. After a brief and indifferent survey, he departed swiftly. With Bailu who dealt with, it was time for him to return and report his safety. Chapter 274. Tsunade is angry, rushing back to Konoha. As Yulong descended from the sky, the villagers of Konoha were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that Hinata Yulong could fly. As he flew directly into the Hokage's office, the villagers, regaining their composure, erupted in cheers. Humph, you can actually fly? Tsunade, surveying the jubilant crowd below, cast a curious glance at Yulong. Ahem, I never claimed I couldn't. Faced with Tsunade's penetrating gaze, Yulong coughed lightly and defensively replied. His retort caused Tsunade to raise an eyebrow, prompting her to inquire further. Oh, then, esteemed Hinata Yulong, what ninjutsu do you not possess? None. As long as it is ninjutsu, I can master it all, even if I do not initially know it. I can learn it swiftly. In response to Tsunade's scrutiny, Yulong boasted without hesitation. However, as the Hokage, Tsunade was entirely skeptical. Humph, continue your boasting. Even Orochimaru, who has studied numerous forbidden techniques, would not dare to make such claims. Do not compare me to Orochimaru. He is just an ordinary person without much talent compared to me. Seeing Tsunade bring up Orochimaru, Yulong immediately displayed a look of disdain. Such a gaze nearly provoked Tsunade to flip the table. You little brat, are you not being a tad too arrogant? Orochimaru is a genius that one might encounter only once in several decades. Indeed, he is truly a genius. Observing Tsunade's furious expression, Yulong nodded earnestly in agreement. However, his expression of agreement only served to infuriate Tsunade even more. You little scoundrel, are you asking for a beating? If you can chatter, then refrain from shouting. If you can shout, then do not resort to violence. After all, striking would only damage the table. You little rascal, you're courting death. Faced with Yulong's incessant prattling, Tsunade, unable to endure any longer, promptly opted to employ her monstrous strength. However, despite Tsunade's formidable skills, she paled in comparison to Yulong. Thus, when Tsunade launched her sudden assault, Yulong, ever prepared, effortlessly dodged. Simultaneously, he swiftly opened the door and made a hasty escape. I've already buried the remains. I have no other business, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. This insufferable brat was truly exasperating. Gazing at the door he had flung open, Tsunade's lips twitched. And after a moment of silence, she scolded him with irritation. Lady Tsunade, what is it? Turning to the side, she noticed Shizune, who seemed hesitant to speak. And Tsunade couldn't help but cast her a rather unfriendly glance. I find Yulong rather endearing. After uttering this at lightning speed, Shizune quickly slipped away before Tsunade could react. Such a despicable act ignited Tsunade's fury upon regaining her composure. Shizune, you traitorous wretch! Accompanied by Tsunade's wrath, the desk that had been positioned in the Hokage's office was hurled with a mighty force. In the next moment, the entire Hokage building trembled. The corridor walls outside the Hokage's office were utterly collapsed by the desk Tsunade had thrown. This terrifying spectacle left the unsuspecting bystanders trembling in fear. Indeed, Lady Tsunade is truly terrifying. Witnessing the completely collapsed wall, some individuals present couldn't help but murmur to themselves. Chapter 275. Yulong's temper time flowed swiftly, fleeting like a whisper. To evade the wrath of Tsunade, Yulong unhesitatingly chose to venture into the parallel space once more. Such a cowardly approach elicited both amusement and frustration from Tsunade, who had learned of this incident. She never anticipated that Yulong would resort to such measures to avoid her retribution. Reflecting on the temporal mysteries Yulong had previously mentioned, Tsunade felt a mix of helplessness and concern for his safety. After all, the concept of time travel was exceedingly enigmatic to her. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade glanced at the intelligence in her hand and decided to abandon her hopes for Yulong, opting to select others for the new mission instead. Considering the involvement of Orochimaru in this matter, Tsunade ultimately decided to allow Kakashi to lead the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yulong, having successfully reached the parallel space once more, commenced his own endeavors. First, he ascertained the location of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and then settled in to observe the unfolding spectacle. As he watched Tobirama engage in a fierce battle against the brothers Kin and Jin, Yulong felt a stirring excitement. After all, such formidable opponents were a rarity. The battle-hungry Yulong could hardly contain his eagerness. Fortunately, his resolute will allowed him to suppress his impulses at the last moment, and he continued to observe from the shadows. Following a tumultuous clash, the Kin and Jin brothers ultimately succeeded in killing Tobirama, albeit at the cost of one brother's life and the other's severe injury. Gazing at the lifeless body of Tobirama, the surviving Kin erupted into maniacal laughter. He's dead. They're all dead. The second Raikage and the second Hokage have perished. Indeed, only we, the Kin and Jin brothers, are the strongest, he roared. In response to Kin's boisterous taunts, Yulong, unable to bear it any longer, instantly teleported in front of him and delivered a powerful kick that sent Kin flying. After relishing in the act, Yulong turned his attention to collecting blood from the ground. However, Kin, despite being kicked away, was not inclined to let it go. Rising from the ground, he glared at Yulong and shouted furiously, "Who the hell are you? How dare you treat me, Kin, in such a manner? Do you believe I won't retaliate?" Upon hearing Kin refer to himself as my lord, Yulong, who had been focused on gathering blood, abruptly halted his actions. With a questioning tone, he teleported once more to Kin's side, declaring, "You old fool. How dare you call yourself my lord? I'll kick you to death." With anger boiling over, Yulong teleported in front of Kin once again and launched another kick. Though Kin was prepared this time, he was no match for Yulong's superior strength and was sent flying once more. Yet, Yulong did not relent. He pursued Kin and stomped him into the ground, continuing the relentless assault without pause. My lord, I'll show you who can call themselves my lord. Are you still my lord? Are you still my lord? Ignoring Kin's desperate cries, Yulong continued to stomp mercilessly, expressing his irritation. Chapter 276. The infuriated Third Raikage. In the face of Yulong's frenzied assault, the already severely injured Kin was ultimately trampled to death. Looking down at the lifeless form of Kin, Yulong felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. Wow, this guy was far too fragile. I can't believe I killed him just by stepping on him. Oh well, dead is dead. After all, he was bound to meet his end sooner or later. To perish at my hands is a privilege reserved for someone like you. Uttering these exceedingly arrogant words, the Dragon Lord disregarded his opponent and attempted to turn away. However, despite his desire to flee, the Third Raikage, who had just arrived, had no intention of allowing him to escape. Who are you? What brings you here? Observing the departing figure of the Dragon Lord, the Third Raikage, accompanied by his men, swiftly obstructed his path. Can I really remain silent on such a query? Faced with the Third Raikage blocking his way, the Dragon Lord halted and shrugged, jesting lightly. This flippant demeanor instantly provoked the surrounding Cloud Shinobi. You refuse to speak? Then I shall make you talk by force. Anger and murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Third Raikage as he shouted and charged toward the Dragon Lord. Watching the adversary's swift approach, the previously indifferent Dragon Lord felt a spark of excitement ignite within him. Very well. If you can best me, I shall reveal my identity. You wretched scoundrel. I will ensure you pay dearly for your insolence. The Third Raikage, consumed by fury, resolved to unleash his full wrath upon the Dragon Lord, disregarding any notion of mercy. As he reached the Dragon Lord, he swung his fist toward the latter's head. Witnessing the Third Raikage's complete descent into rage, the Dragon Lord, who had merely been smiling, was now thoroughly exhilarated. This is rather amusing. In that case, let us engage in a delightful contest. Lightning Release, Armor of Lightning. As he dodged the Third Raikage's attack, the Dragon Lord excitedly summoned the Lightning Release, Armor. In an instant, two figures enveloped in crackling lightning appeared, colliding fiercely with one another. Fists clashed against kicks in close combat. Observing the Dragon Lord employing the same Lightning Release, Armor, the Third Raikage's expression shifted to one of heightened fury. Scoundrel! How dare you wield the Lightning Release, Armor of our hidden cloud village? If you can defeat me, I will divulge the answer. What do you say? Seemingly intent on further enraging his opponent, the Dragon Lord provocatively responded to the Third Raikage's inquiry. Such taunts plunged the already infuriated Third Raikage into a state of uncontrollable rage. You insolent fool, you seek death. Hell stab. 4 pillars of the hand. In response to the relentless provocation, the Third Raikage unleashed his ultimate technique, Hell Stab, 4 pillars of the hand. A powerful surge of lightning chakra gathered at the tip of his right finger, launching directly toward the Dragon Lord. As the Hell Stab drew ever closer, the Dragon Lord smiled once more. Lightning Release, Lightning Domain Escape. With a light-hearted chuckle, the Dragon Lord transformed into a bolt of lightning just as the Hell Stab was about to strike him. Chapter 277. The Helplessness of the Third Raikage. What? How could this happen? Gazing at the piercing assault of his own hell, the Dragon Lord, having reverted to his human form after enduring 4 strikes, turned to face the Third Raikage, a look of perplexity etched upon his features. He could not fathom why this enigmatic figure before him remained unscathed. The so-called Thunder Domain evasion entails transforming one's body entirely into lightning elements. In this state, I am rendered completely immune to physical and lightning-based attacks. Observing the Third Raikage's face contorted in shock at his explanation, the Dragon Lord could not help but smirk, jesting once more. How does it feel? Are you sensing utter despair? Fear not. Even if you cannot defeat me, you shall not perish. What do you mean by that? The Third Raikage, having snapped back to reality from his astonishment, glared at the nonchalant figure before him, his teeth clenched in anger. In response to the inquiry, the Dragon Lord's smile grew all the more audacious. It is quite literally what I said. Can you not comprehend? You insolent fool. You dare to belittle me. I will kill you. The third Raikage, now enraged once more, unleashed his most formidable technique, Hell's Stab. Single strike. Unfortunately, even with the increased speed of his attack, it met with nothing but air. Witnessing the Dragon Lord's playful demeanor as he morphed back into the lightning element, the furious Raikage attempted the lightning release, Black Panther once again, hoping to inflict damage on the Dragon Lord in his elemental form. Regrettably, despite the unique nature of the Black Lightning, it still belonged to the lightning category. Thus, even though the third Raikage's attack struck true, it failed to harm the Dragon Lord in the slightest. As the Dragon Lord, with a light chuckle, transformed back into his human form, the third Raikage, now devoid of options, felt a profound sense of despair. Who are you, and why are you here? Faced with the still unscathed Dragon Lord, the once furious Raikage found himself succumbing to despondency. At this moment, he had never felt more powerless. The mysterious stranger before him seemed to silently mock his very existence, making the typically confident third Raikage experience the true essence of helplessness for the first time. As if sensing the despair of the third Raikage, the indifferent Yulong chose to turn away, losing all interest in the encounter. Where are you going? Why, away, of course. After all, with your strength, you cannot possibly hinder me. Moreover, I harbor no desire to eliminate you. Thus, departing is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Casting a sidelong glance at the perplexed third Raikage, Yulong uttered words that left the latter in astonishment. Without further delay, Yulong stepped away and departed. Chapter 278. The Bored Yulong Lord Raikage. A cautious Cloud Ninja, standing beside the dazed third Raikage, tentatively called out, "Why did you not cooperate with me earlier?" The third Raikage, regaining his composure, turned to the Cloud Ninja, questioning him. In response to the third Raikage's inquiry, the awakened Cloud Ninja cast a fearful glance at Yulong. "Lord Raikage, it is not that we were unwilling to assist you. We simply could not." "What do you mean by that?" The third Raikage's eyes glimmered dangerously upon hearing such a statement. "The binding technique. It is a high-level illusion. The binding technique. We all fell victim to the opponent's binding technique." Although it was embarrassing to admit, the Cloud Ninja, seeking to clarify the misunderstanding with the third Raikage, revealed the truth. This revelation caused the previously composed third Raikage to be taken aback once more. "What? That man cast the binding technique on you while fighting me?" And that is not the most alarming part. The most terrifying aspect is that we did not free ourselves from the binding technique. Rather, he voluntarily released us as he departed. What? This fellow, the third Raikage, whose emotions had just stabilized, was once again astounded by the explanation from his subordinate. He had never anticipated that the man with whom he had just clashed was far more formidable than he had imagined. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence for a moment before the third Raikage regained his focus and spoke decisively. "This matter ends here. Miryuu, you shall lead the team to return the body of the second Hokage to Konoha. Inform them that once I have attended the funeral of the second Raikage, I shall personally visit Konoha to apologize." "Yes, Lord Raikage." Without hesitation, Miryuu complied with the third Raikage's instructions. Subsequently, the Cloud Ninjas split into two groups. One set forth with the body of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, toward Konoha, while the other returned to Kumogakure with the remains of the brothers Kin and Jin. Watching the departing Cloud Ninjas from his concealed position, Yulong nodded in satisfaction. He then resumed his journey toward the Land of Earth. Of course, while heading to the Land of Earth, Yulong did not forget to plant the blood fruit of Senju Tobirama, for this was the primary objective of his endeavor. However, Senju Tobirama undeniably belongs to the realm of formidable beings, thus the growth rate of the blood fruit is exceedingly sluggish. To stave off his boredom, Yulong resolutely reaffirmed his intention to journey to the Land of Earth. Considering the joys of early exploration, he abandoned his initial plan to walk and instead took to the skies, soaring through the air with unabashed audacity as he directly headed for the Land of Earth. Without a moment's pause, he arrived at Iwagakure, boldly choosing to intrude upon the village. As Yulong descended from the heavens, the second Sasuke, Mu, couldn't help but let a glimmer of cold light flash in his eyes. "Who are you? Why are you forcefully entering Iwagakure?" "Heh, my identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I have come to find you." "Find me? For what purpose?" "What purpose, you ask? Naturally, it is simply because I am dreadfully bored and wish to engage in a bit of entertainment." In the face of the visibly agitated second Sasuke, Yulong made a remark that provoked deep ire. You are courting death. Mu's gaze locked onto Yulong with chilling intensity, his voice dripping with coldness. Alas, Yulong fancied himself the man known as the Prince of Provocation, one who invites death without fear. Thus, unperturbed by the Tsuchikage's warning, Yulong continued to taunt. Court death? No. No. I merely believe I am too bored and wish to seek some amusement. Amusement? I fear you may endanger your own life. Dust release. Realm separation technique. Unable to endure Yulong's incessant provocations any longer, Mu resolved to take action against him. In response to the dust release, which is said to decompose all, Yulong immediately summoned the Seekers of Truth. Utilizing the power of the Seekers of Truth, he enveloped himself entirely. In an instant, the force of the dust release collided with the Seekers of Truth. The technique, renowned for its ability to decompose everything, vanished without a trace. While the protective sphere around Yulong remained utterly unscathed, this astonishing spectacle left the previously mocking IWA shinobi wide-eyed with disbelief. How can this be? Impossible. How could Lord Mu's dust release fail? Who on earth are you? Though the second Tsuchikage did not join the others in their exclamations of shock, beads of cold sweat had already formed on his brow as he spoke again. Did I not say? My identity is of little importance. What truly matters is that I am exceedingly bored. Esteemed sir, if you are indeed so bored, perhaps you might consider visiting the land of Water's Kirigakure. The inhabitants there are much more entertaining than I. Though such an admission was quite humiliating, the second Tsuchikage understood all too well that in such dire circumstances, preserving his life outweighed any concern for pride. Thus, with his life in mind, he hastily sought to divert Yulong's attention. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the situation gravely. Faced with his subtle intentions, the Dragon Lord cast his gaze upon the second Tsuchikage, a sly smile gracing his lips. Are you attempting to divert misfortune? Forget it. I never intended to slay you. Observing the Tsuchikage's countenance shift dramatically, the expression on the Dragon Lord's face grew ever more pronounced. How about this? I find myself rather unoccupied these days, so I shall temporarily reside in your village, Iwagakure. Bring forth your finest delicacies and beverages. As long as I am well fed and well watered, I assure you, I shall not lay a finger on your treasures. What say you? It's a deal. With his assurance, the second Tsuchikage, now glistening with sweat, could only watch as the Dragon Lord confidently made his promise. Thus, after an arduous journey, the Dragon Lord found himself residing in Iwagakure, following a brief skirmish with the second Tsuchikage. As the Dragon Lord indulged in daily feasting and wandering, the Tsuchikage remained cautiously at his side, perpetually on edge. After all, the longer the Tsuchikage spent in the presence of this enigmatic figure, the more he comprehended the depths of his unpredictability. Fortunately, this state of anxiety did not endure for long. After 3 days in Iwagakure, the Dragon Lord ultimately chose to take his leave. Watching as the Dragon Lord waved farewell and ascended into the sky, the Tsuchikage finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, he has finally departed. If he had lingered any longer, I fear I would have lost my sanity. With a wipe of the cold sweat from his brow, the Tsuchikage murmured to himself, unrestrained. Chapter 280. The Truth of the Divine Tree. Upon leaving Iwagakure, the Dragon Lord promptly returned to his space for cultivating crops. Sighing at the sight of the still unripe bloodfruit, he swiftly moved back to his original world. Upon learning that Tsunade had sought him out, a realization struck the Dragon Lord, and he understood the reason behind her visit. Without further ado, he made his way to the Hokage's office. Why have you not hidden away? Tsunade exclaimed, a flicker of joy crossing her features as she confronted the Dragon Lord with an irritable tone. My strength has reached a plateau, and I was seeking a way to break through. With a sigh of relief, the Dragon Lord explained cheerily, sensing that Tsunade's ire had dissipated. Hearing this, an expression of anticipation blossomed on Tsunade's face. Have you broken through? How could it be that simple? If I were to break through again, I would be on par with the Sage of Six Paths. The Dragon Lord replied with a wry smile, explaining the complexities of his situation. His response elicited a look of astonishment in Tsunade's eyes. As she observed the Dragon Lord's rueful expression, Tsunade suddenly realized that he was, in fact, quite approachable. The only flaw, perhaps, lay in his exceedingly troublesome demeanor. Since there has been no breakthrough, you must get to work immediately. Kakashi and the others have discovered the Three Tails. Go assist me in retrieving it. That's out of the question. I refuse to get involved with the matter of the Three Tails. As Tsunade's expression instantly soured, Yulong promptly offered an explanation. The tailed beasts must be acquired by the Akatsuki organization. Only with the successful resurrection of the Ten Tails by Akatsuki will I have sufficient pressure to break through. Ten Tails? What is that? Hearing the term Ten Tails from Yulong's lips, Tsunade, who had been seated, immediately rose to her feet. Understanding her emotions, Yulong, under her intense gaze, managed a wry smile and explained once more. You must have an inkling, right? The so-called Ten Tails is the amalgamation of the 9 great tailed beasts. Observing Tsunade's expression of astonishment, Yulong paused momentarily before continuing his explanation. In fact, the 9 great tailed beasts that currently exist in the ninja world are all derived from the Ten Tails. And the Ten Tails itself is the legendary God Tree. The legendary God Tree. Yulong, are you out of your mind? Why would you want to resurrect such a thing? More importantly, Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. If the Ten Tails is revived, it would mean his demise. Tsunade-sama, can you please refrain from being so agitated? Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the 1 tail, after all. And what of it? Isn't he's still alive and well? Moreover, the resurrection of the Ten Tails does not necessarily require gathering all 9-tailed beasts. As Tsunade seemed poised to argue further, Yulong, taking a brief pause, continued his explanation. As for why we should resurrect the Ten Tails, it is naturally to make it my adversary. If I cannot defeat the Ten Tails, how could I possibly contend with the Otsutsuki clan that treats the Ten Tails as sustenance? Why you what? The Ten Tails is merely food for the Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Tsunade, who had been fuming, was taken aback. Then what do you think the God Tree is? Observing Tsunade's utterly stunned expression, a look of resignation crossed Yulong's face. For us, it is a God Tree. But for the Otsutsuki clan, it is simply a fruit tree that enhances their own power. Nothing more. Chapter 281. The end of training is returning to one's roots, you little brat. Are you trying to fool me? Gazing at Yulong's helpless visage, Tsunade, regaining her composure, inquired hesitantly. Regrettably, her hopes were soon ruthlessly shattered by Yulong. You're overthinking it. How could I ever use such a matter to deceive you? But if what you say is true, then why did the ancient Kagaya Otsutsuki not consume the God Tree? Seemingly still struggling to accept this revelation, Tsunade immediately launched a new round of inquiries. In response to her skepticism, Yulong swiftly provided a fresh explanation. That is because Kagaya Otsutsuki developed emotions unique to humans. What does that have to do with her consuming the God Tree? Upon hearing Yulong's statement, Tsunade retorted with irritation. Anticipating her reaction, Yulong sighed and continued his explanation. The purpose of the Otsutsuki clan planting the God Tree is to drain the world of its energy. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki, responsible for guarding the God Tree, prematurely harvested its fruit due to personal feelings. Gazing at the astonished Tsunade, Yulong felt that all he could do was sigh. Most importantly, the once aloof Kagaya Otsutsuki was now pregnant with a human child. Sage of the 6 Paths, Tsunade exclaimed, having just regained her composure. Indeed. However, to be precise, it should be Kagaya Otsutsuki and her son. Upon hearing Tsunade mention the Sage of the 6 Paths, Yulong nodded slightly, making sure to correct her title. This correction caused Tsunade, who had just calmed down, to gasp once more. Kagaya Otsutsuki, her son. Are you implying that the Sage of the 6 Paths was referring to 2 individuals? Certainly not. The sage was speaking of Kagaya's son among the 2 brothers. I merely wish to remind you that Kagaya has 2 sons. Witnessing Tsunade gasp again, Yulong could not help but roll his eyes. Humph. What are you trying to convey with all this? Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tsunade retorted with a defiant expression. In response to her spirit, Yulong, feeling considerably more cheerful, proclaimed something astonishing. I only wish to inform you that all ancient ninja clans in the ninja world are descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan are all part of her lineage. Yulong, you can't possibly be deceiving me, can you? The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga are one family? Stunned by Yulong's revelation, Tsunade displayed a look of disbelief. Anticipating her skepticism, Yulong swiftly continued his explanation. Just as Kagaya Otsutsuki had sons, her 2 sons also have their own descendants. The Senju and Uchiha clans are descendants of Kagaya's son, while the Hyuga clan descends from her other son. What evidence do you possess? Although Yulong spoke with conviction, Tsunade unabashedly expressed her disbelief. To convince her, Yulong felt compelled to elaborate further. The pinnacle of cultivation leads to ancestral return, and I have successfully achieved this step. As he spoke these words, Ryulong revealed his Rinnegan to Tsunade. This action prompted Tsunade, who had been seated, to rise abruptly. Chapter 282. Tsunade's Melancholy You. How could you possess the Rinnegan? Tsunade stood before the revealed Rinnegan of Ryulong, her expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. In response to her bewilderment, Ryulong wore a proud demeanor. I have stated before, the culmination of cultivation is ancestral return, and I have accomplished this feat. Does this ancestral return imply transforming into a member of the Otsutsuki clan? Tsunade, taken aback by Ryulong's prideful expression, asked with a hint of sorrow. Realizing her demeanor, Ryulong paused momentarily, quickly grasping the situation. Lady Tsunade, have you perhaps misunderstood something? The ancestral lineage of the Otsutsuki clan does not inherently dictate that one will act in the same manner as them. Observing the stunned expression on Tsunade's face, a gentle smile blossomed on Ryulong's visage. Let us not forget, I possess a human heart. Indeed, no matter how one may transform, the essence of being human remains unchanged. As Tsunade emerged from her stupor, a look of relief gradually spread across her face. Yes, regardless of the transformations Ryulong may undergo, he remains a human. He is still the guardian deity of Konohagakure, Hyuga Ryulong. Why should she allow his appearance to sow doubt and melancholy within her? Upon reconciling her thoughts, Tsunade felt an overwhelming sense of lightness enveloping her being. Gazing at Ryulong, who still wore a smile, she could not help but let out a soft laugh. Though I am uncertain of the righteousness of your actions, if it is your desire, then pursue it. Go forth. Above all, ensure the safety of Naruto and the others. Rest assured, even if it comes to death, I shall retrieve them from the realm of the dead. Nodding solemnly, Ryulong promptly turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, the previously carefree Tsunade suddenly displayed signs of fatigue. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, was she truly making the right decision? Redirecting her gaze toward the window, Tsunade found herself lost in thought, contemplating the implications of supporting Ryulong's choices, uncertain of their correctness. Meanwhile, as Tsunade wrestled with her emotions, Ryulong had already arrived near Kakashi and the others through the agricultural space. Observing the now thoroughly enraged Three Tails in the distance, Ryulong shook his head. The animosity of tailed beasts towards humanity is not without reason. After this matter is resolved, I shall transform them into humans. Once again, he made a promise to himself, bidding farewell to his companions as he rushed towards the furious Three Tails. As he approached the enraged creature, which was preparing to submerge into the depths of the lake, Ryulong boldly entered its alternate space. Is it possible for us to converse? In the alternate realm, facing the Three Tails, Ryulong broke the silence. Who are you? How do you know my name? The initially hostile Three Tails was taken aback that this human could utter its name. I am Hyuga Ryulong. If traced back, I am a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan from Waigakur. In response to the Three Tails' instinctive inquiry, Ryulong provided his answer. Unfortunately, this revelation only prompted disdain from the Three Tails. A descendant of Waigakur. Humph. How audacious to glorify oneself. There are many descendants from Waigakur. What makes you significant? Chapter 283. A conversation with the Three Tails, Isabu. Why must you regard me with such hostility? My explanation is not intended to curry favor. Gazing at the still disdainful Three Tails, Ryulong revealed his Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? How could you possess the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? Faced with the manifestation of the Rinnegan in Ryulong, the initially disdainful Sanwei's eyes immediately revealed a look of astonishment. Upon witnessing that Sanwei was indeed subdued by his Rinnegan, a smile once again graced Yulong's face. So, shall we now calm ourselves and engage in conversation? Speak your mind. What brings you to me? Gazing at Yulong, whose expression exuded goodwill, Sanwei, after a brief moment of silence, could not help but respond with a question. Nothing of great import, merely a heads up that someone has set their sights on you, Yulong replied. What do you mean by that? Sanwei, perceiving that Yulong bore no malice, couldn't help but show a look of confusion. There are those who wish to resurrect the 10 Tails, and while I aim to save you, I also do not wish to impede their efforts. Observing the increasing perplexity in Sanwei's eyes, a glimmer of approval flashed in Yulong's gaze as he continued. Thus, I have come to offer you a measure of reassurance. Even if you are captured, there is no need for alarm. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the 10 Tails' power? How could one dare to casually resurrect it? In response to Yulong's bold assertion, Sanwei, after a moment of contemplation, inquired with a somber tone. Seemingly understanding Sanwei's apprehensions and doubts, Yulong deliberately released a hint of his own aura. Sanwei, meeting Yulong's gaze as he withdrew his aura, could not conceal his astonishment. He had never anticipated that this seemingly youthful human possessed such formidable strength. Such terrifying talent once again reshaped Sanwei's understanding of the tailed beasts. Noticing Sanwei's renewed astonishment, Yulong, having completely concealed his aura, smiled slightly and elaborated, "I am aware that the Ten Tails surpasses me in strength. However, that does not deter my desire to challenge it. After all, only by confronting a power as formidable as the Ten Tails can I enhance my own strength. You are playing with fire. I understand. Yet, if I do not take risks, I will lack the means to contend with the Otsutsuki clan that will descend in a decade or so." The Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing Yulong utter such words, Sanwei, who had been relatively calm, was utterly taken aback this time. "Who do you refer to as the Otsutsuki clan?" As Sanwei regarded Yulong with an increasingly sharp gaze, the latter sighed. "Have you not already deduced it? The Otsutsuki clan I speak of is the pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan, akin to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Most importantly, their strength is no less than that of Kaguya herself." Aware that Sanwei still harbored a glimmer of hope, Yulong unflinchingly shattered any remnants of that illusion. "There are others." Faced with this thunderbolt of revelation, Sanwei felt his heart tremble. After all, he had gleaned some understanding of the terror of the pure-blooded Otsutsuki clan from the Sage of Six Paths, observing that Sanwei had grasped the gravity of the situation. Yulong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, there are 3 members of the Otsutsuki clan. Among them, one possesses power comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths, while the other 2 are on par with Kaguya Otsutsuki." Chapter 284. The Shock of Honglian. "I understand now. In that case, I wish you great success, Hyuga Yulong." After casting a deep glance at Yulong, the Three Tails, having grasped the situation, promptly closed its eyes. Observing this reaction, Yulong quickly comprehended the intent of the other party. "If that is the case, I shall not disturb you. However, before that, I need to take 2 individuals with me." With a gentle tone, Yulong expressed this, then waved his hand, pulling out Naruto and the others who were still searching for an escape within the Three Tails. Gazing at the astonished expressions of the 2 and the beast, Yulong first nodded at the Three Tails. He then waved his arm again, directly bringing the still bewildered Naruto and Honglian out of the Three Tails' alternate space. "Why, Yulong brother? What brings you here? Are you here to rescue me?" Upon seeing Yulong before him, and then glancing at Honglian beside him, Naruto, finally regaining his senses, could not help but excitedly inquire. However, this question was immediately met with a playful smack from Yulong. "Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Yulong brother, why did you hit me again? This is too much." Having received an unexpected smack, Naruto cradled his head in pain while jumping up and down, voicing his grievances. Yet, such complaints were swiftly met with further playful smacks from Yulong. Observing Naruto's loud protests and Yulong's impassive demeanor, Honglian could not help but display a look of uncertainty. "Who are you? Why did you come to save me? Who am I? Humph. It seems that Orochimaru has not mentioned me to you." Scanning the puzzled Honglian, a proud expression emerged on Yulong's face. This demeanor instantly provoked the previously cautious Honglian. "Humph. Why would Lord Orochimaru mention you? Are you truly formidable? Am I formidable? Hehe. Kabuto, why don't you come out and clarify just how formidable I am?" With Honglian's anger evident, Yulong spoke again, but suddenly his words took a turn. As the conversation threatened to fall into silence, Yulong's expression darkened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. "What? Do you wish for me to personally invite you? Kabuto?" Casting a glance towards Kabuto's hiding place, Yulong's eyes began to take on a dangerous glint. Realizing that Yulong had pushed the matter to this extent, Kabuto, unable to conceal himself any longer, revealed his form with an awkward expression. "Lord Yulong is as humorous as ever. As a mere minor character, how could I dare to trouble you? It has been a while, Lord Yulong. How have you been?" Ignoring the uncertainty radiating from Honglian, Kabuto immediately greeted Yulong in a subservient tone. Such an astonishing display elicited a sharp intake of breath from Honglian, who was taken aback by the scene before her. At this moment, the humble expression on Kabuto's face concealed a torrent of curses brewing within. He had no desire to confront the terrifying figure of Hinata Miryuu. Alas, the dreadfulness of Miryuu was overwhelming. Despite Kabuto's attempts to remain hidden in the shadows, he could not evade Ryuryu's scrutiny. Aware of Ryuryu's notorious ruthlessness, Kabuto, fearing self-inflicted torment, had no choice but to reveal himself. After all, if he remained hidden any longer, he would likely face dire consequences. Chapter 285, Kabuto's Inner Turmoil. If you do not emerge soon, my mood shall not be pleasant, Ryuryu declared, his gaze fixed intently on the revealing Kabuto, a cold snort escaping his lips. Witnessing Ryuryu's remark, Kabuto, who had initially donned a smiling facade, felt the corners of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Observing Kabuto's evident struggle to conceal his discontent, Honglian became increasingly astonished. It seemed Ryuryu sought to provoke Kabuto further, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Come now, Kabuto. Assist me in conveying to her who is mightier, myself or Orochimaru. Cough. Undoubtedly, Lord Ryuryu is superior. Though Kabuto loathed uttering such words, he ultimately succumbed, considering Ryuryu's malevolent disposition. If he failed to acknowledge Ryuryu's prowess, he would likely find himself entangled in Orochimaru's wrath. The last thing Orochimaru desired was to encounter Hinata Miryuu, and as his subordinate, Kabuto shared that sentiment. However, with circumstances as they were, having inadvertently crossed paths, the most prudent course of action was to acquiesce to Ryuryu. After all, Ryuryu's temperament was merely harsh. As long as he did not provoke him, Kabuto's life would remain untroubled. With such thoughts flitting through his mind, Kabuto continued to feign a smile. Do you find my answer satisfactory? Kabuto, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak such words behind Lord Orochimaru's back? Are you not afraid I shall inform him of this? Honglian's eyes flashed with a mix of urgency and anger as she glared at Kabuto, her voice laced with icy reproach. Just as Honglian anticipated Kabuto would display panic at her inquiry, his reaction astonished her anew. Huh. Feel free to share this matter with Lord Orochimaru. Though I wonder, if you do, will he come to personally eliminate you? Kabuto's response was unexpectedly laced with a cold smirk, a reaction that left Honglian in shock. She realized that for Kabuto to speak so boldly, Ryuryu must possess a power that transcended mere superiority over Orochimaru. Contemplating the youthful figure before him, one might conclude that he surpasses even the formidable Orochimaru, whom Red Lotus held in the highest esteem. A profound sense of faith within him began to shatter into terrifying fragments. Seemingly comprehending Red Lotus's turmoil, the aloof Yakushi Kabuto, after exchanging some cold remarks, sighed with a glimmer of melancholy on his face. Are you struggling to accept this? Gazing into Red Lotus's icy demeanor, Yakushi Kabuto sighed once more before uttering words that left Red Lotus astounded. In truth, did I not once believe that Orochimaru was the strongest in the entire shinobi world? Alas, the truth is often cruel. This dragon lord before us indeed possesses greater strength than Orochimaru. Humph. And so what? In my heart, Orochimaru will forever remain the strongest. Seemingly unwilling to accept such a notion, Red Lotus, after a brief moment of silence, retorted coldly. Chapter 286, The Dragon's Facade and Inner Softness. Humph. How pitiful. Despite having been forsaken, you remain so obstinately deluded. Observing Red Lotus, disappointment flickered across Dragon Lord's visage. I refuse to believe it. Crystal Release. Emerald Crystal Blade. Upon hearing Dragon Lord's declaration, Red Lotus, unable to accept this reality, instantly lost her composure. Without regard for whether she could contend against Dragon Lord, she unleashed her fury. However, faced with Red Lotus's wrathful strike, Dragon Lord, in a rather unpleasant mood, had no inclination to indulge her. He swiftly opted to employ Genjutsu against her. Humph. Causal illusion. As Dragon Lord's frigid voice resonated, the once furious Red Lotus fell into a state of stupor. Observing the anguish reflected in Red Lotus's eyes, Yakushi Kabuto felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Dragon Lord, since I am of no further use, might I take my leave? Humph. You shall not depart. You must tell me where Sasuke is today. As Yakushi Kabuto attempted to exit, Naruto, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly erupted in anger. Just as the furious Naruto sought to charge at Yakushi Kabuto, Dragon Lord, standing beside him, swiftly intervened and restrained him. You may leave. Just make it quick, lest I change my mind. Dragon brother. Why? Why do you let Yakushi Kabuto go? Do you not wish to save Sasuke? Watching Yakushi Kabuto flee, Naruto, agitated, turned to Dragon Lord with fervent inquiry. In response to Naruto's question, Dragon Lord's expression darkened abruptly, and he reprimanded him sternly. How is it that you have not matured at all? If Sasuke were truly in danger, would I not rescue him? When will you learn to think critically? Much like Sasuke, gazing at Dragon Lord's disappointed countenance, Naruto, who had been animated just moments ago, instantly lowered his head in shame. I apologize, Dragon Brother. I was merely concerned for Sasuke's safety. You fool. Did I not tell you? Sasuke's Sharingan counters Orochimaru's fragmented soul. If Orochimaru dares to strike at Sasuke, the one who will ultimately perish shall be Orochimaru. Do you understand? Gazing at Naruto's face marked by shame, Yulong, with a hint of exasperation, gently patted his shoulder. Naruto, if you truly aspire to become Hokage, you must learn to be calm and contemplative. Hokage embodies compassion and sacrifice, not impulsiveness and recklessness. He paused. Enough of this. We must rendezvous with the others and return to Konoha. With a wave of his hand, he interrupted Naruto, who was about to speak, and promptly turned to leave. Seeing Yulong's intent to depart so abruptly, Naruto grew anxious. Brother Yulong, what will happen to Honglian if we leave? Will she be in danger? Also, once she regains her senses, she will retreat, with why go in? Right now? You must come with me. Grasping Naruto's ear firmly, Yulong paid no heed to his protests and forcibly dragged him away. In Yulong's perspective, his illusionary technique, the causal mirage, would surely lead Honglian to enlightenment. Once she attained clarity, she would undoubtedly take why go in and leave. After all, this was the conclusion that fate had destined for them. Regarding this matter, the only course of action he could take was to alleviate their suffering and misfortune. Chapter 287. Homecoming. After forcibly reuniting with Naruto and the others, Yulong took the initiative to lead everyone back. His unexpected decision left the group in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Yulong had arrived not to assist them, but to guide their retreat. Though they were filled with confusion, they felt compelled to follow Yulong's lead, for as the guardian of Konoha, his words held significant weight. As they hurried back, Wai-Goen appeared somewhat lost in thought. Just as Naruto was about to offer comfort, Honglian, having broken free from the causal mirage, rushed to them. Honglian, upon seeing her sudden arrival, Wai-Goen's previously despondent expression transformed into one of joy. Their eyes met, and Honglian's gaze turned red. Having traversed the depths of the causal mirage, she now comprehended her true feelings. Seeing Wai-Goen again, she resolved to lead him into seclusion. Wai-Goen, come with me. We shall retreat and no longer concern ourselves with the affairs of the ninja world. Yes, I will follow Honglian. In response to her promise, Wai-Goen, who had initially appeared disheartened, joyfully leaped into Honglian's embrace. Their affectionate display rendered Sakura and the others momentarily speechless. Clearly, Wai-Goen was deeply reliant on Honglian. Even though she had once manipulated him, he bore no grievances. Brother Yulong, a soft chuckle escaped Yulong's lips as he observed the scene before him. Does this remind you of Sasuke, still with Orochimaru? Looking at Naruto, who was lost in thought, Yulong asked with a gentle smile. Naruto nodded vigorously, finally snapping back to reality. Upon regaining composure, he strode purposefully toward the entwined figures of Honglian and Waigimaru. If you wish to spare Waigimaru from further harm, then keep your distance from that scoundrel Orochimaru. I understand such matters without your prompting. Although aware that Naruto's intentions were benevolent, the proud Honglian chose to respond with sharp words. Her ungracious retort provoked indignation among Sakura and the others nearby. Why are you behaving this way? Naruto was merely trying to help you, yet you respond with such disdain? Indeed, this is too much. Enough of this reproach. Now that Waigimaru has found his place, we must continue our journey. Interjecting to halt Sakura's criticisms, Wairi cast another glance at Honglian before leading the way. His decisive action momentarily left Honglian, who had intended to offer further biting remarks, utterly stunned. As she gazed at the receding figure, she snapped out of her stupor and uttered a phrase that astonished everyone around her. Thank you. What is happening here? Watching Honglian express her gratitude before departing with Waigimaru, Sakura and the others were left in shock. They could not fathom why Naruto, who had extended a kind reminder, was met with such coldness, while Wairi, who remained silent, received a heartfelt thank you. This unexpected turn of events plunged Sakura and the others into a bewildering confusion, as the outcome was undeniably perplexing. Chapter 288. Deidara's uncertainty. Such is the nature of the world. Where there is joy for some, there is sorrow for others. One moment, One may be laughing heartily, and the next, they may find themselves engulfed in anger and surprise. Take Deidara, who had just successfully incapacitated the Three Tails. He was now engulfed in such a tumultuous mood. Gazing at the suddenly appeared Wairi before him, the once triumphant Deidara now wore a countenance of utmost displeasure. You? What do you want? Don't think I fear you. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall take you down with me. Confronted by Wairi's cheerful demeanor, Deidara's face darkened with suspicion as he threatened fiercely. Unfortunately, such a threat neither intimidated Wairi, nor did it elicit the desired effect. Instead, it provoked a chuckle from him. Take you down with me? Huh, Deidara, do you truly believe you are capable of that? Infuriated, Deidara seethed. How infuriating! Though Wairi's words were indeed exasperating, Deidara could not deny their truth. After all, Wairi's speed was simply unparalleled. Even if he wished to self-detonate, the swift Wairi would likely not grant him that opportunity. Reflecting on the others in the organization he had lost, Deidara's fury intensified. If he could not even take down an enemy in his demise, it would be a lamentable fate indeed. Meanwhile, beside him, Obito remained silent yet equally tense. For the individual before them was shrouded in mystery. Even the usually confident Obito found himself engulfed in uncertainty. As the two pondered in silence, Yulong broke the stillness with words that left them both taken aback. Rest assured, I merely came to check on the progress of your capture of the Three Tails. If you encounter difficulties, I am willing to lend a hand. What do you mean by that? Are you jesting? After having killed so many of our comrades, you now offer to assist us. Do you truly believe we would trust your words? Gazing at the smiling Yulong, the two, who had initially appeared anxious, suddenly wore expressions of doubt. After all, Yulong's explanation was exceedingly perplexing. The very individual who had previously called for violence against them was now offering his support. Such a scenario was incomprehensible, and it was equally difficult for them to grant their trust. However, regardless of whether they could rationalize or believe it, this was indeed Yulong's genuine intention. Thus, when Obito and Deidara cast skeptical glances, Yulong merely shrugged and turned to leave. His decisive action left the two, who were still grappling with their astonishment, momentarily speechless. Could it be that he truly intended to help? After a moment of stunned silence, Deidara muttered to himself. It seems that way. Indeed, Deidara-senpai. Sighing in relief at Yulong's departure, Obito continued to feign his novice persona. Unbeknownst to him, Deidara, who was oblivious to Obito's pretense, immediately adopted a mentor-esque tone to reprimand him. Silence. Newcomers lack the right to speak. Go and cool off. Very well, Deidara-senpai. If that is the case, I shall take a short nap. Do remember to wake me when we arrive. With a flippant tone, Obito reclined against the Three Tails, propping his leg up, preparing to doze off. This infuriating act caused Deidara's forehead to throb with veins. You shall perish. Boom. Accompanied by Deidara's furious strike, the unsuspecting Obito was sent flying. Chapter 289. The reunion of Itachi and Yulong. Watching Obito being blasted away by Deidara, the now distant Yulong casually shrugged. If only Obito were not consumed by darkness, he would undoubtedly be an intriguing individual. After voicing this opinion, Yulong resumed his journey, swiftly making his way towards Kakashi and the others. As Yulong soared into the sky, the intentionally propelled Obito narrowed his eyes sharply. This method of flight seemed to be more than mere earth release. It appeared to be a combination of earth release and repulsion techniques. Who on earth is this individual? As he pondered, Obito's expression grew increasingly grave. Regarding Hyuga, he found himself increasingly perplexed by this individual. His allegiance seemingly lay with Konoha, yet his actions suggested otherwise. However, if one were to claim he was allied with the Akatsuki, it would be contradictory, for he had personally eliminated numerous members of that organization. As he gazed at the ever-distant Hyuga and the plummeting Obito, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Simultaneously, while Obito remained bewildered by Ri's actions, Itachi was hastening towards Konoha with a robotic figure in tow. Should any denizen of Konoha glimpse this automaton, they would be astonished to discover its striking resemblance to Naruto. Indeed, one could assert that the robot's visage was meticulously crafted in Naruto's likeness. Casting a sidelong glance at the mechanical Naruto, Itachi, shrouded in silence, found himself lost in introspection. Is it nearly time? Orochimaru's next reincarnation is likely imminent. I wonder how much Sasuke's abilities have progressed. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to inquire with Hyuga. I believe he might provide me with the answers I seek. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Itachi continued his relentless pace, momentarily tilting his head to gaze at the azure sky. The heavens remain as blue as ever. Yet my heart cannot attain such tranquility. The melancholy within me manifests as a silent sigh. With renewed sharpness in his gaze, Itachi quickened his stride. As he and his two companions drew nearer to Konoha, a figure descended from the heavens, blocking their path. Long time no see, Itachi. Are you planning to cause trouble in Konoha? The descending Ri inquired with a teasing tone, scanning the wary expression on Kisame's face. The organization has issued orders. We must immediately proceed to Konoha to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After a brief silence, the typically reticent Itachi succinctly relayed the situation. In response to Itachi's explanation, the smile on Ri's face swiftly turned frosty. Is that so? Quite an admirable proposition. However, before that, you must first pass my test. Can we not negotiate? Absolutely not. Gazing at the solemn Itachi, Ri's lips twitched before he resolutely declined. Upon receiving Ri's refusal, Itachi, the leader of the trio, opted to engage in direct combat. Since negotiation is off the table, let us settle this with a battle. With that declaration, Itachi lunged towards Ri. This unexpected choice not only elicited a smile from Ri, but also left Kisame utterly astonished. After all, Itachi's decision was far from optimal. Chapter 290. A conversation in the Tsukuyomi space. Itachi-san. Might there be a problem with your decision? Staring at Itachi as he charged towards Hyuga Ri, Kisame was momentarily taken aback, his eyes bulging in fear. The terror associated with Ri had long been entrenched within Kisame's psyche. Thus, when Itachi made such a choice, Kisame's initial reaction was one of disbelief. The second reaction was that Itachi fell ill. Unfortunately, his eyes did not cloud. Despite his ailment, Itachi's condition was irrelevant to the situation at hand. Gazing at the silent and resolute Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki clenched his teeth and ultimately chose to step forward to assist. As Kisame joined the fray, the mechanical Naruto sprang into action. In an instant, the previously solitary confrontation with Itachi transformed into a three-pronged assault against the formidable Ri. Itachi, sensing an opportunity, swiftly uttered a warning. Kisame, you have a fleeting moment to strike. Tsukuyomi. With Itachi's words, the power of Tsukuyomi was unleashed, pulling Ri's consciousness into its realm. What's wrong? Afraid that Sasuke might fall into Orochimaru's hands? Upon entering the Tsukuyomi space, Ri effortlessly broke free from his restraints and inquired with a grin. Perhaps, after all, compared to the cunning Orochimaru, he is still a bit inexperienced. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement of Ri's inquiry, his demeanor as composed as ever. Observing Itachi's unwavering composure, Ri couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. If only everyone possessed your level of awareness, the tragedy of the Uchiha clan might have been averted. Perhaps, Itachi replied, his voice devoid of emotion. However, since the tragedy has occurred, it cannot be undone. As Ri expressed his reflections, Itachi fell into a momentary silence before responding with an emotionless tone. Noticing Itachi's response, Ri's expression brightened once more. I promise Sasuke something. Once the turmoil in the ninja world subsides, I will present him with a gift. A gift? What do you intend to give him? Itachi's gaze fixated on Ri, his tone becoming somewhat urgent. Seeing the concern reflected in Itachi's eyes, Ri smiled even more widely. Rest assured, even for your sake, I will not harm Sasuke. Besides, I have a fondness for the proud yet adorable Sasuke. He is quite the remarkable little brother. Why? Is it because of my actions? Gazing at the carefree Ri before him, Itachi experienced a rare moment of confusion in his life. He could not fathom what thoughts lay behind the enigmatic veil that shrouded this man. Indeed, although I do not entirely agree with your methods, I admire your character. Seemingly understanding Itachi's doubts, Ri sighed and offered an explanation. Is that so? Then what would you do in my place? Itachi posed this question, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light as he regarded the sighing Rimi. I would delay both sides while drawing like-minded individuals to my cause. And then, looking into Itachi's expectant eyes, Ri delivered a chilling answer. Then, naturally, I would eliminate Danzo Shimura. Chapter 291. Itachi's Epiphany. You are only plunging the entire Konoha into chaos. Upon hearing the menacing response from Ri, Itachi's eyes involuntarily narrowed. Observing a flicker of contemplation in Itachi's gaze, Ri couldn't help but retort with a faint smile. Chaos. Do you think Konoha descended into turmoil after I eliminated Shimura Danzo? That's entirely different. At that time, The Uchiha clan intended to seize power collectively. Your conflict with Shimura Danzo is merely a personal vendetta. The nature of the two situations is fundamentally distinct. Itachi countered, his lips twitching in protest against Ri's challenge. However, such rebuttal was met with an immediate counter from Ri. Different? No. You are mistaken. They are the same. If they were different, it must be because you are too weak. Gazing at Itachi, who seemed poised to articulate a response, Ri continued after a brief pause. Of course, it could also be that you are simply in a disadvantaged position. Perhaps you are indeed correct. Nonetheless, at this point, it is too late to discuss anything further. After all, the third Hokage is dead, Danzo is gone, and the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Staring at Ri, whose eyes shimmered with profound meaning, Itachi fell silent for a moment before speaking in a somber tone. Is it too late? Perhaps. However, I advise you not to employ Kotoame Tsukumi against me, for it would be utterly ineffective. How can you be so certain that Kotoame Tsukumi would not work on you? In response to Ri's probing, Itachi, after a brief silence, finally questioned back. If one wishes to control another with Kotoame Tsukumi, their mental prowess must far surpass that of the target. This principle is akin to my ability to escape your Tsukuyami. Seeing Itachi's skepticism, Ri offered a slight smile and patiently elucidated. This explanation caused Itachi's eyes to widen in realization. Anticipating Itachi's next words, Ri instinctively withdrew from Itachi's Tsukuyami. Do not doubt my words. Uchiha Shursui is indeed exceptional, but not to the extent of surpassing you. If your own Tsukuyami cannot ensnare me, how could Kotoame Tsukumi, not executed by its original wielder, possibly affect me? His mocking tone echoed within Itachi's Tsukuyami. Having uttered these words, Ri forcefully exited the illusion. As Itachi surveyed the emptiness around him, reflecting on the dialogue exchanged with Ri, he suddenly grasped something profound, allowing a carefree smile to blossom upon his face. Perhaps you are right. Had I taken action to eliminate Danzo back in the day, the fate of the Uchiha clan might have been different. His voice, laden with reflection, resonated within the confines of the Tsukuyami. As the master of this space, Itachi had already departed from it. Emerging from Itachi's Tsukuyami, Ri was met with the formidable sight of Kisame Samehada and the mechanical onslaught of Naruto's attacks. Confronted with the imminent threat, Ri smiled slightly and unleashed a repulsive force. In an instant, a tremendous wave of repulsion erupted. With a mere flick, the three figures near the formidable Yulong were sent sprawling. Shinra-tensei. The moment Gai Shiki regained control of his body, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment at Yulong's repulsive force attack. Meanwhile, Itachi, though silent, wore an expression equally filled with disbelief. Neither had anticipated that the Yuin Yulong before them possessed abilities akin to those of their leader, Pain. Chapter 292. Overwhelming Assault, the Savage Array of Kanai Shinra-tensei? Merely an application of repulsion. Must it be adorned with such ostentatious nomenclature? How utterly tedious. Observing the incredulity etched on the faces of his adversaries, Yulong continued to unleash his power, sending the mechanical Naruto, who lunged at him once more, careening away, all while derisively taunting, "Do not waste your breath. Continue the assault. You assist me, and let the mechanical Naruto take the lead." In the face of Yulong's relentless mockery, Itachi, after a brief moment of silence, promptly responded, "Understood." Although uncertain of the efficacy of this strategy, Gai Shiki felt compelled to comply with Itachi's directive. However, despite his agreement, Gai Shiki dared not act rashly. The Yuin Yulong before them evidently preferred to counter their moves in kind. If they employed taijutsu, Yulong would likewise retaliate with physical prowess. Yet, should they resort to ninjutsu, Yulong would undoubtedly respond with a fervor that matched their own. The most daunting aspect was that the ninjutsu he wielded radiated an overwhelming might. Gai Shiki had witnessed this spectacle before. As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Gai Shiki awaited Itachi's assistance. Suddenly, Itachi executed what appeared to be a simple throw, sending a flurry of shuriken and kunai that, after a series of collisions, soared towards Yulong from various angles. This method of throwing immediately piqued Yulong's interest. Throwing hidden weapons. Is it? How intriguing. Murmuring such words, Yulong allowed the kunai and shuriken to continuously alter their trajectories as they approached him. He deftly maneuvered his position, evading their assaults while simultaneously permitting the weapons to strike him. Both Itachi and Gai Shiki were left in a state of astonishment, witnessing Yulong's almost stationary stance. Gaishiki was astonished that someone could unravel Itachi's shuriken techniques in such a manner. Conversely, Itachi was completely taken aback by the sheer strength that Yulong exhibited. Although he did not consider his shuriken techniques invincible, he had never imagined that someone could counter them with such minimal movement. However, while the human Itachi and Gaishiki were momentarily stunned, the mechanical Naruto was far from idle. Observing Yulong deftly evading Itachi's onslaught, the mechanical Naruto, having accepted the command for the primary assault, sprang into action. The mechanical Naruto's body moved rhythmically, launching a technological missile as thick as an adult man's thigh, which whistled through the air towards the opposing Yulong. Just as Yulong was evading a barrage of shurikens, the missile was poised to strike. Sensing the impending attack, Yulong swiftly conjured a colossal scroll from his gardening space, one that was as large as an adult. While my shuriken throwing technique may not rival yours, I take great pleasure in this form of assault. If quality is lacking, let quantity suffice. Prepare to experience my onslaught. A gleeful voice echoed as Yulong deftly dodged the technological missile while unfurling the massive scroll in his grasp. Crushing assault. Brutal kunai barrage, accompanied by Yulong's slightly exhilarated voice. An overwhelming number of kunai erupted from the open scroll like a torrential downpour. Chapter 293. When under pressure, one must learn to relax, observing the technological trickster engulfed by the relentless rain of kunai. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances, their mouths twitching at the sight. Their eyes met Yulong's increasingly animated expression, and they silently agreed to retreat. After all, the enthusiasm of one individual had become exceedingly perilous. However, while Itachi and Kisame were ready to withdraw, the mechanical Naruto had no intention of retreating. In response to the torrential assault of kunai, the mechanical Naruto activated its rampage mode. In an instant, technological missiles soared through the air, engaging Yulong in a fierce contest of might. Logically, as a manifestation of technological prowess, the technological trickster should have been able to completely overpower Yulong's kunai attack. Yet, the reality was that the mechanical Naruto was being overwhelmed by Yulong. The cause of this was rooted in Yulong's earlier proclamation: if quality is insufficient, let quantity prevail. Faced with the barrage of technological missiles from the mechanical Naruto, Yulong retaliated with a hundredfold, thousandfold onslaught of kunai. Crucially, these seemingly ordinary kunai had undergone Yulong's special enhancement. Not only were they sharper and more compact, but they were also more durable. Furthermore, augmented by the unique scroll in Yulong's possession, the kunai flew forth with incredible speed and penetrative power, leaving no opportunity for the technological missiles to detonate. Such a dire scenario caused the mechanical Naruto, devoid of an option to counter, to malfunction entirely. As it lay smoking and rigid on the ground, Itachi and Kisame, having made their decision, exchanged one last glance before fleeing. Their synchronized retreat left Yulong momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend their abrupt departure. Are you two really leaving just like that? I haven't had enough fun yet. As he gazed at the two figures that had already receded into the distance, Yulong, coming back to his senses, could not help but express his dissatisfaction. However, it was precisely this lamentation that caused the already distant duo to hasten their pace even further. Such an exaggerated response left Yulong, who had just spoken, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure from that stupor, he lowered his head, revealing a dejected expression. How could this be? Was it truly necessary to run so fast? Could they not indulge in a bit of play? After venting his frustration, Yulong confirmed that Itachi and Kisame had indeed gone far away, and his gaze shifted to the now inert mechanical Naruto. This contraption seemed quite intriguing. Perhaps he could take it back for further study? Musing over this thought, Yulong's hands instinctively moved to collect the device. For him at this juncture, aside from preparing for the impending battles, he sought to immerse himself in engaging pursuits. After all, when one is overwhelmed by pressure, the best remedy is to find ways to unwind. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile graced Yulong's face, prompting him to leap into the air once more. The blood fruit appeared to be nearing ripeness. He wondered whether consuming these fruits would allow him to transcend to the Six Paths level. If not, he would have no choice but to venture into the era of the battle against Kaguya. Chapter 294. Success and Anticipation. Upon successfully consuming the blood fruit of Senjutobarama, Yulong was immediately met with disappointment. His strength had, indeed, failed to ascend to the Six Paths level, although he had anticipated such an outcome. Experiencing it firsthand still left him somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, by devouring the blood fruit belonging to Tobirama. Yulong had successfully grasped the flying thunder god technique and the impure world reincarnation. This result could be deemed a consolation prize following his disappointment. Exhaling gently, Yulong resolved himself, and his eyes sharpened with determination. Since the blood fruit of Senju Tobirama could not facilitate my breakthrough, then off to Kagaya's era I shall go. With this resolute statement, Yulong swiftly moved and stepped into the parallel space that belonged to Kagaya's era. After a brief transition through space, Yulong found himself amidst the fierce battle involving Kagaya and her offspring. Faced with the cataclysmic scene surrounding him, Yulong unhesitatingly chose to conceal his presence. For him, the sole purpose of his arrival here was to collect the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. Cautiously approaching the original dwelling of Kagaya and her family, Yulong soon discovered a considerable amount of fresh blood on the ground. A glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes as he beheld the recently congealed blood, prompting him to swiftly gather it up. After completing this task, he unhesitatingly opted to return to his cultivation space. Remarkably, the trio engaged in battle remained entirely oblivious to his actions. Upon successfully returning to his cultivation space, Yulong, who had initially felt an overwhelming sense of tension, could not help but release a sigh of relief. Phew, that was indeed quite a formidable pressure. The trio was truly terrifying. If I do not break through to the 6 paths level, I fear I truly cannot contend with them. After muttering this to himself, the invigorated Yulong immediately employed a rather unique activation technique on the gradually solidifying blood of Yutsuan. This particular ninjutsu was a special technique developed by Yulong, based on medical ninjutsu. Its sole purpose was to restore vitality to that which had lost its life force. The objective, of course, was to address the matter at hand. After considerable effort, Yulong successfully revitalized the once coagulated blood of Yutsuan. Gazing at the vividly colored blood in his hands, a surge of hope welled up within him. He concentrated and began to plant the Yutsuan blood, subsequently saturating it with spiritual water. Watching the bloodfruit seedlings successfully sprout and break through the soil, Yulong could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. For him, these undeveloped blood fruits represented his hopes of breaking through to the 6 paths level. Exhaling softly, aware that this endeavor could not be rushed, Yulong decided to return to his own realm of shinobi. A lengthy wait would only serve to make him restless. The best course of action was to engage in other activities to distract himself at this moment. After much contemplation, Yulong set his sights on the newly acquired mechanical Naruto. Moments later, after considerable effort on his part, the once intact mechanical Naruto was reduced to a heap of parts. Staring at the disassembled components before him, Yulong suddenly found himself at a loss. Goodness, this contraption seems impossible to reassemble. Chapter 295. Yulong's admirers. A voice filled with frustration echoed throughout the gardening space. Observing the mechanical Naruto now entirely transformed into parts, Yulong felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Heaven, had I known it would come to this, I would have disassembled it piece by piece. What now? Is it destined for the scrap heap? Faced with the disassembled mechanical Naruto, Yulong muttered to himself in despair. Umbu by Tsunade's side. It seems they have encountered some trouble. Noticing someone approaching his dwelling, Yulong's eyes sparkled with renewed energy. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and left his gardening space, returning to his residence. Is there something amiss? Lord Yulong, the Hokage seeks your presence. Gazing at the amiable Yulong, the Umbu member tasked with delivering the message responded with utmost respect. Though Yulong was still quite young, he had garnered deep respect from many within the relentless world of shinobi for his unwavering protection of Konoha. The Umbu member before him was evidently one of Yulong's many admirers. Sensing the excitement in the other's heart, Yulong smiled and nodded in affirmation. Is that so? Then let us set off together. Indeed, Lord Yulong. Completely unexpected, the words of Ryulong stirred great excitement within the members of the Umbu, who promptly responded with a tone that was distinctly unusual. Subsequently, the Umbu member refrained from further conversation and, upon setting off, deliberately lagged half a step behind Ryulong. Such a seemingly natural action compelled Ryulong, who witnessed this scene, to shake his head in mild exasperation. There is no need for such tension. I, too, am a member of Konohagakure. By calming your mindset, you shall pave the way for a brighter future. Thank you, Lord Ryulong, for your guidance. I comprehend. The Umbu member, filled with excitement at Ryulong's words, endeavored to steady his emotions. After all, since the esteemed Hyuga Ryulong was willing to offer him counsel. He could not afford to appear unworthy. With this thought flashing through his mind, the Umbu member genuinely regained his composure. Observing the evident tranquility in the young man's demeanor, Ryulong nodded in satisfaction. As they journeyed towards the Hokage building, Ryulong elucidated the Umbu member's ninjutsu attributes and, under the astonished gaze of the latter, highlighted areas for improvement in his training. He also provided insights on how to progress more swiftly and accurately in his quest for strength. Noticing the renewed admiration in the young man's eyes, Ryulong patted his shoulder before stepping into the Hokage office. "Humph, you cheeky brat, forming cliques right before my eyes." Tsunade, seated in her chair, could not help but scoff at Ryulong's entrance. Such a remark caused Ryulong, who had been in good spirits, to twitch his lips in irritation. Can Lady Tsunade refrain from unjustly accusing the innocent? When have I ever sought to form factions? If this gets out, others might think I aspire to usurp power. Humph. Haven't you ever considered ascending to the position of Hokage? Tsunade's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as she observed Ryulong's twitching expression. Caught off guard by her comment, Ryulong momentarily paused before responding. I truly have not. I am more than willing to protect Konohagakure, but to become Hokage? That is quite another matter. Chapter 296, The Ruins of Lulanhumph. What do you mean by that, you impudent child? Are you truly reluctant to succeed the Hokage? Tsunade's playful demeanor shifted as she perceived Ryulong's serious declaration. After all, in her eyes, he was already the foreordained successor to the Hokage. His unexpected aversion to the role was a source of irritation for her. Seemingly aware of Tsunade's thoughts, Ryulong flashed a grin and articulated the reasons behind his reluctance. Hee. What is so appealing about being Hokage? Sitting in this chair every day, unable to go anywhere. There is no comparison to my daily missions, exploring landscapes, and indulging in local delicacies. Do you believe that this position is one you can take or leave at your whim? Let me assure you, you cannot escape. Once I retire, I shall elevate you to that position. It seemed that the ever-composed Tsunade was slightly irked by Yulong's smugness. She abruptly rose from her seat, intensifying her tone. Such an exaggerated display not only left others drenched in cold sweat, but also caused Yulong's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. He suddenly realized that he might have underestimated something. Ahem. Let us set this matter aside for now. Pray tell, Tsunade-sama, what brings you to seek my assistance? Humph. Since you insist, we shall defer this discussion. At present, you must promptly proceed to the Lulan ruins to aid Naruto and the others who have already departed. After casting a meaningful glance at Yulong, Tsunade finally recalled the pressing matter at hand, and her expression turned serious as she urged him. The Lulan ruins, you say? Understood. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Yulong's eyes, and upon regaining his focus, he nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, Yulong departed from the Hokage's office, soaring into the sky. Gazing at Yulong, who vanished into the heavens in the blink of an eye, Tsunade looked out the window at the sky, unable to suppress a hint of envy. To soar through the skies truly evokes admiration. Upon arriving at the Lulan ruins with remarkable speed, Yulong fortuitously encountered the destruction of the seal by the Baizu. Witnessing the sudden eruption of dragon vein energy, a glimmer of brilliance illuminated Yulong's eyes. Stay here and do not move. I shall confront him. As he surveyed Naruto, who had already been engulfed by the dragon vein power, Yulong swiftly lunged toward the energy while issuing a sharp command. Upon hearing Yulong's voice, the two individuals who had intended to intervene halted in their tracks. Yulong and I? How could this happen? Sakura, stunned by Yulong's reckless plunge into the dragon vein energy after Naruto, couldn't help but exclaim in bewilderment. In the original timeline, while Sakura was deeply concerned for the safety of Yulong and Naruto, the two who had plunged into the dragon vein energy found themselves transported back to the past of the ninja world. Compared to Naruto, who wore a bewildered expression, Yulong, having mentally prepared himself, remained unfazed. Swiftly dispatching the puppet soldiers sent by Baizu, Yulong deftly concealed his presence. This action inevitably left Baizu, who had lost track of Yulong, feeling a surge of frustration. After all, Baizu was well aware of the infamous Hinata Yulong. Although the power of the dragon vein instilled confidence in Baizu, the legends surrounding Hinata Yulong still filled him with an inexplicable unease. To quell this anxious feeling, Baizu promptly ordered all puppet soldiers to search for Yulong's whereabouts. Chapter 297. The first encounter with Minato Namikaze. Baizu's frantic search bewildered Minato and his companions, who had only recently infiltrated Lulan. What could have caused this sudden turn of events? Could it be that our movements have been exposed? Not necessarily. Perhaps others have also ventured into this place. In contrast to the bewildered Akimichi Choza, the momentary silence of Minato Namikaze gave way to his conjecture. Who else could it be? Upon hearing Minato's speculation, Choza's confusion only deepened. It must be me. After all, my power has instilled a sense of unease in that creature, Baizu. In response to Choza's query, the figure that emerged before the three, Ri-Long, chuckled softly as he elucidated. The Leaf Village headband. You are a ninja from the Leaf? The sudden appearance of Ri-Long caused Minato and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. Noticing their expressions, Ri-Long paused, then laughed lightly again. Indeed. However, I am not a ninja from your era, but rather one from the future of the Leaf. My purpose here is to eliminate Baizu, who has intruded upon this time. Baizu. And Lushan is Baizu. Observing the puzzled expression on Choza's face, Ri-Long smiled and offered clarification. This explanation prompted a knowing look from Minato. Leave the matter of Baizu to us. As for the safety of Queen Sarah, I entrust that to you. How does that sound? There shouldn't be any issues, right? After concealing his knowing smile, Minato promptly outlined his task distribution. Such a proactive approach caused Ri-Long to shake his head in mild exasperation. Truly, Minato, you managed to seize the initiative with just a few words. Looking at the silent figure before him, Ri-Long shrugged and chuckled once more. Very well. After all, it's merely a minor character. No matter how things unfold, it shouldn't pose a problem. With an air of nonchalance, Ri-Long then leaped away, vanishing in an instant. His casual demeanor and remarkable speed caused Minato and the others to narrow their eyes once more. Such swift body flicker technique. This person's strength is likely formidable. As he regained his composure, Minato solemnly assessed the disappearance of Ri-Long. Noticing Minato's appraisal, the previously silent Shimi Y-in suddenly spoke. He mentioned earlier that Baizu's frantic search was due to fear of his power. Regardless, as a fellow Leaf Ninja, he should not be our enemy. In light of Shimi's unexpected interjection, Minato, who had momentarily paused, swiftly made a judgment. This conclusion was immediately met with nods of agreement from the other two. After all, if the stranger had truly harbored hostility, he likely would not have made the effort to greet them. With such thoughts crossing their minds, the trio exchanged glances and, after a series of nods, utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Ultimately, regardless of the intentions of the Leaf Ninja who had just left, their singular goal remained clear: to eliminate Baizu, who sought to create puppet soldiers and instigate war across the entire ninja world. Chapter 298. Without my consent, no one shall perish. Should I inform the fourth Hokage that his son, Naruto, has also arrived? Observing the three individuals who departed using the body flicker technique, Yulong emerged from his hiding place, a playful smirk adorning his face as he mused aloud. Never mind, let him discover it on his own. After a moment of introspection, Yulong, sensing the precariousness of his thoughts, ultimately abandoned such a perilous notion. After all, once the past is altered, who knows what consequences may arise? For the sake of his own life, Yulong resolved to refrain from interfering with the final outcome of this matter. With a melancholic sigh, Yulong surveyed his surroundings before hastening towards Naruto's location. Since he wished to preserve the original course of events, the most prudent course of action was to allow the situation to unfold as intended. With this thought flashing through his mind, Yulong approached Naruto, adopting an observer's stance until Sarah, the queen of Lulan, finally resolved to close the dragon vein. Emerging from the shadows, Yulong revealed himself. Brother Yulong, what brings you here? Naruto, initially seething with anger, paused in surprise upon seeing Yulong, his expression swiftly transforming into one of delight. Brother Yulong, you must act swiftly and eliminate this foe. He is the rogue ninja, Baizu, from Sunagakure. This is hardly in your character, Naruto. Are you truly entrusting the task of eliminating the enemy to someone else? Yulong chuckled lightly, glancing at Naruto, who was a mix of joy and urgency. Brother Yulong, this is no time for jokes. If you don't take him down soon, Sarah will be in grave danger. Very well, since you insist, I shall show this fellow a taste of his own medicine. Yulong's teasing tone shifted as he momentarily regarded Sarah. However, the foe had already intertwined his fate with the dragon vein. To eliminate him, there were but two options. One was to sever the dragon vein, and the other was to destroy him along with it. Leave the task of closing the dragon vein to me. I am capable of it. Upon hearing Yulong's declaration, Sarah stepped forward, making her promise. Seeing her commitment, Yulong nodded in affirmation and turned to Naruto with instructions. Naruto, I will contain this adversary. You must protect Queen Sarah and guide her to the location where the dragon vein can be sealed. Understood, Brother Yulong. Rest assured, I shall handle this. Naruto nodded vigorously in agreement before pivoting to Sarah. Sarah, let us proceed. Indeed. Gazing at Naruto's solemn expression, Sarah nodded emphatically. With no further words exchanged, the two dashed towards the seal of the dragon vein. Sarah, you have no need to survive any longer. Embrace death. As Naruto and Sarah prepared to depart, the recently liberated Baizu, having escaped from the jutsu of oil woman Shimi, let out a furious roar while attempting to manipulate his puppet body to strike at Sarah. However, before Baizu could act on his intentions, the previously agreed-upon intervention of Ryulong instantly transformed his demeanor to one of cold resolve. Humph, do you dare to commit murder in my presence? Without my consent, none shall perish. His chilling voice resonated through the air. As Ryulong spoke, he swiftly unleashed a formidable gravitational force upon the distant Baizu. In an instant, Baizu's seemingly enormous puppet body was rendered utterly powerless and hurtled toward the advancing Ryulong. Chapter 299. The shock of Minato and others curse you. What have you done to me? Feeling his puppet body now entirely beyond his control, a furious Baizu struggled desperately while demanding answers. In response to Baizu's inquiry, Ryulong, with clenched fists, merely scoffed in disdain. Do you truly believe I would disclose anything to you, fool? With that contemptuous remark, Ryulong, fists tightly balled, swung his arm forcefully at the oncoming Baizu. Bang! Boom! With a deafening explosion, the giant puppet was obliterated upon impact with Ryulong's fist. Such an outrageous outcome left Minato and his companions utterly dumbfounded. How brutal! This resembles Tsunade's monstrous strength. Indeed, it is Tsunade's might. Could this young man before us be her disciple? As they snapped back to reality, the trio engaged in animated discussion, captivated yet apprehensive about the implications for the future. Casting a glance at the rapidly reforming Baizu, Ryulong couldn't resist teasing Minato and his companions. You detestable Hyuga Ryulong. I am now connected to the power of the dragon vein. You cannot kill me. Facing the evidently conflicted Ryulong, Baizu, now reconstituted, bellowed defiantly. Yet, this outburst was met with Ryulong's merciless mockery. Kill you? Humph. Once Sarah completes the sealing, your demise will be inevitable. You vile Hyuga Ryulong. I shall not allow you to prevail. Dragon vein. Great dragon fire technique. In response to Ryulong's relentless taunts, Baizu, now fully reformed, unleashed his dragon vein jutsu. With the power of the dragon vein augmenting his technique, the intensity of Baizu's great dragon fire surged to unprecedented heights. The once red flames transformed into a vibrant turquoise due to the elevated temperature. Regrettably, despite this enhancement, Baizu's great dragon fire technique still failed to command Ryulong's respect. Humph. I will drown you in a single breath. Water style. Exploding water shockwave. As he uttered these contemptuous words, Ryulong executed the water style technique. In an instant, torrents of pure water spewed forth from his mouth, overwhelming the oncoming great dragon fire technique. The onslaught continued unabated, merging seamlessly with the unleashed dragon vein power. The 100 feet of the grand dragon fire technique was forcefully swept away. As they gazed at the retreating 100 feet, which emitted anguished cries, the trio of Namikaze Minato, standing nearby, could not help but display their astonishment once more. Gulp. Are the young individuals of the future truly this formidable? Is this power not a tad exaggerated? After surveying the figure of Ryulong and the vanishing 100 feet, Shimi swallowed hard and murmured to herself. Indeed, this power is somewhat over the top. I suspect that even the third Hokage of our village could not achieve this. Minato, his lips twitching involuntarily, opened his mouth to voice his conjecture. In response to Minato's speculation, Ryulong, with an air of nonchalance, provided an immediate answer. The third Hokage certainly cannot accomplish this. Even at his peak, his strength could only be deemed as that of a super shadow, whereas I possessed the prowess of a god shadow at its zenith. Observing the bewildered and astonished expressions of Minato and his companions, Ryulong continued to elucidate with a smile. Oh, by the way, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was indeed of the peak god shadow level. Chapter 300. The power of the god shadow. I never anticipated that you would be a powerhouse capable of rivaling the first Hokage. No wonder Naruto displayed such joy upon meeting you. It seems that in his eyes, you must be regarded as an extraordinary individual. Gazing at the seemingly nonchalant Ri-Long, Minato let out a soft sigh after a brief moment of silence. Meanwhile, Ri-Long, having sensed the return of the 100 feet, raised an eyebrow at its furious approach and responded with an assertive tone. Indeed. After all, in the future ninja world, as long as I wish to accomplish something, there is nothing I cannot achieve. Hyuga Ri-Long, do not be too arrogant. The outcome of our battle is still uncertain. Prepare to meet your end. Dragon Vein, Super Grand Dragon Fire Technique. As the 100 feet, having amassed a tremendous amount of Dragon Vein power, rushed back with great determination, it unleashed the enhanced version of the Dragon Vein, the Super Grand Dragon Fire Technique. In an instant, the Dragon Vein's power was more vibrant, hotter, and broader in range. The Super Grand Dragon Fire Technique surged forth with a tumultuous force, aimed directly at the still unmoving Ri-Long. Just as the immobile Ri-Long was about to be struck by the 100 feet's Super Grand Dragon Fire Technique, he finally made his move. Dealing with such insignificant ants is quite my forte. Go play outside for a while longer. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. As Ri-Long's playful voice echoed, an overwhelming torrent of water, tenfold more than before, erupted from his mouth. Witnessing the deluge that instantaneously engulfed the entire city of Lulon, Minato and his companions, having utilized the body flicker technique to leap to a nearby tall building, once again displayed expressions of shock. Is this the power of a god shadow? Such strength is certainly sufficient to single-handedly obliterate a ninja village of the 5 great nations level, is it not? Truly, it is terrifying. Is this truly a power that humanity can possess? Such a terrifying force, one might wonder if even the mightiest of tailed beasts could rival it. Indeed, perception can greatly constrain human imagination. Whether it be the prowess of a godlike figure or the strength of a tailed beast, it is far from merely this. In response to the astonishment and speculation of Minato Namikaze and his companions, Ri-Long, having utilized the body flicker technique to appear beside them, could not help but chuckle softly in reflection. However, this remark plunged Minato and his allies into yet another state of shock. What? Such a magnitude of ninjutsu cannot possibly be the limit of a godlike powerhouse, can it? Certainly not. Perhaps those newly ascended to such a level can only manifest this standard. But those who have reached the pinnacle of godlike power are capable of far more. Observing the trio's astonished expressions, Ri-Long paused briefly before continuing his explanation. If that individual cannot achieve greater strength, it must be due to their failure to fully harness their own potential. Godlike level. What an enviable realm. Gazing at the deluge that engulfed the city of Lulon and showed no signs of receding, Minato was momentarily silent, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. This look elicited laughter from Ri-Long, who stood nearby. Rest assured, your son will reach this realm. My son. Turning to Ri-Long, who wore a knowing expression, Minato's face revealed a blend of excitement and astonishment. This expression only made Ri-Long beam with joy. Yes, your son. Chapter 301. Returning to one's own era cursed Hinata Ri-Long. If you have the ability, then kill me. Facing the utterly dismissive Ri-Long, the returning Baizu let out a frantic roar. This action only intensified the scorn evident in Ri-Long's gaze, serving no other purpose. Spare the lamentations. Once the power of the Dragon Vein is sealed, I will dispose of you immediately. Congratulations. You need not wait. I shall bring about your annihilation this very moment. As he spoke these taunting words, Ri-Long, realizing the Dragon Vein had already been sealed, abruptly shifted his tone to one of chilling menace. Ignoring the astonished stares of Minato and his companions, Ri-Long took to the skies, revealing his 6 paths mode. Be obliterated. Baizu. Inyang release. Soul obliteration. As Ri-Long transitioned into his 6 paths mode, a technique specifically designed to extinguish souls enveloped the unsuspecting Baizu nearby. In an instant, a wretched scream echoed forth. The self-proclaimed immortal Baizu was reduced to nothing more than a lifeless puppet shell. As Minato and his companions snapped back to reality from their stupor, they silently opened and then closed their mouths in shock. Enough. Baizu is dead. What remains is the seal you must personally establish. 4th Hokage. Observing his body beginning to radiate light, Ri-Long promptly reminded him. A seal. Yes, a seal. To prevent altering history, this must be done. Certainly, the memory seal is indispensable. After confirming this matter with a nod, Yulong immediately employed his spatial manipulation abilities to transport everyone near the seal of the dragon vein. What is this? Merely spatial manipulation. No need for alarm. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Yulong, having cancelled the Six Paths mode, felt compelled to explain. Subsequently, after a brief pause, he urged once more, "All right, let us proceed. You shall seal the dragon vein, while I perform the memory sealing technique." "Very well. In that case, let us commence." In response to Yulong's prompt, the hesitant Kakashi simply acquiesced. The two then began their actions simultaneously, one to seal the dragon vein, and the other to cast the memory sealing technique. Although reluctant, the others had no choice but to accept the outcome. After all, for Yulong and his companions from the future, the past remains immutable. Otherwise, irreparable consequences would ensue. Observing the excited expression of Naruto before his disappearance, Kakashi, having discerned Naruto's identity, nodded gently in acknowledgement. As he watched Kakashi's lips move without hearing any further words, Naruto's eyes displayed a sense of urgency. As the surroundings blurred, Naruto, who had intended to speak further, instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the more powerful Yulong, relying on his strength and will, managed to endure. Gazing at the vanishing power of the dragon vein and the expanse beyond its reach, the anxious Sakura and Yamato, alongside Yulong who had persevered through the temporal transformation, instantly smiled. Leaning down to awaken the unconscious Naruto, Yulong promptly lifted his arm, dragging him towards Sakura and the others. The sky outside remained as blue as ever. A fleeting smile flickered in Yulong's eyes. Chapter 302, Ascension to Six Paths Level. A new seed. The mission to pursue the centipede has finally concluded. Upon returning to Konoha, Yulong provided a brief report before hastily returning to his abode. Ensuring that no one was around, Yulong, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly entered the planting space. Gazing at the fully matured blood fruit, his expression transformed into one of heightened exhilaration. If so, I never anticipated that returning to the past with the power of the dragon vein would yield such benefits. It seems that, without affecting the past, I can frequently revisit my former time. After suppressing his excitement, Yulong looked towards the tree linking parallel spaces, speaking to himself. The reason for his remark was that, following this journey through the dragon vein, the tree before him had inexplicably transformed into a temporal link tree. This transformation granted Yulong, who could previously only traverse to other parallel spaces, an additional option to access the current time and other temporal points. Though this new option was available, Yulong remained cautious not to act recklessly. However, the mere ability to traverse the current time and space to expedite the growth of the blood fruit was enough to compel Yulong to take the risk. As the thought crossed his mind, Yulong, having suppressed his excitement, promptly stepped before the ripe blood fruits, beginning to harvest and consume them. As these fruits entered his mouth, he felt the barriers of his cultivation realm begin to loosen. Sensing this shift, the excitement that he had managed to contain surged forth once again. Yet, Yulong was indeed no ordinary individual. Confronted with his rekindled enthusiasm, he admonished himself. Should he allow his emotions to spiral out of control at this moment, it would undoubtedly result in unforeseen complications during his breakthrough. For the sake of his safety and the successful advancement of his realm, he must achieve tranquility. Reiterating this to himself time and again, the originally fervent Yulong managed to quell his restless heart. As he regained composure, the previously halted bottleneck exhibited signs of renewed looseness. With each blood fruit he consumed, the intensity of this loosening increased significantly. As time passed, and Yulong continued to partake of the fruits, the barrier that had once existed finally vanished entirely. In an instant, a surge of even greater power erupted from Yulong's being, elevating his strength to a new level. Feeling this newfound potency, a subtle smile graced Yulong's face, not one of excessive excitement, but rather a serene acknowledgement of what had long been anticipated. This shift in emotion even surprised Yulong himself. Casting his gaze across the expanded space for planting and the simultaneous appearance of an upgrade package, Yulong calmly opened the package. In that moment, brilliance radiated forth. The function of the new seeds revealed itself within his mind. Bloodline fusion seed. Fixated on the new seed before him, Yulong, who had thought he would not be easily stirred again, found himself exhilarated once more. Bloodline fusion seed. The fully matured bloodline fusion fruit optimally merges all bloodlines within the consumer's body. Chapter 303. The initiation of bloodline fusion. To optimally and completely merge all bloodlines. How utterly thrilling. Gazing at the new seed before him, Yulong, unable to contain his excitement, immediately set about planting it. After completing the planting, he fervently watered it with spiritual water. Following Yulong's ardent nurturing, the bloodline fusion seed he had sown finally sprouted. Observing the slowly growing tender shoot, Yulong's gaze shifted toward the time-space link tree nearby. Time travel, let me test your power. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Yulong stepped into the past of this time and space. In an instant, the fabric of time and space shifted. When Yulong's vision returned to normal, he found himself in the era of Kaguya in the current timeline. Gazing at the tumultuous scene of the mother and child, the dragon's eyes darted about, and he swiftly made his way to their former residence. His objective was clear: to acquire a share of the bloodline from the Otsutsuki clan of this era. Fortuitously for him, he managed to obtain the blood without alerting Kaguya and her offspring. Subsequently, without delay, he returned to his agricultural realm. There, he promptly planted the newly acquired bloodline and nourished it with spiritual water. Observing the seeds that had taken root and begun to sprout, a smile graced the dragon's face as he decided to return to his original time. In an instant, time and space distorted and shifted. When his vision stabilized once more, he found himself back in his own era. His gaze swept over the bloodline fusion fruit tree alongside its ripe fruits, and an unmistakable smile blossomed on his face. Let us indulge in the bloodline fruits first. A fine delicacy should be savored last. As a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, he began to consume the fruits before him. With each bite, he felt a slight enhancement of his power. His brow furrowed briefly before relaxing. As he contemplated the reason behind this phenomenon, it appeared that the effects of consuming fruits from the same bloodline diminished with repetition. Even if the bloodline fruit originated from another timeline, it could not escape this principle. Though he voiced his resignation, the expression on his face remained notably carefree. His gaze returned to the bloodline fusion fruit tree, and with a smile, he stepped forward to pluck the sole fruit that hung there. Observing the tree withering the moment the fruit was taken, he shook his head in mild disbelief. Is there but one fruit? Very well, one must not be overly greedy. This single fruit will suffice. As he uttered these words, he promptly placed the bloodline fusion fruit into his mouth. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power erupted from the fruit he ingested, overwhelming the dragon, who had already attained the strength of the 6 paths, and rendering him unconscious. As he succumbed to darkness, the bloodline fusion fruit transformed into a stream of energy that surged through his body, reshaping and merging with all the bloodline powers within him. Chapter 304. The cycle of the red jade. When the dragon regained consciousness, an extraordinary sensation flooded his senses. Acting purely on instinct, he conjured a crystalline ice mirror before him. Upon gazing into the mirror, he was taken aback by his reflection. Is this the manifestation of the fused bloodline power? Gazing into the depths of his remarkably intricate eyes, Yulong couldn't help but murmur to himself. White eyes, red eyes, Sharingan, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Rinnegan, and transmigration eyes. Faced with such a complex amalgamation of ocular bloodlines, Yulong found himself at a loss for explanation. Within his crimson-hued pupils flickered hints of emerald light, while the entirety of the iris was adorned with concentric patterns of shimmering silver Rinnegan. However, the Rinnegan patterns were not the sole embellishments of these eyes. They were complemented by the integrated Sharingan and eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the inky eternity intertwined with the lustrous silver of the Rinnegan, while the tomo of the Sharingan served as exquisite accents within the segmented regions of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The tail of the tomo pointed toward the center of the pupil, and its head rotated in perfect clockwise alignment. This seemingly intricate design harmoniously coalesced into a flawless whole, prompting Yulong to marvel at the exquisite craftsmanship of bloodline fusion. The fusion was a success. What powers could this pair of eyes possess? Peering through the ice mirror, Yulong beheld his own eyes, which momentarily reflected a hint of infatuation. Mysterious, vast, they even suggested an infinite quality. As he contemplated the allure resonating within his gaze, Yulong pondered what name could befit such extraordinary eyes. After a brief moment of reflection, a sudden epiphany struck him. Let us call them the Crimson Jade Rotating Eyes. Only this name could truly honor their magnificence. With a spark of excitement, Yulong snapped out of his reverie and, through the gardening space before him, directed his gaze toward the world of ninjas beyond. Has it begun? That rascal Sasuke has finally lost his patience. Observing Sasuke, who had already made a move against Orochimaru, a smile instantly graced Yulong's face. With but a fleeting thought, Yulong, who was originally 1,000 miles away from Sasuke, found himself at his side in an instant, amidst the fierce battle against Orochimaru. As he peered through the gardening space into the outside world, Yulong quickly discerned that Sasuke had gained the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. Yet, Orochimaru was indeed Orochimaru. Even at this moment, he continued to scheme against the seemingly victorious Sasuke. True to his arrogant nature, Sasuke fell easily into Orochimaru's trap, unwittingly stepping into the latter's transmigration space. Fortunately, Sasuke's Sharingan proved effective against Orochimaru's fragmented soul. Thus, the cunning Orochimaru, who had lured Sasuke into his transmigration space, ultimately faced defeat. As Sasuke emerged from the transmigration space, the lifeless white snake lay behind him. Casting a glance at the tardy Kabuto, he turned and departed, observing the incredulity etched on Kabuto's face. And contrasting it with Sasuke's indifferent demeanor, the scene unfolded with a sense of profound finality. The ever-observant Yulong suddenly broke into a smile. Chapter 305. The warmth in Sasuke's heart. With a thought, he stepped out of his own vegetable garden space. Appearing before Sasuke, Yulong could not help but express his heartfelt admiration. Congratulations, Sasuke. You have truly grown. You are, brother Yulong. Sasuke, who had initially displayed a wary demeanor, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yulong. The disparity between the Yulong before him and the one he remembered was immense. Most notably, the gaze of this individual instilled a peculiar sense of dread within him. It seemed as though his Sharingan was instinctively fearful of Yulong's eyes. It was akin to an absolute subordinate encountering an undeniable superior. A commoner of the most ordinary lineage facing a sovereign of the highest bloodline. A feeling of anxiety and helplessness surged within him, even giving rise to an involuntary inclination to submit. Such an astonishing scenario caused Sasuke's heart to race, leaving him hesitant to acknowledge Yulong. My apologies, Sasuke. I just finished training and forgot to conceal my state, Yulong said, noticing the tension that had manifested on Sasuke's face. Is it truly brother Yulong? As Sasuke regained his composure, he regarded Yulong, who had reverted to his original appearance, with a spark of curiosity. Brother Yulong, just now that was my ultimate form. The crimson jade rotating eye. Isn't it fascinating? Fascinating? Not at all. In fact, I found those eyes quite terrifying. Sasuke replied, pouting slightly as he voiced his grievances regarding Yulong's inquiry about the allure of his eyes. Such a complaint elicited hearty laughter from Yulong, who found Sasuke's demeanor utterly delightful. Haha, Sasuke, you are quite the tsundere, aren't you? As Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance in response to Yulong's laughter, Yulong's amusement only deepened. Haha, yes. That tsundere expression is simply too adorable. How infuriating. I never expected you to say that. Sasuke thought to himself, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Isn't this a bit excessive, brother Yulong? Haha, no more laughter. This is outrageous. Sasuke, after realizing his protests were in vain, chose to stride away. Yulong, momentarily stunned by the abrupt departure, ceased his laughter. Observing Sasuke's clear intent to leave, he scratched his head and hurried after him. Don't be angry. I merely wished to commend you for defeating Orochimaru. I fail to see how your words could be construed as praise, brother Yulong. Sasuke shot Yulong a resentful glance as he quickened his pace, visibly displeased. Please, don't be upset, Sasuke. Gazing at the dragon beside him, who was attempting to console him, Sasuke couldn't help but let a faint smile play at the corners of his mouth. Stupid little brother. How utterly unlovable. Observing the triumphant expression on Sasuke's face, the dragon, realizing the moment, mimicked his disdainful pout. This action not only deepened the smile on Sasuke's face, but also enveloped him in a gentle warmth. He understood that the dragon, in his own unique way, was alleviating his burden. Chapter 306. Sasuke's inability to accept the truth. Dragon brother. Can you help me find Itachi Uchiha? Once I kill him, I will return to Konoha. After a fleeting moment of silence, Sasuke turned his gaze toward the dragon and ultimately chose to seek his assistance. Upon hearing Sasuke finally broach this topic, the dragon, after a brief pause, responded with a tone tinged with somberness. Sasuke, Have you ever contemplated why Itachi slaughtered all our kin yet spared you? He claimed I was too weak. Thus, he deemed it beneath him to kill me. In response to the dragon's probing question, Sasuke, momentarily silent, erupted in a low growl of anger. As his fury boiled over, a complex array of emotions flickered across his face: defiance, rage, confusion, and an unmistakable undercurrent of murderous intent. I will certainly avenge my parents by killing him. Too weak? That excuse is utterly ridiculous. How could you possibly have been weaker than a mere newborn from the Uchiha clan? At hearing Sasuke's assertion, the dragon couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. This only fueled Sasuke's already seething anger. I know he is merely dismissing me. Yet, I cannot fathom why he would choose to do so. Was it truly to grow stronger that he annihilated his own kin? It was not. The dragon, observing Sasuke's sudden stupor, sighed and began to explain. The true reason lies in his overwhelming compassion. Compassion? Indeed. Compassion so profound that he would sacrifice his own family for the safety of the entire village of Konoha. The dragon paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Before continuing, even someone as compassionate as he is one person he cannot let go of. Directing his gaze at the dazed Sasuke, the dragon revealed a truth that would send shivers down Sasuke's spine. That person is you. Impossible. No, I refuse to believe it. Dragon brother, you must be deceiving me. Right, you must be deceiving me. Faced with the dragon's revelation, Sasuke found himself unable to accept the reality of the situation. He stepped forward, grasping the dragon's shoulders, demanding answers in a voice laced with urgency. Yet, the inquiry elicited only a look of pity from the dragon. Wake up, Sasuke. The so-called disdain for killing you was a lie from the very beginning. A lie designed to compel you to grow, to ensure you possess the strength to survive. Dragon brother, if you are unwilling to assist me, then so be it. Why must you resort to such evasive rhetoric? What kind of philanthropy would lead one to annihilate their own kin for the sake of a so-called village? With eyes ablaze with hatred, Sasuke fixed his gaze upon the figure of Ryulong before resolutely departing. I shall undoubtedly kill him, and from his lips, I shall extract the truth of the matter. I will. Is it truly so unbearable to accept this reality? Very well, I shall allow events to unfold as they will. Watching Sasuke vanish in an instant, Ryulong could not help but let out a wistful sigh. He understood that his efforts had ultimately been in vain. Faced with the cruel truth, the inherently fragile Sasuke was utterly unable to come to terms with it all. Chapter 307. The Snake Team anger, in time, tends to cool. Once he regained his composure, Sasuke resolved to seek out his elder brother Itachi to confront him and uncover the truth. Prior to this, however, he intended to assemble suitable comrades to form a new team. With this decision made, Sasuke, now steely and resolute, embarked on his recruitment journey. He first made his way to the nearest base of Orochimaru, where he found the imprisoned Suigetsu in a water tank. As he freed him, he extended an invitation to join his cause. Yet, in response to Sasuke's overture, Suigetsu presented his own condition. He insisted that if he were to join Sasuke's team, Sasuke must procure Zebu's executioner's blade for him. Only with that blade in hand would he agree to join Sasuke's ranks. Sasuke's brow furrowed at Suigetsu's demand. To him, this request seemed utterly unreasonable. After all, the Zabuza who survived in the Land of Waves had long chosen to live in seclusion with Haku. Over the years spent training under Orochimaru, Sasuke had lost all trace of Zabuza's whereabouts. Observing Sasuke's furrowed brow, Ryulong, who lay hidden in the shadows, promptly threw forth the executioner's blade. As the blade materialized before him, Suigetsu's initial reaction was not one of excitement, but rather a swift retreat from the formidable weapon. This cowardly display not only deepened Sasuke's frown, but also stirred a sense of gratitude within him. He recognized that such an act could only be performed by his guiding brother, Ryulong. Without uttering any words of gratitude or attempting to summon Ryulong from his concealment, Sasuke regained his serious demeanor and urged Suigetsu to take up the executioner's blade so they could set off. Mistaking Sasuke's reaction, Suigetsu hastily grasped the blade and followed Sasuke as they departed. As the two figures gradually receded from view, Ryulong emerged from his hiding place and stealthily followed in their wake. As time passed, Sasuke, having formally embarked on his journey of vengeance, finally gathered his comrades and named his team Snake. The elusive Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, showed no inclination to reveal himself. For a fleeting moment, Sasuke contemplated breaking the silence, yet he ultimately chose to maintain this unspoken understanding. He believed that when the moment truly arrived, his brother lurking in the darkness would undoubtedly choose to emerge. With such thoughts coursing through his mind, Sasuke set forth once more, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He struggled to comprehend how his brother Itachi could commit such an act, slaughtering their own kin for the sake of Konoha's safety. The notion of such selflessness baffled him entirely. To unravel these mysteries, Sasuke resolved to confront Itachi directly. Thus, burdened by his tumultuous feelings, he embarked on a quest to locate the Akatsuki's various strongholds throughout the ninja world. Though his approach seemed somewhat clumsy, with the assistance of Karen, Sasuke was confident he would soon find Itachi, who was concealed within the Akatsuki. Chapter 308. News. While Sasuke scoured the world in search of Itachi, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, announced Sasuke's pursuit of Itachi during a gathering of the organization's members. Upon learning that Orochimaru had fallen to Sasuke, and that Itachi was his next target, the others turned their gazes toward Itachi, eager to witness his reaction to this revelation. However, their anticipation quickly turned to disappointment as they observed Itachi's expression, which betrayed no hint of emotional disturbance. It was as if the matter at hand held no significance for him whatsoever. This disheartening display elicited an irritable reaction from Deidara, who remarked, "Hey, since your brother is causing trouble for the Akatsuki, you wouldn't mind if I took him out, would you?" Whatever. Faced with Deidara's blatant provocation, Itachi remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. This reaction only served to fuel Deidara's frustration further. After I deal with your brother, let us see if you can maintain that indifferent expression." With a disgruntled huff, Deidara dispelled his shadow clone technique and prepared to set off in search of Sasuke. Yet, despite Deidara's actions, Itachi's expression remained unchanged. Such formidable emotional restraint left the other members in awe, silently acknowledging how terrifying Itachi truly was. After all, a person capable of suppressing their emotions to such an extent demonstrated a level of endurance that surpassed ordinary comprehension. As I gazed at Itachi's silent departure, the expressions of those present quickly transformed into anticipation. One might wonder, if Deidara were to confront Itachi's younger brother, who would emerge victorious? With a glance at the others gathered, the ever-cheerful Black Zetsu, still ensnared in the technique of the projection body, chuckled. Such matters will naturally reveal themselves once the duel concludes. I shall take my leave. You may converse amongst yourselves. Seemingly dismissive of Black Zetsu's inquiry, Kisame Hoshigaki responded curtly before bidding farewell to Pain and dissolving the projection technique. This blatant disregard left Black Zetsu momentarily speechless. Was he truly standing up for Itachi? Watching Kisame vanish, Black Zetsu, shaken from his stupor, remarked in astonishment. The incredulity on his face drew immediate scorn from White Zetsu, who pondered how normal it was for Kisame to defend Itachi after having partnered with him for so long. Could this be love? Oh no. Perhaps it is friendship? Instead of engaging in idle chatter, it would be wiser to keep an eye on Deidara. Observing the banter between Black and White Zetsu, Pain, after a brief silence, issued an emotionless command. This order elicited a disdainful smirk from the previously conversing Zetsu pair. Very well. Such is the life of a laborer. One cannot afford to rest even for a moment. Enough chatter. Upon receiving the command, they should promptly attend to their duties. Further delay may invite Pain's wrath upon you. As Black and White Zetsu continued their playful banter even while departing, Pain stood still, enveloped in silence once again. Chapter 309. Sasuke's heartquake. The wheel of history rolls ever forward. If no one intervenes, history shall inevitably unfold along its destined path. The encounter between Deidara and Sasuke is a testament to this truth. Upon witnessing Sasuke's stern visage, Deidara wasted no time in delivering a brazen proclamation. Such audacity, of course, caused Sasuke's brow to furrow in response, as he recognized that this individual sought only to provoke him. Locking eyes with his adversary, Sasuke's gaze revealed a flicker of murderous intent. As the saying goes, when conversations fail to resonate, action must ensue. With no further words exchanged, the two swiftly resorted to combat. In the wake of their clash, the surrounding environment bore the brunt of their ferocity. The earth trembled and life withered. Observing the catastrophic scene from the shadows, Yulong suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the essence of life. Indeed, when one's power is insufficient, even the sanctity of one's own life slips beyond their grasp. Such is the nature of unwarranted calamity. As he beheld the lives abruptly extinguished, Yulong felt a tinge of sorrow. It is indeed true. Hence, in the monumental battle that unfolds a decade later, you must triumph over Otsutsuki Kinshiki and his ilk. Transcending the barrier of space, the recently arrived Funzun, having just traversed dimensions, chuckled softly. Indeed, we must prevail against them. If we fail, it would spell disaster for all. In response to the gentle reminder of the duality of our existence, the true form of Yulong could not help but sigh once more. Fear not. Victory shall be ours. Do not forget, we are both two individuals and yet one entity. A flicker of confidence gleamed in his eyes, and the duality within him revealed its crimson jade rotating eye. Indeed, you speak true. We are both two individuals and yet one. As long as we persist, any challenge we face shall merely serve as stepping stones. Gazing at the crimson jade rotating eye, Yulong, having emerged from his sorrowful reverie, instantly smiled. The clash between Sasuke and Deidara is about to reach its climax. What are your plans for the ensuing events? Noticing that his true form had regained confidence, he turned to the duality of Sasuke and Deidara and inquired softly. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to covertly assist Sasuke. The poor lad deserves better. We cannot allow him to falter at such a critical moment. Shall you go, or shall I? I shall take the lead. After all, while you two are me, I am more familiar with him. With a light-hearted chuckle, Yulong, revealing his crimson jade rotating eye, swiftly moved to Sasuke's side. Just as Deidara was about to self-detonate, he deftly shielded Sasuke utilizing his spatial manipulation. Brother Yulong, staring at the inexplicable spatial barrier that had suddenly appeared, a bewildered Sasuke, after a moment's pause, tentatively asked, "How do you feel? Are you not moved?" In response to Sasuke's cautious inquiry, Yulong, emerging from the shadows, could not help but tease with a grin. "Aren't you afraid that by aiding me, I might seek vengeance against Konoha upon uncovering the truth?" Gazing at Yulong, who seemed blissfully unaware of sorrow, Sasuke fell silent for a moment before quietly questioning once more. In the face of such an inquiry, Yulong, after a brief moment of surprise, uttered words that sent a tremor through Sasuke's heart. "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Should I forsake saving you out of fear of your retribution against Konoha, based on such a ludicrous premise? Absolutely not. That is entirely beyond my capability." Chapter 310. A Heart's Desire, Unchangeable. Even if you say so, Brother Yulong, I shall not abandon my quest for vengeance. Gazing at Yulong, Sasuke, after a moment of silence, spoke in a somber tone. "I fully comprehend." Upon seeing the astonishment in Sasuke's expression due to his words, Yulong's demeanor turned melancholic. Desire, bloodshed, hatred. From the very moment life is born, this scene unfolds incessantly. No one can halt it, unless all life is extinguished. Seemingly understanding Sasuke's confusion, Yulong, after a brief pause, continued to elucidate. The distribution of interests breeds the rise of desire, and the ascension of desire is often accompanied by slaughter. Slaughter begets hatred, and hatred, in turn, evolves into new bloodshed. This cycle, relentless and unending. Is there truly no way to put an end to all of this? In response to Yulong's explanation, Sasuke, after another moment of silence, bravely inquired, "No, even if one side were to be completely annihilated, the surviving faction would continue to engage in conflict with others. Such is the essence of life." Although this sentiment may seem heartless, in response to Sasuke's inquiry, Ryulong chose to reveal the truth. This revelation plunged the Sasuke before him into a state of despair. For such an answer inherently embodies hopelessness. But so what? If I emerge victorious, it signifies the total defeat of my foes, and my vengeance is fulfilled. If I perish, then what relevance does this world hold for me? Emerging once more from the depths of silence, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and he spoke with an icy tone. Such a profoundly negative response elicited a resigned shake of the head from Ryulong, who remarked, "Do you believe everything I say? Are you a fool, Sasuke?" Observing Sasuke's bewilderment and the twitch of his lips, Ryulong offered a new perspective. In this world, nothing is genuinely impossible. If something appears unattainable, it merely indicates that your efforts are insufficient or misdirected. Misguided efforts. Then what constitutes the correct path? Faced with Ryulong's contradiction of his previous statements, Sasuke, after a moment of silence, urgently pressed for clarity. Yet, this inquiry yielded yet another startling response. The answer is for you to discover. After all, each individual's understanding of what is correct varies. So, In essence, I must personally inquire of Itachi to obtain my answer? Once again resurfacing from his contemplation, Sasuke's expression hardened anew. This is not an answer I provide for you, but rather one you must find for yourself. Watching Sasuke transition from sternness to astonishment, Ryulong chose to turn and depart. You have always believed that to uncover the true answer, you must ask Itachi directly. How I explain it is ultimately inconsequential. Is that so? It indeed appears to be the case. As he gazed at the spot where Ryulong had vanished, Sasuke found himself murmuring in a daze. In that moment, he seemed to grasp something profound, yet simultaneously felt utterly lost. A mixture of uncertainty and bitterness enveloped him, complex, yet resolute. Ryulong, perhaps you are right. Regardless, I must confront Itachi and demand clarity. With a tone of unwavering determination, Sasuke steeled himself and stepped over the corpse of the great serpent. Chapter 311, Jiraiya's Death. The enraged Hinata Ryulong, just as Sasuke reaffirmed his resolve and continued his search for Itachi, an unexpected event transpired that caught Ryulong off guard. Despite already knowing the truth, Jiraiya had still chosen to infiltrate Amigakure following his original course of action. Such an unforeseen decision ignited a fierce anger within Ryulong upon hearing the news. Damn it! Does Jiraiya not fear death at all? Must he confirm the situation personally? Though he uttered these words in frustration, Ryulong found himself unable to remain a mere bystander. Thus, while expressing his grievances towards Jiraiya, Ryulong promptly notified his subordinate to hasten to the Hidden Rain village for the rescue. Unfortunately, the news arrived too late, and by the time his subordinate arrived in haste, Jiraiya had already been slain by Pain of the Six Paths. As he gazed at Jiraiya, slowly sinking into the sea, the hurried subordinate could not suppress a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. What a pitiful wretch. Merely a puppet manipulated by fate, yet here he is, lost in self-importance. Hatred. Indeed, it can render one foolish. Disrespect towards the divine. You shall be punished. In response to Yulong's merciless taunts, the expressionless Pain of the Six Paths coldly uttered. As his voice faded, Nagato, who had just completed the act of killing his mentor, initiated a new wave of attack. Universal Pull. The chilling command reverberated once more. With his palm directed at Yulong, Pain of the Six Paths unleashed his Universal Pull. Just as the power of Universal Pull was about to take effect on Yulong, the icy countenance of Yulong retaliated. You wish to draw me closer? Then as you desire. One breath of wind. Celestial Guard of the Heavens. As Yulong's frigid voice rang out, the sea beneath his feet transformed into a glacier amidst a gust of cold wind. Subsequently, Yulong's right foot came crashing down, shattering the glacier beneath him entirely. In an instant, countless fractured ice shards were propelled towards Pain of the Six Paths by the force of Universal Pull. Faced with such an anomaly, Nagato's expression shifted, and he commanded Pain of the Six Paths to employ the ability of Almighty Push. In an instant, the gravitational force vanished, and repulsion surged forth. The numerous shards of ice that were destined to strike Pain of the Six Paths were instantly repelled by the might of Almighty Push. However, while Nagato was unaware of Yulong's true power, Yulong possessed profound knowledge of Nagato's abilities. Observing that Pain of the Six Paths had exhausted both Universal Pull and Almighty Push, Yulong's eyes gleamed with cold light as he sprang into action. 8 trigrams Air Palm. As Yulong's voice resonated once again, his hands transformed into a flurry of phantoms. The targeted Pain of the Six Paths was completely struck by this blow. In that moment, a dark radiance howled, and the black rods used to control Pain of the Six Paths were entirely expelled from its body by Yulong's 8 trigrams Air Palm. Witnessing Pain of the Six Paths slowly collapsing, along with other Pains attempting to approach, Yulong, having succeeded, immediately scoffed. Do you wish to turn the tide? You shall find no such opportunity. 8 trigrams Air Palm. With Yulong's taunting voice echoing once more, his 8 trigrams Air Palm surged forward yet again. Chapter 312. Nagato's incredulity amidst a flurry of piercing sounds. The human path among the 6 paths of pain fell instantaneously. Do not rush. I shall resolve you shortly. Observing the other pains adopting defensive stances, Yulong, having gained the upper hand once more, coldly declared their fate. The declaration elicited an immediate and vehement backlash from the other pain. With the ominous cry of Shinra Tensei, an array of small missiles surged forth towards the assailing Ri. What? You? Gazing in astonishment at the sudden invocation of Shinra Tensei by Ri, Nagato, who had been preparing other attacks, was momentarily stunned. He could not fathom how Hinata Miryuu was capable of wielding the power of Shinra Tensei. However, such shock was evidently far from over. Faced with the now visibly shaken pains, Miryuu, wearing a cold smirk, struck once more. Universal pull. Impossible. How could you, humph? Are you feeling anxious? Fear not. I shall ensure your anxiety deepens. Planetary devastation. The chilling voice echoed once again. Drawing the Azura path towards himself, Miryuu unleashed planetary devastation upon it. In an instant, the Azura path soared into the air, while the surrounding shards of ice transformed into part of a sealing mechanism, hurtling towards the ascending Azura path. Impossible. Who on earth is he? How can he utilize all the abilities of Devapath Pain? Gazing at the colossal orb of ice suspended in the sky, Nagato, not far from the battlefield, was utterly beside himself. Humph. The abilities of Devapath. Do not speak as if you alone possess the mastery of attraction and repulsion. Do not approach. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Observing Miryuu, who had suddenly appeared from afar, Conan, standing protectively beside Nagato, promptly issued a warning. Yet, Miryuu merely chuckled disdainfully at such threats. Threaten me? Why not test whether you can truly succeed? Step back. Conan. Nagato, having regained his composure, promptly instructed. But there are no buts. Very well. With a moment's silence, Conan, now calmed, ultimately chose to acquiesce. After all, for so many years, she had grown accustomed to letting Nagato make the decisions. As Conan obediently retreated, Miryuu took another step forward, halting directly opposite Nagato. To slay one's master, you certainly execute it with finesse. All who defy the divine must perish. Seemingly unfazed by Ryu's mockery, Nagato, too, invoked the concept of the divine once more, further inciting Ryu's disdain. Divine? Who is divine? You? Ryu taunted, gazing at the now furious Nagato. The so-called god is merely a half-invalid with crippled legs. Is such a deity not laughable? Whether it is laughable or not, only the victor is entitled to comment. Universal pull. In the face of Ryu's unabashed mockery, Nagato, after a brief silence, suddenly opted to strike. Alas, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountably vast. Thus, even as Nagato attempted a surprise assault on Ryuu, he still met with failure. Gazing at Ryuu, who completely disregarded universal pull, Nagato, who had previously displayed a fierce expression, was instantaneously rendered speechless. How is this possible? Chapter 3:13. Unveiling the truth. Nothing is impossible. Gazing at Nagato's incredulous expression, Ryulong could not help but reveal a trace of pity. Awaken, Nagato. Throughout your life, you have been but a puppet in the hands of others. The Rinnegan does not belong to you. Your parents were deliberately slain by another's machinations. You lie? I refuse to believe it. My parents were undoubtedly killed by your leaf ninjas. Nagato, unable to accept Ryulong's sudden revelations, erupted in a fit of despairing rage. Alas, such a cry could not alleviate the turmoil within his heart. For long ago, he had harbored a vague suspicion of this very truth, yet it was a notion too horrifying to fully embrace. In his denial, Nagato instinctively chose to disregard this unsettling thought. Yet now, before him, Hinata Ryulong boldly resurrected the matter. Observing the unveiled Nagato and the utterly stunned Conan by his side, Ryulong felt a pang of sorrow as he sighed deeply. Why deceive oneself? You have already sensed the truth, have you not? I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept such a reality. Nagato, facing Ryulong's silence, expressed his unwillingness with a trace of bitterness. This look of reluctance plunged Ryulong into profound disappointment. So, you would rather deceive yourself? In response to Ryulong's urgent inquiry, Nagato chose to remain silent, a decision that only deepened the disappointment etched on Ryulong's face. Living within a fabricated illusion woven by others. What distinguishes you from a mere jester? Can such actions resurrect your parents? Or bring back your deceased friend Yahiko? In this sordid world, even if I were to resurrect them, what would it change? Would they not succumb to the ravages of war and strife once more? Nagato retorted vehemently. Yet such a rebuttal rendered Ryulong momentarily speechless. Seeing Ryulong's silence, a mocking expression crept onto Nagato's face. After a brief pause, Ryulong spoke again. Only the cowardly yield to reality. Gazing at the stunned expressions of Nagato and Conan, Ryulong's eyes sharpened. True strength lies in courageously confronting one's circumstances. It is the heart that embodies strength, not mere power. The heart is the true source of strength, not sheer power. Nagato murmured, still somewhat dazed by Ryulong's piercing gaze. Awaken. The Rinnegan is not truly yours. It is merely a temporary vessel for its rightful master. Why would he do this? And why choose me? Finally grasping Ryulong's admonition, Nagato pondered aloud, regaining his composure. As Nagato struggled to accept this reality, feeling a sense of helplessness, he chose to unravel the mystery. You must be well aware of the immense power of the Rinnegan, correct? Observing Nagato nod instinctively, Yulong sighed and continued to elucidate. The greater the power, the more challenging it is to find a suitable vessel. And you, my friend, have been selected as the rightful bearer. Chapter 314. Yulong's conditions and the unbreakable oath. So, who is the true master of the Rinnegan? Upon hearing Yulong's explanation, Nagato, having regained his composure, pondered deeply before inquiring once more. In response to Nagato's question, Yulong unhesitatingly revealed the answer. Uchiha Madara. Is it truly him? How is that possible? His eyes are clearly the Sharingan. You can't possibly believe that Obito is Uchiha Madara, can you? Observing Nagato's incredulous expression, Yulong couldn't help but show a hint of exasperation. What? Obito is not Uchiha Madara. Of course not. His real name is Uchiha Obito. Like you, he is merely a puppet of Uchiha Madara. Is he aware of this? Nagato, momentarily stunned by Yulong's astounding revelation, eventually broke the silence with his question. Do you think such matters are significant? Noticing Nagato's concern for this issue, Yulong displayed an expression of resignation. This expression jolted Nagato from his previous days, gazing at the still exasperated Yulong. Nagato's demeanor once again turned cold. Having exchanged so much trivial chatter, what is your true purpose in seeking me out? Take Konan and leave the Akatsuki. I killed Jiraiya-sensei. Don't you wish to avenge him by killing me? After a brief silence, Yulong voiced this provocative statement, prompting Nagato to question him directly. His gaze shifted to Konan, who appeared anxious and hesitant to speak. Yulong smiled again. Let go of thoughts of revenge. Looking at Nagato, whose expression had suddenly turned icy, Yulong proclaimed something that left him in shock. I will revive Jiraiya. Furthermore, as a condition for your agreement to leave the Akatsuki, I can resurrect Yahiko for you. Reviving Yahiko? What are your other conditions? After a moment of silence, Nagato responded with a somber tone. I hope you will leave the Rinnegan for Uchiha Obito. What? You want Nagato to leave the Rinnegan to that Uchiha Obito? On what grounds? Upon hearing Yulong's outrageous demand, Konan immediately expressed her fury. After all, she perceived Yulong's request as utterly excessive. As the saying goes, when anger resides in the heart, the face becomes grotesque. Confronted with Yulong's impudent demand, the usually gentle Konan could not help but assume a fierce countenance. As the situation spiraled out of control, the previously silent Nagato could not help but speak again. I agree to this condition. Nagato. Startled, Konan turned to her companion, her earlier anger replaced by disbelief. She never expected that Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, would consent to such a transaction. Gazing at the seemingly calm Nagato, Konan, momentarily stunned, exhibited signs of anxiety. Nagato, do not agree. You have already lost your legs. What will you do if you lose your eyes as well? Nagato, if I become blind, will you still care for me? Turning to face the anxious Konan, Nagato revealed a gentle expression, which left Konan momentarily speechless. After a while, emerging from her daze, Konan displayed a complex expression before promptly providing her answer. Of course. No matter what happens to you, Nagato, I will always be by your side. Given that, I believe I can accept his request. As Konan attempted to say more, Nagato, with a gentle demeanor, spoke again. After all, it is worth it to exchange a pair of Rinnegan for Yahiko. Nagato, overwhelmed by Nagato's heartfelt revelation, Konan could no longer restrain her tears, which flowed uncontrollably. Chapter 315. The hidden abode of Zabuza. As Konan wept profusely, Nagato gazed deeply at her, revealing a look of longing. This was not love, but an unwavering friendship. He understood that the moment he removed his Rinnegan, seeing Konan's face again would become an unattainable desire. Reluctantly averting his gaze, Nagato's expression turned cold as he swiftly raised his right hand and extracted his pair of Rinnegan. Nagato. Witnessing Nagato remove his Rinnegan, Konan was heartbroken, her cries echoing in anguish. In response to her distress, the now sightless Nagato's expression softened further. Konan, do not be sad. It is all worth it. After gently comforting her, Nagato tossed the Rinnegan to the waiting Wai Long and coldly inquired, Hinata Wai Long, I give you the Rinnegan. When do you intend to resurrect Yahiko? Of course, immediately. But first, I must take you all away from here. I do not want you, deprived of the Rinnegan, to fall prey to ill-intentioned individuals. After delivering his decisive answer, Wai Long swiftly moved, teleporting Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko's body far away. Wai Long, how did you get here? Who are they? Zabuza questioned with a puzzled expression upon encountering the sudden arrival of Wai Long and his companions in their secluded refuge. They are like you and Haku, individuals wishing to remain hidden. Thus, I brought them along. What do you think? You have no objections, I hope. Turning to the puzzled Zaibujan, Yulong could not help but inquire with a smile. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Zaibujan, initially taken aback, immediately displayed a warm smile. How could there be any objections? After all, both my life and Bai's were saved by you. If they wish to reside here as well, let them stay. The more, the merrier. Since you have said so, I shall gladly agree on their behalf. Hinata Yulong, you outer path. Reincarnation ninjutsu. Ignoring Xiaonan's exclamations, Yulong, having confirmed Zaibujan's consent, promptly began to perform the reincarnation ninjutsu. In an instant, countless emerald green lights emanated from Yulong's body and, after a brief pause, soared towards Yahiko and Nagato. Watching as the emerald green light enveloped Yahiko and Nagato, Xiaonan was momentarily stunned. Reincarnation ninjutsu. Who exactly are you? Recovering from her dazed state, Xiaonan murmured in disbelief. Nagato. Now, disregarding Xiaonan's murmurs, Yulong, having completed the reincarnation ninjutsu, immediately tossed a universal restoration red date towards Nagato. Sensing something approaching, Nagato instinctively caught the red date thrown at him. What is this? If you wish to regain the light, consume it without hesitation. In response to Nagato's inquiry, Yulong offered what seemed to be an evasive answer. Yet, this response stirred something within Nagato, prompting him to swallow the universal restoration red date without a second thought. In that moment, a peculiar warmth circulated throughout his body, ultimately converging in his eyes. Under the influence of this strange warmth, Nagato, who had previously kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Nagato, your eyes. Gazing at Nagato, who had reopened his eyes, Xiaonan, previously anxious, could not help but exclaim in surprise. Chapter 316, Yahiko revived. Jiraiya revived. This feeling, reincarnation eye. Reincarnation eye. Nagato, your reincarnation eye has returned. Observing the somewhat dazed Nagato, Xiaonan, finally regaining her composure, spoke with excitement. Upon hearing Xiaonan's words, Nagato, who had been merely puzzled, instantly realized one crucial truth. His reincarnation eye had indeed returned. What do you mean by that? Turning to Yulong, Nagato, having regained his reincarnation eye, frowned. Hehe. Compared to the pair of reincarnation eyes I possess, the ones now adorning your gaze truly belong to you. Yulong, in a jovial mood, teased as he noticed Nagato's hesitation. No need to thank me. Your peace and comfort in this secluded life is the greatest reward I could receive. Who are you? Why should we owe you our gratitude? In response to Yulong's self-congratulatory words, Yahiko, finally awakening from his slumber, retorted with irritation. Bang. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Humph. Just because I saved your life. Yahiko. As they gazed upon the anguished and bewildered Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan, finally emerging from the stupor of his resurrection, exclaimed in astonishment. Upon witnessing their expressions of delight, the previously dazed Mayahiko began to recollect the circumstances. So that is it. The former me was supposed to be dead, and now, it appears I have returned from the grave. Indeed, it was I who brought you back to life. Observing the astonished yet awkward expression on Mayahiko's face, the veins on Rilong's forehead pulsated, prompting him to question the latter with a hint of irritation. Now, tell me, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Let's discuss this calmly. Please, do not resort to violence. Mayahiko, having grasped the intent behind Rilong's eager stance, managed a sheepish smile. Humph. Very well. Today, my mood is rather pleasant, so I shall let it slide. As he uttered these words, Rilong immediately summoned Jiraiya, who had been revived by his original self, to this very spot. Thud. You rascal. How dare you treat an old man like me so callously? Jiraiya exclaimed, rising from the ground, exuding indignation. Jiraiya-sensei? Mayahiko, you're not suggesting that. Realization dawned upon Jiraiya as he observed the resurrected Mayahiko and then glanced at Ri-Long standing nearby. Noticing that Jiraiya had finally grasped the situation, Ri-Long's original form couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. An old man. Humph. A bothersome elder like you, who shows no respect for your age, would be better off causing less trouble. Otherwise, would I not be worn out by your kind of elderliness? You insolent brat. How dare you speak to me that way? Have the courage to repeat that. Enraged by Ri-Long's merciless scorn, Jiraiya, now fully upright, began to stomp furiously on the ground. Observing Jiraiya's loss of composure, Ri-Long's original form rolled his eyes in exasperation. Sasuke is about to confront Itachi. I must go and witness the battle. I do not have time to entertain you. With a tone laced with disdain, Ri-Long's original form promptly turned and stepped into the realm of cultivation. Staring at the departing Ri-Long, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He once again erupted into a furious stomp. Chapter 317. The comical Jiraiya. Hey, Lord Jiraiya, even if you wish to embarrass yourself, there must be a limit, right? Is it truly acceptable to continue like this? Observing Jiraiya, who was still shouting and hopping about, Ri-Long's doppelganger could not help but voice his bemusement. Upon hearing Ri-Long's inquiry, Jiraiya, who had been lost in his own antics, froze in place. Huh, you rascal, did you not leave? When did you return? Lord Jiraiya, are you jesting? I have been right here the entire time, never moving an inch. Faced with the befuddled Jiraiya, Ri-Long's doppelganger revealed a resigned expression. Faced with the helplessness of the dragon split, the already befuddled Jiraiya became even more perplexed. You little rascal, are you trying to deceive me? I distinctly heard you say you were going to watch the match. Now you claim you have been here all along. Do you take me for a fool? I dare say. Jiraiya-sama, you might truly be foolish. Dragon split, Jiraiya-sensei. He has indeed been here from the very beginning. At the very least, he arrived before you. Observing Jiraiya's incredulous expression, Yahiko cautiously interjected. Yahiko, lying is wrong. Deceiving a teacher is even more reprehensible. I was tossed here by this brat. How could he possibly have arrived before me? Jiraiya fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Yahiko, his head jutting forward in disdain. However, Jiraiya's insistence soon earned him the collective scorn of those present. Jiraiya-sensei, he did arrive before you. Conan chimed in. Jiraiya-sensei, I can attest to that. He indeed arrived prior to you. Nagato affirmed. Jiraiya-sensei, he truly got here before you. Yahiko echoed. Are you the legendary Jiraiya of the Three Ninjas? Dragon Split indeed arrived before you. Zabuza added. Are you all conspiring to mock this old man? If he arrived before me, then who cast me here? After a moment of silence amidst the collective disdain, Jiraiya's lips began to twitch. Seeing that Jiraiya had yet to grasp the situation, the disdain in the eyes of Dragon Split intensified. Who has the time to mock you? It was my true self who cast you here, not me. What do you mean your true self cast me here, and not you? Are the true self and the clone not considered one and the same? Jiraiya, incensed by Dragon Split's words, found himself jumping up and down in frustration. Witnessing Jiraiya's undignified display, Dragon Split could only sigh in exasperation. I am the Split, not the clone. Of course, I am not the same as the true self. Split? True self? What are you rambling about? I fail to comprehend. Faced with Dragon Split's eye-rolling explanation, Jiraiya realized he was even more confused. Noting Jiraiya's bewilderment, Dragon Split rolled his eyes once more. Jiraiya-sama, you have indeed grown old. Since your mind is so muddled, perhaps you should remain here to enjoy your retirement. After disdainfully curling his lip, Dragon Split, uninterested in further explanations, departed using his gardening space, leaving the others in stunned silence. Such an unexpected departure was truly astonishing. Chapter 318. This is the last time. Sasuke having concluded his playful antics with Jiraiya, Dragon Split immediately turned to rejoin his true self. Observing the skirmish between the Uchiha brothers in the distance, he casually greeted his true self. So, have you found the hidden Aburame? I have. Over there. When the esteemed Funzun inquired about the location of Ju, Yulong promptly raised his chin, indicating the position to Funzun. Following the direction suggested by his true self, Funzun swiftly spotted the black and white Ju situated directly beneath them. A knowing smile crept upon his lips. As he mused, it appears your choice of vantage point for observing the battle is not without purpose. Indeed, Yulong replied. Observing from behind Ju allows one to grasp the unfolding dynamics between Sasuke and Itachi while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on Ju. It is a win-win situation, is it not? In response to Funzun's playful banter, Yulong's lips curled into a smile, and he couldn't suppress a soft chuckle. Meanwhile, amidst the casual exchange between Yulong's true self and Funzun, the fierce duel between the brothers Sasuke had finally culminated in the end of their illusionary confrontation, transitioning into a close-quarters combat and ninjutsu showdown. Observing Sasuke, who was evidently exerting every ounce of his strength, Funzun furrowed his brow in concern. What is transpiring here? Did you not already provide Sasuke with a lesson in ideological clarity? He pondered. Why does he still bear such a countenance of deep resentment? This predicament was unavoidable. Itachi had an uncanny talent for inciting animosity. Casting a glance at the perplexed Funzun, Yulong let out a wry smile and elaborated once more. Itachi's claim of keeping Sasuke alive solely to seize his eyes and achieve his own Mangekyou Sharingan was delivered with such conviction that Sasuke, already rife with doubts and confusion, unreservedly believed him. This is utterly absurd. All the discussions shared between the brothers have been rendered futile by his meddling. Funzun, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Truly, despite all precautions, Itachi remains an enigma. Exchanging a glance with Yulong, both of them shrugged in resignation at Itachi's obstinacy. At this juncture, if Itachi wishes to persist with his charade, let him continue. We can always intervene and resurrect him if need be. Yulong sighed softly as he beheld the brothers unleashing their techniques, Sasuke with his lightning release, Kirin and Itachi with his Susanoo. He understood that at this point, there was little else to be done. With another quiet sigh, Yulong chose to await the conclusion of their fierce clash. As the battle reached its climax, with Orochimaru's sudden appearance and Itachi's preparedness, Yulong remained an observer, his only action a series of silent sighs. He watched as Itachi successfully extracted Orochimaru from Sasuke's body, revealing his true self in the final moments of life. A sudden wave of emotion washed over Yulong, and he found his eyes growing misty. Yulong, brother Yulong, please come out. Please come out. Sasuke cried out, his voice tinged with despair, as Itachi proclaimed that this was their final encounter. Noticing Sasuke's desperate search for help, Yulong exchanged a glance with Funzun, then swiftly appeared before the disheartened Sasuke, now bearing a look of disappointment. Chapter 319. Sasuke's plea. Kuro's astonishment as Sasuke gazed at the long-awaited emergence of Yulong. His previous despair began to dissipate, and he felt a spark of hope rekindle within him. Speak. What is it that you desire of me? Observing Sasuke, whose lips parted in uncertainty, Yulong, after a moment of contemplation, inquired with a hint of melancholy in his voice. Bring him back. Save Itachi. I implore you. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face as he uttered his heartfelt request, compelled by the gravity of his emotions. Very well, Yulong responded with resolute assurance. After meeting Sasuke's gaze for a brief moment, without further ado, he commenced the incantations to perform the sacred art of resurrection. Outer path. Rebirth technique. As Yulong's voice resonated, a radiant emerald light emanated from him, soaring towards Itachi, who lay lifeless on the ground. Rebirth technique. Impossible. Who exactly is this Hinata Miryuu? How could he possess the unique rebirth technique of the Rinnegan? The hidden Kuro, lurking beneath the surface, could not suppress his astonishment at Yulong's audacity in wielding such power. Meanwhile, though silent, the expression on Kuro's face was shrouded in ominous foreboding. He sensed that Yulong's use of the rebirth technique posed an immense threat. As Yulong maintained the rebirth technique, a thought flickered through Kuro's mind. Alas, before he could act on his contemplation, Yulong's doppelganger, who had been closely monitoring him, swiftly intervened. Humph. Kuro, where do you think you are going? What? When did this happen? Could it be? Kuro's heart surged with a mix of surprise and fury as he beheld Yulong's sudden appearance and the utterance of his name. Seeing the anger and astonishment etched on Kuro's face, Yulong's doppelganger wore a sly smile. Heh, have you figured it out? I must say, your confidence in your hidden abilities and probing skills is rather misplaced. That is quite unfortunate. Who are you really? Kuro's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Yulong's doppelganger, demanding an answer. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is, do you not wish to save your mother? You, take this. With a smirk, Yulong's doppelganger tossed the Rinnegan, obtained from Nagato, towards Kuro. This is the Rinnegan? You scoundrel. What have you done to Nagato? Did you kill him? Instinctively catching the Rinnegan, Kuro's expression morphed into one of shock and fury once more. Witnessing Kuro's reaction, Yulong's doppelganger couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Humph, how laughable. Do you truly care for him? No, you do not. You merely wish to gauge my strength through him. As Kuro's countenance darkened upon having his true motives unveiled, Yulong's doppelganger's face was adorned with a mocking grin. Rest assured, since I have willingly bestowed upon you the Rinnegan, I shall not hinder your resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Who exactly are you? What is it that you seek from me? In the face of the promise offered by the dragon god, Black Zetsu, momentarily silenced, could not help but inquire once more. Chapter 320. The promise of the dragon god and Black Zetsu's dilemma. Who am I? Why does everyone feel compelled to pose that question? Since you all refuse to believe that I am Hyuga Ryujin, does it truly matter who I am? Gazing at the somber expression of Black Zetsu, Ryujin, after a brief pause, shifted his tone to one of mockery. As for what I desire, once Kaguya Otsutsuki is resurrected, you shall naturally discover it. Hyuga Ryujin, your arrogance knows no bounds. I hope you do not pay a price that you cannot bear due to your hubris. Confronted by the audacious demeanor of the dragon god, Black Zetsu, with a face etched in darkness, could not suppress his cold retort. Yet, how could the usually assertive Ryujin tolerate such insolence? Thus, upon hearing the provocation, the dragon god's expression turned icy, and he threatened forthwith. Oh, if that is the case, perhaps I should simply seal you away as well, eliminating any future troubles. Should you seal me, do not expect to achieve your goals. Realizing the dragon god had made such a declaration, Black Zetsu regretted his decision to provoke him. After a moment of silence, he chose to lower his stance and acquiesce to the dragon god. After all, from the very beginning, he possessed no knowledge of the Hyuga Ryujin before him. If the other's power truly surpassed the threshold necessary to seal him away, it would ultimately be he who would regret it. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Black Zetsu capitulated even further. If you allow my mother to be successfully resurrected, I will persuade her to meet any demands you may have. How does that sound? Humph. Have you finally come to your senses? That is splendid. I am quite reasonable. As long as you concede, I shall certainly spare you. Observing the twitch at the corner of Black Zetsu's mouth as he restrained his fury, the dragon god's eyes sparkled with amusement. Very well. You may depart. Should you linger any longer, I might just regret it. Excellent. I hope you remember your promise and do not interfere with my mother's resurrection. Taking a deep breath to suppress the anger bubbling within, Black Zetsu cast one last glance at the dragon god before employing the insect technique to sink into the ground and depart. Nevertheless, how could Black Zetsu's actions deceive the dragon god, who possessed the red jade Rinnegan? Watching the seemingly deserted ground, the dragon god's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke once more. Black Zetsu, you appear to lack wisdom. Do you truly wish to provoke me into sealing you away? Humph. Noticing that the dragon god's gaze followed his every move, Black Zetsu, realizing he had nowhere to hide, let out a cold snort and hastily made his exit. Yet, as he turned to leave, a look of uncontainable astonishment flickered in his eyes. He was utterly perplexed as to how Hinata Miryuu could see through his movements. This incomprehensible situation stirred within him a sense of incredulity. The thought that Hinata Miryuu had attained a power nearing that of his mother Kaguya began to take root in his mind. Faced with this astonishing possibility, Black Zetsu's heart grew anxious for the first time. He suddenly realized that an unfamiliar sense of uncertainty and dread had emerged within him. Chapter 321. Ryulong's Assessment. The adorable brothers, while Ryulong's avatar was busy intimidating Black Zetsu before him, Itachi had successfully returned to life on the other side. He truly revived. Gazing at Itachi, who had indeed come back to life, Sasuke, who had merely harbored a wish in his heart, was instantly astounded. Ryulong, you did this, didn't you? I never expected you to have grown this powerful. Reviving the dead is a violation of the natural order. The cost of such an act must be immense, right? With a gentle gaze sweeping over Sasuke, Itachi turned to Ryulong and solemnly inquired. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke, who had initially been in disbelief, finally came to his senses. Ryulong brother, haha. For me, it merely costs a bit of vitality. No need to worry. Observing the hint of guilt in Sasuke's eyes, Ryulong couldn't help but chuckle nonchalantly. I never thought that our brotherly whims would ultimately fall upon you to bear the consequences. My apologies, Hinata Ryulong. Looking at the carefree Ryulong before him, Itachi, who had been silently observing, felt a twinge of regret and spoke up. Upon hearing Itachi's admission, Ryulong, who also regarded him. Couldn't he resist teasingly remarking, "I never expected you to acknowledge that you were throwing a little tantrum." As he observed Itachi's embarrassed expression, Ryulong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "TSK, I never imagined that the embarrassed you would be just as adorable as Sasuke. Truly, brothers indeed." Itachi, Sasuke, what are those expressions on your faces? Why do you look somewhat menacing? Is it just my imagination? Seeing the sudden shift in the brothers' expressions, Ryulong inquired with an air of astonishment. This question only intensified the changes in Sasuke and Itachi's demeanor. "I had a faint sense of remorse towards you, but now it's entirely vanished." "Indeed, Ryulong brother, you have gone too far. You dared to bring up the matter of cuteness again. I will not let this slide." "Oh dear, what do you two brothers intend to do? Why do I suddenly feel a chilling sensation in my heart?" Watching Sasuke and Itachi, who were approaching him with stern expressions, Ryulong instinctively took a step back and exclaimed, "What do you mean? Of course, we're going to beat you up." In response to Ryulong's playful antics, Sasuke and Itachi immediately shouted in unison as they lunged at the fleeing Ryulong. Observing the playful commotion among the three, Ryulong's avatar couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. This fellow truly resembles a child, doesn't he? Even at this age, he still delights in playful banter with others. After sharing some amusing remarks and ensuring that no hidden threats lurked nearby, the separated self promptly stepped into the gardening space. With matters here resolved, it was time for him to return to Zaibujan and retrieve Jiraiya. After all, without his intervention, Jiraiya's return to Konoha from Zaibujan would likely be a protracted endeavor. To spare the villagers unnecessary worry and burden, it was prudent to escort Jiraiya back to Konoha at the earliest opportunity. With such thoughts crossing his mind, the separated self, now within the gardening space, swiftly redirected his focus and transitioned to Zaibujan's residence. Chapter 322. Jiraiya's self-inflicted misery. Gazing at the reappearing Yulong's separated self, Jiraiya, having grasped the previous incident through others' explanations, regarded him with a dubious expression. "Are you the Hinata Yulong? A separated self, no less. You must be a monster. Having two of yourself?" Upon receiving an explanation from the Yulong's separated self, Jiraiya could not help but ridicule him with a peculiar expression. This mockery, of course, provoked an immediate retort from the Yulong's separated self. "Even if I were a monster, I would be superior to you, you old lecher. Constantly using the excuse of gathering materials to peep at women bathing. How shameless. Hey, you little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? I am a best-selling author. Yes, a best-selling author of lewd literature." Witnessing Jiraiya's face flush with indignation, the Yulong's separated self could not resist adopting a similarly mocking expression. "Under the guise of writing, you engage in lewdness. Be wary of an untimely demise from excessive fantasies. You little rascal. No need to defend yourself. No amount of argument will change the fact that you are a pervert." As Jiraiya attempted to say more, the Yulong's separated self unceremoniously interrupted him, turning away to approach others amid Jiraiya's exasperated expression. "Hey, are you taking a little one out to bask in the sun? What a splendid idea. The little one is at an age where he needs sunlight the most." Faced with the ruthless topic diversion of the Yulong's separated self, Jiraiya felt his spirits sink. He realized that whether it was the original Yulong or the separated self, both were equally cunning and sharp-witted. Attempting to gain an advantage over them was akin to plucking feathers from a stingy hen, an almost impossible task. As Jiraiya observed the Yulong's separated self acting nonchalantly, as if he were invisible, a hint of resentment flickered in his eyes. How infuriating. This little brat must be doing this on purpose. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly forlorn. It appeared that the Yulong had finally noticed Jiraiya's discontent, casting a surprised glance in his direction. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya, what seems to be the matter? Why do you appear to be a wronged little girl? Who has bullied you? Tell me, and I shall intercede on your behalf. May I resort to physical action against you?" Faced with the utterly serious yet nonsensical demeanor of the dragon's sovereign, Jiraiya couldn't help but inquire in a somber tone. "Alas, the answer is undoubtedly a resounding no. Of course not. Why is that? Because I fear that should I retaliate, I might inadvertently extinguish your life, only to expend further effort in resurrecting you. Such an endeavor is simply too unprofitable. Hence, I resolutely decline to engage in such a thankless task." Looking at the still solemn dragon sovereign, Jiraiya found himself in a state of utter disarray. In that moment, he regretted having provoked the Dragon Sovereign in the first place. After all, confronting someone one cannot overpower or outwit is an act of sheer folly. Chapter 323. Obito declares war. Laughter must eventually fade, and the course of history must advance. With Nagato and his companions retreating into seclusion, Itachi, under the encouragement of the Dragon Sovereign, returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. The Akatsuki organization had dwindled to a mere 3 members, the enigmatic Kisame, who had joined for reasons unknown, Obito, who remained lost in dreams of an infinite Tsukuyomi, and the ultimate puppet master, Black Zetsu. In stark contrast to the diminishing numbers within the Akatsuki, their progress in collecting the tailed beasts had reached a critical juncture. Of the 9 tailed beasts within the ninja world, 7 had been successfully captured and sealed by the organization's members. The 2 remaining beasts yet to be acquired were the 9 tails of the Hidden Leaf Village and the 8 tails of the Cloud Village. Confronted with this shortage of manpower, Black Zetsu, now allied with Obito, proposed the utilization of the White Zetsu army. However, this suggestion was met with immediate opposition from Obito. After all, with the Rinnegan now in his possession, Obito believed that as long as the mysterious Hinata Dragon Sovereign did not intervene, others posed no real threat. Thus, while dismissing Black Zetsu's proposal, Obito declared his intention to personally capture the 8 tails. Upon hearing Obito's declaration, Black Zetsu, after a moment of contemplation, ultimately acquiesced to his plan, allowing Obito, newly endowed with the Rinnegan, to set out for the Cloud Village in pursuit of the 8 tails, Killer Bee. Faced with the formidable Obito, who now wielded the Rinnegan, Killer Bee was swiftly captured. This outcome incited the ire of the 4th Raikage, who was deeply concerned for his brother's safety. Without a moment's hesitation, convened a summit of the 5 Kage. The location chosen for this pivotal meeting was the Iron Country, a permanent neutral ground. Acknowledging the threat posed by the Akatsuki, the other 4 Kage promptly set out for the Iron Country upon receiving the invitation. The inscrutable Dragon Sovereign was selected by Tsunade as one of her bodyguards for this journey. The other was Shikamaru, who had long been groomed as a potential advisor to the Hokage. In Tsunade's eyes, it would be a tremendous loss if someone as intellectually gifted as Shikamaru were not nurtured. Thus, despite Shikamaru's myriad hesitations, he was forcibly conscripted by Tsunade, the Hokage. Meanwhile, as the 5 Kage hurried to the Land of Iron, the now transformed Orochimaru, known as Kabuto, appeared before Obito. Facing Obito's cold glare, Kabuto candidly expressed his desire to join the Akatsuki. This request was met with immediate scorn from Obito, who deemed Kabuto's abilities insufficient. Yet, undeterred by Obito's derision, Kabuto revealed his trump card, a legion of reanimated corpses, including the most significant among them, Uchiha Madara. Upon witnessing Madara summoned from beyond, Obito's previously disdainful demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing in surprise. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rising agitation within him. After a moment of silence, Obito ultimately chose to accept Kabuto into his ranks. Subsequently, he announced his intention to convene the 5 Kage, declaring war on all 5 great nations. This unilateral declaration infuriated the assembled Kage, transforming their previously contentious discussions into a united front against a common enemy. Chapter 324. Encounter with Kurama in response to Obito's declaration of war. The allied forces of the 5 great nations swiftly mobilized their armies. Meanwhile, Naruto, targeted by Obito, was forcibly assigned to the side of Ri. Tsunade insisted that Ri must ensure Naruto's safety, as she could not bear the thought of Naruto coming to harm, both as Hokage and as his beloved grandmother. Despite having heard Ri's intentions, Tsunade harbored an instinctive aversion to the revival of Kaguya Tsutsuki. The prospect of Kaguya's resurrection, coupled with the realization that the formidable Ri might not be able to contend with her, painted a dire picture that Tsunade found unbearable to contemplate. Although Ri had mentioned that in over a decade, 2 members of the Tsutsuki clan would descend, Tsunade found such distant possibilities unsettling and unreliable. Ironically, it was Jiraiya, often regarded as impractical, who found himself in agreement with Ri on this matter. However, regardless of Tsunade's inner turmoil, Ri's plans would remain unchanged. Observing the mobilization of the Konoha ninja forces, Ri maintained a stoic expression while calming the restless Naruto beside him. Naruto, your heart is too restless. Brother Ri, even Sasuke, who just returned to the village, is participating. Why can't I join the battle? Naruto, filled with urgency, turned to Ri, his face etched with concern. That is because your training is not yet complete. Before the completion of your training, you are unable to leave. But, dear Brother Yulong, what exactly do you wish for me to learn? Observing Brother Yulong's unexpected statement, Naruto, who was eager to join the battle alongside the army, could not help but urgently inquire once more. The Sage Chakra and the communication with the Nine Tails. Sage Chakra. Nine Tails. Brother Yulong. Is Nine Tails the name of the fox? Upon hearing Brother Yulong speak again, Naruto, who finally received an answer, was immediately captivated by the words of Yulong. Noticing Naruto's attention had indeed been successfully diverted by his words, Yulong smiled broadly and nodded. Precisely. So, what would you prefer to cultivate first? The Sage Chakra or the communication with the Nine Tails? Let's communicate with the Nine Tails first. I have longed to speak with it. Gazing at the smiling Brother Yulong. After a moment of silence, Naruto resolutely voiced his choice. Seeing Naruto's decision, Yulong nodded once more and gestured for him to sit cross-legged. Once Naruto successfully settled, Yulong began guiding his mental will towards his inner world. Naturally, as the guide, Yulong also accompanied Naruto into his spiritual realm, observing the two figures that appeared before him. The Nine Tails, who had been resting with closed eyes, slowly opened them. You have arrived. Indeed, I have. Responding to the Nine Tails initiation, Yulong paused thoughtfully before continuing. So, what shall it be? Would you prefer to converse with me first, or with Naruto beside me? Is it truly necessary to distinguish so clearly? In response to Yulong's inquiry, the Nine Tails retorted with a tone laden with significance. Confronted with the Nine Tails' profound retort, the smile on Yulong's face intensified. Chapter 325. Yulong's Promise, the Nine Tails' Pride. You are correct. There is indeed no need for such a clear distinction. In that case, allow me to present my promise. Gazing at the Nine Tails with a sharp glint in his eyes, Yulong directly articulated his commitment. After this matter passes, I will utilize my reincarnation power to transform all of you into humans. This way, even if those with ulterior motives appear in the ninja world again, you will remain safe and sound. Huh? Safe and sound. Are you certain? Upon hearing Yulong's audacious pledge, the Nine Tails, still lying on the ground with its forelegs supporting its chin, could not help but scoff. This derisive laughter caused Yulong's already serious expression to grow even more grave. I comprehend your sentiment. However, once you are reincarnated as humans, it will be exceedingly difficult for those with ill intentions to locate you. A moment of tranquility is surely preferable to being constantly disturbed by such individuals, is it not? Humph. You make a valid point. In light of this, what conditions do you propose? Seemingly in agreement with Yulong's assertions, the Kyuubi, having shifted its stance, could not help but retort. In response to the Kyuubi's counter, Yulong succinctly articulated his terms. I hope you can set aside your inner pride and connect with Naruto on a deeper level. Observing the slight smirk on Kyuubi's lips, hinting at a trace of derision, Yulong met its gaze unflinchingly and promptly unveiled the Fade. There is no need for that expression. You have long accepted this child, Naruto. The only reason you refuse to cooperate is merely out of concern for your pride. Humph. Do you think that by discerning the hearts of others, you can comprehend mine? What a joke. Faced with Yulong's unrelenting exposure of the truth, the Kyuubi, previously crouched upon the ground, rose to its feet in a surge of agitation. Witnessing such a display, Yulong, who had maintained a serious demeanor, could not suppress a grin. Whether or not you can see through it, your own actions have already provided the answer, haven't they? Humph. And what of it? If you wish for my cooperation, you must first endure my trials. The Kyuubi, with an air of arrogance, bared its sharp fangs and directed its gaze towards Naruto, issuing a menacing challenge. You little brat, if you cannot pass my trials, I shall take your place as Naruto. What say you? Are you brave enough to accept my challenge? I have faith in myself. I shall ensure you fully acknowledge me. I swear it by my ninja way. Locking eyes with the provocatively posturing Kyuubi, Naruto responded with unwavering resolve. Observing that the two had entered into the crux of the matter, Yulong, satisfied, nodded and voluntarily withdrew from Naruto's inner world. At this moment, Yulong firmly believed that Naruto would indeed triumph over the trials presented by the Kyuubi. He also trusted that the proud Kyuubi would not genuinely harm Naruto. Gazing towards the distant army of Konoha ninjas, a sharp glint appeared in Yulong's eyes. It must be time. If so, I shall set forth. Fear not. I shall keep a watchful eye on Naruto. In response to Yulong's musings, the clone who had arrived through the plant growth space chuckled lightly and spoke. Chapter 326. Return to the era of Kaguya. What of Junmaru and the others? They have already joined forces with Sasuke. They will fight alongside him as comrades. In reply to the inquiry from the original, the clone, with a smile, promptly provided the answer. Ah, is that so? In that case, I can proceed with confidence. After receiving the desired information, Yulong nodded with satisfaction. Then, under the watchful gaze of the clone, he stepped directly into the realm of plant growth. Upon entering, he resumed his journey towards the battleground of the era of Kaguya. In an instant, the fabric of time and space shifted. After a brief moment of visual disorientation, Yulong once again stepped into the midst of the ongoing battle in the era of Kaguya. As the grand battle neared its conclusion, Yulong cautiously concealed himself, choosing to observe from the shadows. Witnessing Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was already subdued by the Yui brothers, he could not help but lament her tragic fate. Although it is often said that those who evoke pity possess their share of contemptible traits, Kaguya's achievements as a member of the Otsutsuki clan were, in truth, quite remarkable. After all, to the pure-blooded Otsutsuki, humanity was merely a source of sustenance. Yet, within Kaguya's heart, remnants of compassion lingered. Were it otherwise, the Yui brothers would have had no chance whatsoever. Gazing at the ultimately sealed Kaguya and the abandoned Black Zetsu, Yulong hesitated but ultimately chose not to intervene. To him, this situation held both perilous and advantageous facets. Human nature is fickle, and the tides of fate are ever-changing. If he were to expose Black Zetsu, leading to its sealing, how could he be certain that other schemers would not emerge in this world? Given that Black and White Zetsu existed, it was entirely plausible that Yellow and Blue Zetsu could also arise. The unpredictability of human nature is indeed formidable. The most terrifying foes are not the known adversaries, but rather those lurking in the shadows. With this thought flashing through his mind, Yulong cast one last glance at Black Zetsu before choosing to reveal himself from the darkness. Who might you be? What brings you here? Queried Otsutsuki Yui, his gaze fixed intently on Yulong. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Yuin, though silent, mirrored his brother's demeanor, instinctively displaying a hint of caution. The unexpected nature of Yulong's appearance had left both brothers on high alert. This awareness signaled to them that the strength of this newcomer must not be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have approached them so effortlessly without their notice. Upon seeing their heightened wariness, Yulong was momentarily taken aback. It was only when he noticed the intensity of their vigilance escalate that he responded, "Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, I would not have waited for you to complete the sealing before revealing myself." Upon hearing Yulong's words, the once suspicious brothers exchanged glances, gradually easing their defenses. "Who are you? And what business do you have with us?" Otsutsuki Yui inquired, feigning a relaxed demeanor while still probing for answers. Upon witnessing the other party's palpable eagerness to inquire once more, Yulong immediately discerned their thoughts. With a resigned sigh echoing within, he maintained an outward facade of composure. A subtle smile graced his lips as he uttered a revelation that left the Yui brothers utterly astonished. "I am Yulong, hailing from a parallel dimension intertwined with this world. The realm from which I originate exists over a millennium ahead of yours." Parallel dimension? What is that? The ever-quiet Otsutsuki Yumura could not suppress his astonishment and inquired. Taken aback by their lack of understanding, Yulong promptly elaborated. A parallel dimension is a coexisting space originating from the same point. Though the beginnings are identical, the subsequent timelines are subject to various influences, resulting in distinct deviations. Unbelievable. Such a phenomenon truly exists. Otsutsuki Yumura, regaining his composure, marveled at Yulong's explanation. In contrast to his brother's exclamations, Otsutsuki Yui posed another pressing question. "If that is the case, what is the current state of your world?" "Indeed, my brother is correct. What transpired in your realm?" Prompted by Otsutsuki Yui's inquiry, Otsutsuki Yumura echoed his curiosity. Relieved that the brothers had finally broached this topic, Yulong smiled once more and replied, "This is precisely why I have come here. The sealed Otsutsuki Kaguya in my world has once again broken free." As he observed the brothers' expressions shift dramatically, Yulong paused momentarily before continuing. "However, this is not the most alarming news." "What? The fact that our mother has escaped is not the most terrifying," exclaimed Otsutsuki Yumura, his impatience overtaking him. "What on earth has transpired in your world?" Yulong recognized the gravity of the situation reflected on Otsutsuki Yui's face. Though he remained silent, his demeanor equally somber. He understood that despite Yumura's loud exclamations, Yuyi's internal turmoil mirrored that of his brother's profound shock. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Yulong, under the brother's intense gaze, spoke once more. According to my prophetic insights, in a decade or so, 3 pure-blooded members of the Otsutsuki clan will descend upon my world. Among them, one possesses strength comparable to yours, while the other 2 can rival the already sealed Kaguya. Prophecy. Is such a thing truly reliable? Could it be a misjudgment? Upon hearing Yulong's statement, Otsutsuki Yui, who had fallen silent for a moment, could not help but inquired with a heavy tone. Chapter 328. Yulong's request. Though prophecies are not infallible, they essentially predict the most likely occurrences. Thus, in the face of such a prophecy, I choose to believe in its possibility rather than dismiss it. Seemingly aware of Otsutsuki Yui's thoughts, Yulong, with a hint of helplessness, continued to explain. Have you made prophecies before? Were they accurate? Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Otsutsuki Yui, who had once again fallen silent, pressed for clarification. In response to her inquiry, the helpless expression on Yulong's face deepened. I have made prophecies, and thus far, my accuracy rate is 100%. 100%. Does that mean your prophecies have never been wrong? Hearing Yulong's words, Otsutsuki Yui's companion, Otsutsuki Yuma, could not restrain his astonishment. Though Otsutsuki Yui remained silent, her brow furrowed once more. Observing the varying expressions on the faces of the 2 brothers, Yulong could only smile wryly and speak again. Indeed, this is precisely what concerns me. After all previous prophecies have come true. It is difficult to doubt that this forthcoming prophecy will be erroneous. Staring intently at Yulong, Otsutsuki Yui, after a brief silence, spoke again. If that is the case, what is your purpose in coming here? Are you seeking assistance? Indeed. I hope to receive your aid before confronting Otsutsuki Kaguya. How do you wish for us to assist you? With a serious demeanor, Otsutsuki Yui mirrored Yulong's expression and inquired once more. In response to her question, Yulong promptly articulated his request. I wish for both of you to spare some time to be my sparring partners. I earnestly hope you will agree. As he concluded his request, Yulong bowed deeply to the 2. Such a decisive act elicited wry smiles from the brothers, who had initially contemplated a refusal. Very well. Since you have expressed yourself so earnestly, we cannot decline, Otsutsuki Yui conceded. However, we have just finished a battle with our mother, and thus require some time to recuperate. Can you wait? After exchanging glances filled with reluctance, the elder brother, Otsutsuki Yui, provided his answer. This response filled Yulong with immense joy. No problem. I can wait. Without hesitation, Yulong expressed his willingness to wait, and upon witnessing his prompt agreement, the brothers exchanged smiles. After all, the fact that Yulong readily agreed signifies a genuine desire to seek assistance from the 2 brothers, rather than the unfounded concerns of ulterior motives that the brothers initially harbored. With this thought in mind, the Yui brothers exchanged a knowing smile and promptly embarked on a journey with the ever-following Yulong to mend the wounds of this world. Chapter 329. The Impure World Reincarnation Army of Yakushi Kabuto. While Yulong was preoccupied with enhancing his own strength, turmoil erupted in the realm of the ninja world. Faced with an overwhelming army of 100,000 white Zetsu, the entire allied ninja forces were under immense pressure. Fortunately, the current 5 Kage possessed sufficient cohesion and authority, which reignited the previously wavering morale of the allied ninja forces, instilling them with a renewed fighting spirit. Carnage, carnage, and more carnage. In the face of the numerous and cunning white Zetsu army, the will of the allied ninja forces was remarkably unified. Observing the undaunted and spirited forces from the sidelines was Yakushi Kabuto, who let out a sinister smile and unleashed all the impure world reincarnated bodies he had collected. In an instant, the chaotic battlefield transformed into a bizarre reunion event. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, everyone was at a loss for words. No one could have anticipated that the previously tense battlefield would morph into a heartwarming gathering. Alas, such warmth was destined to be fleeting. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences and to expedite the conclusion of the battle, those resurrected by impure world reincarnation immediately requested their loved ones to seal them away. However, alongside those who willingly sought to be sealed, there were also arrogant individuals who chose to unleash chaos. Confronted with such foes, the elite teams within the allied ninja forces swiftly initiated their strategy, surrounding and targeting the rampaging impure world reincarnated bodies. As the elite ninjas were dispatched, the ever-watchful Yakushi Kabuto revealed a treacherous grin once more, deploying the former leaders of various villages he had resurrected before the allied ninja forces. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these clearly controlled figures, the faces of all present paled in unison. After all, those who had once become leaders of their respective villages were undoubtedly the strongest within those communities. To describe such powerful beings as capable of taking on hundreds or even thousands would be an understatement. Among them, the third Raikage was famously known as an adversary of 1,000 men. The mere presence of such formidable figures instilled fear in the hearts of all. Realizing the dire turn of events, the Hokage and Raikage, stationed in the command center of the allied forces, could no longer remain passive. Without a thought for the dangers of the Flying Thunder God technique, the two opted to utilize the technique to arrive at the battlefield where the third Raikage had manifested. After a brief exchange with his father, the fourth Raikage, A, was reluctantly compelled to engage in battle against his own father, the third Raikage. The third Raikage, renowned as an invincible force, indeed instilled fear. Even when confronted by the combined might of the current Hokage and Raikage, he remained utterly unscathed. In contrast, the two leaders, unable to penetrate his defenses, found themselves flustered and overwhelmed by the relentless pressure exerted by the third Raikage. It became evident that neither the current Hokage nor the Raikage could match the prowess of the former third Raikage. In the shadows, Obito chose to reveal his trump card, intent on shattering the ninja alliance. With a violent tremor shaking the ground, the colossal shell of the Ten Tails was summoned forth. All members of the ninja alliance were left in astonishment at the sight of the mountain-like Ten Tails shell. My goodness, what is that? So enormous. If such a creature enters the battlefield, can we truly prevail? Chapter 330. Uchiha Obito makes his entrance. Hyuga Azura appears. Is Obito truly attempting to annihilate the ninja alliance of the 5 great nations in one fell swoop? If so, I shall add fuel to the fire. Observing the sudden emergence of the Ten Tails shell, Kabuto displayed a sinister grin as he, too, unveiled his hidden card, the formidable Edo Tensei incarnation of Uchiha Madara. With the appearance of Uchiha Madara, the already astonished ninja alliance crumbled completely under his overwhelming dominance. Watching the panicked and fleeing members of the ninja alliance, Uchiha Madara, finally awakened from his slumber, erupted into maniacal laughter. Haha, a bunch of worthless insects. Without the formidable Hashirama to contend with, you are nothing but ants.
As Uchiha Madara reveled in his arrogance, Azura, who had hurriedly arrived alongside Naruto, couldn't help but respond with a knowing smile. Ants, are you quite certain?
You managed to approach me without my notice. It seems you possess some strength. If that is the case, then let us engage in a little play. Taken aback by Azura's sudden appearance, Uchiha Madara let out another boisterous laugh, and after this display, he charged towards Azura without hesitation. This action immediately attracted the attention of many. After all, both the legendary Uchiha Madara and the present-day Hyuga Azura were figures of mythic stature. Everyone was eager to discern who was the stronger of the two legendary beings, the former Uchiha Madara or the current Hyuga Azura. As this thought crossed their minds, an expression of anticipation flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. It seemed that Uchiha Madara, once casual, had sensed the shift in the atmosphere, and a glimmer of intensity flashed in his eyes. He swiftly opted for a close-range assault. As he soared into the air, attempting to execute a kick against Azura, the latter, who had remained stationary until now, suddenly smiled. Are you underestimating me, Uchiha Madara? Just as the taunting words left his lips, Azura sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his own technique, the Void Palm, to confront the descending Uchiha Madara. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed. The originally airborne Uchiha Madara, who had lunged at Hinata Miryuu, was sent hurtling backwards. This outcome instantly invigorated the onlookers, who were captivated by the battle. How formidable! Truly, the legendary Hinata Miryuu. Even Uchiha Madara is no match for him. Observing the clearly dominant Miryuu, a member of the Ninja Alliance could not help but exclaim in awe. This exclamation, however, did not escape the keen ears of Uchiha Madara. Impressive. If I were not in a reanimated state, that single blow could have claimed my life. Lowering his gaze to the gaping wound in his chest, a flicker of fury and astonishment crossed Madara's eyes. After taking a deep breath, he spoke with a tone of reluctant admiration. Yet, accompanying his praise was an unmistakable aura of intense malice. As a token of my appreciation, I shall unleash my full power and obliterate you into oblivion. Prepare to perish, you brat of the Hinata clan. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. The audacious proclamation had barely escaped his lips when terrifying flames surged toward Ri in the distance. Chapter 331. Complete Body Susanoo. 10 Sacred Divine Light. Gazing at the approaching inferno with a smile, Ri chose to respond in kind. He chuckled. Fire release, is it? Very well, I shall counter with water release. With a carefree demeanor, Ri swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. As Ri's leisurely words resonated, an unfathomable torrent of water erupted from his mouth. In an instant, water and fire collided. The once ferocious flames were swiftly engulfed by the even more formidable deluge. This overwhelming spectacle left the members of the Ninja Alliance awestruck, simultaneously filling their hearts with exhilaration. After all, the mightier Hinata reappeared, the greater their chances of victory became. In contrast to the Alliance's elation, Uchiha Madara, who was being relentlessly suppressed by Ri, was utterly exhilarated. Remarkable. Remarkable. If that is the case, let me witness just how strong you truly are. Complete Body Susanoo. The excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. With a thunderous roar, Uchiha Madara unleashed his complete Body Susanoo. In an instant, a terrifying chakra coalesced. Madara, who had been standing on the ground, was lifted into the air, enveloped by the complete Body Susanoo. This sudden transformation caused the previously cheerful members of the Ninja Alliance to pale in astonishment. My goodness, what is that? That is the complete Body Susanoo, a power unique to Uchiha Madara. It possesses the ability to split mountains and part seas. I wonder if Hinata Ri can withstand it? Observing the sudden emergence of the complete Body Susanoo, the third Tsuchikage, Noki, could not help but reveal a hint of concern in his gaze. For Noki, who had once had the privilege of witnessing the might of the complete Body Susanoo, this was a moment of genuine apprehension. The manifestation of the complete Body Susanoo by Uchiha Madara is nothing short of an invincible existence. Thus, when Inoki once again beheld Madara's complete Susanoo, all that filled his heart was prayer, praying that Hinata Ri, who was to combat Madara, possessed sufficient strength to contend with this formidable force. Inoki's concerns, however, were evidently unfounded. Faced with the complete Susanoo, Ri, equally intrigued, broke into a smile. Ah, so it is the complete Susanoo? In that case, I am eager to discover which is mightier, your complete Susanoo or my Tenshin Maijin. With this enthusiastic declaration, Ri summoned his Tenshin Maijin. Yet, as it materialized, it became apparent that this so-called Tenshin Maijin was merely a suit of armor constructed from chakra. The anticipation that had graced Madara's visage was swiftly replaced by disappointment. This is the Tenshin Maijin you speak of? Do you truly believe such a chakra armor can withstand a strike from my complete Susanoo? As he uttered these derisive words, Madara took command of his complete Susanoo, swinging its sword down upon Ri, who stood directly below him. Just as the massive sword of the complete Susanoo was poised to strike Ri, who had already completed the summoning of Tenshin Maijin, he chuckled once more. Do you underestimate my Tenshin Maijin? If so, allow me to show you its true power. Tenshin Maijin, law of heaven and earth. His voice, brimming with confidence, reverberated through the cosmos. The once normal-sized Ri began to swell dramatically with the sound of his proclamation. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the colossal sword was sent flying. The complete Susanoo, which had previously captured the gaze of all, was abruptly overshadowed. Oh my, what is that? Could it be the Tenshin Maijin that Hinata Ri spoke of? It must be. The Ninja Alliance, initially filled with disappointment, now wore expressions of sheer astonishment as they gazed upon the towering giant that had suddenly emerged, standing tall amidst the heavens and earth. In contrast to the utterly stunned Alliance, Madara, who had previously harbored disdain and disappointment, found himself equally shaken. What is this? Of course, it is the Tenshin Maijin. What do you think? Is it not magnificent? Ri, who had once donned a carefree demeanor, now transformed his expression into one of mockery as he regarded Madara's incredulous face. Well, Uchiha Madara, are you ready? What? This is bad. As Ri moved, Madara, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly displayed a look of sheer terror. Without affording him a moment to evade, Ri chose to strike, swinging his palm and sending the complete Susanoo soaring through the air. Gazing at the magnificent complete Susanoo, which obliterated every mountain in its path during its soaring flight, All present on the battlefield were momentarily struck dumb. How terrifying. Indeed, it was fearsome. What once could be deemed a colossal complete Susanoo had now been reduced to a mere plaything, easily swatted aside. Observing the complete Susanoo that was clearly on an entirely different level, Tsunade, who had previously harbored some concerns, was suddenly graced with a smile. However, at the same moment, Uchiha Madara, who had been unceremoniously flung away by Ri, found himself on the verge of tears. What on earth was this? He had assumed that aside from the Ten Tails, no entity could surpass the size of a complete Susanoo. To his utter astonishment, he had just received a staggering blow from that high GA Ri. As he watched the towering giant stride towards him, Madara's first instinct was to immediately dispel his complete Susanoo state. Unfortunately, before he could act on this thought, Ri, charging towards him, waved his hand with a decisive grip. Utilizing his formidable gravitational power, he forcibly drew Madara, who was attempting to dissolve his complete Susanoo, towards him. What is this? Come, let us have a close encounter, Uchiha Madara. A life without rivals truly is dreadfully lonely. This feeling you must comprehend, right? Observing the astonished expression on Madara's face, Ri's excitement was palpable as he shouted out. Such a proclamation sent shivers down the spines of the others, who had just regained their senses, causing them to break out in cold sweat. He seems to be quite thrilled, doesn't he? Ah, indeed, quite exhilarated. Watching Ri once again send the complete Susanoo hurtling away, Tsunade fell into a state of daze, murmuring to herself in response. Chapter 333. Ri's anticipation. This fellow. Can he still be considered human? No. We cannot afford to wait any longer. The Ten Tails must be resurrected immediately. Gazing at the being larger than the shell of the Ten Tails, Obito was filled with dread and resolved to take action. However, as he prepared to employ his space-time ninjutsu to ambush Naruto, an unsettling sensation crept over him. A voice within warned him that if he dared to launch a surprise attack on Naruto, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of that high GA Ri. Though this feeling was peculiar, Obito chose to trust it without hesitation, for he understood that this sensation was undoubtedly a warning from Ri, who clearly possessed the strength and capability to back it up. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Obito, already anxious, felt a surge of inner turmoil. Sighing in frustration, he reluctantly diverted his gaze toward the Jin and Kin brothers. Although the Jin and Kin brothers were of the reanimated corpses, they genuinely possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails within their bodies. Driven by the paramount desire to resurrect the Ten Tails, Obito did not hesitate to strike at the brothers Jin and In. Observing their bewildered expressions, he threatened them with fervent shouts. After successfully overpowering them, a disdainful smirk crept across Obito's face. How fortunate you are to become a part of the Ten Tails. Express your gratitude. With a dismissive tone, he uttered these words before utilizing his space-time abilities to depart and immediately commenced the resurrection of the Ten Tails. Upon sensing the revival of the Ten Tails, the previously occupied Yulong Fenzin, who had been preoccupied with mercilessly assaulting Uchiha Madara, paused and smirked with intrigue. Has it finally begun? The power of the Ten Tails is indeed something to anticipate. To witness its might, you must first pass through me. What style? The blooming flower realm descends. Confronted by Yulong Fenzin, who completely disregarded him, Uchiha Madara, finally regaining his composure, felt a surge of anger and unleashed his wood style. The blooming flower realm. In an instant, the previously devastated surroundings erupted with countless gigantic flowers and plants. As Yulong Fenzin became aware of the floral poison emanating from these colossal blossoms, a smile spread across his face. The blooming flower realm. Such childish tactics should come to an end here. After uttering these taunts, the towering Yulong Fenzin stomped firmly on the ground, obliterating the newly sprouted giant flora with ease. This decisive action left Uchiha Madara, who had been simmering with anger, momentarily speechless. He could hardly fathom that what was once considered one of Hashirama's mightiest techniques, the wood style, the blooming flower realm, had now been reduced to mere child's play in the eyes of others. As he watched Yulong Fenzin stride toward him once more, Uchiha Madara snapped back to reality, jolted by the sheer strength of his adversary. Damn it, this guy is incredibly powerful. I must revive myself immediately and reclaim the Rinnegan from Obito. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Uchiha Madara resolved to cancel his complete body Susanoo and hasten toward Obito's location with utmost speed. Chapter 334. Yulong Finzen's unexpected action seeing Uchiha Madara make such a move. Yulong Finzen understood his intentions and chose to allow Madara to rush past him. After all, from Yulong Finzen's perspective, neither Obito, who was currently resurrecting the 10 Tails, nor the soon-to-be-revived Uchiha Madara posed any threat to him. His true adversary was the formidable Kaguya Otsutsuki, who would ultimately be revived through Madara's actions. Therefore, before the woman he regarded as his ultimate goal was resurrected, he had no qualms about letting Madara pass. With this thought in mind, Yulong Finzen allowed a smirk to grace his lips. As expected of Itachi, he actually used the power of Izanami to forcefully negate Kabuto's Edo Tensei. In light of these developments, I shall take charge of the ensuing matters. Upon realizing that Itachi had successfully lifted Kabuto's Edo Tensei, Yulong, with a mere thought, relocated all members of the allied ninja forces surrounding the battlefield to a distant location. Concurrently, Yulong accomplished 3 additional feats. The first was the complete restoration of Itachi's previously blind eye. The second involved forcibly reclaiming the half of the Nine Tails chakra residing in the Pure Land. The third act was the extraction of the Nine Tails from Naruto's being, simultaneously reviving him from the brink of death. With a slight smile directed at the incredulous Tsunade and others, Yulong casually tossed both Nine Tails towards the resurrecting Ten Tails. Instantly, a haunting howl pierced the air. The Ten Tails, which still required time to transform into its complete form, was expedited in this process through Yulong's assistance. Observing the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, Yulong's voice resonated once more. All right, Uchiha Madara, I present you with a chance to challenge me. Should you win, you may fulfill your desires and cast infinite Tsukuyomi over the entire ninja world. Should you lose, you must return to the Pure Land and await your next reincarnation. After delivering this commanding proclamation, Yulong disregarded the disbelief of those around him. He turned to Obito and continued, your performance concludes here. For the remainder of this time, let Uchiha Madara engage with me. Why? You? Why? Simply because I no longer wish to play with you. With Obito's incredulous expression before him, Yulong delivered a decisive blow that pierced Obito's heart, reiterating his commanding words. Such declarations, coupled with Yulong's swift elimination of Obito, imbued an undeniable authority that left no room for contradiction. Although the onlookers remained bewildered by the thoughts of the towering giant before them, it was evident that the forthcoming battle was beyond the grasp of these ordinary individuals. After all, both the enigmatic Hinata Yulong and the resurrected Ten Tails were forces that could not be swayed by mere mortals. At this juncture, the future trajectory of the ninja world was beyond their influence. Their only recourse was to silently pray that circumstances did not spiral into an irrevocable abyss. Chapter 335. The resurrection of Rin Noura and Obito's epiphany, however, Yulong's actions, which quickened the heartbeats of those present, did not cease here. Following the heart-piercing strike against Obito, Yulong waved his hand and directly extracted Obito's Rinnegan. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, he tossed the pair of Rinnegan to the equally stunned Uchiha Madara. Are you prepared, Uchiha Madara? I am about to resurrect you. Gazing at the incredulous expression on Uchiha Madara's face, the corners of Long Finzen's mouth curved upwards as he uttered words that left everyone astounded once again. Long, have you lost your mind? In response to Long Finzen's intention to revive Uchiha Madara, Tsunade, finally regaining her composure from the shock, immediately scolded him loudly. As Tsunade's reprimand rang out, Long Finzen turned his head towards her and nonchalantly waved his hand, casting Obito, who had already lost his Rinnegan, towards Kakashi beside Tsunade. Fear not, Lady Tsunade. I would never undertake such an action without reason. You must trust me. Everything I do is for the sake of the entire shinobi world. After speaking these words with unwavering conviction, he turned his gaze back to Uchiha Madara and commenced forming hand seals. Outer Path, Rinne Rebirth Technique. What? Who on earth are you? How can you wield the Rinne Rebirth Technique exclusive to the Rinnegan? As Madara beheld Long Finzen beginning to revive him, his initial skepticism transformed into a deeper uncertainty. Seemingly aware of the astonishment within Madara's heart, Long Finzen, having completed the Outer Path, Rinne Rebirth Technique, taunted once more. The Rinne Rebirth Technique unique to the Rinnegan? What a laughable notion. Rin, you bastard, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Just as Long Finzen mocked Uchiha Madara, Obito, regaining his senses upon discovering Rin's revival beside him, could not help but shout angrily towards Ri-Long Finzen in the distance. This furious outburst elicited an immediate response from Ri-Long Finzen. Observing Obito's mixture of astonishment and fury, as well as Rin's own incredulous expression, Ri-Long Finzen could not help but smile. "It's nothing. I merely wish for you to truly see the depths of your own heart." "Uchiha Obito," asked the Rin beside you. "Inquire how she wishes you to proceed." "Obito, is that really you? Then are you Kakashi?" Looking at the two who had evidently matured into adulthood, and contrasting with her own still juvenile form, Rin suddenly lowered her head. "You all have grown up, haven to you. And Obito, you've been alive all along. This is truly wonderful." "Rin, Obito, Rin, Kakashi." Gazing at the tearful Rin, Obito, who had been filled with anger moments before, felt an unexpected tremor within his heart. In that moment, he suddenly realized that all his previous actions had been misguided. He felt a surge of gratitude towards Hinata Ri-Long for resurrecting Rin with the outer path, Rin-e rebirth technique. He even began to faintly understand Ri-Long's intentions and, more importantly, grasped the true essence of his own heart. "Thank you, Hinata Ri-Long. I am beginning to comprehend my genuine feelings." Looking up at the towering figure of Ri-Long Finzen, Obito, to everyone's surprise, chose to express his gratitude. After offering his thanks, he proactively took the hands of Kakashi and Rin. As he gazed at the two individuals, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment, a childlike innocence flickered across Obito's visage. "Lin, Kakashi, may we sit and converse? There are myriad matters I wish to share with you." Chapter 336. The Barrier of the Dragon Master. His gaze swept over Obito, who seemed to have come to a realization, before turning to face Uchiha Madara, the Dragon Master. After a moment of silence, he uttered a phrase laden with significance. "You, my friend, truly remain an enigma." "An enigma? There is nothing obscure about me. I merely harbor a disdain for tragedy." After exchanging a similarly meaningful glance, the Dragon Master suddenly acted. He conjured a black rod of the 6 paths, impaling the Black Zetsu, who had attempted to ambush Obito, into the ground. I, Hyuga, have already determined the outcome. Do you think a wretch like you can alter it? Lord Madara, save me." Seeing the unmistakable murderous intent in the Dragon Master's eyes, Black Zetsu's voice rose sharply in desperation as he called out for Madara's assistance. Unfortunately for him, his plea had scarcely left his lips when it was met with the Dragon Master's warning and derision. "Lord Madara, Black Zetsu, you would do well to behave. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to seal you away." Faced with the Dragon Master's threat, Black Zetsu, who had intended to sow discord, promptly fell silent. After all, given Hyuga-Ri's demonstrated power, he could undoubtedly carry out such a threat. Thus, in order to successfully resurrect his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu ultimately chose to submit. For he believed that once Uchiha Madara successfully became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, the seemingly invincible Hyuga-Ri would inevitably face a devastating blow. At that moment, he would have ample opportunity to escape from the clutches of the black rod that bound him. Observing the disdainful countenance of Hyuga-Ri, the outwardly submissive Black Zetsu could not help but entertain such thoughts. However, while flowers bloom in a myriad of colors, the Dragon Master stands apart. Though the Dragon Master appeared dismissive on the surface, deep within, he harbored his own calculations. To ensure that Black Zetsu would ultimately succeed in his ambush without causing him further trouble, the Dragon Master donned a look of disdain while swiftly performing a series of hand seals. Inyang release. Illusory Void Realm. Extreme. As the Dragon Master's voice echoed, an expansive illusory void realm, far surpassing the ordinary, enveloped the surroundings. Witnessing the colossal barrier that excluded all but the 3 of them, Black Zetsu's expression soured to an extreme degree. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, who was assimilating the Ten-Tails into his being, felt his eyes brighten. A clearing of the field. Is it? This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Intriguing? Indeed it is. However, I wonder if you will still find it intriguing once you uncover the ultimate conclusion of this affair. Gazing at the visibly excited Uchiha Madara, with a smile gracing the lips of the Dragon Sovereign, a profound statement escaped his mouth. Unfortunately, lost in the exhilarating surge of power, Uchiha Madara remained oblivious to this nuance. Instead, after a hearty laugh, he soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the Dragon Sovereign. Observing the noticeably inflated Uchiha Madara, the Dragon Sovereign, with a smile on his face, promptly dispelled his divine state and ascended to confront the approaching Uchiha Madara. Chapter 337. An attack that shakes space. The power of the Ten Tails is truly unfathomable. Hyuga, I hope you do not come to regret your arrogance. As the Dragon Sovereign approached him, Uchiha Madara, now intoxicated with a sense of invincibility, could not help but display a sinister grin. This malevolent smile, however, was met with the Dragon Sovereign's merciless mockery. Arrogance. Uchiha Madara, are you referring to yourself? Referring to myself? Humph. You will soon discover whom I am truly speaking of. With the Dragon Sovereign now before him, Uchiha Madara, in a fit of rage, opted to launch a close-range attack against him. Armed with the six-path staff he had just conjured, Uchiha Madara unleashed his strikes with reckless abandon. Yet, this audacity quickly dissipated following a brief clash. How could you possess the six-path staff? Staring at the Dragon Sovereign, who also wielded the six-path staff, the triumphant snarl on Uchiha Madara's face froze in disbelief. He could not fathom why Hyuga would also possess the six-path staff. In fact, upon witnessing the Dragon Sovereign conjuring the six-path staff, both Uchiha Madara and the pinned Black Zetsu were momentarily rendered speechless. After all, without the power of the six paths, conjuring such a staff would be impossible. A thought flickered through their minds, and an expression of incredulity washed over their faces as they regarded the Dragon Sovereign. Could it be? Humph. Have you already guessed? If so, there is no longer a need for concealment. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes and a mocking expression, the Dragon Sovereign promptly transitioned into the six paths mode. This unexpected turn of events left everyone utterly stunned. How could this be? How could you possibly possess the power of the six paths? As he beheld the Dragon Sovereign in six paths mode, Uchiha Madara found it impossible to accept this reality. He could not fathom that the power of the six paths, which he had so laboriously acquired, was also within the grasp of this youthful figure. Such a revelation rendered the typically proud Uchiha Madara unable to come to terms with it. Why? Why should the strength I toiled for be shared by you? This mere child? Why? Confronted by the Dragon Sovereign's derisive demeanor, Uchiha Madara became increasingly hysterical. Such hysteria was met with a more pronounced mockery from the esteemed Ryulong Fenzin. How dare you? Just because you are in my presence, you remain an ordinary person. An ordinary person? How dare you label me, Uchiha Madara, as merely ordinary? I shall end your life. After uttering these furious words, Uchiha Madara, who had previously been wary of Ryulong Fenzin, unleashed a vigorous swing, commanding the truth-seeking orbs that floated behind him to soar toward Ryulong Fenzin. However, as the truth-seeking orbs surged forward, Ryulong Fenzin displayed no trace of apprehension. Instead, he wore a knowing smile and mirrored Madara's gesture. In an instant, the two orbs collided, resulting in a horrific distortion of the surrounding space. Observers from a distance stared in astonishment at the vast area of space that had been warped. Such a simple clash could warp the very fabric of space. What caliber of battle is this? Chapter 338. The fractured mind of Uchiha Madara. Unlike the awestruck onlookers, Uchiha Madara, embroiled in combat with Ryulong Fenzin, could afford no distraction. Empowered by the Ten Tails, he found himself subdued by Ryulong Fenzin. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Madara, igniting both shock and rage within him. How could it be that, despite wielding the power of the Ten Tails in the Six Paths mode, he was being overpowered by his opponent? In a fit of bewildered fury, Uchiha Madara, continuously entangled in close quarters with Ryulong Fenzin, erupted. You scoundrel! You shall perish! Wheel of the border of the grave! With a bellow that resonated through the battlefield, Uchiha Madara seized control of his power and unleashed the full might of his Rinnegan, the wheel of the border of the grave. Twisting energies enveloped Madara, summoning forth four shadowy replicas of himself. These shadowy figures could only be perceived by Ryulong Fenzin, who also bore the Rinnegan. As Madara unleashed this formidable technique, he charged once more at Ryulong Fenzin, who, with a subtle smile, sheathed his six-path staff. Ah, the wheel of the border of the grave? Very well. Allow me to impart a lesson. 80 God Airstrike. The jovial tone abruptly shifted. The once smiling Ryulong Fenzin unleashed the 80 God Airstrike. In an instant, the space contorted. The one and his four shadows attempting to advance on Ryulong Fenzin were sent hurtling backward, shrieking in agony. Such piercing cries startled the previously dazed observers back to reality. 80 God Airstrike. How is this possible? Isn't that a technique exclusive to the mother? Why can Ryulong use it too? Who exactly is he? As Black Zetsu's gaze swept over Ryulong Finzen, a deeper understanding began to unravel. Simultaneously, the enigmatic nature of Hyuga Ryulong, who was battling Uchiha Madara, only deepened. As he gazed upon Uchiha Madara, who was wailing under the relentless assault of Hyuga Ri, Kurizetsu suddenly realized that the figure he had supported was nothing but a mere jest before his opponent. Despite possessing the power of the 10 tails within, Madara appeared utterly feeble and vulnerable, with a resigned sigh echoing in his heart. Kurizetsu swiftly conceived the notion of hastening the end of this ordeal and reviving his mother Kaguya without delay. Indeed, the adage to act is to achieve resonated within him. With this thought igniting his resolve, Kurizetsu summoned every ounce of strength to break free from the dark rod that bound him. Upon successfully liberating himself, he lunged towards the back of Ri, the split deity. Lord Madara, quickly draw near to the moon and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. Once you invoke it, your power shall be further augmented. As he tackled Ri, Kurizetsu urged the recovering Uchiha Madara with fervor. This encouragement acted as a potent stimulant, reinvigorating the disoriented Madara, who promptly began to take action. Splendid work, Kurizetsu. Just hold on a moment longer, and I shall succeed. With a frenzied expression, Madara soared toward the moon, shouting in desperation as he sought to break free from the constraints of Ri. Chapter 339, The Ruthless Truth Humph. I have afforded you this opportunity. Whether you can resurrect your mother now rests solely upon your own capabilities. Observing Uchiha Madara desperately ascending into the sky, Ri cast a sidelong glance at Kurizetsu and could not help but emit a soft, disdainful snort. Such a derisive sound momentarily stunned Kurizetsu, who had been fervently attempting to bind Ri. You humph, do you truly believe I turned my back on you by accident? Ri taunted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he beheld Kurizetsu's incredulous expression. Or perhaps you genuinely think I am ensnared by your restraints. The mocking tone lingered in the air. Once Uchiha Madara successfully invoked the infinite Tsukuyomi, Ri, with a light scoff, exerted himself to break free from Kurizetsu's grip. Turning to face Hyuga Ri, Kurizetsu was suddenly seized by an inexplicable anxiety. This unsettling feeling even sparked a fleeting regret for his previous actions. Aware that his thoughts were awry, the flustered Kurizetsu vigorously shook his head, striving to cast off that disquieting sensation. In contrast to the agitated Kurizetsu, Uchiha Madara, having successfully activated the infinite Tsukuyomi, began to weave hand signs with both hands. God, the divine tree descends. His voice, tinged with excitement, barely resonated when the 10 tails, newly unleashed by Madara, commenced extending its roots to entwine all life across the entire shinobi world. As the roots of the divine tree entwined infinitely, the total chakra within Uchiha Obito's body indeed began to surge dramatically. Feeling an overwhelming sense of power, the initially anxious Uchiha Obito erupted into another fit of maniacal laughter. Power! Power! Ha ha! Ha ha! This is power! This is power! Hinata Ryulong, are you prepared? This time, I shall make you regret granting me this opportunity. In a frenzy of laughter, Uchiha Obito, now invigorated with renewed strength, dove down from the sky, aiming directly for Ryulong's position directly below him. Such prideful madness, however, prompted the figure beneath him, Ryulong, to shake his head in pity. He has completely lost his mind. What use is your strength now? Lost his mind? Ha ha. Ha ha. Once I eliminate you, the world of infinite Tsukuyomi will be perfect. At that time, war will cease to exist. Everyone will live the life they desire. The life they desire. Ha ha. Ha ha. In response to Ryulong's pitying remark, Uchiha Obito, convinced of his imminent victory, could not help but boast with reckless abandon. This behavior only elicited further exasperation from Ryulong. Uchiha Obito, it is time for you to awaken from your dream. He speaks the truth. Uchiha Obito, it is time for you to awaken. As he turned to face the incredulous Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu could not help but utter words that sent a shiver down Obito's spine. Black Zetsu, what are you doing? Aren't you my will? Why are you acting this way? Unable to comprehend Black Zetsu's actions, Uchiha Obito, having lost control of his body, questioned him in anger. This inquiry was met with Black Zetsu's merciless mockery and the revelation of the truth. Your will? Ha ha. Ha ha. Uchiha Obito, you are mistaken. I am not your will. I am the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki. And you are merely a puppet I have chosen. Rise, my mother. Accompanied by Black Zetsu's unrestrained laughter, The screaming Uchiha Obito began to expand uncontrollably. Chapter 340. Ryulong and Kagaya Otsutsuki Mother. You have finally returned. Gazing at Kagaya Otsutsuki before him, Black Zetsu, having achieved his long-desired wish, appeared particularly exhilarated. Who are you? Why can I not see through you? Ignoring the ecstatic Black Zetsu beside her, Kagaya scrutinized Ryulong for a moment, her curiosity piqued. This question jolted Black Zetsu from his euphoric state. Mother. His name is Hinata Miryuu, one of the descendants of the Waimura. Observing Kagaya's puzzled expression, Black Zetsu hastened to explain. However, this explanation only deepened Kagaya's intrigue. Descendant of the Waimura? Shouldn't the descendants of Waimura possess the Byakugan? Why does he have the Rinnegan? Mother. He possesses the Byakugan. However, the reason behind the existence of the Rinnegan remains a mystery to me. Faced with her mother Kagaya's perplexity, Black Zetsu, who was hiding within Kagaya's sleeve, cautiously emerged to provide an explanation. Observing the apparent fear in Black Zetsu towards the dragon avatar, Kagaya was once again struck by a wave of doubt and activated her Byakugan, attempting to penetrate the essence of the dragon. Yet, the outcome of this examination left the previously composed Kagaya utterly astonished. What? How is it that I cannot see through this at all? How can such a thing occur in this nursery? Could it be? Do not overthink it. I have no connection whatsoever to the pure-blooded Tsutsuki clan. Seemingly anticipating Kagaya's unvoiced thoughts, the dragon avatar, who had been scrutinizing her carefully, interrupted her. This interruption only deepened the already heightened suspicion within Kagaya. Who exactly are you? I refuse to believe that you are merely a descendant of the Yumura clan. Does it truly matter? Facing Kagaya's probing inquiry, the dragon avatar smirked disdainfully. Such a dismissive attitude immediately provoked the ire of the ever-regal Kagaya. Young one, you are becoming rather arrogant. Once I reclaim all my chakra, I shall know precisely who you are. After delivering this chilling statement, Kagaya, who had remained motionless until then, sprang into action. This land is my vital nursery. It must not be destroyed during the impending battle. As Kagaya's icy words echoed, the surrounding space underwent a transformation. Yet, the dragon avatar, the intended target of this occurrence, remained unfazed, allowing Kagaya to manipulate the space around him. Once the spatial transition was complete, and he surveyed his surroundings, the dragon avatar slowly spoke. Is this your initial sphere of space? Quite a splendid place indeed. Since you find it agreeable here, allow me to bury you within it. Uttering such menacing words, Kagaya, who had also shifted into the initial sphere of space, intended to immobilize the dragon avatar and eliminate him in one fell swoop. Soul gaze. Immobilization. Soul gaze. Rebound. Observing Kagaya's attempt to bind him, the dragon avatar, who had long been prepared, opted for a direct counter. In an instant, an invisible force reverberated between the two. Kagaya, who had been ready to continue her assault, let out a cry as she plummeted towards the ground. Mother. Witnessing his mother fall from the sky, Black Zetsu, who had already taken refuge in Kagaya's sleeve, swiftly leaped out. He attempted to utilize his power to halt her descent. Unfortunately, before Black Zetsu could act on his intentions, he was immediately met with an attack from the dragon avatar. Your task is complete. Now stay put and watch quietly. With a disdainful remark, the esteemed dragon sovereign approached, swiftly delivering a resounding slap that sent Black Absolute flying. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Kagaya, who had suffered a backlash, successfully regained control over her body. How dare you treat me in such a manner? I shall reduce you to ashes. In a fit of humiliation and rage, Kagaya unleashed her divine power once more, transporting herself and the dragon sovereign into a realm of extreme gravity. Glaring at the dragon sovereign, who was pinned to the ground like herself, Kagaya, with eyes glinting with cold fury, directed her technique, shared killing ash bones, towards him. Accompanied by a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, the technique surged forth, aiming directly for the dragon sovereign. Sensing the imminent threat, an unusual glimmer flickered in the dragon sovereign's eyes as he focused his thoughts and activated Shinra Tensei, the technique representing repulsive force. In an instant, a powerful repulsive force erupted from the dragon sovereign, forcefully deflecting the lethal shared killing ash bones away. This unexpected turn of events left Kagaya, who had just begun to revel in victory, utterly stunned. Repulsion? How can this be possible? In a realm of extreme gravity, no one should possess such power. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. If something seems unattainable, it merely signifies that your strength is insufficient. Observing Kagaya's astonishment, the Dragon Sovereign slowly rose, remarking softly. Witnessing the Dragon Sovereign not only thwart her technique, but also rise first from the extreme gravity realm, a look of utter dismay crossed Kagaya's face. No one can defy me. Those who dare to resist shall perish. After declaring this, Kagaya, who had previously held back against the Dragon Sovereign, ceased to conceal her abilities. As her fury intensified, she unleashed her full range of powers, beginning with the ability to manipulate space, creating spatial links with Yomi's path. Following that, she unleashed the formidable 80 Gods vacuum attack, along with the rabbit hair needle, used in conjunction with her Byakugan. Unfortunately, the Dragon Sovereign had long been prepared for the imminent confrontation with the mighty Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thus, regardless of Kagaya's seemingly unexpected Yomi's path, or the devastating 80 Gods vacuum attack and rabbit hair needle, the Dragon Sovereign effortlessly countered them all. As Kagaya faced the advancing Dragon Sovereign, who wore a smile, her brow furrowed in concern. Once again, she focused her thoughts and transported both herself and the Dragon Sovereign to a molten lava realm. Chapter 342, The Dragon Sovereign vs. Kagaya Otsutsuki. As the spatial transfer completed, the Dragon Sovereign and Kagaya found themselves in the molten lava domain. Gazing at the churning sea of lava below, the Dragon Sovereign let out a bored sigh. Have you brought me here to incinerate me in the molten sea below? How can one ascertain failure without attempting it? With a voice devoid of any emotional inflection, Kagaya swiftly merged her form with the molten landscape before her. As she vanished, the lava surged upwards, hurtling towards her. Hovering in midair, the Dragon Sovereign could not suppress a chuckle. A natural integration, is it? If you wish to engage in such games, I shall oblige. Why ton? Lava Giant. A playful voice echoed instantaneously. In an instant, the Dragon Sovereign completed his seals, transforming into a being of pure elemental magma, just before he plunged into the molten sea. Instead of evading the torrents of lava rushing towards him, the elemental magma spirit boldly advanced to meet it. Kagaya, who was in a state of natural integration, was momentarily bewildered by the Dragon Sovereign's audacity. To her astonishment, the lava that touched him instantly cooled into ash upon contact. This phenomenon intensified as the Dragon Sovereign voluntarily leapt into the depths of the molten sea, which began to transform into vast expanses of magma, ash under his influence. Finally regaining her composure, Kagaya was struck with terror as she witnessed a tenth of the molten sea vanish in mere moments. Without a second thought, she hastily transported the Dragon Sovereign back to her icy domain, hoping to extinguish him in the extreme conditions of her realm. Alas, she had underestimated the Dragon Sovereign's resilience. Anticipating Kagaya's intentions, he seized the opportunity during the spatial transfer to undergo a new elemental transformation. Upon arriving in the icy domain, the Dragon Sovereign promptly submerged himself within the icebergs, consuming their energy. Kagaya, having just completed the spatial transfer, was nearly brought to tears from frustration. This level of audacity was unprecedented, even for the brothers of the feathered robe who had once battled Kagaya. In fact, such shameless tactics were a first in her entire existence. A frenzied emotion flickered within her, and filled with murderous intent, Kagaya resolved to execute another spatial transfer. This time, she selected to transport both herself and the Dragon Sovereign to the acidic realm. As Kagaya mused that the Dragon Sovereign would be incapable of siphoning energy in this environment, he once again achieved a new elemental transformation, becoming an acid elemental. Watching him submerge into the acid sea and commence his energy theft, Kagaya was left utterly dumbfounded. And to her chagrin, she found herself truly brought to tears in anger. You scoundrel! I shall see how you manage to absorb energy in your next domain. With a tone steeped in fury, Kagaya swiftly executed a spatial transfer, separating herself from the Dragon of the Abyss, and transported them both to the final realm. The Desert of Sand. Chapter 343. The Dragon of the Abyss and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Gazing upon the boundless expanse of the desert world, Kagaya realized that the Dragon of the Abyss had indeed transformed into a colossal spirit of sand. Were it not for the Dragon of the Abyss, now in the form of a sand giant, seizing the opportunity to absorb the energy from the grains of sand, Kagaya feared she might truly descend into madness. You have humiliated me time and again. I shall reduce you to ashes. Her voice, laced with a chilling fury, resonated as Kagaya, in a moment of defiance, transformed into the rabbit-tailed beast. Upon witnessing Kagaya's metamorphosis into the tailed beast, the dragon of the abyss, previously in the guise of a sand giant, instantly reverted to his human form. You wish to grind me to dust? What do you plan to do? Arrogant Junior, your hubrisance here. In the face of the dragon of the abyss's blatant mockery, Kagaya, now fully transformed, unleashed her power once more. In an instant, countless elongated rabbit hands erupted from her tailed beast form, striking forth with a thunderous momentum to encircle the dragon of the abyss. Seeing that the dragon of the abyss had no avenue for retreat under this onslaught, he finally moved at the last moment. Gathering the forces of yin and yang in his hands, the dragon of the abyss swiftly completed the convergence of the yin-yang divine weapons. He immediately brought down his weapon and, with the next grasp of the yin-yang divine weapon, unleashed his ultimate technique, the celestial dragon's wrath. In that flash, a pitch-black tornado surged forth, annihilating Kagaya's extending tendrils with an unstoppable force, reducing them to mere ashes. Gazing at Kagaya, whose face reflected a mix of resentment as she continued to command more tendrils towards him, the dragon of the abyss, with glinting eyes, unleashed his full power, initiating an infinite expansion of his celestial dragon's wrath. The inky darkness engulfed all, as if striving to erase everything in its vicinity. Watching the dragon of the abyss advance towards her while simultaneously spreading outward, Kagaya, her eyes shimmering with resolve, activated her ultimate trump card, the expanding path to enlightenment. However, this maneuver unwittingly played into the hands of the dragon of the abyss. Ignoring Kagaya's astonished expression, he abruptly halted his celestial dragon's wrath and, with utmost speed, appeared before Kagaya, who was channeling the expanding path to enlightenment. In response to her furious glare, he harnessed the power of the demon statue's chains, forcibly extracting the nine-tailed beasts from within her. You scoundrel! Do you think this will halt my progress? Once the expanding path to enlightenment commences, it cannot be stopped. Confronted by the dragon of the abyss, who had seized her tailed beast power while she was vulnerable, Kagaya's fury erupted in a desperate cry. Yet, this outburst was met with the dragon of the abyss's merciless taunts. Can't stop? Then you shall be sealed alongside it. Farewell, Kagaya Otsutsuki. You have long harbored concerns about the formidable Tsutsuki Kinshiki and his ilk. Fear not, for I shall intervene and eradicate them. With these icy words, the illustrious Wairi Fenzin, having completed his hand seals, unleashed his sealing technique. 6 paths. Planetary devastation. As the chilling incantation echoed, all the sand within the realm of Suna ascended into the air, hurtling towards the already struck Kagaya with relentless fury. Observing the hatred etched across her visage, a sudden realization struck Wairi Fenzin. With a swift mental command, he harnessed his spatial manipulation abilities to forcibly transfer Kurizetsu from the Shige space. He bound Kurizetsu, leaving no room for any retort, and with a mighty heave, cast him into the nearly perfected 6 paths. Planetary devastation. Chapter 344. The tailed beast's mockery as he gazed up at the colossal sand sphere above. A complex expression flickered across Wairi Fenzin's face. Hey, are you feeling melancholic up there? Indeed, there was a hint of sorrow within him. The ever-proud Kai Bai, after a moment of silence, directly acknowledged this sentiment. His candid admission elicited astonishment from all surrounding tailed beasts. With a resigned smile, Wairi Fenzin addressed the towering figures before him. I yearn to alter the tragic fates of all, yet I find myself utterly incapable. His bittersweet revelation left the 9-tailed beasts in a state of bewilderment. Speaking of tragedies, does not Kagaya, sealed once more, and Kurizetsu, who toils tirelessly for his mother, embody tragedy as well? Your thought process is undeniably different from that of ordinary humans. The ever-sassy Kai Bai, snapping back to reality, could not refrain from mocking him once again. This jest only deepened Wairi Fenzin's melancholia. Perhaps so. Yet, I believe my inadequacy in strength is intrinsically linked to this matter. Were my power sufficient, I would find a way that benefits all. Insufficient? You possess the strength to independently subdue Tsutsuki Kagaya, and yet you lament your inadequacy? In the wake of Kai Bai's observations, both he and Shukaku, after a brief moment of silence, began to chime in with their own barbs. Their jests provoked strange expressions from the other tailed beasts nearby, simultaneously prompting Wairi Fenzin, who had been mired in self-pity, to roll his eyes in exasperation. You two, do not presume that our familiarity grants you the liberty to mock me so freely. Continue, and I shall transform you both into women. Touch. You have bested me this time, Kai-bai. You win, Shukaku, gazing intently at the two individuals before him, who seemed poised to transform them into little girls at the slightest provocation. The two men, understanding the wisdom of avoiding immediate danger, promptly chose to concede. This act of capitulation not only filled the Dragon Sovereign with a sense of triumph, but also elicited exasperated eye rolls from the other tailed beasts. How could they mock someone and then immediately surrender? Do they not have any dignity left? The tailed beasts felt their own pride tarnished by their actions. Indeed, I feel my own face burning with shame, as his gaze swept over the thoroughly defeated Kurama and Shukaku. The nearby Kyubi and Sun Wukong wasted no time in ridiculing the two. This mockery caused Kurama and Shukaku's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. However, despite their blushing, the notoriously proud Kurama would not allow others to mock him unchallenged. Thus, upon hearing Sun Wukong remark that his cheeks were flushed, he retorted with irritation, "Silence, monkey. Your own monkey face is perpetually red. What does my surrender have to do with you? Speak only if you have something worthwhile to say, or keep your mouth shut." Chapter 345, Discussing Rebirth, the Considerations of Dragon Sovereign Bastard. Are you looking for a fight, you lewd fox? Upon hearing Kurama's taunt, the equally hot-tempered Sun Wukong sprang to his feet. Such a display, however, did little to intimidate Kurama, who prided himself on being the strongest among the tailed beasts. Seeing Sun Wukong ready to brawl, he straightened his posture defiantly. "Fight! Do you think I fear you? Bang! Bang! Boom! You two imbeciles! Are you intent on unleashing Kageyatsuki, who has just been sealed away?" After delivering a couple of punches that sent Kurama and Sun Wukong crashing to the ground, the Dragon Sovereign, visibly displeased, brandished his fists in a threatening manner. This intimidation swiftly quelled the two troublemakers, leaving the other tailed beasts watching in stunned silence. Ahem, this fellow. He truly appears gentle and kind on the surface. Beneath that facade, he is nothing short of a violent creature. Not just a violent creature. This guy gets excited when fighting. He is utterly deranged. Agreed. Observing the Dragon Sovereign waving his fists, the tailed beasts capable of mental communication began to share their thoughts telepathically. Unfortunately, this banter came to an abrupt halt with the Dragon Sovereign's forceful intervention. "What are you all discussing? Can you share it with me? Let me join in the amusement." "Nothing much. You wouldn't be interested, so we want to tell you." "Indeed, you wouldn't care." Faced with the Dragon Sovereign's meaningful gaze, the tailed beasts, already sweating profusely, responded in unison. They had no choice. Admitting they were concocting plans against him would likely provoke the wrath of this formidable being. To ensure their own safety, all the tailed beasts instinctively chose to deny any wrongdoing. This denial only intensified the knowing glimmer in the Dragon Sovereign's eyes. "Humph, it's best that you've said nothing. Since you have not expressed anything, let us deliberate on the matter of reincarnation." Observing the sudden shift to seriousness among the nine-tailed beasts, the Dragon Sovereign continued with a subtle smile. "I trust that during your time returning to the 10 Tails, Shukaku and Kurama have already broached the topic of reincarnation with you. What are your thoughts on this? If we were to be reincarnated, would we retain our memories? If not, I would rather not undergo reincarnation." In response to the inquiry from the Dragon Sovereign, the usually silent Gyuki unexpectedly spoke up first. The moment Gyuki voiced his concerns, it sparked a fervent discussion among all present. Some seized the opportunity to echo Gyuki's sentiments, while others expressed a desire to retain their powers. After all, should their strength be stripped away, they would find themselves powerless in the face of danger. Although this perspective did not garner unanimous agreement from all tailed beasts, it certainly received the nod of approval from the majority. Ultimately, they had grown accustomed to their own unique powers. The prospect of suddenly losing them would undoubtedly instill a sense of unease and discomfort. As for the tailed beasts' concerns, the Dragon Sovereign chose not to respond immediately, opting instead to listen intently and reflect quietly. His ultimate goal was to assist them, not to exploit their vulnerabilities. However, human nature is capricious. Once they assume human forms, the emergence of their desires must be considered, for if they develop unwarranted desires and thoughts, their inherent powers would only serve to nourish those burgeoning impulses. Thus, The Dragon Sovereign must ensure that they attain true freedom while preventing their desires from transforming them into agents of world destruction. Chapter 346. The conditions of the Dragon Sovereign. As the discussions among the nine-tailed beasts gradually subsided, the Dragon Sovereign emerged from his contemplation. I comprehend the concerns and questions you have raised. My intention in facilitating your reincarnation is to safeguard you from the malevolent intentions of humanity. Observing the unanimous nodding from the nine-tailed beasts, the Dragon Sovereign paused momentarily before continuing. However, human nature is intricate. Upon your reincarnation as humans, you will inevitably confront similar dilemmas. What dilemmas? The issue of desire. Once we are reborn as humans, we will undoubtedly be influenced by human emotions and develop desires. In light of the Dragon Sovereign's concerns and the confusion expressed by Nibi, Kurama promptly provided a solemn answer. Witnessing Kurama proactively address this issue, the Dragon Sovereign nodded in appreciation. Indeed, this is the crux of the matter. His gaze sweeping across the varied expressions of the nine-tailed beasts. The Dragon Sovereign praised Kurama before continuing. The fickleness of human nature exemplifies this principle. No one can guarantee that after being swayed by human emotions, you will maintain your current mindset. If you can, that would be truly wonderful. If you cannot, then your reincarnation, given your formidable powers, would spell disaster for the entire world. So, what do you intend to do? Observing the concerns expressed by the Dragon of the Abyss, the previously silent King Mu immediately inquired. This question prompted the gaze of the other tailed beasts to converge on the Dragon of the Abyss, who wished for their reincarnation as humans. In this matter, you have two choices. One is to refrain from reincarnating and continue to exist as tailed beasts in this ninja realm. The other is to reincarnate as humans, provided you agree to the conditions I propose. What conditions? Fixing his gaze upon the Dragon of the Abyss, Kurama, whose heart had already begun to grasp the answer, was the first to inquire. Allow me to implant a sealing technique imbued with the power of the deity of otherworldly realms into your minds. Observing the suddenly tense atmosphere, the Dragon of the Abyss paused before continuing. Great power can lead to arrogance. This was also the reason why Sage of the Six Paths forcibly separated the 10 tails into you nine-tailed beasts. What I aim to do now is to strengthen the safeguard, to ensure that you do not become conceited. What are the instructions within the deity of otherworldly realms? And what are the conditions for activating the sealing technique? In response to the Dragon of the Abyss's explanation, Kurama immediately chose to inquire further. Although the other tailed beasts remained silent, they too were clearly invested in Kurama's questions. Realizing that all the tailed beasts shared concern over these two inquiries, the Dragon of the Abyss took a deep breath and provided his answer. The directive within the deity of otherworldly realms is to protect the ninja realm from being destroyed by those with malevolent intentions. The condition for triggering the sealing technique is that you harbor thoughts of wanton destruction towards the ninja realm. I accept your conditions. Gazing at the pensive Dragon of the Abyss, Kurama, as the Nine Tails, was the first to offer his affirmative response. Seeing Kurama's agreement, the other tailed beasts exchanged glances and nodded in unison, echoing the same sentiment. We agree to this condition as well. Chapter 347. The Cycle of Rebirth. The transformation of reincarnation. Since you all consent, let us commence. After facilitating your reincarnation, I must also prepare to confront the imminent arrival of the Tsutsuki Kinshiki and his ilk. With no tailed beast opposing his conditions, the Dragon of the Abyss took a deep breath and urged them to proceed. This urgency left Kurama and the others astounded. Prepare for battle. Aren't Kinshiki and the others still a decade away? What do you mean by preparing for battle? Seemingly deciphering something from the words of the Dragon of the Abyss, Kurama quickly pressed for clarification. Prompted by Kurama's urgency, the other tailed beasts, who had not yet reacted, suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation. What is happening? Are they arriving earlier than expected? Indeed, according to my latest predictions, they could arrive at any moment. As the Nine Tails and others began to comprehend the situation, the Dragon Sovereign couldn't help but let out a wry smile, acknowledging the predicament. This admission sent shivers down the spines of the Nine Tails and their companions. How could this be? Why had the opposing force arrived here ahead of time? Had something gone awry? I suspect my prophecy is intertwined with this, thus drawing their attention. They seek to ascertain the situation here, prompting their early arrival. Though such matters induce a sense of helplessness, after a brief hesitation, the Dragon Sovereign chose to reveal the truth. This revelation caused the Nine Tails and their allies to furrow their brows in concern. If they arrived now, do you have the confidence to confront them? Indeed. Are you certain? If not, let us merge into the 10 Tails once more to bolster your strength. Very well. We can address the issue of reincarnation after we deal with those adversaries. Faced with the imminent threat of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and others, the Nine Tails and their companions promptly expressed their stance. This affirmation instantly lifted the spirits of the previously anxious Dragon Sovereign. I am pleased to witness your resolve. However, the opposing force possesses power that counters your tailed beasts. Thus, it would be prudent to keep you from engaging in this battle. Most importantly, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, I must complete your reincarnation before their arrival. Only then can I participate in the fight without concern. After solemnly articulating this, the Dragon Sovereign's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he began to weave hand signs. Reincarnation technique. Transformation of rebirth. As the Dragon Sovereign completed the seals, a force that struck at the very essence of their souls engulfed all the tailed beasts present. Feeling the enveloping, peculiar energy, the Nine Tails and others were immediately beset by a wave of trepidation. This apprehension was swiftly sensed by the Dragon Sovereign, who was maintaining the transformation process. If you wish to embody a form that satisfies you, refrain from indulging in fanciful thoughts. Should your musings lead to an unsightly manifestation, do not blame me. How can I ensure I do not become unattractive? In response to the Dragon Sovereign's light reprimand, the Nine Tails, whose lips twitched in irritation, promptly inquired. Meanwhile, the other tailed beasts, though silent, shared the same sentiment evident in their eyes. After all, who would desire to appear less than appealing if given the choice? Observing the pitiful expressions of the Nine Tails and their companions, the Dragon Sovereign's lips quirked again as he provided guidance. Visualize. Within your hearts, envision the forms you wish to manifest. Be swift in your actions. Delay may render it too late. Chapter 348. Tailed Beast Transformation into Humans. If creating life is a divine ability, then altering the very essence of life belongs to this realm as well. Witnessing the successful transformation of the Nine Tails and others into humans through his efforts, the Dragon Sovereign displayed a look of profound satisfaction. Congratulations. You have successfully evolved into humans. Thank you. This sensation is truly wondrous. In response to the congratulations from the Dragon of Honor, the gentle-natured Aizu promptly expressed his gratitude. Although the others remained silent, they too nodded and smiled at the Dragon of Honor. As Aizu had remarked, the sensation of embodying a human form was indeed extraordinary. This marvel, however, is something you will gradually come to experience yourselves. For now, follow me as we depart from this place. What will you do? Observing the serious demeanor of the Dragon of Honor, the nearby Kurama promptly inquired. Naturally, I will seal this space until I find a way to alter the fate of Kaguya, Tsutsuki, and return. After a brief moment of silence, the Dragon of Honor swiftly provided his answer to Kurama's query. Subsequently, without further delay, the Dragon of Honor utilized his spatial manipulation abilities to lead Kurama and the others away from that location. As the Dragon of Honor departed, the previously tranquil space was indeed once more enveloped by a new layer of sealing. Nightfall descended instantly. The entire realm of sand was utterly shrouded in darkness at that moment. Even the sandball, which had originally hung in midair, was concealed by the encroaching shadows. Following a spatial transfer, the Dragon of Honor and his companions successfully returned to the primary realm of the ninja world. Gazing upon the now dissipated infinite Tsukuyomi and the waiting true form of the Dragon of Honor, Kurama and the others who had accompanied him from Kaguya's realm found themselves momentarily taken aback. You are another high GA dragon. Huh. Congratulations to you all. Upon realizing Kurama's deduction, the Dragon of Honor could not help but smile and extend his felicitations. Yet, such congratulations did little to assuage the lingering doubts within Kurama's heart. Eager to unravel this mystery, the inquisitive Kurama chose to confront the Dragon of Honor directly. Were you observing the previous battle from the shadows? No. I traveled back to Kaguya's era to meet with the Yuhua brothers and the others. What? You actually chose to traverse time and return to the already transpired era of Kaguya. Hearing such an explanation from the Dragon of Honor left Kurama and the others utterly astonished. After all, this was an exceedingly shocking revelation. No one dared to imagine the consequences of actions taken by someone returning to the past, potentially altering the present era, or even causing it to shatter and vanish entirely. Overwhelmed by a surge of panic, the straightforward Kurama could not help but urgently question again. Hey, you didn't cause any chaos when you went back, did you? If you did, we might very well face an unexpected disappearance here. Rest assured, I am not reckless enough to act without considering the consequences. It was merely a matter of simple conversations and meeting those I wished to see. With a nonchalant tone, the Dragon of Honor concluded, casting a meaningful glance toward my Bokuzen. That single glance left the great sage Toad, Fukasaku, within my Bokuzen drenched in cold sweat. The reason for his trepidation was known only to him and the Dragon of Honor. Chapter 349. The transformative power of the Rinnegan. Let us refrain from discussing the past for the moment. You are aware that Tsutsuki Kinshiki and his companions are en route, correct? The Dragon Supreme, interrupting the Ninetales who was about to speak further, inquired with a serious expression. This inquiry was met with an immediate nod of affirmation from the Dragon Supreme. Indeed, had I not sensed this urgency, I would not have returned in such haste. How do you intend to proceed with this matter? Noting that the Supreme was indeed aware of the situation, the Dragon Supreme, after a brief moment of silence, posed the question again. Is this even a question? Naturally, we shall lead them into outer space and eliminate them in one fell swoop. In that case, let us commence our actions. After all, time is of the essence. Very well. Following this straightforward exchange, the two soared into the sky, heading directly toward outer space. Such a decisive course of action left the Ninetales and others nearby in a state of astonishment. Is this truly decided? Is it not a tad hasty? Though it may be somewhat rash, it should be manageable, right? There exists a saying, curiosity killed the cat, and a proverb, joy begets sorrow. At this moment, Tsutsuki Kinshiki and his companions were engulfed in such sentiments. Initially, they were merely compelled by an inexplicable urge to arrive early, intending to collect the fruits of the divine tree. This was meant to be a joyous occasion. However, upon their arrival, they unwittingly fell into the trap set by the dragon duo. Gazing at the dragon, who had immediately suspended time around them, and the rapidly approaching Dragon Supreme, Kinshiki sensed an imminent threat and chose to unleash his full power in a desperate attempt to break free from the time stasis imposed by the dragon. Regrettably, while he exerted himself, the dragon was also fully focused on maintaining control over them. In this stalemate, the Dragon Supreme seized the opportunity. With the furious Kinshiki within arm's reach, the Dragon Supreme resolved to strike decisively. Activating his Rinnegan's devouring ability, he transformed the powerless Kinshiki into a fruit of the divine tree in an instant. This outcome left the struggling Kinshiki and Urashiki in shock. The transformative power of the Rinnegan. You fiends, I will kill you all. Upon witnessing Kinshiki's transformation into a divine tree fruit, the enraged Urashiki bellowed. Though Urashiki remained silent, he was silently gathering strength, understanding that against such an unyielding adversary, he must exert every ounce of his power. Otherwise, he would share the same fate as Kinshiki, now a divine tree fruit. Seemingly aware of Urashiki's thoughts, the victorious Supreme continued to consume the fruit formed from Kinshiki while advancing toward Urashiki and the others. Such blatant intent only escalated the desperate struggles of Urashiki and Kinshiki, as they fought with all their might. You bastards, do not give me any opportunities. Grant me but a chance, and I shall avenge Lord Tao. Avenge. Your opportunity has vanished. Best to resign yourself to becoming fruit. Transformation. As the furious Gene roared, the divisional sovereign, who had approached him, chose to strike directly. In an instant, chilling screams echoed once more. The once irate Gene was transformed by the divisional sovereign into a divine tree fruit, akin to that of Tao. Chapter 350. Divine and Mortal Metamorphosis. Humph. While you regard others as mere sustenance, do you not realize that you too are another's meal? With the divine tree fruit in hand, the divisional sovereign uttered these words before commencing yet another act of consumption. Such unrestrained devouring incited the ire of the stillbound Pooh. Scoundrels, are you not of the Tsutsuki clan? What compels you to commit such acts without justification? Are you not aware that the Tsutsuki clan forbids mutual consumption without cause? Oh, so the Tsutsuki clan has such internal regulations? My apologies. We indeed do not consider ourselves part of the Tsutsuki clan. Therefore, we are not beholden to your rules. In response to Pooh's furious inquiries, the already satiated divisional sovereign approached him with a mocking expression. Observing Pooh, whose rage was palpable yet had ceased to struggle, the divisional sovereign, with a mischievous glint, once again invoked his power of transformation through the Rinnegan. This act triggered an explosive response from Pooh. "Get away from me." With Pooh's fury reaching its zenith, he finally broke free in the final moments of his existence. Witnessing the two dragons being hurled away, the liberated Pooh wore a sinister expression. "How dare you treat me, Pooh, in such a manner? I shall ensure you both regret this." Thud. What? As Pooh stared in shock at the arm that had pierced through his chest, he was momentarily frozen. "How could this be? I had clearly sent you both flying." "Humph. That is because we possess not merely the Rinnegan or Byakugan, but a superior eye, the Hongyu Rengoku." "Rest easy, Pooh." Transformation. After a vague explanation, the divisional sovereign unhesitatingly initiated the third transformation. Following a series of anguished cries, Pooh too became a divine tree fruit. The once seemingly arrogant divisional sovereign sighed in relief. "Phew, finally dealt with. Indeed, at last, we have vanquished them." Both Tao and Pooh wield formidable powers of time. Had we not acted preemptively, the outcome could have been uncertain. Approaching the divisional sovereign, the nearly exhausted dragon remarked in awe, eliciting immediate agreement from the sovereign. "Indeed, though we possess the Hongyu Rengoku, which counters the Rinnegan and Byakugan. However, in terms of strength disparity, it is indeed a stroke of luck that we emerged victorious." Extending the fruit of the divine tree transformed by Pooh Sure towards the dragon lord before him, Fenzun couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Hurry and absorb it. I am eagerly anticipating our next ascension." "Haha, so am I." In response to Fenzun's urging, the dragon lord promptly commenced his devouring of the divine fruit. As he consumed it with fervor, the previously depleted power within him was instantly replenished by the fruit's essence. Subsequently, in an unstoppable surge, he completed his transformation into divinity in an instant. Sensing the profound change in his power, the two exchanged a glance, and with a shared thought, they returned to the vegetable planting space harmoniously. Chapter 351. The Undying Fruit. To their astonishment, even the vegetable planting space underwent a qualitative transformation. Gazing upon the expanse that had far exceeded the realm of shinobi, the dragon lord, emerging from his stupor, couldn't help but whisper in awe. This realization roused Fenzun, who had also been momentarily dazed. Indeed, most importantly, it seems the temporal connection tree has also undergone a change. It's true. Prompted by Fenzun's reminder, the dragon lord quickly recognized the issue. A glimmer of anticipation crossed his face as he began to scrutinize the changes in the temporal connection tree. After a thorough examination, he discerned the specific alteration that had occurred. That is, the parallel space of the Dragon Ball world. Fixating his gaze on the temporal portal he had discovered, the Dragon Lord's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. This expression swiftly spread to Fenzun beside him. It appears that this temporal connection tree is indeed becoming increasingly impressive. Gulp. "Fenzun, do you think we should venture over to take a look?" Faced with the allure of a new world, the Dragon Lord, feeling his heart race, inquired of Fenzun. This question instantly jolted Fenzun from his reverie. "I believe it would be wise to return to the shinobi world first." "The shinobi world? Right. I wonder if our companions, Ation and the others, are concerned about our fate at this moment." Upon hearing Fenzun's reminder, the Dragon Lord recalled something, and a look of regret crossed his face. "Humph. It seems the sudden surge of power has left you somewhat disoriented." "Indeed, I am a bit lost." Observing Fenzun's astonishment at his candidness, the Dragon Lord couldn't help but chuckle nonchalantly. "Let us check the new upgrade package for its seeds. Afterward, we can plant them. What's wrong?" "Why the sudden silence?" Noticing the abrupt cessation of the Dragon Lord's words, Fenzun displayed a look of surprise. This expression of astonishment quickly roused the Dragon Lord from his earlier days. "It's nothing. I was merely taken aback by the effects of the new seeds." With a casual shrug, Yulong uttered such words and promptly tossed the new seed into the hands of Fenzun. As the seed landed in Fenzun's grasp, its information flooded into his mind. The immortal seed, upon maturity, the fruit of immortality, grants the consumer eternal life. This revelation was indeed surprising. However, if Kaguya can achieve immortality, is it not a natural outcome for us, who possess a space for cultivating vegetables, to also attain such a state? Coming back to his senses after the overwhelming influx of information, Fenzun wasted no time in commencing the planting process. Once the planting was completed, he began to pour spiritual water and engage in the traversal of time and space thereafter. Experiencing the continuous shifts in the cultivation space and the instant maturation of the immortal fruit, Yulong, standing beside Finzen, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. You, my friend, are remarkably swift. Enough with the chatter. Quickly consume the fruit. Once we have done so, we can return to the ninja world and report our safety. Ignoring Yulong's complaints, the agile Finzen promptly plucked the mature immortal fruit and shoved it into Yulong's mouth. Chapter 352. 15 years having hurriedly consumed the immortal fruit. Yulong had no time to sense any changes within himself before being forcibly pulled back to the ninja world by Finzen. Gazing into the expectant eyes before him, Yulong, who had intended to voice his grievances, instantly swallowed his words. I bring good news. The 3 members of the Otsutsuki clan who attacked have been completely eliminated. Oh, splendid. Upon receiving the long-awaited news, the previously anxious crowd erupted into heartfelt cheers. The 2 heroes, Yulong and Finzen, were repeatedly tossed into the air amidst the adoration of the onlookers. The sky remained as blue as ever, and the ominous clouds of war had completely dissipated. Most importantly, thanks to the intervention of Yulong and Finzen, those who had perished in this battle were resurrected by their hands. This outcome, devoid of sacrifice, could only be deemed miraculous. Everyone recognized that Hinata Yulong, capable of such feats, had ascended to the status of a deity. Moreover, Finzen's use of the divine reverence had left all in a state of profound shock. Thus, it began. Yulong was revered as the divine of reverence. Some fervent admirers even set up altars in their homes to honor him. This exaggerated display left Yulong feeling quite embarrassed upon learning of it. After all, being venerated while still alive was nothing short of absurd. Yet, despite the embarrassment, Yulong felt a swell of pride knowing that such recognition indicated that his character and actions had gained the approval of many. This acknowledgement served to calm Yulong's previously restless heart. Days passed by, one after another. The shinobi world, having settled down anew, embarked on a fresh chapter of development. Once dominated by the supremacy of ninjutsu, a burgeoning force known as technology began to flourish. The arduous training once necessary to attain the power of ninjutsu was increasingly abandoned by many. Even some once exemplary ninjas gradually relinquished their pursuits in ninjutsu and turned to commerce, establishing their own enterprises. This seismic shift left Yulong, who had personally witnessed these transformations, in awe. Although he had anticipated such changes, the reality of their occurrence still struck him as remarkable and astonishing. As time flowed swiftly by, a full 15 years elapsed. During this period, Yulong fulfilled his promise to Sasuke, presenting him with an irrefutable grand gift. He celebrated his marriage to Hinata and even welcomed a child who inherited his bloodline abilities. Most significantly, due to his existence, the deeply entrenched ancient family rules of the Hyuga clan were entirely abolished by its members. The most lamented caged bird seal was replaced by the Ming Shun Guard, an invention of Yulong's. While it retained the eye-destroying function, it liberated users from the previous constraints of control. Prolonged use of the Ming Shun Guard not only shackled oneself, but also purged the purity of the Byakugan. Such astonishing effects earned unanimous acclaim and admiration from the entire Hyuga clan. Seizing this opportunity, Hinata Hizashi, who had long desired to take a back seat, promptly proposed that Yulong be appointed as the clan leader. Consequently, he received the overwhelming support of the Hyuga clan. In contrast, Yulong, thrust into the role of clan leader, found himself somewhat unprepared. Nevertheless, whether he was willing or not, the successful Hizashi unhesitatingly chose to embark on a journey around the world with his wife. This decision left Yulong, who had initially intended to venture into the Dragon Ball world, feeling somewhat disheartened. Since he had assumed the position of clan leader, he found it difficult to simply abandon his responsibilities. In his reluctance, Yulong opted for a compromise. He would manage the clan's affairs while also making time to engage in intensive physical training to adapt to gravity in Kagaya's hypergravity space. This training persisted for a full 15 years. Chapter 353. Yulong's inescapable curiosity after spending 15 years in the shinobi world. Yulong could no longer contain his curiosity about the Dragon Ball world and finally set foot in this realm, observing the fierce battles unfolding. With Piccolo and others engaged in combat, Yulong, concealed in the shadows, could not help but display an intrigued expression. In terms of sheer destructive power, the participants present, including Krillin and others, were merely at the level of elite jonin. Even the strongest among them, Piccolo barely reached the rank of a Kage. Meanwhile, the formidable Miryuu, who could effortlessly overpower Piccolo and his companions, also remained within the bounds of Kage-level strength. Nevertheless, despite this, Yulong did not underestimate the fierce battle being waged by Bick and his companions. After all, in the not-so-distant future, the strength of this group would undergo a monumental transformation. At that time, the world would truly begin to unveil its intrigue. As this thought crossed his mind, Yulong, having perceived Bick and the others beginning to falter, swiftly focused his intent and plunged into the fray. What? You are boom. Without granting the opposing Na-Ba a chance to finish his sentence, Yulong approached him and casually waved his hand, sending Na-Ba hurtling away. Who are you? Are you also from Earth? In the face of the sudden and unanticipated appearance of Yulong, Vegeta, who had been observing the battle, could not help but reveal a serious expression. Meanwhile, unlike Vegeta, who sensed the gravity of the situation, Na-Ba, still oblivious to what was unfolding, was consumed by rage. You bastard. Damn Earth trash. How dare you ambush your Lord Na-Ba? I will tear you to shreds. As Na-Ba roared in fury and sprang to his feet, he charged angrily towards Yulong, eliciting only a furrowed brow of concern from Vegeta. To him, the fate of Na-Ba was of no consequence. In fact, if Na-Ba's demise could serve as a means to gauge the capabilities of the newcomer, Vegeta would be utterly delighted. This thought flickered in his mind, and a glimmer of anticipation crossed Vegeta's previously stoic face. Unfortunately, the eagerly awaited outcome was destined to disappoint him. In response to Na-Ba's foul-mouthed tirade, Yulong, who had initially found the situation amusing, suddenly glinted with a chilling intensity in his eyes. Lord Na-Ba, it appears I must enlighten you on the meaning of despair. With a frigid tone, Yulong conjured 4 dark rods, and in an instant, he hurled them towards Na-Ba's limbs with incomprehensible speed. In that moment, anguished cries echoed through the air. Na-Ba, who had been rushing towards Yulong, found himself unceremoniously pinned to the ground by the very rods Yulong had unleashed. Such a terrifying spectacle left the onlookers in sheer shock. Instant annihilation. Gazing at Na-Ba, who was pinned and still wailing in agony, Krillin could not help but stammer his disbelief. This murmured realization was immediately affirmed by Bick and the others nearby. If one were to target Na-Ba's heart, survival would be utterly impossible. Thus, in this context, it indeed qualified as a swift execution. Although unaware of Yulong's true identity, Bick, his expression grave, rendered the most objective assessment. Chapter 354, Suppression of Vegeta and Na-Ba. In stark contrast to Bick and his companions, who were still contemplating the situation, Na-Ba, pinned to the ground by Yulong, was consumed by terror. Save me, Vegeta. I have no interest in saving a worthless fool. After casting a disdainful glance at that insignificant being, Vegeta redirected his gaze towards the imposing figure of Yulong. You meddlesome fool. You have yet to answer my question. Answer your question? Do you truly believe you possess the right? Yulong retorted, raising an eyebrow at the haughty Vegeta, deliberately provoking him. Faced with such provocation, the typically proud Vegeta could hardly contain his fury. Wasting no further time on idle chatter, he opted for a direct assault. If you are so eager for death, then allow me, Vegeta, to oblige. As he charged towards Yulong, his anger palpable, Vegeta could not resist the urge to voice his frustrations. Alas, his actions would only lead to his own misfortune. In response to Vegeta's arrogant declarations, Yulong smirked and flicked his fingers towards him. In an instant, an invisible energy blast surged towards Vegeta, sending him hurtling backwards. This astonishing spectacle left all present in a state of shock. Wow, incredible, exclaimed Krillin, bewildered. Who is this guy? He seems even more terrifying than those 2 Saions. I don't know, replied Lepin, but it is certain that his strength could easily overpower that Saion. While Krillin and the others marveled in astonishment, Piccolo, already sweating profusely, offered a grave analysis. This assessment, however, only served to infuriate the already irate Vegeta, who had overheard. Don't underestimate me. Watch as I eliminate him. He roared. Die. Final flash. Following this vehement declaration, the enraged Vegeta unleashed his powerful energy attack, causing the previously composed Piccolo and the others to gasp in alarm. No. Don't take it head on. Quickly dodge. Not a chance. Die. Vegeta's face twisted in a cruel smile as he envisioned Yulong's demise after unleashing his final flash. Unfortunately, Vegeta's hubris would prove to be his downfall. As the energy blast hurtled towards him, Yulong remained motionless, laughing derisively. Do you truly think such a feeble attack could kill me? How utterly ludicrous. With a mocking tone, Yulong promptly employed his absorption technique. In an instant, an unseen wave swept over Vegeta's final flash, devouring it entirely before it could reach Yulong. Such a terrifying scene left everyone, including Vegeta, utterly astonished. Impossible. How could this happen? My final flash just vanished without a trace. Huh, you desire your final flash back? Very well. Yulong taunted, casually waving his hand. He then hurled the absorbed energy blast back towards the incredulous Vegeta. What? Boom. Chapter 355, Sealing Technique of Absorption. What kind of ability is this? Observing Yulong, who effortlessly hurled the enhanced cannonball once more, Krillin nearly bulged his eyes in disbelief. I don't know. Yet. The manner of this counterattack was undeniably disheartening. In stark contrast to Krillin's astonished expression, Lepin, standing beside him, was equally troubled. As Lepin articulated, Yulong's method of retaliation was profoundly demoralizing. To retaliate using one's opponent's own attack could not be more humiliating. Indeed, Vegeta, who had been easily struck by Yulong, felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over him. Overcome by an irrepressible feeling of disgrace, the already furious Vegeta resolved to unleash his ultimate weapon. You bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? I will kill you. With a furious roar, Vegeta leapt into the air, gathering all his energy in a frenzied manner. Damn you! Prepare to be reduced to cosmic dust along with this planet. Final Cannon. Ascending rapidly into the sky, Vegeta released his most powerful move, the Final Cannon. In an instant, a blinding light surged downward, aiming directly at Yulong, who stood below. However, Yulong merely smiled in response to the impending attack. Amidst the gasps from Krillin and the others, he employed the same technique once more. Sealing Technique of Absorption. As Yulong's somewhat frivolous voice echoed, the once menacing Final Cannon was once again forcibly absorbed. The unexpected outcome left the onlookers in a state of shock. He absorbed it again. This is no mere slap in the face. This is a true annihilation. Observing Yulong's formidable absorption, Piccolo could not help but mutter under his breath. In contrast to the utterly stunned Piccolo and the others, Vegeta, who had regained his senses first, wore an increasingly ferocious expression. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Don't think this will defeat me. Just you wait. After his hysterical outburst, Vegeta began to scan the surroundings, seeking the moon that orbited the planet to transform into a great ape. This action left Krillin and the others, who had just regained their composure, utterly baffled. What is he doing? He is looking for the moon. As Krillin and his companions pondered this, Yulong, allowing events to unfold, chuckled and provided an explanation. This revelation plunged Krillin and the others back into a state of utter terror. Transform into a great ape. Sir, you must stop him. He cannot be allowed to transform into a great ape. Humph. Rest assured, to prevent Gohan from transforming into a great ape, I have already destroyed the moon. After casting a disdainful glance over Krillin and the others, Piccolo, with his arms crossed, could not help but smugly announce the answer. This revelation, of course, elicited a sigh of relief from the previously terrified Krillin and his companions. Unfortunately, their expressions had barely settled for 3 seconds before they vanished once more at the teasing laughter of Yulong. Rest assured, if the moon cannot be found, that Vegeta will create an artificial moon himself. What? Create one himself? How is that even possible? Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Piccolo, who had been so self-satisfied, nearly dropped his jaw in shock. As for Krillin and the others, they had already lost their jaws altogether. No, it can't be. Sir, you must stop him. He must not transform. Why must he not transform? In response to Krillin's urgent insistence, Yulong glanced down at him, revealing a look of playful amusement. This expression left the previously anxious Krillin utterly dumbfounded. Why not? Indeed, why not? He is so weak. Is there any reason for me to fear him? Gulp. Faced with Yulong's reasoning, Piccolo and the others could not help but swallow hard. At that very moment, unable to locate the moon, Vegeta indeed opted to use an artificial moon. As they gazed up at the rapidly ascending artificial moon that began to emit light, Piccolo and his companions, just having regained their senses, found themselves once again in a state of shock. Could it truly be possible to create an artificial moon? Enough with the nonsense. That guy has successfully transformed into a great ape. Watching the descending great ape Vegeta, a cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead. Boom. Roar. Before Piccolo's voice could fully fade, the now transformed great ape Vegeta let out a thunderous roar upon landing. Observing his companions, who were covering their ears from the deafening roar of the great ape Vegeta, Yulong could not suppress another smile. This was the Scion's great ape form. Though it enhances strength, it simultaneously strips away reason. That said, even if the opponent is left with mere instinct, we still have no means to contend with him. No. He is coming this way. As he trembled to the end of his exclamation, Krillin, terrified by the great ape Vegeta, let out a scream and fled. Such a cowardly display caused Yulong, who had initially been intrigued, to sport a black line on his forehead. So cowardly. Roar. Seemingly sensing Yulong beneath his feet, the great ape Vegeta stomped forward, releasing a furious roar as he advanced menacingly. Observing the still motionless Yulong, Krillin and the others, who had retreated far away, instinctively gasped. This gasp instantly drew forth a light chuckle from Yulong. Gazing at the terror-stricken faces of Krillin and the others, the enigmatic Yulong let out a soft chuckle before making his move. With a swift execution of his technique, Sky Guard, the previously level ground was suddenly ravaged by a terrifying collapse. This cataclysm caused the mighty great ape Vegeta, who was in the midst of raising his leg, to tumble down without a moment's hesitation. "Is this even possible?" exclaimed Krillin, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he witnessed the once proud great ape Vegeta lose his balance and crash to the ground. Yet, this astonishment was far from over. Seizing the opportunity to further assert his dominance, Yulong struck again. Wind Demon Shuriken. Shadow Windmill. With a mocking tone, Yulong unleashed a colossal shuriken crafted from Inyang ninjutsu, which effortlessly sliced through the base of Vegeta's tail. A piercing scream shattered the air as the great ape's tail was severed, causing it to gradually revert to its original form. "Did it really get cut off?" stammered Krillin, finally regaining his composure as he watched Vegeta shrink back to his normal size. This revelation jolted Piccolo and the others, who were observing nearby, into a state of acute awareness. The disparity in power was painfully clear. The Vegeta they once knew was utterly powerless before Yulong. Turning to the smiling Yulong, Piccolo's expression grew grave as he offered his assessment, which elicited a solemn nod of agreement from Krillin and the others. However, no matter how much they acknowledged Yulong's prowess, the vanquished Vegeta could not accept this humiliation. "I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it." With an enraged shout, Vegeta launched himself at Yulong, who stood calmly before him, a smile still gracing his features. Unfortunately for Vegeta, the gap in their strengths was insurmountable. Regardless of how fiercely he attacked, Yulong merely deflected each blow with a casual flick of his fingers. The onlookers were left astounded, witnessing Yulong remain completely stationary, relying solely on the wind of his fingers to block every strike. "How can this be? How can anyone be stronger than me, Vegeta? It's impossible. This cannot be real. This cannot be real." Overwhelmed by disbelief, Vegeta's mind unraveled, and his once disciplined technique devolved into sheer chaos. Such a fragile psyche compelled Yulong, who had initially been entertained by the spectacle, to furrow his brow in disapproval. "I never anticipated your spirit to be so feeble. In that case, it is best to eradicate you. A weakling with such a fragile heart has no right to exist in this world." With a chilling resolve, Yulong's demeanor shifted, his intent now unmistakably lethal. With a swift flick of his fingers, the formidable Yulong propelled the disoriented Vegeta forcefully away. Boom. "Humph. You brat. I shall use your own technique to send you to the underworld." Observing Vegeta, who had been flung into a pile of rubble, Yulong let out a cold snort and conjured a piercing energy blast akin to Vegeta's own. "Onward, young one." After uttering these chilling words once more, Yulong nonchalantly tossed the energy missile toward the still recovering Vegeta. As the energy blast hurtled towards him, fear flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Faced with the imminent threat of death, he instinctively seized the nearby Naba and hurled him toward the oncoming energy blast. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the terrified Naba was instantly reduced to a crimson mist. Meanwhile, the opportunistic Vegeta successfully survived by using Naba as a shield. Gazing at Yulong, who was furrowing his brow and gathering energy for another attack, Vegeta let out a mighty roar and, in a moment of unprecedented speed, darted into his spacecraft. Without a second thought for whether Yulong would pursue him, he activated his vessel and soared into the vastness of outer space. Chapter 358. Very well. Let me not ask. You never truly intended to kill him, did you? As the spacecraft vanished into the distance. A moment of silence enveloped Piccolo before he couldn't resist asking. This inquiry jolted the others present back to reality. Observing the bewildered expressions on Krillin and the others, Yulong glanced skyward for a moment and then broke into a smile. Indeed, if I had truly wished to kill him, he would never have had the chance to escape. Why would it be so? That guy is so dangerous. Why did you let him go? Upon hearing Yulong's unabashed admission, Krillin was taken aback and instinctively questioned him. It wasn't until he noticed the profound look in Yulong's eyes that Krillin gradually fell silent, realizing he was being foolish to interrogate someone he barely knew. After all, the unknown Yulong had already rendered them a great favor by driving off Vegeta. To demand that he eliminate Vegeta for them would be an exceedingly impolite request. As such thoughts crossed his mind, a sense of somberness overtook Krillin, and he struggled to find his words. Seemingly understanding Krillin's internal struggle, Yulong waved his hand dismissively, a smirk gracing his lips. Do not overthink it. I merely did what Goku would have done. Goku. The revelation from Yulong stunned Piccolo and the others, their faces revealing profound astonishment. The astonishment reflected in their expressions was entirely anticipated by Yulong. Indeed, it is Goku. Given Goku's character, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. Although Yulong had never encountered Goku, he spoke with utmost seriousness. As he articulated, even without intervening, upon returning to Earth, Goku would surely opt to spare Vegeta. The reason, of course, lay in Goku's naive yet combative nature. Upon hearing Yulong's explanation, the initially reluctant Piccolo and the others suddenly revealed expressions of realization. Truly, considering Goku's disposition, he would indeed act in a similar manner. Contemplating this possibility, the tension that had burdened Piccolo and his companions dissipated instantly. This change in demeanor did not escape Yulong's keen observation. Noticing Piccolo and his companions visibly relieved, Yulong's lips curled into a smile as he spoke once more. Let us wait for Goku here. In approximately 3 hours, he should arrive. 3 hours? How do you know this? Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Krillin, who had ceased to dwell on the matter of Vegeta, displayed a curious glint in his eyes. This spark of curiosity seemed contagious, quickly spreading to the faces of the others. In response to the collective inquisitive gazes from Krillin and the others, Yulong, still smiling, provided an answer that made their eyebrows twitch. It is merely my conjecture. Sir, is your conjecture reliable? It should be, right? Very well. Forget I asked. Chapter 359. A visitor on King Kai's planet while Yulong and his companions awaited Goku's return in silence. King Kai's planet unexpectedly welcomed a visitor that the king himself could never have anticipated. How did you arrive here? The sudden appearance of Yulong astounded King Kai, who had been secretly observing him from his planet. He could never have imagined that the mysterious individual who had been on Earth would appear before him without warning. Sensing King Kai's unease, the instinctive response of Bregoli was to step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the king. Who are you? How dare you trespass on King Kai's planet? Do you not fear the king's retribution? Retribution against me? Are you certain that this King Kai can best me in combat? In response to Bregoli's intimidation, Yulong, having arrived here through spatial transfer, retorted with curiosity. This retort instantly provoked Bregoli, who was still struggling to comprehend the situation. What did you say? You insolent mortal. Do you believe that I, Bregoli, will not punish you on behalf of King Kai? Oh, I would certainly like to witness how you intend to punish me. Hearing Bregoli's audacious proclamation, Yulong's expression shifted to one of amusement. This expression, in turn, sent a shiver down King Kai's spine, who stood behind Bregoli. Ahem. Bregoli. Do not act rashly. I sense he means no harm. As the situation grew increasingly precarious, the Realm King, fully aware that engaging in conflict would undoubtedly lead to his detriment, promptly opted to counsel Bregoli. This display of capitulation elicited a smirk from the dragon before him. The esteemed Realm King was not mistaken. I indeed harbor no ill intentions. Yet, I remain unconvinced. If there exists no malice, why then did you intrude upon the Realm King's planet uninvited? Faced with the Realm King's attempt at clarification, the stubborn Bregoli could not help but question him once more. Such inquiries only intensified the amusement evident in the dragon's eyes. In comparison to my unauthorized entry into the Realm King's domain, the Realm King himself has been clandestinely observing me from his perch on the planet, which seems far more egregious. How can they be equated? The Realm King bears the responsibility of overseeing the cosmos. It is his duty to scrutinize events transpiring throughout the universe. Upon hearing the dragon's assertion, Bregally stood resolutely, puffing out his chest in righteous indignation. His endearing demeanor provoked an uncontrollable fit of laughter from the dragon before him. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Bregally, hands on hips, inquired, visibly irked by the sudden outburst of mirth. Noticing the little fellow's desire to interrogate him further, the dragon, ceasing his laughter, retorted, "What is so amusing, little one? Do you not find your rationale somewhat fallacious? Does the responsibility of oversight grant one the right to incessantly gaze upon another? The Realm King may suspect your identity is questionable." Bregally blurted out, a sense of unease washing over him at the dragon's inquiry. This response prompted the Realm King to exasperatedly facepalm. "Bregally, what nonsense are you spouting? If you continue, he may be perceived as hostile." Despite his original lack of animosity. Chapter 360. The Time Traveler, Realm King. What troubles you? Observing the Realm King's visage clouded with melancholy, Bregally approached cautiously, placing a hand on the Realm King's brow, which had begun to glisten with sweat. "Realm King, what is the matter? Have you caught a cold?" "What cold? I am incensed by your nonsensical babble," the Realm King bellowed, his patience wearing thin in the face of Bregally's continued bewilderment. However, as the Realm King's frustration reached its zenith, Bregally seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. "Realm King, away with you. Before I greet you, you are not permitted to speak further. Do you understand?" "Understood, Realm King." Bregally, now fully cognizant of the Realm King's ire, appeared somewhat dejected. "Hey, is it really necessary? Realm King, if I truly wish to eliminate you, do you think your words would deter me?" Cough. "I merely worry for your safety regarding Bregally." The Realm King, wiping his brow, offered an awkward explanation while regarding the dragon with a look of disdain. The explanation elicited a look of surprise from the previously dejected Bregally. "Your Excellency, the King." Cough cough. "Bregally, as my personal attendant, you must remember to uphold your image." "Yes, rest assured, Your Excellency." Bregally understands. With the King's gentle reminder, Bregally, rejuvenated, could not help but puff out his chest once more. This endearing scene caused Yulong, who was nearby, to smile broadly, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. What a charming little fellow. Observing Bregally's proud departure, Yulong, gazing after him for a moment, could not help but express his admiration. Compared to this, who exactly are you? Why have I never encountered you before? The King, his expression turning serious, finally posed this inquiry to the contemplative Yulong. In response to the King's straightforward question, Yulong also offered a candid reply. "I am Hinata Yulong, a time traveler from another world." "A time traveler? So, you are not from this universe." The King's face transformed to one of astonishment at Yulong's unexpected revelation. Yulong, having anticipated such a reaction, merely nodded. "Indeed, your understanding is correct." Gulp. "Since you are not from this universe, what brings you here?" The King, swallowing hard, inquired once more, gazing at Yulong. To this question, Yulong reiterated his answer. "Did I not mention? I am a time traveler, but I do not comprehend what a time traveler truly signifies." Despite having a vague inkling of the answer, the King opted to feign ignorance for confirmation. This pretense elicited a chuckle from Yulong. "Do you genuinely not understand? Or are you merely pretending? A time traveler is a unique kind of voyager. Ordinary beings travel within the confines of their own universe, while we venture into others. That is all there is to it." Chapter 361. Guiding Vegeta to Namek Gulp. Random time travel is not permitted. "If I am a time traveler, not a time disruptor, I will not alter the course of time. You need not worry." Seemingly grasping the King's implication, Yulong raised an eyebrow and interrupted him. After casting a meaningful glance, he instantaneously vanished. "Rest assured, I shall not intervene in what is destined to occur, not even your demise." Gulp. "What do you mean by that? Am I to die in the future?" "Hey, don't leave. Clarify your statement." The King, his face awash with terror at Yulong's ominous words, shouted in dismay as Yulong departed. Regrettably, the inquiry posed by the King of the realm is destined to remain unanswered. While the King still grapples with uncertainty regarding his own fate, the hasty escape of Vegeta from Earth has finally led him to a realization. How infuriating. He never intended to kill me. Otherwise, I would have had no chance to flee. Humph. It suffices that you grasp this matter. What? Who are you? What do you truly seek? Gazing at the projection before him, Vegeta, clearly startled by Yulong, could not help but question urgently. This inquiry, however, elicited immediate mockery from Yulong. What is this? The normally arrogant scion princess found himself in a state of fear? Indeed, you are frightened. Otherwise, how could you have fled in such a panic? Observing the mixture of shock and fury on Vegeta's face, Yulong couldn't resist teasing him further. Such ridicule nearly drove the humiliated Vegeta to the brink of madness. You scoundrel! Do not give me an opportunity. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. TSK, TSK. I have shown you mercy by sparing you, and yet you wish to take my life? You truly are an ungrateful wretch. As he looked at the contorted visage of Vegeta, Yulong couldn't help but taunt him once more. Confronted with such derision, the enraged Vegeta nearly lost his composure and destroyed his solitary spacecraft. Fortunately, Yulong intervened just in time, preventing a tragic outcome. You little brat. What do you intend to do? Commit suicide? My choice to end my life is of no concern to you. With a furious glare at the projection before him, Vegeta bellowed. This outburst immediately earned him Yulong's signature eye roll. I had intended to reveal the truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta to you. But since you've said that, I shall refrain. The truth about the destruction of planet Vegeta? What do you mean by that? Was it not obliterated by a meteorite impact? What is this so-called truth you speak of? Upon hearing such words from Yulong, Vegeta, who had resolved to ignore him, instantly displayed a look of urgency. A voice within his mind urged him to acknowledge that Yulong indeed possesses knowledge of the truth behind the destruction of his planet. This inner intuition compelled Vegeta to set aside his resentment and proactively inquire of Yulong. Alas, facing Yulong's intent to guide him to Namek, he was fated to receive no direct answer. Since you claim we are unrelated, then seek your answers on Namek by yourself. No sooner had he spoken than Yulong canceled the projection before Vegeta, vanishing without a trace. This action left Vegeta, desperate for answers, utterly astonished. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! You did this deliberately. You did this on purpose. In response to Yulong's clearly intentional behavior, a now revived Vegeta unleashed a frenzied roar of anger. Chapter 362. The first encounter with Kakarot. After playfully teasing Vegeta in a delightful mood, Yulong swiftly returned to Earth. After all, Goku was racing back from Snake Way, and Yulong, a traveler between dimensions, eagerly anticipated their reunion. As this thought crossed his mind, Yulong, now back on Earth, gazed skyward. Is it coming? Is it Goku? But why can I sense none of his energy? As his perplexed musings trailed off, Piccolo's demeanor shifted to one of astonishment. This was because, just after uttering those words, he was struck by the unmistakable presence of Goku's energy. Observing Yulong's meaningful expression, a look of realization dawned on Piccolo's face. Of course, your power surpasses ours. Thus, your range of perception extends far beyond ours. Such an interpretation is entirely reasonable. After casting a knowing glance at Piccolo, Yulong once more directed his gaze toward the sky. As Yulong looked up again, Goku, whose energy had previously been undetectable, finally revealed his presence within the sensing range of Krillin and the others. As he beheld the excitement radiating from Krillin and the others, Yulong couldn't help but smile. For these companions, who had once existed solely in his memories, Yulong felt an inexplicable fondness. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would linger in this world for a considerable time. With this thought in mind, Yulong's spirits soared. At last, Goku had returned to Earth after his gallop down Snake Way. Hey, how's everyone doing? Have those two scions been dealt with? He called out, spotting his companions racing through the air. His greeting was met with enthusiastic responses. You're late. Those two scions have already been taken care of by this mysterious gentleman. Indeed. And Goku, you might find it hard to believe, but those two scions were annihilated by this gentleman. Don't exaggerate. He merely defeated one and deliberately let the other escape. As he glanced at the excited faces of Krillin and Yamcha, Piccolo couldn't help but twitch his mouth before correcting the narrative. This clarification left Krillin and Yamcha in an awkward position while piquing Goku's curiosity. Deliberately let one escape? It seems quite an intriguing event unfolded during the battle. After expressing his keen interest, Goku, who had just descended from the skies, turned his gaze toward the ever-smiling Yulong. Hello, were you the one who helped defeat those two scions? Thank you so much. No need for thanks. Even without my assistance, you all could have vanquished that Vegeta. Seemingly aware of Goku's true intentions, Yulong smiled as he uttered words that left Goku and the others in astonishment. Vegeta, is the scion you deliberately let go named Vegeta? In contrast to the concerns raised by Yulong regarding the matter of defeat, Goku's focus diverges entirely from that of others. Gazing at Yulong, who nods in acknowledgement, the curiosity in Goku's eyes intensifies. Chapter 363, Yulong's New Revelation. Why did you spare him? Surely, you wouldn't act without reason. Huh. The reason I let him go is that, even in my absence, you would have released him on your own. Observing Goku's puzzled expression, the corners of Yulong's mouth curled upwards as he spoke words that invigorated Goku's spirit. Because your fighting spirit does not permit you to slay someone as formidable as Vegeta. Is that so? If it were me, I would likely have acted similarly. Upon hearing the explanation from the person before him, Goku, brimming with excitement, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in contrast to Goku's focus, Krillin and Piccolo diverted their attention to another matter. Wait, it seems your words conceal an ambiguous implication. What do you mean by even without me? What exactly are you trying to convey? And why do you say such a thing? Indeed, shouldn't this battle be resolved by us? Was your intervention merely an accident? Noticing the unusual tone in Yulong's words, Krillin and Piccolo inquired urgently. Such questions stunned everyone present, leaving Yulong, the one being questioned, with a smirk once again. Did you guess it? Truly, the wisdom of Krillin and Piccolo shines. After generously praising the duo, Yulong continued with words that left all in a state of shock. You are correct. This battle should indeed be handled by you. The outcome would be that among you, the likes of Lepin, Tien, Kaiotsu, and even Piccolo would meet their demise. Observing Goku and the others, who had fallen into a stupor, Yulong smiled faintly and elaborated. With Piccolo's death, a certain deity of Earth would also perish. To alter this fate, the Earth deity entrusted a message to Bobo before vanishing. Turning his gaze towards the direction of the heavenly palace, Yulong maintained his smile as he delivered his final explanation. This message was to urge the surviving Goku and others to seek assistance from Namek. Since we have not perished, there is no need to journey to Namek. Seemingly unwilling to let Yulong dictate their next course of action, a visibly displeased Piccolo interjected with a cold snort. Witnessing Piccolo's daring provocation of the formidable Yulong, Krillin and the others gasped in surprise. Fortunately, Yulong had anticipated such a scenario. Thus, in response to Piccolo's challenge, Yulong not only remained unfazed but also chuckled amiably. Such matters are inconsequential. After all, whether you go to Namek or not, those who seek to destroy it will come to Earth in search of you. What? What do you mean by that? Who were those who sought to destroy Namek? What exactly is happening? Namek, the homeland of Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. How could anyone commit such an atrocity? Faced with this shocking revelation from Yulong, Krillin and the others present were plunged into a state of panic. After all, if the adversaries were willing to obliterate Namek, their intentions for Earth were surely no different. The very thought of Earth facing imminent destruction sent waves of anxiety through Krillin and his companions. Chapter 364. The distinction between time travelers and time destroyers. Ladies and gentlemen, let us convene at the sacred temple. Just as Krillin and his companions succumbed to their fears, the Supreme Kai, situated far away in the sacred temple, extended an invitation to Yulong and the others. This invitation jolted Krillin and his friends from their despair. Exchanging resolute glances, they all took to the skies, heading towards the sacred temple. This scene elicited a smile from Yulong, who was accompanying Goku and the others. He understood that the Supreme Kai, having heard his words, would surely encourage Goku and the others to venture to Namek. Regardless of being a Namekian or the current Supreme Kai of Earth, he felt it was his duty to inspire Goku and the others to confront the unknown enemy on Namek. However, although the Supreme Kai was somewhat concerned about the situation on Namek, he did not bluntly instruct Goku and the others to head there immediately. Instead, upon their arrival at the sacred temple, he first directed his gaze toward Yulong, who had accompanied them. Greetings. I am Piccolo, the Supreme Kai of Earth. May I inquire as to your name and origin, as well as your purpose for visiting? Haha. Greetings, Piccolo. I am Hinata Miryuu, a time traveler from another world. Feel free to call me Yulong. Casting a glance at the equally curious Goku and the others, Yulong continued with a slight smile. As for my purpose here, I have merely come for tourism. Tourism? Are you jesting? You came here merely for sightseeing? If you are here for leisure, then why interfere in the matters of this world? Seemingly still troubled by previous events, Piccolo questioned with a hint of annoyance. This inquiry caused Yulong, who had been smiling, to narrow his eyes. While I may intervene in your affairs, there is a fundamental precondition. Precondition? What precondition? This precondition is that I will not alter the trajectory of your fates. Observing Piccolo's astonishment, Yulong paused before elaborating. For instance, regarding this incident. My interference in your lives stems from the knowledge that those among you who were destined to perish will be resurrected on Namek. So, if we were not given a chance to be resurrected, you would not have intervened? Precisely, because I cannot alter the course of your destinies. Otherwise, I would not be a time traveler, but a time destroyer. As he gazed at the enlightened Piccolo, Yulong immediately expressed his admiration. However, though Piccolo had grasped the concept, Goku, standing nearby, remained perplexed. His curiosity was piqued regarding the distinction between the time traveler and the time destroyer that Yulong had mentioned. Goku, being straightforward, always voiced his thoughts without hesitation, asking directly about any queries that troubled his mind. What exactly is the difference between a time traveler and a time destroyer? The distinction is substantial. A time traveler refrains from actions that would alter the flow of time, while a time destroyer, driven by self-interest, will recklessly modify the timeline they intrude upon. In response to Goku's inquisitive inquiry, Yulong smiled lightly and provided his explanation. Chapter 365, Piccolo's Persistent Provocation of. How can you prove that you are a time traveler and not a time destroyer? Piccolo, harboring an inexplicable animosity towards Yulong, questioned him once more. Such inquiries rendered the atmosphere around them palpably tense. It was evident to anyone with discernment that Piccolo's repeated challenges were fueled by hostility towards Yulong. Even Yulong, who had tempered his temper over the years, found himself slightly irked by Piccolo's incessant provocations. If I were a time destroyer, I would have eliminated you at your first provocation. Oh really? Then why don't you give it a try and see if you can take me down? Seemingly oblivious to the disparity between himself and Yulong, Piccolo assumed a combative stance, inciting shock among Krillin and the others nearby. Hey, Piccolo, don't do anything reckless. You'll get wiped out. Exactly. What you're doing is tantamount to seeking your own demise. Stop it. Mind your own business. My life and death are not for you to concern yourselves with. With a frigid expression, Piccolo declared, then launched his attack. Prepare yourself, outsider. What a stubborn little brat. In that case, I shall teach you a lesson to cool your head. Realizing that his stern demeanor failed to intimidate Piccolo, Yulong reluctantly chose to engage. There were no grandiose techniques employed. He merely flicked his fingers with a simple gesture. The once ferocious Piccolo was immediately rendered powerless against the onslaught. Such an outrageous outcome left Goku, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. In stark contrast to Goku's stunned expression, Krillin and the others chose to cover their faces in disbelief. Having witnessed Yulong's prowess before, they had long anticipated such a result. Impressive. I'm joining in too. As Goku snapped back from his stupor, brimming with excitement, he shouted and charged toward Yulong. Unfortunately, even with Goku's superior strength joining the fray, Piccolo's fate remained unchanged. Instead, Goku, who joined the fray, encountered a fate akin to that of Piccolo. This outcome elicited not only cries of anguish from Goku, but also ignited an exhilarating fervor within him, prompting him to shout once more in excitement. Truly remarkable. I must redouble my efforts. King Kai Fist. With Goku's exuberant exclamation, he unleashed the King Kai Fist, instantly doubling his power. Alas, the disparity in strength between Goku and Yulong was insurmountable. Thus, even with the King Kai Fist learned from King Kai, Goku could not alter his powerlessness in the face of overwhelming odds. This very result only served to further exhilarate the battle-hungry Goku. Incredible. If so, then I shall employ the double King Kai Fist, the triple King Kai Fist. Faced with Yulong, whose strength overwhelmingly crushed him, Goku, now at the pinnacle of excitement, recklessly opted to utilize the double and triple King Kai Fist. Regrettably, the chasm between his power and Yulong's could only be described as celestial and terrestrial. Therefore, no matter how Goku augmented his strength with the King Kai Fist, he remained unable to alter the fact that he was effortlessly subdued by Yulong. Chapter 366. An existence capable of annihilating the universe with a mere gesture. Huff. Truly formidable. There was no opportunity to close the distance. Gazing at Yulong, who had finally ceased his assault, Goku, breathless and exhausted, could not help but express his awe once more. This exclamation immediately provoked a surge of frustration from Piccolo nearby. How infuriating. We are not even on the same level. Is a time traveler truly this powerful? Hey, do not despair. I am already the weakest time traveler. Observing Piccolo's discontent, Yulong could not resist teasing him with a smirk. Such banter left the others utterly astounded. What? You are already this terrifying, yet you claim to be the weakest time traveler? Good heavens! How powerful must the strongest time traveler be? In the face of Yulong's merciless jesting, Krillin, thoroughly shocked, instinctively exclaimed. This outburst elicited further mockery from Yulong. Need it even be said? The most formidable time traveler is undoubtedly one who can annihilate an entire universe with a mere wave of their hand. Annihilate a universe with a mere wave of the hand. Surely, this must be a deception. Exactly. How could anyone possibly achieve such a feat? This is clearly a fabrication. Humph. You are obviously boasting. Upon hearing Yulong's claim, Krillin and the others instinctively chose to refute him. However, rather than becoming angry at their rebuttals, Yulong merely displayed a playful expression once more. If such a person exists, why not have the Supreme Kai inquire with King Kai? Inquire with King Kai. When Yulong made such a statement, the previously skeptical Krillin and the others could not help but display expressions of astonishment. After all, if Yulong spoke of such a being, it implied that King Kai must indeed be aware of their existence. A fleeting thought crossed their minds, and Krillin and the others immediately focused their gaze upon the celestial being beside them. Upon feeling the collective attention directed at him, the deity's face betrayed a hint of discomfort. After all, it seemed rather excessive to contact the King of the Worlds over such a trivial matter. Fortunately, the King of the Worlds, far away on Planet King, was currently observing Yulong and the others. Thus, when Yulong posed his question, the king momentarily paused, only to respond proactively once he regained his composure. I do not deceive you. However, given your standing, I cannot disclose the identity of the individual involved without their consent. Otherwise, not only would Earth face annihilation at their hands, but I, too, would fall victim due to your association. Is it truly that terrifying? Upon hearing the king's admission of the existence of such a person, along with his ominous words, Krillin and the others in the Celestial Hall were seized by terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After all, under the king's description, they had envisioned this individual as exceedingly ruthless. If they were not so, how could one justify the notion of exterminating others merely for knowing of their existence? As this thought crossed their minds, Krillin and the others vigorously shook their heads, seemingly attempting to dislodge the very idea of this being from their minds, lest their awareness lead to dire consequences. Their exaggerated actions, however, amused Yulong, who could not help but chuckle at their antics. Hey, snap out of it. Such behavior will only turn your brains to mush, not erase the information you've heard. Observing the downcast Krillin and his companions, Yulong teased, earning enthusiastic agreement from Goku. Yulong is right. What you're doing will indeed turn your heads to mush. Stop it. Let us train together to grow stronger. Yulong, you'll join us, won't you? As Goku encouraged, he directly turned his intentions towards Yulong. This unexpected shift nearly caused Yulong to pull a muscle. No problem. If you wish, I can create a clone to accompany you right now. Seeing that all eyes were on him, Yulong hesitated for a moment before speaking. His words ignited a fresh wave of curiosity among Krillin and the others. A clone. Yes, a clone. Acknowledging their curiosity, Yulong nodded and, with a thought, produced a tangible clone. As the identical replica of Yulong materialized, Krillin and the others were left in awe. This is a clone. Why does it feel so similar to Piccolo's ability? It looks remarkably alike. But I wonder how strong it is. In response to Krillin and Lu Ping's astonished exclamations, Tianjin and Piccolo offered differing opinions. It's still different. Indeed, it is distinct. My doppelganger is composed of my own flesh and blood, whereas his doppelganger appears to be formed from droplets of water. Reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, Piccolo's expression grew grave as he distinguished between the two. This discernment immediately garnered the appreciative gaze of Yulong. You both have made no errors in your judgment. My doppelganger is indeed different from Piccolo's. Observing the increasing curiosity in Goku and the others, Yulong's lips curved upward as he provided further clarification. Piccolo's doppelganger can endure unlimited attacks. Mine, however, cannot. The moment your attacks connect, it will vanish. Nonsense. Upon hearing Yulong's words, Piccolo, who had previously furrowed his brow, let out a scoff of disdain. Yet, Yulong showed no signs of anger at Piccolo's contempt. Instead, a sly smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of profound insight shone in his eyes. Oh, is that so? Perhaps you should wait until you can strike my doppelganger before making such claims. After delivering this cryptic remark, Yulong swiftly took flight, departing the heavenly palace. Enjoy yourselves. I shall indulge in some culinary delights on earth. Is this fellow belittling us? Watching Yulong vanish in an instant and glancing at the doppelganger left behind in the heavenly palace, Piccolo's expression darkened, and he growled ominously. This low growl provoked a derisive laugh from Yulong's doppelganger. Humph. One must possess self-awareness. You are inherently weak. On what grounds do you demand equal treatment from others? You scoundrel. I will eliminate you now and then settle the score with your true self. Infuriated by the merciless taunt from Yulong's doppelganger, Piccolo charged at it with a fierce roar. Unfortunately, though Piccolo rushed forward, he was sent flying back even faster. After all, the strength of Yulong's doppelganger was essentially indistinguishable from that of Yulong himself. The only distinction was that the doppelganger could only withstand a single attack. Chapter 368. No one wishes for their life to be controlled by others. After a brief training session, Goku and his companions ultimately embarked on their journey to Namek. Regardless of the frustrations they felt, Piccolo could not shake his concern for his kin on Namek. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind, and as he raised his gaze once more, a trace of irritation manifested upon his features. The source of this irritation was undoubtedly the doppelganger of Yulong that accompanied them on their departure. Indeed, no one desires their life to be perceived as merely a farce in the eyes of others, nor does anyone wish for their destiny to be manipulated by another. Yet, the persistent presence of Yulong's doppelganger gave Piccolo precisely that impression. This sentiment was the very reason Piccolo harbored animosity toward Yulong. He felt that Yulong was merely there to observe their plight, even going so far as to manipulate their fates without altering their destinies. Such feelings left Piccolo utterly vexed. Humph. Gazing at his dragon avatar, Piccolo let out a cold snort and promptly changed direction, choosing to ignore the figure before him. This action evoked a chuckle from the dragon avatar, standing beside him. It appears you harbor a profound misunderstanding of me, it remarked. Humph. Misunderstanding? I do not believe I have misconstrued anything about you. Piccolo retorted with a look of disdain as he observed the avatar drawing closer. The avatar, sensing Piccolo's unabashed hostility, shook its head in resignation. Why must it be this way? If I truly intended to manipulate your lives, I would not be here, accompanying you. Nor would I speak to you in such a gentle tone. Humph. Do you think I would fall for your beguiling words? Dream on, Piccolo declared, rising to leave as the dragon avatar took a seat directly in front of him. This blatant dismissal prompted the avatar to furrow its brow in discontent. While it could empathize with Piccolo's feelings, an inexplicable annoyance lingered within. After all, who could accept repeated hostility in response to their goodwill? Taking a deep breath to quell the turbulence within, the dragon avatar recognized that further discussion would yield no change and chose to dissipate. After all, lingering would only serve to be a fruitless endeavor. Piccolo truly is a headache. Such an extreme disposition cannot be right. The dragon, relishing culinary delights on earth, paused momentarily before voicing his grievances. Although he understood Piccolo's emotions, the latter's actions seemed excessively extreme. It was reminiscent of a petulant child throwing a tantrum, rebellious yet yearning for freedom. Such extremism is untenable. Freedom, in essence, has never truly existed. If one believes they are free, it merely indicates a lack of vision. After articulating these thoughts aloud, the dragon, having finished his meal, rose to depart. There remained a considerable interval before Goku and the others would arrive on Namek, a span ample enough for him to explore a few more cities and indulge his palate. With this thought in mind, the dragon set off once more, intrigued by the prospect of further adventure. Chapter 369. Piccolo's fury. The strong relish life, while the weak are burdened by anxiety. This description perfectly encapsulated Piccolo's current state. Damn it! Who are these scoundrels? Why have they come to Namek to kill? He bellowed, surveying the corpses strewn across the Namekian village upon his arrival. Regrettably, such a roar elicited no answers. Observing Piccolo's fury, Krillin stepped forward to offer solace. Piccolo, now is not the time for sorrow. The urgent matter at hand is to locate those responsible for the slaughter of your kin. Humph, I need not your reminders. After casting a fierce glare at Krillin, the enraged Piccolo immediately struck, creating a massive crater in the ground around him. Once this was accomplished, he began to gently place the deceased Namekians into the pit. Observing Piccolo's actions, Goku and the others exchanged glances and promptly moved to assist him. With Goku and his companions lending their support, Piccolo's speed in burying his fallen kin significantly increased. After a moment of silence, spent gazing at the freshly formed mound of earth, Piccolo silently took to the skies. Following a brief moment of sensing the surrounding energy, he soared in a chosen direction. Upon witnessing Piccolo's departure, Goku and the others exchanged knowing looks before quietly following him. As they sped onward, the group encountered numerous devastated Namekian villages, along with the bodies of their fallen brethren. The sight of so many slain kin filled Piccolo's heart with a growing tempest of rage. Just as he approached the brink of an explosive outburst, the sight of another obliterated Namekian village revitalized everyone's spirits. Racing toward the village below, they soon witnessed a scene that would trigger Piccolo's complete eruption of fury. The last surviving Namekian in that village was just slain by Frisia's minions. You all deserve to die. Piccolo, fully consumed by rage upon witnessing the death of his kin, sprang into action. Without any unnecessary motions, he swiftly positioned himself before the assailants and chose to tear them apart with his bare hands. This horrific spectacle sent a wave of shock through Krillin and the others, who were equally filled with anger. Hey, Piccolo, are you okay? Krillin, finally snapping back to reality after witnessing Piccolo tear apart his foes and gasping for breath, expressed his concern. This inquiry was met with an abrupt turn of Piccolo's head. As he glared at them with a face twisted in fury, Krillin and the others instinctively recoiled in fear. It wasn't until they noticed the mix of anger and derision in Piccolo's eyes that they regained their composure. Piccolo, you must remain calm. As long as we have the Dragon Balls, they will be revived. Dragon Balls? Yes, the Dragon Balls. I will search for them. You all help me bury our kin. Upon hearing Goku's reminder, Piccolo snapped back to his senses and immediately took flight, watching him vanish into the distance. Goku and the others shared a moment of hesitation before deciding to assist Piccolo in burying his fallen relatives. However, during this interval of helping with the burials, Piccolo had completely disappeared from sight. His frantic demeanor left Goku and the others feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 370. The Dragon God prepared to intervene. Fortunately, Piccolo, in his wrath, did not conceal his energy. Thus, although Goku and the others temporarily lost track of him, they were not entirely without his presence. After exchanging another glance, Ryukong and the others, who had completed their burial, immediately soared into the air, pursuing Piccolo, who had departed earlier. Simultaneously, Frieza and his cohorts, who were unabashedly searching for the Namekians, detected Piccolo's presence through their power scouters. Noticing Piccolo's considerable battle power, the eager Dodoria and his companions chose to approach him with enthusiasm. This approach instantly drew Piccolo's attention, in stark contrast to the tense expressions of Krillin and others. The bloodlust radiating from Piccolo compelled him to close the distance with his adversaries. After an unrelenting exchange of rapid movements, the two parties, who had been actively converging, finally met. With no unnecessary words exchanged, a brief communication ensued before the two immediately engaged in combat. Without any overly extravagant maneuvers, Piccolo, who had already clashed with Dodoria, struck with ferocity, eliminating the arrogant Dodoria in one fell swoop. Witnessing Dodoria's demise, the ordinary members of Frisia's army trembled in fear. Alas, even their shivering would not save them from the wrathful Piccolo, who was intent on not letting them escape. With no convoluted actions, Piccolo's gaze swept over the frightened Frisia soldiers before he decisively struck them down. Seizing the moment of Piccolo's brief pause, Ryukong and the others, who had been desperately pursuing him, finally caught up, panting heavily. Observing his companions visibly relieved upon catching up, Piccolo's fury diminished slightly, and his previously irrational emotions began to stabilize. Just as the reunited group was about to exchange words, a powerful aura erupted from a nearby location. Sensing a familiar energy, Piccolo and the others were momentarily taken aback. This energy, it belongs to Vegeta? Damn it! Accursed Vegeta, do not give me a chance. If given the opportunity, I will surely eliminate you. With a furious roar, Piccolo's recently quelled anger was reignited, completely disregarding the admonitions of his companions. The infuriated Piccolo soared into the sky once more, heading straight for Vegeta's location. Observing Piccolo's impulsive behavior, Ryukong and the others had no choice but to hastily follow him. However, unlike the anxious Krillin and others, Ryukong's emotions were stirred with excitement. He had sensed Vegeta's formidable power, which exhilarated Ryukong's battle spirit. After all, no matter how much Ryukong transformed, he could not change the Scion's inherently combative nature. This nature sometimes led Wukong to overlook the terrifying consequences of certain situations. As he watched Piccolo and his group charge recklessly towards the battleground between Zabu and Vegeta, Yulong, who was still savoring delicacies on Earth, could not help but furrow his brow. These individuals are truly impulsive. It appears that I must intervene. Reluctantly uttering these words, Yulong reluctantly set down the delectable feast in his hands. With a mere thought, he instantaneously transported himself to planet Namek. Chapter 371. Yulong takes action. Correcting Wukong's fate is this. Instant transmission? Observing Yulong, who was on Earth just a moment ago and now stands on planet Namek. The King of the Worlds, who was watching the battle from King Kai's planet, could not help but gasp in astonishment. After all, the scene before him was truly astonishing. At that moment, the King of the Worlds suddenly realized that the self-proclaimed time traveler, Yulong, was even more enigmatic than he had imagined. Just as he began to relax, he was once again taken aback by Yulong's subsequent actions. Watching Yulong effortlessly flick his fingers to send the transformed Sabo flying, the king's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Is he relying on mere finger flicks? Good heavens! How powerful is this individual? Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Vegeta echoed the same exclamation of disbelief. What? Finger flicks? He managed to send the transformed Sabo flying with just a flick of his finger. How incredibly strong is this guy? Is there truly no limit to his power? This is astounding. When will I ever be as strong as he is? I long to engage him in a genuine battle. Faced with Yulong's sudden appearance and formidable display of strength, Vegeta and the others were utterly stunned. None knew how Yulong had manifested, nor could they comprehend the extent of his power. As they observed Yulong's nonchalant demeanor after sending Sabo flying, all present couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Recovering from their momentary stupor, Piccolo turned his gaze toward Yulong, his expression once again turning cold. This change in demeanor elicited an awkward expression from Yulong. Ahem. I am here to rectify my past mistakes. According to the original trajectory of fate, after battling with Vegeta, Wukong should have been able to defeat Sabo in an instant. What? Defeat Sabo in an instant? Wukong should have been able to eliminate that guy in one blow. Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, the expressions of Vegeta and the others shifted to one of astonishment as they turned to Wukong. Even Wukong himself scratched his head in disbelief. I should have defeated that guy in an instant? Yulong, what is going on here? Faced with his companion's bewilderment, Wukong, equally perplexed, felt compelled to inquire further. In response to this question, Yulong, feeling somewhat helpless, continued to elucidate. According to the original trajectory, you were supposed to engage in battle with Vegeta and subsequently suffer severe injuries. After recovering from those injuries, your power would experience a significant enhancement. However, due to his interference, you were unable to experience the events he described. Thus, your strength has not progressed according to the original path of destiny. As his gaze swept over the explaining Yulong, Pic's subsequent words were laden with unabashed mockery, rendering Yulong's expression increasingly awkward. Ahem. Wukong, wait a moment. I shall soon assist you in enhancing your strength. After uttering these words with palpable embarrassment, Yulong immediately sprang into action amidst the bewildered stares of those around him. In the blink of an eye, he had just healed Wukong's injuries, only to subsequently inflict grave harm upon him once more. This back and forth transpired several times, ultimately elevating Wukong's power to a terrifying level, astonishing the onlookers. Chapter 372. Krillin's humorous complaints. Is this a joke? Krillin exclaimed incredulously, witnessing Wukong's strength soaring uncontrollably. His exclamation instantly roused the attention of the others present. And what about me? Shouldn't my strength be enhanced as well? Finally regaining his senses, Vegeta shouted in response to Wukong's ascendance. This outburst drew a scornful glance from Yulong. You ought to have been captured by that Sabo, and subsequently healed by the medical equipment aboard Frieza's ship. Afterward, you should have stealthily seized the 5 Dragon Balls Frieza has already gathered. Go on. Your fate cannot be altered. Following this disdainful proclamation, Yulong delivered a swift kick, sending the still-lying Vegeta hurtling away like a shooting star, disappearing from sight. The remaining individuals observed this spectacle in stunned silence. Hey, what is wrong with all of you? Why is the atmosphere so heavy? Noticing the sudden quietude, the once smug Yulong wore an expression of surprise. This astonished demeanor was met with a chorus of questions from the others. Is the original trajectory of fate truly that significant? Why must you dwell on this matter? Indeed, I also feel you have gone too far. Although I do not particularly like that Vegeta, your act of kicking him away is simply unacceptable. Yes, Gohan feels the same. Faced with the barrage of inquiries from Krillin and the others, Yulong, who had previously appeared indifferent, fell into an unexpected silence. I cherish your lives. I always wish to join you in your existence without causing any disruption. As he gazed at the momentarily stunned Ryukong and the others, Yulong's face revealed an uncommon hint of sorrow. Alas, fate enjoys playing tricks on me. Even when I join with good intentions, I invariably alter many things that ought to transpire. This predicament is truly arduous. Hey, don't be disheartened. We didn't mean to blame you. Indeed, it wasn't our intention. Yulong, please don't be sad. I never expected you to be such a sentimental fellow. Gazing at the melancholic expression of Yulong, and after a slight twitch of his lips, Piccolo could not help but utter a tone of disdain. Yet, despite his scornful words, the animosity had notably dissipated from his voice. This transformation momentarily rendered Yulong, who was initially engulfed in sorrow, taken aback. Am I being overly sentimental? Perhaps. Regardless, I cannot alter the trajectory of your fates. Otherwise, the Temporal Patrol would undoubtedly not spare me. Temporal Patrol? What on earth is that? Why do you consistently conjure up new terminology? Upon hearing Yulong mention this so-called Temporal Patrol, Krillin, who had only just managed to calm his emotions, could not suppress a loud complaint. This outburst, however, elicited laughter from the others, who were momentarily stunned by his remark. After all, Krillin's grievances were indeed amusing, and Yulong certainly had a penchant for producing new phrases. Chapter 373. The choice before destiny. No one can manipulate destiny. When one attempts to do so, it merely confirms that they have fallen into the trap set by fate. Yulong's predicament exemplified this truth. As he endeavored to rectify the destinies of Vegeta and the others, he overlooked the fact that Vegeta would resist. Observing Vegeta, who not only refrained from stealing the Dragon Balls, but also willingly divulged his own matters to Frieza, Yulong's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. That scoundrel Vegeta. How dare he disclose my affairs to that Frieza? Were I in his position, I would have done the same. Watching Yulong's expression sour to its nadir, Piccolo let out a cold snort, a look of derision crossing his face. This mockery abruptly roused Yulong from his simmering anger. Indeed, how could anyone willingly allow another to dictate their fate, even if that fate was intrinsically their own? Faced with Piccolo's sardonic reminder, Yulong finally experienced a moment of clarity, his features reflecting bewilderment and resignation. This expression only intensified the derisive look upon Piccolo's face. Since the situation has spiraled beyond control, what do you intend to do next? What do you wish me to do? What do you mean by that? Looking at the bitter-faced Yulong, Piccolo, who had previously worn a mocking expression, was suddenly filled with confusion. In fact, not only was Piccolo perplexed by Yulong's words, even Goku and the others nearby, as well as King Kai far away on King Kai's planet, shared the same sentiment of bewilderment. In response to their collective confusion, Yulong paused momentarily before delivering a response that sent shivers through everyone present. You may choose to forget me, or you may choose to allow me to join the battle. Your words seem rather elusive. Observing Yulong's complex expression, Piccolo fell silent for a moment before once again inquiring. This question caused the others to hold their breath, for they believed Yulong's forthcoming words would undoubtedly astonish them. And indeed, when Yulong spoke once more, he truly left them in a state of shock. If you choose to forget me, I shall reverse the fabric of time and space, returning you to the moment before our paths first crossed. In that case, your fates will realign to their rightful course. Reverse time and space. Who are you? How can such a feat be possible? Upon hearing Yulong's declaration, the king of the universe, situated far away on Planet King, could not contain his astonishment. For, as far as he knew, even the angels under the command of the Omni King were incapable of reversing time. Yet now, Yulong claimed he possessed such an ability. How could this not leave the king in utter disbelief? In truth, not only was the king taken aback, those beside Yulong, including Piccolo, were equally rendered speechless. After all, the notion of reversing time was simply too incredulous. Regardless of whether Piccolo and the others believed it or not, the resolute Yulong would have no regrets. So what say you? Have you made your decision? If you are ready, I shall proceed with reversing time. Humph. Let us set aside the matter of time reversal for now. I wish to know your alternative solution. Gazing at Yulong, whose expression was a tapestry of emotions, Piccolo could not help but interject with a scoff. This interruption jolted the others, who had momentarily been lost in a stupor, back to awareness. Indeed. I too wish to know your alternative. Agreed. I have a feeling that the other option might be a far better choice. Looking at the complex expression on Yulong's face, Goku and the others, now fully awakened, eagerly pressed for answers. This line of inquiry brought a flicker of warmth to Yulong's eyes. Why ask further? Have you not already deduced it? The other choice is for me to directly engage in this battle. Humph. If that is the case, then let us join forces. I only hope you do not fall victim to that so-called time patrol. I agree to join. I too agree. The others, exchanging glances with Yulong, voiced their unanimous support. Chapter 374. Yulong's decision. Vegeta's regret. Since you have all spoken thus, I shall join this battle. After casting a profound glance at everyone present, Yulong's tone grew increasingly resolute. Meanwhile, Frieza, having learned of Yulong's existence from Vegeta, felt an inexplicable curiosity about Yulong's true origins. This curiosity ignited within Frieza a desire to encounter Yulong personally. However, before that, he must first accomplish another objective. This was to make a wish to the dragon and attain everlasting life. Until that goal was achieved, all other matters must be postponed. With this thought solidifying his resolve, Frieza turned his gaze once more to Vegeta. Vegeta, I thank you for providing such intriguing information. To express my gratitude, I have decided to spare your life for the time being. But the condition is that you must surrender the Dragon Ball you acquired. What? Surrender the Dragon Ball? Lord Frieza, surely, you must be mistaken. I have not obtained any Dragon Ball. Gazing at the beaming Frieza, Vegeta found himself regretting his previous actions. After all, had he not acted impulsively, he would likely be escaping with Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls in hand. Alas, it was rather too late for Vegeta's remorse. Confronted by the deceptive Vegeta, Frieza maintained his smile and, without hesitation, struck. There were no unnecessary movements. With a mere flicker of energy from his eyes, Vegeta was instantly propelled away. As Vegeta crashed against the wall of the spaceship and slowly slid down, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Frieza's eyes. Oh, Vegeta, it seems your strength has significantly increased. Is this the reason you dared to deceive me? Observing the fear etched on Vegeta's face, Frieza's smile grew more pronounced. In that case, it is essential for you to confront reality. With a cheerful tone, Frieza raised his right index finger and began to point at the incapacitated Vegeta. As Frieza's finger danced, a barrage of miniature energy blasts rained down upon Vegeta. In an instant, the ship echoed with anguished screams, accompanied by Frieza's raucous laughter. Fortunately, Frieza was aware of his ultimate goal and ceased his assault on Vegeta at the last moment. How is it? Have you come to terms with reality, Vegeta? If so, confess the location of the Dragon Balls. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. Very well, I shall divulge this information. However, before that, you must heal my wounds. Otherwise, I may not survive long enough to see your promise fulfilled. Upon hearing Frieza's inquiry, the nearly breathless Vegeta promptly made his demand. This request, of course, provoked Frieza's ire. Ignoring the possibility of crushing Vegeta beneath his foot, an enraged Frieza stomped down on Vegeta's head. After this act, he furiously rebuked. Damn you, Vegeta! Are you attempting to bargain with me? Do you think I won't crush you right now? Chapter 375. Vegeta's scheme. This is not bargaining. It is the only way for you, King Frieza, to obtain the Dragon Balls. Seemingly perceptive of Frieza's intentions, Vegeta remained unfazed as he explained while enduring the pressure of Frieza's foot. The Dragon Balls are hidden in a very secretive location. Without my guidance, no one else could possibly find them, and my current injuries will not allow me to reach their hiding place. Humph, Vegeta, you have some audacity to so brazenly scheme against me. Very well, Mr. Zabo, take Vegeta to be treated, but ensure he is healed only to the point of survival. Yes, King Frieza. Zabo, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, immediately bowed in response to Frieza's command. Subsequently, having completed his tasks, Sabo offered no further words and promptly lifted Vegeta from the ground, making his way toward the medical chamber. As he departed, Vegeta's face was contorted with rage, and Frieza, who was also observing, couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smirk. Humph, that wretched Vegeta. Did he truly think he could outsmart me? In his dreams, Once I acquire that Dragon Ball from him, it will be his end. As Frieza muttered these contemptuous thoughts, Vegeta, being taken for treatment by Sabo, similarly scoffed at Frieza in his mind. That insufferable Frieza. He thinks that by not fully healing my injuries, he is guaranteed his victory? Rest assured, I will soon make him regret this decision. With such thoughts coursing through his mind, Vegeta was already placed into the healing pod by Sabo. Humph. Vegeta, you certainly are in a precarious position, aren't you? Just moments ago, you emerged from this very pod. Yet here you are, returning. TSK, how amusing you are. Humph. Enjoy your laughter while you can, Sabo. I hope that when I emerge from this pod, you will still be able to smile like you do now. Heh, Vegeta, you truly are audacious. In that case, I shall give you 10 minutes. I will return for you in 10 minutes. After uttering these somewhat dismissive words as he placed Vegeta into the healing pod, Sabo turned and departed. 10 minutes. Humph. Sabo, prepare to weep. Watching Sabo walk away, and having closed his eyes, Vegeta silently mused to himself. As regret washed over him, he re-entered the healing pod with renewed determination, while Yulong began to conduct special training with Goku and the others. Although he had resolved to join the battle, he could not allow Goku and his companions to fall behind, for no other reason than a simple desire to avoid altering their fates. Otherwise, the Dragon Ball world before him would cease to resemble the one etched in his memory. Amidst these swirling thoughts, Yulong, initially engrossed in training Goku and the others, suddenly turned his gaze toward Frieza's spaceship. This change in demeanor immediately caught the attention of Goku and the others. Yulong, what is going on? That rascal Vegeta has had a change of heart. Seizing the opportunity while Frieza was distracted, he has stolen the 5 Dragon Balls that Frieza had gathered. Responding to Goku's inquiry, Yulong quickly nodded and revealed the truth of the matter, leaving the others astonished. What? Does that mean Vegeta is about to collect all the Dragon Balls? Chapter 376, The Grand Elder of Namek. Futile. Even if he truly gathers all the Dragon Balls, it will be of no consequence. Of no consequence? What does that mean? Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Goku and the others displayed expressions of confusion. They could not comprehend why Yulong would make such a statement. As if understanding their thoughts, Yulong paused momentarily before continuing to explain. It is quite simple. The Dragon of Namek can only be summoned by reciting the incantation in the language of Namek. Neither Vegeta nor Frieza understands this language. Is it truly so? Then we have no need for the Dragon Balls. The ones who genuinely require them are the Namekians themselves. Observing the expressions of those present, whether puzzled or enlightened, Yulong continued, therefore, our next course of action is to visit the residence of the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Does this imply that there is a Dragon Ball with the Grand Elder? Upon hearing Yulong's assertion, Piccolo, who had been gazing at him for a moment, promptly inquired. In response to Piccolo's question, Yulong smiled faintly and delivered a surprising revelation. This is merely one reason. The most crucial fact is that the Dragon Balls of Namek were created by the aging Grand Elder. Once the Grand Elder passes, the Dragon Balls will turn to mere stone. Is it truly so? We should have anticipated this. After all, the Dragon Balls on Earth operate on the same principle. With a deep exhale, Krillin, the first to react, could not help but display a wry smile. Humph. Enough with the trivialities. If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let us set off to find the Grand Elder. Follow me. Noticing that Piccolo and the others had turned their attention to him, Yulong promptly took the lead and soared into the sky. Subsequently, the group, no longer hesitating, made their way directly to the Grand Elder's residence. After a swift journey, they arrived at the Grand Elder's abode. Spotting Nail, who was already waiting outside, Yulong stepped forward and nodded in acknowledgement. My apologies for the trouble, Nail. How do you know my name? Nail was taken aback when Yulong addressed him directly. Seemingly having anticipated Nail's astonishment, Yulong swiftly responded, offering a startling revelation. I possess knowledge that far exceeds your expectations. Frieza will soon arrive here. Before that, I wish to speak with the Grand Elder. Nail, please invite the guests inside. Sensing Nail's inner turmoil and hesitation, the Grand Elder, seated comfortably in a chair within the room, urged him to act. This prompt immediately roused Nail from his momentary panic. After casting a deep glance at Yulong, Nail ceased his hesitation and turned to return to the room. Upon seeing Nail re-enter, Yulong and the others exchanged glances and followed him inside. They then ascended to the second level of the room via an elevator. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder, who appeared distinctly different from other Namekians. Piccolo and the others were taken aback. Chapter 377, Namekian Cruise. Greetings, Grand Elder. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the time traveler, Hinata Miryuu. Unlike others who were momentarily stunned, the Dragon Lord, who was already familiar with the Grand Elder's image, promptly chose to introduce himself. This self-introduction instantly roused the previously dazed Piccolo and his companions. However, before they could respond, the Grand Elder, who had been silently observing the Dragon Lord, finally spoke. Greetings, Lord Dragon. I am Namek's progenitor, Namek Cruz. It is an honor for me, Namek Cruz, to meet you before my departure from this world. The Grand Elder. The fact that the Grand Elder voluntarily revealed his name left Naru utterly astonished. In truth, even Naru, who had served by the Grand Elder's side for so long, had never known his name. Or rather, no one in the entire Namek clan was aware of the Grand Elder's name. Now, the Grand Elder, who had never before uttered his own name, had chosen to do so, which thoroughly stunned Naru. Ignoring the completely bewildered Naru, the Grand Elder, after a brief pause, continued. It appears you have made a resolute decision? Indeed. Since fate has entwined me in this matter, I shall accompany you to the very end. Gazing at the Grand Elder, who had fully devoted his attention to him, the Dragon Lord responded with unwavering determination. This resolve elicited a sigh and a request from the Grand Elder. Oh, is that so? In that case, may I ask you for a favor? Speak. Please save these children. Consider it done. Without the slightest hesitation, the Dragon Lord agreed to the Grand Elder's request. Seeing the Dragon Lord so readily comply, the Grand Elder, who had initially harbored some concerns, could not help but exhibit a look of relief. I am truly grateful. With your promise, I can depart this world with peace of mind. To speak so freely of life and death is something I have never been able to do. Gazing at the amiable elder before him, the Dragon Lord candidly expressed his fear of death and his admiration for the Grand Elder. This heartfelt confession only deepened the smile on the Grand Elder's face. You possess a remarkable sense of humor. Although the Grand Elder did not elaborate further, the Dragon Lord grasped his meaning. He understood that the Grand Elder must have sensed something extraordinary through his unique perceptive abilities. With a somewhat resigned expression, the Dragon Lord looked directly at him and spoke once more. Do not perceive me as omnipotent. There are many who surpass me. You are truly humble. Perhaps such individuals do exist, but they certainly do not belong to this realm. Indeed, such statements were not unfounded. Acknowledging that further humility would be futile, the Dragon Lord reluctantly conceded. Such a revelation left the others present momentarily astounded. After all, the information contained within this admission was overwhelmingly significant. Chapter 378, The Might of Frisia. If, in this universe, no one stands as your adversary, then that Frisia, should I desire it, I could obliterate him in an instant. Gazing at the astonished expressions of Piccolo and the others, Yulong directly articulated a statement that rendered them utterly speechless. But you are all warriors. You require formidable opponents to foster your growth. If I were to eliminate an enemy the moment they appeared, how would you develop? Or rather, does such an existence hold any significance for you as warriors? Observing the perplexed faces of Piccolo and his companions, Yulong couldn't help but pose a counter-question. This retort once again left Piccolo and the others in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, if the moment an enemy emerges, they simply have Yulong dispose of them. How then can they advance? Would they rely solely on their routine sparring? Upon grasping this realization, Piccolo and the others swiftly understood Yulong's intended message. With this clarity, Piccolo immediately began to inquire about another matter of concern. Since you can effortlessly vanquish foes, do you truly know just how powerful Frisia is? Yes, precisely how formidable is Frisia. Upon hearing Piccolo's inquiry, Krillin, equally curious, promptly joined in. In response to their questions and the intrigued gazes of the others, an odd expression crossed Yulong's face. Ahem. Are you certain this is the moment you wish to know? What do you mean by that? What difference does it make whether it's known now or later? Indeed, just tell us directly. As Yulong's demeanor grew increasingly peculiar, Krillin and the others found themselves even more intrigued. After all, this is human nature. The more someone is reluctant to divulge information, the more one yearns to uncover it. At this moment, Krillin and his companions were exactly in that predicament. Observing the eager faces of Krillin and the others, Yulong, with an odd expression, ultimately revealed the answer. In his disguised form, Frieza possesses a combat power of merely over 500,000. 500,000. Gulp. And what about Frieza after shedding his disguise? Faced with such an unexpected revelation, the hearts of Piccolo and the others began to race. As they held their breath in astonishment, Yulong, with an even more peculiar look, disclosed a figure that left Krillin and the others utterly stunned. 12 million. In his ultimate state, Frieza can elevate his combat power to 12 million. Gulp. 12 million. Yulong, are you certain you Haven team has spoken? Indeed. Is that number not excessively exaggerated? To put it in perspective, my current combat power is still under 10,000. Even our strongest, Goku, likely doesn't he reach the 100,000 mark, does he? Confronted with such a terrifying answer, Krillin and the others felt their legs tremble. After all, if this number is indeed accurate, it would be utterly frightening. After such thoughts flitted through his mind, he once again turned his gaze towards the hopeful faces of Krillin and the others, unable to suppress a glimmer of expectation. They wished that the formidable Yulong was merely jesting with them. Unfortunately, their hopes were swiftly shattered by Yulong's resolute shake of his head. I am not mistaken. Frieza's ultimate form indeed possesses a power level of 12 million. Gulp. Then are you truly expecting us to face him? Are you certain we won't be annihilated? Faced with Yulong's reaffirmation, Krillin could not help but ask, his tone tinged with bitterness as he swallowed hard. Chapter 379. The enigma of Yulong's combat power according to the original trajectory of fate. Aside from Frieza and Goku, the others would be transported to Earth by the dragon. Gazing at the eager faces of Krillin and the others, Yulong promptly revealed the truth. This revelation left the rest of the assembly utterly astounded. Why? If the dragon can remove others, it should also be able to remove Goku. Why was he not taken? The reason was that Goku himself had requested to remain on Namek. Observing the incredulity etched on Krillin and the others' faces, Yulong provided an answer that left Krillin momentarily speechless. As for the motive, it was Goku's desire to stay on Namek and defeat Frieza to avenge Krillin. Avenge me? Could it be, indeed? According to the original fate, you would meet your demise at Frieza's hands in the ensuing battle. Thud. How can this be? I have yet to marry. Confronted with such a dire revelation, Krillin's legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse to the ground. His exaggerated reaction elicited bemusement from the others. Meanwhile, Piccolo, after a brief moment, voiced his disdainful thoughts. Hey, wake up. That was the original fate, not the present. With Yulong here, do you truly fear being vanquished by Frieza? If Frieza's combat power truly is 12 million, can Yulong really eliminate him in an instant? In response to Piccolo's reminder, a still-dazed Krillin posed a question that left the others momentarily speechless. This inquiry instinctively directed the gazes of Goku and the others towards Yulong, the intent behind their looks unmistakable. Such doubts rendered Yulong both amused and exasperated. Hey, I am a time traveler. If I cannot deal with such weaklings, how could I possibly engage in time travel? Am I to rely on dreams? Weaklings. A power level of 12 million is merely considered weak. Is this just too far-fetched? Faced with Yulong's explanation and merciless mockery, Krillin and the others found themselves at a loss for words. However, despite their bewilderment, they comprehended Yulong's underlying message. To truly become a time traveler capable of traversing realms, one's combat power must far exceed the threshold of 12 million. With this realization, new questions began to stir within the hearts of Krillin and the others. What is the true strength of the dragon before us? As the saying goes, questions must be voiced. Thus, when this query arose in Wukong's mind, he promptly inquired without hesitation, Hey dragon, what is your combat power? In response to the inquisitive faces of Wukong and others, the dragon, after a brief twitch of his lips, uttered a remark that left them utterly bemused. I want to tell you, if you wish to ascertain my strength, you must rely on your own efforts to test me. Are you certain we can manage that? He simply refuses to disclose it. How unreasonable. With exasperation at the teasing expression of the dragon, Krillin and the others promptly decided to unite in their quest against him. This action elicited hearty laughter from the dragon. At that moment, he felt he had finally integrated into Wukong and his companions' lives. Chapter 380. Approaching the omnipotent time traveler, joyous moments always pass swiftly. After a bout of merriment, the dragon once again turned his gaze to other areas of planet Namek. Observing the furrowed brow of the dragon, Krillin and the others immediately held their breaths. After a prolonged silence, just when Krillin and the others began to feel a tad breathless, The dragon finally withdrew his gaze from the outside world. The Jinyu force, under Frisia's command, is approaching. With a little time left, I shall provide you with some special training. Looking at the tense expressions of Wukong and the others, the dragon declared this upon returning his sight. Without further ado, he waved his hand grandly, enveloping everyone, including the elder, into the training space he had temporarily created. Where's this? Exclaimed Krillin and the others, astonished by the suddenly unfamiliar surroundings. In response to their astonishment, the elder, who was quietly surveying the surroundings, revealed the truth of the matter. Truly, you are a time traveler. You possess the ability to weave space at will and adjust it according to your intent. Such power is akin to the might of creation. In truth, I wield the very power of creation. Observing the elder's sudden expression of astonishment, the dragon kindly offered an explanation. As a time traveler who does not rely solely on brute force, my mastery of the dualities and the 5 elements, coupled with my adept application of these forces, is what enables my temporal journeys. What then is the purpose of this space? Krillin, now regaining his senses, once again posed the question that weighed on everyone's minds. What indeed is the utility of this space? This inquiry earned him an approving glance from the dragon, along with a forthcoming response. This temporary space is a training ground I have constructed. Here, you can engage in combat freely, without any reservations. Without any reservations? To what extent can we truly be unencumbered? Confronted with the explanation provided by Yulong, Bick promptly posed the pressing question that occupied everyone's mind. In response to Bick's inquiry, Yulong smiled faintly before delivering a revelation that left all present in utter astonishment. Even if reduced to ashes, one could resurrect in the next moment. What? Even in death, resurrection is possible. This equates to an infinite wish for revival from the divine dragon, does it not? Reacting to such a terrifying declaration, Krillin immediately gasped in disbelief. Observing Krillin's exclamation and the shock of the others, Yulong's lips curled upwards once more. Did I not mention that time travelers can be considered a form of deity? What is paramount is that time travelers may very well embody the closest semblance to omnipotence. As the elder, still gazing in astonishment at Yulong, continued, for us mere mortals, they are indeed all-powerful. Elder, spare me the flattery. Let us instead have these fellows enter the fray and commence their training. Regardless, I must ensure their capabilities do not remain feeble. With a sweeping gaze across everyone present, Yulong's expression turned serious as he declared thus. Chapter 381. Yulong's provocative guidance. If that is the case, allow me to test the veracity of your words. After uttering this menacing statement, Bick immediately focused his intent and charged towards Goku. Upon realizing that Bick had chosen him as an opponent, Goku, who had been momentarily taken aback, instantly brightened and rushed to meet Bick. In an instant, the two, who had not sparred in quite some time, were locked in fierce combat. Yet, against Goku, who had been twice gravely injured and subsequently empowered by Yulong, Bick was clearly at a significant disadvantage. However, this predicament did not dishearten Bick. Rather, it ignited the primal ferocity within him. Considering Yulong's words, Bick swiftly opted for a strategy that would lead to mutual demise. This tactic allowed him to send the unsuspecting Goku hurtling through the air. As for Bick, he was instantly restored to his former self, with his previously lost arm regenerated thanks to the recovery capabilities of the training space. Gazing at such an astonishing sight, Bick, momentarily stunned, soon exhibited a ferocious grin. Son Goku, come again. Let us go again. In the face of Bick's exuberant and fierce demeanor, Goku, regaining his composure, too became invigorated. Witnessing the two engage once more without reservation, the onlookers were instantly rendered speechless. This moment of inertia, however, quickly prompted a mischievous smirk from Yulong. Hey, why are you still standing there? Go join the assault on Goku. Cast aside all reservations. Only in this manner can you elevate your strength with utmost speed. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Goku, here I come. And I too. I'm joining in. Awakened from Yulong's playful reminder, Krillin and the others, equally exhilarated, eagerly lunged towards Goku, who was engaged in battle with Bick. Confronted by the collective onslaught of his companions, Wukong, after a moment of surprise, swiftly regained his enthusiasm. In an apparent desire to expedite their growth, Yulong subtly decided to enhance the gravitational force surrounding them. Naturally, to ensure that Wukong and the others could adapt organically, Yulong opted for a gradual and adaptive increase in pressure. This meant that he would only amplify the gravitational force once they had acclimatized to the current level. Remarkably, all of this transpired unbeknownst to Wukong and his comrades, who were entirely oblivious to the changes amidst their fierce skirmish. Having concluded this intricate manipulation with a sense of satisfaction, Yulong then shifted his gaze towards Gohan, who stood apart. "Why not join in?" he inquired lightly. I do not wish to fight my father," Gohan, lowering his head, explained with a tone tinged with melancholy. This subdued response elicited another chuckle from Yulong. "Is that so? Then allow me to keep you company." With a playful tone, he flicked his right index finger, instantly reducing Gohan to ashes. This shocking spectacle left Wukong and the others momentarily stunned. However, before they could fully grasp the situation, Gohan, who had been obliterated, astonishingly resurrected from nothingness. "Gohan, look over there." Utilizing a guiding technique, Yulong directed Gohan's attention towards Wukong before promptly incinerating him as well. This act served to jolt Gohan, who had been in a state of shock. I will kill you." Faced with this provocative manipulation, Gohan, who had previously been reluctant to engage, exploded with rage. Chapter 382. Control of Gravity. Observing Gohan, who was simultaneously attacking Yulong while his combat power soared, Piccolo and the others could not hide their astonishment. How peculiar. Gohan's power is rapidly increasing, yet his speed remains unchanged. Emerging from their stupor, Piccolo, with heightened observational acuity, immediately discerned this anomaly. Prompted by Piccolo's insight, the others, who had been monitoring Gohan's escalating power, quickly recognized the same unsettling truth. "Indeed, what could be the cause?" exclaimed Krillin, equally astonished. In response to Krillin's exclamation, the elder, who had been watching from the sidelines, provided an explanation. "It is a matter of gravity. Lord Yulong has imposed a unique gravitational technique on each of you. Thus, while your combat power escalates rapidly, your speed is being suppressed by the continuously augmenting gravitational force." "What? So the elder continued, "each of you is subjected to different levels of gravity, though this nuance has eluded your awareness." As the implications sank in, Wukong and the others processed the revelation with growing understanding. Such an explanation plunged Piccolo and the others into a state of bewilderment. The notion of manipulating another's gravity at will? It seemed you had already surmised the truth. "Indeed, if I so desire, I can easily crush you beneath the weight of the gravity spell I impose upon you." Looking at Goku and the others, who had finally grasped the situation, Yulong smiled as he deftly parried Gohan's attacks while elaborating. This revelation sparked a flicker of awe in Piccolo and the others' eyes. Although Yulong's ability to reverse time and space, as well as his talent for weaving dimensions, was more terrifying, the capacity to manipulate gravity was undeniably more astonishing. After all, their experiences with gravity were far more tangible. This clarity instilled in them a profound respect for Yulong for the very first time. Simultaneously, it cast a shadow of doubt in Piccolo's mind regarding Gohan's current furious state. "Gohan, Piccolo, you remain astutely perceptive. Gohan is so benevolent that he borders on weakness. Therefore, the only way to enhance his combat prowess is through unconventional means of provocation." Observing the astonishment on the faces of the others, Yulong couldn't help but wear a somewhat playful smile. "I have cast an illusionary realm upon him. At this moment, he perceives you not as you truly are, but as mere fragments under my assault. Is this not a tad excessive? Gohan is still but a child. Your actions will undoubtedly leave scars on his heart." In response to Yulong's explanation, a recovering Krillin immediately reprimanded. Yet, Yulong merely smiled gently, offering his own clarification. "You are overthinking it, Krillin. Gohan possesses Saiyan blood. How could he possibly be haunted by such trivial matters? You underestimate the Saiyans." As Krillin seemed poised to say more, Yulong waved his hand, drawing him and the others into the fray. After concluding this maneuver, he provided further insight. "If the Namekians are a versatile race, then the Saiyans are the epitome of warriors. Psychological scars do not linger upon them. At the very least, Gohan will not be affected." Chapter 383. Yulong's resolve. Do you hold such unwavering faith in Gohan? Are you not concerned that his earthling heritage might impact his psyche? Upon witnessing Yulong draw them into the battle, Krillin, now partaking in the assault against Yulong, could not help but question again. Yulong's response was met with a carefree smile. "Of course, he is Goku's child. A seemingly simple explanation reverberated through the hearts of everyone aside from Goku. Indeed, Gohan is Goku's child. With Goku's fearless nature, how could his offspring possibly harbor any shadows? Once they comprehended this truth, Krillin and the others, feeling a jolt of clarity, ceased their doubts and concentrated on attacking Yulong before them. As the evidently focused Krillin and others advanced, the corners of Yulong's mouth began to curve upward once more. It appeared that your spirits have risen. In light of this, it is imperative that I impose some pressure upon you. After uttering these words with a jovial demeanor, Yulong's gaze sharpened instantaneously, and he commenced a fierce onslaught. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, obliterating the weakest among them, transforming Krillin and his companions into a mist of crimson. Meanwhile, Goku and the others, ensnared in Yulong's Azura illusion, found this stimulation further igniting their resolve. Observing the unmistakable fury on the faces of Goku and his allies, Piccolo, who was also engaged in the assault against Yulong, furrowed his brow. Yulong, why is it that they have all succumbed to the illusion while I remain unaffected? I am aware of your aversion to having your will manipulated by others, hence I refrain from employing such tactics against you. This is your threshold, and I shall not recklessly transgress it. Humph. Faced with Yulong's retort, Piccolo, taken aback for a moment, let out a cold snort before a smile crept across his face. The sensation of being respected by a formidable adversary is truly delightful. With this thought flashing through his mind, Piccolo intensified his assault on Yulong. In response to the shift in Piccolo's demeanor, Yulong, who had been attentively observing the entire scene, couldn't help but smile again. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently lifted the Azura illusion he had cast upon Goku and the others. Since everyone had entered a state of focus, the illusion was rendered unnecessary. With this realization, Yulong devoted himself entirely to the role of sparring partner. There remained a full 3 days until the Jinyu Force arrived on Namek. Ample time for him to elevate Goku and the others' abilities to a level capable of overpowering the Jinyu Force. As thoughts swirled within him, Yulong, who had just entered a state of complete concentration, found himself momentarily distracted once again. The source of his distraction was the battle unfolding between Vegeta and Zabu. Observing Vegeta, who effortlessly dispatched Zabu, even in a severely injured state, a spark of keen interest flickered across Yulong's visage. He recognized that, due to his numerous interventions, this expedition to Namek had undergone a profound transformation. Regardless of how events may unfold, he must ensure Goku's strength transcends to that of a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, the Time Patrol could very well emerge to apprehend him. Though he harbored no fear of them, it would be prudent to avoid any misunderstandings. With this thought in mind, Yulong redirected his full attention back to Goku and the others, who were still pressing their attack against him. Come on, Goku, relying on your own training. Ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 384. The Elder's secret time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 whole days had passed. Observing Goku and the others still engaged in their relentless assault, Yulong's body trembled as he forcibly repelled them from his side. The expulsion, combined with the fleeting pressure emanating from Yulong, abruptly roused Wukong and his companions, who were previously entrenched in the throes of battle. Huh, why have we stopped? Exclaimed one. Indeed, why have we halted? I feel I could still grow stronger. Another chimed in. Strengthening oneself is a pursuit best undertaken gradually. Yulong interjected with a hint of amusement. The Jinyu Force has arrived. It is imperative that you confront them. Observing the lingering confusion on Wukong's face, Yulong elaborated. Are they formidable? For your former selves, they were indeed formidable. But in your current state, they are hardly a concern. This revelation sharpened the gazes of Krillin and the others, restoring their confidence. In that case, let us engage with them. Krillin exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Leave a small fry for me. As for that, Frieza, I shall refrain from involvement. Having fully shed their earlier battle mindset, Krillin and his friends exchanged playful banter, eliciting a bemused expression from Yulong. You lot, are you truly aware that one ought to pick the softest persimmons to squeeze? Of course, we possess a sense of self-awareness. They replied, very well, I shall send you forth to play with them. Yulong said, shaking his head in exasperation while gesturing for Krillin and his companions to move on. This action drew a smile from the elder, who had been a silent observer. Lord Yulong, will you not join them? No rush. Wukong's fate must remain unaltered. Otherwise, the Time Patrol might indeed come seeking me. The elder's curiosity was piqued. Do you truly fear the time patrol, Lord Yulong? Noticing Yulong's furrowed brow, the elder could not suppress a smile. Yulong's gaze sharpened in response. It is not fear. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Is that so? What a pity. I am too old now. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to witness your boundless divine power. The elder's expression, now more pronounced, prompted Yulong to raise an eyebrow. Not a problem. If you desire, I can visit your true form. Perhaps not. Having cultivated for so many years, I have lost interest in fighting. Thus, such matters should not involve me. The elder, caught off guard by Yulong's insinuation, displayed a hint of awkwardness, which did not go unnoticed by Naru, who stood by the elder's side, displaying a look of uncertainty, only because he seemed to have overheard something he was not meant to know. Memory alteration techniques. With merely a subtle glance, the previously astonished Naru instantly fell into a state of stupor. Meanwhile, the venerable elder seated beside Naru remained utterly indifferent to this spectacle, for he, as Nairu's ancestor, also concurred with Lord Yulong's approach. Some matters are best left unknown to these younglings. Chapter 385. Vegeta's cowardice. Casting a sidelong glance at the now lucid Naru, Yulong promptly redirected his gaze towards Goku and his companions. Observing the two parties entering a duel mode, along with the stealthily concealed Vegeta, Yulong could not suppress a smirk. This fellow Vegeta surprisingly refrained from brazenly leaping into the fray. What a delightful surprise. Surely it is your presence, Lord Yulong, that has instilled such caution in him. After all, he is fully aware of his betrayal against you. The elder, seemingly capable of perceiving the position of Goku and the others, chuckled as he addressed Yulong. This banter elicited a resigned shrug from Yulong, who reflected, this predicament is somewhat my fault. Had I not been so casual, he would not have acted out of defiance. Just as his tone turned exasperated, a playful expression returned to Yulong's visage. Nevertheless, it matters not. Now that I am involved, let it be. It is, after all, an opportune moment to stretch my limbs. What say you, esteemed elder? Care to join me in witnessing the spectacle? With a twinkle of mischief in his voice, Yulong suddenly turned to the elder, extending a meaningful invitation. This offer, however, prompted a bittersweet smile to surface on the elder's face. Perhaps it is best to refrain. My frail body can endure no more. Should I venture near the battlefield, I might soon meet my demise. Very well then. I shall remain here to observe the unfolding events. With a teasing tone, Yulong waved his hand, conjuring a projection within the vacant space. After sharing a knowing smile with the elder, Yulong swiftly teleported to Vegeta's side. Upon the abrupt appearance of Yulong, a startled Vegeta nearly cried out. Fortunately, Yulong's swift actions stifled Vegeta's impending exclamation before it could escape his lips. You little rascal, once betraying me is one thing, but to attempt it a second time? Dare you utter a sound, and I shall dispatch you without hesitation. Hush now. Be obedient, and you shall witness the Super Saiyan transformation. Disobey, and you shall be reduced to ashes. Do you understand? Faced with Yulong's threats and enticements, a thoroughly astonished Vegeta, devoid of any means of resistance, begrudgingly chose to yield to the imposing figure before him. After all, for Vegeta, life holds far greater significance than mere dignity. Upon witnessing Vegeta's humble acceptance, Yulong finally released his hold over him. You thought that by revealing my information to Frieza, you could escape your fate? Do not dream. No one has ever evaded their predetermined destiny. Even if one manages to escape, the outcome is bound to be far worse. You already knew? Hearing Yulong's words, Vegeta, who had just relaxed, felt the tension return. This expression of anxiety brought a smirk to Yulong's lips. Now you understand fear? Rest assured, as long as you do not provoke me excessively, I shall refrain from personally eliminating you. Chapter 386. Refusal of Vegeta's request is that so? How fortunate indeed. Relieved by Yulong's statement, Vegeta awkwardly responded. What do you think of Goku and the others' current strength? In light of Vegeta's capitulation, Yulong, with a smirk, suddenly shifted the topic. At this inquiry, Vegeta, who had been startled by Yulong's sudden appearance, finally regained his composure. Kakarot and the others? Their strength seems to have undergone a tremendous transformation. Faced with Yulong's question, Vegeta, having reassessed the situation, wore a grave expression. This seriousness, however, lasted only a fleeting moment before it morphed into uncertainty. Wait, could it be? Due to your exposing me, I have decided to intervene in this matter. After all, it is rather amusing to personally engage with certain individuals when one is at leisure. In response to Vegeta's uncertainty, Yulong uttered these words with a hint of playful intrigue. Certain individuals? Hearing Yulong's remark, a wary Vegeta immediately sensed the peculiarity in his words. Observing Vegeta's keen perception, Yulong's smile widened once more. Of course, the future holds great excitement. Frieza, in his current state, is hardly a concern. Frieza is hardly a concern. Vegeta was utterly astonished by Yulong's incredulous revelation. He had never fathomed the existence of beings more formidable than Frieza in this world. Yet now, Yulong not only informed him of such beings, but suggested that many exist. What an overwhelming revelation this was. Is there truly someone in this universe stronger than Frieza? Emerging from his stupor, Vegeta, still incredulous, sought confirmation from Yulong once again. This inquiry deepened the playful glimmer in Yulong's eyes. Indeed, and there are many. To encounter these individuals, you must survive until that time. After uttering these profound words, Yulong immediately turned his gaze once more towards Krillin and the others engaged in battle. This action prompted the unwilling Vegeta to also fix his eyes upon Krillin and his companions. Observing Goku's team, who had achieved 4 consecutive victories, a complex expression flickered in Vegeta's eyes. He had never anticipated that the once dreaded Ginyu Force would now appear so feeble. This realization compelled the dissatisfied Vegeta to clench his fists unconsciously. Lord Yulong, could you grant me special training? I too wish to grow stronger. Absolutely not. Why not? Vegeta found it difficult to accept Yulong's blunt refusal. Noticing Vegeta's emotional turmoil, Yulong turned to him once more, shaking his head in resignation. Your mindset is insufficient. Forcing an increase in power will only render you worse than Frieza. I have no desire to strengthen you, only to later have to eliminate you due to your corruption. Chapter 387. The Mindset of Cultivation. Insufficient mindset? What sort of reasoning is that? At this point, you likely do not even comprehend what mindset cultivation truly entails. As Yulong observed Vegeta's utter inability to accept this notion, a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Mindset cultivation. What is that? Mindset cultivation cannot be articulated. One either possesses it or does not. If one lacks it and hastily seeks to enhance their strength, they will ultimately become a slave to power. Facing Vegeta, who was filled with confusion, Yulong continued to expound his explanation, though it evidently failed to soothe Vegeta's discontent. What kind of reasoning is this? They can do it, so why can't I? I am the most talented warrior among the Saiyans. If they can achieve it, why can't I? Truly a brute who only believes in power. You. Vegeta's anger flared at Yulong's merciless derision, manifesting in a look of suppressed rage. This expression only elicited further clear mockery from Yulong. Those who blindly worship power as the ultimate truth are merely slaves to it. Casting a cold glare at the incredulous Vegeta, Yulong spoke again. If you are merely a slave to power, how could you ever attain true strength? A Super Saiyan? With your impure heart, you shall never have the opportunity to become a Super Saiyan. What did you say? Faced with Yulong's unrelenting criticism, Vegeta found it increasingly difficult to accept the harsh truth, causing his emotions to spiral out of control. This loss of composure intensified the mockery evident on Yulong's face. Vegeta, your heart is not pure enough. You desire power while also wishing to dominate the universe. With the Saiyans' innate talents, this is simply unattainable. You speak nonsense. These two aspirations are inherently complementary. If I gain strength, I can conquer the universe. Gazing at the derisive expression of Yulong, Vegeta, overwhelmed by his emotions, could not help but bellow and charge towards him. This action only served to amplify Yulong's amusement. Is that so? Regrettably, you have reversed the order. You seek to dominate the universe in pursuit of power, whereas others attain power first before aspiring to conquer the cosmos. As Vegeta recklessly lunged at him, Yulong continued his explanation, effortlessly swatting Vegeta aside. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash, Captain Ginyu, poised to employ his body-switching technique against Goku, was suddenly struck and sent flying by the unexpectedly arriving Vegeta. This spectacle rendered Krillin and the others, who had been on edge, utterly astonished. Is that Vegeta? He appears to have been hurled away. Observing Vegeta's evident lack of autonomy, Piccolo, regaining his composure, spoke in a somber tone. It was clear he had deduced the truth. Indeed, As Piccolo uttered this realization, he directed his gaze towards Vegeta's origin. A figure, anticipated by Piccolo, swiftly came into view. Heh, Goku, you possess both strengths and weaknesses. This fellow's body-switching technique can interchange your body with his. If it succeeds, be prepared to continue living in his guise. Chapter 388. Yulong teases Krillin what? Transform into his form. Don't jest with me. That hideous appearance is unacceptable. I cannot accept it either. In response to Yulong's emergence, Goku and his son, regaining their senses, displayed expressions of extreme repulsion. Goku found Captain Jinyu's visage intolerable, and Gohan equally recoiled at the thought of his father resembling Jinyu. After all, in their perception, Captain Jinyu was undeniably grotesque. Their blatant rejection incited fury in the already frustrated Captain Jinyu, who exclaimed, "You insolent brats! Since you enjoy meddling, I shall switch your bodies instead." Body switching technique. With a furious roar, Captain Jinyu, once again invoking his technique, surprisingly targeted the newly appeared Yulong. Such an unexpected maneuver left Goku and the others utterly dumbfounded. Conversely, Yulong, the intended target of Jinyu's technique, appeared to have anticipated this turn of events. Humph! You dare to recklessly employ such a tactic against me? That is tantamount to courting death. Tsukuyami. Speaking these words with a chilling tone, Yulong unleashed the Tsukuyami that originally belonged to Itachi. In an instant, an intangible psychic force invaded Captain Jinyu's mind, not only interrupting his body-switching attempt once more, but also eliciting a blood-curdling scream from him. The harrowing sound sent chills down the spines of Krillin and the others nearby. They could hardly fathom the kind of torment that could elicit such a mournful wail from a warrior. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Captain Jinyu, whose face bore an expression of sheer terror, Klin and the others instinctively swallowed hard. As they turned their eyes to Yulong, their faces once again reflected a profound reverence. This display of awe left Yulong feeling quite embarrassed, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Ahem, fear not. We are comrades. I would never employ such tactics against my own. However, who could predict when one might turn their allies into foes out of displeasure? Upon hearing Yulong assure that he would not use such methods against his comrades, Klin murmured softly to himself. This quiet complaint immediately drew Yulong closer in silence. Is that so? Little Klin, are you curious about my mental attack when reading? And no, I was just speaking casually. Klin stammered, feeling a sudden chill as he realized Yulong had stealthily approached from behind. Yulong responded with a haunting tone. Sometimes, words spoken in jest can unexpectedly become reality. What do you say, little Klin? Would you care to experience it firsthand? And no, thank you. I'm not married yet. Let us not bring that upon me. Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall reserve this experience for you to encounter after your marriage. Yulong teased, a hint of mischief flickering across his face as he observed Klin trembling. This playful intimidation prompted Klin to scream and hastily scuttle away from Yulong. Their alarmed expressions incited laughter among the others who exchanged glances. Chapter 389. The startled Vegeta. Hey, Yulong, you've gone too far. You deliberately frightened me, Klin exclaimed, returning to his senses, which only reignited the laughter of Goku and the others. Even Vegeta, who had been visibly angered and startled, found himself twitching at Klin's complaints. After a bout of jovial banter, the group turned their attention to the now composed Vegeta. Hey, Yulong, wasn't that fellow Vegeta just lurking in the shadows, watching us? Klin asked, glancing at Vegeta from a distance. That inquiry was promptly taken up by Piccolo. Humph, such matters are of no consequence. What truly matters is that he must surrender the Dragon Balls. Indeed, Vegeta, you might as well hand over the Dragon Balls willingly, urged Lepin, echoing Piccolo's sentiment. However, this prompt only drew scornful retorts and caution from Vegeta. Desire the Dragon Balls? Humph, then come and take them by your own merit. Why waste words on him? Why not simply use the Dragon Radar to locate the Dragon Balls? Upon hearing Vegeta utter such a statement, Krillin, who had also come to the same realization, couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. This mocking laughter immediately snapped the others back to reality. Indeed, utilizing the Dragon Radar would suffice. There was no need to squander time questioning him. What? The Dragon Radar? You lot shall not seize my Dragon Balls. In response to Krillin and the others, a flustered Vegeta swiftly opted to take action. In an instant, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted once more. Vegeta, engaged in battle against the others, was swiftly subdued by the combined efforts of Krillin and his companions. Glaring at Krillin and the others with disdain, A flicker of fury ignited in Vegeta's eyes. Damn Earthlings. If only my injuries had healed, I could vanquish you worthless fools with a single blow. Humph. There's no need to adhere to any principles with scum like you. And you are the true trash. Reminded of Vegeta's previous attempt to eliminate him and his friends, Krillin's face reflected an identical expression of indignation. This scene caused the nearby Yulong to furrow his brow. Hey, allow me to remind you. Frieza has sensed that something is amiss and is heading this way. That guy is coming. Upon hearing Yulong's warning, Krillin and the others, who had intended to taunt Vegeta further, suddenly fell silent. Conversely, the previously enraged Vegeta revealed a mocking expression. Humph. Frieza's power is beyond your imagination. Just wait to be annihilated by him. As Vegeta derided them, Krillin and the others exchanged peculiar smiles. Beyond imagination? Vegeta, you may be overestimating yourself. We are already aware of Frieza's strength. Indeed, a battle power of 12 million is indeed terrifying. However, it matters not, for we have Yulong with us. This is all trivial. What? 12 million? How could it possibly be that high? How do you know this? Hearing Krillin and the others respond with smiles, Vegeta, who had previously worn a look of disdain, was instantly taken aback. Chapter 390. The Limitations of the Dragon. Of course, I informed them. Yulong replied with a slight smile while observing Vegeta's incredulous expression. This revelation left Vegeta utterly speechless. 12 million? You must be joking. How could anyone be that powerful? Frieza will soon arrive here. Whether he possesses a battle power of 12 million will soon be revealed. Gazing at Vegeta, who appeared at a loss for words, Yulong then wore a somewhat enlightened expression. Oh right, Frieza is currently in his disguised form, with a significantly reduced battle power. It's only around 500,000. Hey, Yulong, don't say it so casually. A battle power exceeding 500,000 is indeed terrifying. Indeed, such a formidable strength is more than sufficient to crush us. In the face of Yulong's further explanations, Krillin and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Only Goku and Piccolo, whose battle powers had surpassed this threshold, remained completely unfazed and calm. Casting a glance at the gradually reorienting Vegeta, Piccolo coldly huffed and urged with a chilling tone, "Enough with the nonsense. Quickly use the Dragon Radar to locate the Dragon Balls. We must summon the Eternal Dragon before they arrive. Time is of the essence. They are approaching rapidly." Responding to Piccolo's urgency, Goku, having sensed Frieza's energy, spoke gravely. Hearing Goku's words, the cold sweat on Krillin and the others intensified. Let's first search for the Namekian Dragon Balls. You all can handle Frieza. Indeed. We'll search for the Dragon Balls and handle the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. Seemingly approving of this plan, the ever-supportive Yamcha immediately chimed in, pulling along Tien and Kairatsu to join Krillin in their departure. This reckless decision made Yulong, who was observing from the sidelines, twitch uncontrollably at the corners of his mouth. Can you all not be so irresponsible? Even if you perish, the Dragon Balls can revive you. Why flee? Get lost. We have no inclination for self-sacrifice. Why should we battle a monster? Such matters are better left to those who are truly capable. Unwavering in his rebuttal against Yulong's attempts to sway them, Krillin received immediate agreement from Tien and the others. Indeed, with such a disparity in strength, there's no point in engaging in battle. Exactly. If you wish to play, do so among yourselves. I trust Tien's judgment. Faced with Krillin and his companions, who swiftly departed with the Dragon Radar, Yulong's failed attempts at manipulation caused his lips to twitch once more. Casting a sidelong glance at the sneaking Vegeta, Yulong raised an eyebrow. Where do you think you're going? Do you truly believe the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant you immortality? What do you mean by that? Vegeta, who had intended to sneak away, was taken aback by Yulong's sudden declaration. In fact, everyone, including Piccolo and the others, was equally stunned by Yulong's unexpected words, all because he had just negated the omnipotence of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 391. Piccolo's thoughts and resolve. What do you mean by that? Isn't the Eternal Dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls omnipotent? Gazing at Yulong, who wore a mocking expression, Vegeta, having returned to his senses from disbelief, urgently pressed for an explanation. Piccolo, standing alongside him, also shared the same eagerness for answers. Yulong, what is the meaning of this? Dragon Balls are but a product of human creation. Even though they harness the power contained within materials, they remain constrained by the strength of their creators. What are you suggesting? It appears you have already deduced the truth. Observing the incredulity etched on Piccolo's face, The smirking Yulong revealed the answer. If even the Grand Elder cannot attain immortality, how could the dragon he created possibly possess such power? The notion of immortality is inherently limited. Limited? What limitations? As he gazed at Yulong, whose expression was tinged with mockery, Vegeta, regaining his composure, could not help but inquire further. Yet, in response to Vegeta's queries, Yulong chose not to answer directly. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards the sky. Frieza is approaching. While he remains cloaked, let us seize the opportunity to elevate ourselves further. What a splendid idea. Casting a glance at the composed Yulong, Goku, now brimming with excitement, uttered a statement that left Piccolo astonished. Yulong, can you heal Vegeta's injuries? I am eager to see how formidable he becomes once restored. Certainly. In response to Goku's request, Yulong refocused his attention on the group and readily nodded in agreement. Without further ado, Yulong waved his hand, sending a droplet infused with restorative energy into Vegeta's body. As he felt his injuries miraculously mend, the initially bewildered Vegeta's visage transformed into one of delight. Such immense power. With this strength, I must surely be on the cusp of becoming a Super Saiyan, right? Huh, do not jest. The battle prowess of a Super Saiyan exceeds 10 million. As for you, you're still far from reaching that figure. Hearing Vegeta mention the Super Saiyan again, Yulong couldn't help but chuckle and elucidate. This explanation left Goku and the others utterly astounded. A battle power exceeding 10 million. Does that not mean he could contend with the true Frieza? Indeed. Observing the shock on Goku and the others' faces, Yulong's smile widened once more. Hey, what did I just hear? Contend with the true me? Do you even understand the essence of my being? Seemingly catching a fragment of the conversation, the rapidly approaching Frieza interjected with a mocking tone. This prompted an immediate and merciless retort from Piccolo. Humph, who cares how strong your true form is? I will obliterate you in your current state. As he spoke these words, his eyes gleaming with determination, Piccolo unleashed his full power. In an instant, the air around them began to tremble. Vegeta, who had been 100 meters away from Frieza, suddenly found himself standing directly in front of him. This abrupt turn of events caused Frieza, who had previously exuded confidence, to display an expression of shock and fury. You bastard! You dare to play tricks with me? The Cosmic Emperor Frieza? I will ensure you experience horrors beyond hell itself. Humph, one must see whether you truly have a chance. Perish, Frieza. Gazing at the enraged Frieza, who stood before him in a state of fury, Piccolo decided to unleash his full power. In an instant, the unsuspecting Frieza found himself completely engulfed by Piccolo's devastating energy blast. Chapter 392. The enraged Frieza. As Piccolo sought to eliminate Frieza directly, the onlooker, Yulong, could not help but shake his head in resignation. He understood that such intentions were clearly misguided. After all, at this moment, Piccolo was far from being a match for the true Frieza. His actions would only serve to provoke Frieza prematurely. Indeed, Yulong's thoughts proved accurate. The moment Frieza regained his composure from Piccolo's decisive assault, he was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Initially, he had entertained the notion of toying with Piccolo and the others. But after being caught off guard by this attack, any thoughts of amusement vanished entirely. In that moment, all he desired was to unleash his full fury and obliterate the Namekian before him into mere fragments. As this vengeful desire took root within him, Frieza simultaneously endured the onslaught of Piccolo's energy blasts while striving to shed the shackles of his disguise. Observing Frieza's escalating fury from the sidelines, Yulong was acutely aware of the transformation unfolding before him. He sighed internally, preparing himself to intervene personally. After all, Goku's strength was not superior to his original trajectory. And with Krillin absent to incite Goku's wrath, Yulong found it hard to imagine that Goku could successfully transcend into a Super Saiyan under these circumstances. Without this transformation, Goku would merely serve as a punching bag for Frieza. Most importantly, Yulong sensed Frieza's gaze fixated upon him, scanning intently. Clearly, due to Vegeta's warning, Frieza had begun to take deliberate notice of him. In this scenario, Yulong could scarcely envision that the infuriated Frieza would grant Goku the opportunity to gradually grow stronger. After all, Frieza possessed a particularly loathsome habit of swiftly annihilating the weak before deriving pleasure from torturing the strongest. It was evident that the calm demeanor Yulong exhibited had marked him as the strongest among their group in Frieza's eyes. With the target established, it would become increasingly difficult for Frieza to indulge Goku and the others in a leisurely manner, unless Yulong intervened once more. However, given his current entanglement. Such an act seemed somewhat superfluous. Ultimately, no matter how forcefully he attempted to alter the course of fate, the fact remained that he too had become ensnared in this web of destiny. As the smoke dissipated, revealing a transformed Frieza and the utterly astonished Piccolo and others, Yulong silently shook his head once more. He knew that the time had come for him to take action. The subsequent developments indeed unfolded in a manner that did not escape the anticipation of Yulong. Confronted by the astonished Piccolo and the malevolent expression of Frieza, he swiftly tore off Piccolo's shoulder with a singular, brutal strike. Following this, amidst raucous laughter, he launched another assault, intent on dismembering Piccolo's remaining arm. Fortunately, Goku intervened just in the nick of time, repelling the ferocious Frieza and allowing the severely wounded Piccolo to survive against all odds. This turn of events momentarily shifted Frieza's interest towards Goku. Chapter 393, Deliberately Taunting Frieza. Huh? Quite impressive indeed. However, how long can you keep me entertained? Frieza sneered, his voice dripping with malice. I cannot answer that question. If you wish to know, you must take action yourself. Unfazed by Frieza's threatening demeanor, Goku bore an expression of eager anticipation, provoking Frieza's countenance to twist into a more grotesque snarl, denying Goku any chance to respond. With his expression once again contorted with rage, Frieza unleashed his full power, delivering a lethal blow that pierced through Goku's heart. As Frieza gazed upon Goku's incredulous face, his own expression morphed into one of even greater malevolence. Damnable insect! Did you think I, Frieza, would engage in a leisurely game with you? Dream on. You are unworthy. With a furious roar, Frieza hurled Goku aside and redirected his attention towards Yulong, the self-proclaimed time traveler. Let me, Frieza, test your strength. Humph. So presumptuous. Observing the approaching Frieza, who was laughing maniacally, Yulong raised an eyebrow and unhesitatingly mocked him. As Frieza closed in, Yulong flicked his fingers, sending him flying with ease. The astonishing outcome left the onlookers utterly stunned. Was this the power of a time traveler? It was unfathomable. How could this be? An illusion? It must be an illusion. They could not accept such a result. Frieza, consumed by rage, summoned all his strength and unleashed a colossal energy blast towards Yulong. Yet, Yulong showed no inclination to evade, allowing the attack to collide with him. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave swept across the scene, forcefully propelling Goku and the others, who were merely spectators, away. After what felt like an eternity, the dread shockwave finally dissipated, leaving no trace of Yulong where he once stood. Witnessing this, both the battered Goku and the severely injured Piccolo were momentarily rendered speechless. How could this happen? Wasn't Yulong a time traveler? How could he simply perish like this? Damn it! Was this individual merely a facade? Humph. The facts have unequivocally demonstrated that he is indeed merely a facade. As his gaze swept over the incredulous faces of Piccolo and Goku, and the momentarily stunned Vegeta, he could not help but mock disdainfully upon regaining his composure. Such derision promptly elicited a triumphant laugh from Frieza. Huh, a time traveler, you say? What a farce. As long as I, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, unleash my full power, you shall meet an end of utter obliteration. Observing Frieza's increasingly arrogant laughter, the previously vacant surroundings were suddenly filled with the mocking retort of Yulong. Oh, is that so? Can you truly ascertain that? What? You, how dare you? Frieza exclaimed, gazing at Yulong, who reappeared from nothingness while countering his query. The once brazen Frieza was instantaneously struck with fear, retreating in a state of sheer terror. Such a pitiful display brought a smirk to the lips of Yulong, now standing resolutely before him once more.